Chapter 1. A Decade. A resounding bang shattered the tranquility of a summer night, and a figure materialized out of thin air on the country path. The birds perched upon the trees seemed startled by the abrupt noise, fluttering away into the deepening dusk. Albus Dumbledore appeared to be in high spirits as he adjusted his silvery hair and beard, peering through his crescent-shaped spectacles as if searching for something. He carried with him an exceedingly long letter, the very reason for his visit. Before long, a rustling sound reached his ears, and a large black dog emerged from the nearby underbrush, striding directly towards Dumbledore. "Remarkable," Dumbledore murmured under his breath, simultaneously illuminating his wand. The light at the tip of his wand rendered the black dog's form clearer. It was large-boned, yet emaciated, its ebony coat marred by scars. Without the thin layer of skin tightly clinging to its bones, the dog would have resembled a walking skeleton, its filthy fur betraying its state of neglect as it impatiently whined. Dumbledore blinked his cobalt-blue eyes and spoke first. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be the owner of this letter, Sirius Black, one of my dear students. Allow me to behold your visage. It has been far too long since we last met." No sooner had he spoken than the gaunt black dog transformed into a man with black hair, remnants of his former handsomeness still lingering on his cheeks, though the torment of Azkaban had nearly obliterated those traces. Sirius Black had lost his brother Regulus when he was just 19, becoming the last head of the Black family. He was imprisoned in Azkaban at the age of 21, and now, a decade later at 31, his memories seemed frozen in the moment following his best friend James' death. Sirius cautiously scrutinized Dumbledore's expression, his strength nearly depleted from the torment of the Dementors and malnutrition. "It was not I who betrayed James Potter and Lily, Professor. For 10 years, I have been branded a murderous traitor to my friends while languishing in Azkaban." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully, gazing into the eyes beneath Sirius' disheveled black hair. Even after a decade, those eyes, which sometimes appeared haughty, remained strikingly clear. "Although this letter contains numerous cryptic details for safety, I have nonetheless grasped the essence of what you have conveyed. Had I not trusted you, I would not have appeared at the designated place mentioned at the letter's conclusion. Do you believe the true culprit is Peter Pettigrew?" At the mention of this name, Sirius' face contorted with rage. The despicable traitor. He shattered James and Lily's unwavering bond. No one would have anticipated his betrayal. I must find him. I am reluctant to believe that any of you would betray one another. If memory serves, the four of you were once the best of friends. Yet, the truth often proves difficult to accept. Dumbledore sighed, the light from his crescent glasses casting a faint glow. Sirius erupted into a fit of coughs, having escaped from prison only 2 days prior. To evade the patrols of Dementors, he had transformed into a dog and swum ashore, penning a letter to Dumbledore on stolen parchment. At that moment, he was nearing the limits of his physical endurance. "I have many questions to pose, yet I wish to first share with you my favorite treat, lemon sherbet, along with some cake, for you appear ravenous," Dumbledore said with a smile, producing the sweets. "I suspect you employed your animagus abilities to effect your escape, did you not?" Sirius devoured the treats eagerly, nodding between bites. The scent of lemon and the sweetness invigorated him. His fingers appeared slightly pale from prolonged immersion in water. Under the relentless influence of the Dementors, most wizards imprisoned in Azkaban ultimately succumbed to madness, dying within the confines of the prison. The sole reason Sirius maintained his sanity was the unwavering knowledge of his innocence. When the torment of the Dementors became unbearable, he would transform into his canine form, as they lacked sight and relied solely on sensing human emotions to approach prisoners, having a diminished perception of animals. Due to his emaciated state, the black dog Sirius was ultimately able to slip through the iron bars that confined him. Dear Professor McGonagall is also an animagus. Did you evade the Ministry's registration? Did you master it in Azkaban? As far as I know, casting magic under the influence of Dementors is exceedingly difficult. This advanced transfiguration is a skill possessed by only a select few wizards, Dumbledore inquired further. At Hogwarts, Sirius replied, his words fragmented. "For Remus Lupin, the 3 of us succeeded. Pettigrew is a rat. James was a stag. Thus, Pettigrew was able to escape unnoticed, and he must still be living somewhere in the wizarding world in his rat form. My 3 astute students became illegal animagia testament to profound friendship." Dumbledore chuckled knowingly. "You have been free from Azkaban for some time. Now, has the Ministry not released news of your escape?" The name Sirius Black could certainly grace the front page of the Daily Prophet. Most of the time, Dementors guard Azkaban. Officials periodically clear away the deceased prisoners, and the Minister of Magic occasionally inspects the prison. However, Cornelius Fudge visited only last week, So it may take them a while to realize, Sirius explained. Then your situation is perilous indeed. Dumbledore's expression turned grave. If you are recaptured and returned to Azkaban, you may face even stricter confinement. I shredded the Death Eaters on the same level of the prison. A dog's teeth are as effective as its body, Sirius said, licking his fingers. By the time the Ministry's incompetents discover these remnants or bones, if they even bother to piece them together and investigate, they will realize I have vanished. My goodness, Dumbledore murmured softly. I have been branded a traitorous murderer by the Death Eaters. I cannot bear this stigma lightly. Sirius' eyes glinted with cold intensity. Some of these Death Eaters are convinced that Voldemort has not perished, and they are still waiting for his return in prison. You escaped to find Peter Pettigrew, Dumbledore stated. Not entirely, Sirius replied swiftly. I witnessed him transform into a rat and flee. The hope of locating a single rat is rather slim. However, these Death Eaters have caused the deaths of so many, and my brother Regulus was far more sensible than I. It is laughable that he was likely deceived to death by Voldemort's lies and threats. This leader of pureblood supremacy is not even pureblood himself. These madmen deserve their fate. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Sirius gazed uncertainly into Dumbledore's azure eyes. I was imprisoned the same year James and Lily were murdered. When little Harry was but a year old now, he is 11. I suspect he is of school age now. As you know, I am his godfather. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Sirius' tone grew urgent. Though I was wrongfully imprisoned, I still retain Grimmauld Place and a substantial inheritance from the family. I believe I can care for him. A guardian who is likely to be on the run and is regarded as a murderer and traitor by everyone? Dumbledore shook his head gently. I arranged for Harry to stay with his aunt. He is likely safer there until he comes of age. However, he may lack the love of relatives. Lily's sister is a very strange woman. Sirius' expression darkened. He had once discussed Lily's childhood experiences with James and Lily. They will not treat Harry well. Dumbledore's tone was gentle, yet his words bore no concession. I fear I cannot agree. There are many factors to consider, particularly your current circumstances. I will need more of your memories to verify the facts. If what the Death Eaters in prison say is true, Voldemort may indeed return. Harry will encounter danger wherever he is, and growing up in a Muggle household, he knows nothing of the wizarding world, Sirius said. If you doubt my words, I am willing to cooperate with any investigation or magical examination. Dumbledore did not refute him, but merely stated, Voldemort is likely as curious as we are as to why this boy was not killed by the killing curse. I had originally entrusted Hagrid with bringing Harry to school. Let me see him. He is James and Lily's child, Sirius implored softly, the summer breeze tousling his tattered black hair, his eyes glistening with tears. Chapter 2, Greetings. Harry Potter sat atop a tree, brooding in silence. The tree was tall, and he could scarcely recall how he had climbed it. Perhaps a strange wind had lifted him up. The summer sun was glaring, and Harry concealed himself among the green leaves and branches, ensuring that Aunt Petunia and Dudley could neither see him nor call out for him to come down. Today, Harry had unexpectedly acquired a bedroom of his own. For as long as he could remember, Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had confined him to the cupboard under the stairs, where each day he would awaken to find new spiders and dust motes floating in the air. This should have been a joyous occasion. Having a room of his own was something Harry had longed for, but the price of this newfound sanctuary was a letter that had never reached him. Surrey County, Little Whinging, Privet Drive, the storage cupboard beneath the stairs me name. He even knows I live in a cupboard. Harry vividly recalled the astonishingly precise signature at the bottom of that letter. The missive was inscribed on thick, heavy parchment, and the envelope bore the letter H along with 4 animals. The emerald green ink added an air of mystery to the correspondence. Perched in a tree, Harry stared vacantly at the entrance of the Dursleys' home, acutely aware that the postman was almost certainly not returning that day. How could he inform the sender that he had not received the letter? His curiosity was insatiable. Even a mere advertisement would bring him joy. As he gazed blankly at the tranquil street, the only sound were the chirping of insects and the parched grass wilting under the summer heat. Suddenly, a large black dog appeared in Harry's line of sight. It seemed significantly larger than an ordinary dog, its black fur looking dry and fluffy as if it had just been washed. Harry squinted. He noticed the dog appear to be intently observing the house numbers of each residence, ultimately pausing at the Dursleys' door. Straightening up for no apparent reason, Harry realized he had never seen this dog before. Dogs don't read house numbers, he muttered to himself, yet the black dog's focused demeanor left him puzzled. The black dog began to circle the Dursley house, attempting to leap up and peer through the windows. Harry watched as it trod across Aunt Petunia's meticulously trimmed lawn. The brown earth now turned over, and he could already envision Aunt Petunia's furious outburst upon discovering her lawn had been trampled. One lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Harry observed the enormous yet gaunt black dog circling, silently contemplating. There would be no delectable food for it at the Dursleys. If there were, it would certainly be in Dudley's stomach. The heat of summer was unbearable, and Harry decided to call out to the futilely wandering dog. "Hey!" As the black dog passed beneath the tree once more, Harry gently greeted it. Not long ago, Harry had been confined by the Dursleys for inexplicably making glass vanish while conversing with a snake at the reptile house. He was uncertain if he could communicate with the dog. However, it was evident that upon hearing his voice, the black dog immediately halted. The dog lifted its head and spotted Harry through the layers of leaves this time. Harry discerned its features more clearly. The black dog's expression seemed to brighten, and an unexpected warmth surged within Harry. Could it understand him as the python had? Harry watched as the dog grinned and wagged its tail, joy illuminating its gray eyes. The black dog began to bounce around the tree. The tree was too tall for it to climb. "I suppose I could come down to keep you company, though today has been rather disheartening for me," Harry said, cautiously descending the trunk. The black dog barked softly a few times and quickly ran to Harry's side. It seemed particularly intrigued by Harry's tousled black hair, instinctively reaching out a paw to touch it. "I don't think I've ever seen you around here before. The only one I remember is Mrs. Fig's cat. Are you a stray?" "I suppose I'm somewhat of a stray myself, no mum or dad," Harry remarked, reaching out to stroke the dog's head as he spoke. "Today was the first time I received a letter, but my uncle and aunt seemed utterly terrified. I really want to leave this place, and I long for my letter," Harry continued aimlessly. He struggled to untangle the dog's matted fur. Noticing that it was even thinner than it appeared, its black coat cloaked a large skeletal frame, with its bones clearly visible. For reasons unknown, hearing Harry mention his lack of parents seemed to extinguish the dog's cheerful demeanor significantly. Harry was taken aback to see a few drops of tears glistening in the dog's eyes. Since the Dursleys had no pets, he could not comprehend why the black dog's spirits had so drastically changed. It had looked so lively moments before when he was perched in the tree. "Perhaps I can help you find something to eat," Harry clumsily consoled the black dog. "My new bedroom is actually filled with Dudley's old things, and there are some items he doesn't like to eat, vegetable snacks and such." "Wait here," Harry said, dashing towards the windowsill. Harry's new room was cluttered with Dudley's broken toys, a scratched miniature camera, a bent air rifle, an empty birdcage, and a pile of pristine, untouched books that Dudley would never open. Upon moving in, Harry had quickly discovered this small trove of treasures that Dudley clearly had no interest in. Before long, Harry and the black dog were hidden behind a tree, munching on a bag of vegetable snacks. With their cheeks stuffed, Harry couldn't help but chuckle. "I know this isn't particularly tasty, but I wish I could offer you more." The black dog brushed its tail against Harry's hand in agreement, but soon shrieks erupted from the Dursleys' front yard. "Who trampled my lawn like this? Good heavens! Which little brat is responsible for this? Harry, is it you?" Aunt Petunia's sharp voice pierced through the air. "Oh no." Harry turned to the black dog and said, "You better not let her see you. Ever since I received that letter, she's been on edge all day. Run away quickly." Harry carefully stuffed the half-eaten bag of vegetable snacks into the black dog's mouth. "Take this with you. You can come find me to play secretly. I have all summer free." By the time Aunt Petunia found Harry behind the tree, the black dog had already vanished. "Is it you? I knew you were deliberately retaliating against me and Vernon for all the trouble we went through to raise you, and yet you treat us this way. Useless creature." Aunt Petunia's voice grew increasingly frantic with anger. "It wasn't me," Harry protested. "Could I please see the letter addressed to me?" Aunt Petunia's accusations seemed to lodge in her throat. "No, that wasn't a letter for you." But Harry was seized by Aunt Petunia, who dragged him toward the house. "Don't ask questions. No more going outside." With a loud slam, Aunt Petunia locked Harry in his room. Sitting amidst the heaps of old toys, Harry found a spot to sit, feeling utterly powerless. As dusk fell, Harry stared blankly at the windowsill. The Dursleys' household fell silent. Perhaps all had drifted off to sleep. Harry contemplated whether he should climb back up the tree and wait until the postman arrived the next day to inform him that he had not received his rightful letter. At that moment, a furry silhouette darted past the window. It was the large black dog of the day. Harry happily stroked its head. The large black dog was holding a piece of paper in its mouth. After dropping the paper, it hurried away. Harry discerned the flamboyant script. "I will come to fetch you tomorrow. Be prepared." Chapter 3. The note. This missive rendered Harry sleepless throughout the night, compelling him to pace within his new abode, which was far more comfortable than the cupboard, in an attempt to distract himself. Recent events had been exceedingly peculiar. He found himself capable of understanding the language of snakes, received unexpected correspondence, encountered a mysterious large black dog, and now faced this unfamiliar note. A flicker of hope lingered in Harry's heart. Each time he was confronted with adversity he wished to evade, fate seemed to intervene at the last moment, like his aunt's sudden shearing of his hair, which miraculously reverted overnight, or his unscathed descent from the roof. Harry sat on the Forsaken he had unearthed in the corner of his bedroom, laboriously shifting from one side of the room to the other. The night had deepened, and the occasional chirping of insects rendered the summer evening even more serene. Yet, Harry felt his heart racing, as if it were on the brink of leaping from his chest. He realized he seemed to be anticipating something. Perhaps tomorrow would unfold as unremarkably as the past 10 years, but in this moment, he still harbored a sense of expectation. Harry successfully managed to open Dudley's old camera amidst the clutter. After the lens was damaged, it could only capture blurry videos. He pointed the camera at himself and spoke to no one in particular, expressing a fervent wish. Whoever it is, take me away. I hope I won't be here tomorrow. I'm ordinary, but sometimes I feel remarkably different. The following morning, Aunt Petunia's piercing scream awoke Harry, who had been dozing on the heap of junk. What are you doing? You dare touch Dudley's things. Hurry to the kitchen and fry some eggs. Otherwise, Dudley won't have time for a hot breakfast. Yes, Aunt, Harry replied, struggling to open his eyes. He had barely slept for an hour or perhaps just a few minutes. Fortunately, his years of experience assisting in the kitchen allowed him to follow Aunt Petunia's commands, even in his dazed state. As the family gathered around the dining table, Harry's mind gradually cleared. He occasionally glanced toward the door, as if awaiting a letter that belonged to him. However, Dudley and Uncle Vernon appeared equally tense, their squinting eyes fixed on the entrance. Just as Harry absently sliced a half grapefruit, the sound of barking dogs caught his attention. Sorry, I need to head back to my room, he hurriedly told the large black dog outside the window. He was unsure of what he anticipated. Indeed, it was the same large black dog from yesterday. Harry waved enthusiastically, only to be engulfed by confusion. Was he supposed to leap from the windowsill and follow it away? It seemed absurd, yet what about that note? The black dog opened its mouth and gestured with its paw towards the Dursley's front door. Dad, a new letter has arrived. Dudley's exclamation echoed from downstairs. I'll go see, Harry said to the black dog, wondering if his letter was among the pile. By the time he returned to the dining table, chaos had erupted. It seemed everyone was eager to grasp the letters for themselves. Uncle Vernon and Dudley were entangled in a peculiar scuffle, Dudley's squinting eyes fixated on the pile of letters, while Aunt Petunia clutched one tightly in her hand. As Aunt Petunia trembled and rifled through the letters, she exhaled sharply, looking at Harry as if she had triumphed. There is no letter for you. Haha. No letters from any freaks. I knew it. We are a respectable family. No one would send their child to a strange school. Uncle Vernon instantly released his grip on Dudley, who fell heavily to the ground with a loud thud. As the family settled back at the dining table, the doorbell rang. The Dursleys, now relieved, began to enjoy their breakfast. Dudley, go answer the door, commanded Uncle Vernon. Harry, open it. Dudley kicked Harry hard, blaming him for the fall he had just taken. Feeling disheartened by the absence of his letter, Harry opened the door and was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. A tall, slender man with dark hair stood outside, most of his face obscured, leaving only a pair of gray eyes that appeared melancholic, exuding an aura of negativity. Yet, this man possessed an undeniable elegance, his attire seemingly worthy of Uncle Vernon's praise. Upon seeing Harry, he swiftly pulled down the mask obscuring his cheek and smiled. I am Sirius Black. I believe you have received a note. I am here to take you away. However, I thought it safer to keep my face covered. Harry noticed that Sirius, despite appearing slightly weary, was quite handsome, with a narrow nose and faint scars adorning his face. What was his connection to the dog? Harry stood there, mouth agape. Sirius covered his lower face again, as Uncle Vernon, having noticed the unexpected visitor, became tense. Who is there? Before Harry could react, Sirius strode confidently towards the dining table. Uncle Vernon, startled, glared at the taller stranger with a wary expression. But Sirius's expensive-looking clothing seemed to shift Uncle Vernon's caution into curiosity. Drawing from years of experience discussing drill orders, Uncle Vernon could somewhat assess a person's wealth based on their attire. This individual, albeit peculiar for covering half his face, appeared to be a respectable figure, perhaps even affluent, which eased Uncle Vernon's demeanor slightly. I have a cold. Please allow me to cover my mouth and nose, Sirius said, having long abandoned such formalities, especially when addressing muggles. He aimed to steer the conversation swiftly. I have come today because I was entrusted with delivering a substantial sum of money. A substantial sum? Uncle Vernon's eyes widened in surprise, his previous doubts about the intruder's purpose dissipating. Why? The benefactor is Harry's parents. After they were murdered, you took Harry in, So it is only fitting that you receive compensation. You see, James and Lily left Harry a considerable fortune. Sirius spoke calmly as he placed a large bag of gold on the table, feeling the Dursleys' gazes grow fervent. We have indeed done a lot for Harry. He can be quite disobedient and is often a source of concern. Uncle Vernon's hand reached for the gold, his face reddening. Aunt Petunia, blocking Uncle Vernon's hand, seized the bag with a wary expression, saying, "What are you trying to do? Take Harry away. That won't do. He won't become like his freakish parents." Aunt Petunia was visibly anxious, forgetting to contest Harry's parents' tragic demise, which they had always attributed to a car accident. Harry's parents also had plans for his education. Sirius continued, seemingly ignoring Aunt Petunia's words. As stated in that letter, in September, Harry will commence his studies at Hogwarts. Here, this is your letter. Before the Dursleys could react, Harry had already taken the substantial envelope embossed with the letter H from Sirius's hand, the very letter he had longed for all day. Harry eagerly delved into the text, the words appearing remarkably foreign to him. Robes? Cauldron? Elementary magic? Not a single title on the lengthy reading list was familiar. Despite Harry's commendable academic performance at school, Dumbledore has a letter for you, Sirius declared to Aunt Petunia. He seems to mention that you wrote to him when you were young, and he asked me to bring this to you while I collect Harry. Aunt Petunia's face flushed crimson at once. How dare you? I have never done such a thing. Who is Dumbledore? The air thickened for a few seconds, and Dudley and Uncle Vernon exchanged dubious glances. In that case, take this little monster away. I will no longer hinder you. Aunt Petunia turned and strode toward the kitchen, where she seized Dumbledore's letter and tore it to shreds. If Harry wishes, I will gladly bring him back any time. After all, it is you who have kept him safe for these 10 years. Please accept my gratitude. Sirius paused before continuing. Harry is destined to be extraordinary, regardless of your consent. He will attend Hogwarts. Chapter 4. The photograph I do not understand, sir. Why do we need an owl? And these items to purchase? I doubt a department store will have them. Just as Sirius and the Dursleys were engaged in a heated discussion, Harry's attention was completely captivated by the contents of the letter. He noticed that the recipient's address had transformed into the smallest bedroom, Harry Potter, revealing that this enigmatic correspondent seemed to possess boundless knowledge. Sirius turned back and patiently explained, "You are a wizard, just like your parents. By the way, I fear you have yet to see what your mother and father look like. I unearthed an old photograph of you yesterday. I believe you will cherish it." Harry took the photograph, and to his astonishment, he discovered that everything within it was animated. There were 3 individuals captured in the image. As he gazed upon the contents of the photograph, a long-dormant memory within Harry's mind seemed to awaken just a fraction. The arrangements in the picture felt both familiar and foreign. The small boy careening wildly on a miniature broomstick was undoubtedly himself. The man beside him, flustered and disheveled, bore an uncanny resemblance to Harry, revealing him to be his father. On the other side, a beautiful woman with a radiant smile, whose striking green eyes Harry recognized. Must be his mother. Are these my mom and dad? Harry murmured almost inaudibly, his palm gliding over the surface of the photograph as if he sought to feel the warmth of his kin. He was bewildered by the strange broomstick's ability to fly. Yet merely witnessing such a scene filled him with joy. "This little broomstick was the birthday gift I gave you that year," Sirius remarked, watching James in the photograph wave at him. "I knew you would fly just as well as your father. Back then, you could barely articulate words. Yet you had already mastered flying." And Petunia had silently approached Harry from behind, and upon seeing the woman in the photograph, she suddenly broke into tears. "No, Lily. My sister, Lily." Tears cascaded down Aunt Petunia's cheeks. "My sister was deceived by that cursed letter. She is gone. If you take away the little monster, he will perish as well." Harry sensed Aunt Petunia's gaze fixed upon him, and Sirius, too, noted her scrutiny. He spoke earnestly. "This child possesses Lily's eyes, does he not? The most formidable dark wizard in the magical realm took the lives of James and Lily, yet miraculously, baby Harry survived. Should he remain in your midst, he would stand defenseless when danger looms. Is the one who murdered my sister still alive?" And Petunia exclaimed, her eyes widening in terror. "Voldemort has escaped. Perhaps he shall return, perhaps he shall not." Sirius turned his face aside, striving to banish the haunting whispers of the Death Eaters from Azkaban that plagued his thoughts. Preparing the necessities for Harry's schooling would require some time. Thus, we must depart immediately. And Petunia appeared intent on obstructing their departure, but seemingly swayed by Sirius's words. Her hand lingered in the air for a few seconds before ultimately retreating. Sirius's lips quirked slightly as he added, "Harry must learn to become a stronger individual, capable of protecting himself and even safeguarding you." It would be a mere trifle for a dark wizard to harm muggles like yourselves. We do not care. Take him away. Aunt Petunia replied in a voice teetering on the brink of despair. Sirius mused aloud. I believe we must allow the children to live in a better world. Yet, only through resistance can a better world be forged. Harry's parents were remarkable wizards. He took Harry's hand and walked towards the door. Harry felt overwhelmed by an abundance of information, leaving him at a loss as to where to begin with his myriad of questions. Yet, more often than not, he found himself gazing at the old photograph, admiring the beaming faces of his parents. As the two approached the tree where Harry had hidden that fateful day, Sirius abruptly halted his steps. Harry caught the sound of Sirius's laughter. What is the matter? He inquired, tilting his head in curiosity. I was just pondering whether James and Lily's child is truly so easily deceived. We've only known each other for a few hours. And yet you're willing to leave with me? Sirius glanced around to ensure they were alone, then unveiled his face, his features becoming animated. I had anticipated it would take a considerable amount of time to persuade you, given that you grew up with Muggle parents, entirely unaware of the magical world. You knew my parents. You are a friend of my father and mother, Harry asserted solemnly, lifting the moving photograph. In fact, I am your godfather, Sirius replied, his expression radiating genuine delight. But aren't you afraid that I might be a villain, suddenly whisking away the savior baby with a heap of money? That money is mine. But your parents indeed left you a substantial fortune. I shall accompany you to Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Harry scrutinized his godfather standing before his god for him intently. I believe you appear to be a good person, he remarked. I have just emerged from prison, Sirius stated solemnly. Moreover, I have been falsely accused of being the murderer of your parents. The true villain who disclosed information to Voldemort regarding your parents remains at large. Harry seemed momentarily frozen in place. A faint smile of bittersweet irony grazed Sirius's lips as he remarked, You are still young. There is much I could tell you that would be beyond your comprehension. How do we find him? Harry inquired. The one who betrayed my parents? This is the very reason I escaped from prison. Sirius crouched down to meet Harry's gaze, assuring him, Focus diligently on your studies at Hogwarts. And I shall ensure your safety. Of course, mastering magic is essential. When you find yourself alone, it will empower you to stand on your own. After all, I could be gone at any moment. Stand on my own, Harry echoed, somewhat bewildered. Yet, a clear mind may prove more valuable than potent magic. With that, Sirius lifted Harry into his arms. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 small mirrors from his pocket, declaring, These are two-way mirrors. Whenever you need to find me, simply hold up one of these mirrors. They will connect us. Harry nodded, taking one of the mirrors into his possession. He gazed into it, and the face of Sirius, holding another mirror, materialized before him. Just like that, even from a great distance, one could see me and hear my voice. If anyone dares to bully you at Hogwarts, I shall give them a taste of their own medicine. The occasional air of pride emanating from Sirius reassured Harry. He seldom encountered individuals of such noble demeanor in his life. This nobility resembled a stubbornness forged through suffering and the acquaintance of malevolence. Yet it never entertained the notion of acquiescing to it. It embodied a disdain and contempt for evil, a conscious choice to refrain from wrongdoing despite the possibility. Where shall we go now? Harry unfolded his Hogwarts acceptance letter, noting that there remained a month until the start of term. How would he spend this month? Each word on that letter would likely require explanation from someone. I might need to take you back to number 12, Grimmauld Place. It's my home, centrally located in London, close to Diagon Alley and King's Cross Station. Sirius hesitated, stroking his face. You might not find it particularly appealing. No one has lived there for a decade, save for a peculiar house elf. It's rather gloomy and antiquated, filled with a plethora of eccentric portraits. I hope it won't frighten you. Seeing the hint of anticipation on Harry's face, Sirius sighed in relief. Your birthday is in a few days, and I wish to celebrate it well for my godson. Which is why I hurried to fetch you. It is splendid that you are willing to come with me. I will write to Dumbledore to ease his worries. Chapter 5. The Square overwhelmed with inquiries, Harry bombarded Sirius with questions from the back of the flying motorcycle, leaving him parched. Perhaps it was due to having seen moving photographs, but when the sleek black motorcycle ascended into the sky, Harry was not particularly astonished. This is my own customized motorcycle. I find the Muggle invention quite fascinating. However, to avoid drawing too much attention, I modified it to mute the engine's noise. It also comes with an invisibility feature. Sirius's voice drifted back intermittently with the wind. Do wizards typically use such modes of transportation? Harry clutched Sirius's sleeve tightly, peering down at the twinkling lights of the land as they neared London. He had only visited a couple of times with the Dursleys. Wizards can apparate or use flue powder with fireplace keys, Sirius replied loudly. Motorcycles are generally not utilized. They are neither safe nor swift, but I enjoy them. They are rather splendid, are they not? Before Harry could pose his next inquiry, Sirius had already begun to descend towards the ground, halting between two aged houses. Numbers 11 and 13 on Grimmauld Place. Thanks to the motorcycle's cloaking ability, it appeared that no passers-by had noticed their presence. In his mind, he recited that the ancestral home of the Black family was located at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Sirius addressed Harry directly. Harry complied, and when he opened his eyes, he discovered a peculiar building emerging between numbers 11 and 13, expanding in a strange manner to carve out its own space amidst the two adjacent old houses. Its door number unmistakably 12. I harbor an aversion to this place, yet it may well be the safest refuge I can offer you. My father has endowed this location with every conceivable protective measure to thwart intruders, so much so that even the Ministry of Magic has been unable to locate it. As Sirius chanted incantations, he guided Harry across the stone steps. They paused before the grand entrance, and Harry was struck by an overwhelming stench of decay that filled his nostrils. As the silver serpent-shaped lock clicked open, the myriad furnishings within the house came into view. Harry could sense that everything here bore a hefty price, accompanied by an air of antiquity. The Black family seemed to possess a particular fondness for serpentine chandeliers, frames adorned with snake motifs, and candle holders that glimmered with a silvery sheen, casting an even darker shadow over the old house. Yet, all of this resonated deeply with Sirius's temperament. The dim, exquisite yet stale abode mirrored the melancholic, haughty, and emotionally volatile nature of the Black family. Suddenly, a creature with bat-like ears emerged from the basement corridor. It appeared diminutive and peculiar, bowing deeply before Sirius. The master has returned, declared Creature, the Black family's disreputable house elf, who held little regard for anyone, not even Regulus, nor Miss Sissy, or Miss Bella. Silence. Sirius bellowed fiercely. Creature immediately fell silent, glaring at Sirius with bloodshot eyes while casting furtive glances at Harry. Its lips continued to move, though no sound emerged. Oh. Harry seemed terrified, retreating several steps before stumbling into Sirius's legs. It's all right, he won't harm you. This is a house elf, akin to a servant, bound to serve its master. Which is me. He is an insufferable old thing. You needn't converse with him, Sirius said, frowning as he sought to reassure Harry. Go clean the house inside and out. Prepare dinner for Harry and me, Sirius instructed Creature in a curt tone, and do not appear before me during this time. You are strictly forbidden from disclosing any information about me, including Harry, to anyone in any manner. Harry Potter? Creature seemed to recognize Harry's name, scrutinizing him closely. The house elf clutched its filthy apron tightly, as if struggling to find words. The Dark Lord, go now. I do not wish to hear that name again. Sirius raised his voice, his disdain palpable. Perhaps Sirius's sudden outburst roused the portrait, for the image of Mrs. Black hanging on the wall erupted into a furious tirade. Mongrel. Disgrace. The shame of the Black family. I have no son like you. How dare you return? Where is my Regulus? Silence her. Sirius shouted at Creature, then pulled Harry upstairs. The lady's piercing shrieks lingered for a few moments before fading. Harry struggled to keep pace with Sirius as they ascended the staircase. I apologize. Sirius appeared quite dejected. Perhaps I should have let you go back. This place is dreadful. I never intended to return after running away, but I never expected my home to transform into this. Harry appeared apprehensive, yet as Sirius unlocked the door to his own chamber, Harry began to comprehend why Sirius was at odds with everything here. The reds and golds rendered Sirius's room a realm apart. The golden-red lion banner imbued the space with warmth, while a multitude of colorful posters adorned the walls, obscuring the once silver surface beneath. Among them were several of Sirius's cherished motorcycle. A group photograph captured Harry's attention, but it was affixed too high for him to discern clearly. Noticing Harry's gaze, Sirius lifted him up, allowing Harry to glimpse his father alongside Sirius. This is you, and this is Dad. Harry's finger traced the youthful faces, and Sirius appeared far more spirited in his younger days. Suddenly, Sirius pointed out a short boy in the photograph. That's him. The traitor. Peter Pettigrew. Who? Harry inquired, looking at the tearful-eyed diminutive boy. I will find him and kill him. For James and Lily, Sirius declared through gritted teeth, his nails leaving deep impressions on the photograph. Harry silently etched the visage into his memory. What do these lion banners signify? He turned his gaze towards the gold and crimson that nearly enveloped the room. This is the banner of Gryffindor, one of the 4 houses of Hogwarts. It was there that I became acquainted with your father and mother. It is a splendid place. I cannot fathom how I would survive without the companionship from there, Sirius elaborated. Were my parents both from Gryffindor? Harry's interest in the banner piqued instantly. They were among the finest students of Gryffindor. Those chosen by Gryffindor possess immense courage. Your father was also an exceptional Quidditch player. Sirius responded swiftly, explaining that Quidditch is a sport played on broomsticks. I wager you will undoubtedly enjoy it. Tomorrow, when I take you to Diagon Alley, I shall procure for you the finest broom. Although first years cannot join the team, you can still practice in secret. Are there other houses? Harry inquired further. Voldemort graduated from Slytherin. I even saw his student accolades while I was confined. In my opinion, many graduates of Slytherin became Voldemort's followers, likely influenced from their formative years. Sirius remarked disdainfully. The Slytherin emblem is adorned in silver and green, reminiscent of my brother Regulus's room. He gestured towards the other side. My foolish brother has been completely deceived by Voldemort. Beneath Sirius's feigned nonchalance, Harry detected a hint of sorrow. Regulus's room appeared as lavish as Sirius's, opulently decorated. Yet everything here seemed more restrained and orderly, unlike Sirius's flamboyant style. I had Creature procure a plethora of Polyjuice potion. A potion that allows me to assume the appearance of others. I fear I may look different each time I accompany you. Sirius mused while contemplating a small tuft of hair. Although the Ministry of Magic appears unaware of any irregularities at Azkaban, I must exercise caution. Sirius guided Harry on a tour of the upstairs, then hesitantly stated, if you are amenable, you may stay here. If not, once we complete your school supply shopping, I will return you to your aunt's home. Dumbledore assures me it will be a safe haven until you reach adulthood. I love it here, Harry replied without hesitation. Having comfortably settled onto the bed, Sirius's belongings were neatly arranged beside the desk, and the entire room exuded warmth. There are many peculiarities here. My mother's portrait can be rather irritable, and some old items may pose a threat to your life. Do not rummage through things carelessly, like the old clothes. They may be cursed and could strangle you, Sirius hurriedly cautioned. The Dursleys were equally volatile with me, Harry replied calmly. Dudley would use me as a punching bag when he was in a foul mood. Sirius touched Harry's forehead with a tinge of guilt, remorsefully stating, had I been more cautious that year, perhaps many events could have been averted. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the door. Master, dinner is prepared. Sirius did not respond, merely turning to Harry and saying, I fear it may not be particularly palatable. My house elf and I share mutual disdain. Creature only reveals his true culinary talents when preparing meals for my mother and Regulus, but it will suffice to satiate our hunger. Harry nodded and replied, I can also prepare some simple breakfasts my aunt taught me, if needed. No, starting tomorrow, I shall take you to the Wizarding Restaurant for a grand feast. To be frank, we are both quite famished. Sirius waved his hand dismissively, adding, I require a new wand. It would greatly facilitate matters. While the Ministry of Magic has yet to issue a warrant for my arrest, with a stroke of luck, I may never find myself facing such a decree in my lifetime. Indeed, Creature's culinary skills were commendable. Harry savored a substantial bowl of unfamiliar thick soup alongside some fruit pies. Everything was exquisite, but the gaze of the house elf lingering nearby, as if attempting to peer into his very thoughts, made Harry feel slightly uncomfortable. Sirius was evidently suppressing his temper, seemingly to avoid alarming Harry, as he refrained from shouting at the house elf. Thank you, Harry murmured timidly to Creature after the meal, and Sirius grunted as he pulled Harry away from the table. Just before they departed, Harry could have sworn he saw Creature roll his eyes dramatically at the two of them. Chapter 6. An encounter. Sirius ultimately settled into his brother Regulus's room, while Harry enjoyed a restful sleep in the chamber adorned with Gryffindor banners. Even in deep slumber, Harry felt as though the four figures in the photographs on the wall were curiously observing him. As dawn broke, before Sirius could even knock on the door, Harry awakened in the faint morning light. This was the hour Aunt Petunia would scream for him to prepare breakfast. His internal clock seemed unaware that he had departed from Privet Drive, faithfully rousing its master at the customary time. The morning light streamed through the window, illuminating a corner of the room. Harry quietly rose and spent considerable time examining Sirius's desk, cluttered with letters and old textbooks. He recognized many of the titles mentioned in the acceptance letters. However, Sirius insisted on purchasing a brand new set for Harry, all adorned with my own doodles created during tedious classes, alongside some failed spells, an amusing trend during our student days, where we often concocted our own incantations. By the time Sirius entered the room, Harry had once again succumbed to slumber, his head resting on the desk. We have numerous items to procure today, and we must make a preliminary visit to Gringotts Wizarding Bank, so we ought to set off early. Sirius hurriedly pulled Harry towards the basement. The dining area of number 12, Grimmauld Place. Creature's abode was adjacent to the basement dining room, a cupboard brimming with the house elf's cherished belongings, all emblazoned with the Black family crest. Harry was astonished to discover that the entire house was significantly cleaner than the day before. The glaring cobwebs and the tattered curtains had been mended, and some silver ornaments and decorations gleamed as if they were brand new. He could hardly fathom how long Creature must have labored overnight. Creature was quite commendable, Harry couldn't help but exclaim. He has accomplished a great deal. Indeed. Yet house elves are inherently inclined to work. Sirius replied nonchalantly, asserting that if Creature wished, he could make this dilapidated old mansion shine like a palace. However, the likelihood of him putting forth such effort in my presence is virtually non-existent. Nevertheless, I shall endeavor to avoid quarreling before you, lest I appear as a madcap godfather. Before their departure, Sirius consumed a large vial of polyjuice potion, and to Harry's astonishment, he transformed into another individual. It should suffice for a day. Let us set off. With the aid of flue powder, Harry swiftly learned to navigate the flames of the fireplace. Diagon Alley was teeming with wizards arriving from all corners. The array of wizarding robes and pointed hats convinced Harry that he had entered a wholly different magical realm. Sirius soon emerged from the fireplace, cheerfully leading Harry towards Gringotts. After a whirlwind ride in the bank's fast-paced cart, Harry felt his head spinning. For the first time, he beheld his own vault. His parents had indeed left him a modest fortune. Sometimes, he genuinely appreciated the goblins' impartiality. As long as the key's identity was verified, they cared little for who you were. Among other things, Sirius, clutching a hefty bag of gold, exited the crooked white structure of Gringotts, but his steps suddenly faltered. Following his gaze, Harry spotted an imposing figure standing out among the wizards. It was Hagrid. Sirius remarked. "Excuse me, what?" Harry inquired, looking up. The enormous figure was approaching Gringotts, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. "He's a rather decent fellow. It was he who returned you to Privet Drive all those years ago. And he borrowed my motorcycle. To prevent him from recognizing you, it is best we steer clear of him." Sirius turned and headed in another direction, hastily tousling Harry's hair to obscure his scar. Gradually, Sirius guided Harry away from the throngs of people, and as they walked further, the number of wizards around them dwindled. They eventually halted on a dreary street, where an exquisitely decorated shop caught Harry's attention. He noted the silver serpent-shaped door handle and the deep green decor visible through the windows. Harry meticulously scrutinized the handwriting of the embossed sign that read Blue Ribbon. "This was a restaurant frequently visited by my mother in the past, highly favored by wizards from pure-blood families. In our generation, its reputation was primarily sustained through familial whispers. Although I have always found self-important aristocrats rather tiresome, the culinary offerings of this establishment are commendable, and the dining experience is guaranteed to be intimate due to the exorbitant prices. For me, this is rather advantageous. If the wizards were to recognize you, they would likely expend considerable effort speculating about my identity." Sirius expertly pulled open the door handle, and a spectral waiter swiftly escorted the two of them to their table. In a corner of the restaurant, a few elegantly attired musicians were performing delightful melodies. The magical crystal centerpiece on the table emitted a soft, enchanting glow. Indeed, there were only a handful of patrons in the establishment. Harry cast a hurried glance and noted a nearby family of three, their light golden hair strikingly illuminated by the warm orange light. Harry observed Sirius displaying a hint of embarrassment. He cleared his throat and, lowering his voice, remarked, "The family of three beside us seems to have a connection to me. That is my cousin." Harry immediately turned around and scrutinized the trio before him. The mother, with her porcelain skin and an air of haughty elegance, bore a striking resemblance to Sirius in certain aspects. Her name was Narcissa Black, and she had been betrothed to Lucius Malfoy while still at Hogwarts, the blonde man seated beside her. She was the favored Miss Sissy of Creature. Sirius seemed to recall that he was still under the protective effects of the polyjuice potion, and his demeanor became significantly more at ease. Well, in any case, she undoubtedly wouldn't recognize me. Harry mimicked Sirius' manner and read aloud the names on the menu. Soon, empty plates on the table would be filled with exquisite dishes, whose names were perplexing, such as foie gras paired with candied perilla leaves and blueberry jelly, or scallops with cauliflower puree accompanied by corn and coconut foam, and confit chicken legs served with Italian balsamic vegetables and black rice risotto. You could order any dish that piqued your interest. As the last heir of the Black family, I must expend this wealth with great effort. My poor mother surely never anticipated that her wayward son could escape." Sirius gestured towards the pile of gold coins he had just retrieved from Gringotts, noting the meager portions of the dishes, hardly enough to fill a gap between my teeth. While speaking, he quickly finished the confit chicken leg with balsamic vegetables and black rice risotto, shifting his gaze towards the deconstructed Mont Blanc, which was scarcely the size of half a hand. Observing Sirius with a hearty appetite, Harry instinctively quickened his own pace of eating. In the Dursley household, Harry could never indulge in such a relaxed meal, occasionally exchanging glances with his godfather and mocking each other's manner of eating. Do you seem to have a disdain for the surname Black? It is your family, Harry pondered, observing the slight tightening of Sirius' brow as he relaxed. They took pride in being pure-blood wizards, looking down upon those devoid of magic, having derogatorily referred to muggles as mudbloods. Yet, this notion was rather trivial. The true virtues deserving of reverence were overlooked by them. In the wizarding world, there are 28 pure-blood families, often accumulating wealth through early alliances with muggle elites or royalty. To maintain their pure lineage, descendants typically marry within these pure-blood families. A look of disdain returned to Sirius' face as he remarked, I too briefly believed such nonsense in my childhood, but upon truly encountering the world outside, I realized how lamentable such beliefs are. Your mother, Lily, was a muggle-born witch. She was exceptional, which is why James was so infatuated with her for so many years. Mudblood? Harry encountered another unfamiliar term. It is a vile word. Should you hear anyone utter it, you have my permission to give them a punch. Or summon me, and I shall deliver the blow myself, Sirius declared. Quickly reading several more lengthy and convoluted dish names, unconscious Harry let out a sigh of relief and began to indulge in the seemingly delectable pudding before him. A mischievous smile crept on Sirius's lips. At the very least, he could scare Harry a little, relishing in his somewhat cheeky demeanor. He silently wished for a muggle-born child at Hogwarts this year, someone with the formidable prowess akin to Harry's mother, to give him a taste of his own medicine. The Malfoy family had already risen from their seats, and Sirius and Harry instinctively lowered their heads in unison. Come on, let us follow them. Once the Malfoys vanished through the door, Sirius discreetly pulled out a handful of coins and slipped them to the ghostly waiter, then stealthily trailed behind Harry. Soon, an opportunity presented itself. Narcissa headed towards the wand shop, while Lucius entered the leaky cauldron, leaving Draco alone to venture into Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Harry finally beheld the countenance of Sirius's young relative. Although his light golden hair appeared somewhat ridiculous due to its overly neat arrangement, his gray eyes bore an unmistakably youthful innocence. Aside from that, young Malfoy possessed a fair complexion, and his expression exuded a haughty demeanor, indicative of someone who had long been confined within the shadows of a secluded manor. The two locked eyes, and before Sirius, who stood behind Harry, could utter a word, Draco had already unleashed a torrent of inquiries. Are you also a new student at Hogwarts? Have you read any spellbooks? Is anyone in your family a wizard? I believe Hogwarts should only admit children from wizarding families. You play Quidditch, don't you? Can you ride a broomstick? How young were you when you first rode one? I was riding at 6. That is splendid if you can ride. We could have a match at Hogwarts. Which house will you be sorted into? Slytherin is marvelous. My whole family belongs to Slytherin. I'm certain I shall be sorted into Slytherin as well. Isn't it infuriating that Hogwarts doesn't allow first years to ride broomsticks? I must tell my father. I will certainly buy one. I must join the school team. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing. Did you see that big, foolish giant on the street just now? Doesn't he seem rather dim-witted? By the way, what is your surname? Harry found himself utterly bewildered by the incessant barrage of questions and self-revelations from Draco. In a moment of desperation, he unwittingly confessed to possessing the ability to ride a flying broomstick, although no such memory resided in his mind. An image gifted by Sirius did indeed depict him riding a miniature broomstick at the tender age of 1, which could certainly be deemed an accomplishment, especially with his parents by his side at that time. Harry stammered his responses to Draco's inquiries, silently praying that he would not have to attend flying lessons with the individual before him at Hogwarts. He was uncertain whether the flying skills he had acquired at the tender age of 1 would still be applicable a decade later. Sirius stood behind the two, arms crossed, and due to Draco's incessant questioning, he found no opportunity to interject. Frustrated, he resorted to a pronounced cough to assert his presence. Cough, 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 cough. At last, Draco noticed Sirius standing behind Harry. Today, Sirius had transformed himself using a rather unremarkable potion, assuming the guise of an ordinary adult muggle male. As Draco turned to facilitate the measurements by the robe shop attendant, he scrutinized Sirius with a puzzled expression and remarked to Harry, "Why does your father's attire seem so familiar to me?" Harry denied, "This is not my father. He is Harry sensed that Sirius behind him stiffened and immediately said, "He is a friend." Although Sirius had assumed another's appearance, he was clad in his own garments. As a person of particular discernment regarding attire, most of his robes were custom-made from his mother's favored clothing store. Given the typical spending habits of pureblood families, it was highly probable that Narcissa had also taken Draco there. Thus, it was not surprising that Draco found the wizarding robes familiar. "Hello, what is your surname?" Draco posed this question once more. "White," Sirius replied, fabricating a name, choosing the anonym of Black. "I am a researcher of magical linguistics." "What?" Draco's brow furrowed. It seemed that the knowledge of this young scion from a wizarding family was, for the first time, being challenged. The surname White did not belong to any of the 28 pureblood families, which would have significantly diminished Draco's interest in the individual before him. However, the unfamiliar profession piqued his curiosity. Sirius seized the opportunity to redirect Draco's attention, and Harry exhaled in relief. "I study the subtle, long-term effects of language on wizards. Certain words may have detrimental effects over time, potentially leading to death." Sirius lowered his voice deliberately, speaking with a fierce tone. "I possess the ability to sense the malevolent magic inherent in these terms." "Which words?" Draco inquired, his expression taut, even neglecting to notice the measuring tape he was pushing against himself. "For instance, blood," Sirius continued at a leisurely pace. "You're lying," Draco retorted swiftly, his complexion paling further. "Have you not noticed that those who frequently use that term tend not to live long?" Sirius coaxed. "This is a conclusion drawn from numerous cases of wizarding fatalities." Draco lowered his head, seemingly searching for examples to counter this claim, but after a few minutes, he appeared to concede. Sirius could scarcely suppress a laugh but quickly composed himself. "I can indeed sense the dark magic that accumulates in words. The adage loose lips sink ships holds true. Voldemort often used the term mudblood, and look where he ended up. There are other nefarious terms that yield similar effects." "Dark Lord," Draco thought bitterly, wanting to express something but swallowing his words. "Is this true?" "It is merely a word, not a spell or a potion. I can discern many things." Sirius pretended to sense the air around Draco, dramatically inhaling as if casting a spell. "I suspect someone in your family has suffered from dragon pox." Draco gasped, for his grandfather had perished from it, but Sirius did not allow Draco the opportunity to ponder further. "I also suspect that someone in your family enjoys bitter almond pudding." Draco's voice trembled. "My mother has the house elf make it every week." Noticing that Harry's robes were ready, Sirius decided to conclude this encounter. "In truth, individuals like me, who possess such abilities, typically engage in paid consultations. Today, I have shown you great mercy by sharing so much, so, young one, heed my advice." Draco's eyelashes fluttered slightly, seemingly awaiting Sirius's next words. "Whenever you are about to speak, it is wise to engage your mind first, lest you bring misfortune upon your family and yourself. Language is the most exquisite of spells. Its effects may not be as immediate as ordinary charms, yet they are deeply rooted." Draco pressed his lips tightly together, wavering between fear and disbelief. "If you do not believe me, you could serve as my next subject for experimentation. Would you be so kind as to provide me with your contact information? When you pass, please find a way to send me the time of your demise. I shall use it as a case study for my research on magical linguistics. You might even appear in the textbook I compile, accompanied by a medium-sized illustration." "I refuse," Draco exclaimed. "Ah, and do not disclose my findings to other uninformed wizards, lest their curiosity leads them to experiment and meet an early demise. I fear I might accumulate too many cases to fit in the book, and the publishing costs are quite steep." With that, Sirius hurriedly settled the bill and swiftly pulled Harry away. Once they were certain they could no longer see the Malfoy family, Sirius burst into his first hearty laugh of the day. "I almost thought my attire had betrayed me. Deceiving the little brat is far more amusing than tricking a bat. Just look at his face upon encountering a ghost." Harry pressed his lips together and replied, "I believe he has faith in it. What is a bat? It is a nuisance, always dressed in black like a great bat." Sirius snapped back to reality. "The bat is your teacher." "My teacher?" Harry inquired, clearly having never encountered any instructors from a magical institution. "Snape? He remains at school as the potions master," Sirius stated dryly. "I dare say he has always coveted the position of defense against the dark arts teacher, for his true interest lies in dark magic. He is still the head of Slytherin House. Why does Malfoy insist that Slytherin is the finest house?" Harry recalled the snippets of Draco's incessant chatter. "All students believe their house to be the best," Sirius replied matter-of-factly. "We are chosen by the founders through the sorting hat. In my eyes, Gryffindor is the superior house." "Which house should I be in?" Harry felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. What if he lacked the talent and none of the four houses wanted him? The Sorting Hat will offer guidance. It will heed your thoughts. It once contemplated placing me in Slytherin. Everyone in the Black family belongs to Slytherin, but I loathe my family. So I expressed my desire to join Gryffindor, and the hat complied without hesitation. One can choose? Harry felt considerably relieved. Perhaps it is based on your characteristics. My brother Regulus appears to be a quintessential Slytherin, yet during his sorting, the hat hesitated for quite some time. Later, Regulus confided that the hat had considered placing him in Gryffindor. In any case, one cannot fathom the hat's reasoning. It may perceive things beyond our comprehension. Sirius surveyed the surrounding shops, seemingly contemplating the next destination. With nearly a month remaining before the start of school, how do you wish to spend the time? Sirius urged Harry towards the broomstick shop. I am utterly ignorant of the magical world, Harry admitted candidly. I felt anxious speaking with Malfoy, as I truly know nothing. Do not fret about studying. Even cramming a day or two before the exams can yield high marks, Sirius shrugged. Of course, if you desire. I can impart much knowledge to you. I was among the top students in my time. Or perhaps you might consider trying a broomstick. Sirius gestured toward the shop. Harry held his breath. Although he had never truly ridden a broomstick since growing up, the brooms displayed in the shop window instantly captivated him. The meticulously trimmed tail, the elegant aerodynamic shape, and the striking promotional posters of Quidditch teams all combined to create an irresistible allure. This could serve as one of your birthday gifts, Sirius suggested knowingly, confident that Harry would adore it. As the two emerged from the store, each carrying a new Firebolt 2000, they unexpectedly encountered the Malfoy family. Draco wore a stern expression, as if his plan to persuade his parents to purchase him a new broom for school had miserably failed. We must consider your safety. After all, you have yet to undertake formal flying lessons. Narcissa hesitated, her son's discontent causing her resolve to waver. When you reach your second year, we shall procure the finest broom for you, Lucius asserted with unwavering determination, just as Draco prepared to throw a tantrum. The appearance of Harry and Sirius rendered him momentarily speechless. Draco's mouth fell open, his face flushed with jealousy. Upon recognizing the individuals before him, particularly the stranger who had just mentioned placing him in the textbooks, his expression morphed into one of sheer bewilderment. Sirius beamed with a dazzling smile, gesturing toward Draco with a playful mouthing of words. Mind your manners, now. By the time Harry and Sirius returned, their arms laden with treasures, dusk was settling upon the day. Harry could not help but notice that Sirius's mood had improved significantly after a brief outing, and he suspected that Draco's irritations earlier in the day might have played a small part. I must admit, the children at my cousin's house have their charming moments, Sirius remarked. Chapter 8. Late arrival Remus Lupin felt a heavy fog enveloping his mind. The night was deep, yet his work remained unfinished. The research report was only half written, and the words before him began to blur. Nevertheless, he could not afford to abandon his quill for a moment's respite, as the approaching full moon left him with little time to complete the report. As a temporary employee in a magical creature research project, Lupin cherished this opportunity, even though it was likely that his contract would terminate upon the report's completion. At the very least, it ensured his sustenance over the coming months and allowed him to scrape together some funds for the ingredients needed for Wolfsbane potion. Opportunities for werewolves in the wizarding community were scarce, and this magical creature research project, involving numerous sentient beings such as werewolves, vampires, and the often uncommunicative centaurs, was deemed too high risk and low reward for most ordinary wizards. Hence, Lupin found himself fortunate enough to be selected. Rubbing his eyes, he resolved to complete the latest field report on vampires. If it passed inspection, it would yield a modest reward. Remus Lupin was undoubtedly one of the most accomplished graduates from Hogwarts, yet his impressive academic record did little to alleviate the stark reality of his current circumstances. His peers had begun to make their marks across various fields, while he felt as though he remained stagnant. If only he had the blood of a normal person. Lupin sighed softly, aware of the futility of such a notion. Even the greatest gift Hogwarts had once bestowed upon him, his three best friends, had been lost all in one day. A sudden commotion broke through his thoughts, and squinting into the dimness, he surveyed his surroundings. He resided in the attic of a small tavern in the wizarding village, a cramped space repurposed as a storeroom, barely accommodating a single occupant. Below, the drunken revelry of patrons echoed through the night. The tavern owner, a friend of Lupin's father, had kindly offered him a remarkably low rent out of pity for his circumstances. Another noise erupted from below as several inebriated patrons shouted, "Where's that owl flying about? It's coming upstairs." An owl? Lupin instinctively glanced at the clock. It was indeed late. More importantly, he hadn't received a letter in ages. Opening the door from the attic to the tavern, he was met by an owl that dashed inside, evidently unprepared for the sudden entrance. Its wings flapped against Lupin's face, sending him stumbling backward. A snowy white owl pecked gently at his fingers, proudly displaying a piece of parchment tied to its leg, as if it were its first successful delivery. All right, Lupin said, rising to his feet, his drowsiness now gone. However, the moment he caught sight of the writing on the parchment, his heart felt as if it had been gripped tightly, skipping several beats. The handwriting was hauntingly familiar, so much so that he could recognize it even after a decade apart. Taking a deep breath, he folded the parchment, and memories of past quarrels, distrust, and the fleeting joys with Sirius rushed forth in his mind. During their school days, James had been the central figure of their group, his warmth and candor binding the four boys together. He was like a radiant sun, drawing his friends close. Sirius, in contrast, represented the dark, enigmatic aspects of Lupin's own heart. His superior appearance, lineage from an esteemed wizarding family, his haughty yet nonchalant demeanor, remarkable wealth, and an allure that danced between being infuriating and captivating, symbolizing everything that Lupin had once envied, a realization he had yet to fully acknowledge. This was a world unimaginable to a werewolf child who had experienced family turmoil, characterized by gentle nature and impoverished circumstances. When Sirius was branded a traitor and imprisoned in Azkaban without trial, Lupin found himself powerless to assist due to his werewolf identity, and he felt a part of himself crumble in that moment. Returning to his writing desk, Lupin's hands trembled slightly. He inhaled deeply and began to read the letter, word by word. Dear Moony, Chapter 9. The letter. Dear Moony, I trust you still recognize my handwriting. I am alive and have escaped from Azkaban. The one who betrayed James and Lily was not I. It was Wormtail who caused the fidelity charm to fail, and the secret keeper was replaced at the last moment. Little Harry is with me now, and Dumbledore has reluctantly allowed me to stay with him for a while, to prevent you from discarding this letter at first glance. I felt compelled to place all the crucial information up front. If you have read this far, I wish to speak with you. I believe we must meet, after all. We are among the few who have survived. You did not come to see me during my 10 years in Azkaban, Remus, but I do not hold that against you. I must admit that my decision to never consider you as a candidate for Secret Keeper due to your werewolf status was mistaken. Yet, I have questioned myself. What kept you from appearing before me during these 10 years? If you accepted my status as a murderer like everyone else, I would likely be enraged. You are one of the few who truly understands me. When I was cast into prison without trial, I suspect the true reason lies in the presence of Voldemort's spies within the Ministry, with Death Eaters and officials colluding to cover up Wormtail's crimes. Thus, even if you had stepped forward to testify, it would have been futile. In the 10 years of my imprisonment, every time I recall our joyous moments together in school, the Dementors become particularly excited. I am compelled to control my mind, for the best way to escape their torment is to forget everything. Harry is set to embark on his journey to Hogwarts in just a month. I find myself at number 12 Grimmauld Place, accompanying him as he studies his magical textbooks. Presently, I am the sole remaining member of the Black family, alongside the insufferable old creature. Occasionally, I seek solace in a tranquil valley, where I engage in a game of Quidditch with Harry. Though he is merely 11 years old, you should witness his remarkable flying skills. He bears the visage of James, yet possesses the enchanting eyes of Lily. This child is utterly delightful. His Muggle relatives exhibit a temperament that rivals my mother's notorious disposition. I aspire to treat him well, for had James and Lily been alive, circumstances would have unfolded quite differently. If you still harbor faith in me, I implore you to respond swiftly. The majority of my memories have been entrusted to Dumbledore, and should you wish to revisit that fateful day, I trust Dumbledore would not deny your request. It would be unwise to suddenly demand a re-examination, as the Malfoy family and other wizards associated with Voldemort maintain considerable influence within the Ministry of Magic. During my time in Azkaban, I frequently overheard Death Eaters raving in delirium about Voldemort's imminent resurgence. I wonder how you have fared of late. Prejudice against werewolves has remained deeply rooted in the wizarding community, a situation exacerbated significantly since Voldemort's rise to power, as he has sought to exploit werewolves, tarnishing their already sullied reputation. In the days that remain, I shall devote every ounce of my effort to locating that rat. He shall pay dearly for his transgressions. I am no longer the youthful figure I was a decade ago, from the moment I emerged from Azkaban into the light of day. I recognized that I had become a tattered soul on the brink of middle age. Yet, this is inconsequential. Even if there comes a day when I can no longer wield the wand, I shall strive with all my might until my final breath. Chapter 10. The gathering. Draco languidly maneuvered the pieces on the wizarding chessboard, his knight triumphantly dispatching opponents. His companions, Crabbe and Goyle, appeared oblivious to his distraction, engrossed in a fervent debate over the recently toppled piece and who bore responsibility for the misstep. You shouldn't have made that move, Crabbe lamented. But you only directed me after I had moved my piece, Goyle retorted slowly, gesticulating with his ape-like arms. Even with a 2-to-1 advantage, the outcome seemed predetermined. Draco had long since lost interest in wizard chess, his gaze fixated on his king piece as he discreetly eavesdropped on the adults' conversation nearby. Lucius Malfoy had invited the Crabbe and Goyle families to Malfoy Manor under the pretext of celebrating the forthcoming Hogwarts term. Among the Malfoy circle of acquaintances, most were more inclined to send their children to Durmstrang, believing it to offer richer practical experience. Wizards who have dealt with dark magic often place greater importance on it, whether for defensive purposes or otherwise. Consequently, many of Draco's childhood friends would not be attending the same magical institution as he. The Crabbe and Goyle families, initially not closely linked to the Malfoys, had seemingly accepted the invitation to provide their sons with additional companions for the upcoming school year, much to their parents' apparent astonishment. The adults conversed at the far side of the room. Draco could hear his father, Lucius Malfoy, remarking on a peculiar incident that had recently transpired at Azkaban. Have you heard about the strange occurrences at the wizarding prison? Crabbe's father inquired, his expression growing enigmatic, clearly aware of the whispers surrounding the topic. The prison that held many captured Death Eaters, every inmate is now deceased? Lucius nodded, his tone chillingly indifferent. It is hardly surprising that prisoners, under the watch of Dementors, would meet such fates. Goyle's mother interjected, what makes this situation unusual? When the wizards were found dead, they were nothing but fragments of bone, and all of them perished. Lucius replied, the Ministry of Magic could not even detect traces of magic used. The floor of the prison was stained a deep crimson with dried blood. With the summer heat, any remaining flesh had decayed and emitted a foul stench. Yet, Cornelius Fudge seems to have prohibited this news from circulating, he continued. I read the papers diligently every day, Goyle's father mused. What is the ministry's stance on this? It truly is peculiar. I suspect Fudge, being spineless, has no intention of making this incident public, as it would likely affect his approval ratings. I doubt he will invest much effort in investigating this matter, Lucius scoffed. Most of those who perished in this incident were former followers of the Dark Lord, our erstwhile comrades, except for Sirius Black. With their forms reduced to mere bones, it is impossible to identify any of them. Lucius cast a glance towards Narcissa. Do you think he will return? Crabbe's father suddenly posed, instinctively touching the spot where the dark mark had once been, now long silent. Rumors regarding Voldemort had recently resurfaced. If the Dark Lord returns, I am ready to rejoin him at any moment, Lucius replied resolutely. As Draco spoke and directed the chess pieces, he endeavored not to miss a word from his father's discourse. Narcissa and Lucius had always refrained from sharing too much about such matters with him, and his father appeared far more devoted to the Dark Lord when conversing with fellow Death Eaters. Draco could not help but notice that in private, Lucius exhibited less enthusiasm for discussing Voldemort than he did for acquiring new collectibles. Whenever Draco inquired, his parents would deliberately sidestep the topic of the Dark Lord, instead engaging in discussions about other subjects, seemingly displeased with Draco's curiosity in this regard. We lost again. Why did we lose again? Crabbe bellowed, startling everyone in the room. He grasped the chessboard with his thick, stubby fingers, threatening to overturn all the pieces. Draco hastily diverted his gaze from the other side of the room, scrambling to assist Goyle in restraining Crabbe. The opposing king had been unceremoniously toppled and lay discarded upon the carpet. Draco had insisted on playing wizard chess with Crabbe and Goyle, vividly recalling the last time Crabbe visited Malfoy Manor, where he had relentlessly tormented the house's white peacock and trampled the beautiful flower beds. This time, Draco was determined to remain in the room, especially since he could still hear Lucius speaking. Let us engage in something else. There are plenty of enjoyable activities to partake in. Draco seized several pastries from a nearby platter and thrust them into his companion's hands, yet the children's raucousness had already attracted the adult's attention. Crabbe's father strode over, delivering 2 sharp slaps to his son's head. How can you be so ill-mannered? Do you not see where you are? Apologize at once. Narcissa swiftly intervened to shield Crabbe from his father's reprimand. The children are merely playing normally. Shall we fetch some pumpkin juice? Lucius concluded his hushed conversation with the adults and turned to Draco, stating, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle will likely be in the same house as you. Everyone present in this room is a graduate of Slytherin. The Goyle couple nodded in agreement. I look forward to it, Draco replied with a shrug. Having heard countless praises for Slytherin already, Draco had never doubted that he would be sorted into Slytherin. Suddenly, Goyle's mother recalled something and spoke up, mentioning that this year, along with them, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, would also be entering Hogwarts. Goyle's father tugged at his wife's sleeve, seemingly admonishing her for speaking out of turn. Draco was indeed intrigued by the tale of Harry Potter. He had persistently urged me to recount it time and again during his childhood. Narcissa chuckled lightly. I did not. Draco quickly denied. I've never even met him. How could I possibly be interested? He doesn't have half his face marred by magical scars, does he? Of course. He remembered the boy who had survived the Avada Kedavra curse, a tale he had heard countless times, in which the boy bore a distinctive scar upon his forehead. Shaped like a lightning bolt, the very shape of the wand movement for the killing curse, which typically mirrored the form of the resultant magical scar. It is said that he possesses a pair of green eyes, akin to Lily Evans, which are rather uncommon, Goyle's father remarked. Narcissa poured pumpkin juice for the children as she spoke. Green eyes? An unpleasant memory inexplicably surfaced in Draco's mind. The encounter with a pair of individuals at Madame Malkin's robe shop, particularly a dark-haired boy who had uttered the term mudblood with an air of derision. Indeed, he had green eyes. Wait, does he have a scar? Draco pondered. The first time he had beheld those eyes, he couldn't help but recall a few precious emeralds from his collection in the basement or the dense, overwhelming forests he had traversed with his parents during their travels. I did see green eyes recently, Draco blurted out, recalling the boy's visage. Really? Did they appear special? Goyle inquired while tidying up the chess pieces. No, they were utterly unremarkable, Draco responded begrudgingly. As green as a lively toad that might curse you. Chapter 11. Questions. By the time Draco bid farewell to the Goyle family, the night had deepened. Watching the silhouettes of the Goyle family vanish into the flickering flames of the fireplace, Draco sighed in relief and immediately began to voice his grievances to his parents. Why do they, as you claim, come from a pure-blood lineage, yet appear so dim-witted? Draco asked Lucius. Are Muggle-born children truly more foolish than they? Conversing with them is truly a laborious task. To prevent Crabbe from bullying the white peacock in the manor, Draco had endured an entire afternoon playing the tedious exploding snap with them after wizard chess. Since Draco habitually lost, Crabbe and Goyle found considerable amusement. Unfortunately, Lucius and the Goyle parents soon turned their discussion to investments, the sounds of exploding snap interrupting their conversation, much of which Draco had already heard. Overall, the afternoon had been exceedingly dull. Draco lamented that the two companions his father had procured for him resembled two gorillas and lacked intellectual acuity. Goyle, slightly shorter, had an astonishingly thick head of hair and remarkably stout arms. He appeared rather slow-witted, requiring an agonizingly long time to process information before responding with equal slowness. Each time Draco attempted a somewhat complex conversation with him, it felt as though an eternity passed before he received a reply. Crabbe, stocky and broad-shouldered, exhibited slightly more mental agility, but always bore a somewhat menacing demeanor. Draco was relieved that Crabbe's father seemed to regard Lucius with caution. After being chastised by his father that afternoon, Crabbe appeared much more docile. Crabbe and Goyle's father still enjoys the Dark Lord's trust. You must get along well. Lucius replied tersely. If he truly makes a comeback, it is prudent to be prepared. Caution is the mother of safety. Understood, father, Draco replied, furrowing his brow, clearly dissatisfied with Lucius's response, which failed to address the intelligence of pure-blood offspring. These two certainly seem rather dim-witted, yet for me, your cleverness suffices. I trust you will not perform worse than Muggle-born children, Lucius said, smiling at Draco's disgruntled expression. How could that be? Draco retorted defiantly. I hope not to hear you lamenting the extraordinary talents of mudbloods at the dinner table. I would be at a loss as to how to console you. Lucius remarked with an enigmatic smile. Do not utter that term, Draco instinctively replied. Which term? Lucius questioned. I have heard that the term mudblood carries a curse. That day in Diagon Alley, someone said that those who speak ill of mudbloods do not live long. Draco responded with less conviction than he intended. I have never heard such a saying. In fact, during these turbulent times, it is the confused and careless who meet their end. Those who manage to survive are the exceptions, Lucius replied. If it troubles you, refrain from using such terms. After all, it is merely a word. But know this, being pure-blood affords you advantages that many of your peers will never attain throughout their lives. Your safety is of utmost importance. And that is why we ultimately chose Hogwarts over Durmstrang, Narcissa chimed in. I hope to find at least a somewhat agreeable friend at Hogwarts, Draco said, brushing off the dust from his robes and heading straight to his room. Chapter 12. Potions you learn quickly, Sirius remarked, observing the clear potion simmering in the cauldron with satisfaction. This marked Harry's first successful potion-making endeavor in the vast kitchen of number 12, Grimmauld Place. Throughout the process, Sirius provided timely guidance. Even crafting the simplest antidote filled Harry with exhilaration, as it resembled the final product described in his textbook. It was remarkable, considering he had only recently discovered the existence of the magical world. Initially, while handling the basic ingredients, Harry had been filled with doubt: the dragon dung, mistletoe berries, and unicorn horn that Sirius had procured in Diagon Alley had ultimately combined to form the potion before him. The essence of potion-making lies in patience and precision, along with some finesse in handling the ingredients. Following the procedure step by step proved not overly challenging. Sirius affectionately ruffled Harry's hair and handed him a sizable slice of berry pie as encouragement. Due to the restrictions on underage wizards using wands outside of school, and the seemingly tedious nature of subjects like history of magic, potion-making had become the most engaging topic to teach at home. Oh, may I have a taste? Harry exclaimed, admiring his first potion and eager to sample its flavor. Unless you wish to be harmed by magical creatures or mistakenly consume another simple poison, I think it best that you refrain. Sirius laughed heartily, pulling Harry away from the cauldron as he began to bottle the potion. Did you know that your ancestors invented many potions? My ancestors? Harry was evidently unaware of his lineage. Stinchcomb's Linfred, a 12th century potion master, pioneered a multitude of potions. A considerable inheritance that your father received originated from him, now transformed into your little treasure trove, Sirius explained. Although the potions he invented, like bone regrowth, were not frequently used, every innovation in potion-making required remarkable creativity. Bone regrowth. In instances where bone regeneration occurs in areas devoid of skeletal structure, such treatments are typically reserved for exceedingly severe circumstances, and it is said to be quite painful. Sirius blinked his eyes. Harry observed that Sirius frequently glanced out of the window, as if anticipating someone's arrival. Are you waiting for a reply from someone? Harry inquired cautiously. Oh. Sirius raised an eyebrow, not denying it. I borrowed your new owl, Hedwig, last night. I sent her back with a letter, but she has yet to return. I fear that Remus's residence may be rather far. Harry was uncertain whether he could inquire further. I noticed you rewrote that letter numerous times. The table was cluttered with many half-finished pieces of parchment. I have suppressed a great deal of profanity, Sirius candidly remarked. If a friend fails to appear for you during your most trying times for a decade, you would feel anger as well. Before Harry could respond, Sirius continued unabated. I was the first to uncover his secret. I was also the one who first considered using the animagus method to accompany him. Back in school, he always maintained the image of a sensible, amiable, and kind student. That sounds rather commendable, Harry fairly assessed. Sensible, amiable, kind? Please. Sirius instinctively raised his voice. How good could someone be who mingled with your father and me? Our records of misconduct fill up the entirety of Filch's drawer. Oh, Harry grimaced, striving to suppress thoughts of his father's rule-breaking. He always suppressed himself, Sirius noted. The person most adept at self-control must endure a moment of loss of control every month. He is a werewolf. Observing Harry's growing astonishment, Sirius added, he cannot bear to harm anyone, which is why he lives in such torment. Having said this, Sirius dashed back to his room and retrieved a hefty potions book. We can attempt to brew this potion. Once completed, you may take a sip, or even more if you desire. My mother used to have me and my brother practice with this when we were young. Harry followed Sirius's finger to the page, where the title boldly proclaimed, Beauty Potion. Beauty? Harry squinted as he read further, discovering that the beauty potion could enhance the appearance of the one who consumed it. Sirius nodded, affirming that it could be taken in good health without any side effects. The only drawback was that some of the raw materials were rather expensive. It sounded reminiscent of Aunt Petunia's cosmetics. I mean, can it truly transform someone's appearance? Harry couldn't help but wonder. It can only bring one to their best state at their current age, improving appearance issues caused by external factors. For instance, the scars left on a werewolf's face from clawing at it. Even if mistakes occur during the brewing process, it will not result in a harmful concoction. Sirius explained as he rummaged through the material box for fairy wings. Harry was suddenly reminded that Sirius had prepared this for a friend who had yet to respond. Just as Harry was laboriously crushing the rose petals and ginger root to extract their essence, The white silhouette of Hedwig appeared outside. She had returned. "Hedwig!" Harry exclaimed, abandoning the beautiful potion he had just begun to brew and flinging open the window. Sirius swiftly retrieved the letter from beside Hedwig's feet. The message was brief. "Dear Bigfoot, I miss you dearly. On the first day after the full moon next month, we can meet in Godric's Hollow. Please give my regards to little Harry. Moonface." Sirius flipped through a nearby calendar that recorded the lunar phases, a hint of frustration in his voice. "The full moon is tomorrow. I should have realized that. Unfortunately, the shops do not sell Wolfsbane potion. Only those who acknowledge their lycanthropic identity may be permitted by the Ministry of Magic to attempt the potion. Lupin is reluctant. He has always been unwilling to register as a werewolf due to the severe discrimination at the Ministry." Harry clumsily handled the exquisite potion, suspecting that he might have inadvertently added unicorn hair too soon. However, as the potion's hue matched the description in the book, he resolved to press on with determination. Harry looked up and inquired, "Wolfsbane potion? Can we brew it ourselves?" "In theory, yes," Sirius sighed, "but the raw materials are costly and highly toxic. The brewing process is exceedingly complex. For instance, aconite has historically been used as a poison for hunting, fetching a price of 1 galleon per piece. Excluding waste caused by operational errors, it is considered one of the most expensive ingredients. The brewing process also carries inherent dangers. For example, accidentally touching aconite sap or mismanaging wand-assisted brewing could lead to perilous outcomes. What about my efforts?" Harry felt his question was somewhat foolish. If you could successfully brew the Wolfsbane potion, you would already be regarded as a master of potions, Sirius stated dryly. "Oh, by the way, the current potions master at Hogwarts is Snape. He may harbor some biases against you, but I haven't even enrolled yet." Harry exclaimed incredulously. "Our relationship with Snape was quite tumultuous back in our day, and you bear an uncanny resemblance to your father," Sirius lamented. "It is said that he tends to favor students from Slytherin." The potion, now exuding a delicate fragrance, appeared to be a pale pink. "It seems a bit light in color. I suspect you forgot to alter the stirring direction midway through. I brewed this potion many times for my mother as a child and made that mistake as well. However, it's already quite impressive," Sirius remarked as he extinguished the flame beneath the cauldron with his wand. After sealing it in a vial, Sirius offered Harry a sip of the remaining potion. An indescribable sense of euphoria washed over him as the potion coursed through his body. "Doesn't it feel wonderful?" Sirius observed Harry's expression with keen interest. "I'm not certain," Harry replied, instinctively touching his face. "A successfully brewed potion, especially when first consumed, typically induces the illusion that everyone in the world adores you," Sirius explained. "It doesn't seem like that," Harry admitted, although he did feel somewhat uplifted. "Then you, like Lupin, exhibit a slight tendency toward insecurity, little savior." Sirius gently tapped Harry's head with the spellbook. "You require more compliments." Chapter 13, The Birthday Song of Godric's Hollow, Part 1, Happy Birthday. Harry rubbed his sleepy eyes, somewhat surprised by the sound of the blessing. Today, he did not hear the usual morning knock on his door. Instead, he saw Sirius burst into the room like a whirlwind, carrying a large pile of colorful boxes. Staring at the gifts piled up on the bed for a few seconds, Harry suddenly remembered that today was indeed his birthday. In previous years, he would have been sitting in a nearby park, basking in the sun, feeling the heat rising, and quietly singing himself a birthday song on a bench. Having spent only a few days at number 12, Grimmauld Place, Harry was so joyful that he had even forgotten his own birthday. "Thank you," Harry stammered, beaming a wide smile at Sirius. "I've never received birthday gifts before. It's my first time bringing gifts for a child, and I had no idea what to choose. So I bought a little bit of everything I thought you might like," Sirius said, watching with interest as Harry eagerly unwrapped the gift boxes. There were various candies, beautifully designed stationery, several best-selling wizarding books, and a collection of peculiar-looking toys. "When we have the opportunity, I can take you to get some custom clothes. You'll need to be there for measurements. But I must admit, I worry about running into a few old relatives or young cousins at the clothing store," Sirius added. "However, it's fortunate that Hogwarts has us wearing robes most of the time, so I suppose it's not particularly urgent." "These are amazing." Harry was utterly enchanted by a color-changing quill, completely oblivious to the half-unwrapped chocolate frog that had secretly leaped onto the windowsill. "Today, we are going to Godric's Hollow to meet Remus Lupin. He actually sings quite well. I've entrusted him with the task of singing you the birthday song." Sirius waved his wand, and a myriad of gifts neatly arranged themselves along one side of the room. "Is he the werewolf?" Harry had attempted to read the section on wolfsbane in his potion book yesterday, but the intricate and tedious process, accompanied by several pages of spell explanations, had nearly lulled him to sleep. Indeed, that him. The one who looks the most well-behaved, Sirius pointed to a four-person photograph affixed to the wall, indicating the brown-haired boy who appeared to be smiling shyly. Harry had scrutinized this photograph numerous times. The image of Remus Lupin starkly contrasts with the boisterous James and Sirius beside him, embodying, as his godfather had remarked, the visage of a well-behaved child. Although the photograph has faded with time, rendering it less distinct, one can still discern the faint, elongated scars adorning the young Remus Lupin's pristine face. After several days of indulgent feasting, Sirius's once gaunt features have plumped considerably, perhaps aided by the remnants of exquisite potions Harry had employed for practice. The scars on his face have notably diminished, allowing the exceptional genetic traits of the Black family to shine through even more prominently. Harry could not help but notice that at certain moments, particularly when Sirius and the house-elf creature exchanged harsh words, which often drew the attention of the portraits, with the resounding curses from the portrait of Mrs. Black invariably overshadowing them, his dear godfather bore an uncanny resemblance to the frenzied spirit of Mrs. Black. With a mental age that seemed to linger in the time before his imprisonment, this subtle yet persistent madness rendered Sirius even more vibrant. Although Sirius would never concede to any similarities with the other Blacks, aside from his rebellion against the family name, every other aspect of his mental disposition mirrored that of his lineage. Harry found it difficult to envision the once vibrant and lively number 12, Grimmauld Place, now shrouded in an air of gloom and foreboding. On this significant day, Sirius even unearthed his earrings and necklace, meticulously grooming his dark hair. The shimmering fabric of his attire led Harry to perceive that his godfather's ensemble appeared rather extraordinary, made of dragonhide. Noticing Harry's gaze upon his clothing, Sirius smirked and elaborated. "It looks incredibly cool." Harry sincerely complimented. "It truly does." Sirius then spun around, showcasing the exquisite tailoring and luxurious material of his outfit. "However, I shall cast a disillusionment charm upon myself today, rendering me invisible. You likely won't see me at all, but I will be holding your hand. Over in Godric's Hollow lies your former home. I suspect there will be many old friends of your parents and tourists commemorating them. You bear a striking resemblance to James, and I anticipate that many will greet you along the way," Sirius explained. Harry felt his heart race once more. Was that truly his former home over there? Godric's Hollow had once been inhabited by numerous wizards, though many had since departed. "I hadn't intended to bring you back there so soon," Sirius remarked, "but Remus is waiting. And I believe your parents would be delighted to know that you have grown up healthy at your aunt's." Chapter 14. The Birthday Song of Godric's Hollow, Part 2. Laughter from wizards occasionally echoed from the taverns and shops in Godric's Hollow. The summer valley was enveloped by a gentle mountain breeze, proving to be significantly cooler than the bustling heart of London, where number 12 Grimmauld Place was situated. Harry grasped Sirius's hand tightly as they ventured deeper, passing by the church and navigating through a narrow doorway, until finally Sirius halted before the white marble tombstone of James and Lily. Harry whispered the words above, with the final adversary to vanquish being death. The dates of James and Lily were eternally etched as October 31st, 1981. As Sirius's disillusionment charm rendered him invisible, Harry felt as though he were traversing the path home alone, his heart throbbing with an uncontrollable tremor, a blend of exhilaration, fear, and a sense of warmth flooding his heart. He felt somewhat disoriented. Harry understood that his parents, whom he could no longer remember, lay in eternal slumber beneath the very ground before him, and he found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Harry heard a faint sob emanating from Sirius beside him. The invisible hand that Harry grasped trembled uncontrollably. It truly was not an opportune moment, was it? "I had merely wished for you to celebrate your birthday joyfully. Now that we have arrived in Godric's Hollow, I feel compelled to come here." Sirius spoke in a stifled voice, struggling to contain his emotions. Harry remained silent, his fingers gliding over the smooth surface of the pristine white marble, warmed gently by the intense sunlight. They passed by Harry's former home, now enveloped by knee-high wild grasses and nettles, the structure having been largely reduced to ruins. Lush green ivy clung to the walls, with vigorous vegetation nearly consuming all traces of the wizard's past existence. The iron gate had succumbed to rust, and as Harry's hand brushed against the wall, a wooden plaque slowly rose, inscribed with the lamentations of wizards mourning the Potters for the past 11 years. And Petunia had steadfastly maintained that James and Lily had perished in a car accident. Yet the ruins before him starkly revealed how dark magic had cruelly altered the course of his life. Sirius led Harry toward the valley square, where a monument resembling a war memorial stood at its center. As they approached, it transformed from a towering obelisk inscribed with names into a statue. Harry gazed in astonishment at the suddenly revealed figure. Sirius's voice broke the silence. That statue commemorates you and your parents. Voldemort failed to take your life with the killing curse, and since then, he has vanished. Wizards believe you are the chosen one. Harry and Sirius stood quietly behind a group of wizards who had come to admire the statue of a family of three, a bespectacled man and a beautiful woman cradling a baby boy. The parents depicted in the statue undoubtedly bore the same youthful faces as those in the old photographs. The 11-year-old Harry gazed at the image of his 1-year-old self, feeling a tightness in his throat yet unable to articulate a single word. The infant in the statue bore no scar. It's true, Harry murmured softly. Indeed. Sirius's sobs seemed to grow louder. Let us go. After lingering for a considerable time, Sirius gently urged Harry to depart, glancing around as if in search of Remus. Meanwhile, the wizards standing before them had, at some point, noticed the black-haired boy who bore a striking resemblance to James. Oh, by Merlin's beard. Are you Harry? Harry Potter? As the first wizard to recognize the young savior exclaimed with excitement, Harry found himself slowly encircled by unfamiliar wizards, who smiled and gazed at his scar with a mixture of reverence and awe. Harry instinctively averted his gaze from the strangers, while nodding to acknowledge his identity. He graciously responded to the warm enthusiasm of those around him. It is an honor. You have brought hope to the wizarding world. I never expected to meet you here. Truly a delightful little hero. Harry found himself unwittingly shaking hands with a throng of wizards surrounding him. The clamorous shouts had attracted a multitude, and the circle encasing Harry was expanding rapidly. Sirius appeared to be jostled aside by the dense crowd. Harry craned his neck, searching for a glimpse of his godfather amidst the sea of wizarding ropes. He was uncertain whether he could call out to Sirius for assistance. Just as he contemplated his predicament within the impenetrable wall of people, a strange voice suddenly emerged from the side, politely requesting the crowd depart, though not loud. It instantly silenced the excited wizards, halting their chatter and shoving. A man with brown hair, looking frail and sickly, finally managed to reach Harry's side, clutching a tattered briefcase. Remus Lupin bore a face reminiscent of his youth, with a faint crimson scar that appeared to be a recent addition. Today marked young Harry's birthday. He expressed gratitude for the concern while hoping the crowd would refrain from further disturbing Lupin, which effectively quelled the commotion. After a few moments of shared glances, Harry was pulled from the throng by Lupin. I am Lupin, he said, offering Harry a gentle smile. The moon-faced one. I have seen you in your godfather's photograph. Harry quickly replied, Yes, you resemble him quite a bit. Upon hearing Harry's response, Lupin's gaze flickered, acknowledging, Indeed, you bear a striking resemblance to him. Chapter 15. The Birthday Song of Godric's Hollow, Part 2. As Harry and Lupin ventured into a slightly more open area, he immediately sensed that Sirius had swiftly followed them. It appeared that the conditions outside were scarcely better than those within the confines of Azkaban prison. Moony, you look far worse than I do, Sirius remarked quietly, grasping Harry's wrist. Lupin, seemingly unperturbed by the sounds that filled the air, subtly shifted towards Sirius. The mealtime for the Azkaban inmates is likely quite fixed. While I have not been so fortunate, he noted. Sirius's emotions had fluctuated dramatically over the past few hours, his tone tinged with a hint of bitterness. Having just paid my respects at the graveyard and the ruins, my appetite could scarcely plummet further. Surely, you do not suspect me enough to have chosen this rendezvous point on the basis that I would shy away from deceit due to my conscience? Not at all. Lupin gently refuted. I believe you are far above the act of lying. However, I did not seek to confirm anything with Dumbledore. Perhaps he, too, would prefer not to see a former student in such a state. As he spoke, Lupin gestured to his own worn and faded clothing. I discovered a deep muggle hunting trap nearby, and when I transformed into a wolf, I would conceal myself within it, ensuring I neither wandered aimlessly nor bit anyone, save for the unfortunate creatures that occasionally fell prey to it, that is. Harry observed that Lupin swayed slightly, his clothing sagging in several places, evidently due to Sirius resting his shoulder against him. Lupin continued, When I am feeling rather listless, I tend to avoid long-distance apparition. We are all quite malnourished, Sirius succinctly summarized. My godfather has treated me to an abundance of delightful meals for several days. Harry interjected, The food at Hogwarts is excellent. Lupin gently tousled Harry's dark hair, which bore a striking resemblance to James's, and remarked, Since leaving there, I have not indulged in such a variety of meats. I believe that being transformed into a werewolf has significantly altered my palate. Occasionally, I feel an urge to hunt, yet I must also consider how to pay the rent. Ultimately, Lupin and Harry were warmly invited into the restaurant by its owner, while Sirius seized the opportunity to join them at their table. Harry looked on with some surprise as Lupin retrieved an exquisite birthday cake from his briefcase, followed by a roll of parchment and a small gift, which would prove quite useful at Hogwarts. Lupin handed the parchment to Harry. "Well," exclaimed Sirius, who was seated beside Harry. "But I thought the Marauder's map was confiscated by Filch?" "The most successful one indeed was seized," Lupin nodded. "However, this version, while lacking the markings for the common rooms and dormitories of the four houses, remains fully operational otherwise. Yet, the names in the common rooms and dormitories are so densely overlapped that nothing is discernible," Sirius remarked. "This, in fact, renders it even clearer." He nodded in approval. "There are no secret passages or traps within the student dormitories." Harry gazed at the blank parchment, watching as Lupin tapped the map with his wand. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Intricate ink lines, delicate as spider silk, unfurled across the parchment, and Harry inhaled deeply as a vast map gradually revealed itself before him. However, he could not discern the name of the individual Sirius had mentioned. Indeed, during the summer holidays, Hogwarts was devoid of inhabitants. "Look at this," Sirius suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a small corner. Beneath the castle's fourth-floor corridor lay a maze of winding passages, with several small dots distributed within rooms, each labeled with a name. "Severus Snape." Sirius let out an odd cry. "And Minerva McGonagall, Filius Flitwick, Pomona Sprout," Lupin murmured, reading the names. "Albus Dumbledore. Why are they gathered together?" Sirius inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Well, they are not exactly congregated. It appears they are in different rooms, separated by a short distance," Lupin observed, equally intrigued. "They are likely not preparing lessons or attending a meeting." Sirius squinted at the dot representing Snape, who seemed to be pacing as if obstructed by a long table. "Perhaps he is preparing some surprise for the students." Lupin lifted his gaze from the map. "The fourth floor is typically off-limits. It isn't an office. Have we ever been inside?" Sirius recollected. It was empty then. "Indeed," Lupin replied thoughtfully. "It seems they are all busy arranging a series of vacant rooms." Sirius furrowed his brow. "I long to return to the school and see for myself." "Then you ought to call Professor Snape," Lupin chuckled. "I would be expelled the following day for brawling with the faculty," Sirius retorted swiftly. In unison, Lupin and Sirius erupted into laughter until Harry poked Sirius, reminding him of the disillusionment charm he still bore. Both men, seemingly in synchronous realization, acknowledged that they had momentarily sidelined Harry. Lupin quickly cleared his throat and addressed Harry earnestly. "Listen, this map records all the secrets of Hogwarts. However, my intention in giving it to you is not to encourage mischief or reckless adventures. Your parents sacrificed their lives to protect you. Nothing is worth risking your safety. Though I do believe that occasionally sneaking into the kitchen for a snack is quite commendable, as the house elves there are exceedingly welcoming." Harry withdrew his gaze from the minuscule figure of the professors in the fourth-floor corridor and nodded eagerly in agreement. "This map has cost us a great deal of effort," Sirius remarked. "I never imagined you would still possess this unfinished piece. I take it out to reminisce about you all. Alas, the names on the map have transformed into strangers. Generations of students have departed, yet Hogwarts remains as it ever was." Lupin gestured at the map with his wand, concluding the prank. The ink on the parchment swiftly faded, leaving nothing but a plain sheet of white paper. Sirius, of course, urged Lupin to sing the birthday song, while he himself lowered his voice to hum along. Before his very first birthday cake, Harry closed his eyes to make a wish. When he opened them again, Sirius leisurely remarked, "When my next birthday comes, my wish will surely be to find Wurtail." "There are so many mice in the world," Lupin consoled. "Wurtail may still be rummaging through some sewer for scraps. The thought brings me joy. I must personally put an end to him if Wurtail is caught in Azkaban. Escaping as a rat would be far simpler for him." Chapter 16. 2 bets Lucius Malfoy awoke with a start, a vague discomfort in his arm prompting him to sit up instinctively. "What is it?" Narcissa inquired, sensing her husband's unease. Outside the curtains, the night remained thick and impenetrable. Lucius's gaze fell upon the spot on his arm where the dark mark resided, yet he refrained from speaking immediately, instead holding his breath to sense the unusual stirrings behind the mark. In the years following Voldemort's decline, the mark's hue had faded, no longer pulsating with heat or pain in sync with Voldemort's emotions, but it had also shown no signs of vanishing or diminishing. All Death Eaters were acutely aware that Voldemort had not entirely departed. Recently, during their meeting with Severus Snape, he had alluded to the mark's recent reactions. During their time at Hogwarts, it would be greatly appreciated if you could look after Draco, Severus. We tend to pamper him too much, which leads him to lose control of his emotions and throw tantrums, but he is still a good boy, Narcissa expressed to Snape. I am aware. You both have shown me much kindness during my time at school. Hogwarts is secure, yet Dumbledore is always keen to give peculiar individuals opportunities. This year it is Quirrell. I cannot fathom why he is so averse to allowing me the position of defense against the dark arts professor. Snape seemed dissatisfied with this year's recruitment of professors. Moreover, Dumbledore's actions often leave one perplexed. As Snape Sr. during his time at Slytherin, Lucius had extended considerable assistance to him after Snape had pledged allegiance to Voldemort. Yet Narcissa was still not a true Death Eater. Lately, I have sensed a certain unrest in my arm, was the last remark made by Snape before his departure. Narcissa had a hunch of what it entailed. As a member of a pure-blood family, most of her siblings had already chosen sides during Voldemort's peak. Only she had remained hidden behind Lucius, unmarked by the Dark Mark, yet she was no member of the Order of the Phoenix. Most of Voldemort's former followers had been sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban, including Narcissa's sister Bellatrix. While the Malfoy family had emerged without any charges and even maintained a degree of influence within the wizarding community, drawing criticism from both factions. The Dark Wizards deemed Lucius insufficiently loyal and impure, while the Light Wizards were convinced that the Malfoys had been supporters of Voldemort all along. With their later declarations merely a means of survival, few dared to delve into the Malfoy family's history, should anyone inquire closely. They would discover that the Malfoy lineage was not as dismissive of Muggles as it seemed. Their ancestor, Armand Malfoy, had acquired land in Wiltshire by providing magical services to the British Muggle royal family, the very land that now housed Malfoy Manor. Subsequent generations maintained close ties with the Muggle royal family, amassing significant land and wealth until the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy compelled the Malfoys to publicly sever ties with Muggles. Moreover, curiosity rarely surrounded the vast wealth of collectibles and treasures Lucius and Narcissa acquired annually with their extensive galleon expenditures. They were the foremost patrons of shops led by Borgin and Burks. If these items were merely stored in the legendary basement of Malfoy Manor for personal enjoyment, the quantity would indeed be astounding. The seemingly serious Ministry of Magic was not without its flaws. From Arthur Weasley's minor loophole in the Muggle Artifact Misuse Act to allow him to pursue his interests, to the ineffectual Cornelius Fudge becoming Minister of Magic. The most accelerated promotions in recent years included Dolores Umbridge, while Lupin's father faced severe repercussions for advocating justice against werewolf murderers. In an era where good deeds did not guarantee rewards, the Malfoy family's survival through an exchange of interests proved advantageous. Thus, Lucius and Narcissa frequently found themselves at gatherings of various factions, including Hogwarts board dinners, private soirees of high-ranking ministry officials, and even soirees hosted by Muggle leaders. What more can we do? Narcissa grasped Lucius's fingers, attempting to soothe his instinctively tense muscles. I fear all that needs to be done has already been prepared. The rest is left to luck. Until the last moment, I will find ways to keep you and Draco as far from this as possible, Lucius contemplated. Even living incognito in the Muggle world could be a viable option, allowing for a chance to start anew. That won't be necessary, Narcissa replied. Do you truly believe he retains the power he once wielded? Had it not been for that boy Potter's unexpected intervention, he would have been on the brink of success. The original Order of the Phoenix has dwindled, and most who remain neutral, though fearful and disgruntled, merely wish to survive. Lucius felt the discomfort from the Dark Mark gradually dissipate, yet it served as a reminder that Voldemort was stirring once more. We may need to subtly remind Draco. Lucius seemed to seek Narcissa's counsel. But he is still a child, he may struggle to comprehend. Narcissa hesitated. We have many things we have yet to share with him. The Dark Lord has always sought to eliminate that boy. Potter is set to enroll this year. As a classmate, Draco is undoubtedly one of the closest to him. Should the Dark Lord remain intent on killing Potter, Lucius speculated. The Dark Lord ought to be wary of Dumbledore's presence. Narcissa felt a wave of unease. We should prepare Draco for a clemency, Lucius stated succinctly, so we may convey to him some of the truths we have concealed. Narcissa fell silent for several moments before continuing. Draco may not even comprehend what emotions are. Must we teach him to abandon his feelings, to clear his mind, and to constantly restrain himself? I fear that waiting until it is absolutely necessary to teach him may be too late, Lucius insisted. Currently, our relations with the Death Eaters, the Ministry, and certain high-ranking Muggles are still amicable. This is a double bet. When Draco is in danger, we will still possess these cards to play. Lucius paused before continuing. And how we should present our position at school. After all, countless eyes are watching us, both openly and covertly, are they not? Excessive allegiance to the Dark Lord might elicit disdain from others. Yet forming close ties with the Order of the Phoenix or the descendants of Aurors could potentially sow the seeds of future peril. Narcissa comprehended Lucius's intentions. We must not allow our duel stakes to falter, regardless of who emerges victorious. Remaining at the table is all that matters. Lucius mused. His gaze lowered as he clasped Narcissa's shoulder. Chapter 17. Meadows, streams, and moonlight. You have done exceedingly well, Draco. Lucius encouraged as he helped his son rise from the ground. Shall we attempt it once more? Although devoid of a wand, Draco was already perspiring profusely. The last days before reporting to Hogwarts had transformed from a well-planned itinerary of reviewing textbooks and sightseeing into rigorous exercises and mental occlusion alongside his parents. Ever since Lucius had unexpectedly announced at breakfast that they would practice this technique, Draco had been plagued night and day by the daunting task of clearing his mind. I know I am not performing adequately, Draco lamented, feeling overwhelmed as his memories from the past 11 years had been thoroughly scrutinized during this month of practice. He was compelled to revisit the myriad moments of his life from infancy to the present, thankfully most of which were joyous recollections, with Narcissa's nurturing care being particularly meticulous. Simply endeavor to conceal a portion of your memories. For instance, hide those that involve your mother and me. This way, I shall not be able to retrieve them with legitimacy. You are already making commendable progress, Lucius patiently elucidated. This form of magic was seldom employed and perhaps a tad premature for Draco. But my mind is almost entirely filled with memories of you and mother, Draco said. On the verge of tears. Clearing one's mind proved to be a task far easier spoken than executed. Lucius shifted his attention to a painting of a unicorn that hung upon the wall. He directed Draco's gaze towards the artwork, and Draco complied, eagerly awaiting Lucius's words. What do you see within this painting? Lucius inquired. A unicorn, Draco promptly replied. This painting was a gift from a wizard artist showcasing a unicorn at its center, radiating a sacred silver light, standing serenely. Anyone who gazed into the unicorn's eyes would find them ineffably beautiful, as if they were the ultimate embodiment of beauty itself. There were meadows, streams, and moonlight, yet they remained overshadowed by the brilliance of the central figure, rendering them unnoticed and unworthy of attention by the observer, who deemed them insignificant. Lucius traced the darker portions of the painting with his finger. Draco then scrutinized the meadow behind the unicorn, where the artist had even depicted a few insects in such minute detail. You must push those memories you wish to conceal deep into the meadow. They do not cease to exist. Rather, you have hidden them using this method, Lucius continued. And then allow others to find the unicorn within my memories? Draco hesitantly replied. But what truly matters to me are the meadow, the streams, and the moonlight. Indeed, you are correct. Place the trivial in plain sight, and conceal the truly significant, purging distractions and superfluous emotions. Once you have rested, we shall attempt it again, Lucius softly remarked, raising his wand towards Draco. At last, after several repetitions of practice, a shift occurred. A multitude of memories involving Goyle and Crabbe materialized before them. The image of Crabbe voraciously devouring sweets, a chessboard overturned in fury, the handshake upon first meeting Goyle, and the furrowed brow from losing a game all flooded back. No, Draco nearly screamed, on the verge of losing control. Finally, Lucius caught a glimpse of himself and Narcissa in the distance, their figures appearing rather blurred. Lucius retracted his wand, a smile finally gracing his face. Very good, splendid. Remarkable. Draco sensed a slight improvement and rushed forward to embrace Lucius's waist. You did not rebel against my sudden command to learn this. Nor did you question the necessity of it, Lucius remarked as he ruffled Draco's hair. I knew you would eventually tell me, Draco muttered. Though he found the exercises thoroughly tedious, Draco could accurately discern his parents' expressions when Lucius had broached the subject of practicing mental occlusion. His countenance bore the gravity reserved for significant decisions, suggesting that this choice was not to be contested. He understood that his parents seldom erred when faced with such critical choices. When you have grown a bit more, I shall tell you, Lucius replied, looking down at him. And a Firebolt 2000? Certainly, Lucius affirmed, suddenly recalling something and speaking earnestly. Do you know of the boy named Harry Potter? What of him? Draco inquired. Having recently perused the rumors and news surrounding Harry but regrettably failing to find his photograph, he was curious whether those green eyes he had seen were indeed the same. Stemming purely from curiosity. That boy does not appear to be of a character. Otherwise, I would not have found myself chattering away upon our first meeting, Draco noted. From what I gather from his parents and their friends, he is likely to be sorted into Gryffindor, Lucius stated slowly. Oh, Draco raised an eyebrow. Then we shall hardly cross paths, being from different houses. Perhaps, Lucius carefully chose his words, I mean, should you happen to be in the same house. I believe it would be prudent to avoid forming too close a bond. Draco was taken aback. Lucius had always urged him to get along well with other wizarding children, to be polite and sociable. Hearing such advice about not becoming too close was unprecedented. What do you mean? Draco interjected, directly interrupting Lucius. Do not become very close friends. Lucius advised, gazing into Draco's gray eyes. It would be best not to forge a friendship at all. A slightly adversarial relationship would be more beneficial. Draco's mouth fell agape. Huh? Lucius rolled up his sleeve to reveal the dark mark. Harry Potter is an enemy of the Dark Lord. Draco swiftly grasped the implication of this statement. When you were one, the Dark Lord was vanquished. Prior to that, we publicly aligned ourselves with him. He may yet return, Lucius remarked as he smoothed down his sleeve, preparing to conclude the subject. So Harry Potter is also my enemy? Draco furrowed his brow. You have no enemies, Lucius gently corrected his son. What I mean is that it would be wise not to become too close, lest complications arise. Shall we resume our practice of mental occlusion? Noticing Lucius's reluctance to pursue the topic further, Draco nodded. Our recent conversation serves as a representation of the meadow, streams, and moonlight. Lucius raised his wand. Once you have mastered it, conceal it at the first opportunity, all right? Chapter 18, Scabbers King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4. Lupin guided Harry through the wall, while Sirius, under the disillusionment charm, trailed closely behind them. Before departing, Sirius had hesitated between the polyjuice potion, becoming a dog, and the disillusionment charm, ultimately opting for the safest course of action. Thus, at this moment, he lamented to Harry and Lupin. Why is it still so fashionable to keep a rat as a pet? Sirius's attention appeared to be wholly captivated by a cage of pet mice. 1, 2, 3 pet shops had sold such a multitude of these creatures? Remus assisted Harry with his suitcase while calmly elucidating. Mice are relatively inexpensive pets, requiring little space and minimal sustenance. Some find them endearing. Tasteless individuals. Sirius vehemently refuted this assertion. I recall you never had a pet back then. Remus felt an increase in pressure on his shoulder, realizing that Sirius had once again draped his arm over him. I am merely concerned about your furry little predicament. Additionally, we must prevent any mishaps while practicing animigish transformations, Sirius remarked. With you as our grand pet, we even have 3 distinct forms, usually composed and clever. But during the full moon, unrestrained and incoherent, and in the days surrounding the full moon, akin to a sickly cat. Thus, to care for a wolf is to nurture 3 pets simultaneously. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Remus's typically composed visage. Sirius seemed to notice Remus's expression and chuckled softly beside him. After Harry's birthday, Sirius, through a series of gentle coaxing and persistent persuasion, finally convinced Lupin to stay at number 12, Grimmauld Place for a while, citing the need to assist in Harry's studies. After all, this old house was never lacking in empty rooms. Once Lupin joined, aside from creatures' evident discontent and the increasingly harsh insults from the portrait of Mrs. Black, Sirius's spirits soared each day. Harry and Lupin, sensing each other's thoughts, frequently suggested taking a stroll to ease their minds. For Sirius would often engage in lengthy quarrels with Creature after being cooped up indoors for too long. Each time they ventured out, Sirius would return invigorated and in high spirits. At times, I felt as though I were merely walking a dog. On one occasion, while taking Sirius out for fresh air, Lupin playfully winked at Harry and whispered, and Harry nodded in understanding. Sirius had even taken it upon himself to modify some of his old clothes. Lupin's garments were in such a dilapidated state that he could not bear to accept any new ones offered to him. The pile of old clothes that Sirius threatened to discard was instead accepted by Lupin. Although Lupin's size was slightly smaller than Sirius's, the clothes sometimes appeared overly loose on their new owner. Today, at King's Cross Station, Lupin donned one of Sirius's old outfits, which, despite being somewhat unfashionable, looked exquisite and well-preserved, the fabric accentuating Lupin's slender yet shapely shoulders. We must prepare to send Harry off on the train, Sirius remarked, observing the dwindling crowd around them. They had already fussed over Harry with countless admonitions, and the departure time was drawing near. I will communicate with you using the two-way mirror, along with Hedwig. Harry grinned, pulling his suitcase aboard the train. The moment Sirius watched Harry's figure vanish through the train door, a small boy with fiery red hair departed from his parents and sister to board the same train. Why do children nowadays adore rats? Sirius muttered, eyeing the boy who cradled his sleeping pet. In the next instant, Lupin felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Sirius was unconsciously gripping it tightly. Remus, I think I saw him. Sirius spoke as if he had lost his senses. Calm down, Pafoot. Don't act impulsively. Lupin urged quietly, grasping Sirius's arm and pressing for answers. What happened? Sirius swayed slightly, ready to charge forward. It's him, he gritted through clenched teeth. The cowardly jester hiding in the gutter. With his chin held high under the disillusionment charm, Sirius's voice brimmed with disdain and seething fury, though his posture remained erect. The trembling of his tightly clenched fingers betrayed the intensity of his restrained rage. Feigning a pitiful appearance in a pet cage, that coward, Lupin, quick-witted, seized Sirius's advancing figure, his fingers turning pale with tension. He understood all too well that Sirius's impulsiveness could create a scene in full view of the public. Steady yourself. Perhaps you mistook him. In the midst of their struggle, the Hogwarts Express let out a loud clank as its doors closed tightly, and it began to glide away, the red-haired boy and his pet cage disappearing into the distance. After all these years of transforming together, we would recognize him even in ashes. Sirius breathed heavily, taking a moment to compose himself before turning to Lupin, the fury on his face dissipating, replaced by a semblance of childlike helplessness. Regardless, should you ever again appear in public like this and attack a child as pet like a madman, I fear the jury may not believe you. Do you remember the effects of the Animagus transformation and the Polyjuice potion? If Peter were to die in his transformed state, he would appear to others as merely an ordinary rat. Lupin spoke rapidly, not noticing the cage in the boy's possession, thus questioning Sirius's sudden reaction. Yet, he needed to calm his agitated friend first. After Peter was declared dead, his mother received the first-class Merlin medal in one of his fingers, which became a tragically poignant news story. It was the only thing he left behind that day. Lupin continued, if that rat is indeed as you say, let us have Harry take a look at that red-haired boy's pet. It might be missing a finger. That seems to be one of the Weasley children. I've heard they are also a pure-blood family but have a fondness for muggles, Sirius said, his emotions slightly calming as he recalled his identity as a fugitive. I will contact Harry as soon as possible. Let us head home. We can discuss this matter later. However, I suspect you may have mistaken the rat due to your heightened tension. You might need rest. Lupin nodded, withdrawing his hand from Sirius's grip and walking toward the exit. What do you mean? Sirius asked, perplexed. Home. Lupin's voice was as light as a feather carried by the wind. Aren't you coming with me? Sirius raised his voice, looking at his empty palm. I mean, you're not going back to number 12, Grimmauld Place? Of course not, Lupin replied. Harry has gone to school, has he? I still need to earn my rent. Living at my place won't require you to pay any rent, Sirius insisted, struggling to explain. How could I possibly live in your home? That would be absurd. Lupin began to walk away slowly. That place feels like a cage to me, Sirius protested. You're just going to abandon me there? That haunted place. Creature's incessant nagging, my mother's portrait constantly screaming accusations. Oh, and let us not forget the furniture cursed to kill at any moment. Thanks to you, I've managed to get rid of a lot of it, but who knows, I might suffocate in a cursed carpet tomorrow. That would be a splendid way to die compared to going mad in Azkaban. Calm down, Patfoot, Lupin said, a flicker of sympathy and struggle crossing his face. I will be there when you need me. I need you right now, Sirius shot back quickly. Now. Or I could go to your rented place. I could even help pay half the rent. Wouldn't that be splendid? That attic is already cramped with just me. It's truly a cage, Lupin replied, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Sirius pursed his lips, falling into silence. When Lupin heard no further complaints from him, he felt a slight relief, thinking Sirius had reconsidered. Until he heard his companion speak again. Then I shall go to Hogwarts today, Sirius declared, his tone laced with provocation. I know the locations of 7 secret passages. Lupin abruptly halted, responding incredulously. You're insane. Not at all, Sirius murmured, whistling softly. Since you've chosen to part ways, don't interfere with my decision. I'd prefer to confront that rat face to face. Wouldn't that be better? I could also test out my new wand. Don't act like a reckless child. Lupin frowned, realizing that Sirius might genuinely attempt such a feat. He reached out to grip Sirius's sleeve. Oh, Sirius's tone shifted to one of amusement. I suppose I should set off early. It's quite a distance to Hogwarts, and I need to recall the route. I could follow the tracks, after all. I've swum across vast seas. Do not go, Lupin's voice turned commanding. You're no longer head boy, Remus. Stop being so domineering. Moreover, during your tenure as a prefect, you never managed to keep me or James in check. After saying this, Sirius silently gazed at Remus's face, withholding further words. What do you truly desire? I am a werewolf, living with an ever-present uncertainty and peril. I do not wish to embroil you in more trouble and danger because of my existence. Furthermore, I have grown accustomed to wandering alone for so many years. This arrangement is better for us both. Remus, seemingly surrendering, softened his tone. Wow, you're a werewolf, how astonishing. I happen to know about it for many years. Why didn't you cast us aside at Hogwarts? Sirius inquired sharply. Or do you believe that I am a burden now? rendering your concern unnecessary? How could you think such a thing? Remus's voice trembled uncontrollably as he turned his gaze to the dull gray sky of London, resembling a piece of fabric repeatedly crumpled. I certainly do not think that. Take me home. Everything can still be negotiated. Sirius tugged at Remus's clothing, heading towards the station's exit. Chapter 20. A misunderstanding regarding the redhead. Draco Malfoy sat in a window seat on the Hogwarts Express. A magazine about Quidditch players sprawled across his lap. The Rising Star. Victor Krum graced the magazine's cover. This dark, brooding boy had shattered several records for capturing the Golden Snitch in recent youth selection matches, propelling the previously obscure Krum into the limelight. The pages of the magazine repeatedly showcased Krum's agile form and spectacular moments on the field. The editorial team even noted, if he maintains such performance, Krum is likely to be selected for the Bulgarian national team before graduating from Durmstrang. Genius often reveals itself early. Thus, Krum may have more opportunities to compete in major tournaments than the average player during his prime. Early fame, all eyes on him. The seasoned veterans, having earned their status through experience, paled in comparison to Krum's talent. Everyone awaited his maturation. A subtle sense of dissatisfaction stirred within Draco. Had his parents consented to his enrollment at Durmstrang, he might have encountered the magazine's cover star today instead of the group of first-years still bustling on the platform. The new students at Hogwarts resembled birds freshly released from a cage, chattering noisily. Their high-pitched cries and shouts sent shivers down Draco's spine. He turned his gaze outside, observing the wizards coming and going on the platform reflected in his gray eyes. Lucius and Narcissa had a gathering they must attend promptly, and after dropping Draco off at the station, they hurriedly departed. Yet Narcissa did not forget to remind Draco to style his hair properly, to appear elegant and noble. For it was his first day meeting his classmates. As per tradition, his mother referred to the slick-back hairstyle secured with magical hair gel, which rendered Draco's hair smooth and polished, akin to a little adult, a standard look when receiving guests at Malfoy Manor. However, this made Draco stand out starkly among the other Hogwarts students, amidst a sea of daisy yellow, flame red, troll green, bark brown, and potion purple hair colors. In a crowd of tousled, carefree hairstyles adorned with snot, Draco appeared excessively formal. How tedious, Draco muttered softly. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of a familiar figure, the boy with green eyes from that day, standing not far from the platform, mingling with the chattering children. Beside him stood not Mr. White, who accompanied him to Madame Malkin's for robes, but a slender man with brown hair whom Draco had never seen before. The man's face appeared weary, yet his demeanor was gentle. Draco noted that the man's clothing seemed exquisite but somewhat ill-fitting. Pressing his face against the train window, he scrutinized the boy's cheek, and at last, beneath the fringe of black hair, Draco discerned the scar, indeed, as Crabbe's father had described. It bore the shape of a lightning bolt. Harry Potter, truly him. Draco muttered to himself, his heart skipping a beat. He instinctively straightened up but then recalled Lucius's admonition. Lazily sinking back into his seat, Draco had lost interest in the magazine featuring Krum. As the departure time approached, most students began to pour into the train. Yet the seat beside him remained unoccupied. He watched as the young witches and wizards with daisy yellow, flame red, troll green, bark brown, and potion purple hair passed by him. Finally, the brown-haired man concluded his conversation with Harry, and Draco observed Harry struggling slightly as he dragged a massive trunk and cage toward him. "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" Draco nodded, and he and Harry exchanged a few seconds of eye contact, silently acknowledging their previous encounter at the clothing store. Draco noticed Harry's lips curve upward, clearly recalling the words of that insufferable White, the linguist. The renowned Harry Potter took a seat beside him. "Hello." Harry's black hair also stood defiantly. "Hello." Draco shifted slightly, raising the Quidditch magazine to obscure his cheek, a torrent of words swirling within him, countless questions and exclamations rolling through his mind. Who brings such a large trunk to school? Who brings a trunk that appears larger than themselves? Harry Potter. Surely, it contains your Firebolt 2000 purchased in Diagon Alley. This is against the rules. You're only a first year. You seemed so delighted that day. Even my father wouldn't buy me one. How infuriating. Who on earth is that White? Forget it. My father told me not to get too close to Harry Potter. The scar from the killing curse is so small. How did you survive? Was the Dark Lord injured that day? Even my father is terrified of him. Are you not afraid? Draco struggled to suppress his impulse to initiate conversation, secretly studying Harry's profile from behind the magazine. As if sensing his gaze, Harry turned his head, and in that instant, Draco felt himself enveloped by those emerald eyes. Harry appeared poised to speak when a faint, almost imperceptible murmur interrupted his attempt at conversation. Draco instinctively lowered his magazine, perplexed. For the compartment housed only the two of them. What could this mysterious sound be? After a momentary pause, during which Harry confirmed Draco hadn't uttered a word, realization dawned upon him. He retrieved a small mirror from his pocket, the source of the enigmatic voice. Though the mirror's surface reflected no one, a man's voice resonated from within. Harry, observe that red-haired boy. Harry appeared utterly bewildered. What boy with red hair? The voice of his godfather from beyond the mirror continued to resonate. If possible, I wish to befriend him. I have some inquiries regarding his pet. Moony, slow down. Wait for me. Don't be angry, please. Chapter 21. Great Expectations. Sirius. From the other side of the two-way mirror, fell silent, evidently having quickened his pace to catch up with Lupin. Harry was still striving to comprehend the brief phrases left by his godfather. Was Lupin angry? Though he had spent less than a month with Lupin at number 12 Grimmauld Place, Harry had never witnessed such emotional fluctuations in him as he had with Sirius. Occasionally, Harry caught a fleeting glimpse of melancholy in Lupin's eyes. The view of King's Cross Station had long disappeared from the train window. As the train navigated through the undulating mountains, Harry began to fret over the red-haired boy Sirius had mentioned. Thus far, he had not made the acquaintance of any peers from the magical world, save for the fair-haired boy seated beside him, with whom he had only exchanged a brief encounter, leaving him yet to inquire about his name. Draco had not clearly heard the voice emanating from the two-way mirror, yet he had discreetly noted the intricately crafted mirror, which was of no lesser quality than the treasures found in Borgin and embarks. Communicating with Lucius and Narcissa using this would be far more convenient than using an owl. Draco bit his lower lip, suppressing the urge to speak. He had a plethora of questions regarding the origin and craftsmanship of the two-way mirror that he wished to pose to Harry. Yet, it was none other than Harry Potter, whom his father had cautioned against engaging closely with. Had it been anyone else, Draco would have likely conversed extensively with them. As Harry hesitated on whether to wander to another carriage in search of the fiery-haired boy his godfather had mentioned, a proud figure strode into the compartment. The boy's bright red hair widened Harry's eyes in surprise. It was Percy Weasley. Percy surveyed the two individuals in the carriage, cleared his throat, and endeavored to make his voice sound both authoritative and approachable. You appear to be first-year students, he declared, puffing out his chest, the badge denoting his status as a prefect glimmering on his lapel. I am the prefect. My name is Percy Weasley. After this declaration, Percy paused for a few seconds, seemingly awaiting Harry and Draco to cast him adoring glances. Patrolling the compartments is one of my responsibilities. Once you arrive at school, I will also guide you back to your common room, should you be sorted into Gryffindor. I shall not be going to Gryffindor, Draco replied, disinterestedly countering Percy's enthusiasm regarding his prefect title. I am Draco Malfoy. Thank you for your kind offer. Draco had heard of the Weasley family. Lucius was quite familiar with the members of the ministry. However, Arthur Weasley's department held no social value in Lucius's eyes. Otherwise, the Weasley family would have long been esteemed guests at Malfoy Manor. Draco could not help but notice that Percy held a book titled How Prefects Gain Power. Any new student with questions may seek assistance from the prefect, Percy proclaimed, a hint of hostility emerging on his proud visage. Within wizarding families, the whispers surrounding the Malfoy family carried a reputation that was as varied as their influence. Harry remained utterly oblivious to the subtle tension between Draco and Percy. The rarity of red hair among muggles made it almost instantaneous for Harry to conclude that the individual before him was indeed the red-haired boy sought by his godfather. I am Harry Potter. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Harry said, somewhat flustered in his attempt at friendliness. Percy's tightly pressed lips instantly parted in astonishment. You are Harry Potter? The authoritative demeanor he had meticulously rehearsed was swiftly replaced by shock and reverence. Percy's gaze lingered on the lightning-shaped scar upon Harry's forehead for a few seconds, clearly recognizing the globally renowned mark. Remarkable. I must share this news with the other prefects. There had been rumors of your enrollment this year, but I scarcely believed it. I heard that the Dark Lord left that scar. Harry clumsily pushed aside his fringe under Percy's curious gaze, revealing the lightning-shaped scar more clearly. Is this what you mean? He inquired. Wow. Percy leaned in closer to observe, inhaling sharply at the sight of the scar. Draco, witnessing Harry's proactive response towards Percy, felt a flicker of annoyance within him, unable to restrain his impulsive urge to interject. Draco addressed Percy. That book you have looks intriguing. What does it say? Do enlighten us. Percy, clearly taken aback by Draco's question, found it fortuitously aligned with his deepest concerns. He began to expound enthusiastically. As a prefect, I am one of the most outstanding students at Hogwarts. This book outlines the career paths available for prefects. I have been delving into the organizational structure of certain departments within the Ministry of Magic. You see, I am resolutely determined to join the ministry after graduation, while the allure of becoming an Auror is undeniable. There are abundant opportunities within the Department of Magical Transportation and the Department of International Magical Cooperation as well. As Percy spoke, gesturing animatedly, his eyes sparkled with fervor, as though he were already immersed in the grandeur of an office at the ministry. Draco rested his head on his hand, evidently not paying much attention. He was pleased that Percy's focus had shifted from Harry to the illustrious prospects of being a prefect. However, when Draco turned his head, he noticed Harry, with a serious expression, intently listening to Percy's lengthy discourse. "You wish to join the ministry? Why?" Harry asked. "I believe it to be the best career overall," Percy replied, lifting his chin. "My father also works at the ministry, but his department is rather peripheral and holds no real power. Moreover, my father lacks ambition and drive. And due to financial struggles, my siblings and I have endured a life of hardship. As the eldest brother, I must shoulder the responsibility. Yet I am constantly mocked by my brothers who do not understand." Percy seemed to realize he had inadvertently revealed too much and cleared his throat, forcibly redirecting the conversation. "Ahem, in any case, I will start as a prefect." "I concur with your perspective," Draco responded succinctly. However, he refrained from voicing the latter part of his thought, which was in agreement with Mr. Weasley's precarious financial situation while simultaneously choosing to have so many children, an imprudent decision in his view. Just moments ago, Draco had observed the Weasley family from the carriage window, noting that the younger red-haired children were clad in tattered clothing. Lucius and Narcissa would never permit such a state of affairs. If poverty were to ensue, they would prefer not to have any children at all. Surprisingly, Draco found himself devoid of any strong desire to ridicule. He uttered half a sentence and then chose to remain silent. Harry chuckled and remarked, "That sounds remarkable. It seems the Ministry of Magic still harbors certain systemic flaws. If we could rectify that, it would be splendid." At that moment, Harry's thoughts wandered to Sirius, his godfather, who would frequently express his outrage regarding the injustices in the ministry's regulations concerning werewolf management. Indeed, it was quite unreasonable. Draco recalled the frequent visits from ministry officials to Malfoy Manor, subtly soliciting money and other favors. Percy was deeply moved by this conversation, believing he had finally found kindred spirits among the new students, despite the fact that they were considerably younger than him. "I never anticipated encountering such ambitious individuals among this year's first years. It is truly splendid. George and Fred always mock me," Percy said with fervor. "I maintain that the right path is often fraught with difficulties. We should converse more in the future. I was previously biased against the Malfoy family, but you seem far superior to my brothers," he said to Draco. Draco smirked. Never before had he envisioned discussing matters with a Weasley child before boarding the train. Yet, Percy was indeed quite different from his preconceived notions of the Weasley family. Harry remained deeply concerned about Sirius's mission and turned to Percy, inquiring, "I am quite curious. Do you have any pets?" Percy replied enthusiastically, "Indeed, Hermes was a gift from my parents in recognition of my becoming a prefect." "What makes it special? Is there anything noteworthy about it?" Harry sought to uncover the answer. "It inspires me to steadfastly pursue this path," Percy declared, clenching his fist. "I must not squander the gift my parents prepared for me. A commendable prefect must uphold such responsibilities." Harry furrowed his brow, unable to discern anything particularly unusual, save for the frequent mention of the term prefect. "Is Hermes a new owl?" Draco inferred from Percy's words. "Indeed, he is quite healthy, as our old owl is barely clinging to life. The younger siblings are still forced to share him." Percy recalled his duty of patrolling and opened the door to the next compartment, stating, "I have my prefect duties to attend to, but I believe we shall have much to discuss later. I hope to see you in Gryffindor." He hastily departed. "But you appear rather like a Slytherin," Draco remarked casually. Unfortunately, Percy had already slipped away behind the compartment door, the thrill of finding a kindred spirit invigorating him. Chapter 22. Feigned slumber. "You seem quite interested in him," Draco remarked, observing Percy's retreating figure. He appeared to recall Harry's habit of brushing aside his fringe. "No, I merely think Harry cannot voice his godfather's requests." Certain expressions of Percy reminded Harry of Uncle Vernon's sycophantic demeanor towards clients, leaving him uncertain whether he appreciated such an attitude. However, Percy's brief mention of his sibling struggles resonated deeply with Harry, who had spent the past 11 years clad mostly in Dudley's hand-me-downs. Silence enveloped the compartment once more. And just as Harry turned to engage Draco again, he discovered that the boy had fallen asleep. "Hey," Harry's half-formed greeting lodged in his throat. Draco's eyes were closed, his body gently rising and falling with each breath. Harry immediately stilled his movements. Draco had appeared alert during the conversation with Percy, yet within mere minutes, he had succumbed to slumber. The train traversed sunlit mountainous regions, the bright rays casting a delicate shadow of Draco's eyelashes against his cheek. Draco's skin was pale, though it differed from the sickly pallor of Sirius, who rarely saw the light of day. Harry noticed that under the sun's tender gaze, the luster of the boy's skin was almost translucent, compelling him to steal glances. Harry could hear the excited chatter emanating from the adjacent compartment. Yet before him lay only the sleeping boy and an open Quidditch magazine. A month prior to the commencement of school, Sirius had taken it upon himself to teach Harry the art of flying on a broomstick. They frequently ventured outdoors to an open field, engaging in rudimentary games of Quidditch, with Lupin crafting several hoops, while Harry and Sirius alternated roles as striker and keeper. Within the confines of his dormitory, Sirius had adorned the walls with numerous Quidditch posters. However, upon his release from prison, he discovered that many of the players he once admired had either diminished in prowess or retired altogether. To Harry's astonishment, he found himself quite adept at flying. On the broomstick, his slightly slender frame was no longer a hindrance. Lupin often remarked that Harry soared through the air as gracefully as a feather, a stark contrast to James's more robust and aggressive style. Harry subtly shifted the magazine closer to himself, reasoning that the sleeping boy would not be disturbed. He began to engross himself in an interview featuring Crumb, captivated by the moment captured in the magazine when Crumb caught the golden snitch. This ignited a profound interest in Harry for the position of seeker. Meanwhile, Draco slightly tilted his head and adjusted his arm for support, yet he kept his eyes closed. Harry was astounded when he first encountered the strategic analysis of the Quidditch team in a magazine. But what truly astonished him was that Crumb was only slightly older than himself. As Harry flipped through the pages, the train carriage door was repeatedly pushed open by newcomers. Yet upon seeing the slumbering Draco, they all instinctively lowered their voices. Harry selected some sweets from the cart of the young vendor, placing a few in front of Draco as a gesture of camaraderie. Then entered Luna Lovegood, adorned with her eccentric spectacles, who approached with a gait reminiscent of a dance. Peering through her glasses at Harry, she spoke. "There are numerous Nargles surrounding you. Your thoughts appear to be troubled." She meandered on, uttering phrases that Harry found incomprehensible. "But the boy beside you seems unaffected, although he appears to have closed off his mind, which is rather peculiar." Before Harry could inquire about the nature of these Nargles, Luna gracefully departed, her whimsical owl-like glasses glinting in the light. Following her entrance was Hermione Granger, who had come to assist a boy named Neville in locating his lost toad. "You ought to don your robe," Hermione remarked briskly, surveying the compartment. "The train is nearing its destination." Harry nodded hurriedly in agreement, rummaging for his school robe, hesitating whether to wake Draco Malfoy beside him, only to discover that Draco had already changed into his clothes prior to their departure, evidently still in slumber. Ultimately, a pair of twins burst in, their laughter resonating as they dodged forward, with Percy in hot pursuit, questioning them. "We did not take your head boy badge," one of the twins declared. "It's far too shiny to part with, especially from the new robe your mother bought for you. It matches splendidly. Give it back," Percy retorted angrily. "The train is about to arrive. Do refrain from yelling at your dear brothers," one of the twins chimed in. "We shall ensure the head boy disembarks safely. I was wondering if you could award some extra points to Gryffindor. I have had quite enough of the green and silver decorations in the Great Hall." "Absolutely not," Percy firmly rejected. Amidst the chaos, Harry observed that the three brothers shared the same strikingly bright red hair, and Percy bore a slight resemblance to the twins. Percy's face was as flushed as his hair, and with the train having come to a halt, he should have reminded everyone to exit in an orderly fashion. Harry was still entranced, gazing at the intertwined Weasley brothers. "There's even a boy with red hair," Harry exclaimed involuntarily. "The entire Weasley clan is red-haired," Draco replied lazily, having taken to the aisle without Harry noticing when he had prepared to disembark. Draco departed the compartment with remarkable speed. Harry regained his senses, realizing that the Quidditch magazine still rested in his hands, yet the sweets and snacks he had placed before Draco had been taken away. He attempted to call out to Draco through the car window, but it was evident that he had not been heard. "Get out of the car, Harry," Percy awkwardly beckoned, his shiny prefect badge conspicuously absent. "My brothers are utterly unreasonable." Chapter 23, Breathing in unison. Lupin ceased conversing with Sirius, except for the moment before apparition when he allowed Sirius to grasp his arm. He maintained a tense expression as he made his way. The pub was sparsely populated during the day, and Lupin headed straight for the top floor of his attic. The narrow, steep wooden staircase twisted upward, the low ceiling requiring Lupin to stoop as he progressed. He heard what seemed to be Sirius bumping his head behind him, but he chose to feign ignorance. With a soft sound, the door opened, and a faint herbal aroma wafted toward him, dust dancing in the dim light. Upon stepping into the attic, he felt the surrounding space envelop him tightly. Lupin sensed Sirius following closely behind, making the cramped quarters feel even more constricted. The room was tidy, with assorted items neatly arranged in a half-height cupboard. Sirius closed the door, promptly lifting the disillusionment charm, then boldly sat upon Lupin's bed. "You can wait until you've calmed down before returning," Lupin said stiffly. The space felt so small that even the air seemed to collide. After speaking, he seated himself at the desk, turning his back to Sirius. He felt the weight of Sirius' gaze upon him, one that took in the books, papers, old clothes, empty potion bottles, and remnants of past life scattered throughout the attic. "Why do you take the euphoria potion?" Sirius rose to seize an empty vial from the cupboard, noticing the remaining drops and the peppermint scent. The formula was unorthodox, clearly brewed by Lupin himself. Sirius found an abundance of raw materials for the potion, easily gathered. Lupin snatched the vial from Sirius, avoiding his stare. "Why? Do you take it every day?" Sirius pressed forward, demanding an answer, uncertain if he truly wished to hear it. "It's healthier than the drinks downstairs," Lupin admitted. Feeling cornered, he lifted his gaze to meet Sirius' clear, dark eyes. "And it's quite inexpensive, suited for my needs." Lupin peered into the depths of Sirius' eyes, feeling a fleeting disorientation. Harry stood in line, awaiting the sorting ceremony, utterly captivated by the wonders of Hogwarts. Despite having perused much of its layout on the Marauder's map, several ghosts flitted about the Great Hall, while the Fat Friar occasionally approached the line of first years, regaling a few students interested in Hufflepuff with amusing tales from his own school days. The students seated at the 4 long tables murmured among themselves, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the incoming young ones. Professor McGonagall was reading from an extensive list, preparing to sort the new students one by one. Harry's gaze fell upon the teacher's long table. He had heard most of the names mentioned by Sirius and Lupin, yet he struggled to match them to faces. However, in a fleeting moment, he discerned which one was Severus Snape. He resembled a dark bat, according to Sirius's description. Amidst the array of vividly colored robes worn by the faculty, there was only one male teacher with black hair, a black cloak, and a hawk-like nose, who appeared both stern and silent. Sirius had also remarked that anyone capable of successfully brewing the Wolfsbane potion could be considered a master of potion-making. As Harry observed Snape's impassive profile, it was unequivocal that he would be his future potions instructor. At present, Harry's proficiency in potions was limited to occasionally failing at concocting beautiful elixirs. "Draco Malfoy," McGonagall read aloud. Harry averted his gaze and beheld Draco, standing nonchalantly at the forefront of the first-year assembly, donning the sorting hat. Almost as soon as the hat made contact with Draco's head, it shrieked, "Slytherin." As Draco passed by the Slytherin table, Harry discerned a faint nod from Snape directed towards him. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the rear of the student gathering, and a rather clumsy figure staggered through the entrance of the Great Hall, draped in an enormous purple scarf, as he brushed past Harry. A pungent odor reminiscent of garlic assailed his senses. It was Professor Quirrell, our new defense against the dark arts instructor. Harry overheard the upperclassman at the table beside him whispering, "He certainly appears quite peculiar, does he not?" As Harry observed Quirrell's retreating form towards the table, an unexpected searing pain surged through his scar, an unfamiliar sensation that had never gripped him before. This fiery agony nearly caused him to lose his balance, and he found himself uncontrollably toppling backward. The students surrounding Harry were taken aback, with only a pair of hands steadying him. "Be careful," a melodious voice floated over, belonging to Luna, the girl with the peculiar glasses and the carriage. She still wore that colorful oddity. The disturbances around him seemed to multiply. Luna waved her arms at the air, as if attempting to dispel something for Harry. "Thank you." Harry was drenched in cold sweat, beginning to suspect that Luna's strange glasses might indeed allow her to see something others could not. Once Quirrell took his seat, the pain had significantly subsided. "It's all right. I'm quite nervous as well," a boy with red hair, similar in age to Harry, offered reassurance. Harry turned to see yet another boy with flaming red hair. "I feel so anxious I might be sick, and I'm on the verge of fainting. I thought the sorting ceremony would involve battling monsters. All thanks to George and Fred's pranks." Another boy from the Weasley family, Harry noted, as he spotted the twins from Gryffindor's long table exchanging mischievous glances in his direction. I'm Harry Potter. I saw your brothers on the train. Harry extended his hand in greeting. For red-haired boys, he marveled inwardly, fearing even his godfather could not discern which of the red-haired boys he sought to know. Ron Weasley. Professor McGonagall repeated Ron's name twice, just as the red-haired boy who was about to respond to Harry's introduction heard the call and hurriedly dashed towards the hat. The commotion caused by Harry's near stumble seemed to draw the attention of all the teachers present. Dumbledore smiled gently from behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, his cerulean eyes twinkling, while Snape's dark eyes appeared even more intricate in their expression. Harry was momentarily stunned by Snape's gaze, which was a blend of disdain and scrutiny. So much so that when McGonagall called him to the stage, he found himself unconsciously maintaining eye contact with Snape. It was not until Harry positioned himself before Professor McGonagall that Snape subtly averted his gaze, his expression, which was typically calm, yet tinged with distaste, revealing a flicker of astonishment and surprise. "Put on the hat, dear child," Professor McGonagall gently prompted. Harry sat down at the 4 house tables, oblivious to the silence that enveloped the great hall at the mention of his name. The broad brim of the hat obscured his vision, and a voice emerged. "You are destined for greatness, yet the choice is a formidable one. Both Slytherin and Gryffindor are well suited to you, but it is evident that these are two distinctly divergent paths. You could become a courageous hero, confronting malevolence, earning renown and honor amidst pain and battle. Your name would stand as a symbol of fearlessness, pain, and renown." Harry realized he could converse with the Sorting Hat merely by contemplating. A clash of ideals. "The sacrifice of blood is inevitable," the Sorting Hat slowly intoned. Harry felt a surge of anxiety. He had so little now, yet what more would he lose? The faces of Sirius and Lupin surfaced in his mind. No. A sense of helplessness washed over him. He had only experienced the feeling of home for a fleeting month. And though imperfect, it meant the world to him. "You will be renowned across the globe. Future wizards will remember your struggles and feats." The Sorting Hat spoke with a tone of deliberation, presenting an alternative choice. Fame. Was it merely the dilapidated wooden plaque from Godric's Hollow, the statue in the town square, the honor medal of his father nestled in Lupin's briefcase, or perhaps the black family crest discarded in Creature's cupboard? Maybe it was not as significant as he thought. Harry pondered uncertainly. The statue may be admired, yet James and Lily would never again open their eyes to gaze upon him. The term hero felt both grand and burdensome, and Harry held his breath as he contemplated it. He believed Sirius's guilt to be unfounded, just as he believed that the good-natured Lupin deserved a better life. Rather than the magnificent future depicted by the Sorting Hat, he found himself more concerned with when he might learn to brew Wolfsbane potion. Distant tea seemed particularly grand. The Sorting Hat sensed Harry's inner thoughts, its tone shifting to one of excitement. "You could certainly become a more circuitous, ambitious individual. The judgments of others will be mixed, just as the world itself is inherently complex. Yet, you will have more opportunities to safeguard all that you hold dear. Perfect harmony is unattainable, but you can choose which parts to retain." That sounded pleasing indeed. Harry steadied his slightly trembling body. "Have you made your decision? 2 paths, 1 choice, rests upon you." The Sorting Hat inquired. "I have decided." Harry took a deep breath and conveyed his choice to the Sorting Hat. "Slytherin." The Sorting Hat's cry echoed throughout the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Chapter 25, The Scar Diagnosis. Harry stumbled slightly as he rose from his seat, uncertain of how long he had been conversing with the Sorting Hat. He could not even ascertain whether the instinctive decision he had just made was indeed the right one. After all, it was merely a choice of house. His godfather had once remarked that the curriculum was the same across all houses. As Harry removed the Sorting Hat, he made his way towards the Slytherin table, where an eruption of cheers and applause resonated. He felt the gaze of every individual in the hall fixated upon him. Snape, in a state of disbelief, rose from his seat at the staff table upon hearing the result of Slytherin, only to reconsider and return to his chair, clapping in a restrained and somewhat dry manner. Dumbledore exchanged a knowing smile with Snape from across several faculty seats. "Welcome to the fold, Harry. You shall find great enjoyment here," remarked the Slytherin prefect with an air of elegance. Harry found himself seated once again opposite Draco. Draco was gazing at him in surprise, but this expression of astonishment was swiftly concealed as he curved a smile towards Harry. Crabbe and Goyle were seated beside Draco, and Harry could hear him straining to converse with them about their parents. Suddenly, there was a commotion emanating from the two-way mirror in his pocket. Harry retrieved the mirror and beheld Lupin's face upon its surface. "Your godfather wished to greet you after dinner, but it seems you are still amidst the sorting ceremony. There are so many people around. I doubt he can make an appearance in the mirror," Lupin chuckled. Why? I believe I just glimpsed the Slytherin table. Came Sirius's voice from the side. Lupin appeared quite skeptical. Really? Harry observed Lupin's eyes scanning behind him. Indeed. I have been sorted into Slytherin. The sorting ceremony is nearing its conclusion. Harry hesitated, contemplating whether to admit that he had chosen Slytherin. Merlin, I never doubted you would be placed in Gryffindor. I can't believe this. Sirius exclaimed. Well, that's not so bad. Lupin's expression quickly regained its composure. Every house has its distinguished students, which is commendable. Just be wary of not being led astray by some fervent followers of dark magic. In our time, there were many such individuals in Slytherin. Sirius inadvertently raised his voice. I certainly will not. You needn't worry, Harry replied earnestly. We trust you. Lupin winked in encouragement. I see it appears you have begun dinner. How nostalgic it is to see food on your plates. Harry quickly lifted his head and beheld a long table adorned with an array of delectable dishes, golden roasted potatoes, and towering heaps of meat, all exuding an enticing aroma. Harry observed that Blaise Zabini beside him had begun to dine with evident pleasure. When Harry turned to face across the table, he inadvertently locked eyes with Draco, who cleared his throat softly before turning to serve himself some roast beef. It appeared quite delectable, indeed a sumptuous feast. In that instant, Harry comprehended the longing gaze that Remus had cast from the other side of the mirror. The fare at the tavern downstairs was also rather commendable. Your godfather has quite the appetite. Having already devoured 2 roasted chickens and now indulging in a third accompanied by eggnog, Remus remarked with a smile. Watching him eat invariably whetted one's appetite. The tavern owner found it quite peculiar that Harry's consumption had multiplied severalfold today, having procured such a bounty. By the way, how does the red-haired boy's mouse appear? Sirius recalled the cage he had seen earlier at the station. There were 4 redheads, Harry replied, somewhat embarrassed. Do you mean the pet mouse? At present, I am aware of only one owl named Hermes. Indeed, Remus responded, observe whether its claw is missing one. What other characteristics could remind Harry? It appeared listless, with a bit of a bald patch. Sirius angrily snapped a chicken bone in half. Remus added, there is no need to rush, if it is feigning being a pet. It would not flee swiftly. After all, Peter has a tendency to cling to the powerful, and with Voldemort currently absent, let us first enjoy dinner. It may merely be a false alarm. Remus gestured towards the table behind Harry. Stay in touch, Harry. Remus, you ought to eat a bit more. Sirius extended a chicken leg into the mirror as a greeting, before concluding the connection of the two-way mirror. Cool. Blaise sliced off a generous portion of lamb, intrigued by Harry's two-way mirror. It seemed a rather practical gadget. He was a tall black boy, with high cheekbones and long, upturned eyes. Harry nodded eagerly. Are you speaking with your family? Blaise inquired further. Harry responded ambiguously. In a certain sense, Sirius was his last remaining family. Fortunately, Blaise did not press further about which family member he was referring to. Blaise swallowed a large mouthful of pudding and remarked, It's a pity I've already had 6 stepfathers. Otherwise, I would also like to converse with my father. This place is better than I anticipated, although the decor pales in comparison to my home. I suppose it will have to do. Harry was at a loss for words, hurriedly taking a morsel from each plate and indulging in the feast before him. Once satiated, he found himself enveloped in a delightful sense of bliss. First your Slytherins, this way. The prefect called, guiding the newcomers towards the Slytherin common room. As Harry passed by the location of Percy Weasley, Percy, sharing a moment of camaraderie, patted Harry on the back. It's truly a pity you did not join Gryffindor. I sense we have much to discuss. However, he quickly curtailed the conversation, acutely aware of the predatory gaze of the Weasley twins lurking nearby. The Slytherin common room lay beneath the ground, and as the prefect uttered the password, a passage revealed itself behind the damp stone wall. The temperature here was slightly cooler than in other parts of the castle. To Harry's astonishment, he discovered that this room was situated beneath the depths of the Black Lake. Just as they entered, a colossal squid glided past the window of the common room. The eerie green lights and skull decorations evoked in Harry a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of number 12, Grimmauld Place. Harry's 4-poster bed stood right beside Draco's. The green silk curtains and silver-embroidered sheets maintained an ancient elegance in keeping with Slytherin's overall colors. For a brief moment, Harry felt an urge akin to Sirius's to adorn this place with vibrant orange posters. Harry yearned to dive onto his bed and rest immediately. Yet he recalled the magazine he had yet to return to its rightful owner. Yours, he said, handing the Quidditch magazine to Draco. Draco was busy organizing his trunk, pulling out a heap of textbooks, and remarked, You may keep it. Haven't you yet finished reading it? Harry paused momentarily, as he had indeed not finished reading. The constant flow of people in the carriage had disrupted his concentration. Thank you. I will return it to you in a few days, he said, placing the magazine on his own shelf, eager to complete his reading. Why did you appear on the verge of fainting during the sorting? Draco inquired casually. Continuing with his task. My scar suddenly throbbed, Harry replied, feeling somewhat foolish for expressing it that way, yet unable to find a more fitting description. Your scar throbbed? Draco lifted his gaze from the box, pointing to his forehead. This one? Yes, Harry continued. I have never experienced this before. I suppose it was merely an accident. Perhaps I was just too anxious. Harry observed Draco gazing intently at him with a grave expression. May I have a look? Harry nodded as he approached Draco, crouching beside him. The only illumination in the Slytherin common room emanated from the silver lights on the ceiling. Harry felt Draco lift his bangs, and then the cool pads of his fingers brushed over the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. I'm not certain. Generally speaking, magical scars are more intricate than one might presume. Perhaps it wasn't merely an accident. I could inquire with Madame Pomfrey. Dumbledore just mentioned the hospital wing. Or I could consult my parents. Draco hesitated to suggest. It's nothing. It doesn't hurt anymore, Harry replied. Having sensed many gazes fixated on his foolish scar throughout the day, he preferred not to appear overly dramatic on his first day. Draco opened his mouth but chose to remain silent. He observed as Harry nonchalantly gathered his Firebolt 2000, accompanied by a multitude of books and an assortment of peculiar toys. Well, good night. Rest early, Draco said, turning away to draw the curtains. Chapter 26. Snape's surprise the following day. Harry felt relieved that he hadn't rushed to the hospital wing over his scar. As he traversed the corridors in search of his classroom, whispers surrounded him, accompanied by pointed fingers directed at his scar. Clearly, everyone had heard his name during the sorting hat ceremony the previous day. Several upperclassmen even blocked his path, eager to extract information, ensuring that Harry couldn't escape from the throng of small first years. Step aside, you knuckleheads, Draco said irritably, standing close to Harry, evidently displeased by the curious stares and persistent pursuit of the group. Where did this arrogant brat come from? One of the upperclassmen scoffed. However, the tone of the older boy shifted, as he seemed to be reminded of something by those around him, his demeanor becoming markedly more respectful. Don't think you can act tough just because of your father. You're just a wallflower, the other retorted, though it was evident that he lacked confidence. Draco stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Harry, continuing, either move aside, or are you planning to build a new corridor for me to walk over you? Just as the older students began to disperse while cursing, another conflict seemed to erupt at the front of the corridor. Harry couldn't hear everything clearly due to the distance, but a few of the loudest remarks drifted into his ears, causing his heart to sink as he thought he heard his name. I told you Potter wouldn't join your filthy little mudblood-accepting house. It's quite clear who is more noble. Say another word, I dare you. Have your parents just been released from Azkaban? A confrontation had erupted between Gryffindor and Slytherin students, glaring at one another. Harry spotted George and Fred among them, their bright red hair unmistakable. It was unclear who initiated the altercation, but the corridor soon filled with flying spells, causing younger students to cower and shield their heads in fear. Stop it, a new voice interjected. Percy Weasley rushed in, quickly deflecting several spells that nearly struck their targets. No fighting allowed. After considerable effort, Percy managed to separate the two factions, panting as he shouted, Get to class. 10 points from Gryffindor and Slytherin each. How dare you start off the first day like this? George and Fred exchanged astonished glances, and one of them pulled a prefect badge from his pocket, tossing it at Percy. I can hardly believe it. Dear brother, which side are you on? They started the insults first. Percy appeared momentarily taken aback by the badge. At that moment, a figure clad in a black cloak entered the center of the surrounding conflict. Snape, with a dark expression, surveyed the students, who quickly fell silent. If anyone wishes for detention, they may approach me directly. There is no need for theatrics in the corridor, Snape spoke slowly, his voice low yet imbued with an authority that compelled many students to lower their gazes in trepidation. If your report cards were as entertaining as your brawls, you would fare much better, you bunch of fools. 10 more points from Gryffindor. Murmurs of discontent arose from the crowd. Snape glanced at a furious Percy, stating, Wear your prefect badge properly, Weasley. If you wish to resign, there are many who would be more suitable. First years, follow me, Snape commanded as he strode away, and Harry, along with the other new students, dared not utter a word as they trailed behind him to the dungeon classroom. After the minor disturbances in the corridor, All the students seated in the potions classroom were on edge. Although Harry intended to sit behind Ron Weasley, the red-haired boy's gaze toward him was no longer as friendly as it had been the day before. Clearly, Ron had just witnessed the uproar involving his three brothers and had heard Harry's name. Harry bit his lip, feeling as though he were on the brink of an unfounded calamity, despite having done nothing wrong. Snape paced beside the podium, his black robes trailing behind him with an air of elegance. In the oppressive atmosphere, he spoke once more. I believe you have witnessed a prime example of the failure of education. Your upperclassmen, after so many years of study, still resemble mindless baboons. It is truly a pitiable sight. Should you find yourselves in a similar predicament in a few years, I would advise you to vacate my classroom forthwith. The classroom fell into a profound silence, each student sitting upright, too apprehensive to make a sound. Snape raised the attendance roster and began to call out names. When he reached Harry's name, he paused dramatically, remarking, "Harry Potter, the illustrious star, and on your very first day of class, someone has already fought over you. I truly wonder how you managed to enter Slytherin. If you ask me, the sorting hat can be rather befuddled at times." Harry found himself once again gazing into Snape's unfathomable eyes. The intricate emotions reflected within made it difficult for Harry to ascertain whether he was utterly despised. Potion-making is a profound art, although one can wield a wand and incantations to achieve numerous powerful and immediate spells. The effects and realms that potions can encompass far surpass these transient feats. They're enduring, far-reaching, and capable of evolving ceaselessly through the ingenuity of wizards. Snape turned slightly and continued his discourse. However, it demands patience, meticulousness, and formidable self-control. Those who merely resort to their wands often produce nothing but a cauldron of refuse. Some wizards, bereft of their wands, are scarcely distinguishable from muggles, yet potions can offer assistance wherever one may find themselves. Thus, Snape halted, and with a shift in tone, declared Potter. Harry stood up apprehensively. "Where can one obtain Baguano?" Snape inquired, fixing his gaze upon Harry. Harry had personally utilized Calbane at number 12, Grimmauld Place, yet he had not inquired of Sirius regarding the source of this particular substance. After taking a deep breath, he felt compelled to articulate what he knew. Calbane can be employed for direct detoxification and serves as a fundamental ingredient in antidotes. It is a hard solid that can be sliced with a knife and possesses a faint odor. Furthermore, it is quite costly. Recalling the details of Sirius's guidance, he lowered his gaze somewhat sheepishly, aware that his response seemed somewhat off-topic, though perhaps better than outright admitting ignorance. Snape, after listening, offered no commentary, but instead posed another question. "Is there a distinction between aconite and wolfsbane?" Harry promptly responded, "This is a substance derived from wolfsbane, which is highly toxic. One must exercise caution when handling it. Furthermore, it is quite costly." Harry, with a resolute demeanor, continued to respond, despite his genuine confusion regarding the distinction between the two matters, thus evading a direct answer. He was grateful to Lupin for enlightening him on these topics. Snape's gaze upon Harry began to take on an increasingly inscrutable quality. "I am perplexed as to why you do not provide a straightforward answer to my inquiry." The disdain on Snape's face had diminished considerably, yet the conclusion remained essentially accurate. "I am pleased to see that you have perused the potions textbook in advance. These operational details indeed warrant careful attention." Harry quietly exhaled, as if Snape was beginning to show leniency towards him. "Sit down. Next time, remember to answer the teacher's question directly. I did not ask you to elaborate." "Yes, sir," Harry replied. Snape, with his hands clasped behind his back, strode towards the lectern. Slytherin earns a point. Chapter 27, The Black Lake After the Rain. Snape appeared less aggressive than at the outset, which brought a sense of relief to everyone in the classroom. As Harry addressed the first question, many students seated below him began to furtively flip through their books, apprehensive that they might be the next to be called upon. When Harry responded to the second question, Draco, sitting beside him, also opened his textbook, seemingly uncertain about the specific applications of wolfsbane in various potions. The latter part of the class proceeded relatively smoothly, albeit with Snape's acerbic remarks punctuating the atmosphere. Yet it soon became evident that nearly everyone would face his scorn. Snape maintained a brisk pace in his lesson during their inaugural class. They were to commence hands-on work with potion ingredients. Beginning with the fundamental tasks of weighing, grinding, and boiling the materials, Ron Weasley, seated in front of Harry, received a sharp reprimand from Snape for misreading the scale. Harry yearned for a moment to converse with Ron, yet he soon realized the impracticality of such a desire. The atmosphere was far from congenial enough to permit idle chatter between the students of Gryffindor and Slytherin, let alone to broach the subject of pets. On the contrary, the students from these two houses were seated as if separated by an entire galaxy. Professor Snape's hawk-like gaze roamed the classroom, ever vigilant for any signs of scorched cauldrons or the inadvertent concoction of perilous potions. By the conclusion of the potions class, all that Ron had left for Harry was the sight of his retreating head. When Snape announced the end of the lesson, most students fled the classroom as if escaping a catastrophe. Hermione Granger, as she departed, cast Harry a challenging glance, clearly demonstrating her mastery of the subject. As she raised her hand for every question posed by Snape, the tension between the two houses only began to dissipate once the students had dispersed. Harry dawdled as he packed his belongings, and before departing, Snape took a moment to address him. "You lack diligence. There are always subtle errors in your work. In this regard, you have yet to meet my expectations for students of this institution." Satisfied to witness the look of contrition on Harry's face, Snape then strode away. Harry abruptly ceased his actions, a sense of inexplicable melancholy enveloping his heart. While at the Dursleys, he had constantly endured the unfounded malice of Dudley and his companions. Yet the conflict between the two houses that he found himself embroiled in today felt more like a choice of his own making. Ron's slightly disdainful glance as he departed left Harry questioning himself. This undoubtedly set back the progress of the task entrusted to him by his godfather. Furthermore, he genuinely yearned to forge a friendship with Ron. After an indeterminate period, Harry emerged from his reverie, only to find himself locked in Draco's gaze. The classroom was now devoid of its occupants. Draco appeared to hesitate for a few seconds before speaking. "Well, shall we go soak up some sun? There's still ample time before our next flying lesson." Harry nodded. Compared to their initial encounter at the robe shop, Draco now seemed significantly more taciturn, at times appearing almost indifferent. Yet, whenever Harry found himself in need of assistance, Draco was invariably nearby, as he was at this moment. The late summer weather was capricious. A heavy rain had just fallen, leaving the castle's stone walls glistening with a damp sheen. However, golden sunlight once again bathed the dew-laden grass, and the air was infused with the earthy scent of wet soil. A few waterfowl skimmed across the lake's surface, their feathers glinting with a golden hue. If one were to plunge into the depths of the Black Lake from this spot, would they glimpse our common room? Harry recalled the massive squid that had briefly appeared outside the window yesterday. "You might try the password," Draco suggested, raising an eyebrow. "But you may find it difficult to pass through that window, or perhaps encounter a mermaid in the depths." Harry seemed amused by the thought. The Black Lake appeared quite profound, and he was uncertain about the nature of the other common rooms. They must be situated within the castle, after all. At the very least, the view of the lake from their common room varied each day. Draco shrugged, lowering his gaze as he kicked a small stone into the water. A gust of wind rippled across the lake's surface, prompting Harry to glance at Draco, who appeared to feel slightly better. At that moment, another despondent individual happened upon them. Percy Weasley, who seemed to have just concluded a class. "You are here as well," Percy remarked, observing the two seated beneath the tree. "I apologize for not intervening before things escalated. I have been a dreadful prefect. I do not understand why they mention my name. I am not acquainted with those individuals." Harry responded awkwardly. "Calm down, Harry. Those who wish to fight will always find a reason," Percy reassured him. "Regardless, they would still have clashed at another time." Draco interjected matter-of-factly. "Indeed, Slytherin and Gryffindor have been at odds since my first year. However, after I became prefect, I was compelled to intervene, whereas before, I could have simply turned a blind eye and attended class." Percy kicked a stone beneath the tree, displaying his irritation. "I simply cannot endure their mockery of my efforts," he continued in a hushed tone, "and they constantly imitate and ridicule me. I managed to achieve top marks in nearly every subject. A troll's brain cannot fulfill your ambitions." Draco retorted dismissively. "But if you truly entered the Ministry of Magic, they would have to heed your words." "No, I do not aspire to join the ministry merely to demand subservience from others," Percy remarked, exchanging the stone for another and sending it into the lake. "Perhaps it is simply for greater respect? The work is undoubtedly meaningful, and of course, there is the matter of financial compensation. No one would claim to dislike money. If they did, I would suspect they are lying." Draco settled down beside Harry. "If a band of imbeciles were to infiltrate the ministry and ruin everything, that would truly be a matter for ridicule." Percy felt an acute sense of loneliness at school, a solitude stemming from a lack of like-minded companions, to the extent that he now found himself pouring out his grievances to two children. "Sometimes I question whether it would be better to take an easier path, after all. One can pass exams regardless of being in a high or low position. An easier path could allow for self-indulgence. Percy finally managed to smile. Yet I also believe that the easier route can wait until one is old and leaning on a cane, rather than now. Well, we must attend class. I shall never feel shame for my ambitions or my desire for wealth. Moreover, some trolls truly deserve a good beating. Curses were invented for such individuals, Draco said, tugging at Harry's sleeve, reminding him to prepare for flying class. Halfway there, Draco recalled that he had suggested basking in the sunlight to comfort Harry, though it seemed they had not conversed much. How are you feeling? Draco inquired tentatively. Harry nodded thoughtfully. He recalled the topics of conversation shared with Sirius and Lupin, which were vastly different: Quidditch, pranks, novel spells, nostalgic tales of friendship, and adventurous exploits. In contrast, the concerns expressed by Percy and Draco revealed a different facet of life within the wizarding world, one that lacked pure joy and the thrill of adventure. Instead, dominated by meticulous planning, cautious progression, and weighing of pros and cons, often opting for the path of least loss. This dichotomy vaguely echoed the distinctions mentioned by the Sorting Hat, stemming from differing perspectives that ultimately influenced every choice made. Chapter 28. The letter. Is Draco injured? Lucius inquired, peering at the letter just delivered by the owl. What? Narcissa hurried over to see the parchment in her husband's hand. It was a letter from Draco, written in a somewhat hurried scrawl, evidently composed in the morning rush. In it, he mentioned that he had completed the sorting, remarked positively about Headmaster Snape, and sent greetings to his parents. At the end of the letter, Draco raised several questions regarding magical scars, indicating confusion sparked by his readings. I recall that first-year curriculum does not include spells for attacking others, Lucius remarked slowly, his gaze fixed on the letter's concluding inquiries. In fact, Hogwarts' overall teaching style is not aggressive. Yet, the curses popular among Hogwarts students are not found in the textbooks. Narcissa hesitated, contemplating whether to check on their son. If he were hurt, he would surely tell us. Lucius remained silent for a few moments before agreeing. With Dumbledore around, there is likely no cause for major concern. Although he can appear somewhat irrational at times, I believe being Minister of Magic would be far more beneficial than remaining as Headmaster of Hogwarts. However, Dumbledore has declined that role. If he were in charge, Fudge would be irrelevant. Narcissa began to compose a letter, carefully addressing Draco's questions. Perhaps due to the lingering sentiments from their past, she was sensitive to the nuances of power. Should Dumbledore rise to prominence, those long-buried matters might resurface and be sensationalized, potentially tarnishing his reputation, which currently appeared quite favorable. The rumors surrounding him may not be entirely true. If so, it seems Dumbledore possesses more humanity than I had initially perceived, rather than merely appearing as an impeccable old man. Lucius added a few lines to Narcissa's letter. Everyone has their youth. Without Dumbledore, I doubt anyone could effectively counterbalance the Dark Lord. Narcissa instructed Dobby to fetch several books, intending to send them along to Draco. I hope Draco has gotten into fights since the term began. Otherwise, I will genuinely question whether I have indulged him too much, Lucius murmured, rubbing his brow. That is certainly preferable to young Barty Crouch, who felt utterly unloved by his father and consequently became devoted to the Dark Lord. Family has always been paramount to Draco, especially since we need to teach him to guard his mind from an early age. Even if he becomes a tad rebellious, he would never cast us aside, Narcissa countered. Lucius seemed to recall something and said to Narcissa, it appears that Bella did not perish in the recent prison incident. Fudge is nearly successful in covering this matter up. With only a handful of ministry officials demanding a thorough investigation, they do not believe Dementors could suddenly go rogue. Bella and Sirius's obsession has always required an outlet. Narcissa, who had once shared a close bond with Bellatrix in childhood, was now labeled differently within their family, once referred to as Miss Bella and Miss Sissy. Yet their circumstances had drastically altered. Having found Lucius was a stroke of fortune for Narcissa, who grew up in a similarly repressive household that favored the use of the permanent sticking charm. Bellatrix's love for Voldemort far exceeded her affection for her husband, while Voldemort's regard for her resembled that of an appreciation for a useful tool. I could visit Draco under the guise of a board member. I believe our response regarding magical scars has been sufficiently comprehensive, Lucius said as he tied the letter to the owl's leg. Chapter 29. The Rampaging Unicorn. Once Harry and Draco returned to the dormitory and stored their potions textbooks, they had a little time before their flying class. Harry stood by the bookshelf, where he spotted the Marauder's map gifted to him by Lupin. Since boarding the train, he had yet to find the time to truly utilize this remarkable artifact. Crouching beside his cabinet, curiosity overtook him as he unfolded the map, gently tapping it with his wand, declaring, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The ink, resembling a sprawling web, re-emerged upon the parchment. And to Harry's astonishment, he discovered that the map was now teeming with names. Squinting at the densely packed list of individuals, he noted that his own name was absent. Lupin had mentioned that this unfinished version did not indicate the common rooms and dormitories of the four houses. However, he did locate Percy on the castle staircase, while Fred and George were seated in a classroom surrounded by students, presumably still engaged in lessons. Harry once again attempted to locate several professors. Snape remained ensconced in his office, while Dumbledore stood motionless near the tower. A swiftly moving small dot captured Harry's attention. Professor Quirrell was racing toward the Forbidden Forest at the castle's edge. Harry rubbed his eyes, noticing that Quirrell's name appeared more indistinctly than those of others, as if another layer of names overlapped with his. Just as Harry leaned in to observe more closely, Quirrell vanished beyond the map's edge, for the external information about the castle did not manifest on this parchment. At present, Harry's only impression of Professor Quirrell was that peculiar, oversized scarf. I'll head off first. Crabbe and Goyle are already waiting for me in the common room to attend class together, Draco announced to his roommates while standing at the dormitory door, having changed into a different pair of shoes, clearly eager for flying lessons. I'll rest a few more minutes, mumbled Blaise Zabini from his four-poster bed, one of Harry's roommates. I'll be there shortly. Harry scrutinized the Marauder's map, discovering that there were more ways to exit the school than merely the main entrance and a few side doors. Some of the mysterious rooms appeared quite enticing. However, Harry considered that as a first-year student, if he were to saunter into seldom visited areas, he would undoubtedly be caught by Filch and face a severe reprimand. Thus, he reluctantly set aside a portion of his curiosity. At 3 o'clock, students from Slytherin and Gryffindor gathered on the grassy expanse at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, preparing for their inaugural flying lesson. The air, freshly scented after the rain, invigorated the atmosphere. Miss Hooch glanced at the sky and remarked contentedly, "We just had a heavy downpour, but the current temperature is perfect for flying." The students appeared exceedingly excited, although most of them, hailing from wizarding families, had encountered broomsticks to some extent. Such formal lessons were a privilege only afforded within the school's confines. Harry, like the others, grasped a broomstick. Yet the school's teaching brooms appeared far less sophisticated than his Nimbus 2000. Harry felt an immense sense of tranquility. After all, Sirius had guided him through a month of flying with his rather unorthodox teaching methods. Now, upon seeing the broom, Harry felt as though he were reunited with an old friend. In moments of sheer joy, Sirius would even call out to Harry, exclaiming, "Hey, James, you missed the mark." Harry occasionally harbored doubts that, at times, his godfather was unable to distinguish whether he was addressing an old friend or the child of that friend. However, whenever Harry beheld Sirius's beaming smile, a singular thought would flit through his mind. It was inconsequential. In contrast, Lupin exhibited a far greater degree of caution than Sirius. Each time Harry soared through the skies on his broom, Lupin would grip his wand firmly, his gaze fixed intently on Harry's movements, as if apprehensive that a mere misstep might cause Harry to tumble from his broom, necessitating his timely intervention. Yet, Harry's flying continually improved, rendering Lupin's vigilant preparations unnecessary. "Hold the broom firmly and say up," Mrs. Hooch instructed loudly. Harry's broom was remarkably obedient, as he observed Madame Hooch pacing back and forth, correcting the mistakes of other students. He seemed to hear a piercing cry emanating from the Forbidden Forest. Harry lifted his gaze towards the Forbidden Forest, where it seemed a few startled birds took flight, retreating into the distance. "Did you hear that?" Harry inquired of his fellow classmates. "Hear what?" Draco furrowed his brow, fixating on his broomstick, which, although it had leapt into his grasp, trembled slightly, leading him to question whether it was his method of calling or if the broom itself was defective. Pansy Parkinson diverted her attention from her own rolling broom and shook her head at Harry. The focus of their classmates was also drawn to the brooms. Harry even harbored suspicions regarding yet another issue with the pesky insect, as he sensed a slight twitching of the scar on his forehead, fueled by excitement. "Now, let us attempt to float at a low altitude. When I finish the countdown, everyone shall leap into the air and soar to the lower heights. 3, 2, 1. Harry grasped the broom tightly, his feet gently lifting off the ground. As he raised his gaze, he was startled to see a creature, entirely white, charging toward him from the depths of the Forbidden Forest, standing out starkly against the dark backdrop. As it drew nearer, Harry's heart sank in terror. The exquisite beast was drenched in blood, silvery liquid glistening along its side. It appeared agitated, prompting Harry to instinctively shout, "Be careful." Most people had already been alarmed by the sound of its swift approach. Mrs. Hooch's astonished voice broke through. How could a unicorn be injured? It typically does not attack wizards. Everyone, step back. But it was too late. The unicorn, seemingly enraged, charged toward the crowd. Many students, suspended in midair, were so frightened they tumbled off their brooms, though the descent was not from a great height. The unicorn knocked Draco, who had been lowering his head, off balance, and Harry saw blood seeping from his forehead. Draco collapsed to the ground, clutching his wound. Mrs. Hooch sprang forward, her wand directing the nearly lifeless unicorn. What on earth is happening? I must consult Hagrid. I will take him to the infirmary. Everyone, dismount and remain still. Just as Mrs. Hooch departed with Draco, most of the students cautiously approached to observe the injured unicorn. However, Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor stood frozen in fear. He had failed to take off properly and was still poised to ascend. Harry was about to urge him to lower his broom when, in a moment of instinct, Neville inadvertently kicked his legs. Perhaps he was completely unaware of his actions, but he surged upward into the sky on his broom. Come down. Hermione Granger shouted in panic. As Neville ascended at an alarmingly steep angle, drawing a comical arc through the air, Mrs. Hooch had already moved far away, and no teachers were in sight. Harry mounted his broomstick and swiftly soared to Neville's side. As Neville's broom began to decelerate, Harry extended a hand, attempting to pull Neville onto his own broom, only to discover the futility of the endeavor. Their weights were too similar, and Harry lacked the necessary strength. In Neville's moment of panic, Harry seized the handle of Neville's broom with determination. Firmly grasping it, he shouted in the air, aligning Neville's broom with his own and gradually descending toward the ground. Sirius had once employed this very method to hasten their journey, resulting in a half-hour reprimand from Lupin, who vehemently emphasized that such actions were against regulations. Harry silently prayed that no teacher would witness the unfolding chaos. As they neared the ground, the dying unicorn let out a piercing scream, causing Neville to anxiously grip Harry's sleeve. Both of them tumbled from their broomsticks, and Harry felt the skin on the back of his exposed hand graze painfully against the ground. They landed in a tangled heap. When Harry finally lifted his gaze, he found himself staring into the inscrutable black eyes of Snape, who was flanked by a figure resembling a giant, rushing over to tend to the unicorn. I didn't realize you could ride 2 brooms at once, Potter. How fortunate you weren't thrown from your perch, Snape remarked. You should accompany me to the infirmary and explain what transpired alongside Draco. Chapter 30. Midnight Conversations in the Infirmary. What brings you here? Draco's complexion appeared even more pallid than usual, his eyes wide as he regarded Harry, who was escorted into the ward by Madame Pomfrey. Harry opened his mouth, finding it challenging to succinctly articulate everything, such as the circumstances surrounding his seizing of Neville's broom. Thus, he simply raised his hand and pointed to the minor abrasions on his skin. Harry's hand was as good as new, save for a smudge of dirt that had yet to be cleaned off. Snape had cast a healing charm on it before his arrival. Harry felt he should not be in the hospital wing. He was in such good health that he could fly 10 more laps. What about you? Harry glanced at Draco's forehead. No issues there. Draco smirked, thankful that the unicorn had not gored him with its horn. Otherwise, I might have ended up with a hole in me. The blood of the unicorn seemed to have a healing effect on my wounds. It was my first encounter with a unicorn, and it was rather beautiful, wasn't it? Harry reminisced about the moment he had seen the unicorn burst forth from the Forbidden Forest, its radiant white glow resembling a mist. Even the most audacious of Muggle imaginations could scarcely capture a fraction of the unicorn's beauty. Draco made a face. He had seen the painting of a unicorn at Malfoy Manor countless times, yet his first real encounter with one was utterly breathtaking. The core of his wand was also made from unicorn hair, which should, in theory, render it more stable and gentle than others. Snape appeared to have already spoken with Madame Pomfrey as he strode into the ward, first examining Draco's injuries. It merely tripped me. I believe it is just a minor bruise, Professor, Draco stated, lifting his chin. You were in class when it charged out? Snape inquired. I believe I heard a call. It only appeared at the edge of the Forbidden Forest after a while, Harry replied. Unicorns are swift creatures, making them difficult to capture, generally. They do not favor human contact. Their horns, blood, and hair possess formidable magical properties, Snape murmured quickly. Are there hunters pursuing them in the Forbidden Forest? Draco speculated. But I've heard that harming unicorns brings a curse. Indeed, Snape replied, carefully examining Draco's wound, and upon confirming it was not serious, he exhaled in relief. I will inform your parents. As a precaution, you should remain in the hospital wing for the night. With that, Snape turned his icy gaze towards Harry. And you? Snape's voice was light yet laced with malice, instantly straightening Harry's posture. It is nothing short of a miracle that you did not faceplant into the ground. Along with that Gryffindor fool, Hogwarts does not often witness such youthful folly. However, Harry stammered, eager to defend himself. First class. And you are already seeking to perform some heroic rescue. Oh no, a rescue of the foolish. Do you wish to achieve something to match your reputation? Perhaps an untimely demise? Snape offered no opportunity for Harry to interject. I was wrong, Professor. Harry decided to admit his fault. At that, Snape ceased his verbal onslaught and turned his gaze to Harry in silence. Just then, Draco spoke up from the bed behind him. Excuse me, but what did Harry do? He was on his broom, pulling that round-faced boy back before he soared into the sky. Then he slowly lowered him from about 50 feet, Snape replied, frowning. Draco's pale face displayed a hint of astonishment and admiration. I dare say some people act with their bodies before their minds. Snape lifted his chin. Baboon. Within Harry's heart lingered a trace of defiance. However, I refrained from intervening, for he might indeed suffer a severe fall. Such an event would extend far beyond mere physical injury. Harry, having perceived the glint in Snape's eyes, swallowed the latter part of his thought. Why do you possess such a penchant for retorting? Snape inquired, lowering his eyelids, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. If you are so eager to prove your worth, I suggest you observe the selection trials for the new Slytherin Quidditch players. Witness firsthand how true athletes soar through the skies. May I also contend for a position? Harry blurted out. Snape's facial muscles twitched momentarily. You truly are unaware of your own limitations. Should you sustain injuries, shall I send your critical condition notice to your aunt's residence? At this juncture, Draco interjected. Harry once mentioned that he could ride a broomstick from a very young age. Snape fell into silence for several seconds, his expression inscrutable. Harry smiled sheepishly at Snape, as if a year of cycling experience held any weight. The air in the infirmary hung heavy for what felt like an eternity. Before Snape finally spoke, I shall provide you with an application form. Our house team has enjoyed a prolonged winning streak, and it is not just anyone who can join. You may borrow one of Hogwarts' communal brooms. Chapter 31. Conversations in the Infirmary, Part 2. Harry gazed incredulously at the form before him. After a brief absence from the infirmary, Snape returned with 2 items, a letter and package addressed to Draco, in this very form. At the bottom of the form, where the registration restrictions were noted, lay the signature of Severus Snape, inscribed in a delicate shade of green ink. Harry glanced at the timestamp at the bottom of the form. The selection trials were set for this weekend. Draco took the form from Harry's hands, examining the contents with a faint exclamation. Though the unicorn gave me a rather harsh kick, it isn't entirely detrimental for you, is it? Yet, I have only attended one flying lesson, which happens to be the sole class before the trials. Harry pondered, still somewhat dazed, as he looked up at Draco. Today's lesson lasted merely a few minutes. If you wish, this presents a splendid opportunity, Draco remarked, collapsing heavily onto the pillow with a sigh, indicating that Snape actually considered your flying to be quite commendable. To be honest, I would also like to participate. Well, Harry hesitated. If he genuinely believed you to be a baboon, he wouldn't have taken the time to sign your form personally. Draco poked at the elegant script left by Snape. He would merely berate you, and then impose a detention. I'm certainly going, Harry declared without a moment's hesitation, though he was utterly clueless about what to compete in. He had yet to even witness a genuine Quidditch pitch. You might seize the chance to take a look when no one's around. It should be empty if no teams are practicing, Draco suggested, turning his head. Your Firebolt 2000 might just have the opportunity to shine. Snape has a cordial relationship with my parents, thus he tends to look out for me. However, I sense that he seems to regard you with a certain level of distinction as well. If glaring at me during the sorting ceremony counts, Harry thought to himself, recalling the animosity between Snape and his godfather. But how does he know I reside at my aunt's house? Harry suddenly recalled one of Snape's recent harsh remarks, where he threatened to send my medical alert back to my aunt's house. Your aunt's house? A hint of confusion flickered across Draco's face. The tales of the Chosen One did not elaborate on where the Savior went after the Dark Lord's retreat. Is it that white? Aren't our acceptance letters sent by the professors? Perhaps they are aware of our residences? Harry speculated haphazardly. If that were the case, then Snape must surely know he had been living in a cupboard all these years, a thought that made his face flush with embarrassment. I do not know. Draco shook his head, entirely perplexed by Harry's sudden agitation. Harry was also required by Madame Pomfrey to remain in the hospital for the night, which meant he would spend the remaining hours in this ward with Draco. Draco had already unsealed the letter brought by Snape and began to read it, while Harry noticed that the parcel contained several books. As Harry approached the hospital ward, he fortuitously encountered Blaise, who was visiting a fellow housemate. Little did I expect that a single flying lesson would result in 2 housemates sustaining glorious injuries. Blaise Zabini handed Harry a couple of sweets, patted him on the shoulder, and remarked, "Honestly, I think you flew splendidly. Neville spoke highly of you in front of Professor McGonagall. For a fleeting moment, I believed that Gryffindor and Slytherin were on the verge of a heartfelt reconciliation." "Thank you," Harry replied, accepting the sweets. A thought struck him, and he said to Blaise, "I wish to return to the dormitory to retrieve some items. I can take your place on the bed for a while." Provided Madame Pomfrey doesn't question why Harry Potter has suddenly acquired darker skin, Blaise said nonchalantly. "In any case, I have little to occupy my time in the dormitory. I'll be back shortly," Harry assured as he swiftly exited the hospital wing. He intended to retrieve the two-way mirror, having stowed it in his cabinet for fear it might break during the flying lesson. Although Sirius did not greet him through the mirror every day, Harry did not wish to miss even a single call from his godfather. As Harry stealthily made his way back to the castle, he encountered Quirrell. Recalling Quirrell's last known direction on the Marauder's map, Harry pondered whether he might glean some information. Quirrell walked ahead of Harry, visibly anxious. Before Harry could discern anything further, his scar began to throb painfully once more. Suddenly, Quirrell halted in his tracks, and Harry was engulfed by an inexplicable sensation that Quirrell had perceived his presence. Harry pressed his hand against his forehead, the excruciating pain threatening to strip away his ability to think. He observed as Chilo turned around, approaching him with a peculiar expression. "P. Potter," Chilo stammered, "have you already recovered? Why aren't you lying obediently in your hospital bed?" Snape appeared out of nowhere, taking a step forward to position himself between Harry and Chilo. Harry took a significant step back, finally grasping one of the functions of the Marauder's map. He resolved to choose a route that would not lead him to encounter Snape. Quirinus Quirrell managed to smile at Severus Snape, as though somewhat intimidated by his presence. "Shall we converse in my office? You appear rather fatigued, and I have potions available should you require them," Snape remarked to Quirrell. "I think I shall rest a bit," Quirrell stammered in response. As Harry swiftly returned to the infirmary while Severus diverted attention, Madame Pomfrey, due to the brief interval, remained oblivious to any peculiarities. Draco had meticulously folded the letter. He had not forgotten Lucius's admonitions, yet Harry always managed to ignite his desire for conversation. Observing Harry, breathless from his hurried pace, Draco relinquished his pretense of slumber and instead engaged him in a discussion about which position in Quidditch would be most suitable for him. "How did you return so swiftly?" Draco inquired. Harry spread his arms wide, mimicking the form of a bat. In a deep, husky tone, he imitated Snape's whispering manner, urging, "Why not hurry and lie down on the sickbed, Potter?" Draco immediately understood the jest and could not suppress his laughter. "Harry, I can fill out the application form first. Surely, many upperclassmen aspire to join the Quidditch team. If they are chasers or keepers, they are likely much taller than you, making it easier for them to command the field or disrupt their opponents," Draco analyzed. Blaise clearly noticed the application form that Snape had personally handed to Harry. Yet he seemed indifferent. Before Madame Pomfrey ushered him out of the hospital wing, he remarked, "Then choose a position suited for someone of your stature. I've heard that Quidditch practice consumes a significant portion of the weekends, leaving you little time for anything else." "Like Crumb? Become a seeker," Harry replied. "A seeker not only needs to excel in flying, but also requires keen eyesight, as they spend most of the match searching for the golden snitch." Draco nodded, agreeing that Harry was indeed better suited for that position. Harry picked up the quill from the bedside and began to fill out the form. "My scar has been aching again. I hope it does not act up during the match. Has it hurt again?" Draco turned around, his expression earnest. "Yes, just before Snape caught me," Harry touched his forehead. "But now it has settled down. Current research on magical scars does not mention the long-term effects, although some powerful spells can leave permanent marks. As can the claws of a werewolf." Draco recalled his parents' explanations. "Was it also a powerful spell that left the scar on my forehead?" Harry countered. "The killing curse," Draco stated, naming the incantation, which is the most potent of the unforgivable curses. "Throughout history, you remain the sole survivor. Thus, no scholar can provide answers to this question, as all others perished." In Harry's memory, only a flash of green light and the sound of screams lingered. Indeed, Draco quickly flipped through the old pages of a book. Finding nothing of what he sought, Harry swiftly accepted the reality that he might have to seek the answers on his own. "Will you come to watch my selection match?" Harry suddenly inquired. "What?" Draco paused in his actions. "I fear I might humiliate myself in front of a crowd of upperclassmen," Harry confessed. his heart racing at the mere thought of the numerous spectators at the venue. "Very well. I shall accompany you and give a stern reprimand to anyone who dares to mock you," Draco replied with a slight smirk. "No, just watch me. When I feel too embarrassed to look up, kindly lead me back to the dormitory," Harry said, waving the completed registration form in his hand. Chapter 32. Rock Cake. Harry did not enjoy a restful night at the infirmary. In the dead of night, he was plagued by a series of nightmares, each time awakening to the sight of the hospital ceiling looming above him. The nightmares were filled with disturbing visions, Quirrell brandishing his frenzied yellow scarf like a whip, a tattered broomstick performing an erratic dance in midair, vowing to unseat Harry during the selection match, and Snape threatening him that if he did not score 100 goals for the Slytherin team, he would never teach Harry the art of concocting the Wolfsbane potion throughout his lifetime. Harry was abruptly awakened from a nightmare. Enveloped in the stillness of the night within the confines of the Hogwarts infirmary, moonlight streamed through the narrow window, casting a silvery veil upon the floor and the bed. Beside him, Draco appeared to be in a deep slumber, his steady breaths having already reached Harry's ears during their train journey. The moonlight also illuminated a portion of Draco's cheek, creating a serene tableau. Harry turned his gaze towards the window, observing the moon hanging in the sky, nearly transformed into a full orb. In that moment, he was reminded that Lupin's next transformation day was fast approaching. On his birthday, Lupin appeared so haggard. He wondered if his godfather still accompanied him. Amidst a flurry of muddled thoughts, Harry drifted between dreams and wakefulness until dawn. The bed in the hospital wing was surprisingly comfortable, wasn't he? Draco seemed to have slept soundly, as he was bursting with energy and ready to depart early, with a full schedule of classes ahead. Excellent. Beneath his round spectacles, Harry bore two unmistakable dark circles under his eyes. He could almost still perceive the scent of garlic wafting from Quidditch scarves in his dreams. If he set off now, he might still make it in time for breakfast. It was hard to fathom that he had survived an ordeal alongside the boy who lived. Draco tucked the letter into his pocket. "However, I shall ensure my father investigates the true cause of this incident. The Board of Governors has the right to inquire into the particulars of the academic mishap." At that moment, Madame Pomfrey suddenly appeared, holding two remarkably large, stone-like confections. "These are the rock cakes sent by Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds." As a token of consolation, Madame Pomfrey surveyed Harry and Draco, seemingly satisfied with their condition, and indicated that they could be discharged. Hagrid expressed his apologies for the unicorns running amok in the Forbidden Forest. "He had intended to visit you yesterday but was stopped by me, and he appeared quite distressed. He asked me to convey that you are always welcome to visit his hut for tea." Draco received the stone-like rock cake with a skeptical expression, cautiously tapping its surface with his knuckles, seemingly deciding within 2 seconds to discard it. "Is this dessert?" Harry accepted one of the cakes, filled with curiosity. He still held a fondness for the culinary delights of the magical world, relishing Mars bars, chocolate frogs, and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. The rock cake appeared to be twice the size of what Harry typically consumed. He recalled the giant who had come along with Snape. That must have been Hagrid. It certainly looked challenging. Draco chuckled dryly at Harry's eager demeanor. Harry could not restrain his curiosity. He opened his mouth wide and took a hearty bite, which he soon regretted. The sweet treat not only resembled a stone in appearance but also had the consistency of one, causing him to wince in pain as his teeth ached. His temples throbbed from the collision of bone and rock cake. "Ah," Harry exclaimed, covering his mouth. "If you bite down any harder, you might find yourself spending an extra night in the hospital wing," Draco kindly reminded him. "So, do giants have considerably larger teeth than ours?" Harry sheepishly tucked the rock cake away. "Is Hagrid, the one who ferried us to the school, really a giant? I think he just drank a few too many bottles of growth potion when he was young. True giants are much larger than he is. Moreover, giants do not communicate like normal wizards. They are quite savage and possess an entirely different language," Draco explained. "Well, I suppose I could boil this down to a softer texture and feed it to Hedwig," Harry pondered, contemplating how to deal with the rock cake. "I think I shall head to the Great Hall for some healthful, softer food, and perhaps pen another letter to my parents before class." Draco adjusted his clothes and made his way towards the door. "I'll check out the Quidditch pitch during the break. It would be splendid to see the team practicing," Harry said, tapping his cheek, suspecting he would only be able to have porridge to alleviate the discomfort in his teeth. "I look forward to your good news," Draco winked, holding up a form approved by the headmaster himself. Chapter 33. Trace's Sirius ended his conversation with Harry through the two-way mirror, his face alight with a smile. Harry had just shared with him about the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest and his upcoming participation in the Quidditch tryouts. Once he was certain Harry could no longer hear him, Sirius turned to Remus, a look of bewilderment on his face. Why do I find it hard to believe that Snape would generously allow Harry to try out for Quidditch in his first year? Was he not the one who despised James flaunting the golden snitch? Remus did not respond immediately. He too was surprised, particularly upon hearing Harry mention that Snape had personally approved his application. Would you treat a child who bears an uncanny resemblance to your rival well? A rival who pursued you for 7 years and ultimately failed? Does he wish to see Harry hurt? Sirius pondered, perplexed. Throughout his time at school, Sirius had devoted most of his energy to opposing his mother, Walburga, leaving him with little experience in matters of the heart. As the night of the full moon approached, Remus bore a hint of weariness on his face. After considering Sirius's question, he finally nodded slightly. Of course, I would treat him well. Would it not be akin to encountering James, where the first instinct is to brawl, perhaps by hurling a barrage of self-made hexes? Sirius pressed further. Having witnessed the entirety of the conflict between James and Snape, but Snape is now a professor, Remus chuckled. We are all adults now, my dear Sirius. Harry embodies qualities of both James and Lily. He is kind, intelligent, and exceptionally brave. Unlike James, he does not act recklessly. Despite the hardships he endured at his aunt's, Harry remains remarkably polite. Remus's voice was soft as he spoke. Sirius's expression remained incredulous. Harry is also the only remnant of Lily in this world, Remus added. Even if your rival were to have a child, if circumstances forced you into a marriage with a descendant of another pureblood family, I would still treat your child with kindness. But we are friends, not rivals, Sirius quickly retorted, glancing at Remus's patiently explaining face. Remus's expression momentarily faltered, realizing he had unintentionally let slip a truth. Fortunately, Sirius seemed oblivious to the fact that, in Remus's heart, Sirius had always been the object of affection. The so-called rival was merely the yet-to-appear romantic interest of Sirius. Indeed, you are correct. As someone who transforms monthly into a pure beast, I can only retain a faint semblance of human rationality in my wolf form, clinging solely to my survival instincts. When I regain my senses, I find that these elevated human emotions, love, hate, hope, jealousy, and resentment, are all precious. Remus coughed lightly, intending to gloss over the topic. These emotions can sometimes lead to suffering. Yet I undeniably prefer my days as a human. Sirius appeared somewhat swayed. Since Dumbledore trusts Snape, he must be a competent teacher. Snape knew I was a werewolf and never disclosed it. Dumbledore believes in him, in you, and in me, does he not? Remus continued. Sirius lowered his gaze. They seldom spoke of the events at the Shrieking Shack. Given the current circumstances, I can only wish Harry good fortune. I truly wish I could return to cheer for him. Sirius reclined into the armchair, confident that Harry would triumph over the Slytherins. Even though he currently was a Slytherin himself. Exercise caution. If you transform into a large black dog and start shouting in the stands, it would certainly raise suspicions. Remus restrained the restless Sirius, noting that returning to Hogwarts was not a daunting task for them. I understand. Sirius grasped Remus's arm. My priority in the near future is to support you through the night of the full moon. In the days that followed, Harry found himself persistently daydreaming about the upcoming tryouts. Ever since Blaise inadvertently revealed during breakfast that Harry would be participating in the Quidditch selection, a new sentiment had surfaced among the Slytherins. They believed that Snape was extending special leniency towards Harry. After parting ways from the hospital wing, Harry and Draco's interactions lessened significantly. Draco was always seen entering and exiting alongside Crabbe and Goyle, prompting some to suggest that Crabbe and Goyle were merely the Malfoy family's little lackeys. Many of the Gryffindor students who had witnessed Harry's earlier mishap during flying class had significantly softened their attitudes towards him. This relieved Harry, as he even managed to engage in a few conversations with Hermione and Ron during Flitwick's lesson. Despite the content being Hermione's attempts to teach him how to levitate a feather, pay close attention to the incantation. And the wand movement in the book is a swish and flick rather than a jab, she instructed. After Harry's second unsuccessful attempt to levitate the feather, Hermione demonstrated the textbook instructions vividly from a distance. As a feather gracefully ascended, Harry noticed Luna excelling as well, her carrot-shaped earrings strikingly vibrant. Noticing Harry's gaze and the feather on his desk that remained still, Luna spoke in a dreamy voice. I am conducting it to dance, then it simply takes flight. The feather desires to soar. I merely offer it a gentle nudge. Harry's eyes widened as he gazed at the feather resting upon the table, confident that aside from Luna, no one else could discern its thoughts. However, after imitating Luna's exaggerated gestures, his levitation spell experienced remarkable progress, far more comprehensible than Hermione's explanations from the textbook. Thus, The classroom transformed into a stage for two exuberant conductors, their feathers performing splendidly, earning them each an additional point from Flitwick. Nevertheless, Harry ultimately opted to revert to his studies as he noticed Draco in another corner of the room, clutching his stomach in hearty laughter. Harry suspected Draco might be mocking him, yet lacked any evidence. To his slight dismay, he discovered that once his movements became more precise, the incantation began to falter. After enduring Professor McGonagall's exceptionally challenging and stern Transfiguration class, followed by Quirrell's disheveled and stammering defense against the dark arts lesson, amidst the intermittent pain from his scar, Harry finally approached the selection match on a dreary, rain-soaked day. Chapter 34. The Slytherin Beaters. The sky loomed dark and heavy, the stands of the Quidditch pitch brimming with spectators. Harry was astonished to discover that the attendees were not solely the candidates from Slytherin. From the scattered array of colors in the audience, it was evident that individuals from all four houses were present. Before entering the arena, Harry collided with Percy and another boy, the latter clutching a notebook and wearing an expression of grave concern. "Would my roommate," greeted Harry warmly. As an exceedingly responsible Quidditch captain, Percy stated that, as a prefect, he was obligated to oversee the honor and potential adversaries of Gryffindor, which is why he had dragged Harry along. Wood, casting a glance at the Firebolt 2000 in Harry's possession, expressed his indignation. "The financial backing of Slytherin is indeed formidable. Our newcomers are typically relegated to using Comet 260s. I must also petition Professor McGonagall to permit first-year students to participate in the selection, lest I miss out on any rare talents. Wood's fervor for the Quidditch Championship is nearly as intense as my own for the Ministry of Magic. Yet we have faced defeat for several years." Percy hastily concluded his remarks, soon being ushered by Wood to a prime location in the front row. At the commentary box, Snape was engaged in conversation with the tall boy. "I am Marcus Flint, the current captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, and the selection for Seekers is last on the agenda." The tall boy noticed Harry approaching and took the initiative to greet him. Marcus's imposing stature reminded Harry of a future version of Crabbe and Goyle, enlarged several times over. Snape's expression remained inscrutable. He merely nodded, as if Harry's arrival was anticipated. All current Slytherin players were present, and judging by Marcus's recent introduction to the candidates, they sought individuals who could harmonize seamlessly with the entire team. Different evaluations would be arranged for various positions, beginning with the goalkeeper, who must save the greatest number of balls within a designated time frame to emerge victorious. For the first time, Harry found himself seated at the edge of the arena, witnessing the exhilarating spectacle of the game unfold before him. The ambience was far more electrifying than any magazine could convey. The gentle breeze, the overcast sky, and the murmurs of the crowd rendered the scene palpably vivid. Even though this was merely a selection trial, Harry could feel the exhilaration coursing through his veins, quickening his heartbeat. The Slytherin green uniforms blurred as they darted about, and he suddenly comprehended Wood's motivation for observing. Each candidate, despite occupying the same position, possessed a unique style. The selection of the goalkeeper concluded within mere minutes. Faced with two candidates who had achieved identical save records, the current Slytherin players cast their votes, ultimately favoring a boy named Blatch over the more agile contender. Blatch, towering like Marcus, soared through the air with the grace of an eagle. His most astonishing feat during the trials was not only to deflect a ball aimed at the goal with remarkable force, but also to accurately knock one of the opposing players from their broom. As Marcus called for the medical staff, he announced Blatch's selection. "Selected. Remember to adhere to the rules. Excellent force." A subtle sense of foreboding stirred within Harry's heart. It appeared that the Slytherin Quidditch team favored players of a vigorous disposition, possessing well-developed physiques and formidable strength. Harry's conjecture was swiftly validated. As several candidate batters hesitated in their approach to the drifting balls, Marcus called out from the sidelines, urging them to be more aggressive. "Do you have any idea how formidable the Weasley twins can be? If you continue at this leisurely pace, I fear our entire team will find themselves knocked off their brooms by two drifting balls and those two Weasleys." A fellow team member hovering nearby, observing the candidates, chimed in, "Strike back with fervor. If you're going to dawdle, you might as well return to the dormitory and rest." The selection process was already halfway through when a gentle drizzle began to fall from the sky. Harry anxiously grasped his face, oblivious to the crimson marks his fingers had left upon his skin. After selecting suitable individuals from various locations, he finally heard Marcus calling for those wishing to volunteer as seekers. With a sense of trepidation, Harry approached the crowd. The other candidates towered over him, with Harry barely reaching the waist of some of the older students. Harry awaited Marcus to speak, anticipating a remark regarding his seemingly diminutive stature. which was at odds with the robust standards of the Slytherin Quidditch team. He had already resolved to depart at any moment. Marcus proclaimed loudly, "According to our team's strategy, our expectations for the Seeker are twofold. First, to minimize disruption to fellow team members and refrain from intervening during our offense or while obstructing the opponent. Second, agility is paramount. One must adeptly locate and seize the golden snitch based on the score. The assessment primarily hinges on two components. First, evading the bludgers while mounted on a broomstick. Those who pass the bludger test will then engage in the contest for the snitch." As the rain on the field intensified, the surrounding stands became shrouded in a mist, causing many students to begin vacating the premises. Harry felt the droplets of rain accumulating on his glasses, rendering his clothes heavier. He wiped the lenses with his finger, but to no avail. Unbeknownst to him, Snape had silently positioned himself behind Harry. He reached out, took the glasses, and with a flick of his wand, uttered a spell. Water repelling. Harry heard Snape uttering such a spell in a low voice. When Snape tossed the glasses back into his hands, Harry was pleasantly surprised to find that the lenses had become spotless. Everyone must learn to wield this spell, as training on rainy days or competing in the rain is quite common. Snape turned around to observe the other candidates as he spoke. Harry mounted his broom, and although the rain continued to cascade down his cheeks, his mind was remarkably clear at that moment. Ascending to the heights, he gazed down upon the Quidditch pitch, instinctively evading the blundering bludgers time and again. Amidst his observations of the field, he even caught sight of Draco's pale golden hair in the stands. He had come alone, and with most of the student spectators beginning to depart, Draco stood out conspicuously among the vacant seats. The bludgers had eliminated 3 of the candidates. As Harry soared once more in pursuit of the golden snitch, the rain rendered the broom handle perilously slick. Suddenly, Harry felt that his performance was not as abysmal as he had imagined. It was merely that Draco in the stands seemed yet to master the water and fire resistance charm. This realization subtly fortified Harry's resolve to conclude the ordeal swiftly. After circling the arena countless times, he finally caught a glimpse of a golden flash in his peripheral vision, which appeared to be soaring towards the commentary box where Marcus was situated. Harry's eyes sparkled with determination as he unhesitatingly dove towards the source of the radiance. The wind and rain whipped past his ears as he approached Marcus with increasing speed. With a resounding thud, Harry felt his fingertips graze the wing ball. But in that fleeting moment, he had no time to alter his course to evade the commentary box. In the final instant, he simply leapt from his broomstick. Raising his arm high above his head, Harry felt as though he had rolled on the water-soaked ground. "All right," Marcus remarked, managing to dodge just in time. "An ungraceful yet compliant score counts as a victory. Welcome aboard." Chapter 35. Observing the Moon from a Well, Part 1. Today is the day. Sirius pointed at the lunar calendar. "It's our little wolf's transformation day. After dinner, we shall set off." Remus nodded from the edge of the table. During their time at Hogwarts, the 4 of them always regarded the full moon night as a wild celebration, but times had changed. Only 2 of them remained. "The trap I found is quite filthy. You really don't have to come with me," Remus said to Sirius. "I won't be running amok inside. It's quite safe. After all, it's just for one night." Sirius mused aloud. "I'll go breathe in the fresh mountain air and admire the moonlight. I've followed your healthy routine for long enough. Let me stay up late for once." To avoid disturbing Remus's highly regimented schedule, Sirius had significantly altered his own habits. "I've even sent Creature to help me find a way to procure Wolfsbane potion. If he actually finds it, this will be your last night sleeping outdoors," Sirius added. Sensing that he would not be able to dissuade Sirius, Remus relinquished his efforts. "I should have brought a Muggle poetry anthology with me," Sirius chuckled, as if recalling a memory. Back at Hogwarts, in the hours leading up to the moon's appearance, they would always find something to occupy themselves with, such as studying the mechanics of Muggle motorcycles, allowing Sirius to secretly modify the one he coveted. He had purchased a book titled Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. But upon finishing it, he found it devoid of diagrams of motorcycle mechanics, filled instead with Muggle philosophical theories. Yet, within that perplexing tome, Sirius discovered a reason for his fondness for Muggle motorcycles. The magical means of travel, fireplaces, portkeys, trains tend to confine one to small spaces, emphasizing the result of movement over the experience itself, allowing one to perceive the world only through a narrow frame. In contrast, on a motorcycle, those constraints vanished, merging the individual with nature, transforming the rider from an external observer into an integral part of the experience. On a motorcycle, one could feel the road beneath them rush by like a torrent, the earth solid and the surroundings blurring due to the speed, embodying Sirius's youthful thirst for exploration, curiosity, rebellion, and the essence of being young. The motorcycle, which Sirius had painstakingly repaired and personalized, was a manifestation of his intuitive connection to the world. Anything that did not align with the aesthetic of number 12, Grimmauld Place, brought him joy. After a decade in prison, Sirius returned to his home, finding his room preserved as it had been before his departure, vowing that his mother, who had sought to disown him, had silently left a corner of the Black family residence for him. In conversations led by Remus, the four often discussed the latest magical techniques he had discovered. Among them, Remus contributed the majority of the work to the development of the Marauder's map, having long possessed the experience of living like an animal. Survival and continuity are ingrained instincts in creatures, one being to live and the other to reproduce. While James fervently pursued his love, Remus realized early on that he could leave nothing behind. No marriage, no children. His cursed werewolf blood had excluded him from the conventional life of a wizard. He was not one to abide by the rules. At times, Remus found solace in this, as most wizarding children grew up burdened by the expectations of their parents and families, while he bore none of that weighty anticipation. Children from traditional pureblood families were born into a world that had already dictated what they should revere and love, and most were too apathetic to ponder why this prescribed path had been followed for generations. The continuity of many families was comprised of the passive adherence of the majority. Remus had only himself to contend with. In a life where he was solely responsible for his choices, the world felt vast and brimming with freedom. However, magic offered Remus another possibility for legacy, allowing wizards to leave a mark on the world without a partner or children. Thus, he learned a technique classified as dark magic, teaching his companions how to infuse a portion of their thoughts into a piece of parchment, creating a map that could converse, enabling the young Remus to remain forever close to his beloved school. James frequently found himself beneath the whomping willow, crafting letters and poems for Lily. In his early years, he failed to comprehend why Lily despised him. The quiet of the night was perfect for organizing thoughts and expressing emotions. Poems written in moonlight were the most sincere. Surely, Lily would adore them. James fought valiantly, failing repeatedly yet persisting. Ultimately, these letters, brimming with the collective wisdom of the four, seemed to receive no response for an extended period, leaving James unable to ascertain which metaphor had faltered. Sirius's just about bringing a Muggle poetry anthology was indeed a reference to their important examples at that time. Remus remained silent on their way to the trap, and as dusk settled in, a vague sense of unease began to envelop him. "Here we are," Remus said, pausing at the edge of a deep pit. It was an unremarkable hole, merely 2 or 3 meters in diameter, with steep, smooth walls that were difficult to climb. It looked quite deep, with sharp bamboo stakes arranged at the bottom, appearing exceedingly dangerous. "I usually clear away the stakes beforehand and then return them to their original state before leaving." Remus waved his wand. "I must admit, the traps set by Muggles are quite effective. After having spent many full moons here, I have never once awakened to find myself escaped." Sirius was the first to leap into the deep pit, the scent of branches, leaves, and damp earth filling the air. The recent rains had rendered the soil sticky, making the already challenging walls even more treacherous. "This is certainly no cozy shrieking shack." Remus followed him down. Unable to carry much else, the entire night would be spent watching him holler. "It's been a while since I saw you," Sirius said, bracing Remus. "Ah, the little wolf has arrived, and I'm eagerly anticipating the feelings I had when I first laid eyes on you." "Enough," Remus said, giving Sirius a playful nudge with his weary arm, unable to suppress a smile. Chapter 36, Observing the Moon from a Well, Part 2. Though Remus longed to collapse at the bottom of the pit, he steadied himself, casting all known protective spells around them. "I need to eliminate any possibility of Muggles wandering in." Seeing Sirius raise his wand to assist, he explained. "Although this trap is rather remote and the nearby animal trails seldom see visitors, there was a time when I was feeling particularly downcast and lightheaded. I entered and curled up in a corner, losing consciousness. However, that night, a Muggle accidentally fell in. I regretted it immensely," Remus lamented. "It nearly led to a grave mistake." "Did he escape?" Sirius paused in his actions to inquire. "He was a hunter, armed with a gun. I was fortunate. He hit me with his last bullet, and I fainted. The following day, upon transforming into human form, I altered his memories and led him away from the trap." Remus recalled with a shiver. "I could scarcely fathom the consequences had he been an ordinary Muggle. My carelessness was alarming." "A gun? Did it strike you?" Sirius cursed under his breath. Fortunately, it was not a fatal blow. A simple healing potion would suffice. Remus confirmed that his protective charm was in place and sank heavily to the ground. No amount of caution could be deemed excessive. Leaning against the wall, he closed his eyes as familiar pain gradually spread through his core. He could sense the moon climbing slowly in the sky. To render the trap more convincing, Remus covered the entrance with a fresh layer of branches, sealing in the damp, musty odor even further. A few beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as Sirius, having transformed into a large black dog, pressed his paw against Remus's palm, feeling the slight tremor in his bones. After a while, moonlight filtered through the cracks of the trap, and Remus's pained gaze grew increasingly unfamiliar as his body twisted and contorted, ultimately taking on the form of a wolf. Just as he fully transformed into the animal, he scrutinized the massive black dog beside him when suddenly a loud bang erupted, and a diminutive figure appeared at the bottom of the trap. Instinctively, the wolf version of Remus recoiled a few steps, arching his back and emitting a threatening growl, glaring menacingly at the unexpected third creature. Sirius's heart tightened momentarily until he recognized the familiar, grimy apron of the Black family. Creature had found what his master sought to procure, even though his master was an ungrateful son, causing the mistress endless sorrow and leaving home. Creature's voice, laden with resentment and dissatisfaction, faltered in his throat as he evidently did not anticipate the sight before him, a massive black dog and an exceedingly fierce-looking wolf. With himself caught in the middle of a trap, Creature's mouth fell open in astonishment, his large, bell-like eyes brimming with fear and confusion. Sirius attempted to command Creature to leave, but his words morphed into a dog's growl. Creature moved 2 steps towards the edge, and after staring at the large black dog for several seconds, he seemed to have a moment of realization. Recognizing Sirius while simultaneously sensing that the creature before him was no ordinary animal, Creature leapt in front of Sirius, shouting, "You shall not harm the young master." Provoked by Creature's tone, the wolf lunged at him. The elderly house elf was dragged to the other side by the wolf. A fierce expression crossed Creature's face as he contemplated what magic to employ. Having served the Black family for 3 generations, Sirius had no doubt that Creature possessed the magical prowess to easily vanquish a wolf. "Creature, go home. Leave me be," Sirius commanded loudly from the side. Reverting to human form, Creature hesitated for a few seconds, but soon resumed his actions. The wolf, sensing the presence of the person beside him, became even more agitated. Remus howled angrily in Sirius's direction, struggling to leap toward him. Creature's frail, withered fingers clutched the wolf's neck, vowing to protect the safety of the Black family at all costs. "You shall not," Sirius charged forward, forcibly separating the grappling Remus and Creature. He was taken aback by Creature's audacity to defy his command. "Go home. If you don't, I'll kill you." In the midst of the struggle, Remus's claws inflicted a deep gash on Sirius's abdomen. The wolf bared its teeth, its brown eyes, along with its sharp fangs, aimed at Sirius's head. Sirius felt his blood seeping into the damp earth. Suddenly, Creature released his grip on the wolf, shifting to grasp Sirius's wrist instead. In a whirl of confusion, Sirius, despite the pain in his abdomen, opened his eyes to find himself back at number 12, Grimmauld Place, brought there by Creature. The house elf staggered and fetched healing potions for Sirius before relentlessly banging his head against the wall, muttering self-punishing words. Sirius felt a searing pain that made it hard to breathe. "Why did you defy my command?" He glared coldly at Creature. "Creature hates the young master." Bang. But Creature does not wish to see the young master die. Bang. The mistress is dead. The young master is in the lake. Bang. Creature cannot bear to witness the end of the Black family. Bang. The sound of Creature's head striking the wall sent sharp pangs through Sirius's head. The healing potion seeped through the wound, turning a ghastly brown as the torn abdominal muscles slowly mended, ultimately leaving 3 ugly scars. "If you linger for a moment longer, you might truly kill me. Are you satisfied?" Sirius hurled the potion bottle against the wall, unwilling to behold Creature's aging, tear-streaked, wretched face. Creature sees the master in danger. Bang. This time, Creature will not abandon the master, even if it means defying orders. Bang. Sirius felt utterly unable to communicate with Creature, who rambled on about lakes and abandoning the master. "Silence. Stop," Sirius commanded, unable to bear the thought of his mother's portrait awakening to this cacophony. At last, Creature's mad chatter ceased. He collapsed beside the stairs, falling silent. Sirius discovered that his wand lay at the trap's edge, and his attempts to disapparate back were thwarted. The multitude of protective spells were evidently effective, though unfortunately, a house elf's magic could not be impeded by wizardry. "It will be all right. It will be all right." Sirius took a deep breath in prayer. "Until dawn, until I return." Chapter 37. The unspoken matters. Sirius returned to Remus's small attic, preparing to remain awake throughout the night, fearing that the sound of Creature's voice would incite his anger, leading to shouting. Thus, he fled once more from number 12, Grimmauld Place under the cover of darkness. He was left with only the potions Harry had used for practice before the school year began. Controlling his breath, Sirius endeavored to avoid touching the scar, which still throbbed with pain. The 10 years in Azkaban had left permanent marks on his body, yet he was indifferent to them. In his memory, Creature was supposed to loathe his presence just as much as Walburga did. However, Creature's recent actions left him incredulous. A house elf who had served 3 generations of the Blacks so blatantly defying his command was unprecedented. This was the first time Sirius had witnessed a house elf's refusal to obey. Reflecting on Creature's utterly disappointed gaze, those bulbous eyes that always reflected his own shadow, Sirius let out a derisive snort. It was as nauseating as the title of young master from the Black family. However, before departing, Sirius did not forget to inquire about the location where he could procure wolfsbane. He had never attempted to comprehend Creature. Despite frequently observing Regulus and Creature engaging in cheerful conversations, which only served to complicate Sirius's emotions further, the heavy night outside gradually brightened, and Sirius could hear the sounds from the tavern below. The latter half of the night was always quieter than the first. Some patrons clinked their glasses, while others whispered secrets, and a few succumbed to the intoxication they had accumulated earlier, drifting into a deep slumber. In this nocturnal ambience, these subtle sounds were more conducive to sleep. During these days, Sirius had been unabashedly imposing upon Lupin's hospitality, observing as his mood oscillated between that of a dog and a human. At times, he would bring a large armchair from home to fill the space, while at other times, he would use the cushions Lupin had prepared for him as a makeshift dog bed. Whenever Sirius transformed into a dog, his sense of hearing became significantly sharper. He could curl up beside Lupin, feigning sleep as Lupin rose early. Yet, he attentively listened to every sound. He heard Lupin getting out of bed, changing clothes, the sounds of washing up, and finally, Lupin going downstairs to buy breakfast, ordering 3 wraps and 2 cups of coffee. Lupin would then approach him, crouch down, and gently ruffle his fur, urging him to wake. Sirius found great amusement in this pretense of sleep. Burying his face in the pillow, he was enveloped by Lupin's scent, as time stretched on interminably that night. Lupin did not appear until midday, when the attic door was flung open in a hasty manner. Upon seeing Sirius sprawled on the bed from fatigue, Lupin let out a sigh of relief, albeit in a flustered manner. His wand lay discarded on the floor, a pool of blood nearby, and Sirius was nowhere to be seen. Lupin's eyes appeared somewhat red-rimmed as he anxiously grasped Sirius's face, seemingly searching for something. What happened? Sirius, fully aware of what he was being questioned about, tugged at the hem of his clothing and replied nonchalantly, "Nothing happened." He lifted his chin to indicate that his cheeks and neck were unscathed. "Are you hurt?" Lupin's voice had taken on a strained tone. "I'm fine," Sirius replied, noting his own reflection in Lupin's eyes as he sat up and tidied his hair. "Did another muggle intrude?" he inquired, recalling that there had initially been no blood. Lupin's voice was tinged with profound fear. "What have I done? Tell me." Witnessing the guilt nearly driving Lupin to madness, Sirius sighed and lifted his shirt. "This is not your fault. It was that mad old creature returning to find me. His protective charm prevented my return, so I came here to wait for you." The 3 deep claw marks, along with the scabs on his abdomen and hips, were starkly exposed to Lupin's gaze. Lupin, still recovering his strength, swayed as if he might faint. Noticing Lupin's inclination to retreat, Sirius grasped his wrist, insisting, "Don't run away. I do not wish to hear any self-reproach. I have already said it is not your fault. Stay away from me." Lupin strained to shake off Sirius's grip, but to no avail. "I do not have any potions. I have not used any healing spells. I cannot go to St. Mungo's. Are you going to leave me with the house elf that nearly killed me?" Sirius raised his voice slightly, reclaiming his wand from Lupin's grasp. Lupin finally appeared somewhat calmer. Sirius reclined back, lifting his shirt to reveal the wound while watching Lupin, gesturing for him to proceed. Lupin, with his wand, traced the scar's contours, both understanding that it bore the marks of a werewolf's permanent scars. "I should not have insisted on your company. It was selfish of me," Lupin said as he tended to the scabs. "I was the one who wanted to go." Sirius reminded him. "I did not stop you," Lupin replied, struggling to breathe. The wound appeared to be healing significantly, and Sirius cheerfully announced, "It doesn't hurt anymore." After concluding the treatment, Lupin turned away, his spirits dampened. "It's all right," Sirius comforted, lowering his shirt. "The wound is here. No one else can see it. Creature has found a place to procure wolfsbane. We shall go now. From this day forth, you shall be a harmless wolf." "Do not pity me," Lupin responded. Sirius, with the tip of his wand, lifted Lupin's chin, declaring, "Listen, if you feel entirely responsible for these 3 scars, do not refuse any of my requests. Accompany me to purchase the potion." Sirius chose to travel under the disillusionment charm. The address creature provided was located in a Muggle neighborhood, where the air was heavy with the stench of fish, filthy and worn like an old rag slumped in a corner of the city. Sirius and Lupin walked side by side through the bustling, noisy streets where sewage flowed, ultimately halting before a shop that resembled a bookstore. The door was ajar, and a strange herbal aroma intertwined with the fishy scent from the street, the former barely prevailing. "What book are you looking for, dear?" inquired a portly wizard. Glancing up at Lupin. "Arsenius's Potions and Elixirs," Lupin replied, reciting creature's password. The wizard yawned and gestured towards the back of the bookshelf, where a passage slowly emerged between the shelves. "Today's Veritaserum is on sale. Buy quickly," the wizard lazily reminded them. The passage was dimly lit, flickering lights barely illuminating the walls, as jars and bottles shimmered in the gloom. Lupin was somewhat surprised to discover a considerable number of customers here. The aisles were crowded with people bent over examining the small labels on potion bottles. He noticed a witch at the checkout counter purchasing over 100 bottles of shrinking potion. Controlled substances by the ministry may be in the same section as Veritaserum, Sirius remarked, swiftly scanning the labels on the shelves. Over there, by the shelf marked Wolfsbane, several individuals were cautiously opening bottles, sniffing the contents as if discussing the quality of the potions on sale. "It smells quite bitter, and its color is clear," one witch noted. "It feels comparable to the quality of the potions distributed at the werewolf registry." "Quite expensive, indeed," remarked a wizard beside her, examining the price tag. "To ensure that Connor can grow up like a normal wizard child, this amount of galleons is worth it," the witch replied, taking several bottles before departing. "With this, all that S needed is to lock him in a room once a month." As the voices of the wizard and witch receded, Sirius pulled Lupin to the front of the shelf. "Can you discern the quality of the Wolfsbane?" Sirius inquired, mimicking the actions of the previous customers as he opened a bottle and inhaled deeply. A sharp, bitter herbal scent wafted from the opening. "Clearly not," Lupin replied with a wry smile. "One bottle costs me 12 months' rent." "Let us try it first," Sirius said, casually grabbing a large handful and stuffing it into Lupin's arms. No one around noticed the disillusioned Sirius, even as a heap of potion bottles seemed to leap from the shelf into Lupin's embrace without attracting attention. "I told you not to pity me. In truth, I have survived quite well alone out here for a night. And I am happier now that you are back than I was before," Lupin admitted candidly. "You know, this place has prompted a question in my mind," Sirius mused, gazing thoughtfully at the myriad of colorful potion bottles. "What question?" Remus. Lupin discerned a hint of amusement in Sirius Black's voice, and he sensed the intensity of Sirius's gaze upon him. "You must promise to answer me honestly." "Of course." Remus struggled to comprehend Sirius's intentions. Sirius drew him toward another row of shelves, where the distinctive luster of mother-of-pearl and spiraling steam made the items easily identifiable. This concealed shop took particular pride in marking its potions with powerful labels. "What is the matter?" Remus raised an eyebrow. "Do you still need this?" Sirius remained silent, uncorking one of the bottles and holding it beneath Remus's nose. "Tell me, what scent do you detect?" Sirius remarked nonchalantly. Remus hesitated for a moment, instinctively pinching his nose. "The professor taught us that it should contain all the scents you love," Sirius said, gently removing Remus's hand. Standing behind him, Remus felt a blush creeping to his ears. He fell into silence. Sirius continued, "I remember that lesson when you stood up to answer a question. Let me think. You mentioned the scent of bloodied meat, fresh books, a pet dog, and cedar rosemary. Last night, when I argued with Creature, I suddenly recalled how in my early years I used to send my school robes home for Creature to wash. He would follow my mother's instructions and soak the robes in cedar rosemary essence. I can't believe I forgot that after running away." "And you've never owned a pet dog," Sirius added. Remus lowered his gaze, and through the reflective surface of the potion bottles, Sirius noticed him biting his lip. "Speak honestly," Sirius nudged him with his knee. "What do you smell now?" "It's still the same," Remus admitted with difficulty. "Did it take you 10 years to realize that?" He hadn't prepared for that lesson. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken so candidly. Thankfully, their 3 boisterous friends had noticed nothing. "Indeed," Sirius said softly, "there's a sin I've always overlooked." Remus placed the potion back on the shelf. After being exposed, he suddenly felt a sense of relief wash over him. Sirius continued, "But I found that scent this morning. On your pillow." Crash. The potion in Remus's arms shattered on the floor. All the customers near the shelves turned their attention to him. Remus stood frozen, his posture rigid. A bitter aroma from the potion spread across the floor. Well, there goes your rent for several years, Sirius remarked, wrapping his arms around Remus's waist. His laughter and warm breath tickling Remus's neck. He buried his nose in the crook of Remus's neck and inhaled deeply. After 10 years apart. You mustn't lose me again. The letters unwritten and the faces unseen. Remember to make up for them slowly. Chapter 38. The secret of Chilo's challenge. Harry discovered that after navigating through the initial few classes, the difficulty of all subsequent lessons began to rise steeply. In addition to this, he had to carve out a significant amount of time for Quidditch practice while simultaneously rushing to complete his assignments. However, Sirius had been frequently sending exquisite confections via owl post, which considerably uplifted Harry's spirits. Besides garnering a plethora of envious glances at the Slytherin table, he also shared these delightful sweets with his friends. I shall present you with a surprise on Halloween, Draco remarked as he accepted the candy from Harry, adding, I have noticed that this confectionery is a favorite of my motheress. Some of the varieties are unique to them, and I find them quite memorable. Harry was aware that it was once again Sirius's shopping habits, inherited from the family, that made Draco feel a sense of familiarity. Draco would likely never know that the sweets were purchased by his own uncle. Halloween was still a while away. Harry made a face at Draco, anticipating the festivities. Draco shrugged, wearing an enigmatic expression. Of course, I'm not fully prepared yet. Harry inquired further, will Hogwarts have holiday decorations? He was uncertain whether wizards engaged in trick-or-treating like Muggle children. There will be a feast, Draco assured him, recalling their previous discussion in the Slytherin common room. Dumbledore is a headmaster who appreciates tradition. He would not squander the opportunity to adorn the Great Hall with new colors. Blaise interjected, having overheard their conversation. As for the Quidditch pitch, the first training session after the selection trials is approaching. I suggest that all well-funded team members acquire a Firebolt 2000, just like Harry's. Marcus declared, raising Harry's broom for all to see and demonstrating its speed advantage over the ordinary Comet 260. A good team must utilize only the finest equipment. Harry sensed the gaze of his fellow Slytherin teammates upon him. The Nimbus 2000, though quite an expensive possession, undoubtedly granted him a speed advantage over the rest of the players. Typically, he prided himself on being noble, elegant, and cultured, except during moments of brawling, dressed impeccably and adorned with confidence. However, on the Quidditch pitch, the Slytherin team exhibited a different demeanor. Some teammates appeared to believe that unleashing a torrent of profanity could purify their spirits. Conversely, others did not seem to have joined the Quidditch team purely out of a love for the sport, rather than emphasizing collective honor. Marcus often inspired the players from a different perspective during team talks, for those among them aspiring to join a professional Quidditch team post-graduation. Their performance in school competitions was crucial. If one were to remain in a team that frequently faced defeat, it would be prudent to abandon such aspirations. Furthermore, for those wishing to use Quidditch as a means of social engagement or conversation, it was imperative to refine their skills to avoid being exposed in casual discussions for failing to best even Gryffindor at school. To Harry, these remarks seemed less about team training and more akin to personal career planning, yet they evidently resonated profoundly with his teammates. Harry felt immensely grateful for his decision to assume the position of Seeker, as it allowed him to observe the events unfolding on the field from above, thus keeping him at a safe distance from the ferocious collisions of his teammates several feet below. If there was anything that perplexed Harry, it was the Marauders map. He noticed that every time Quirrell turned his back, his scar began to throb painfully. Consequently, he found himself compelled to pay closer attention to Quirrell's movements while scrutinizing the map. Quirrell frequently lingered near the 4th floor, and on 1 or 2 occasions, even managed to enter when no one else was around, yet seemed to get stuck in the first room. After some time, when Harry spotted Quirrell again on the 4th floor, he had ventured further inside. The Marauders map, gifted to Harry by Lupin, enabled him to observe the school from a profoundly different perspective. During his birthday celebration in Godric's Hollow, Harry had seen a multitude of professors bustling about on the 4th floor through the map. Why then did Quirrell persistently return to that very spot? Harry recalled the warning from Dumbledore at the beginning of the school year to steer clear of the 4th floor. However, a clandestine curiosity compelled him to pay attention to Quirrell's furtive escapades. When would he venture into the depths? Did Dumbledore possess knowledge of it all? Chapter 39. Flight around the classroom. Harry's gaze traversed the tabletop, fixating on Ron's mouse, which lay tantalizingly close. In this lesson, Flitwick had permitted them to bring their pets, facilitating the practice of the art of levitation along specified trajectories. Generally speaking, the challenge of making animals soar surpasses that of ordinary objects. To illustrate the intricacies of the spell, Neville's toad was directed by Flitwick to glide around the classroom in a graceful circle. Group practice. Remember the technique that successfully levitated the feather. Flitwick proclaimed from the podium. Begin with smaller targets for your practice. Harry's attention was entirely captivated by Ron's rat, which perfectly matched Sirius's earlier description, plump, gray, with sparse fur, and appearing rather lethargic. Harry tilted his head, wishing to ascertain whether the rat was missing a toe. But it was curled up in a ball, obscuring any view of its paws. Ron seemed to cherish his pet, uncertain whether to use it as a subject for class practice, especially as he noticed Neville had already sent his toad tumbling. Scabbers was Percy's old rat, aged and in a condition that made Ron reluctant to risk mistreating his elderly companion. He watched in horror as various small pets flew across the classroom. Genuinely worried about Scabbers meeting an unfortunate fate. Mother can no longer afford to give me a new pet. You could practice with a quill or something else first. Hermione skillfully sent her book soaring around the classroom before it landed gracefully on her desk, the entire movement exuding elegance. Draco noticed Harry's interest in Scabbers. Do you have a fondness for rats? He inquired, his expression revealing a hint of confusion at the rat's unremarkable appearance. Yes, I find it quite intriguing, Harry stammered, his exchange with Draco drawing Ron's attention. Ron scoffed. It's been with us for years. It's really not that interesting. Since witnessing Harry's impressive performance in flying class, Ron's attitude towards Slytherin had softened somewhat, prompting him to engage with them more readily. My pet is an owl. Perhaps I could take a look at your rat? Harry politely asked. Of course, feel free to have a look, Ron replied, pinching the rat's tail and presenting it to Harry. Thank you, Harry said, carefully cradling the rat, striving to maintain a neutral expression while observing it closely. It did indeed appear quite endearing. The rat, initially languidly resting on the desk, opened its seemingly tearful eyes as Harry raised it before him, staring back at him in a half-dreamy state for a few moments before suddenly struggling and squealing. Startled, Harry quickly released his grip, and the rat darted to the floor, vanishing in an instant. Scabbers, don't run off, Ron exclaimed, a hint of frustration in his voice as he scrambled under the desk in an attempt to catch its tail. Harry stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. He comprehended that he had just witnessed something truly remarkable. The mouse, known as Scabbers, was indeed missing a toe. Scabbers, come back, Ron exclaimed, darting around the classroom in pursuit of the rodent. I'll help you, Hermione interjected, clearing her throat. Raising her wand, she recited an incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. As soon as the spell was completed, Scabbers soared into the air. However, Hermione did not immediately guide Scabbers back to the table. Instead, she allowed it to fly an entire circuit around the classroom, much like Professor Flitwick would, before gently bringing it back down. Splendid work, Miss Granger. Gryffindor earns 5 points, Flitwick announced with evident excitement. It was only when Scabbers landed in Hermione's palm that Ron, flushed and embarrassed, returned to his spot. No, it was just frightened. You threw it up into the air. Hermione had anticipated a few words of gratitude from Ron, but instead found herself facing accusations. Without my help, you might have lost your pet, she retorted. I truly do not understand your need for the spotlight. Ron took Scabbers from Hermione, stuffing it into his pocket, and murmured, even if you're brilliant. Scabbers appeared thoroughly shaken, and Ron held it firmly with one hand to prevent its escape. Harry observed Hermione furrowing her brow and ignoring Ron, while the little mouse discreetly peeked out from Ron's pocket, quietly scrutinizing Harry. How splendid, Harry remarked to Hermione, then turned back to Ron, inquiring whether such a mouse could be purchased at the pet shop in Diagon Alley. You know, I am quite eager to acquire a new one. This one was discarded by Percy and has probably been with me for nearly a decade. I suspect it may not have been a purchased pet, for my mother tends to invest in more useful animals, like owls. This is likely a mouse unearthed from my garden. Ron's voice grew softer, as he was always reluctant to admit in front of others that he possessed second-hand items. Harry feigned ignorance to the gaze that Fong directed at him, lowering his head to practice the spells assigned by Flitwick, while his mind was preoccupied with how to broach the subject with his godfather. He masked his tumultuous emotions with the fade of poor performance in his practice. If what Sirius had said was true, that he was the murderer who betrayed his parents, Harry felt his hands tremble slightly. He endeavored to maintain an imperturbable exterior, reducing all doubts, surprises, confusion, and hatred to a mere smile directed at Ron. I suppose I'll buy one similar, perhaps a white one. Thank you. Ron appeared relieved as he confirmed Fong's condition, responding with a hint of disdain. Of course, most of the time, the rat is quite well behaved. Fong had surely been around Percy, that bookworm, for too long, which explained his shyness. And he is rather small. That is wonderful, My head can't just be tucked away in my pocket, Harry continued. Sometimes. I feed him bits from the table, Ron whispered. He has quite an appetite. Luna had also completed the task of flying with small creatures and was staring dreamily at the rat and Harry through her new glasses. Luna began. There are flies everywhere. Indeed, Harry replied, having become adept at Luna's lexicon, naturally continuing the conversation. There was so much to focus on lately: Quirrell, the mysterious fourth floor, the impending first Quidditch match, and this rat, laden with suspicion. Chapter 40. Whispers quite heavy, Lupin nudged the sleeping Sirius. Feeling the warmth of Sirius's breath wafting against his cheek, the rising and falling of his chest pressed against Lupin's back, whether in his transformed state or not. Lupin could not ignore the weight of Sirius's body, nor the occasional acceleration of his heartbeat that left him slightly breathless. Ever since Sirius had decided to share a bed with Lupin, the attic had become particularly lively, making each of Lupin's nights feel extraordinarily crowded. Although Sirius did not fully awaken at Lupin's gentle prompt, he instinctively tightened his grip on Lupin's fingers as if fearing Lupin might vanish at any moment. Lupin cautiously shifted to the side, attempting to change his position quietly. Finally able to breathe easily, his gaze fell upon Sirius's sleeping face. In the dimness of night and memory, Lupin recalled the sudden kiss in the potion store, one that, due to the disillusionment charm, had been entirely unseen, leaving only the sensations of pressure, warmth, and a stinging kiss. At times, Lupin even questioned whether that kiss had merely been a figment of his imagination. Upon returning to the attic, their lives resumed as if nothing had transpired, yet everything had changed. The palms of their hands were already slick with a fine sheen of sweat. Sirius's higher body temperature always made Lupin feel as if he were absorbing that warmth and strength. Lupin withdrew his fingers, reaching for the scar he had left that day, which had transformed into 3 uneven grooves, rough and jarring against the surrounding soft skin, with edges that resembled serrations. Just as Lupin's fingertips grazed the scar, Sirius seized his wrist, firmly resisting his instinctive retreat, causing Lupin's palm to rest against Sirius's abdomen. Sirius murmured sleepily, opening his eyes to see Lupin's somewhat stiff posture, followed by a mischievous grin. Under the scrutiny of that gaze, Lupin felt a twinge of regret, realizing he appeared more like he was groping than examining a scar. Sirius halted Lupin's attempt to withdraw his hand once more. "What is the matter?" "Nothing," Lupin replied, striving for a calm tone. The touch of his fingertips against Sirius's muscles igniting an inexplicable heat. "Why do I wake up to find you looking so pitiful and vulnerable?" Sirius propped himself up on his arm, speaking slowly. "I'm fine," Lupin insisted, silently hoping Sirius wouldn't notice the flush on his face. "I haven't done anything," Sirius chuckled, his voice almost playful in the hazy night. "I fear that if I move too quickly, I might frighten you away, friends unexpectedly turning into lovers." Finally, Lupin withdrew his hand, covering his face. "I feel that taking it slow goes against my nature," Sirius remarked nonsensically. "But I'm willing to wait until you're entirely accustomed to all of this. I'm not so bad when I'm not going mad, am I?" Lupin did not deny his ongoing impulse to evade everything, though Sirius had yet to utter any promises or solemn declarations of love. Lupin sometimes felt the weight of their relationship pressing down upon him. He gazed at Sirius tenderly. Sirius scooted closer to Lupin, using his mouth to grasp the hem of his shirt, once again guiding Lupin's wrist to rest on his waist, whispering softly, "Touch me." Chapter 41. Abate Hogwarts. Boys' Lavatory. "I saw that rat. It's indeed missing a toe." Harry had finally found an empty lavatory, his heart racing as he contacted Sirius through the two-way mirror. "What can I do now?" Lupin's expression turned grave. Sirius nodded, as if anticipating this moment. "I told you I wouldn't be mistaken. Moreover, that rat was Ron's brother's pet, and Percy is in his 5th year now. The typical lifespan of a common rat is only 1 to 3 years. Harry recalled having seen the rat occasionally while living in the cupboard under the stairs. Then its lifespan as a rat has far exceeded the normal age. "I need to go back to Hogwarts." Sirius turned to Lupin, seeking his opinion. "We must kill him." "No," Lupin replied, looking at Harry. "We need him alive to stand trial at the Ministry of Magic. This is Sirius's only chance for exoneration. Why did I hear Snape say that a bit of Veritastrum could compel someone to speak the truth? The Ministry could use that to clear my Godfather's name." Harry squatted in a corner of the lavatory, earnestly inquiring. "Veritastrum can be resisted by certain wizards through sheer willpower, so it cannot be wholly relied upon as courtroom evidence. Additionally, a wizard's memories can be altered, although most modifications leave clumsy traces. Therefore, Pettigrew, as the most compelling witness, might be the one to persuade the jury," Lupin explained. "If your godfather wishes to return to a normal life, then we must capture him alive at Hogwarts." Sirius quickly made up his mind. Wouldn't it be rather reckless to storm into Gryffindor Tower? The fat lady's password is always changing. Lupin pondered, realizing that a slip-up would leave no room for retreat. However, we must verify whether it is indeed him. If I ask Percy, perhaps he might benevolently disclose the Gryffindor password, Harry said uncertainly. Though he knew Percy was typically very strict and responsible, that would be too suspicious. Having been a prefect, Lupin would refuse any inquiry from a Slytherin student regarding the password. Perhaps I overheard them mentioning a Halloween feast recently? Harry recalled the discussions at the Slytherin table. Yes, Hogwarts will host a Halloween banquet. Sirius nodded, mentioning the costume games, the ghost story gathering, and the visit from a spectral friend that day. The wizarding band would perform amidst pumpkins and bats, in a dimly lit castle where no professor would dare to intervene as one frolicked about in peculiar attire. What if we go? Harry proposed, noting that he would bring his pet to the feast. Ron chimed in, saying he would feed scabbers from the banquet table. Let me go, Lupin suddenly interjected. On Halloween Day, Sirius, somewhat perplexed, responded, if the professors at Hogwarts discover me, they wouldn't regard it as too serious a matter. I'm one of the earliest members of the Order of the Phoenix, and there has been little news since Voldemort's disappearance. Perhaps they still have a faint recollection of the exemplary student Lupin, but you are different. Lupin calmly replied. What would happen if the prisoner of Azkaban were to infiltrate the school? Do you wish to confine me foolishly at home? Sirius pointed out keenly. That is precisely to ensure you can roam the streets joyfully every day thereafter, Lupin retorted. Harry cannot afford to lose you again. Nor can I. After the trial, you will have ample opportunity to spread your wings. Sirius reclined back in his chair, falling silent. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope filled Harry's heart. He turned to his companions and joyfully recounted various happenings at Hogwarts, including the training style of the Slytherin Quidditch team, his progress with the levitation charm, and Snape's rather sardonic guidance. The old bat isn't entirely unkind to you, Sirius remarked with a knowing tone. If only he would consider washing his hair. However, among the multitude of professors, Snape's manner of admonition was perpetually more severe. A thought struck Harry. Do you remember the fourth-floor corridor we saw on the Marauders map? That Professor Quirrell always seems to linger around there. Do we know this Quirrell from our studies? Sirius inquired. I vaguely recall a student from Ravenclaw by that name, though he does not appear to be in our year. I am not familiar with him at all, Lupin responded. He seems rather peculiar, always stuttering, Harry chuckled. And I feel like I can always see his scar hurting. It appeared that he had a double image on the Marauders map, while the names of others appeared normally. Double image? Do you have the map with you? Let me see what the issue is, Lupin said, seemingly unaware of such anomalies in his own creation. Harry retrieved the Marauders map from his pocket. Quirrell was in his office, and he held up the two-way mirror to reveal the name clearly to Lupin. Indeed. Beneath the name Quirinus Quirrell, there were faintly discernible additional words, seemingly beginning with the letter T. Sirius Black strained to decipher it. Perhaps something was amiss. Lupin graciously admitted that his technical skills might be lacking. A complete map might still be hidden in Filch's drawer. At times, he appeared rather sneaky. Harry recalled Quirrell's furtive movements. Let us speculate about what lies on the fourth floor, Sirius suggested, glancing at Lupin. If it prompts a new teacher to repeatedly test their wits, it is likely something of little genuine significance. Lupin replied, if it were truly important. Dumbledore would not have allowed so many teachers to set up numerous obstacles. Generally speaking, the more people privy to a secret, the greater the risk of it being exposed. You know, if one wishes to conceal something, it is far wiser to cast a spell that only one can undo or hide it in an obscure place rather than within the school itself. Sirius concurred with Lupin's assessment, noting that Dumbledore's arrangement appeared rather elaborate, as if it were an open invitation for challengers to enter. A decoy? Lupin recalled the bloody meat often placed near Muggle traps. Indeed, a decoy, Sirius nodded. Yet we remain unaware of the prey he seeks to attract. With just the four of us, we could turn Hogwarts upside down. How perilous could a corridor that a student might inadvertently wander into be? It is likely something of no real importance. Hearing this, Harry felt a sense of relief, understanding he had no reason to meddle further. His focus should now be on assisting Lupin in navigating Halloween more effectively. Chapter 42. The office Severus Snape heard a gentle knock on his office door as Lucius Malfoy entered in the evening twilight. Snape was occupied with potion ingredients and nodded in acknowledgement. Draco had not yet arrived. He was likely still at dinner. Lucius glanced at the clock in the office and inquired about Draco's progress with the mind-blocking technique. As per Lucius's request, Draco had been practicing this skill weekly with Snape. Rather well, Snape replied, having cleaned up the potion residue and seated himself opposite Lucius. especially for a boy of his age, when minds are often prone to wander. He is managing quite admirably. How did Dumbledore agree to your presence at the school? Lucius asked, his tone tinged with skepticism. A significant teaching incident, Lucius huffed. As both a father and a governor, I certainly have the right to inquire. Yet I cannot fathom the kind of person who would attack a unicorn. A person who disregards curses but desperately needs the unicorn's power to survive, Snape replied, his voice low. A brief silence enveloped them as Snape turned to place the potion bottles in the cupboard. What is Draco's relationship with that boy Potter? Lucius queried. I have heard they are roommates, yet Draco seldom mentions him in his letters home. I suspect he spends more time with Crabbe and Goyle. Upon hearing Harry's name, Snape's expression grew inscrutable. Being around a replica of James Potter is unlikely to yield any benefits. As a former senior to Snape, Lucius had often assisted in teaching a lesson to James and his cohort during their school years. I believe you still harbor feelings for her, Severus. I cannot determine whether that is a good or bad thing. Love endures longer than hate. There is nothing good or bad about it. Snape inhaled deeply. It is precisely due to her absence that she seems more perfect in my heart. Perhaps we should discuss something else. Draco claims that the defense against the dark arts teacher is rather inept. Lucius promptly changed the subject. Quirrell appears quite suspicious. It is more than mere annoyance. Snape remarked disdainfully. Moreover, he is covertly seeking information. Oh? Lucius feigned curiosity, considering that Dumbledore has also enlisted someone like Hagrid. If he truly wished to keep it a secret, he should have only approached me. Snape paused, expressing his discontent. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the door. Come in, Snape called. Professor, I'm here. Draco's voice chimed from the doorway. Upon entering, he immediately spotted his father's flowing, light golden hair. Father? Draco hurried to Lucius's side, a hint of surprise illuminating his features as he linked his arm with his father. What brings you here? Lucius drew Draco close, scrutinizing his cheeks. Your mother sent me to ascertain your health and happiness. Tonight, I shall accompany Professor Snape to assist you with your mind-blocking practice. Draco accepted the sweets Lucius handed him and asked, what level of proficiency is required to be considered adequate? Until you can fully master your own mind, Snape replied softly. Only those capable of self-restraint can attain true freedom. Those unable to manage themselves will ultimately succumb, whether actively or passively, to the control of others. Chapter 43. Tonight. You need not dress up. 1. Upon seeing the figure emerge from the fireplace, Dumbledore's blue eyes behind his spectacles brightened. A few days prior, he had received a letter from Remus Lupin, the contents of which were as astonishing as those in the letter Sirius once sent him. Clearly, Dumbledore had acquiesced to Lupin's request to return to the school. Professor, Lupin emerged from the headmaster's fireplace, bowing respectfully to Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled warmly, appearing quite pleased. You look splendid. I presume Sirius has shared his tale with you? Indeed, it was after conferring with him that I decided to return, Lupin replied. If that truly is Peter Pettigrew, the truth shall be revealed. This promised to be an extraordinary Halloween Eve. Dumbledore's words seemed laden with implication. I assure you, I will not jeopardize the safety of the students, Lupin hastily vowed. Perhaps the focus is not solely on you, Dumbledore reassured him with a smile. There are other matters stirring as well. Since you have returned, do enjoy Halloween. I believe you have missed several Halloween feasts due to your absence. Yes. The full moon has coincided with Halloween Eve on several occasions. As if recalling something, Dumbledore retrieved an object from his drawer, addressing Lupin. I had intended to gift this to Harry at Christmas. It is a rare heirloom belonging to his father, and I believe you are familiar with it. Given that you and Sirius are now by Harry's side, it seems fitting for you to present it to him. Lupin glanced at the parcel in Dumbledore's hand, instantly recognizing it as James's invisibility cloak. He took it, feeling the familiar, smooth texture. During their school days, this cloak had proven invaluable during their many adventures, particularly when sneaking into the hidden corners of Hogwarts Castle. Without it, they would not have successfully created the Marauders map. I hope it serves you well at tonight's masquerade. Dumbledore winked. Thank you. Lupin found himself momentarily speechless, donning an invisibility cloak that perfectly concealed his form. In that instant, he became invisible, and a myriad of memories from his youth flooded his mind. Should he indulge in a lemon sherbet before departing? Dumbledore had resumed his composition of a lengthy letter, which he had begun earlier. Your constitution can certainly tolerate a greater intake of sweets, good boy. Lupin blinked, recalling how Dumbledore had visited him at the age of 11, persuading his father to send him to Hogwarts. Even now, Dumbledore still referred to him as a child, which stirred a gentle warmth within Lupin's heart. At that time, Dumbledore had not yet donned the snow-white beard and hair that characterized him now. Lupin felt a wave of gratitude. His current semblance of health was largely due to Sirius's insistence on hearty meals. The pallor that had accompanied his reunion with Sirius had faded significantly, artfully concealing the tumultuous experiences of the past decade and the numerous setbacks he had faced. Being praised as a good boy always brought joy to Lupin. He cherished the favorable image he held in the eyes of his esteemed mentor. I have consumed copious amounts of chocolate. I hope to return with good news upon our next encounter. Lupin declined Dumbledore's offer of sweets and made his way to the office door. If the news were not favorable, there was no need for self-reproach. Many questions might not yield immediate answers. Dumbledore observed as the office door slowly swung open, bidding farewell to Lupin as he departed. Descending the steep staircase, the castle's orange pumpkin decorations and bats caught Lupin's eye. The students were brimming with excitement, many having donned peculiar ghostly costumes well in advance. Lupin adjusted his invisibility cloak and silently blended into the bustling corridors of the castle. Chapter 44. This evening. You need not be adorned, too. Although the festivities of Halloween Eve unfolded under the cover of night, I wish to present this to you in the morning. Harry, having just risen, noticed Draco approaching with something concealed behind his back. Surprise. Harry certainly remembered Draco's earlier announcement, and the remnants of his drowsiness dissipated as a smile spread across his face, anticipation evident. It's nothing particularly special, Draco remarked. I found your use of the two-way mirror quite intriguing, so I sought out a similar item at the magical shop. Then, I managed to cast a simple transfiguration spell on it. Harry observed two tiny, white, ghostly figures nestled in Draco's palm, each no longer than half a finger. Cool to the touch, reminiscent of porcelain. They were simply adorable. Harry picked one up. With this, we can hear each other's voices from afar, although it alters your tone, rendering it akin to that of another species. Draco pressed the small ghost to his lips, gesturing to Harry for its usage. First, utter the name, Draco instructed clearly towards the little specter. Harry Potter. Another specter in Harry's hand suddenly soared into the air, dancing gracefully before him. With ease, Harry captured it once more, watching as the white specter transformed into a shade of black. Now we can converse, Draco addressed it. A deep, rumbling voice emerged from within, reminiscent of a sea creature, yet undeniably mirroring both the content and rhythm of Draco's speech. This left Harry momentarily stunned before he erupted into hearty laughter. Harry's laughter was transformed into the sound of a sea monster, instantly enlivening the dormitory. Beside him, Blaise abruptly sat up in bed, wearing an expression of suspicion. Had the waters of the Black Lake seeped into the dormitory? Draco gently prodded the ghost, returning it to its original pale hue. He turned to Blaise and reassured him. Of course not. Yet Blaise remained skeptical. Why did I hear the voice of a sea monster? It's nothing. It's gone now. Draco exchanged a knowing glance with Harry, and they both chuckled. You know, being beneath the lake always instills a sense of unease in me. Blaise reclined back down, envisioning it gliding across the lake bed and climbing into his bed. Draco then whispered to Harry, in truth, the creature's voice has many variations. It's always random. I suspect there might be mermaids or other strange beings within it. However, discerning what they say is still quite feasible. Harry gleefully tucked away the little ghost and turned to Draco, saying, I have thought of a delightful use for it. On my birthday, you must sing the birthday song for me in a banshee's voice. Should it turn out to be the screech of a hag, I shall not take responsibility. Draco waved his hand dismissively, not rejecting Harry's request. This marked Harry's first celebration at Hogwarts. Previously, during Halloween on Privet Drive, he could only watch from a distance as Dudley and his friends swaggered up to neighbors for sweets. Dudley relished dressing as a Muggle superhero. Thus Harry often witnessed Dudley as a rotund Batman or a Spider-Man that looked perilously close to tumbling off the wall. On this day, the pumpkin decorations and bats adorning the castle thrilled everyone immensely. Even the minor skirmishes in the corridors transformed into playful exchanges of bat conjurations. Luna replaced her beloved carrot earrings with two small pumpkins, and under her whimsical demonstration, Harry was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had mastered the levitation spell with finesse. Additionally, a subtle anticipation elevated Harry's spirits. He knew that Lupin would be visiting today, although Harry had yet to truly grasp the task of capturing the rat. It had been far too long since he had seen his godfather and Lupin in person. Lupin was the kind of elder who instilled a sense of security. A reliable adult always brought comfort. On his way to the Hogwarts Hall for dinner, Harry collided with Oliver Wood, who greeted him awkwardly, clearly still troubled. Just days prior, during the first Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor, Harry had caught the golden snitch, earning Gryffindor 150 points, albeit through a rather tumultuous series of events. During his initial dash for the snitch, he had been unceremoniously struck by his burly Slytherin teammate. Yet Harry had managed to cling to his broom long enough to regain his composure and seize the elusive prize. It was evident that would have been haunted by the match for several days, as rumors suggested he had significantly intensified the training regimen for the Gryffindor team. The match had garnered Harry a fair share of applause, even from Snape, who had watched the entire event. The long-standing tradition prohibiting first-year students from participating in Quidditch teams had been broken, leading to relaxed recruitment restrictions from the other three houses. The only source of irritation for Harry was the increased pointing and whispering he encountered along the castle corridors. This year's Halloween feast appeared to be even stranger than usual. Harry overheard Nearly Headless Nick commenting, "Well, we can't eat anything anyway." The fat friar consoled him. "I can pass through them for a feel." Nearly Headless Nick clenched his fists, and perhaps learn what exquisite dishes might be suitable for planning my 500th anniversary celebration next year. He seemed resolute in his ambition to host an unforgettable memorial banquet. Harry quickly took his seat at the dining table and soon understood why Nearly Headless Nick, who was nearly 5 centuries old, referred to the Halloween fare as peculiar. He observed that the platters, once brimming with smoked chicken, roasted beef, and jacket potatoes, were now filled with sausages bearing teeth, meats adorned with bizarrely colored scales, and cakes shaped like carnivorous plants. The enormous pumpkin, which served as decoration, appeared to have been repurposed into this vibrant soup. Ron looked just as suspicious as he had upon waking that morning, whether for consumption or mere observation. The offerings seemed exceedingly strange. With great boldness, Harry seized a sausage adorned with teeth and took a bite, finding it quite delectable. He turned to his companion, Blaise, and reassured him to relax. Amidst the giant pumpkin decorations, a skeleton dance troupe and an enigmatic singing ensemble, whose species remained indiscernible, had been specially invited by Dumbledore. The ceiling of the hall was transformed into the hue of night, illuminated solely by the warm, flickering orange glow of the jack-o'-lanterns. Once the majority of attendees overcame their psychological barriers and indulged in the peculiar fare, the 4 long tables of the houses were removed, allowing students to gather around their preferred performances, engaging in lively conversation. At the teacher's table, numerous students donned eccentric costumes, soliciting candies from the faculty. Harry couldn't help but notice that the students surrounding Snape were the fewest. Even as he dispensed sweets, his face remained stern, lending him a comical air amidst the joviality of his colleagues. It also appeared that one individual was conspicuously absent from the teacher's table. Just as Harry gazed from a distance at the educators, a hand, not particularly warm, tapped him on the shoulder. It was Lupin. Harry understood intuitively. He even sensed the brilliant blue gaze of Dumbledore lingering on him for a few fleeting moments. Harry sought traces of Ron, and fortune smiled upon them. Unlike some students who roamed aimlessly within the castle, Ron was seated amidst a circle of Gryffindor students, captivated by ghostly tales. Even in the dim light, one could discern the pallor of his face, a testament to his fright, as he longed to flee. However, one of the Weasley brothers firmly restrained their younger sibling in place. Ron's pockets bulged, with Scabbers peering cautiously from the edge of his pocket. Harry approached Ron. Chapter 45. Tonight, you need not dress up. 3. The legs of the giant spider are remarkably sturdy, capable of piercing through a human skull and traversing the entirety of one's body. When it pursues you, its 8 large eyes gleam with an eerie red light, its body drenched in a sinister green venom. George animatedly recounted the legends surrounding the giant spider, and then it would effortlessly crush you with just 2 bites. Harry sat quietly beside Ron, noticing the wide-eyed expression on Ron's face, his lips trembling uncontrollably as if he were on the verge of collapsing. As Harry approached, Ron instinctively shifted closer to him, seeking distance from George. "Are you all right?" Harry inquired. "I feel nauseous," Ron shuddered. The mere thought of the giant spider's hairy legs seemingly threatening his very existence. "I detest spiders." He couldn't help but retch slightly. Harry patted Ron on the shoulder. Meanwhile, George was elaborating on the enormous spider that could weave webs as thick as a human arm. If you encountered a toy bear suddenly sprouting spider legs at the tender age of 3, you too would harbor a fear of spiders. Ron's face seemed utterly drained of color, his gaze fixed on George as if a monstrous 8-eyed spider were lurking behind his brother, poised to pounce. "I do not possess a toy bear, yet everyone has their own fears," Harry replied honestly. "There are indeed numerous spiders in the cupboard," a fact to which he had grown accustomed. Ron pulled Scabbers from his pocket, nervously stroking its half-bald fur, as if seeking solace from the rodent. "I was merely 3 years old. How could I withstand such a profound shock?" Harry heard faint footsteps behind him. Lupin had certainly spotted the rat. Yet Ron clutched Scabbers tightly, preventing Lupin from discreetly whisking him away. On the eve of Halloween, Scabbers appeared more spirited than usual. The storytelling had now shifted to Wood. And Harry suspected that for Wood, the greatest ghost story revolved around Quidditch defeats. We could venture to the other side to play wizard's chess, Harry suggested to Ron. Knowing that Ron was a master at the game, which might distract him from the rat. Since you are not fond of these tales. A splendid idea. Ron seemed eager to escape the Weasley twins. Just as the two were about to rise, a flustered figure dashed in from the Great Hall. Professor Quirrell was hurtling towards the staff table. Thud. As Quirrell rushed past Harry and Ron, he tripped and fell to the ground. Having been thoroughly caught off guard by the invisible Lupin, who had not managed to sidestep the charging Quirrell, resulting in the latter tumbling headfirst before reaching the staff table. Fortunately, Lupin did not fall. He quickly sidestepped. Just as the crowd had not yet comprehended the reason behind Quirrell's stumble, he was already crawling on the ground, panic-stricken. Exclaiming, "A troll! There is a troll!" Harry's scar began to throb with an excruciating pain, and he cried out in agony, clutching his forehead as he crouched down. "I believe the giant is moving towards the Great Hall," Quirrell exclaimed in an exceedingly exaggerated tone, calling for help from the professors. Harry was supported by Ron, who gazed at Quirrell's retreating figure, a hint of perplexity etched upon his face. "What is that?" Ron inquired. Harry felt a sharp pain coursing through every nerve in his brain. However, there lingered within him an unfamiliar emotion, an unexpected thrill. As if something he had long desired was finally within reach. Harry could not comprehend the origin of this strange feeling. Ron's voice trembled as he lowered it, whispering to Harry, "Look at that." Harry followed Ron's finger and beheld Quirrell, unchanged, with his peculiar, oversized scarf in disarray around his neck after the fall. Ron, observing from behind, appeared on the verge of screaming. Harry, enduring the pain from his scar, peered through the gaps in his scarf and discerned what instilled fear in Ron. Something appeared to be stirring beneath Quirrell's scalp, a living entity. The floor of the Great Hall trembled slightly, and many who had previously overlooked Quirrell began to sense an unusual disturbance. Dumbledore had ceased distributing sweets to the students, rising from the staff table as if to utter something significant. With a flick of his wand, the dark ceiling of the hall began to illuminate. The prefects were tending to the younger students when Dumbledore's words were abruptly cut short by an exceedingly loud footfall from outside, causing everyone to freeze in place. The skeletal dance arrested mid-motion, as all held their breath in anticipation of identifying the source of the sound. The troll, Quirrell, continued to feign weakness, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was, in truth, the defense against the dark arts professor. "You have been discovered, worthless creature," a foreign, seething voice boomed. Harry rubbed his scar, his eyes wide with certainty that the unfamiliar voice emanated from Quirrell's head. He recalled the persistent question that had plagued him. Why did his scar hurt? Now, he was convinced it was connected to whatever lay behind Quirrell's head. Instinctively, Harry drew his wand and aimed it at the scarf, intending to cast a levitation charm he had fully mastered. Despite the possibility of facing detention or a deduction of 50 points from Slytherin, the spell struck the scarf. Yet it did not obey Harry's command to rise as he had anticipated. Quirrell abruptly turned, indicating some protective enchantment was in place. Lupin, beneath the invisibility cloak, pressed a hand on Harry's shoulder, clearly having perceived the object concealed beneath the scarf. Quirrell finally noticed the commotion around him and turned to Harry, his normally dull expression twisting into one of malevolence. "Grab the boy and flee," the strange voice commanded once more. "Seize him and leave now." Draco had observed the minor disturbance surrounding Harry and abandoned Crabbe and Goyle to approach the group telling ghost stories. A thunderous noise reverberated, drawing the attention of everyone in the Great Hall as a large, green foot of a troll stepped through the entrance, its skin filled with black grime and exuding a revolting stench. Students near the entrance gasped and recoiled into the hall. "Is this part of the Halloween entertainment?" a first-year asked. "Cool. Much better than the skeleton band," another replied. "But it stinks, doesn't it?" A pumpkin decoration, dislodged by the chaos, landed at their feet. The troll seemed aware of the throng of students and attempted to smash through the walls to enter fully. In that fleeting moment when everyone's attention was diverted, Quirrell tightened his grip on the scarf and stepped forward to seize Harry. Though his actions appeared casual, Harry felt as if his arm might be wrenched from its socket, even through the layers of ropes. "Let me go," Harry gritted out, enduring the pain of his scar, but his voice was soon drowned out by the troll's roar. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed several professors had begun to move towards the troll, seemingly oblivious to the anomaly occurring beside them. The Gryffindor students engrossed in ghost stories were also unaware of Quirrell's intentions, save for Ron, who had glimpsed a hint of the horror lurking beneath the scarf. Percy Weasley snapped back to reality, attempting to restore order. "All first years, retreat to safety under my guidance. I am the prefect, fall back." Several startled first-years quickly huddled behind Percy. The great hall descended into chaos, with most still unsure whether this was a Halloween event or an unforeseen incident. "Leave now with that boy," the ominous voice echoed again. Quirrell tightened his grip, causing Harry to stumble, his feet lifting off the ground as his body lurched forward. Ron instinctively grasped the hem of Harry's clothing, leaving Harry flailing awkwardly in midair. Breathing rapidly, he clutched at anything within reach. This time, the scarf, not restrained by magic, was torn away significantly. All the students gathered there beheld the grotesque visage on the back of Quirrell's head, a deathly pale face with red, squinting eyes and snake-like nostrils. Fred let out a shriek. "Best Halloween costume ever." "I didn't realize Professor Quirrell had such flair for dressing up," George chimed in. "What spell did he use for that? If you stuck your face on my head, it wouldn't be any different." Lupin swiftly cast a spell towards Quirrell's hand, causing him to release his grip on Harry as if shocked. Harry, Ron, and Quirrell tumbled to the ground. "Scabbers, don't run," Ron suddenly shouted, spotting his pet darting towards Quirrell, attempting to climb into his pocket. "Reveal your true form." Lupin cast another silent spell, transforming the rodent dangling from Quirrell's pocket into a tearful, balding, portly man. In this manner, Pettigrew emerged in a disheveled state at Quirrell's feet. After a moment, he realized he was no longer in his mouse form, glancing around in confusion, evidently bewildered as to who had returned him to human shape. "What is this? Merlin." "My Scabbers," Ron screamed, watching his pet transformed into a man, before fainting and collapsing to the ground. Quirrell's head bore down on Pettigrew with blood-red eyes. His expression twisted in a mixture of horror and surprise. "Master," Pettigrew stammered, trembling by Quirrell's ropes. Draco was now standing beside Harry, recoiling in disgust to avoid the quaking Pettigrew. He looked up to find the pale face staring intently at him. "You resemble your father quite a lot," the treacherous voice from Quirrell's head said maliciously. Draco instinctively shivered at the sound, an ominous premonition washing over him as he gazed into those crimson eyes. Several professors had successfully restrained the troll with spells, and Professor McGonagall was directing the students to evacuate the hall. "Percy, take the younger students to the common room at once, and no wandering in the castle without permission. Leave through the hole made by the troll." McGonagall's orders halted abruptly as she spotted Pettigrew on the ground. A look of profound shock crossed her usually stern face. "Pettigrew? But you were supposed to be dead." Snape rushed in from the opposite end of the hall, and upon seeing Pettigrew, his face contorted with extreme revulsion, quickly followed by shock mirroring McGonagall's. Quirrell, seizing the moment, began to flee, casting spells rapidly at the walls and decorations of the hall. Shattered pumpkin guts and startled bats flew through the air, while the walls crumbled, releasing dust and debris, enveloping the area in a cloud of chaos. The foul air seeped into their lungs. Pettigrew glanced at the unconscious Ron and at Harry, now protected by a throng of Gryffindor students, and hastily ran towards Quirrell's escape route. "Stop." Snape raised his wand. Without hesitation, Pettigrew accelerated his pace. Two spells shot towards him almost simultaneously, colliding midair and veering off course. A sudden burst of blood filled the air as Pettigrew staggered slightly, dropping something to the ground. Then his entire body transformed back into a mouse, hastily scurrying away amidst the chaos unleashed by Quirrell's wand. Lupin sprinted after the mouse, and as he approached the entrance of the Great Hall, the obstacles created by Quirrell began to diminish, his vision becoming clearer as he was but a step away from the diminutive Peter Pettigrew. At the entrance, several professors had already employed a multitude of spells to subdue the troll, which appeared utterly disoriented, swaying precariously as it teetered backward. Lupin noticed a bewildered student standing frozen in place, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at the troll's enormous, pale green form, the shadow of its tilting body looming over him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lupin dashed towards the student and whisked him away from the corner just before the troll could strike. Upon glancing back, he saw only a trail of dripping blood leading toward the forbidden forest, a remnant of an arm left behind. Inside the Great Hall, Dumbledore was clearing the aftermath, his gaze fixed upon the severed arm that had been cast aside from Peter Pettigrew, the arm bearing a dark mark that was as conspicuous as the still-fresh bloodstains. Chapter 48, The Daily Prophet Special Edition. The Daily Prophet front page. Where will the Mad Headmaster lead Hogwarts? Special Correspondent Rita Skeeter reports. The current headmaster of Hogwarts, the rigid old madman Albus Dumbledore, has recently found himself in yet another predicament during the Halloween feast. A troll of unknown origin invaded the hall where students had gathered and attacked numerous innocent children. The peculiar behavior of Professor Quirrell, who has since vanished after fleeing, has raised further concerns. Additionally, the long-deceased Sir Merlin Medal recipient, Peter Pettigrew, was sighted at the banquet. This grave incident at Hogwarts has left several students shaken, with castle facilities being destroyed. Members of the guest performance troupe, the Skeleton Dance, were struck down by a massive pumpkin. Leading to a conclusion, Dumbledore's mind has evidently become muddled with age, rendering him unfit to continue as headmaster of Hogwarts. According to multiple sources, Dumbledore's hiring practices have always favored personal connections over merit. There are no publicly stated criteria for judgment, a lack of a reasonable teacher evaluation system, and no recruitment process for ordinary wizards. Since Dumbledore's tenure as headmaster, new professors have been solely invited by him, thus explaining how such dubious teachers could infiltrate Hogwarts. If one gains Dumbledore's trust, they can teach our children, regardless of their teaching proficiency. The peculiar Professor Quirrell, newly appointed by Dumbledore this year, has raised eyebrows. A fellow student, Emily, shared with reporters that Quirrell was once a shy boy at Ravenclaw, often bullied due to his lack of assertiveness, yet undeniably talented. After leaving school, he developed a profound interest in the dark arts, traveling the world in an attempt to gain power through understanding and combating dark magic. After his disappearance, he resurfaced, having been invited by Dumbledore to teach. We must question the deficiencies in student management at Hogwarts, as the presence of bullying evidently shaped Quirrell's character and worldview during his formative years. If a person experiences trauma in their adolescence, it is likely to manifest in peculiar behaviors, a cry for help from deep within. As headmaster, Dumbledore has not only failed to curb and guide student behavior, but has instead reintroduced the products of problematic education into the faculty. Reports indicate that Quirrell stutters and is incoherent in class, and his bizarre dark magical masquerade at the Halloween feast terrified younger students. His subsequent disappearance only underscores his guilt over being unworthy of his position. He dares not show his face again. The quality of Hogwarts infrastructure is equally concerning. Beyond the appearance of a level 4 dangerous magical creature like the troll in the Great Hall, there are numerous inexplicable details within Hogwarts, such as staircases that randomly shift and trap one's feet, alongside the perilous forbidden forest adjacent to the school. All of this jeopardizes student safety. To date, Dumbledore has yet to provide a reasonable explanation to the public as to why a troll was present within the school and whether there are other hidden dangers that could endanger our children's lives. Moreover, this incident at Hogwarts has unearthed another significant story that the Ministry of Magic has likely attempted to conceal. Peter Pettigrew is well known to the public for sacrificing himself to protect his close friends James, Lily, and their child Harry Potter, only to be murdered by Sirius Black in the streets. However, at the Halloween feast, several professors witnessed Pettigrew reappear in the form of a living being rather than a ghost. The fleeing Pettigrew bore an arm marked with the Dark Mark, which seems to contradict the rumors of a war hero. To this day, no one in the magical community has publicly claimed to have mastered the true art of resurrection. Although several professors artfully evaded interviews with our correspondent, speculation arises. During the summer, Dumbledore maintained close contact with his old friend Nicholas Flamel, with their collaborative research focusing on alchemy related to resurrection and immortality. Dumbledore may have circumvented the Ministry of Magic's legal restrictions and advanced further in his studies of resurrection magic. If this is not the case, the deaths of Harry Potter's parents, who miraculously survived, could very well have an alternative explanation. Our correspondent attempted to interview the prisoner Sirius Black at Azkaban but was firmly denied by the guards there. The Ministry's evasive demeanor mirrors Hogwarts' chaotic management style. Our correspondent will continue to investigate this matter. In light of recent events, we must reiterate the perspective that the old madman Dumbledore is unfit to continue as headmaster of Hogwarts. The Ministry of Magic needs to appoint more capable wizards to steer the school's educational direction. Chapter 49. Afterward, Madame Pomfrey knocked on the door to Harry's hospital room. Dumbledore wishes to speak with you. 15 minutes. After Harry responded, the door opened slightly, and Dumbledore entered. Sir, Harry propped himself up in bed. He had been sent back to the hospital wing, though he appeared much better than Ron, who had fainted. Harry felt a twinge of guilt. He ought to find a way to indicate to Ron that he might now not only fear all spiders but also all mice. Considering that discovering one's pet mouse suddenly sprouting spider legs was far more frightening than the fact that it was merely an adult male. This time, Madame Pomfrey had arranged for Harry to have a private room. I imagine you have many questions, Dumbledore stated directly. 10 years ago, I made the decision to place you at your aunt's doorstep. It is now irresponsible to let you face the future in ignorance. I am here to answer your queries. Dumbledore sat beside Harry's bed, speaking kindly. Yes, sir. Harry clutched the hospital bedsheets tightly, unsure of how to begin. Why had the troll appeared at the school? What was affixed to Quirrell's head? Why did his scar ache? How could they capture Peter Pettigrew again? Harry gaped, rendered speechless by the overwhelming confusion swirling in his mind. Dumbledore, with a profound understanding, nodded thoughtfully. May I pose a question to facilitate your contemplation? Your removal of Professor Quirrell's scarf must have stemmed from a discovery. What prompted such an abrupt action? Every time I see him, my scar aches, Harry confessed candidly. Moreover, he consistently lingers near the 4th floor, which is rather peculiar. However, Harry chose to withhold mention of the Marauder's map, as Sirius had previously acknowledged that it too was a form of dark magic. Dumbledore's cerulean eyes fixated on Harry's lightning-shaped scar as he spoke slowly. Did you discern anything unusual on the back of Quirrell's head? A face, devoid of any human hue. Resembling that of a serpent or a spectre, with crimson eyes, Harry recalled, his stomach churning. That is the visage of the one who murdered your parents, Dumbledore remarked. His tone dispassionate, as if discussing the evening's menu. Harry's heart tightened in an instant. It was him. He was Voldemort, Dumbledore stated plainly. Quirrell is Voldemort? Harry inquired urgently. But if that's the case, why haven't the professors at Hogwarts captured him? Are you certain he is Voldemort? Dumbledore continued. Voldemort's current state resembles that of a temporary possession of Quirrell. Quirrell may merely be the vessel he found to regain his strength. This elucidates the recent surge in unicorn deaths. Voldemort requires the power of such a sacred creature. Dumbledore paused before elaborating. I have suspected him for quite some time, yet lacked a viable way to ascertain his identity. Quirrell has always been wary in my presence. At the Halloween feast, most of the professors were occupied with the troll. Many had never encountered the disfigured Voldemort. Most who faced him directly have perished, save for you, Harry. I myself have never witnessed such a parasitic method. And the troll? Harry pressed. The creature hidden on the 4th floor was originally meant to test Quirrell. It was a challenge set by him. I believe he intended to divert our attention while he slipped away amidst the chaos to the 4th floor. However, Lupin's little mishap disrupted his plans, Dumbledore succinctly explained. I will return that extraordinary stone to Nicholas Flamel. He escaped, Harry ceded. And Pettigrew. We have failed to prevent all of this. Voldemort currently lacks a physical form. I believe even if Quirrell were to be killed on the spot, Voldemort would not simply vanish, Dumbledore observed, scrutinizing Harry's expression. Capturing Pettigrew is essential for my godfather. Had I reacted more swiftly, the outcome might have been altered. A profound sense of frustration caused Harry to lower his head, contemplating how this failure diminished the likelihood of finding the rat. Do not underestimate someone who has betrayed a close friend and remains undetected, even a decade after the incident. No one doubts Pettigrew's innocence. He has hidden himself well. Even those who believe Sirius is a criminal have never questioned him, including myself. All his intimate friends and relatives were unaware of his allegiance to the Death Eaters, Dumbledore remarked. He deceived everyone. Harry's fingers dug deeply into the sheets. Lupin may have made the best choice in that scenario. By exposing himself, he risked revealing your godfather. The fact that Pettigrew could fool 3 astute companions indicates he is not to be taken lightly. Lupin has always been a kind-hearted individual. I imagine he felt immense sorrow upon recognizing Pettigrew, as good-natured people often hesitate to attribute dark motives to others, especially when it concerns a friend they once cherished. After listening to Dumbledore's response, Harry fell into a long silence. So, what can I do now? Harry lamented, fearing that the chaotic Halloween night had only left him with the memory of 2 loathsome faces, Pettigrew and Voldemort, who might haunt his subsequent nightmares. Dumbledore appeared pleased to hear Harry pose such a question. When Voldemort attempted to kill you, he may have established some form of connection between the 2 of you. Is that the reason my scar hurts? Harry nodded. Voldemort will not relent. He will return to seek you out. He will find a way to regain his former state. Dumbledore glanced at the time, seemingly wishing to conclude their conversation before Madame Pomfrey arrived. This process may not be particularly pleasant, but we pursue the ultimate victory. The ultimate victory? Harry did not fully grasp the meaning behind it. A knock on the door signaled the end of their discussion, and Dumbledore rose. Do not overly concern yourself about Pettigrew. The news of his being a Death Eater has likely been reported by the Daily Prophet. As someone who prefers to align with the powerful, Pettigrew will undoubtedly stay close to Voldemort in the days to come. He would rather be a rat for 10 years than act alone. I am glad you have come to terms with what you must face, Harry. You are far more perceptive and courageous than I had imagined. Your parents would be proud of you. Dumbledore placed a copy of the Daily Prophet on Harry's bedside table. If you are interested, you might read it. I particularly enjoyed Rita Skeeter's description of me as an old lunatic. You may soon find yourself facing similar scrutiny. The boy who lived must contend with more than mere accolades. The waves of controversy are far more tumultuous than we can imagine. Yet some paths can only be traversed alone. Chapter 50, Bloody Beef at Dinner. Sirius pushed a plate of bloody steak towards Lupin. I endured creatures' disdain and insults, insisting he prepare it medium rare and add some spices you like. Noticing Lupin's continued self-reproach, Sirius added, "It's all right. I'm not hungry." Lupin took a deep breath, as if trying to sink further into his chair. "You returned in a daze in the middle of the night and have yet to eat," Sirius bluntly pointed out. "Harry has already informed me that the dreadful professor had Voldemort's mark on the back of his head, and about the troll." Lupin swallowed the latter half of his sentence. "It's just that I blame myself for not killing Voldemort while defeating the troll and capturing Pettigrew in front of everyone," Sirius queried. "My binding curse was deflected. I did not anticipate Snape's intervention. He was a Death Eater back then. I wonder if he was aware of Pettigrew's betrayal." Lupin reluctantly reached for the plate, even though he had no appetite. Lupin poked at the steak with his knife and fork, then set them down again. "People are beginning to doubt Pettigrew. This is a good thing. You have turned the students and professors at Hogwarts into witnesses. This works in my favor. If the paper were to feature me alongside Pettigrew, allowing the public to vote on who is the good person, I might secure a majority," Sirius remarked. "If I were to go to Hogwarts in person, I would kill Pettigrew on the spot. I fear the more serious issue is that Voldemort has truly returned. Then you should eat regularly and properly," Sirius insisted, taking it upon himself to cut the steak. "Only a house elf would punish itself. Self-reproach serves no purpose other than to harm oneself. If guilt were useful, I might as well have remained in Azkaban until I was utterly broken. Each day I relive my error of entrusting the secret keeper position to Pettigrew. I might as well end my life in that cage as penance." "Stop talking nonsense." Lupin felt the steak pressing against his lips. He took the fork from Sirius's hand. "I have resolved to live well," Sirius said nonchalantly. "Once I decide on something, I see it through to the end, like running away from home or confessing my love for you after determining it in the morning. Once I have made a decision, I do not waste time reconsidering or delaying its execution. I act immediately." Lupin lowered his gaze. He could never counter Sirius's impulsive nature. His emotions were transparent, unwavering, and uncompromising, qualities he found difficult to emulate. "I don't mind feeding you. My mother had a knack for dealing with children who resisted eating. If you wish to experience the noble Black's parenting methods, feel free." Sirius raised an eyebrow, speaking with an air of menace. Remus hesitated for a few seconds but obediently adjusted the plate. Sirius began to hum a tune, satisfied to see Remus finally starting to eat. "I too am quite concerned for Harry's safety. He is still a child, particularly vulnerable as he is targeted by Voldemort, especially given his affiliation with Slytherin. If some descendants of Death Eaters approach him with ill intentions," Remus mumbled as he chewed hastily, "we could take some time to teach him a few combat skills. Harry shares everything that happens at school with us. He loves us." Remus nodded, recalling how Harry would pour out every detail during their conversations through the two-way mirror. "I began to understand why adults appreciate children who are perceptive. If Harry were to break school rules, I would still support him, though his current obedience brings me great comfort." Sirius nuzzled Remus's shoulder. "Who would have thought such words could come from someone who has never been sensible?" Remus said, laughing as he sucked on the fork stained with a faint red hue. Chapter 51. Dobby Draco anxiously observed the flock of owls approaching the long table, a customary sight during breakfast. They flapped their wings as they arrived, delivering parcels to various tables before swiftly exiting the hall. As expected, there were no letters from Narcissa and Lucius. This was unusual. They typically responded promptly to Draco's letters, and before this, they would send treats and trinkets every week. However, after the chaos of Halloween, Draco had yet to receive a reply to his letter, and the family owl had not visited in quite some time. This silence left Draco feeling restless. The turmoil of Halloween provided ample gossip for the students of Hogwarts, as no one was genuinely injured. Most dismissed the criticisms of the Daily Prophet, with some students, like the Weasley twins, finding the whole affair rather amusing. Only a few appeared to be in low spirits, including Harry and Ron. Following the transformation of Ron's pet rat, he would jump at any squeaking sound. Discussions about Harry intensified, as if the entire school had revisited Sirius's betrayal of James and Lily overnight. Some students even requested old newspapers from their families to compare whether they had seen Peter Pettigrew that day. At the Slytherin table, Blaise incessantly recounted his misadventure from that day. "I overslept and rushed from the dormitory to join the feast, only to encounter a foul-smelling troll at the entrance. I was frozen in fear until a mysterious force lifted me to safety." "Perhaps you inadvertently learned how to apparate. Danger can awaken one's magical abilities," Goyle suggested, having seen a notice about upper-year students training in apparition. "But Hogwarts Castle is under protective enchantments," Blaise interrupted impatiently, recalling Professor Binns's droning lectures. Draco, irritated, cut off Goyle's speculation. Hogwarts has protective magic, unless it's a house elf. Upon finishing his sentence, Draco paused thoughtfully, suddenly reminded of Dobby. He immediately discarded his food and decided to find a quiet place to summon Dobby and inquire about the recent behavior of Lucius and Narcissa. Generally, house elves are a symbol of prestige for wizarding families, but Draco had always found Dobby to be a rather peculiar elf. Dobby was quite young compared to others who had served wizarding families for generations. It had not been long since Dobby arrived at Malfoy Manor. Unlike other house elves, Dobby had expressed a desire for wages and a longing for freedom, prompting Lucius and Narcissa to consider replacing him. A servant with a will of their own is not favorable in the eyes of their master. However, Dobby had already learned many secrets of the Malfoy estate, such as the numerous collections in the basement and the various visitors to the manor. Should a house elf break free from their master's control, they could easily divulge their former master's secrets. Thus, the Malfoy family abandoned the idea of dismissing Dobby. Draco hurried to an empty boys' restroom. "Dobby," he called loudly, summoning the elf. With a loud pop, a small creature with bat-like ears and a long nose appeared by the sink. Dobby appeared terrified, his large eyes brimming with tears as he knelt by Draco's robes, squeaking, "Young master." Draco felt an uncomfortable sensation. Dobby should not have been so panicked. Grasping Dobby's pillowcase, he leaned down and asked, "Why haven't my mother and father replied to my letters? Are they not at home? Should I go back and check?" "No, young master. There are guests, terrible guests. You must not return home," Dobby cried out. "Who?" Draco's complexion paled further. "Master Lucius calls him master." Dobby is frightened. Dobby twisted in fear. Draco's lips trembled. He has two faces. Dobby has never seen such a wizard. When he is in a bad mood, he throws Dobby into the fireplace for amusement or kicks him down the stairs. Dobby lifted his scarred arms. Although the Malfoys had never been kind to Dobby, they had never abused him in such a manner. Watching Dobby pat his own head, Draco immediately understood whom Dobby was referring to. "The Dark Lord is at my house?" Draco whispered. Dobby heard he needs to recuperate for a while. Then he will seek ways to restore his power. The mistress makes Dobby buy expensive potions for him every day. Dobby clutched his ears tightly. Draco recalled the snake-like face he had seen behind Quirrell on Halloween. Its pale skin devoid of human texture, resembling a flowing jelly. He felt a wave of nausea. He is discussing very bad matters with Master Lucius. Dobby continued to scream, the sound echoing off the restroom walls, growing increasingly shrill. "What matters?" Draco gripped Dobby's shoulders tightly. Dobby cannot say. "The Dark Lord will kill Dobby." Dobby's face was contorted with anguish. Dobby cannot say. "I am your master. I command you." Draco insisted darkly. "The Dark Lord consents if Dobby is lying. He can hear the thoughts in Master Lucius's mind." Dobby struggled for a few seconds but finally spoke. "They are helping the Dark Lord regain his power, to restart the old plans, to eliminate those unworthy of learning magic. They also want to kill that boy." "The boy?" Draco shook Dobby, urging him to continue. "The renowned savior, Harry Potter." Tears rolled down Dobby's cheeks as he lamented that the Dark Lord believed his current plight was all due to that boy's interference, blaming Harry for preventing his successful resurrection. Draco abruptly released Dobby, causing him to stumble and fall onto the restroom floor. "Young master, do not return home." Dobby does not wish to go home either. But Dobby must return to brew potions for the Dark Lord, or he will take off Dobby's head. Dobby widened his eyes, trembling. Dobby must go now. Dobby is on his way to buy potions. "Does the master have any commands?" "I called you here for this matter. Do not let anyone know, including my parents." Draco gazed vacantly at the mirror in the boys' lavatory. After a brief moment, Dobby bowed deeply, and with another resounding crack, the house elf vanished. Draco was uncertain how long he had been standing there. He simply stared at the water cascading down the sink, his tumultuous thoughts rendering everything around him oblivious. It was not until the sound of footsteps echoed behind him that he was stirred from his reverie. As Harry stepped into the washroom, clutching the two-way mirror, he spotted Draco staring blankly in front of the sink. He approached and gently tapped Draco on the shoulder. "Hey, I noticed you abruptly left during breakfast. So, this is where you are?" Harry observed Draco turn around, the redness around his eyes slightly evident, causing him to pause momentarily. Draco remained silent. Looking into his gray eyes, Harry inquired further, "Are you feeling unwell?" Draco's lashes drooped, and he shifted his body towards the door. "What is wrong with you?" Harry stood there, perplexed. "Stay away from me," Draco replied without glancing back. "What?" "I said, stay away from me." Chapter 52. The washroom. During the morning potions class, Draco was uncharacteristically off, misidentifying several ingredients and stirring in the wrong direction. Ultimately, The potion in his cauldron morphed into an unappealing muddy hue. Draco gazed at Snape, who was now surveying the area next to his seat, looking somewhat bewildered. Snape merely glanced at the potion before waving his wand to empty the cauldron. His black eyes bored into Draco as he asked, almost without parting his lips, "How could you create such a concoction?" Draco lowered his head. "I apologize, Professor. I'll redo it immediately." Ever since exiting the boys' washroom, his mood had remained unsettled. And during class, he had even abandoned Crabbe and Goyle, choosing to sit alone in the corner. Snape furrowed his brow with skepticism. Draco retrieved some daffodil roots to begin grinding them. Spotting Snape preparing to move on, he spoke up, "Professor, may I ask?" Hearing Draco's words, Snape turned back. "Can the legilimency extract all of a person's memories and thoughts?" Draco endeavored to maintain a steady tone. "Isn't the most skilled practitioner of dark magic unable to resist through occlumency? If the opponent is relaxed or vulnerable, then legilimency can penetrate, if they are strong enough." "It cannot." Snape appeared taken aback by Draco's inquiry, which was unrelated to potions. Fortunately, in the tense atmosphere of the classroom, everyone was fixated on their cauldrons, oblivious to the conversation happening in the corner. "Professor, I would like to increase the frequency of lessons on occlumency." Draco breathed deeply, making his request. "If I master it quickly, you could have more time to rest." Snape remained silent for a moment. "You need not feel pressured," he eventually nodded. "I will inform you when time permits." The bubbling potion released small bubbles, mirroring the torrent of thoughts flooding Draco's mind. Did the Dark Lord torment his parents as he did with house elves? If he encountered the Dark Lord again, and he extracted a multitude of memories regarding Harry Potter from his mind, what would he do? His father had once cautioned him against becoming too close to Harry Potter. Draco bit his lower lip tightly. He was both curious and fond of Harry. Had Harry been an ordinary boy, they would surely have been the best of friends by now. Yet, the reality validated his parents' concerns. The Dark Lord was currently recuperating at Malfoy Manor in Quirrell's body, plotting to kill Harry Potter. Draco gazed distantly at Harry's retreating figure, a sense of confusion washing over him. Should he sever ties with Harry early on? Or at least appear antagonistic in the eyes of others? This way, even if the Dark Lord delved into his mind, there would be no cause for alarm. The serpent-like red eyes re-emerged in his mind. How powerful must one be to withstand the scrutiny and probing of those eyes? Draco felt uncertain. At lunchtime, conversations buzzed around the impending defense against the dark arts class. Following Quirrell's escape, Snape was temporarily substituting for the subsequent sessions. After a round of questioning, Snape was infuriated to discover that the students were utterly unprepared. Following the morning potions class, Snape had already left the school, indicating that a new teacher would be present in the afternoon. "It's not a challenge for Dumbledore to invite a new teacher," Pansy Parkinson remarked. "Anyone would surely teach better than Quirrell." "Classmates, I defeated the VV vampire. Do you LLL like my big scarf?" Pansy mimicked Quirrell's stutter. Laughter erupted from the Slytherin table. While only the Gryffindors huddled together, sharing ghost stories, had seen the visage of Quirrell's bald head. It was rumored that the Dark Lord had once sought the position from Dumbledore but was rejected, which led to the belief that the defense against the dark arts position was cursed, with no one able to hold it for long. Another Slytherin student chuckled, "This afternoon, an Auror is coming to substitute." Theodore not suddenly interjected, appearing rather slender. "Fudge is quite anxious about the prison matter being uncovered, so he is keenly monitoring Peter Pettigrew. Recent unexpected events at Hogwarts have provided the perfect pretext to send an Auror to supervise Dumbledore." Fudge even suspected that Pettigrew was deliberately disguised by Dumbledore to facilitate his ousting from the position of Minister of Magic. You know, the impact of negative news can be profound. The Slytherin table grew quiet. All eyes turned to Theodore as if he had just revealed monumental news. "You don't all know?" Theodore glanced at everyone, their eyes wide. Most Slytherins shook their heads. "Draco, isn't your family well connected with the Ministry? You should have heard about it." Theodore turned to Draco. Draco, with a sullen expression as he drank pumpkin juice, felt the collective gaze of his peers upon him. "We'll find out in class," Draco replied disinterestedly. "I noticed you've been in a foul mood since breakfast. Who upset you?" Blaise inquired. "No one," Draco replied, his gaze colliding with Harry's across the table, causing Harry to look away, visibly hurt. Clearly, Harry still did not understand Draco's sudden change in demeanor that morning. Seeing Harry stirred something within Draco, a twinge of softness, yet the words of apology lodged in his throat, unvoiced. Perhaps Lucius was being forced to aid the Dark Lord in devising a plan to eradicate Harry. Thus, any apology would merely be a form of last rites. A wave of nausea washed over him again. Draco despairingly realized that even though he and Harry were in the same house, they likely had never stood on the same side. Draco forcefully sliced through a piece of potato. Perhaps vegetables were luckier than people, never developing feelings for those they ought not to, nor having to navigate the complexities of circumstance, bowing and scraping, delicately surviving within the dignity bestowed by others. Chapter 53. The Invisibility Cloak. John Delirious has become the latest substitute instructor for defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Delirious did not actively seek to take on the role of a teacher for a group of young students. Instead, he embarked on a mission from the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, who tasked him with tracking Albus Dumbledore and discovering his whereabouts during his absences from the school. The contents of the letters sent by Dumbledore's owls were also among the information needed for this covert operation. The duties of an Auror are always diverse. Yet at this moment, Delirious was determined to fulfill his responsibilities as a substitute teacher. After a brief self-introduction, the entire class quickly learned that he had achieved outstanding results in all subjects during his N.E.W.T.S. examinations, while the stringent Auror selection process required merely 5 outstanding marks. This revelation straightened Hermione's posture immediately. For the first-year students, the O.W.L. exam seemed a distant aspiration. The Auror's curriculum on defense against the dark arts was evidently more formal and official, interspersed with Delirious' practical experiences and techniques acquired during his daily Auror duties, which sparked considerable interest among the students. As Delirious leafed through Dark Magic, a self-defense guide, he explained that recognizing and resisting dark magic and dark creatures were essential components of the course. Among the various forms of dark magic, curses posed the most significant threat, as they exerted a persistent negative influence on wizards. These curses are the most malevolent, powerful, and enduring, often irreversible. The most formidable of these curses include the unforgivable curses. While some curses may not result in death, they endure in another form. I will emphasize the portions that are likely to be tested in the upcoming examinations. Harry perked up his ears to listen to Delacour's teachings. This was the first time he had heard of the profession of Auror. Draco's behavior that morning in the boys' lavatory had left Harry in a rather foul mood. Due to Draco's inexplicable demeanor, Harry lacked the inclination to promptly open the package sent by his godfather today. He had received this new parcel during breakfast. The package was light, adorned with Sirius's hasty scrawl advising him not to open it in public, but rather to wait until he was alone. Apart from its outer wrapping, Harry could scarcely perceive its weight. However, after being shoved by Draco in the lavatory, Harry stormed back to the dormitory and carelessly tossed the package onto the shelf. Throughout the day, Draco remained seated alone in the corner, a stark contrast to his usual self, as he would often engage in subtle rivalry with Hermione. Yet, at this moment, he seemed utterly disinclined to participate in class. Harry glanced back at Draco, who was still sulking, and silently resolved to refrain from looking at him again. Instead, he eagerly anticipated the moment after class when he could discover what his godfather had sent him. During the lesson, Delacour swiftly introduced a selection of relatively benign curses and their countercharms, some of which had been devised by former students of Hogwarts. He briefly outlined how these spells could appear in examinations. As soon as the class concluded, Delacour did not linger for an instant. He hurriedly exited the classroom with a speed surpassing that of any student. Harry swiftly gathered his books, eagerly anticipating that the package would alleviate the ill mood that Draco had cast upon him. The dormitory was empty, and Harry rummaged through the cupboard to retrieve the lightweight parcel. With great care, he peeled away the wrapping, and then he sensed the liquid-like texture of the contents within. A silver object slipped from the packaging, landing in a heap beside Harry's knee. Harry held his breath, instinctively sensing that this object was extraordinary. A card slipped out from the package, inscribed with Lupin's handwriting, which was far more elegant than Sirius's. Harry, this is a relic of your father's. An invisibility cloak akin to those found in wizarding fairy tales. It grants complete invisibility, remains effective indefinitely, and cannot be undone by any spell. We have many fond memories of this garment from our student days, and I hope you will cherish it. Upon reading this, Harry marveled silently, for he had already noticed that his legs, covered by the shimmering silver fabric, had become invisible, although he had witnessed Sirius employ the disillusionment charm numerous times. This was Harry's first attempt at becoming invisible himself. Harry stood up, attempting to don the invisibility cloak. The garment was evidently much larger than him, compelling Harry to hold up the hem that exceeded his own height with his hands. Harry approached the mirror and lifted his gaze, only to find that his reflection had wholly transformed into an invisible visage. He attempted to spin around, ensuring that there were no flaws in his concealment, and a thrill of excitement bubbled within him. Perhaps, alongside the Marauder's map, he could traverse every corner of Hogwarts. just as Harry made his way towards the dormitory door. Preparing to don the invisibility cloak for a stroll around the castle, he collided unexpectedly with Draco, who had just returned. Draco, who had appeared rather despondent, was startled by the sudden impact. What was that? He questioned with a hint of skepticism, peering curiously at the empty space where Harry stood, seeing nothing but air. Yet, the sensation from the unexpected encounter convinced Draco that he had indeed bumped into something, as he found himself blocked at the doorway. Harry stood frozen in place, as if he had forgotten that although invisible, he could still be touched. Who? Draco furrowed his brow. Tentatively, Draco extended his hand, groping in Harry's direction. His fingers grazed Harry's neck. The cool, slippery sensation of the invisibility cloak made him flinch abruptly. Draco swiftly recoiled, drawing his wand with haste. A spell struck Harry, the force of it propelling him backward into the corner of the bed, a metallic tang filling his nostrils as he sensed the warm trickle of blood from his nose. Harry let out a pained cry, the invisibility cloak fluttering to the side, revealing his arm to the open air. Draco abruptly halted his actions. Harry covered his face with his hands and tossed the invisibility cloak onto the bed, noticing a few drops of his blood staining the front of his robe. Draco looked on in astonishment at the now visible cloak, seemingly regretting witnessing the scene. What are you doing? Blaze's startled voice echoed from the doorway, as he incredulously glanced between Draco, who held his wand aloft, and Harry, who lay bleeding on the floor. Come on, we need to get to the hospital wing. Blaze approached to help Harry up, but as they reached the door, Blaze felt Harry's weight dragging him to a halt. Blood continued to flow from his fingers, and Harry fixed his gaze on Draco, as if unwilling to move until Draco spoke. Draco's eyes flickered, and he lowered his wand, stammering, but his words trailed off. Time passed, and a glimmer of genuine anger appeared in Harry's eyes. He had not received the words he longed to hear. Don't come near me? Harry wiped the blood from his hand and replied coldly, Of course, I can. Chapter 54. An evil decision. Fine beads of sweat crept silently down Draco's forehead as he instinctively clutched the hem of his clothing. The practice of mental occlusion had left him utterly exhausted, and fatigue had diminished his mental defenses. Observing this, Snape lowered his wand. Are you worried about this? Is that why you concocted such a dreadful potion that day? Snape inquired. In the recent memory retrieval session, the recollections of Dobby the house elf's arrival at the school had been laid bare. Snape had listened to the entirety of Dobby's dialogue. Draco did not deny it. He understood that Snape was a trusted individual of his parents. To this day, he had yet to receive any correspondence from Malfoy Manor, and he secretly hoped Snape would say something about the topic. Facing the secret alone felt overwhelmingly isolating. I doubt the Dark Lord would assign you, a first-year student, to do anything that would only complicate matters further, Snape stated expressionlessly. Lucius and Narcissa will certainly have their own means of handling this. Among the Dark Lord's followers, your parents excel at self-preservation. Therefore, your current task is to complete your first-year coursework. I have other concerns. Draco unexpectedly found himself feeling somewhat relieved. Such as? The Dark Lord wishes to kill Harry Potter. He is in Slytherin, also my housemate, and I cannot be certain from one day to the next that I will see him again. I certainly do not wish to oppose the Dark Lord. However, Draco was unsure whether Snape had glimpsed the memories of his interactions with Harry. Following the incident with the invisibility cloak, they had been avoiding each other for several days. Many are likely protecting him from the shadows, Snape replied. Really? Who was protecting him? Draco could not hide the momentary flicker of joy on his face. Of course. Potter has been famous since he was a mere infant, Snape scoffed, surrounded by those whose names will never be remembered. If I were to become good friends with him, I wonder if that would affect my parents, considering the Dark Lord harbors such animosity towards Harry Potter. Draco poured out his innermost concerns. What if I encounter the Dark Lord, and he discovers this? Snape shot Draco a piercing glance. Must you fixate on Harry Potter? What is so captivating about that foolish scar? Is it worth writing to your parents about? Draco shrank back into the armchair, realizing Snape had seen the memory of him touching Harry's scar. With so many students in Slytherin, do you know them all? Snape pressed on. Draco averted his gaze from Snape's probing eyes. There are other houses, other years. Do you lack for friends? Snape's black eyes betrayed a profound disdain. Normal interaction with a housemate is unavoidable. Draco attempted to defend himself. It would be stranger if we were to bicker every day in the dormitory. If necessary, I could rearrange your dormitory and roommates, Snape countered sharply. Moreover, given the current situation, your chances of encountering the Dark Lord are significant. I suggest preparing some material to counter his intrusion into your mind. If you wish to remain aligned with your parents, the Dark Lord will not favor those of a more conciliatory nature. Snape resumed his inscrutable demeanor. Draco trembled with anger at Snape's sudden threat of changing his dormitory. Yet he found no grounds for rebuttal, as he had initiated the topic. Understood. I will argue with him daily, Draco vowed fiercely. Chapter 55. A night of blood at 2:30 in the morning, Sirius and Lupin traversed the pitch-black night towards the Langus wholesale market, which sprawled over an area larger than the entire nation of Monaco, specializing in Muggle ingredients and floral trade. Lupin's temporary work concerning vampire studies was still ongoing, and due to delays caused by the full moon and Halloween, he needed to expedite the research report while in reasonably good health. Hugo was one of the vampires Lupin had contacted. He currently worked as a chef at a Muggle 5-star restaurant and had agreed to meet Lupin at midnight. The profession of chef indeed suited a vampire well. Sirius rode his flying motorcycle, yawning throughout the journey. Look, there's not a trace of sunlight now. You can't see the sun even in the restaurant's kitchen during the day. The market opened from 3 in the morning until 7. Chefs or hotel procurement personnel arrive at dawn to inspect ingredients, which are then transported back to the city before 7, allowing restaurants to prepare the freshest food for Muggle patrons by around 8. Lupin had evidently done his homework. From above, Langus wholesale market resembled a vast city that never sleeps, sprawling across the plain, with countless lights flickering in the darkness, resembling an artificial sea of stars, dense and blinding, contrasting starkly against the stillness of the night sky. The lights at the market's edge were sparse, while the core area blazed like daylight, with enormous warehouses and trading halls illuminated by cold white light, casting geometric shapes. The maze of stalls and trucks wound along the ground, with narrow passages bustling with shadows, akin to ants in relentless activity. The air was thick with humidity, the mingled scents of earth and ingredients, fresh fish, the bitterness of vegetables, and the faint sweetness of flowers wafting in the night breeze. As they drew closer, the darkness outlined the vast market. Do Hogwarts house elves venture out this early to procure ingredients? Sirius rubbed his face with one hand. I'm certain creature wouldn't be running around in the middle of the night for me. As they neared the Langus market, they could see countless Muggle trucks orderly making their way to different venues within the market, the roads winding through the night illuminated like flowing light. Perhaps it is only Muggles who do this. After all, every dish in those high-end restaurants comes at a steep price. Lupin observed the bustling scene with a hint of astonishment. Are you planning to seize the opportunity to ask Hugo some probing questions when you order the veal cheeks? For instance, whether vampires historically relied on their status as court physicians to obtain blood through bloodletting. Sirius began to descend to a nearby clear area. Though werewolves and vampires are classified as dark creatures in Defense Against the Dark Arts textbooks, sharing a common plight, I think we should not rush the conversation. Lupin quipped dryly. He mentioned he would be at the meat and poultry market. Sirius entered a venue labeled Meat Products Cold Storage. Upon crossing the threshold, he was greeted by an array of butchered animal carcasses hanging from hooks. The frigid temperature of the cold storage, plummeting to several degrees below zero, caused Sirius to grimace in discomfort. How would one locate him? According to textbooks, the hallmark of a vampire lies in identifying the individual with the most pronounced dark circles. Alternatively, he might possess a portable moon, enabling me to unexpectedly transform into Lupin amidst the crowd, continuing the jest. Evidently, the atmosphere of this meat storage facility invigorated Lupin. It exuded an unexpectedly pleasant aroma. Observing Sirius's gloomy expression, Lupin added, in truth, we exchanged photographs. Hugo even provided me with specific area numbers. Chapter 56. New Beginnings. Who is the employer of this investigative report? Sirius inquired, as if recalling something significant. Do you not find such research to be rather uncommon? Lupin replied, glancing upwards to survey the area numbers. Generally, few exhibit interest in the tales of vampires or werewolves, unless merely as a form of light entertainment. Topics capable of earning wizards the Order of Merlin medals, such as innovative spells, the applications of dragon blood, or planetary trajectories and prophecies, certainly do not encompass such subjects. I only recall those achievements that could be printed on chocolate frog cards, Sirius remarked dismissively, having never paid attention to the forefront of magical research. Perhaps the study of werewolves or vampires seemed trivial and unprofitable. I surmised that only a wizard whose material existence and spiritual wealth had reached a certain zenith would concern themselves with the lives of marginalized individuals. Many pureblood wizards harbor greater animosity towards wizards of Muggle descent than towards werewolves. After all, these individuals might threaten their jobs or social standing. Yet, we would never comprehend such dynamics. Lupin quickened his pace, tugging at Sirius's sleeve as he steered them in a particular direction. Wolfbane potions are quite expensive. How could they not be profitable? Sirius murmured. At my current financial standing, it would be a rare occurrence to indulge in such potions throughout my lifetime. Lupin sighed. Other werewolves are likely as impoverished as I. This employer has only communicated with me through letters. Our previous collaborations have gone smoothly, yet we have never met in person. Lupin continued. Suddenly, Sirius pointed towards a direction. Look, is that him? Behind layers of red meat at the far end of the cold storage, a tall, slender figure stood out conspicuously. Lupin immediately recognized the vampire. Despite being slightly taller than those around him, it was his pallid complexion, tinged with a hint of silver gray, that truly set him apart. Perhaps due to the late hour, the surrounding muggles exhibited a frenetic energy from sleeplessness, entirely oblivious to the vampire's somewhat unusual skin tone. The vampire was bent over, conversing with one of the merchants. Such pronounced dark circles, Sirius commented. Is he Hugo? Let us extend our greetings, Lupin suggested. The vampire was meticulously scanning barcodes on small labels, his thin skin rendering his fingers appear bony, and nodded. 130 portions of aged steak. And large turkey breasts for convenient secondary slicing. Why do muggles prefer to hang meat in such an orderly fashion? Sirius whispered to Lupin. After being butchered, animals secrete lactic acid. Hanging them allows for the elongation of fibrous tissues, facilitating the expulsion of lactic acid, ultimately enhancing flavor, Hugo replied without turning around. Swiftly addressing Sirius's inquiry. It was clear that the vampire had already taken notice of the two. As the muggle merchant hastened to fulfill orders, Hugo leisurely turned to face them. He possessed a visage that appeared to belong to someone in their 20s. Yet the warm kindness emanating from his reddish-brown eyes belied his youthful appearance. Werewolf friends. Hugo greeted amiably, extending his hand first toward Lupin, then turning to Sirius. You look remarkably young. Sirius raised an eyebrow in surprise, for it was the vampire who appeared the more youthful of the three. He and Lupin were undoubtedly adults. I am over 100 years old, Hugo stated in a remarkably tranquil tone, noting the astonished expression on Sirius's face. I was aware that vampires could attain great longevity, but to maintain a youthful appearance indefinitely? Lupin inquired, looking at Hugo. Quite fascinating indeed. As several muggle customers passed by, Hugo lowered his voice slightly. My sister shares this trait. She is 3 years my senior. It seems the textbooks have not mentioned that vampires can retain their youth. Lupin remarked impulsively. We were transformed in our 30s, yet my appearance began to regress to a youthful state only after my sister secured a position as an obstetrician. We are immensely grateful for the comprehensive muggle knowledge and degrees we acquired prior to becoming vampires. Since her employment, we occasionally receive some umbilical cord blood, which, without harming the muggles, may have contributed to this effect. As Hugo observed the goods beginning to move along the conveyor, he proceeded towards the next venue. Muggle newborn blood can rejuvenate a vampire's appearance? This is something even wizards cannot achieve, Sirius thought to himself, astonished. Wizards possess alchemy, and a select few powerful wizards may enjoy extended lifespans, or aging potions, though they do not alter the duration of life, and their effects are fleeting, Lupin corrected. Moreover, they do not appear as if they are in their 20s. It seemed that previously vampires had not regularly obtained fresh blood from maternity wards, which explained why this detail had gone unnoticed. Hugo chuckled. Thus, I agreed to participate in this research request, though I am uncertain who discovered me. I change countries every decade to work in various restaurants and have only recently received a letter. Your employer? Sirius returned to the previous topic. Lupin shook his head, genuinely unaware of the identity behind the commission. Is this truly the only noteworthy aspect of vampires? Their inability to endure prolonged sunlight, aversion to garlic, sharp fangs, acute senses, and dark circles are hardly novel, Hugo remarked while quietly placing a substantial order for foie gras. After being transformed into a vampire, you have continued to reside within the muggle world? Lupin inquired, observing the impeccably arranged ingredients. I was transformed while in Europe. The wizarding world was rather tumultuous at that time, was it not? Hugo inhaled deeply. We were not yet born, Sirius replied. There was a wizard named Grindelwald, who was amassing his own following. Hugo paused slightly. I too was once captivated by his ideology. At that time, I had just begun to explore the wizarding realm, finding everything remarkable and novel. He was a unique individual, capable of inciting others to follow him for the sake of a greater good. Oh. Upon hearing this, Lupin inhaled sharply. I assume you are of a similar age to Dumbledore. I should have realized. Forgive me. I have been distanced from the wizarding world for many years. I do not know him. Perhaps I have heard of him, but I have since forgotten. Hugo replied slowly, blinking, returning to Grindelwald. I soon realized that I did not belong to the powerful, wise witches or wizards he spoke of. I am merely a dark creature, Lupin interjected calmly. In any case, I was excluded from the utopian vision that Grindelwald constructed. I witnessed much bloodshed and ultimately chose to escape back to the Muggle world. Having lived there for so long, it is far easier to concoct a few lies about night shifts. Hugo nodded in acknowledgement. He was currently confined within the highest cell of New Mongard. Unbeknownst to him, many years had slipped by. With a soft sigh, Hugo reflected on how tranquil the Muggle world was, where troubles were limited to a new chef misjudging a sauce, or a disoriented presentation of dishes, not to mention the occasional mishap in timing a steak. So, can you undergo a transformation where you age, then revert to youth? And age once more? Sirius gestured animatedly. Indeed, Hugo replied, stroking his face. If that were the case, I might need to seek new employment. I could cease consuming the newborn blood my sister brings and switch to animal blood instead. Chapter 57, Immortality Before Dawn. Hugo proposed a visit to his home with Sirius and Lupin. As a vampire transformed from a Muggle, Hugo did not wield a wand like a wizard. Yet he demonstrated an astonishing agility that left both men in awe. When Hugo exerted himself, he moved through the night with a speed that rendered him an indistinct blur. Who would he wish to retain the prime condition of their youth? Look at him, Sirius exclaimed, gazing at the fleeting silhouette. Although you were remarkably vigorous a decade ago, we belong to different species. No matter how fit you are, you cannot match the speed of flight, Lupin interjected, preparing to take flight while suppressing the urge to point out that Sirius, having regained most of his vitality, was still astonishingly energetic. I wish I could catch mice with such speed, Sirius lamented, his hair tousled by the gust from Hugo's ascent, squinting at Hugo's retreating figure. You are a wizard. Wizards have their own methods, Lupin remarked, striving to keep pace with the rapidly moving shadow in the dark. The dawn arrived swiftly. Just as they followed Hugo into the house, the once stagnant night began to dissolve, with a fluid gray-white hue rising from the horizon, signaling the sun's impending emergence. We have blocked all natural light, and the electric illumination is quite dim. You may need to acclimate, Hugo said apologetically, gesturing towards the tightly drawn heavy curtains. Prolonged exposure to the sun could be fatal for us. My mother favored a dark decor style. Sirius marveled at the sparkling decorations that greeted them. It's truly beautiful, he added, whistling softly, his gaze drawn to a massive crystal swan in the cabinet, its sharply carved edges emanating a luminous glow that brightened the otherwise dimly sealed room. I have lived for over a century, diligently serving as a chef in the Muggle world. Yet my savings are nearly non-existent as I have spent it all on these exquisite items, Hugo confessed. I constantly devise ways to procure new acquisitions. The fully enclosed Muggle buildings and mail-order shopping are quite convenient. All the peculiar items in this house are my purchases, save for a few spaces that belong to my sister. Following Hugo's gesture, Lupin noticed several colorful cards and some elegantly crafted envelopes atop the cabinet. These are holiday cards and letters from patients and couples sent to my sister, Hugo said, casually retrieving a few from the cabinet. My sister has saved many lives and assisted numerous families in welcoming their little ones. Due to my excessive purchases, we often need to declutter the house. Yet these items remain forever. Lupin examined the content of the topmost card. It read, "You are my superhero." The superhero equipped with a pocket full of surgical tools, forceps, and emergency machines. My daughter is now a year old, and all is well. The second card stated, "Happy holidays. Thank you for pulling me back to reality after I rang the doorbell of death. By the way, your skin tone is quite cool. Is that a result of your tattoos?" The third appeared to be from a colleague. "May we continue to tread lightly next year. Though we are utterly exhausted and occasionally splattered with blood, the satisfaction of saving others soothes all." Truly magnificent, Lupin remarked, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I thought you might inquire about what it feels like for a vampire to assist in surgeries for their meals," Hugo said leisurely. However, vampires are indeed well-suited for night shifts or handling emergencies. We require no sleep, and when blood spills, our nerves are sharply attuned, leading to minimal errors. I relish raw meat and do not chase after animals to bite them. I suspect you do the same, Lupin replied earnestly. Hugo opened the refrigerator, revealing several small containers of blood and some seemingly random scraps of ingredients. "I can prepare some dishes for you. Most scraps are as delectable as the portions served at the table. You see, to justify the exorbitant prices of gourmet restaurants, a significant amount of food is discarded. These scraps include the considerable trimmings from whole cuts of meat, perfectly shaped vegetables that have been selectively harvested, and various other ingredients that do not meet aesthetic standards. Aside from blood, the rest of the food holds little allure for us, yet it is still edible," Hugo added. "You've lost considerable weight, yet you appear more mature in the photographs," Sirius remarked, scrutinizing a family photo of Hugo's. In the image, for figures stood Hugo, looking plump and devoid of dark circles, alongside his tall parents and sister. That photo was taken shortly before my transformation. After becoming a vampire, I lost a third of my weight. Likely due to my reduced intake, Hugo stated as he skillfully prepared the ingredients. The blood brought back from the hospital was scant, primarily sustaining him. Lupin pondered the small jar of cord blood. Eternal youth implies the ability to subvert the natural process of biological aging. The intricacies of alchemy are such that only a select few wizards, like Nick LeMay, can attain prolonged life. Yet, Hugo and his sister's situation may suggest that this could become a universally applicable principle. As Lupin gazed at Hugo's silvery skin, he mused, "This could be a remarkable study." Sirius, sensing Lupin's thoughts, spoke softly, indeed. Lupin averted his gaze, his expression complex. "They have discovered us," Sirius noted, pointing to Hugo's family photograph. "Perhaps it is due to their fear of the vampire's peril, or for other reasons, that others draw near. However, if you do not act, others may come." As the temperature rose, the oil began to sizzle. Hugo evidently overheard their conversation. "Having lived for so long, the only source of novelty in my life is perusing for enticing new products each day," Hugo continued. "Muggle medicine currently offers us no answers. Does immortality hold significance for ordinary vampires? I often question this notion. Even if I were to regain youth for another 100 years, I doubt I would intrude upon the American Magical Congress or establish my own dominion, nor do I harbor any fervent desires. My parents have long since passed." Hugo seemed to recall Grindelwald. "I find myself ensnared in the monotony of endless nights. You lack aspirations, so even if you discover a comfortable way to exist, you remain uncertain of your purpose?" Sirius suddenly interjected. "Even if you could potentially live forever in this manner?" The notion of revenge has sustained Sirius for so long. Without it, he might have perished in Azkaban long ago, tormented daily by the presence of Peter Pettigrew in his mind. Thus, upon receiving that invitation for an inquiry, I felt a sense of relief. I was finally acknowledged. Hugo did not refute Sirius's words, pondering what this unexpected revelation might alter in my life. "Immortality holds no significance for me, but what of others?" Hugo almost cooked by instinct, having repeated these actions countless times over the years. My curiosity was piqued. Chapter 58. A reliable elder. "Why hasn't Harry contacted us yet?" Sirius inquired, fiddling with the unresponsive two-way mirror. Not long ago, Harry had arranged to activate the two-way mirror at a fixed time on certain evenings. However, an hour had already passed since the agreed-upon moment. Lupin lifted his gaze from the cluttered desk, which was overflowing with tomes on wizarding magic concerning age and time, alongside several Muggle medical treatises he had brought from a vampire's abode. To his astonishment, he discovered that as early as the 17th century, radical Muggle physicians had experimented with transfusing animal blood into humans in hopes of rejuvenating vitality. Jean-Baptiste Denis from Montpellier had successfully administered calf's blood to a young man suffering from a persistent fever, and miraculously, the patient not only survived but also recovered. However, due to the numerous failures of subsequent mimetic experiments, Muggle doctors gradually abandoned this reckless practice. Muggles had even attempted to inject beer, wine, and milk into the veins of dogs and pigs in their studies of the circulatory system. Harry was always punctual. Perhaps he had something urgent to attend to. If not, we could always write a letter. Lupin's gaze remained fixed on the page concerning aging potions, detailing the specific effects of each ingredient in the concoction. The highly toxic wolfsbane potion must have undergone numerous failures during its development. Were the test subjects who willingly accepted the risks of new medications, akin to the vampire Hugo, also resigned to the notion that life held little significance? Lupin felt Sirius nuzzle against his cheek. It was time for a trim. He slightly turned his head, ensuring he appeared more presentable in the two-way mirror. "Is it too prickly?" Sirius chuckled, pulling back slightly. Then he obediently watched as Lupin raised his wand, murmuring incantations near his lips. "I used to think long hair suited you better, but now the short hair looks rather appealing," Lupin remarked succinctly. The tidy hairstyle that Sirius sported now was also the result of Lupin's handiwork. Whether long, tied back, or this simple short style, all suited him well. "Then choose the hairstyle you prefer," Sirius replied, lifting his gaze. "After all, only you see me every day." A sound emanated from the mirror, and Harry's voice faintly reached them. Lupin, startled, quickly shoved Sirius back into his chair, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face. Sirius did not hasten to respond to Harry. Instead, he turned the mirror upside down and spoke softly to Lupin. "There's nothing to be ashamed of." I know," Lupin replied, looking increasingly tense. Then why? Sirius recalled the moment he had been discarded like a hot potato just moments prior. Is Harry still young? Lupin hesitated. What I like is you. Sirius raised an eyebrow. It's too soon. You see, we cannot frighten Harry. To him, we are merely friends. Lupin stammered. Perhaps it took only a second for his father to fall in love with his mother. Harry, resembling James, might understand. Sirius shrugged. If it weren't for the arduous courtship with James, followed by dealing with Voldemort and Death Eaters, and my rift with my family. While you were drained by the full moon, we might have already come to terms with our feelings. In front of Harry. It is more suitable for us to maintain the image of reliable guardians. Perhaps in a few years, Lupin will have calmed down. Harry was still attempting to call through the two-way mirror. Sirius brushed back the strands of hair from his forehead, gesturing a conciliatory sign towards Lupin, and then sat up straight, raising the mirror with poise. On the other side of the mirror, Harry appeared somewhat despondent, with snowflakes lightly dusting the top of his head, some of which had yet to melt. Upon seeing the faces of the two men, his mood brightened slightly. You changed your hairstyle, Harry exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Sirius's short hair. A change of pace, Sirius replied, clasping Lupin's fingers beneath the table. Did you go out for a walk? Play in the snow with friends? Harry's gaze darkened further. I had just finished my detention in the Forbidden Forest. Oh, the Forbidden Forest is actually quite intriguing. There's a tree where Sirius casually remarked, only to be met with a stern look from Lupin. Detention? Lupin interjected. What happened? I had a skirmish with Malfoy. Harry appeared irate once more, correcting himself to say he had fought a few times. Who? Sirius's face broke into an amused expression. Draco Malfoy. Harry gritted his teeth. That blonde little cousin? Sirius propped his chin on his hand. Did you win? I could teach you some effective hexes. Lupin shot Sirius another warning glance. How do I recall your relationship being quite amicable before? Lupin gently inquired. You were both in Slytherin. He became rather peculiar after Halloween, Harry replied. Sirius's smile faded halfway as he listened intently. In any case, he began to hurl insults at me. Harry unconsciously rolled his eyes, and our encounters grew increasingly contentious. I tried my best not to give him a reason to mock me loudly, yet I truly could not fathom what I had done wrong. Malfoy even suggested switching dormitories. Snape had already moved him out of mine. I thought that was splendid. The other Slytherins are generally friendly. Of course, I have friends in other houses too. Harry continued in one breath. Go warm yourself by the fireplace in the common room, Lupin said, observing Harry's damp forehead. Is everything safe in the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid, the keeper, was with me. He is quite tall. Everything is normal. Hagrid mentioned there haven't been any unicorns harmed lately, Harry replied. You could also consult Dumbledore if needed. Lupin and Sirius exchanged glances. Don't pay too much mind to Malfoy. Besides, first years probably wouldn't sustain any serious injuries from a fight. After a moment of silence, Sirius spoke. Christmas break is approaching. If you wish to stay at school to spend time with friends, that is an option. Or you could return to us and we could take you out for some fun. Just ensure that safety and confidentiality measures are in place to protect our little savior. Really? Harry's mouth widened in delight. The Dursleys never took him along on their vacations, leaving him instead at Mrs. Fig's cabbage scented home. I mean it. Sirius extended his hand to pat Lupin's shoulder, as if demonstrating his resolve to be a dependable guardian. Chapter 59, A Frosty Night, Part 1. Draco stood outside Malfoy Manor, the faint warmth of his breath swallowed by the biting winter air. He lingered in the snow for quite some time before summoning the courage to take a step forward. He could have used flue powder to return directly to the Manor's fireplace, yet an inexplicable apprehension held him back. The letter from Narcissa summoning him home for Christmas was rather brief. Just be prepared to come home. Draco recalled the letter's peculiar phrasing. It was the only correspondence he had received from home recently. Prepared for what? Draco sniffled. Of course, he remembered Dobby's words. It had been snowing for several days. The manor and surrounding fields adorned with a fluffy white blanket. Fortunately, the snow did not reflect like water. Draco dreaded catching a glimpse of his own despondent face. The Dark Lord at Malfoy Manor. The boy must not return home. Dobby's shrill voice echoed in his mind. The layers of snow had piled up nearly to his calves, and Draco endeavored to maintain his composure as he trudged forward. He adjusted his sleeves, ensuring that the small scar on his wrist would not be visible. It was a remnant from his recent altercation with Harry. Overall, his plan to push Harry away had been remarkably successful. Draco thought self-deprecatingly, if turning strangers into friends is a skill, then transforming friends into enemies could be considered a talent as well. After several provocations, Harry finally began to grow exasperated. Yet clearly, Harry had yet to master any chaotic hexes as during their scuffle. He could only produce faint sparks at the tip of his wand before deciding to charge at Draco and land several punches, resulting in Draco's arm being scratched. After being dragged to the hospital wing, he inexplicably chose not to have Madame Pomfrey heal the wound. Now, the scab on that concealed injury was fresh, much like the newly forged animosity between him and Harry. "I'm home." Draco managed a strained smile as he strode inside. "Master Malfoy." Dobby bowed deeply, emerging from who knows where to greet him. Draco barely caught sight of Dobby's wide, bell-like eyes before he noticed something else. Dobby was covered in fresh scars, with a peculiar chunk missing from one ear, the jagged edge of the remaining flap resembling skin that had been roughly torn away. Draco's words caught in his throat, and he already had an answer before he could ask. Dobby remained bowed low, his nose nearly touching his toes, and he squeaked. "The esteemed guest awaits in the entrance hall. Master Lucius and Mistress Narcissa are also there, waiting for the young master to return home. Dobby will prepare many delicious treats for the guests and the master to enjoy." "All right." Draco held back the tumult in his stomach and replied. The corridor was thick with the scent of potions as Dobby opened the door, revealing his parents, Lucius and Narcissa, both with calm, indifferent expressions. Their faces devoid of any superfluous emotion, pristine as the white snow blanketing the entire estate. Then there was the figure seated in the armchair. Draco had seen that face for nearly half a semester. Professor Quirrell. Draco struggled to maintain a demeanor of neutrality and respect, mirroring his parents' composure. "You've arrived?" Lucius's golden hair flowed elegantly as he strode over, grasping Draco's hand and leading him toward Quirrell. "Go greet the esteemed Dark Lord, Draco." Chapter 60, A Frosty Night, Part 2. Out of the corner of Draco's eye, he saw Lucius's light golden hair fall to the floor as his father knelt to kiss the Dark Lord's robes. Draco dared not raise his gaze, Quirrell's bloodied visage perhaps fixated on him. His father had often mentioned that the Dark Lord was a master of legilimency, capable of discerning the thoughts of those before him, detecting lies. Yet Draco's mind was a blank slate at that moment, the convulsions of spirit and psyche rendering him incapable of thought. The interior of Malfoy Manor was warm, but he felt cold to the bone. He had heard numerous rumors about the Dark Lord, as many as the tales of the boy who lived. Yet he had never witnessed the Dark Lord with his own eyes. These rumors are predominantly the delightful musings of Death Eaters during their gatherings at Malfoy Manor. Tales of how the Dark Lord amassed numerous followers even in his student days, how effortlessly he could extinguish a wizard's life, the exalted status of purebloods, and the Dark Lord's once formidable power that silenced even his adversaries. His name, a spell that rendered all speechless. Draco had long taken pride in his pureblood lineage, often inquiring of his parents which of the 28 pure-blood families the Dark Lord hailed from, a question that was met with silence. His mother's expression made it clear that such inquiries were strictly forbidden. Draco had yet to face death himself, and the stories of those whom the Dark Lord had ruthlessly exterminated, as recounted by the Death Eaters, held little weight for him. His initial understanding of the Dark Lord likely stemmed from the battered ears of Dobby. "I shall not mistreat my loyal servant," echoed Voldemort's deep voice. Draco found himself seated, unaware of how he had approached the chair or how Lucius had greeted the Dark Lord with words that pleased him. His heart raced while the blood in his body felt as though it had frozen. "We are ever at your service, master," Lucius respectfully declared. "If needed, we can procure superior potions combined with unicorn blood for enhanced potency. Currently, we have achieved the best results in this possessed state." Voldemort's dissatisfaction was palpable. "I must swiftly discover a means to restore my body. Remaining here is not a viable option, since the Ministry of Magic's foolish officials insist on hosting banquets here. Malfoy Manor is entirely at your command. We can consistently refuse their visits," Lucius suggested. "No. I believe there will come a day when these fools may prove useful," Voldemort replied darkly. "I have instructed Wyrmtail to seek out another location. Dumbledore may have been observing me for some time, which is why he exposed a weakness during Halloween." "Dumbledore is old and lacks the energy to focus on distant matters," Lucius interjected. "There are many places away from Hogwarts where one can gather strength. I certainly cannot distance myself from Hogwarts." "That arrogant old man speaks of love as if it were a panacea for all troubles," Voldemort retorted, his irritation at Dumbledore evident. "Ignorant fools, hypocrites, as if anyone is lacking in the gifts he bestows." Lucius remained silent. "One day, I will prove him wrong, along with that boy," Voldemort continued. Draco instinctively straightened in his seat. "Regardless of whether the prophecy holds truth, I must eliminate him swiftly." Voldemort sneered. "It is because of him that I have squandered a decade of my existence, reduced to this." Dobby, limping while handling a goblet, dropped it, shattering it upon hearing those words. Voldemort's crimson eyes narrowed. Quirrell's neck bore grotesque, bulging veins. I have warned you, Lucius. It would be prudent to dispose of that creature and acquire a different house elf, Voldemort barked, his fury palpable. I often sense its deceit, yet I am reluctant to delve into its filthy mind to discern its thoughts. Dobby stood trembling, frozen in place. Fear not. House elves dare not defy their master's commands. Lucius waved his wand, expelling Dobby from the room. Our priority now is to assist you in regaining your body. Most rare potions can be conveniently procured through it. Replacing a house elf would be a time-consuming endeavor. The previous elf from the Black family became much more compliant after I dealt with it. Had I full control of my body, I would have acted immediately. Voldemort expressed his dissatisfaction. I shall teach Dobby a lesson, Lucius offered. Do you intend to leave after Christmas? Should you require anything, we can prepare in advance, Narcissa inquired. Only one thing, Voldemort suddenly summoned Quirrell to Draco's side. Narcissa's eyes widened in terror, yet she remained silent. Assist me in delivering this to Hogwarts. Voldemort placed a diary before Draco. The diary appeared antiquated, its cover faded. Dating back 50 years. Draco noted the name of a dealer on Vauxhall Road in London, a place he had never heard of nor visited. Perhaps a muggle shop's diary? For whom? Draco felt his throat tighten. As long as it reaches Hogwarts, Voldemort replied with a mocking laugh. Ideally. It should not fall into the hands of fools, as that would vex me. Ah, you must know Harry Potter, correct, Quirrell? That would be ideal. He likely would not welcome my small gift. Exchanging a few curses would be more suitable. Draco managed to maintain his composure as he replied, just the other day. I sent him to detention. Moreover, he enjoys special treatment. Harry Potter has someone check his broom before every Quidditch match. It seems Hogwarts' fine traditions remain unchanged. Favoring unruly students yields such outcomes, Voldemort remarked with indifference. I can also send it to the school under my position as a governor, Lucius said cautiously. Regarding the Black Diary, I possess the authority to enter and exit Hogwarts freely. Lucius, you know I am direct in matters of gratitude and retribution. Voldemort finally sounded somewhat satisfied. I shall return to you the expenses incurred at Malfoy Manor, compared to investments in those ventures or magical research projects. All that is done here for you is worthwhile. Lucius bowed his head. The magical research we invested in drained our funds. Achieving success in even 2 or 3 out of 100 would be remarkable. It is indeed an honor that you value Malfoy Manor. I shall expedite the diary as instructed. The diary need not be rushed, perhaps next semester? I suspect Dumbledore remains vigilant. Voldemort continued, it is still Christmas. Ensure the Ministry of Magic as foolish officials are well entertained, when the time is right. My loyal servants imprisoned in Azkaban should also bask in the sunlight and stretch their limbs. Chapter 61. Misunderstanding the students of Slytherin soon sensed the subtle shift in the dynamics between Harry and Draco. Although Draco typically spent time outside the dormitory with Crabbe and Goyle, recent conflicts in the hallways and common room quickly made it evident to all that their relationship had soured. The notion that Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter were at odds rapidly became a consensus and was disseminated through a flurry of outposts by various Slytherin students to their officials, merchants, and former Death Eater parents. Slytherin House was filled with individuals meticulously planning their futures, constantly assessing their circumstances, weighing advantages and disadvantages, and discerning the winds of change. All while making calculated decisions, some had crafted life plans that rivaled the precision of potion recipes found in textbooks. Offending the Malfoy family was an unwise endeavor, especially considering many Slytherins had ancestral ties through intermarriage. Offending Harry seems utterly unnecessary. Harry's performance in the recent Quidditch matches has been nothing short of spectacular, bringing a sense of pride to the Slytherin house. Moreover, everyone has noticed that Harry possesses a certain innocence, devoid of any malice. Although innocence is often associated with ignorance and naivety, it does not imply foolishness. Rather, it reflects a lack of profound understanding of the world's rules. Harry remains a modest, unambitious boy with striking green eyes, who smiles with a touch of shyness. Consequently, most Slytherins have opted for a laid-back approach similar to Blaze's, allowing for continued interaction. The emotionally intelligent members of Slytherin adeptly ensure that Harry and Draco sit at a diagonal distance from one another, maintaining a serene ambience in the dining hall. A few days before Christmas, Blaze, yawning, handed Harry a small gadget designed to block out noise. My mother believes I am not yet capable of mastering the relevant spells, he remarked. Harry understood immediately. After Draco requested a change of dormitory, Goyle became Harry's new roommate. Goyle was rather slow on the uptake. often seeming to require suggestions from others. Yet his snoring at night was nothing short of thunderous. As a result, both Harry and Blaise found themselves with pronounced dark circles under their eyes. The purple sleeping draught they consumed daily probably had side effects, leaving them with little choice. Blaise shrugged. "Thank you." Harry accepted the small box. "Arguments are nothing. They don't necessarily lead to permanent rifts. Who knows, one day you might reconcile. I might have a new stepfather by Christmas my 10th. Blaise remarked with an air of nonchalance, having grown accustomed to the comings and goings of relationships. Considering he could hardly count the number of stepfathers on both hands. "I may be going away for Christmas, but I shall bring back something interesting for you." Harry chuckled. "I suppose I must make a trip to the library now." "Go ahead," Blaise replied, making his way to his bed. "But I feel like the final exams are still far off." Harry was certainly not visiting the library in preparation for his final examinations. Nor was it out of a pure enthusiasm for learning. Most books, after being read, begin to fade into obscurity within a month, and within 6 months, they vanish entirely from memory, leaving behind at most a couple of memorable phrases or a vividly depicted scene that manages to secure a place in the precious confines of his mind. The specific expressions found within these tomes slip away, ultimately resulting in a vague impression, a book of merit or a book of mediocrity. The same applies to people. The details of shared moments and the time spent together can easily become blurred and forgotten, leaving only a muddled impression, someone one longs to see or someone one wishes to avoid. Names hold a certain magic. The individuals one yearns to meet possess a name that evokes warmth, and uttering those syllables brings a sense of safety. Remus, Lupin, and Sirius Black. What intricate factors contribute to the weight a complex individual holds in one's heart? This riddle eludes even the brain itself, just as it cannot articulate why a once-forgotten book is deemed a classic. Draco Malfoy. As Harry hurried along the path to the library, this name resurfaced in his thoughts. To his surprise, despite having engaged in several fierce confrontations, he did not harbor a sense of aversion towards the prospect of encountering Draco. The last time, he had indeed inflicted a cut upon Draco's pale skin, though, of course. He had also been struck by Draco's jinx and had performed an impromptu dance in the corridor for nearly 10 minutes. Harry even resolved to ensure victory in their next encounter. Recently, Harry has been assisting Lupin by borrowing books from the library, frequently wandering through the section dedicated to potions. Since he often found that only a few lines within a thick tome contained valuable information, Harry resolved to transcribe those passages directly to send home, which proved to be more convenient. This action inadvertently deepened certain individuals' misconceptions about Harry's allure, particularly Severus Snape. On multiple occasions, Snape emerged from the restricted section only to encounter Harry earnestly poring over materials in the potions area. Naturally, Snape refrained from uttering any words of praise or encouragement. However, in the brief moments of hesitation within those unfathomable black eyes, Harry discerned an implication that there was an open invitation to pose any inquiries should issues arise. Harry certainly could not inquire about the potential side effects of using vampire or muggle umbilical blood as potion ingredients. Nor could he delve into the progress of the research on potions with time reversal effects, as such questions would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Snape's demeanor towards Harry, which softened just a fraction. Another misunderstanding arose from Percy Weasley, who was also a frequent visitor to the library. Percy had started preparing for his upcoming examinations well in advance, immersing himself in the study material of higher grades. However, he was taken aback to see Harry poring over an ancient potions book. "Blood potion research and practice?" Percy whispered, taking a seat beside Harry. "These topics aren't even on the exam syllabus. You've managed to reach this level? But you're only in your first year." "Oh no." Harry stammered in a haphazard attempt at explanation. "I'm just browsing for fun." Percy's expression, one of solemn respect, only served to fluster Harry further. "You're right. I should be focusing on the exam material," Harry mumbled awkwardly. "Merlin, I would much rather spend an entire day soaring on the Quidditch pitch than flipping through books. I wish my brother were half as sensible as you. It would save our mother some worry," Percy remarked earnestly. "I can assist you." With that, Percy retrieved an old, thick notebook from his pile of books. "In fact, I was contemplating whether to clear out my notes from the lower years since I've already mastered the material. This way, I wouldn't have to waste money on a new notebook, but I believe it could be beneficial for you." Percy adjusted his glasses as he spoke. Harry nervously accepted Percy's meticulously crafted study notes. Indeed, this was a flawless compilation. The kind one would expect from an individual who would feel discomfort at anything less than first place. The handwriting was clear, succinct, and easy to memorize. accurately pinpointing the key topics that the teacher intended to examine while omitting the superfluous verbiage from the textbook. In an effort to honor Percy's misguided camaraderie, Harry reluctantly discovered that he was genuinely engaging with the material. "You may keep it," Percy remarked. "With Christmas approaching, Mother is always eager to knit sweaters for everyone. Personally, I find stationery more practical, but this year I have already received a new robe and a new owl. As the elder brother, I ought not to be overly greedy." Chapter 62. The filial son before the portrait. "We leave the choice to you," Sirius said to Harry. As the table at number 12, Grimmauld Place, overflowed with various images and parchment inscribed with simple instructions. "These are some travel plans that we have deemed relatively safe, and that you might find appealing," Remus added, "as it will be our first Christmas spent together." Harry had recently returned from Hogwarts, engrossed in the travel plans before him: a tour of the Romanian dragon breeding facility, the Winter Quidditch League, an expedition to Egypt's magical historical ruins, a visit to the tropical exotic plant garden, and even some renowned Muggle amusement parks and attractions. Is this how wizarding children grow up? Harry was utterly dazzled. "My father was a scholar, and sometimes I would accompany him on investigations into non-human supernatural phenomena in forests or abandoned manors. Of course, he spent considerable time concealing my identity and teaching me magic, which meant that outings together became rare. He always assumed I would have no books to read until Dumbledore paid a visit," explained Lupin. "As a child, I was likely dragged to pure-blood social gatherings, enduring Bellatrix's unbearable laughter." Sirius countered Harry's perspective. "As I grew older, I ventured out on my own, often flying off on a motorcycle with James after running away from home." Pureblood. Upon hearing this term, Harry suddenly realized he had several questions. "In truth, I never perceived any distinction between students of pureblood or Muggle lineage while at school." Harry picked up the Quidditch League poster, intently reading it. He had yet to witness a match played by anyone outside Hogwarts. "Indeed," Sirius quickly replied. "Then why did Voldemort adhere to the ideology of pureblood supremacy, seeking to eliminate those of non-pureblood or Muggle descent? Was it merely a sense of superiority?" Harry continued to inquire. "Oh, I doubt that he is. The notion of pureblood is utterly foolish," Sirius disdainfully remarked. "Even if we entertain the idea, Voldemort would not be considered pureblood." Lupin turned, somewhat surprised. "Families that subscribe to this belief are eager to embroider their family trees onto their garments. If Voldemort truly was the radical pureblood wizard he professes to be, he would likely be related to me. After all, wizards are inherently scarce, and those who insist on pureblood intermarriage are even fewer." Sirius responded to Lupin's questioning gaze. "I never contemplated this, given that my mother is a Muggle and I am unfamiliar with the so-called pureblood theory." Lupin seemed to have never doubted this matter. "My focus has always been on his malevolent actions." Yet Harry suddenly felt a puzzling realization wash over him. If he is not my relative, perhaps his ancestors married Muggles. But truly marrying a Muggle means he himself does not belong to the so-called pureblood lineage, as he pointed at the faded family tapestry, where the golden threads still shimmered. Therefore, Lupin pondered, pureblood might merely serve as an excuse, a means to rally a certain segment of people to his side through ideology. It is a rather effective tactic, as most pureblood families are well off and not lacking in power. What? Harry still seemed not to fully comprehend. Voldemort is simply a madman intent on slaughter. The pureblood theory initially garnered the support of many arrogant old families, but once his true nature was revealed, even the sane members of pureblood families found themselves too intimidated to withdraw, either marching down a dark path or facing death for treachery. Thus, there are so many Death Eaters, madmen like Voldemort, timid, cautious, duplicitous, and those who feign allegiance, attempting to leverage the dark forces for their own gain. Few dare to boldly confront the darkness. Sirius's voice grew loud, prompting the portrait of Walburga to commence its tirade. "Traitor! Wretched spawn! Worthless scoundrel! What a motley crew!" Walburga glared fiercely at Lupin and Harry. Sirius initially reached for his wand, intending to silence the portrait as usual, but the dubious glare from Walburga made him reconsider. Sirius stepped over to Lupin, who was still weak just days after the full moon. He gently wrapped an arm around Lupin's frail shoulders and swiftly kissed his ear. Lupin's astonished face paled further. Sirius was pleased to see Walburga's eyes widen in shock. "Come out and confront me if you dare," he taunted the portrait. "How unfortunate. I am the one who is alive." After delivering his provocative remark, Sirius tightened his embrace around Lupin's waist. In the next moment, Harry felt the portrait's screams reverberating as if they might topple the old house. Get out! Get out! Bastard! Disgrace! Get out!" Lupin began to struggle desperately against Sirius's arm, but it was futile. Their physical disparity rendered his efforts ineffectual, only serving to incite Walburga's fury further, the veins visibly standing out despite being merely a portrait. Quite the spectacle, isn't it? Enjoying the chaos, Sirius reveled in the screams. Alas, I must prepare for Christmas. He feigned regret. Can you celebrate Christmas in that portrait? Shall I draw you a tree? Next time, I shall show you something more thrilling, I promise, mother. Sirius blew a kiss to both Walburga and Lupin before viciously covering the portrait. Lupin finally collapsed back into his chair, his neck flushed crimson. I believe this has set a delightful precedent for Christmas, Sirius declared as he turned around. I warn you, Lupin gasped for breath. I was mistaken, Sirius grinned sheepishly, assisting Lupin in straightening his shirt collar. I have never felt this happy in this house. If you dare again, Lupin shook off Sirius's hand. I would not dare. I will never dare again. Sirius stifled his remaining amusement, lowering his gaze to fixate on Lupin with his gray eyes. Prefect Lupin, please do not deduct my points, he said earnestly, his sincere eyes contradicting the playful smirk, reminiscent of the countless times they had stirred trouble back in their student days. Harry coughed twice to bring the brief farce to a close. Let us see what Harry intends to choose. Sirius winked at Harry, understanding the unspoken message, and remarked, You can tidy me up later. The Christmas holiday is precious, and we must not squander time. Chapter 63, A Decision for Harry. Each option appeared tantalizing. The Christmas holiday spanned approximately 2 weeks, and according to Sirius, if they filled their itinerary, they could even visit 2 or 3 places. Harry found himself torn between the Quidditch winter tournament and the Muggle amusement park, while the impending argument between Sirius and Lupin loomed over him. Indeed, Harry was indecisive. He realized he could not easily forsake either option. Lupin and Sirius exchanged glances. It was merely a portrait, and he failed to understand why one would contend with a mere image. The flush on Lupin's face had faded significantly, perceiving that Harry wished to ponder further. He turned to Sirius and spoke. Few could evoke such emotional fluctuations in Lupin, yet Sirius managed it effortlessly. It was she who insisted on using a permanent sticking charm to anchor herself in this room. Sirius grumbled, claiming that had she not incessantly instilled erroneous notions, Regulus would not have strayed so naively in his youth. She had, in effect, indirectly caused the demise of her beloved youngest son. After all, she is your mother. I fail to comprehend the reason behind your constant verbal clashes, Lupin remarked, rubbing his forehead, even if the portrait might only reflect a fragment of her older thoughts. Oh, is it a good deed to convey only the joyful tidings? Sirius retorted swiftly. You fabricate lies every so often, assuring your father that you are thriving. Is that truly an exemplary familial bond? The father with the moon-shaped face? Harry suddenly lifted his head. What is it? Both Sirius and Lupin turned their gaze towards Harry in unison. You just mentioned he is a scholar. Are you still writing to him? Harry masked his surprise, having mistakenly assumed that Lupin's parents had also passed away, simply because both Sirius and his own parents were no longer alive. Indeed, I write frequently. If you were to read the letters Lupin sends to his father, you would believe him to be the happiest wizard in the world, Sirius complained to Harry. Lupin's father, Lyle Lupin, had been plagued by guilt following the revenge of the werewolf Greyback. He was evidently lying to bring joy to his parents. If I returned home in tatters, I would be unable to maintain the faude, Lupin replied with a semblance of resignation. If I claimed to be thriving in my independent life, my parents might think of me less and focus on their research in peace during their twilight years. I do not wish to burden them with my identity for a lifetime. Sirius sharply pointed out, Remus always assumes that no one wishes to see him, or that he does not deserve to be seen unless he excels. Then he feigns that the problem does not exist, ready to withdraw at any moment. Lupin anticipated that Sirius would soon bring up his failure to find a way to visit him in Azkaban. I do not want to perpetually trouble others. I have secretly visited them. Without me, they are now content, or perhaps they ought to consider having another child. Lupin's voice grew increasingly uncertain. Harry's attention had entirely shifted to the conversation. Non-human supernatural entities? Are those akin to ghosts? Harry's inquiry rendered Sirius momentarily speechless. They discussed spectral beings, and occasionally stumbled upon new discoveries related to magical creatures, particularly those unearthed near the Bay of Naples, where an ancient city lay buried beneath volcanic ash. Remus responded, recalling that Lyle had mentioned these in a letter 3 days prior. Is that so? I find such supernatural phenomena rather intriguing, Harry declared, suddenly resolved. Why not venture there ourselves? In truth, Harry's understanding of ghosts was limited to the spirits of Hogwarts and the sensation of cold water coursing through him when passing through a ghostly form. The only seemingly amiable ghost he could recall was the Fat Friar. It certainly seemed an excellent destination for a trip, and not too distant either. Italian cuisine would undoubtedly surpass the offerings here. Sirius nodded in agreement. I have seen Lal's letter as well. I know the location. You need not worry about me. Remus quickly grasped their intentions. I can find time to accompany you. We could also visit your parents. Exposing the struggles you endure alongside an escaped convict from Azkaban and Voldemort himself, Sirius jested. How long has it been since you last saw them? You don't appear to be in tatters at all, he continued. Treasure it. At least you still have living parents to visit. Remus was momentarily choked by the last remark, as it was evident Harry and Sirius had made up their minds. Nonetheless, they were correct, regardless of what lay ahead. Returning to see his concerned parents might not be a bad idea. How shall we travel? By fireplace? Harry had already compiled an extensive travel itinerary, resolved to suggest attending the winter match if time permitted. Wouldn't a Muggle ferry or renting a car be more exciting? Besides the motorcycle, I can drive a car too. Are you truly considering standing before my parents without using Polyjuice Potion or Disillusionment Charm? Remus pulled Sirius aside, lowering his voice. The case of the werewolf, Greyback, should have made your father aware of the absurdity of the Ministry's trial procedures. I believe they would trust my word if you were by my side, Sirius replied. Very well, Remus sighed. They know you both endeavored to be with me during the full moon while at school. I shall see if there are any remaining doses of the beautiful potion, Sirius sang cheerfully. I suddenly feel it necessary to consume a vial before we embark. Chapter 64. Your name outside the windshield. The last vestiges of twilight were being crushed beneath the wheels. Sirius pressed the accelerator deeper, and the vintage Ford's engine emitted a low, beast-like growl. Harry pressed his forehead against the cool car window, watching the scattered lights of the city fade into the distance. The interior of the vehicle was warm, while Lupin was engrossed in adjusting the radio stations. The radio signal fluctuated between clarity and distortion, and the mundane host's incessant chatter filled the air. Dear listeners, as the year draws to a close, let us reflect on the hit songs of the past 12 months. This year, despite his declining health, Freddie Mercury, the lead singer of Queen, graced us with a new album, featuring the immensely popular track The Show Must Go On. Additionally, the iconic Michael Jackson's Black or White took the world by storm upon its release, merging elements of pop and rock, with themes of equality and unity that remain timeless. Since arriving at Hogwarts, Harry had not paid much attention to Muggle music. He stole a glance at Sirius and found him gently nodding along to the rhythm, a smile gracing his lips. Muggle music was indeed quite delightful. Sirius, seizing the opportunity, cranked up the volume, far surpassing the fervor of the Weird Sisters or any heated love song by Sedna. The soaring notes even made Sirius wish to join in the singing. I know where the record store is, Harry suggested, planning to bring some albums for his godfather during their next outing. He could even envision the style of music that Sirius would appreciate. The radio host continued to introduce artists, noting that with Freddie Mercury's passing at the end of November, Queen's concert at Wembley Stadium in London was their final major performance. The deafening cheers and applause from that night would forever remind us of their talent and passion that captivated fans worldwide. How unfortunate to have missed it, Sirius lamented, tapping the steering wheel in frustration. Still in London. What a pity, Lupin softly remarked. Their fans must be heartbroken, especially just a month ago. At only 45, he could have continued to perform for years. Why, then, do we feel that the time we possess is so insignificant? Even simply appreciating the works of others is worthwhile. That vampire might even have devoted admirers, Sirius replied, shifting his perspective. A century is hardly enough. Yet Muggles could never comprehend why we devote so much time to harboring animosity towards one another. Lupin gazed into the distance, and the music from the radio enveloped the car in a contemplative silence. The outlines of distant mountains began to dissolve, and Harry noticed flickering lights far away. The glow of a Muggle town. It was evident that Sirius had cast some enchantments on the vehicle, skillfully bypassing particularly tedious stretches of road. As the surrounding Muggle cars appeared oblivious to their old Ford, although they traveled swiftly, the Muggle vehicles instinctively avoided their path. Up ahead is the coastal road, Lupin remarked, studying a map. Along the way, we shall encounter a renowned magical CAF, marked by many traveling wizards. Harry indeed sensed the sea. In the twilight, the waters melded into darkness, with only the occasional glimpse of dark waves. Harry attempted to crack open the car window just a fraction, and an icy, briny breeze swiftly infiltrated the space. Look at your godfather, Lupin suddenly remarked. Harry, with a curious expression, tilted his head towards the driver's seat. Sirius was gazing out the window, following Remus's finger, his nose bridge outlined, and his eyelashes casting shapes in the shadows. I mean that star, Remus pointed out. Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky. We can usually locate it through Orion. Harry, I believe you haven't yet commenced your astronomy classes. Is it that bluish-white one? Harry pressed his face against the car window. Sirius promptly turned off the engine by the roadside, and the three of them stepped out to admire the starry sky. That's the one, Remus said, holding Harry's hand. Pure-blooded lunatics believe that the stars inscribe blessings. Sirius leaned against the roadside railing. Then they chose the brightest and hottest one for me. The winter months in the northern hemisphere are the optimal time for observing Sirius, even though it is already one of the stars most easily seen by the naked eye. Remus attempted to shield Harry from the biting cold wind. The astronomy textbook states that Sirius indeed has a high temperature. As the December winds and waves swept over the breakwater, Harry inhaled deeply, compelled to acknowledge the beauty of the night sky. I never imagined you had such an interest in this star, remembering textbook descriptions after all these years. Sirius noticed the tenderness in Remus's expression. Your name evokes such a scene. Stars, darkness, Remus murmured, beyond mere words. After all, stars shine brighter in the night, Sirius replied. Your words diminish my disdain for that surname a little. It is precious to be born of the night yet not succumb to its darkness. Chapter 65, Coffee Grounds. Harry was unaware of the duration of his slumber, whether it was mere minutes or several hours. He lay on the back seat, and as he stirred slightly, the coat of Lupin that covered him slipped away. The warmth inside the car enveloped him like a cradle, while the radio was tuned to a low volume. With the host currently playing a sweet melody, Harry could sense Sirius and Lupin engaged in soft conversation, occasionally sharing laughter in harmonious resonance. As the car's headlights illuminated their faces in a gentle interplay of light and shadow, Harry fumbled to retrieve his glasses, which had slipped aside, and Lupin, keenly attuned to Harry's movements, turned to inquire, just in time, we were contemplating whether to rouse you. The renowned roadside magical CAF is just ahead. We could indulge in a cup and perhaps procure some pastries to take along, Sirius added, as the morning mist cloaked the coastline in deep blue-black shadows. The sign of the Laurel and Hourglass CAF flickered to life with a muted golden glow. From a distance, Harry could discern the sign adorned with illustrations of coffee beans, alongside a profusion of deep green and vibrant red Christmas decorations. Perhaps due to the festive season or the late hour, the establishment housed only 2 or 3 patrons. It smells delightful in here, Lupin remarked with anticipation. This one features both chocolate sauce and chunks of raw chocolate. I believe you will enjoy it. Sirius swiftly assisted Lupin in selecting a coffee. And what about Harry? Lupin inquired, looking down. 3 festive visitors. The witch behind the counter greeted them warmly. Would you care to sample our freshly thawed Venetian deep-water coffee? It's a newly developed magical extraction. It took her a moment to notice Harry, who was being guided by Lupin. Child, we have a limited edition for the holiday season. Harry received a cup of Christmas specialty cappuccino. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he had left England, but no one was fixated on his scar, which lifted his spirits considerably. He held his breath, captivated by the exquisite, animated latte art on the surface, hesitating over whether to indulge in it immediately. The witch warmly presented them with delightful Christmas gingerbread as well. The CAF was renowned, as I recall, for its remarkable coffee grounds, Lupin remarked. Coffee grounds? Sirius observed as the witch carefully extracted the filtered powder. It is said to possess divinatory properties, and every patron shall receive some, Lupin noted as he watched the witch produce light-colored cups and begin to arrange them. Oh no. Sirius began reminiscing about the tea leaf readings from their divination class at Hogwarts, a course that seemed solely designed to test his lung capacity. As he and James spent most of the time in fits of laughter, Lupin squinted with interest, yet he recalled that previous wizards had reported quite accurate readings, though the only drawback was a lack of detail. This one is for the young boy, the witch said, handing the coffee grounds to Harry. Now, close your eyes and follow my instructions. Harry sipped his coffee delicately, observing how each mouthful unveiled a new, exquisite design in the froth. Upon hearing the witch's words, he complied. Let me see, she said, glancing at the coffee grounds before swiftly casting her gaze back at Harry. This was indeed peculiar, very peculiar. Of course, he was extraordinary. Sirius had concealed his face before entering the shop and whispered to Lupin. I don't think this lady recognized Harry, he suggested, stroking his chin. You are destined to become a powerful individual, renowned far and wide. You will attract numerous followers and admirers, the witch interpreted. Wow, a broad smile spread across Lupin's face. Harry appeared to have choked slightly. The witch promptly produced a pen, requesting his signature. I believe this will serve as excellent publicity for our CAF in the future. Though Harry felt bashful, he eventually left a wobbly signature under the warm invitation. And what of me? Sirius's curiosity was piqued once again. The same sequence of events unfolded. The witch frowned at the coffee grounds, suggesting that tumultuous changes could ensue, marked by 2 significant shifts in circumstances, along with some minor ones. Twice? A look of trepidation crossed Sirius's obscured face, implying there was yet another occasion. This method does not yield precise divinations. However, my conclusion stands. A look of apology formed on the witch's face. Sirius felt Remus beside him gripping his fingers tightly. The witch turned her gaze towards Remus, prepared to examine his coffee grounds, but was halted by Remus's gesture to stop. I feel as though I can see the end of my life clearly. If there are any surprises left, I shall unveil them myself. Remus chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, relinquishing his turn. Harry was evidently still reeling from his own prophecy, gazing somewhat dazedly at the witch as she carefully tucked away her autograph. His heartbeat quickened, perhaps a consequence of excessive caffeine intake. We can continue our journey, Lupin said, assisting Harry in organizing the plethora of sweets the witch had gifted. We shall arrive shortly. Sirius, with effortless acuity, discerned the anxious expression etched on Lupin's face. It is highly probable that this is akin to tea leaf reading, mere deception, he whispered rapidly, offering reassurance. It is just a pleasant beverage. Lupin opened the car door for Harry, placing the food in the back seat before shutting the door. Turning back, he and Sirius exchanged silent glances outside the vehicle. The night obscured their expressions, yet emotions required no words for conveyance. Lingering concerns remained unspoken, a subject they had never broached with earnestness. The prison break had yet to be disclosed, the charges unresolved, existing in a nebulous gray area, even more shunned than a vampire. Everything is in turmoil, Sirius murmured. What may turn good can also turn bad. You must trust that I can make it happen. Misfortunes do not befall us twice, do they? Trust me. With that, Sirius coaxed a smile onto Lupin's weary face. Chapter 66. The Ancient City, the Poltergeist Peeves, and the Fat Friar, along with the specter of Bloody Baron, were undoubtedly distinct entities. Ghosts could only pass through solid objects and could not consume food. However, Peeves possessed a tangible form and could even hurl objects at you, Mr. and Mrs. Lau patiently explained to Harry. Harry recalled the sight of Peeves pursuing students while brandishing a large cabinet. Indeed, ghosts merely drift about. Entities like Peeves frequently manifest in places teeming with youth. Lyle spoke with deliberate slowness, and upon first meeting the Lupin couple, Harry discerned the source of Remus's composed demeanor. It undoubtedly stemmed from his father, Lyle, and mother, Hope, who both exuded similar qualities. The table was strewn with manuscripts, and the flames in the fireplace cast a cozy warmth around the room. Everyone gathered at the table watched as Harry leafed through various hand-drawn illustrations of ghosts and specters. When Remus attended Hogwarts, he was of similar stature to you. Hope glanced at Harry and then at Remus. The Lupin family were not particularly expressive, most of the time. They simply regarded you with their clear, earnest gazes. This year marks my first year of enrollment. At that time, Remus was of the same height as you. Harry had a fulfilling day-to-day. He indulged in an abundance of food, cheese, ham, pizza, risotto, pasta, and panini. Everything prepared by the locals was delicious. The Lair couple also took him on an extensive stroll around the bay for most of the day. They engaged in delightful conversation for quite some time. And as the night deepened, Harry began to feel a bit lightheaded. The homeowner had a children's room adjacent to their own on the first floor, where Harry could sleep. Hoping to assist the drowsy Harry, he turned to Lupin and Sirius, saying, "There are 2 more rooms upstairs. You can rest there." "We're truly surprised you could come home," Lair said cheerfully. "We've missed you dearly. Whenever we go out for research, we always rent a large house. Just in case you ever need us, there's always a place for you here. We couldn't bear to keep you caged before. But now there are many more solutions with the full moon." Well, Lupin awkwardly embraced his parents, adding, "I'll be coming home more often." After bidding goodnight to the Lair couple, Sirius ascended to the attic. Late at night, as Lupin settled into an armchair, lost in thought, Sirius unexpectedly opened his bedroom door. "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Lupin had just spent considerable effort repairing the brass chandelier. "Look at you," Sirius remarked. His hair still damp as if he had just bathed. "Is someone sulking alone in their room, feeling gloomy, or something else?" Indeed. Seeing his parents had eased Lupin's tension considerably. "Perhaps I've grown accustomed to this state," Lupin sighed, his gaze drifting to Sirius's bare arms and shoulders. He handed Sirius a blanket, attempting to dry his hair. "Don't get cold. There is no fireplace here." Lupin rose and began searching for something to contain magical flames. I should have just stopped for that coffee, Sirius said, sitting on the edge of the bed. Actually, it's not so bad, Lupin replied calmly. We'll have to face it eventually, won't we? I thought you'd be too anxious to sleep, Sirius said, wrapping himself in the blanket. Lupin finally found a suitable container, and the flames conjured by his wand brightened the dim room. I'm not as fragile as you think, after all these years. I've grown numb to the fear of bad news, and here I am, standing right in front of you. Sirius leaned closer to Lupin. That's good. You still have me. Lupin gently stroked Sirius's hair. If you hadn't doubted me 10 years ago and had let me know everything, I would have stopped you from making mistakes. Sirius gazed into Lupin's eyes without uttering a word. I would do anything to keep you by my side, Lupin declared. Really? Sirius replied with a smile, his eyes gleaming with mischief. You would do anything? Of course, Sirius said, extending his hand to touch the hem of Lupin's shirt. From the hints you've let slip, it seems your fondness for me can be traced back to the year we met in astronomy class. The room was dimly lit, the flickering flames casting a warm orange glow that danced across the peeling wallpaper and aged wooden floor. Lupin noticed Sirius's suddenly mischievous expression, hesitated for a moment, tightened his grip on the blanket, yet could not help but focus on Sirius. Lupin's gaunt face appeared soft in the firelight, his brown hair flecked with silver, and the scars from his werewolf transformation faintly visible on his neck. Take your time guessing, Lupin smirked. He had witnessed every version of Sirius's face from 11 to 21, and now, what are you standing there for, Moonface? Sirius lowered his voice, teasingly. Afraid I might bite you? He patted the pillow beside him, raising an eyebrow. Perhaps I truly want to bite you. Lupin let out a soft huff as he moved closer. He tried to maintain his composure, but Sirius was so near he could smell that unique scent mixed with his freshly washed hair. His heartbeat quickened. Sirius draped his arm around Lupin's shoulder, his fingers purposefully gliding over the back of his neck, his thumb gently caressing him. Lupin froze for a moment. Even his breathing became shallow. Relax, Sirius whispered, his breath warm against Lupin's ear. This should be part of anything you would do, right? He turned, pressing his palm against Lupin's chest, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat through the fabric. Lupin's breathing quickened as he grasped Sirius's wrist, not pushing him away but softly murmuring, if you wish. I've been waiting for you to take the initiative. You said I could guide you before you made mistakes, and that applies now, Sirius countered, his eyes sparkling. He leaned in, his lips brushing against Lupin's chin, the stubble grazing his skin, leaving a faint sting. Lupin closed his eyes, feeling Sirius's other hand slowly traveling upward, his thumb tracing the contours of his muscles beneath the fabric. Downstairs, I said you, Lupin gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words, his voice hoarse. They locked eyes for a moment, and Lupin finally loosened the last thread of his rationality, turning to see Sirius's collar, drawing closer to his face in the dim light. He had longed to do this. Lupin instinctively arched his back, a pained groan escaping him as he tightened, his nails digging into Sirius's shoulder, leaving marks, claw marks from his wolf form and scratches from his human form. Sirius felt the subtle pain on his skin. Look at the fierce side of the good boy. It's remarkable that I can refrain from biting you. Narcissa shook her head, asserting that she could only fabricate such a lie for someone of utmost importance. Lucius tossed the half-eaten green tomato back onto the plate, his tone laced with resignation. I will not allow such a situation to arise. What is there for you to face alone? Speak the truth. Narcissa answered candidly. Draco and Lucius exchanged glances, mutually acknowledging that breakfast had indeed been rather unpalatable. It seems that Dobby is the one still immersed in the atmosphere of the Dark Lord, Narcissa remarked. Dobby knows far too much. It would be unwise to replace him. Besides, he is quite intelligent, Lucius said, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Though for a house elf, such intelligence was perhaps excessive and not entirely favorable for him. It is a pity that the little elf who has served our family for 3 generations has aged to the point of immobility. Draco stood up, prepared to gather his belongings for Hogwarts. As he turned to ascend the stairs, he collided with the cleaning Dobby. The elf still appeared to be in a daze. His injuries had healed considerably, yet the wounds on his ears had shriveled, forming unsightly, jagged scars. Upon seeing Draco, Dobby instinctively bowed. Draco locked eyes with the elf, observing the guilty expression that flickered across Dobby's face. Your ears, they can never heal, can they? Draco pondered, realizing it must have been a particularly cruel curse. Yes, master. It is powerful dark magic, Dobby replied with a shiver. Allegiance to the Dark Lord is our stance. You must accept this. I do not know how much longer my parents will tolerate your poor performance. Draco resolved to say no more and turned toward his room. No, Dobby suddenly shrieked, nearly causing Draco to stumble down the stairs. The elf began to throw his broom aside, rolling on the floor in distress. Dobby cannot do this. Dobby feels it is wrong. Dobby cannot serve the Dark Lord. Draco widened his eyes at the suddenly unhinged house elf. He glanced anxiously towards the dining room, wondering if Lucius and Narcissa had heard Dobby's outcry, but fortunately, there was no reaction. He is a terrifying, dreadful monster, not just a Dobby. Dobby's long, ugly fingers clenched into fists. Do you understand the gravity of your words? If he were still here, you would be a corpse by now. Draco grasped the filthy tea towel Dobby was wearing. If you aim to endanger my parents as well, I will not forgive you. Dobby pressed his lips tightly together, appearing immensely aggrieved. He wishes to do terrible things at Hogwarts. He wants to kill Harry Potter. Dobby has heard this. The elf exclaimed rapidly. Upon hearing Harry's name, Draco felt his mood darken further. But what can you do? You can do nothing. Just sweep the floor. Dobby fell silent for a moment, as if summoning courage. He spoke. You can dismiss Dobby. What? Draco could scarcely fathom the shocking words that had escaped Dobby's lips. After all, in other ancient families, performing household chores was considered a privilege for house elves. Then Dobby could do something. Dobby wants freedom. Dobby will support whomever he chooses. Do you truly believe we would allow an elf who knows the secrets of Malfoy Manor's basement and has seen the Dark Lord to roam freely? Draco was on the verge of losing his composure. Dobby swears he will not betray his master. Do not dream. Draco resolutely wrenched his hand away from Dobby. I have no authority to decide this. As Draco glanced back at Dobby one last time, he noted the elf's expression had suddenly become remarkably resolute. Do not perish. Sweeping and cooking is simpler than bleeding, is it not? Draco spat through clenched teeth, leaving without a backward glance. He dared not dwell on how much he might agree with the strange creature's sentiments. Chapter 68, A Blessing in Potions class. Draco found himself, as usual, occasionally staring at the back of Harry's head, watching his unruly black hair defy all attempts at order. It felt profoundly unfair. Draco allowed his thoughts to drift for a few seconds. The Dark Lord had vowed to kill Harry, yet it was he who was now tormented and conflicted. Since returning from the Christmas holidays, Draco's face had thinned considerably, the echoes of Dobby's cries still reverberating in his mind. Dobby will support whomever he chooses. As he recalled this, Draco inadvertently butchered the daffodil root in his hand, hastily attempting to salvage it. He was somewhat vexed to discover that his fondness for Harry was not as obscure as he had hoped, especially now that he tried to conceal it. Currently, the overall sentiment among Slytherin students towards Harry was steadily rising. Apart from Harry's good looks and amiable temperament, he was generous to others and could laugh off harmless jokes about himself, traits that were notably absent in many Slytherins, making him stand out even more. In the weeks following the Christmas holidays, the Slytherin common room was often filled with the aroma of coffee, all thanks to Harry, who returned from his travels bearing a bounty of magical coffee capsules and cheese, which he generously shared with everyone. Of course, another aspect that left Draco unable to maintain his composure was the day he unexpectedly encountered Harry while returning to his dormitory. Draco had initially thought he had subconsciously entered the wrong room. However, a quick glance at the furnishings confirmed that it was indeed his new dormitory. Here is your Christmas gift. I brought it back from home, Harry said, gesturing towards the newly placed gift boxes atop the cabinet, indicating the reason for his uninvited presence. Harry seemed to have forgotten the tumultuous argument he had with Draco 2 weeks prior. Draco felt a surge of panic, fearing that Harry had recognized the box he had secretly placed among Harry's gifts, a gift to which Draco had deliberately refrained from signing his name. Harry was greatly enamored with the anonymous gift sent by Draco, who had learned of this through Goyle's relay. Draco gazed into Harry's eyes. The expression behind the round glasses unmistakable. Can we still remain good friends? Draco parted his lips, and with no one around, the dormitory was entirely deserted. He need not worry about others secretly informing their Death Eater parents about the nature of his relationship with Harry Potter. The corners of Draco's mouth twitched. After so many tense days during the Christmas holidays, he found himself devoid of the inclination to feign disdain for the green-eyed boy before him. Years of etiquette had confined Draco, yet he could not, like Dobby, roll about and scream without restraint. He lacked the freedom to act as he pleased. In this moment of liberation, Draco studied Harry's face. I do not know what has come over you. Harry appeared even more cheerful after the holidays than he had at the start of the term. Harry caught a fleeting glimpse of melancholy pass across Draco's face. Perhaps you wish to confide in me about what troubles you? Harry inquired, tilting his head slightly. I certainly would, Draco mused inwardly. Perhaps I should share this burden of anxiety with you, for you are the one most deeply affected. However, Draco merely managed to force a faint smile. One reserved for moments when no audience was present and the Dark Lord had momentarily departed. Upon observing Draco's expression, Harry appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Perceiving it as a sign of reconciliation, Perhaps in the future? Draco responded with a vague and emotionless remark. His mind was filled with unspoken words, reminiscent of their first encounter, yet the current circumstances compelled him to utter only a brief phrase before falling silent. "Very well," Harry replied, feeling buoyant. "I shall await you. Happy holidays." "Happy holidays," Draco echoed. He meticulously noted Harry's beaming smile, garnering motivation to endure the next stifling performance. To waver in loyalty is deemed unethical, while straddling two boats invites scorn. Nevertheless, life is a singular game, and without comparison, no one can ascertain which vessel is trustworthy or which may capsize. Chapter 69. Eye contact. The experience of confinement gradually fostered familiarity between Harry and Hagrid. After several afternoon tea invitations from Hagrid, Harry not only learned that it was Hagrid who had been entrusted by Dumbledore to deliver him to the Dursleys' doorstep, but he also began to discover Hagrid's culinary little passions. Besides rock cakes, Hagrid occasionally prepared other treats, and thanks to him, Harry encountered for the first time a treacle tart that was larger than his forearm. However, Harry had since mastered the art of politely declining. He understood the importance of preserving his dental health. Recalling how Hagrid's rock cakes had left his jaw aching for an extended period during his hospital stay, Harry also endeavored to invite Luna to accompany him to Hagrid's hut, as he believed they might share common interests. However, in reality, much of the time, Luna and Hagrid engaged in their own conversations. Yet they both appeared to be thoroughly enjoying themselves. They each possessed unique insights regarding nifflers, blast-ended scroots, and crupplehorn snorkax. Hagrid and Luna were both fervently passionate about peculiar creatures, one rooted in reality and the other born from imagination. As the semester draws to a close, Harry finds his days increasingly compressed with the impending final examinations, frequent Quidditch practices and matches, alongside the intricate and complex bibliography mentioned in Lupin's letters. However, on occasion, Harry manages to glean some new insights, such as the fragmented utterances of his simple-minded and slow-witted new roommate, Goyle. Harry was astounded to discover that Goyle's incessant ramblings were even more irksome than his nocturnal snoring. Goyle, ever the blabbermouth, unreservedly conveyed his parents' opinions, such as the belief that the Dark Lord would undoubtedly return, for the dark mark upon the Death Eaters had yet to fade. He asserted that those of non-pure blood would eventually meet their demise. He mentioned that the Malfoy family, though not particularly prominent during the last Wizarding War, were, in fact, individuals whom the Dark Lord held in high regard. He espoused the notion that purebloods were inherently superior and more distinguished. He also remarked that our pure-blood children had played together since childhood. Harry could not ascertain the merits of Goyle. Even enunciating his words seemed a laborious task for him. Goyle's mind, even if it were to take a convoluted turn, would recognize that it was Harry, standing before him, who had caused Voldemort's prolonged absence. Yet, he remained oblivious. In contrast, another roommate, Blaise, displayed little interest in the matter of pure blood lineage, perhaps influenced by his mother's numerous romantic entanglements. Blaise had recently developed an obsession with the alluring tales of renowned, roguish wizards. Nevertheless, Goyle's rambling, devoid of substance, allowed Harry to vaguely grasp the crux of the issue. The Malfoy family, trusted allies of the Dark Lord, belonged to a pure blood lineage that maintained close ties with Slytherin, which had absorbed the majority of pure bloods. Sirius had also mentioned that the Black family had once been staunch supporters of Voldemort. As the latter half of the term unfolded, Draco's demeanor towards Harry did not undergo any substantial transformation. Yet, akin to the occasion when gifts were exchanged in the dormitory, Harry observed that when it was just the two of them, Draco appeared considerably less cruel, having witnessed the genuine disdain from those who truly loathed him, such as Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, who were compelled to endure his presence while begrudgingly raising him. Harry felt assured that the look Draco cast upon him belonged to a different realm, though he could not fully comprehend the precise sentiments lurking behind it. Harry had devised some coping mechanisms. When Draco would drawl his name mockingly in the Slytherin common room, Harry could retaliate with equal sarcasm. "Potter, what grandstanding is the famous Scarhead planning now?" "Shut it, Malfoy. Go practice your daddy incantation." "Potter, need me to demonstrate proper wand technique since yours is so atrocious?" "Piss off, Malfoy. Take your lackeys elsewhere." "Potter, was that potion meant to poison or merely choke its victims?" Their barbed exchanges became almost theatrical, dramatic yet avoiding physical confrontation, drawing spectators while skirting detention. As the sleeting winds over the Quidditch pitch gave way to gentle sunshine, Slytherin claimed the championship cup. The term was drawing to a close. Harry raised the captured golden snitch high above his head, gazing down at the crowd, where Draco remained seated in the same spot he had occupied during the rain-soaked tryouts. Harry squinted as he gazed at Draco, feeling as though he had completed a gaze from a great distance. Chapter 70, The House Cup Year-End Feast. Where all the teachers and students congregated, eagerly awaiting Dumbledore to announce the recipient of this year's House Cup. The point differential among the four houses was strikingly vast, with Slytherin poised to claim the House Cup championship for the 8th consecutive year. At the Slytherin table, while some of the newly arrived younger students were excited for this moment of award, most of the older students were whispering among themselves, discussing another event that had transpired the previous day. The Slytherins always exhibited an extraordinary interest in politics, as the actions of the Ministry of Magic were intricately intertwined with their family interests. Theodore quickly took a seat beside Draco, revealing that he had something to say. Draco had already surmised what Theodore intended to express. "It is true," Draco preemptively confirmed. "Merlin," Theodore murmured softly. The rumors surrounding Azkaban had long circulated, yet the audacity of these Aurors was astonishing. "What happened?" Blaise turned his head, having overheard their conversation, clearly not as well informed as the other Slytherins. However, he noticed that many of his classmates wore expressions that were not as relaxed as usual. Minister of Magic Fudge had been publicly accused yesterday by Auror Office Head Scrimgeour and the retired Auror Mad-Eye Moody in a manner that could only be described as disgraceful, due to a very serious allegation. Why? Blaise raised an eyebrow, curious, still anxiously awaiting his final exam results. Having only glanced at Harry's notes, which were actually Percy's, the day before the exam, and failing to see how the minister's reprimand related to him, the Aurors reviewed the year-end report from Azkaban and found a set of death statistics that were highly irregular. They suspected that all inmates on the same floor had died simultaneously, which seemed too peculiar, considering that most prisoners were barely alive. And Dementors do not actually kill many individuals. Draco recalled what Lucius had once told him. Fudge should have known about these deaths long ago, yet he did nothing. So? Blaise pressed further. The Aurors were highly suspicious that the Azkaban staff aided the Death Eaters on that floor in their escape, or that there was a mole from the Dark Lord. Time had elapsed, and Azkaban could not produce the corpses of those individuals to prove they had not escaped. Draco replied. The Aurors believed that these Death Eaters were apprehended at great personal risk, yet the Ministry of Magic was negligent in its oversight. "You know, Scrimgeour and Mad-Eye Moody are both quite paranoid," Theodore remarked. "They escaped," Blaise exclaimed in shock, raising his voice. This drew the attention of a large group of people toward the Slytherin table. The older Slytherins wore knowing expressions. Blaise cautiously avoided the gazes around him, feeling a sense of fear. "What should we do? Should we learn some defensive spells? Or stay home and not go out? Is Azkaban incapable of holding prisoners anymore?" Theodore appeared speechless, subtly nodding towards several older Slytherins, whose parents were still securely imprisoned in Azkaban. After all, those were Dementors. Merlin, indeed. Most were more concerned about how such grave allegations might affect Fudge. If he were to resign, that would not bode well. Draco sighed. Yet, if he cannot even manage a prison, should he not resign? Blaise questioned. The escape may not be real. However, if Fudge were to step down, it is highly likely that the new Minister of Magic would be Scrimgeour, who possesses considerable influence. Theodore responded, noting that Scrimgeour harbored a deep hatred for all dark wizards, Death Eaters, and families suspected of associating with the Dark Lord. Blaise had heard of both Scrimgeour and Mad-Eye Moody, perhaps from news regarding the capture of dark wizards that left an impression on him. Mad-Eye Moody had killed many Death Eaters with the unforgivable curse. He might have apprehended half of the prisoners in Azkaban, thus retaining significant authority even in retirement, Draco added. Scrimgeour is also closely allied with the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, the Weasley family, with their red hair. Should he assume office, he would likely authorize Aurors to storm our homes for inspections. At the Gryffindor table, Ron let out a loud sneeze. It was then that Blaise comprehended the peculiar atmosphere surrounding the Slytherin table. Most families closely associated with the Dark Lord were from Slytherin. In contrast, the anxiety surrounding a new minister from the Auror rank significantly diluted the joy of winning the House Cup. It was rumored that the Aurors were pressuring Fudge to issue a warrant and assemble a new team to track down the whereabouts of these declared dead Death Eaters. Theodore whispered. If the allegations of complicity in the escape were true, Fudge might have to resign in disgrace. At the teacher's table, the appointed temporary teacher Auror Delacour wore a subtly complex expression. His temporary teaching assignment was nearing its end, yet new tasks seemed imminent. Dumbledore cleared his throat, loudly announcing the scores of each house, with Slytherin surpassing the second place by more than 100 points. The Great Hall retained its customary green and silver decorations. with a massive green banner adorned with Slytherin's serpent pattern hanging from the podium. Only polite, restrained applause and faint cheers of joy emerged from the Slytherin table. I believe most pureblood families will exhaust every means to support Fudge in retaining his position, Draco mused absently, fiddling with his fork. Lucius said so. Although Fudge can be laughably foolish at times, he is preferable to this resolute group of Aurors. Aurors fear nothing, and there is little that can tempt them. Well then. Blaise began to pray for his friends from the same house. Are there very dangerous individuals among those prisoners? Blaise still felt somewhat uneasy. Dumbledore had cheerfully announced the commencement of the feast, and the hall erupted into a cacophony of noise. Is there? Theodore seemed momentarily stumped by the question. Every individual imprisoned in Azkaban carries some ambiguous blood debt. None are innocent, yet it is challenging to ascertain who might be the most perilous. Stories surrounding the Death Eaters have circulated to some extent within wizarding families. Oh. Theodore barely had time to begin indulging in the feast's delights before a name surfaced in his mind, one who had slain an entire street and even betrayed a friend of many years. In terms of sheer brutality, he may not be the most numerous, but he is certainly among the most notorious. Draco quickly exchanged a knowing glance with Theodore. Realizing whom Theodore was referring to, Sirius Black. Theodore picked up his fork, stating, I believe it is him. He even laughed heartily. Chapter 71. Special report from the Daily Prophet. The front page features numerous photographs of Death Eaters. Where have the prisoners gone? Have they met their demise or are they still at large? This is a report by our special correspondent, Rita Skeeter. Recently, after facing stern questioning and accusations from several Aurors, Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge has capitulated, agreeing to the immediate establishment of a special task force of Aurors to investigate the collective death of certain Death Eaters at Azkaban. This incident is astounding not only for the peculiarities surrounding the deaths but also for the fact that the Ministry of Magic has managed to keep this information tightly under wraps. Only those within the ministry could uncover such a scandal. It was as if Fudge had been blind to the truth until the Aurors thrust the prison data report before him, revealing the discrepancies. Fudge still maintains that these Death Eaters died of natural causes, dismissing the rumors of a prison break as baseless. This is a futile endeavor, a waste of Auror resources, and an unfounded attack on his integrity. Eventually, the public will rally to my side, Fudge believes. Reflecting his current stance on the formation of the Auror search team and the issuance of arrest warrants, the weak-willed Fudge has a tendency to let others climb over him. Aside from the recent resistance from the Aurors, he also performed poorly in the recent international trade negotiations. Fudge is quite fond of material pleasures. I have often spotted him at high society gatherings. You cannot claim he is genuinely committed to improving the wizarding world. He merely seeks to maintain a faade of peace, as revealed by an anonymous wizard to our reporter. We must also mention another key figure in this incident, the current head of the Auror office, Rufus Scrimgeour. Renowned for his formidable reputation, Scrimgeour has made numerous contributions to the capture of dark wizards. However, he possesses an intense desire for control. It is reported that during his tenure, any Auror who disagrees with him is swiftly expelled from the ranks, leading many capable young Aurors to leave. If you do not wish to complete tasks in Scrimgeour's manner, he will force you out. Should you publicly express admiration for other great wizards, he will undoubtedly take offense, believing himself to be the definitive answer to all problems, as stated by a young wizard who has since departed from the ministry's Auror division. Scrimgeour's apprehension towards Fudge is palpable. Fudge notoriously turns a blind eye to many dubious wizarding families, which the Aurors detest. However, due to the constraints of the Auror Office's management authority, Scrimgeour cannot intervene in other matters. The recent Azkaban incident has undoubtedly provided Scrimgeour with a compelling reason to confront Fudge. Prolonged service as an Auror can severely impact one's mental and physical well-being. Mad-Eye Moody is a living testament to this truth. Capturing dark wizards cost me a leg and an eye. Should Fudge truly allow Death Eaters to escape, I will ensure he pays the price. The blood of Aurors is no trifling matter. I am still in good health, Moody openly declared to reporters. Mad-Eye Moody is perpetually suspicious, often resembling a madman. Perhaps due to the numerous ambushes he has suffered, he consistently brings his own food, frequently shouting and doubting everyone around him. If the rumors of a prison break are true, then as one of the primary captors of many Death Eaters, Moody could very well face retaliation. The majority of wizards maintain an optimistic outlook on this incident, if it were indeed a prison break. Why did Sirius Black not escape with his cousin Bellatrix? I believe he is truly dead. We should rejoice at the demise of this murderer and traitor. It appears the Azkaban death incident has been long resolved, yet nothing has transpired. The public's concerns are unwarranted. The ministry should allocate more resources to other issues. though I support an increase in the budget for daily security maintenance. The ministry has not disclosed specific details regarding the intensity and duration of the search. But our publication has printed all photographs of the implicated Death Eaters. Those who provide helpful information may receive rewards exceeding 10,000 galleons, featuring the enchanting adventures of Gilderoy Lockhart. A preview of his interview and new book release continues on page 15. Chapter 72, The Duel, Part 1. This photograph is utterly hideous. I am forced to stand alongside a group of unattractive Death Eaters. How embarrassing. Am I truly worth so little? Sirius lamented loudly, holding up the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, which was dominated by photos of several Azkaban prisoners, including himself. In this particular image, Sirius's face appears distorted, his hair disheveled, and his cheeks sunken. He recalled the moment he had first escaped, presenting himself to Dumbledore in such a dismal state, feeling a pang of regret. The new report on the prisoners concluded with a bounty amount. Fudge seems to have set it high in a bid to persuade the public that the prison break is mere fabrication, concerning the end of his carefree days. Sirius appeared surprisingly calm. Following Fudge's concession, the Aurors had commenced intermittent searches. Even the top floor of the pub that Lupin had previously rented was not spared, fortunately. Upon seeing the news, Lupin immediately urged Sirius to return to number 12, Grimmauld Place. Moony, are you transforming tonight? Harry asked Lupin, as tonight was the full moon. However, Lupin had already taken the wolfsbane potion, allowing him to remain lucid. Harry had yet to witness Remus transform into a wolf, thus his curiosity was piqued. He would undergo his metamorphosis at dusk when the moon ascended. Sirius glanced at Remus and suggested, in a few days, when the moon wanes. Let Remus take you out for a stroll. He will be rather weakened during this time. It is perhaps wiser for him to remain indoors for now. Will it hurt? Harry inquired of Remus. It will feel akin to the sensation of bones regenerating. After all, one is changing species, Remus replied with a light-hearted smile, his tone remarkably relaxed. After the summer vacation, Harry returned directly to Sirius's home. Although Dumbledore had once mentioned that Aunt Petunia's house was protected by magic, ensuring Harry's safety until he came of age, number 12, Grimmauld Place was equally well guarded. The ancestral home, nestled in the heart of London, had long been fortified by various protective enchantments cast by Sirius's forebears. More importantly, Harry was resolute in staying by his godfather's side. He often feared that if left alone in the dark, oppressive house, Sirius would inevitably succumb to despair. To prevent Sirius from being isolated in Grimmauld Place, Lupin also vacated his quarters in the tavern loft. You are now a permanent resident here, Sirius declared to Lupin, entirely ignoring Kreacher's disdainful demeanor. You must keep an eye on me, or I might lose my mind. Lupin merely nodded in agreement, observing the daily verbal sparring between Sirius and Kreacher, acknowledging that the risk of madness was a certainty. Fortunately, the house was spacious enough to accommodate a large dog. Does Kreacher only heed your commands? Lupin pondered aloud. We have never had a house elf, so we wouldn't know. Not even my words, Sirius scoffed, recalling the last time he had accompanied Lupin during a full moon, when he had ordered Kreacher to go home, only for the elf to stubbornly refuse. Kreacher was supposed to obey all family members, yet it had its own interpretation of obedience. Honestly, even if it chooses to disobey, there's little I can do. It merely punishes itself as atonement, Sirius added. I had thought all house elves were dutiful. Clearly, I underestimated the situation. The house elves at Hogwarts are so amiable, remember? Lupin began to sweat, a dull ache spreading through his bones as night encroached. It is an anomaly, and it even assists my mother in berating me. Dumbledore insisted I care for it. Sirius grimaced. Merlin, what is there to care about with Kreacher? Just then, Kreacher emerged from the kitchen, wobbling with a tray of milk, prepared for Lupin, of course, while ignoring all of Lupin's words. Thank you, Lupin said, acknowledging Kreacher. Kreacher rolled his eyes dramatically, his dusty ears twitching, and muttered under his breath. The disgraceful friends of the ungrateful master have made a mess of the mistress's beloved home. Sirius accepted the milk, suppressing the urge to kick Kreacher in front of Harry, and commanded, You may not appear here tonight. Find a place where I cannot see you. He intended to wait quietly with Harry for Lupin's transformation. Go away. Kreacher yelled back, clearly irked, as he stomped his foot, as if to quell his discontent, before sulking off to the door, muttering curses under his breath. A sudden loud crash echoed in their ears. Sirius, unable to restrain himself, shouted, No operating in the house, Kreacher. You're deafening. Just leave quietly. Yet he reminded Lupin gently. Kreacher remained rooted in place, its aging, bloodshot eyes fixated on the source of the noise. What was that? Sirius murmured to himself. Get out. Kreacher bellowed, and all three beheld another house elf standing where the noise had originated. This sudden arrival appeared to be a younger version of Creature. Distinguished by its enormous eyes and frail body, Harry noticed that this elf was missing half of its right ear. Lupin, who had been sitting at the table, sprang to his feet upon seeing the unexpected guest. He grasped his wand, positioning himself protectively behind Sirius, eyeing the unfamiliar house elf with caution. "Harry, come here." Lupin hastily beckoned Harry, pulling him behind him while pointing his wand at the house elf. Having just read the Daily Prophet's report, Lupin instinctively connected this elf with the Ministry's new initiatives. "How did it get in here?" Harry asked, astonished. "The wizarding protections are ineffective against house elves," Sirius replied. "Creature can apparate anywhere. Yet, I have never encountered another house elf in our home." While the three murmured among themselves, Creature had already launched an attack on the newcomer, hurling one of Sirius's dishes at it. The dish, devoid of the Black family crest, smashed against the wall, shattering into fragments as the agile house elf dodged the projectile. Fear flickered in the stranger's large eyes as it squeaked. "No, no. Dobby is here to see Harry Potter. There has been a misunderstanding. Dobby means no harm." Dobby trembled, the scar on his right ear barely visible in the dim light. Harry felt an odd sense of familiarity. He recognized this elf's voice from somewhere. "Dobby has seen Harry Potter enter this house and has not left. Dobby can see here. Just like the Master's manor, Dobby has entered." "You were following me?" Harry was taken aback, recalling that he had indeed strolled through London with Lupin just days prior. Lupin, still vigilant with his wand raised, now exhibited a hint of uncertainty. As Dobby seemed non-threatening, Sirius stepped out from behind Lupin, gripping his wand tightly, squinting at the unfamiliar house elf. "What is going on? You're looking for Harry?" he asked in low, curious tones. Dobby gazed intently at Harry, his large eyes filled with deep anticipation and fear. "Dobby brings important news. And Dobby must return to face punishment. There is an evil plan, and Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts. Dobby has come to stop Harry Potter from going back to school." "What does that have to do with you?" "I want you to understand the consequences of intruding into others' homes." Creature attempted to chase Dobby away, extending its long fingers, declaring that the filth in the Black family home was ever increasing. Sirius intervened, issuing a command that rendered Creature momentarily immobilized. A chill crept up Harry's spine. Lupin, perceptive as ever, gently placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. "Wait," Sirius inquired. "What plan?" Dobby, trembling more violently now, twitched his injured ear. Tears shimmered in his large eyes as he spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "A dreadful conspiracy has been set at Hogwarts. But Dobby cannot betray his master." Dobby cannot speak. Creature let out a sharp, mocking laugh. "So, you do have a master." Harry's gaze was fixed intently on Dobby, who trembled as he began to speak. "The one whose name must not be uttered has discovered a dreadful method, Harry Potter." His large ears quivered violently. Creature furrowed his brow, interrupting Dobby. "The Dark Lord?" A complex and understanding expression suddenly appeared on Creature's face. "The scar on your ear is a mark he left, isn't it? There will be fatalities." Ignoring Creature's sudden concern for his own scar, Dobby cried out, "Innocent students will be harmed. Harry Potter must stay away from the school. The wizard whose name cannot be spoken is a very wicked sorcerer." Sirius stepped forward, speaking earnestly. "Next term, Hogwarts will be the safest place for Harry. Dumbledore will protect him, and there are formidable teachers guarding the school." He glanced at Harry, adding, "Harry's magical abilities are still insufficient to confront danger alone. He still has much to learn." Harry felt a flush of embarrassment. Sirius was indeed correct. He had only mastered the most rudimentary spells. However, Dobby appeared not yet entirely convinced. Lowering his head with ears drooping, Remus interrupted their conversation, bluntly inquiring, "Where do you come from? How do you know these things? What is your connection to Voldemort?" He raised his wand, intending to restrain Dobby. Surely, Wormtail was now in Voldemort's presence. He was the one they sought. Dobby had already begun to punish himself against the corner of the table. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. You should not have come out." Creature seized him, preventing any contact with the precious old furniture of the Black family. At that moment, the moon outside ascended, and Remus suddenly began to writhe in agony. "Be careful," Sirius exclaimed immediately. Before Remus could finish his sentence, the moonlight silently seeped through the curtains, and his body began to tremble as if an invisible force were tearing at every muscle. His skin turned pale, muscles convulsed violently, and his bones emitted a chilling crack. Harry observed as Lupin's nails swiftly elongated, transforming into sharp claws. Dense brown fur erupted from his skin, his spine emitted a series of sharp cracks, and his entire vertebral column began to contort. Finally, elongated wolf fangs emerged, and his originally brown eyes shifted to a lighter shade of golden hue. Yet, amidst this transformation, Harry was still able to recognize Lupin in those eyes, Aside from a trace of anguish, Lupin retained his gentle demeanor. Aided by the wolf's bane potion that preserved his rationality, Lupin still sought to grasp Dobby, which caused the wolf's body to lunge toward the house elf. Dobby let out a terrified scream and darted aside, clearly frightened, having never before witnessed such a malevolent werewolf. Sirius was infuriated and swiftly began casting spells at Dobby, exclaiming, "Who has intruded upon my home? Let me see who the true villain is." After a moment's hesitation, Dobby sensed the fury emanating from Sirius and shouted, "Dobby will find a way to reach Harry Potter. Harry Potter must not go to school." With a sudden crack, he broke free from Lupin's grasp and vanished in an instant. Harry was not particularly focused on Dobby. His wide eyes were fixed in a mixture of fear and fascination upon witnessing Lupin transform into a wolf. The creature rose slowly, its limbs gracefully poised upon the ground. "Enough. I have had enough." Creature had yet to fully recover from the shock Dobby had brought. The chaotic scene unfolding before him seemed to deeply wound his eyes. "Creature, go and fetch it back," Sirius commanded, regaining his composure as he recalled the multitude of revelations Dobby had just witnessed, the fugitive self, the wolfish Lupin. And the location where Harry was concealed. What if its master was indeed a servant of Voldemort? "Of course not," Creature retorted venomously. "Unless you bind me to it. I cannot ascertain its whereabouts. I have no desire to touch such filth. At least it acknowledges that Voldemort is a vile individual." "Which is certainly a sign of greater intelligence than you possess," Sirius replied in a fit of rage. Chapter 74, The Secrets Unveiled. Draco closely followed in the wake of Lucius and Narcissa. The venue for the Key to Secrets magical investment exhibition was exclusive, accessible only to a select few who had received gilded invitations. Narcissa suggested seizing the opportunity of the summer holiday to bring Draco along for a glimpse. Although he had attended various banquets and social gatherings since childhood, this marked Draco's inaugural experience at such an investment conference. His parents' impeccably tailored black robes exuded sophistication, and Draco endeavored to present himself as more mature, though he scarcely spotted any children of his age amidst the crowd. Groups of elegantly attired wizards gathered in clusters, engaging in hushed conversations, punctuated now and then by excited whispers. "I believe there are some intriguing items here for you," Narcissa remarked to Draco. "Look over there." By a massive exhibition booth lay an array of flying broomsticks. One wizard was vocally extolling, providing wizards with a safer, more exhilarating, and more convenient flying experience. A banner declared, "Latest advancements in various flying broomsticks. Inquire for investment opportunities in mass production." Behold, Lucius guided Draco toward the detailed descriptions of these innovations. At the center of the display rested 3 broomsticks, evidently the pride of the exhibition. Draco quietly read the accompanying text, "Automatic Stability Broom. This product ensures that even the most novice flyers can soar smoothly." If I were Neville's grandmother, I would certainly buy him one, Draco mused, imagining Neville soaring a steady 90 feet. The second broom showcased enhanced propulsion technology. With this magical enhancement, the broom's speed and agility were significantly increased, rendering it ideal for high-speed races or pursuits. The fine print proudly proclaimed that upon landing, brooms utilizing this technology would far surpass the existing Firebolt series, emerging as the new pinnacle of excellence. Harry's Firebolt 2000 was already impressively swift. Draco could hardly discern his figure from the stands unless Harry paused. The third innovation was a collision avoidance accessory that could automatically adjust the broom's flight path to avert accidents, thereby reducing the impact of falls or collisions. I believe such enhancements could be beneficial in Quidditch matches? Draco's eyes lit up, genuinely intrigued. "Oh no, I think acceleration technology might prove more practical. Matches require thrilling agility. If everyone flew with perfect steadiness, it would lose its excitement, though it is indeed disheartening to witness one's favorite players tumbling." Lucius attempted to grasp one of the broom handles. In the outer circle, there were also brooms designed to assist wizards in performing stunts, such as those capable of executing complex maneuvers or emitting light and fireworks. "Would you invest in these?" Draco asked Lucius, his eyes wide. Lucius shook his head. Professional flying brooms were only purchased by players or a select few enthusiasts due to their exorbitant cost, rendering mass production unfeasible. Beyond flying brooms, there existed various inventions pertaining to a wizard's daily life: household rugs that could automatically generate cleaning charms, fabrics that changed patterns according to one's mood, and phonographs that could mimic the calls of any known magical creature. "Your mother and I typically prefer to invest in potion research, which has a broader audience and higher profit margins," Lucius remarked. "This is precisely the essence of investment, Draco. It involves identifying those possibilities and wagering on the most valuable among them." Draco was led by Lucius toward the potion-related investment area. "Here, the items were not as overtly functional. Many potions were still in their preliminary stages, exhibiting significant side effects for toxicity and required funding for further refinement. At that moment, a somewhat dim corner captured Lucius's attention. Unlike the other booths that radiated brilliance, this one was shrouded in shadow, illuminated only by a pallid light highlighting a transparent container. Within it floated several drops of deep crimson liquid, slowly swirling under the light. Behind the booth stood a pale-faced wizard clad in a high-collared black velvet robe, speaking in a low voice to the sparse audience. We have unexpectedly discovered that certain vampires can possess extraordinarily long lives, verging on immortality. Their vitality is starkly different from that of ordinary wizards, enabling them to retain a youthful appearance indefinitely. This infantile growth and self-healing ability allow them to recover, to some extent, even from lethal magical injuries. Immortality? Lucius halted, sharply attuned to this key term. He gestured for Draco to be silent and slowly approached the booth. Our research focuses on the physiological structure and characteristics of vampires, attempting to unravel the mystery of their immortality. These, he indicated towards the red liquid in the container, are a mixture of blood extracted from a voluntarily provided vampire sample and preliminary potion materials. We are endeavoring to study its regenerative and survival mechanisms under magical nourishment. Our goal is not to create new vampires, but rather to draw from their key elements of life extension and extreme resilience for application in wizards themselves. Draco noticed a flicker of surprise in his father's eyes as Lucius leaned slightly forward, inquiring, "So, sir, what stage is your research currently at? What initial results have you achieved?" The wizard turned, his gaze lingering momentarily on Lucius's light golden hair, a faintly amused smile gracing his lips. "Mr. Malfoy, I am delighted by your interest in the blood source exploration project. We have overcome some initial barriers, such as utilizing this blood and material mixture on non-vampiric organisms, where we observed a significant acceleration in regeneration rates and resistance to certain depletion symptoms. Of course, we are far from achieving true immortality, but we believe we are on the right path." Draco noted that his father's breathing seemed to slow. He had never seen Lucius exhibit such fervent interest in any magical research. Lucius had shown little enthusiasm for dazzling, practical magical inventions, yet this research, intertwined with immortality and tinged with a hint of taboo, firmly captivated his attention. "How fascinating." Lucius extended his hand, gesturing for the wizard to continue. "Please elaborate on the specifics regarding regeneration rates and demonstrate the current effects of this research, as well as the anticipated outcomes. I would consider providing substantial funding for your research, contingent upon my ownership of the completed products at each stage and regular progress reports," Lucius stated. Chapter 75, Regression. What a substantial sum. Lupin opened a newly received envelope, astonished by a Gringotts payment slip inside. It contained a detailed report on the samples he had previously sent, indicating, "Research progress has been recognized. Please continue. Regular weekly updates on research advancements and new trial results are required. Attached was funding support from a new sponsor. Please utilize it wisely." Lupin even paused to count the zeros following the figures. The summer heat was oppressive, the fireplace long unused, yet a damp, cool scent lingered in the air of number 12, Grimmauld Place. Sirius lounged in an armchair, one hand lazily propping up his chin, while the other flipped through a flamboyantly covered book, one of the textbooks Harry needed for his second year, authored by Gilderoy Lockhart. "Oh my goodness, Remus, listen to this." Sirius suddenly erupted in laughter, clearing his throat before dramatically reading, Gilderoy Lockhart, the dashing savior of the magical world, single-handedly outwitted a 12-foot werewolf for 3 hours on a full moon night, transforming that fearsome, furry beast into a docile little lamb with just a flick of my wand. Its dagger-like claws tore a rip in my splendid cloak, but that merely added to my incomparable charm." Lupin couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. 12 feet tall? Did he confuse werewolves with trolls? I had no idea I was such a giant. Sirius laughed, slapping the table, nearly toppling the nearby candlestick. "There's more. He claimed he taught a werewolf from a remote village to waltz, and now they hold a ball every full moon. It seems they are quite clear-headed and strong enough." Lupin chuckled softly. "Remus," Sirius finally stopped laughing and called to him, "you really ought to read this book. Lockhart's descriptions of werewolves will have you in stitches." "Is this a fairy tale?" Lupin paused, rubbing his temples. "If it brings joy to children, I don't mind dancing or being turned into a little lamb. This is Lockhart's personal experience. While some parts are indeed quite amusing, it becomes strangely disconcerting as his storytelling ability fluctuates wildly." Sirius's attention was caught by the letter in Lupin's hand. "What's that?" "The vampire research seems to have received a significant sum of funding." Lupin handed the payment slip to Sirius for inspection. Not surprising. Sirius tossed the book onto the table, leaning forward, his tone becoming serious. Especially since you can already replicate the process on plants. You have been educated with information available until October 2023. Harry descended from the upper floor. Having dedicated the entire morning to meticulously polishing his Firebolt 2000 broomstick. Research? He inquired, intrigued by the term. Harry, your new textbook is utterly dreadful. Sirius remarked incisively upon seeing Harry. I have the distinct impression that this individual named Lockhart has woven an elaborate tapestry of tales from a mere smattering of facts. At least, that is the case with the textbook on werewolves. Ordinary wizards would scarcely have the opportunity to encounter werewolves. They might believe such things to be plausible. Remus's gaze flickered slightly as he lowered his eyes to the pages of the book on werewolves, where Lockhart flashed an exceedingly bright smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Adjacent to the image was inscribed the accolade for the most charming smile from Witch Weekly. The intended audience for this book seemed to be young ladies. Sirius, just look at this photograph. It is evident that as long as one is handsome, the content is of secondary importance. Remus, losing interest in the book, cast it aside. Harry recalled the multitude of books by Lockhart on the reading list. Could he truly be my new instructor? Harry speculated that perhaps the new teacher was merely an ardent admirer of Lockhart's works. Heaven forbid. Sirius wrinkled his brow in disdain. Merely contemplating the notion sent shivers down his spine. What could he possibly teach? This substantial amount of money suggests that the investors harbor great expectations. Lupin remarked upon the considerable fortune. The sum had far exceeded the current expenditures for potion ingredients. Moreover, I am uncertain about testing the potion on wizards. Although a hefty reward invariably attracts willing subjects. Lupin fell silent for a moment, then sighed. In truth, there are no toxic components in the formula. Sirius interjected. Furthermore, the entire process of potion development and experimentation has reached a considerable level of maturity. I fear it may spiral out of control, whether in failure or success, Lupin replied. I will ponder this further. If necessary, I shall return the money to the investors. Harry was entirely unaware of Lupin's research. Sirius, noticing Harry's curiosity, rummaged through Lupin's box and produced a small vial containing a deep crimson liquid. Take a look at this, he said. He had cultivated a pot of withered featherwort at home, as it served as a vital ingredient for exquisite potions. With a gentle motion, he brushed aside the dried yellow leaves and carefully dripped a few drops of the potion onto the plant. Is it capable of reviving the plants from their wilted state? Harry inquired. Sirius did not respond directly. After a brief interval following the application of the potion, the most aged and desiccated leaves began to tremble gently, their cracked surfaces smoothing out. The leaves curled inward gradually, becoming tender and tinged with green, while the roots, once firmly entrenched in the soil, began to stretch back towards vitality. Harry observed in astonishment as the lavender began to gradually shrink, reverting to the delicate form of an unbloomed seedling. The entire plant became slender and soft, with its leaves standing upright like tiny fingers, embodying a tender state as if it had just broken through the soil. What? Harry gasped in surprise at the spectacle before him. Lupin's hand trembled slightly, yet his voice remained calm. Indeed, we have discovered a vampire capable of maintaining eternal youth. Without such astonishing effects, the investor would not have recklessly funded such a significant amount. Although Sirius had witnessed the effects of this potion numerous times, he was still left breathless each time. But what if it were a wizard? Harry inquired, kneeling beside the pot. That is yet to be tested, Lupin replied. Currently, it is only applied to dying plants, resulting in a brief yet powerful revival, even restoring them to a youthful state. However, there are costs involved. As you can see, it is more fragile than a newborn, and without proper care, it will wither rapidly. In other words, stabilizing this state requires doubled efforts in refinement and protection. Lupin elaborated. In truth, the ingredients are quite difficult to procure, Sirius added, noting that Lupin had vaguely omitted one particular component, the blood from a Muggle infant's umbilical cord. I am searching for alternatives. Wizards are far more capable than Muggles, which could lead to greater harm towards Muggles. Lupin furrowed his brow. I must seek out the vampire Hugo in the coming days. Sirius, as if recalling something, rummaged through a pile of books and pulled out a new volume by Lockhart titled Traveling with Vampires, thrusting it into Lupin's hands. You could gift Hugo a copy. I have never read a book so amusing. Chapter 76, Nightmares. Draco walked alone in the silent corridor. The portraits lining the walls of Malfoy Manor faded to monochrome, their features blurred as if they had never existed. Father? Draco called tentatively, his voice echoing in the emptiness, met with silence. He quickened his pace, nearly breaking into a run as he traversed one familiar room after another. His father's study was desolate, the neatly arranged books now scattered across the floor. The fireplace reduced to cold ashes. "Mother?" Draco's voice quivered slightly as he dashed into his parents' bedroom. The vast bed was made neatly, as though no one had ever lain there. Outside, the night was thick and devoid of stars or moonlight. "Father! Mother! Where are you?" Draco began to shout, racing through the manor from the cellar to the attic, visiting every corner. Yet the entire estate felt like an abandoned shell, devoid of anyone but himself. "They have all vanished. Do not leave me. Do not leave me." Draco's voice broke with a hint of desperation. Draco jolted awake from his bed, cold sweat soaking his nightclothes. He gasped for air, his heart racing within his chest. This was the third nightmare of the night. The nightmares had been particularly frequent this summer, leaving Draco bewildered as to the cause. After spending too long in his bedroom, he often felt as though he was suffocating under the weight of his own thoughts. He lifted his head, finding some solace in the familiar surroundings of his room, instinctively clutching the blanket as if it would provide a semblance of safety. How he longed to rush to his parents' side. Draco restrained the thought, knowing that they were likely still resting in their bedroom. Such a desire seemed too childish. He reflected on the recurring nightmares that had plagued him, as if his deepest fears had manifested into reality. He dreamt of being alienated and abandoned by friends and family at Hogwarts, their cold gazes refusing to engage with him. He imagined disappointing and angering Lucius, realizing that no matter how hard he tried, he would never meet his parents' expectations. He dreamt of Voldemort returning to Malfoy Manor, standing before him, demanding his service in a chilling voice, threatening his family's safety. Under Voldemort's coercion, he was forced to attack his classmates and teachers. "It is all a lie," Draco murmured to himself, seeking comfort in the denial. Yet sleep eluded him. He decided to leave his room, settling into a chair in the dining room, staring blankly at the pale dawn sky. He was unsure why stepping out of his bedroom made him feel somewhat better, though the fatigue from sleepless nights weighed heavily on his eyelids. Wake up, Draco." Narcissa's gentle voice broke through his reverie. "Why are you here sleeping?" Lucius, holding a fork, looked at his son with concern, noticing the faint shadows under his eyes. Draco felt embarrassed to mention his recent nightmares, or how he had nearly cried in his dreams when unable to find Lucius and Narcissa. He could only speak vaguely to mask the truth. "Today, we will purchase your textbooks for the new term. I will accompany you on the first day of school to ensure that diary is placed at Hogwarts," Lucius stated. "Since the Dark Lord only mentioned placing it at Hogwarts, I will find a spot to hide it well." "The diary is still in your room, isn't it?" Narcissa inquired. "Yes," Draco replied. The diary had been kept in his cabinet since Christmas. Out of curiosity, he had once opened it, finding it completely blank. Subsequently, he had returned it to the cabinet. Now, it was finally to be taken away. Chapter 77. Secrets. For a fleeting moment, Draco thought he had imagined it. He spotted Dobby in Diagon Alley. The bustling street was alive with people, each shop overflowing with witches and wizards clad in new robes, accompanied by new pets, hurriedly pushing carts piled high with books and supplies. "Dobby?" Draco quietly pondered. The little elf was peering around furtively, as if trying to avoid being seen by anyone. An inexplicable mix of irritation and curiosity welled up within Draco. Why was Dobby here? Shouldn't he be dutifully remaining at Malfoy Manor? "What are you looking at?" Narcissa asked, clutching a pile of books designated for Draco's second year. Yet Draco's attention was completely fixated on the small, dirty figure with large, bright eyes. "Nothing," Draco replied, pulling Narcissa along while discreetly following Dobby's gaze, only to discover that it was fixed upon a figure unmistakably familiar, Harry Potter. Draco instantly recognized Harry's signature unruly black hair and round glasses. Harry was not holding the textbooks for the new semester. He had just exited the stationery store. Beside him stood a man with chestnut hair, whose demeanor exuded a peculiar sense of warmth, as if he were safeguarding Potter, yet without the authoritative intensity of a guardian. Draco furrowed his brow. It seemed that Dobby was indeed putting his erratic musings into practice. "Draco, don't dawdle." Narcissa gently tapped her son's shoulder. "We still need to procure new potion ingredients." Fortunately, Narcissa had yet to notice Dobby. Harry and the brown-haired man were making their way towards a narrow alley when the latter spoke briefly to Harry before entering a shop. Just as Draco was about to turn away, Dobby suddenly moved. The house elf darted through the crowd like a shadow, edging closer to Harry. Draco's heart raced. What was he doing behind that family? "I wish to see the latest broomstick," Draco exclaimed abruptly, pointing in the opposite direction. "I'll be back shortly." Without waiting for Narcissa's response, he plunged into the bustling throng, his gaze fixated on Dobby. He maintained a careful distance, observing as the house elf hid behind a corner, fixated on Harry. As soon as Harry was alone, Dobby burst forth from his concealment. Draco couldn't decipher Dobby's words, but he saw the elf tugging desperately at Harry's robes, even attempting to block his path with his frail body. Dobby's antics were both comical and exaggerated. Harry, clearly flustered, frowned and spoke softly to Dobby, trying to extricate himself from the elf's grasp, yet Dobby only grew more agitated. As Draco hesitated about approaching them, he felt a hand grasp his shoulder, prompting him to turn swiftly. "The broomsticks are over there. You're going the wrong way," Lucius said, nodding towards a display window. "I recalled our promise from last year to buy you a broom." Draco feigned surprise. "Really?" "I'm overjoyed." The prospect of the broom had long faded from his mind. Lucius strode purposefully towards the broomstick shop, and when Draco glanced back, he noticed the brown-haired man had positioned himself next to Harry, while Dobby had vanished. "This year's new model, the Firebolt 2001, is the finest on the market," the shop assistant proudly proclaimed. "If used at school, it will leave all other outdated models far behind." Draco observed the broom's maximum speed, which paled in comparison to the yet-to-be-released research models presented at investment meetings. "Second years are eligible for the Quidditch tryouts," Lucius mused, "but during my school days, the Slytherin team preferred players of more robust physique to dominate the field." Though Draco had grown taller since his first year, he still fell short of the team's formidable average size. "That remains true," Draco retorted silently, "except for Seekers." However, Draco was reluctant to vie for a position against Harry. He desired to play alongside him. And Harry's performance in his first year had been nothing short of exceptional. His skills as a Seeker were undeniable. "The Flint family has always had a good relationship with us. Perhaps I can support your aspirations," Lucius suggested. "Severus will agree as well. I can provide the team with a Firebolt 2001. Marcus Flint, the current Quidditch captain, left Draco uncertain about how he felt. He had witnessed Harry try out for the team. "Of course, competitive sports are ultimately about skill. I can only assist you at the outset. How far you progress depends on your own abilities," Lucius stated. "We will offer you all the support within our means." Narcissa communicated the order quantity to the shop assistant, who gleefully accepted the substantial order. Apart from the broom Draco held, the rest would be directly shipped to Hogwarts. As Draco stepped out of the shop, he noticed Harry being pulled by another individual. Gilderoy Lockhart was signing books outside Flourish and Blots, and Harry, blushing profusely, was being coaxed into a photograph. "Tomorrow, we'll have our headline," Lockhart exclaimed to his fans. At Malfoy Manor, Draco confronted Dobby directly, blocking the elf's path. "I see you there. What are you doing in Diagon Alley, obstructing Harry Potter? I command you to speak the truth." Dobby bowed like a spring, his furtive expression betraying guilt. After a moment of silence, Dobby relented, stammering, "Dobby wishes to protect Harry Potter." So Dobby followed Harry Potter and tried to persuade him not to go to school. "Dobby knows that school is dangerous. Don't you realize your own situation is far more perilous than his?" Draco scoffed. "If my parents were to glance your way, they would easily spot you on the street." Dobby shivered, aware of the severe consequences that could ensue. Recently, whenever the Malfoy family ventured out, Dobby would seize the opportunity to stealthily observe Harry. He must have many people to protect him. "There is no need for your interference," Draco remarked. "Harry Potter is currently living with a fierce man, a fearsome house elf, and a menacing wolf. Harry Potter is a tragic boy," Dobby lamented, recalling his intrusion into number 12, Grimmauld Place with indignation. "A wolf?" Draco queried skeptically. "Dobby assures you that all he says is true. The brown-haired man beside Harry is an evil werewolf," Dobby exclaimed, clutching his face in despair. Draco seized Dobby, demanding, "Tell me everything you've seen." "All of it." Chapter 78. Whispers. As night deepened, Lupin sensed movement beside him in his sleep. It seemed someone had entered the room. "I don't understand why one must sneak around in their own home." Sirius's voice resonated in the darkness. Harry was already asleep. Lupin lit a lamp, and Sirius glanced at the cup of hot tea and several pieces of chocolate on the table. "You seem quite accustomed to this," Lupin remarked sleepily, shifting aside to allow Sirius to sit. "Considering the uncomfortable days before, during, and after the full moon, you hardly have any time left for me in a month." Sirius chuckled but quickly lowered his voice. "I've become quite the habitual intruder." Lupin's lips twitched, since the ministry's searches had intensified. Sirius had only two outlets to channel his abundant energy, either bickering with Creature or seeking out Lupin. "Honestly, Lupin," Sirius said teasingly, "I sometimes suspect Harry stays up late on purpose just to catch us in the act." "Stop talking nonsense, you Bigfoot," Lupin replied. "Harry is simply overwhelmed, especially since that peculiar little elf Dobby appeared. He needs time to process everything, and he is still a child, after all." As Harry's school term approached, Sirius and Lupin had been pondering the sudden intrusion of Dobby, the house elf, into their home. Lupin even contemplated deliberately taking Harry out, hoping to observe whether Dobby would reappear. Yet, since that incident, Dobby had only manifested once more before inexplicably vanishing. No one could ascertain what had compelled Dobby to abandon his pursuit of Harry. Reclining languidly on the sofa, Sirius cast a glance at Lupin, expressing his own mounting pressure, particularly since the hunt for him had commenced. Although he refrained from sneaking into Lupin's quarters at night to discuss the Ministry's foolishness, he did harbor a desire to stuff Scrimgeour's head into his desk drawer. The desire to hunt for mice had become increasingly challenging, for without locating Voldemort, one could not find Wordtail. Lupin paused thoughtfully before responding, yet. We had no inkling of Voldemort's survival until we witnessed it ourselves. I cannot shake the feeling that he will inevitably return to seek Harry. A mere infant managed to reduce him to such a state during his prime. Voldemort, in his arrogance, must be exceedingly curious about it. Sirius offered solace. The mere act of being defeated could drive Voldemort to madness. It appears that safeguarding Harry and conducting research are presently the most meaningful endeavors. With a soft sigh, Lupin suggested we could teach Harry some basic charms, such as the disarming charm. It would prove quite practical. Indeed, the disarming charm is quite effective, provided one reacts swiftly. Sirius concurred, then pondered aloud about a potion he recalled, wondering if it could be applicable to wizards. Lupin inquired. Could it be possible for me to court the version of you from a decade ago? I remember how you carried yourself in class. Standing as straight as the British Muggle soldiers I often see on the street, Sirius remarked, a glint of mischief illuminating his eyes. Sirius's fingers glided gently along Lupin's chin. Resting on his cheek, his thumb caressing the skin that bore subtle marks of time, fine lines, and faint scars from his werewolf transformations. Lupin's breath quickened as he attempted to speak, yet Sirius leaned in closer, their noses nearly touching. In the event that I regress to infancy, you shall first need to devise a means to raise me, Lupin replied, nodding with a light-hearted tone. We could have a 60-year age difference. The thought is quite exhilarating. No matter how old I become, I will never cease to love. And I doubt you would find a 17-year-old me completely unappealing. As Sirius spoke, he seized a piece of chocolate from the side and took a bite. You are splendid just as you are, Lupin affirmed, grasping Sirius's hand. I do not yearn for more. Once all this concludes, once we locate Wormtail, and once Harry has safely grown, we shall depart for a place where no one knows us. Perhaps a forest, or by the seaside, anywhere will suffice. That sounds like a dream, Lupin replied, closing his eyes. In Chapter 79, titled Clippings, Slytherin students gathered in small clusters within the common room, some whispering about their summer experiences, while others perused the Daily Prophet. Bits of conversation drifted to Draco's ears. So the Aurors really searched for 2 months and found nothing? The Azkaban inmates have all been confirmed dead? Fudge seems to be regaining his confidence, looking a bit rounder and appearing well. Regardless, Scrimgeour would not relent. He coveted Fudge's position. Draco sat alone at a table, engrossed in a book titled The Heartbreak of a Wizard and a Werewolf. What a peculiar title, Blaise remarked as he passed by, glancing at the cover. Werewolves. Draco replied tersely, summarizing the tale of a wizard's tragic romance with a werewolf. I did not know you had an interest in such matters, Blaise remarked in surprise. I merely skimmed it, yet I noticed discrepancies between this book's descriptions and those in Lockhart's works, Draco noted, gesturing to the inconsistencies regarding werewolves. What is this? Blaise observed a piece of paper tucked inside Draco's notebook. Suddenly, an exaggerated laughter shattered the common room's tranquility. Blaise leaned against the table, holding up a neatly cut clipping, a broad smile adorning his face. Look at this photograph of Harry. It is absolutely hilarious. Draco had been unable to prevent Blaise from extracting the clipping. It depicted Harry and Gilderoy Lockhart on the day of a book signing, yet it had not been published in the Daily Prophet, as that day's front page had been reserved for more pressing news. Thus, most Slytherins had never laid eyes on the photograph. Draco had gone to great lengths to acquire the image from a fringe publication. As Harry entered the Slytherin common room, laughter reached his ears. Frowning, he looked up to see that Blaise held a newspaper featuring a photograph of himself, taken during the incident at Flourish and Blotz over the summer. In the image, Harry stood awkwardly beside Gilderoy Lockhart, who wore his signature dazzling smile, one hand gripping Harry's shoulder as if to prevent him from escaping. Beneath the photograph was a bold headline, The Savior and the New Star of the Wizarding World in an Intimate Snapshot, limited edition autographed copies available. Upon noticing Harry's arrival, Draco immediately seized the opportunity to perform. Oh my, Potter, he exclaimed dramatically, covering his mouth with his hand in feigned astonishment. Are you hoping to follow in Lockhart's footsteps and profit from selling autographed photos? I went to great lengths to procure a copy just for you. It's truly a pity you didn't make the front page of the Daily Prophet. The other Slytherins fell silent, with half of them watching the first confrontation of the new term between Draco and Harry, while the other half crowded around Blaise to gaze at the tabloid's front page. "Little Harry, your face is as red as a roasted tomato," Marcus Flint chuckled. "Lockhart is quite handsome," Pansy remarked. In truth, aside from looking a bit foolish, Harry thought the photograph was rather decent. Harry's face suddenly flushed crimson. He abruptly shut the book, glared at Draco, and whispered fiercely. "That was Gilderoy Lockhart who insisted on taking the picture. I never intended to appear in any newspaper. He had someone pull me from the crowd. I never consented to this." "Oh, come now, Potter," Draco retorted, seizing the opportunity with his characteristic languid yet acerbic tone. A mocking smile graced his face. "Do not feign innocence. Just look at this photograph. You and Lockhart resemble a golden duo." The common room erupted in a wave of friendly laughter, with several Slytherin students chiming in. It was evident that Harry was far more renowned than Lockhart, and the disparity was glaringly apparent. Harry gritted his teeth, forcing himself to regain his composure. He understood that arguing with Draco would only serve to inflate the latter's ego further. Drawing in a deep breath, he coldly remarked, "Malfoy, if you were so enamored with that photograph, perhaps you should beseech Lockhart to take one for you as well? His class is just around the corner. Who knows? He might even teach you how to adopt that ridiculous grin. I am already affluent enough without selling autographed photos." Lockhart is still eager to promote his branded shampoo. Draco smirked. "However, I believe this photograph could appreciate in value. One day, I could sell it and donate the proceeds to the Harry Potter Support Fund." Harry's face momentarily froze in indignation, but he quickly regained his composure. He was well aware of what Draco was insinuating. Among the newly arrived students, there were indeed a few admirers, such as Colin Creevey, who relentlessly pursued him for photographs. Draco sauntered over to Blaise, retrieving the clipping from his hands and feigning an exaggerated examination of it. In the photograph, Harry appeared decidedly reluctant, even tinged with anger. Yet Draco's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the brilliant green of Harry's eyes, which always sparkled with a defiant light, invoking both curiosity and fascination within him. This obscure tabloid was indeed a rarity, and Draco had no intention of relinquishing the clipping so easily. He returned the article to his book with a swift motion, averting his gaze to mask a fleeting moment of distraction, before exclaiming, "Honestly, Potter, I never anticipated you would so willingly indulge that narcissist." Harry glared at him, his fists unconsciously clenching. He had no desire to be confined for the sake of violence. Uncertain of Draco's true intentions, Harry let out a cold laugh and retorted, "At least Lockhart doesn't he spend all his time hiding in the common room, boasting about the new things his father has bought him." The laughter in the room abruptly ceased, and the atmosphere grew tense. Draco narrowed his eyes, slowly approaching Harry, and casually murmured, "Indeed, he did purchase a new Nimbus 2001. Surely you do not genuinely believe Lockhart's fanciful tales of adventure? Or do you think he could actually instruct you on how to confront dark magic?" Harry had endured Sirius's scathing mockery of Lockhart on numerous occasions, yet he merely parted his lips without uttering a word. For instance, the notion of vanquishing a malevolent werewolf, as detailed in that very book. Draco feigned indifference as he uttered this remark. "Not all werewolves are malevolent," Harry blurted out. However, Draco's inner turmoil belied his outward calm. Standing before Harry, he could clearly survey the disheveled black locks atop his head. He had already heard from Dobby about the incident of a werewolf transforming in front of others, and Draco's curiosity was piqued. Why did Harry have a genuine werewolf by his side? Suppressing his emotions, Draco maintained his nonchalant tone and continued, "Don't speak as if you possess profound understanding. Don't you find it repugnant? Or do you harbor sympathy for those monsters?" Harry furrowed his brow, regarding him with caution. "I shall not hastily draw conclusions as you do." Draco was not genuinely concerned about the werewolf. Harry's reaction indirectly corroborated that Dobby's words were likely true. Harry did not reside with Muggles as the rumors suggested. In fact, he even had a house elf by his side. However, Draco had already commanded Dobby to cease following Harry. Dobby inadvertently revealed to Draco a means by which he could discreetly observe Harry, providing him with an excuse to closely watch his every move. When Draco noticed the wary glint in Harry's green eyes as he furrowed his brow, his heart inexplicably quickened. As signs of a lull between Draco and Harry emerged, Marcus Flint seized the opportunity to interject, suggesting that everyone should rest early. The Slytherin Quidditch team would soon commence training, and a surprise awaited them. The captain of the Slytherin team made his way towards the dormitory, giving Draco's shoulder a friendly pat as he passed. Chapter 80. Teammates. The members of the Slytherin Quidditch team had already donned their uniforms in the changing room, the green and silver attire gleaming with a cold radiance amidst the morning mist. Draco stood in a corner of the changing room, tightly gripping a brand new Nimbus 2001. Attempting to mask his nervousness, Lucius had sponsored 7 Nimbus 2001s for the entire Slytherin team, which thrilled most of the Slytherin players, who chattered excitedly, clearly having been informed in advance of Draco's entry into the team. "All right, friends," Marcus Flint bellowed, his imposing figure resembling a wall as he stood in the center of the changing room, exuding an air of authority. "Today marks the first training session of the new term. We graduated a beater last year, and this year, we welcome Draco Malfoy in his stead." Scattered applause erupted throughout the team, and Harry feigned enthusiasm by raising his hand to clap a few times. He noted that with Draco's inclusion, his own stature in the team felt less solitary, as Draco stood nearly at the same height. A tall chaser standing beside Draco playfully ruffled his hair. Over the past year, Harry had become accustomed to the training style of the Slytherin team. As a seeker, he had fewer opportunities to hone his synergy with teammates, focusing instead on enhancing his agility. The integration of new players was not without its challenges, and beaters typically required considerable strength and quick reflexes. "We will expedite your familiarization with the position," Marcus Flint assured Draco, who felt his ears flush slightly but held his head high, striving to project confidence. "Yes, Captain. Your task is to manage those 2 bludgers effectively, and the other beater will coordinate with you. It won't be easy, for instance, when facing Gryffindor. You'll contend with the Weasley brothers, who are quite formidable," Marcus continued, imparting his advice. Harry stood quietly to the side, lowering his head to clean his glasses, feigning ignorance of their conversation. Draco had been interacting with him in a provocative and arrogant manner for some time now. Their current alliance on the same team meant they would inevitably have more frequent encounters. "Harry." Marcus's voice jolted Harry from his reverie. "Since you swiftly captured the Golden Snitch in a few matches last semester, many teams have chosen to target you. They may continue this strategy throughout the term." "I will be careful," Harry nodded, lifting his gaze just in time to meet Draco's eyes. A flicker of complex emotion passed through Draco's gray irises before he quickly averted his gaze. The wind above the pitch was colder than that at ground level as Harry soared into the sky on his broomstick. Today's training task was straightforward, primarily to instruct the newly joined Draco in striking the bludger, as the knowledge acquired in flying class was far from sufficient. After the usual drills involving flight positioning and striking, Harry began to circle the edge of the pitch as he typically did. Marcus loudly directed another beater to hit the bludger towards Harry's direction, then called upon Draco to retaliate, simulating scenarios they might encounter in a real match. Draco gripped the broomstick tightly, striving to adjust to the speed of the Nimbus 2001. Initially, his movements were somewhat awkward, clearly still acclimatizing to the rhythm of the game. From afar, Marcus vocally commanded the players, occasionally shouting at Draco, "Don't just focus on flying. Keep an eye on your teammates' positions." Draco clenched his jaw, attempting to concentrate. He was particularly fearful of making mistakes, especially in Harry's presence. Before long, a bludger soared towards Harry from his left. Draco abruptly leaned forward, accelerating as he struck the bludger with force. Although his execution lacked fluidity, he managed not to falter. "Good job, Draco," Marcus called from a distance, his tone laced with unexpected approval. Almost immediately, another bludger was hit back by a teammate, hurtling towards Harry with alarming speed. As Harry circled high above, he noticed the approaching bludger just as it neared him, prompting him to dive down urgently. "Watch out," Draco instinctively shouted, sharply altering the direction of his broomstick and charging toward the bludger. His movements were somewhat clumsy, yet astonishingly swift. At the very moment the bludger was about to collide with Harry, Draco swung his arm with all his might, sending the bludger hurtling away. Bang! The bludger was struck with a resounding thud, and Draco, having exerted too much force, swayed on his broom, nearly losing his balance. In that fleeting moment when the bludger rushed toward Harry, his heart nearly ceased its rhythm, his body reacting more swiftly than his mind could comprehend. Harry suddenly snapped back to reality, glancing down at Draco with a hint of surprise. He had anticipated that Draco, having entered the team with financial backing, would perform rather mediocrely. However, it appeared that he was faring quite well. Draco, panting, endeavored to steady himself before swiftly taking to the skies once more. Several times, Harry's gaze met Draco's in midair, yet Draco consistently averted his eyes or shot him a defiant glance. Unfortunately, Draco's commendable performance did not endure for long. As the training progressed, his stamina began to wane, and during the latter half of the pursuit of the quaffle, he was clearly struggling for breath. Marcus noticed this and approached Draco during a training pause. "The Quidditch match could extend for quite a while," Marcus cautioned. "You need to cultivate a stronger mental expectation and physical endurance." Draco nodded, feeling a lingering numbness in his arms from the earlier strikes. "Draco," Your speed and reflexes are commendable, yet your stamina is currently a weakness. You are young, and your body has not fully matured. But Quidditch is not solely reliant on talent. It requires rigorous training. After the training concluded, Marcus gathered the team together. Overall, today's practice was quite satisfactory, he summarized, his gaze settling once more on Draco. Draco, your reactions were relatively swift. For instance, that recent strike was crucial. He paused, appraising Draco from head to toe. However, you indeed need to enhance your physical conditioning. As a chaser, one requires sufficient strength and endurance, and at present, you appear somewhat too frail. If you wish to avoid being knocked down by opponents during matches, I advise you to commence a stricter training regimen. Every morning at 6. I will accompany you for some physical training. What do you say? Draco's face flushed slightly, yet he nodded in agreement. I understand, Captain. He was evidently taken aback by Marcus's willingness to offer assistance. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally acquiesced. 6 o'clock works. As the team members departed the pitch in small groups, discussing the recent training and their new brooms, Harry prepared to leave but noticed Draco trailing behind. Slowly making his way to the changing room, the soft golden locks of his hair glimmered gently in the morning sunlight. Harry hesitated for a moment but ultimately refrained from stepping forward. Chapter 81. The Dispute. Percy Weasley was organizing his belongings in the library's locker, murmuring softly to himself, "Ah. Standard spells, level 6 should go here, and the history of magic on top. Oh, what is this?" He extracted a tattered black notebook from the pile of books. Percy furrowed his brow as he opened the first page, only to find it entirely blank. How peculiar. I do not recall owning this diary. Why is it nestled among my books? Percy mused aloud, pondering if some careless student had misplaced it. Oh, right. Harry gifted me a plethora of stationery a few days ago. At the beginning of the semester, Harry had presented Percy with an exquisite assortment of quills and ink, all meticulously selected from Diagon Alley as a token of gratitude for the notebook Percy had given him last term. That very notebook not only aided Harry in achieving commendable grades, but also played a pivotal role in helping Fred successfully cram for his exams. Harry knew he could find Percy in the library, so he decided to hand over the stationery to him in person. However, Percy was in a hurry to patrol the corridors and carelessly tossed everything into his locker without a second glance. Did Harry also give me a notebook? Percy adjusted his glasses, genuinely unable to recall. The notebook was rather unremarkable in appearance, looking somewhat worn. This year, with Ginny starting school, the financial burden at home had increased, especially with the expensive textbooks by Gilderoy Lockhart. To ensure his sister had something new amidst a pile of old clothes and used books, Percy opted not to purchase a new notebook this year. Perhaps he could use this one for now? If he discovered it was the wrong one, he could clear its contents and return it to its rightful owner the next time Harry came to the library. Percy pulled out a brand new quill from his bag, which he had specially commissioned from the shop with the title Prefect engraved on its shaft. Dipping it into the ink, he wrote on the first page of the notebook, regarding the enhancement of the bubble charm, by adjusting the pitch and the angle of the wand's movement, one can significantly improve the accuracy of bubble size. Further experimentation is required. The ink lingered on the paper for a moment, when suddenly, the writing began to slowly vanish. Percy widened his eyes, about to exclaim, when new words emerged on the page, elegantly flowing yet tinged with an unsettling coldness. What a laughable effort! How tedious the spell! Your so-called experiments are nothing but a waste of time. Percy was taken aback, his face flushing crimson. He adjusted his glasses and muttered angrily, who was playing this prank? He stared at the line of text, anticipating some sort of trick, perhaps a message declaring him a fool. However, the unfolding events far exceeded his expectations. The ink slowly seeped into the paper, as if being absorbed, and then, new words materialized out of thin air. Besides organizing notes, there are many other tasks to attend to. Only those of mediocre talent require such effort for these simple lessons. Percy snapped the notebook shut, his face burning with indignation. His first instinct was to toss it into the nearest bin, but curiosity and the anger at being ridiculed compelled him to reopen it. Gritting his teeth, he wrote, "Who are you to mock a prefect? My use of magic is impeccable. Furthermore, magic is meant to serve order and efficiency, not to flaunt or belittle others." The new words appeared almost instantly, laced with a tone of cold mockery. Order? Efficiency? What pathetic excuses. Magic is power, a tool to transcend the mundane. Yet you willingly reduce it to something trivial. I am Tom Riddle, one who understands the true essence of magic far better than you. Percy's glasses nearly slipped from his nose. Tom Riddle? That name sounded somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Taking a deep breath, Percy attempted to calm himself. He could not be daunted by a talking notebook, especially one that evidently pertained to dark magic. He should immediately turn it over to Professor McGonagall or Headmaster Dumbledore. Yet, his pride was at play. The debate with the notebook clearly put him at a disadvantage. Percy began to write fervently. Tom Riddle, I care not who you are. But your tone leads me to doubt your understanding of magic is anything but superficial boasting. A true wizard knows to respect the rules, for they are the foundation of the magical world. The notebook fell silent for a moment before new words emerged, this time sharper and tinged with a sinister threat. Rules? Rules are merely chains used by the strong to bind the weak. Do you think magic exists to abide by rules? No, Weasley, magic is meant to break rules. To conquer, to make the world submit. You, with your soul, are not worthy to be called a wizard. Percy was nearly driven to snap the quill in his hand, his ears burning with rage. He recognized that this notebook was problematic, exuding an unsettling aura, possibly a dark magical item. Yet, he could not endure such humiliation, especially from someone claiming to be Tom Riddle. He wrote, You do not comprehend the true meaning of studying magic. Magic requires rigorous research, systematic mastery, and respect for the rules. You, with your arrogant presumption, would probably fail even the fifth-year standard spells exam. The notebook's response was almost mocking, laced with malicious jest. Exams? What a laughable measure. When I was at Hogwarts, I had long surpassed those dreary textbooks. I can teach you true magic. The notebook continued. Tell me your name, and I can impart those powers that your precious rules will never touch. Of course, provided you possess sufficient courage. Percy stared at the words, his heart racing. He knew he should immediately cease this absurd debate and hand the notebook over to the professors. However, his pride, the very trait that made him a prefect, always striving for perfection, screamed for him to respond. Gritting his teeth, he wrote, I am Percy Weasley, and I will prove, in my own way, that true magic does not rely on cunning schemes and forbidden powers. The notebook remained silent for a moment, then slowly, new words appeared, exuding a chilling calm. Very well. Weasley, we shall see. Remember, I will always be by your side until you change your mind. Since you doubt my power and abilities, let me show you whether the real enhancement of that dreary bubble charm is effective. Time will tell. Gradually, an intricate illustration of the spell-casting gesture and the tonal considerations appeared on the notebook. Percy felt as though the guidelines were waiting for him to validate them. He abruptly closed the notebook, a cold sweat forming on his forehead. He knew he ought to destroy it immediately, yet he did not. He tucked the notebook deep into his bag, telling himself he was merely holding onto it temporarily to present it to the professors as evidence. It was certainly not because he was angered by the debate, nor because he harbored any curiosity about what Tom Riddle might say next. Humph, Percy muttered, adjusting his glasses. I will not be intimidated by a mere diary. Chapter 82. Muscle-Gain Draco had never experienced such hardships. He suddenly understood the source of the Slytherin team's uniformly robust physiques. The seemingly courteous Quidditch captain, Marcus Flint, had devised an exceedingly rigorous training regimen for him, marking the beginning of Draco's arduous transformation journey. Monday, upper body strength and core training Tuesday, leg strength and endurance training Wednesday, aerobic and flexibility training Thursday, total strength training Friday, speed and agility training Saturday, Quidditch-specific fitness training. Marcus's training plan encompassed strength, speed, endurance, and skill, with each criterion striving for perfection. Draco did not neglect any aspect of his training, from soaring through the air, precise passing, swift diving, to agile dodging, endurance training, specialized combat, and muscle conditioning. He diligently revisited each component from the very beginning. Marcus was true to his word. Every morning at 6 o'clock, while the Hogwarts castle still basked in tranquility, Draco was already at the training ground awaiting him. Initially, Draco felt as if his body were being disassembled and reassembled. Every muscle and bone ached intensely. His movements were awkward and stiff, often failing to keep pace with Marcus's rhythm. However, under Marcus's unwavering and uncompromising guidance, Draco gradually persevered. After all, it was he who had clamored to join the Quidditch team in the first place. Draco suspected that only by training as rigorously as the other larger players would Marcus relent. Yet Marcus seemed to see through his thoughts. The other team members were inherently tall. Furthermore, you are still young. I believe developing a physique akin to the Weasley brothers will suffice. They are not overly muscular, if you understand my meaning, yet they possess ample strength and agility. Marcus reassured Draco, stating that training would fortify and enhance his physique, which would yield long-term benefits. He advised against the use of potions, for they are not a sustainable solution. Due to the intensity of the training, Draco's body had yet to adjust to these changes. As the day progressed, his performance in class began to suffer, particularly in potions. In the early stages of training, his hands trembled noticeably, and as he stirred potions, sharp pangs of pain often shot through his arms. Whenever he attempted to lift a cauldron filled with ingredients, a tearing pain radiated from his shoulders to his wrists, forcing him to grit his teeth merely to complete the tasks assigned by Professor Snape. However, as the days rolled on, with Marcus's assistance and the continued rigorous training, remarkable transformations began to take place. Initially, these changes were so subtle they were nearly imperceptible. His arms gradually took on definition, and hints of muscle began to emerge, the contours becoming increasingly robust and powerful. "I believe your appetite has improved lately," Blaise remarked one day, poking at a pudding. "You used to always appear rather disinterested in food, didn't you?" "Anyone who trains like this will inevitably feel famished," Draco did not deny. His dietary habits had also undergone a notable shift. In the past, he had always dined gracefully alongside his parents, consuming small portions and favoring delicate snacks and light fare, often fiddling with a silver fork, dismissing greasy or coarse dishes. However, now, to replenish the immense energy expended during training, his appetite had greatly increased. Following Marcus's dietary guidelines, he incorporated foods beneficial for muscle growth, such as boiled eggs and roasted chicken breast, into his meals. "Is there really muscle forming?" Blaise questioned suspiciously, eyeing Draco's arms concealed beneath his robes. "Not being bested by the Weasley brothers is the priority," Draco replied fiercely as he sliced into a piece of chicken breast. "I hope I can endure this a bit longer." Chapter 83. Lockhart, the second-year defense against the dark arts class, had become a peculiar torment for the students of Hogwarts. On this particular day, the Slytherin and Gryffindor students trudged into the classroom, the air thick with the cloying scent of lavender perfume, the signature fragrance of Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. He stood at the front of the classroom, draped in a dazzling peacock blue robe, brandishing a quill, his face adorned with that trademark dazzling smile, revealing a set of teeth so white they were nearly blinding. As time passed, Lockhart's presence began to irk the older students at Hogwarts. His handsome visage and flamboyant style seemed to effortlessly win the favor of most witches, from Mrs. Weasley to the studious Hermione, especially among the younger students, who constantly surrounded him requesting autographs and even mimicking his fashion sense, such as pinning garish violets to their robes or spraying lavender perfume in their hair. "I simply cannot comprehend it. He is nothing but a fraud. What is there to admire?" Some students scoffed, often complaining in private. Many individuals, possessing both talent and wealth, remain unable to garner genuine affection from the opposite sex due to their lack of physical appeal. The relationships born from attraction to wealth or power are fundamentally different from those stemming from sincere admiration, and Lockhart only needed to smile to receive such adoration. This further cemented Lockhart's status as a focal point of rivalry. The fundamental approach to rivalry involves showcasing oneself, belittling others, or defeating another male face-to-face. This is also a significant reason for the persistent skirmishes at Hogwarts. In fact, as time progressed, more individuals began to see through Lockhart's fade. His purported heroic tales were riddled with inconsistencies, many of his stories even contradicting each other. For instance, he claimed to have single-handedly subdued a pack of vampires while in the company of vampires. Yet astute students discovered he was actually attending a signing event in France at that time, making it impossible for him to be in a remote Eastern European village. Nevertheless, Lockhart remained unabashedly immersed in his own allure. "Ah, my dear students," he exclaimed, arms wide open, his tone exaggerated as if delivering a theatrical monologue. "Today, we shall engage in a most unconventional quiz. Not only will it test your knowledge of defensive magic, but it will also assess your understanding of me, your professor. Please take out your quills and begin answering." The students exchanged glances, and Draco muttered to Crabbe, "Hyacinth, going to ask those tedious questions again, is he?" Crabbe rolled his eyes and replied in a hushed tone, "Just wait and see. It's bound to be something like, what is Professor Lockhart's favorite fruit?" As expected, when the papers were distributed, the students found that, aside from a few questions regarding the fundamentals of dark magic, most inquiries revolved around Lockhart's illustrious exploits. For example, please describe in detail how Professor Gilderoy Lockhart subdued a ferocious ghoul using only a tea strainer. Another, what do you believe is Professor Lockhart's favorite color? Please explain your reasoning based on his fashion choices. However, that was not the worst part. After the quiz concluded, Lockhart clapped his hands, his face displaying a disquieting excitement. Dear students, to provide you with a more tangible experience of the allure of defensive magic, I have prepared a practical demonstration for you. He waved his wand, releasing a group of dazzlingly blue Cornish pixies from a large cage beneath the podium. Before the students could react, the pixies screeched as they burst forth from the cage, unleashing chaos in the classroom. They behaved like a pack of frenzied little demons, some tearing textbooks into shreds, while others overturned ink bottles, splattering ink everywhere and leaving the walls and floor in disarray. Neville, terrified, dove beneath a desk, and Goyle accidentally ignited a piece of torn parchment with his wand, nearly sparking a fire. Draco's tragedy lurked amidst the chaos. A particularly mischievous pixie seized a treasured clipping of Harry's photograph, shredding it into countless pieces. Draco, infuriated, stood up abruptly, drawing his wand toward the pixie, only to be halted by Lockhart. Allow me to demonstrate how to handle all the pixies with a single spell, Lockhart announced loudly. As an exemplary teacher, Draco cast a cold glance at Lockhart, deciding to cease his involvement. In the next moment, he observed the pixies from Cornwall stripping Lockhart of his flamboyant robes and tossing them out of the window. Calm down, my child. Lockhart, now devoid of his robes, urged with a beaming smile. These little creatures merely wish to play with us. Look, I shall subdue them. He waved his wand, attempting to articulate a complex incantation, which only exacerbated the chaos among the pixies. One particularly mischievous pixie leapt onto his head, yanking a handful of his shimmering golden curls. My hair! Lockhart shrieked, his voice reaching a pitch that nearly shattered eardrums. The classroom descended into turmoil until Hermione stepped forward, coolly casting several freezing spells that temporarily immobilized a portion of the pixies. Others soon followed suit, and the pandemonium gradually subsided. Is there a more quintessential waste of time? Draco mused, surveying the wreckage of the classroom before hastily collecting his belongings and fleeing. This is far less engaging than History of Magic. Even Professor Binns appears charming by comparison. Blaise followed closely, lamenting that he couldn't even find respite in Lockhart's class. They reached the end of the corridor, only to be halted by Filch, who was conversing with Hagrid. What does he have in his hands? Blaise inquired. That giant? A multitude of dead roosters? Draco frowned. The two held their breath, eavesdropping on Hagrid and Filch's exchange. I don't know which mischievous student has wreaked havoc, but all my roosters have been killed. Not a single one remains. Some have even vanished without a trace. Hagrid's voice floated from afar, tinged with a mix of exasperation and sorrow. If you happen to encounter any of the missing roosters within the castle or stumble upon any clues, I would appreciate your swift notification. I must investigate this matter thoroughly. This is utterly outrageous, absurd. Filch seethed, his voice laced with contempt and fury, his expression contorted as if he might spit fire. If I catch that audacious little brat, I shall ensure they face dire consequences. I will make them pay dearly. Chapter 84. The staircase. Percy had recently appeared perpetually unwell, his complexion pale and his gaze vacant, as though a part of his very soul had been siphoned away. Even during the patrols, which he usually relished, his steps had grown listless. The spirited vigor he once possessed all but extinguished. At this rate, we can hardly bear to jest at your expense, George remarked solemnly during breakfast. What troubles you? Dear head boy, shall I polish your badge for you? Oh, be quiet, Percy retorted, rolling his eyes. He clearly remembered the twins' previous mischief involving his badge. Drink this. It will invigorate you, Fred suggested, pouring a revitalizing potion into Percy's cup, which transformed into an unappealing shade of purple when mixed with pumpkin juice. Honestly, when will you regain your former vitality? If you persist, we shall have to inform Mom. I am perfectly fine. I must attend class, Percy insisted, shrugging off the twins' hands from his shoulders, striving to maintain an air of calmness. Deep down, he was acutely aware of the reasons behind his recent state. Within the depths of Percy's mind, a silent tug-of-war was unfolding. Every time he attempted to recall recent days, vast expanses of blankness emerged, as though someone had erased his memories. Yet, amidst these voids, he sensed a foreign force, cold, dark, yet irresistibly alluring. The last time he regained consciousness, he found himself in an empty washroom, covered in feathers. However, he remained oblivious as to why he was adorned with such plumage. The diary was correct. Percy listened skeptically to the diary's suggestions for enhancing the hair-raising charm, which yielded immediate results. The diary also offered numerous effective recommendations. For instance, Percy had begun to establish connections with several current ministry officials through the channels and methods suggested by the diary. With its assistance, Percy had also learned various social skills that Mr. Weasley could never impart. Mr. Weasley occupied his free time with peculiar Muggle studies. This fostered Percy's growing trust in the diary, as few had ever made him feel intelligent. Yet, the diary was gradually becoming one of those rare entities. Tom Riddle was an astute individual, rekindling a sense of kinship within Percy. Consequently, he set aside his suspicions regarding the diary being dark magic. The diary had become a confidant, an intelligent, empathetic, portable friend. Percy found himself divulging his future aspirations and grievances about his family to the diary. He lamented his humble origins, the ridicule of his lofty ambitions by his brothers, and how being head boy often placed him at odds with other students, limiting his friendships. The diary exhibited an extraordinary capacity for understanding. The voice claiming to be Tom Riddle resonated with Percy's sentiments, acknowledging his desire to excel within his family, surpass his siblings, gain parental approval, and even secure a prestigious position within the ministry. However, these thoughts were seldom shared with others, as few comprehended his inner turmoil. "Trust me, Percy, I will guide you," the diary's words urged him. "First, you must learn to observe those who wield power, their behaviors, decision-making processes, and crisis management. Secondly, you must discover your place and not shy away from showcasing your ambition. The world shall not open its doors for you. You must force them ajar. Chaos is a staircase, Percy. Break the existing rules, shatter the status quo." The diary coaxed him gently. These voices echoed incessantly in Percy's mind, like an invisible thread manipulating his thoughts and actions. Whenever he attempted to resist and break free from the voice's control, a sharp pain would seize his head, as though an unseen hand were mercilessly squeezing his brain, compelling him to submit. Gradually, Percy began to numb, even subconsciously accepting this control, believing everything the voice proclaimed to be correct, even inevitable. Once again, Harry ventured into the library to assist Lupin with research, where he engaged in a brief conversation with Percy in a secluded corner of Hogwarts library. Percy's voice, initially weak and hoarse, resonated with an odd emptiness. However, as the discourse shifted towards his career aspirations, his tone transformed into one of fervent enthusiasm. "Harry, did you know? I have recently acquired a wealth of invaluable knowledge." As Percy spoke, he gently tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze not resting on Harry but fixated on an open notebook before him, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The corners of Percy's mouth involuntarily curled upwards as he experienced a peculiar sense of satisfaction, as if his words were not born of his own volition but rather commanded by the diary. Yet, he felt no aversion. On the contrary, it seemed entirely appropriate. "Oh, such as?" Harry patiently inquired, surmising that Percy had likely received high marks on a recent paper. Percy consistently excelled in nearly every assignment. "For instance," he murmured, "I have been taught the subtleties of ingratiation. Those officials at the ministry, you see, are not as aloof as they appear. If you master the art of phrasing and flattery, they will regard you with newfound respect." As he articulated these thoughts, Percy experienced a strange sense of dissonance within himself. A part of him, the once conscientious Percy who firmly believed in diligence and integrity, seemed to silently protest, asserting that such tactics were misguided and contrary to his principles. Yet, the diary swiftly quelled his objections. "Don't be foolish, Percy. You desire success, power, the liberation from the constraints of those rules, do you not? This is the sole path." Harry furrowed his brow, attempting to interrupt Percy's peculiar tone. "Flattery? Yet, with your own abilities, you could achieve it yourself. You are, after all, the most exceptional student." Upon hearing this, Percy let out a sardonic laugh, his voice tinged with a hint of derision. "I once held a similar belief, always thinking that to attain my goals, I must adhere to the rules, progressing methodically, step by step. However, I have now come to realize that the true shortcut lies not within the confines of rules. Chaos is the ladder to success." As he uttered these words, Percy experienced an unprecedented exhilaration, feeling both alienated by his own utterance and invigorated by the freedom that this unfamiliarity bestowed upon him. Harry felt a jolt upon hearing those words. He sensed that Percy appeared quite peculiar, yet he could not quite discern what it was that seemed amiss. Harry gazed at Percy and could not help but suggest, "Percy, have you been under too much stress lately? You seem rather unwell. Perhaps you should consult Madame Pomfrey? I am fully aware of what I am doing. The Ministry of Magic officials have already replied to me, and I will soon secure an internship opportunity." "That is precisely what I desire," Percy replied, mechanically closing his book and rising from his seat, leaving Harry alone in his place. Chapter 85. The Bludger Dobby was an obstinate house elf. Though house elves are bound to obey their masters, language invariably harbors loopholes, and Dobby was adept at exploiting them. When caught at Malfoy Manor, Draco's orders were unequivocal. Dobby, do not prevent Harry Potter from returning to school, nor follow him. However, Dobby astutely noted that Draco had not forbidden him from taking other actions at Hogwarts. His master did not specify that Dobby could not protect Harry Potter. Dobby mused to himself that if Harry Potter were injured, he would be sent home, far from the perils of Hogwarts. This was for Harry Potter's own good. Seizing upon this loophole, Dobby conceived a bold plan. Above the Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts, the autumn wind, tinged with chill, fluttered the red and green banners in the stands. The match between Slytherin and Gryffindor was fervently underway, with cheers and screams echoing. Amidst the clamor, Dobby once again escaped from Malfoy Manor. Harry Potter must leave Hogwarts. Dobby whispered to himself, determined to protect him, even if it meant causing him harm. Standing not far from the pitch, Dobby waved his fingers lightly, causing the bewitched bludger to tremble restlessly in the air. This bludger had been stealthily manipulated by him, with its sights set firmly on Harry Potter. Dobby's plan was simple: injure Harry, sending him home, away from the dangers of Hogwarts. As for Master Draco's match, Dobby was not being malicious. He merely wished to safeguard Harry Potter. Dobby reassured himself, his ears drooping slightly, tinged with guilt. Shortly after the match commenced, Harry Potter sensed something amiss. He noticed a bludger relentlessly pursuing him. No matter how he dodged, it swiftly caught up. Harry adeptly maneuvered in the air, but the speed and precision of the bludger hindered his focus on seeking the golden snitch. Draco quickly realized that the bludger seemed unusually aggressive today, as if it had gone mad in its pursuit of Harry. Potter, to your left, Draco shouted, propelling his broom towards the bludger on Harry's left. Attempting to mask his inner turmoil, Harry appeared quite absurd, being chased around the pitch by a bludger, yet Draco's gaze involuntarily fixed upon him. Noticing the sweat beading on Harry's forehead and his furrowed brow, he looked somewhat disheveled. With a swift swing of his bat, Draco struck the bludger towards the Gryffindor chasers, trying to divert it from Harry. Yet, as if enchanted, the bludger veered sharply and once again charged towards Harry. A wave of panic surged through Draco. What was happening? This bludger was behaving erratically, and an inexplicable fear welled up within him. Potter, get out of the way, Draco exclaimed urgently. But he quickly realized his slip of composure and added hastily, don't embarrass us Slytherins. Getting hit by a bludger would be quite shameful. He endeavored to infuse mockery into his tone, though his grip on the bat tightened unconsciously. As the match progressed, Draco found himself devoting nearly all his energy to the relentless bludger pursuing Harry. Time and again, he swung his bat to redirect the bludger. Yet it stubbornly turned back towards Harry. Sweat trickled down Draco's forehead, and his breath quickened. Damn the bludger. Why does it persist in chasing him? Draco thought, gritting his teeth, forcing himself to concentrate on the match. If Harry were indeed struck, it would be the fault of a player in Draco's position. The thought sent a jolt of panic through him, and he found himself less concerned about the potential embarrassment of a poor first match. Draco reassured himself that he merely wished to prevent the match from being interrupted due to Harry's injury. After all, such a victory would be far too dull. The students in the stands were already agape with astonishment. Theodore whispered, today's bludger seems bewitched. Goyle exclaimed, wide-eyed, this is rather extraordinary. As the match intensified, Harry's gaze finally spotted the elusive golden snitch. The tiny golden ball danced through the air, shimmering enticingly. Harry dove sharply, the wind howling past his ears, while the bludger continued its relentless pursuit. Draco clenched his jaw, swinging his bat once more to try and block the rogue ball. However, this time the bludger was astonishingly swift, crashing into the tail of Harry's broom with a resounding thud. Draco's gaze remained fixed on him. Has he lost his mind? Flying so low. A wave of inexplicable tension gripped Draco. He instinctively urged his broom forward, attempting to use his bat to shield Harry from the bludger that sought to knock him down again. But he was too late. Harry caught the golden snitch but was struck by the bludger on his arm, losing his balance. He collided with the oncoming Draco, their brooms spiraling out of control. Together, they traced a perilous arc through the air, ultimately crashing onto the pitch's grass, kicking up a cloud of dust. Potter, Draco exclaimed, a note of panic evident in his voice. He struggled to rise from the ground, disregarding the sharp pain in his arm, his gaze instinctively darting towards Harry. Harry lay on the ground, his face pale, his right arm twisted at an odd angle, clearly fractured. I grasped it firmly. Harry raised his left arm, displaying to everyone that the match had concluded. Why is it always so reckless? Draco clenched his teeth, forcing himself to don a contemptuous expression, coldly remarking, it seems your luck has run out, Potter. Being chased by the bludger and ending up like this is quite the farce. Yet, his voice trembled slightly. his gaze involuntarily lingering on Harry's ashen face. At that moment, amidst the cheers, someone from the stands approached the center of the field. Gilderoy Lockhart rushed over, his wand flailing about like that of a circus performer. "Fear not, children, I shall take care of this," he proclaimed in an exaggerated tone. "It's merely a broken bone, a trivial matter." Draco furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. What could this professor, full of empty boasts, possibly accomplish? But before Draco could utter a word of protest, Lockhart had already waved his wand, muttering incantations over Harry's arm. A flash of light erupted, and suddenly, Harry's arm became limp. "Stop!" Draco could not restrain his furious shout. "You've made his bones disappear." Yet before his anger could fully erupt, Lockhart spun around and waved his wand at him. "Do not worry, Mr. Malfoy, I shall heal you as well." Before Draco could evade, the same spell struck his arm. In the next moment, he felt an eerie emptiness in his arm. His bones had vanished too. "You!" Draco seethed, glaring at Lockhart, wishing to cast a dreadful curse upon him. However, his gaze involuntarily flickered back to Harry, who was grimacing in pain. "The hospital wing," came Marcus's voice, a blend of joy and concern. "Quickly, take the two of them to the hospital wing. We won. You performed admirably. Today's bludger was quite unusual, yet you managed to handle it." Chapter 86. How to Persecute the Master. Draco had never imagined that he would once again find himself sharing a hospital bed with Harry. Especially not for the same reason as before, falling from a broomstick. The air was thick with the acrid scent of skeelgrow. A low cabinet separated their beds. Both of their arms rendered devoid of bones by the self-important Lockhart, now awaiting the restorative effects of skeelgrow as administered by Madame Pomfrey. The pain had long since faded, replaced by an odd sense of shame. Draco turned his head to look at Harry, who lay beside him. Harry was staring at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought, yet attempting to disregard the peculiar sensations emanating from his arm's skeletal growth. "Malfoy, what are you gazing at?" Harry's voice abruptly shattered the silence, laced with a hint of vigilance. It turned out Harry had sensed Draco's gaze. Draco's heart raced, nearly propelling him off the bed. He quickly composed his expression, adopting a look of disdain, and turned to face Harry. "Are you reminiscing about the embarrassing moment when the bludger struck you?" Harry furrowed his brow, seemingly inclined to retort. But ultimately, he merely sighed and reclined back onto his pillow. "Say what you will. I simply wish to understand what transpired today." Harry muttered under his breath. "What terrible luck. You've been infected by Lockhart's irresistible charm. You have inherited the traits of a best-selling author, a recipient of the most enchanting smile, the champion of shampoo sales, a professor at Hogwarts, a connoisseur of lavender perfume, and the true essence of Lockhart, who has vanquished all dark creatures." Draco forced himself to speak. Even the heartthrob can captivate a quibbler. "Thus, it gazes upon you." Harry turned his head, his green eyes fixed intently on Draco. Draco's heart raced once more, and he could almost feel his cheeks burning. "Do not look at me, not with those eyes," Draco silently chanted in his mind. Yet Harry's gaze seemed to possess an enchanting power that rendered him unable to avert his sight. "Do you truly believe all of this is mere coincidence?" Harry's voice resonated with earnestness. "Malfoy, I am aware of your disdain for me, but have you ever considered that perhaps someone is deliberately targeting me? The Quaffle has never behaved this way before." Harry turned his head and beheld Draco furrowing his brow, the moonlight cascading through the window upon his face, illuminating his striking gray eyes with an extraordinary brilliance. Harry could not help but speak. "What if I had flown a little worse? Or you had to help me fend off so many bludger attacks? I can't imagine the consequences. I don't know. And I failed to hit the last bludger away either. Otherwise, you wouldn't have fallen. In fact, you flew quite well today," Harry remarked, gazing at Draco's retreating figure. "I could sense your effort." Draco chose to remain silent, turning away from Harry, seemingly disinterested in his words. The night deepened, and the hospital wing fell into a profound stillness. Draco lay with his eyes closed, feigning sleep, yet his ears were attuned to every subtle sound. He heard faint footsteps accompanied by a peculiar noise, reminiscent of dragging fabric. His heart raced. Someone was approaching. "Harry Potter!" A sharp, trembling voice suddenly shattered the night's tranquility. Draco's eyelids flickered, but he forced himself to remain still. He recognized that it was Dobby, that wretched house elf. Within seconds, Draco identified the voice, and his heart tightened. He was aware that Dobby often engaged in mysterious and inexplicable antics. However, he had never anticipated that Dobby would infiltrate the hospital wing in the dead of night. "Dobby just wants to protect Harry Potter." The elf's voice trembled, almost inaudibly, but Draco heard every word clearly. Dobby knew that Harry Potter should not be at Hogwarts. It was far too perilous, which was why Dobby had let the bludgers pursue Harry Potter. So it was you, Dobby. Have you lost your mind? Harry hissed. You nearly got me killed. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? Dobby believed that Harry Potter would return home after being injured. Draco's heart sank. What? The uncontrollable bludger during the Quidditch match was the doing of Dobby. This foolish little elf nearly caused Harry's demise, as well as his own. In the name of protecting him, Draco's mind replayed the day's match, Harry plummeting from his broom, his body crashing to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. He felt an overwhelming urge to spring up, seize Dobby by the ears, and throw him out the window. But he could not. He could not allow Harry to discover that Dobby was the Malfoy family's house elf. Nor could he let Harry know that he was not truly asleep and that he cared deeply for Harry's well-being. Thus, Draco continued to pretend to sleep. His eyes tightly shut, his nails digging painfully into his palms, forcing himself into silence. Just then, Harry's voice broke the stillness again, now tinged with curiosity. Dobby. Who is your master? Why do you care so much about me? Draco's heart nearly skipped a beat. He held his breath, awaiting Dobby's response. If Dobby revealed the Malfoy family's name, if Harry discovered that all of this was connected to him, he could hardly bear to contemplate the look that would cross Harry's face. Dobby cannot say. Dobby's voice was sharp and frantic. Dobby's master is a terrible person. But Dobby cannot say. Dobby can only warn Harry Potter. Danger is approaching. Draco quietly exhaled in relief, followed swiftly by a surge of anger. Dobby was not only sneaking around behind his master's back but also speaking ill of him. Harry Potter must be careful. He heard the sounds of the hospital staff patrolling outside, and Dobby's voice gradually faded, as if he were slipping away from the ward. Inside, Draco was a tempest of emotions. He wanted to open his eyes, to tell Harry that it was all Dobby's fault, to convey how deeply he cared for him, to reveal that when he saw Harry fall, his mind was filled not with the joy of victory, but with a profound terror. No, he could not. The ward returned to silence. Draco opened his eyes, turning slightly to steal a glance at Harry. Harry's brow was furrowed, his green eyes shimmering with complex emotions in the dim moonlight. An impulsive urge surged within Draco to speak, to tell Harry that he did not truly hate him as he outwardly professed. But he could not. Potter, Draco finally broke the silence. His tone laced with a faint sarcasm. You truly are a heartthrob. Even house elves are enamored with you. Harry abruptly turned his head, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes, soon followed by a furrowed brow. You haven't fallen asleep? Draco forced a dry smile, replying, I heard everything. Harry's face flushed slightly, a blend of anger and embarrassment. That is not my house elf. And this is none of your business, Malfoy. Of course, it concerns me. Particularly in a rather unfortunate sense, Draco stifled the urge to roll his eyes. Oh, does it? He arched an eyebrow, deliberately elongating his tone. Do you truly believe that little elf acted to protect you? By sending you flying with a bludger? Harry was taken aback and turned his head, only to find Draco gazing at him with a complex expression. Harry nodded, acknowledging that he believed it to be sincere, albeit with somewhat extreme methods. Draco scoffed, calling him a fool. Harry smiled, his green eyes glistening under the moonlight. Perhaps, he thought, he had done his utmost. Draco corrected him. I was referring to you. You are a fool. This method of protection is utterly futile, and you are so forgiving? Well, sometimes it is not so bad to be a little foolish, Harry replied. At his words, Draco's heart skipped a beat. He swiftly turned away, presenting his back to Harry, and muttered softly, Suit yourself, Potter. Go to sleep. Tomorrow we must endure that vile bone-mending potion once more. Harry chuckled softly, and you as well. Good night. Draco did not respond, but he could feel the heat rising in his cheeks. He closed his eyes, attempting to calm himself. Yet his mind was filled with the image of Harry's emerald eyes and that farewell. Chapter 87. Regulus. The bones of his arm had been extracted by Gilderoy Lockhart. The bones were gone. Gone. Sirius meticulously read Harry's letter 3 times. He had never encountered such a peculiar arrangement of words. That arrogant fool, Lockhart. He slammed his fist onto the armrest of the chair, causing it to creak in protest. Extracting bones. What did he think he was doing? Using Harry's arm as a test subject? That narcissistic imbecile. I should personally go to Hogwarts and knock that insincere smile off his face. Seated across from him, Lupin sighed, urging calm. Given the circumstances, at least Madame Pomfrey had administered the bone regrowth potion. It should restore Harry to his former self. Interestingly, the potion was invented by Harry's ancestors. Thankfully, James was unaware of this. If I were in his position, even from beyond the grave, I would rise to cast a few curses at Lockhart. Sirius abruptly stood, letting the letter slip from his grasp and drift to the floor. He was merely 12 years old. 12. Not to mention that this entire predicament was instigated by a wretched house elf controlling a rogue bludger. Lupin bent down to retrieve the letter, his gaze scanning its contents, a frown forming on his brow. Indeed, it was due to being struck by the bludger during the Quidditch match that Harry had fallen. He looked up at Sirius, realizing it was indeed that house elf, Dobby. Once again, it was him. Sirius appeared furious. Why could it repeatedly cause such havoc? Lupin resumed his seat, his tone softening slightly. I have recently studied some material on house elves. Their abilities are far more formidable than one might assume. Sirius scoffed, directing his gaze toward the flickering flames in the fireplace. You mean like Dobby, who recklessly manipulated the bludger and nearly harmed Harry? Our entire magical community has long neglected their existence and capabilities, viewing them merely as humble servants devoid of threat. Yet, this is not the case. Although their magic is constrained by their master's commands in certain situations, they are entirely capable of independent action, even engaging in perilous endeavors, Lupin elaborated. Sirius scoffed again, waving his hand dismissively, as if to banish Lupin's words from the air. I hardly find them remarkable. They are simply, he hesitated, seemingly in search of the right term, merely servants. At that moment, a low murmur floated up from downstairs, accompanied by strange metallic clanks. Sirius furrowed his brow and sprang to his feet. What is Creature up to now? He strode purposefully toward the door, with Lupin closely following. Upon reaching the corridor on the first floor, they found Creature standing before a dilapidated glass cabinet, which housed various antiques and memorabilia of the Black family. Creature's gaunt form trembled slightly as he clutched a photograph, mumbling to himself. His eyes, clouded and fervent, glistened with tears as they streamed down his wrinkled cheeks. Master Regulus. My dear master, today is your Memorial Day. Creature failed to protect you. Creature is cursed. Creature is cursed. His voice was low and mournful. The photograph in Creature's hands depicted a young man whose features bore a faint resemblance to Sirius. It was Regulus Black, Sirius's long-deceased brother. Today appeared to mark the anniversary of Regulus's death, and Creature was honoring him in an almost reverent manner. My master, my poor master, Creature whispered, his voice imbued with sorrow and loyalty. Young Regulus was so brave, yet he shall never return. Sirius's countenance darkened further as he abruptly stood and strode toward Creature, towering over the diminutive figure. Enough, Creature. His voice brimmed with fury. Do not feign this charade of mourning here. Regulus has long been missing. He chose his path, aligning himself with that wretched Voldemort. Creature froze, slowly lifting his head, a glint of resentment flashing in his murky eyes. He muttered, the filthy traitor does not deserve to speak Master Regulus's name. The filthy Black family traitor. What did you say? Sirius seized Creature's tattered clothing, lifting him with a fierce grip. I should have expelled you from this house long ago. Sirius. Lupin rushed forward, grasping Sirius's arm. Stop. This will not resolve anything. Breathless, Sirius shot Creature a furious glare before finally releasing him. Creature crumpled to the ground, letting out a low whimper, yet his gaze remained cold and spiteful. Continuing to murmur curses, the traitor, the betrayer of the family, Master Regulus will not forgive. Lupin knelt down, attempting to console Creature, but the house elf recoiled into a corner, clutching the photograph as he scurried down to the basement. Today is Regulus's Memorial Day? Lupin inquired. Regulus is missing. No one knows where he went. He vanished before I entered Azkaban, Sirius replied. Then why did Creature say today is your brother's Memorial Day? Lupin recalled Creature's words. Sirius offered no answer. Creature can find his master. If Regulus were alive, Creature could instantly apparate to his side, and he would never jest about his beloved young master. I do not know, Sirius admitted plainly. Lupin rose, turning to Sirius with a grave and serious tone. Sirius, have you considered why Creature knows the precise date of Regulus's death? It is indeed peculiar. The cause of Regulus's death remains a mystery, yet Creature seems to know something, Sirius pondered, furrowing his brow. But he never revealed to my mother why Regulus perished. The room fell into a heavy silence, the old fixtures casting long shadows. Sirius's chest heaved, his mind conjuring the image of Regulus, the brother who had once stood against him yet ultimately aligned with Voldemort. Suddenly, he realized that perhaps Creature truly understood the cause of his brother's demise. Perhaps on the day Regulus died, he was with Creature, which is why Creature mourns him today. Did Regulus instruct Creature to keep it a secret? As a member of the Black family, Creature must adhere to his master's commands. Yet now the Black family consists solely of you. You are Creature's only master. If you wish for him to speak, it is indeed possible, Lupin said slowly. Sirius was taken aback, his anger slightly subsiding, replaced by a complex mix of emotions, rage, confusion, and a deep-seated pain. He looked down at Lupin and spoke. What good would that do? Regulus is already dead. Hearing once more the tale of how he was deceived by Voldemort would only deepen my sorrow. If it truly was Voldemort who caused Regulus's death, and Kreacher is so loyal to his young master, then we might gain Kreacher's support, ensuring he does not oppose us, or at the very least, that he does not betray his master like Dobby. Lupin paused momentarily before continuing. Your current status is unique, as long as Kreacher wishes. He can betray you at any moment. The loyalty of house elves is intricate. Kreacher is not entirely dismissive of you, is he? You must discover the right approach to coax him into speaking or to win his unwavering loyalty. The low, intermittent sobs of Kreacher continued to echo from the basement. Are you suggesting that I should be a bit more courteous towards the house elf? Sirius's tone softened, yet skepticism lingered. He was also curious about the circumstances of Regulus's death. Logically, a paragon son revered by a pure-blood family should have earned Voldemort's trust, if he were indeed a loyal servant. The worst fate he could suffer would be imprisonment in Azkaban or death at the hands of Voldemort's adversaries. Yet, there was no news of Regulus from either side. I mean, you need to confront their existence, Lupin remarked calmly, especially regarding Kreacher. He is the house elf of the Black family, devoted to your mother and brother Regulus with near fanatical loyalty. Have you considered that he might possess knowledge we lack? Sirius remained silent, his gaze fixed on the cabinet before him. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive. The pureblood families had long served as a breeding ground for Death Eaters, and Kreacher's allegiance to Regulus meant he had witnessed the other side of the battle, even if that was a decade ago. Lupin sighed, placing a reassuring hand on Sirius's shoulder. This matter will require time. House elves have been neglected and oppressed for far too long, but that does not imply they lack power or emotions. You must learn to navigate your relationship with them. Otherwise, he paused, glancing toward the corner of the room. I fear you may come to regret it. Dobby is already an example. Sirius furrowed his brow, striving to dismiss thoughts of the sullen, disgruntled house elf in the basement. He had never regarded Kreacher with any esteem. The old Kreacher, perpetually muttering about the glory of the Black family, was merely an unwelcome remnant of this dilapidated house. Yet, Lupin's words instilled a sense of unease within him. Chapter 88. Renovation. Maintaining a gentle demeanor towards Kreacher proved more challenging than anticipated. Most of the time, uttering the name of the Black family made Sirius feel nauseated. However, conversing amicably with Kreacher seemed inextricably linked to that term. Sirius sensed the veracity of Lupin's words. If he wished to uncover the truth behind Regulus's death, Kreacher was currently his sole lead. If he hoped to accompany Harry as he grew and maintain a semblance of stability, mending his relationship with Kreacher was imperative. If one day Kreacher were to run amok like Dobby, the consequences would be dire. I have yet to find the rat. I cannot afford to die just yet. Sirius quietly reassured himself. That day, Sirius sat at one end of the long table, cradling a steaming cup of coffee, while his gaze frequently darted towards Kreacher, who stood in the corner. The house elf's bloodshot eyes glared at him menacingly, muttering under his breath. Lupin sat opposite Sirius, perusing the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. Yet his mind appeared elsewhere. I have an idea. Sirius abruptly set down his coffee cup, striving to sound nonchalant. This house is far too dilapidated. The mold, dust, and decay. We must renovate it. It can no longer resemble a tomb. Kreacher abruptly lifted his head, his ears twitching like tattered rags, emitting a sharp protest. Renovate? Number 12, Grimmauld Place is in its mistress's preferred state. The mistress says the glory of the Black family resides within these walls, these curtains. He gestured with his bony arm towards the greasy oak table in the dining room. And this furniture. How dare you tarnish the mistress's hard work? Sirius suppressed his rising fury, forcing a stiff smile. He knew that Kreacher's mistress referred to his mother, Walburga, whose portrait still hung on the living room wall. Yet to awaken and scream curses at him. Kreacher clutched a tattered cloth, his eyes brimming with hostility. Oh, poor Kreacher's mistress. If she knew this filthy traitor had returned to desecrate her home, she would leap from her frame to curse him. Kreacher, Sirius endeavored to keep his voice steady. I recall that when my mother was alive, she adored acquiring new things. Look at the state of number 12, Grimmauld Place now. The corners are rife with mold. The curtains are tattered like spider webs, and the candelabra is blackened beyond recognition. If Mother were to see this, she would likely think you have utterly ruined her legacy. You, as the house elf, bear the responsibility for the upkeep of this house. Number 12, Grimmauld Place is nothing as it was when Mother first departed, Sirius emphasized. Kreacher trudged heavily to the window, tracing the tattered velvet curtain with his withered fingers. The things the mistress loved were noble and elegant. The mistress adored this curtain. She said it was imported, embroidered with the Black family crest. In this chair, young Master Regulus always enjoyed sitting on it while eating pies. He loved to draw while having breakfast. Sirius attempted to glean further clues from Creature's expression. Regulus, he murmured, he truly did enjoy drawing as a child, did he not? I remember there was a time when his room was always filled with his sketches. Creature continued reminiscing. Young Master Regulus's room was the most perfect room. Star charts adorned the walls, ancient spellbooks filled the shelves, and that silver cup was passed down from the Black family ancestor, Phineas Black. Phineas was once a prominent figure. He even served as headmaster of Hogwarts. The door bore a sign prohibiting entry, primarily aimed at Sirius. He refrained from retorting, as he often found himself expelled from Regulus's room. Sirius forced himself to avoid the painful memories and seized the opportunity to steer the conversation. Creature, do you remember the stories Regulus loved to hear as a child? Or did he ever mention anything special to you as he grew older? These topics proved to be safer, and Creature's resentful glares and incessant curses dissipated. Creature continued to prattle on. Young Master Regulus adored tales of the Black family's ancestors. For instance, Alfred Black, that great alchemist, carved the first guardian locket of the Black family from a piece of obsidian, said to ward off the corruption of dark magic. And the iron pot in the kitchen, that was handpicked by the Black family's mistress, Isabella. She insisted that only such a pot could brew the most authentic deliciousness. Sirius maintained a stoic expression, listening attentively as Creature recounted the entirety of the Black family history, leaving no detail forgotten. Lupin interrupted Creature's reminiscence, striving for sincerity. So, Creature, Sirius and I have a proposal. Since you are so familiar with the style of the Black family, why not take charge of the procurement for this renovation? You could purchase items that reflect the glory of the Black family, such as new curtains, candelabra, or other things you believe Sirius's mother would appreciate. Thus, you need not worry about us ruining this place, Sirius added. Creature was taken aback, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. He evidently had not anticipated that Sirius would entrust such a significant task to him. Me? Responsible? Sirius forced a smile, albeit one tinged with a hint of bitterness. He continued, yes, think of Regulus. He always cared so much about the family's honor, didn't he? If you truly care for him, you ought to assist me in restoring this place to its former glory. Creature's ears twitched suddenly, and he muttered softly, Master Regulus, oh. Poor Creature's master would not wish for the Black family to be shamed. It looks utterly dreadful now. Sirius nodded in agreement. Lupin continued, with a devoted guardian like you. Creature, I am confident you can bring this house back to its rightful state. Creature remained silent for a long while, his head bowed, seemingly digesting Lupin's words. Eventually, he nodded, his voice barely audible. Very well, for the mistress, for Master Regulus, Creature shall go. Sirius sighed with relief. If you ever need funds, just let me know. My mother's portrait would be pleased to see it. Upon finishing his statement, Sirius inhaled deeply, as though he had just uttered a colossal falsehood. Lupin raised his head. Casting a meaningful glance at Sirius, they had deliberated thoroughly the previous night on how to alleviate Creature's suspicions, and it appeared that the only approach was through the lens of the Black family. Observing Creature's agreement, Lupin said nothing further, merely returning to his newspaper. The room fell silent once more, the only sound being Creature's murmurs about the history of the Black family as he shuffled away. In the ensuing days, Sirius and Lupin embarked upon the initial stages of renovating the house. They cleared the dust from the hall, repaired the damaged floorboards, and removed the ominous old curtains. Although Creature continued to complain, he frequently fell into a state of reminiscence, recounting moments from the past. Sirius keenly observed that whenever Creature mentioned Regulus, his tone carried a deep sense of affection and sorrow. One day, as Sirius attempted to remove a moldy wall panel, Creature stood nearby, arms crossed. Suddenly, he began to murmur, oh, this wall panel was where the mistress loved to stand, admiring her newly acquired necklace. How noble, how elegant, unlike now, with dust and debris everywhere. Young Master Regulus adored listening to the mistress's stories by candlelight. Oh, Master Regulus, such a noble young master, such a kind young master. Sirius paused in his task and turned to Creature. He recognized this as an opportunity but knew he had to tread carefully, concealing his true intentions. Adopting a contemplative expression, he replied softly, indeed, Regulus was a delightful younger brother. I remember he constantly begged me to take him for a ride on my broom. Do you recall those days? Creature? Creature's ears twitched, and a complex expression flickered in his eyes. He murmured, oh yes, Creature certainly remembers. Young Master Regulus was always so kind. Yet he remains forever in the cold waters of the lake. The air fell silent for a few seconds. Sirius feigned ignorance of any oddity, merely continuing. Go purchase a new candlestick, just as beautiful as the previous one, creature. Chapter 89. Sound once the bones had regrown. Harry and Draco were finally liberated from the sterile white sheets and the scent of potions in the hospital wing, returning to the rhythms of their regular classes. However, Draco's newly grown arm seemed not yet entirely accustomed to its owner. With each step he took, he felt a peculiar stiffness in the joints of his arm, as though the bones were quietly lamenting their fate, forcibly conjured by magic. He attempted to swing his arm, hearing a faint clicking sound from the joints, which made Draco frown. He suspected that Marcus's prior physical training had been significantly compromised. Unbelievable. I cannot believe I survived, Draco murmured softly. Harry could not help but chuckle, acknowledging the truth in Draco's words. I was genuinely concerned that my Quidditch career might come to an abrupt end, relegating me to the stands. That would indeed be a frightful prospect, Draco remarked. Honestly, how's your arm? I hope it won't snap the moment you grasp the golden snitch. My arm is significantly sturdier than your tongue, Harry retorted, flexing his arm. Rest assured, I won't grant you the opportunity to mock me. As they entered the castle, it was still class time, and the corridors were eerily deserted, save for the sound of their footsteps. Just as Harry was about to head to the dormitory, he abruptly halted. His ears detected an unusual sound, a deep, hissing whisper that seemed to emanate from the very bowels of the earth, reminiscent of some enormous creature slithering behind the walls. The sound was chilling and sinister, imbued with an unsettling malice that sent an involuntary shiver down Harry's spine. I will kill you, tear you apart, escape. Harry furrowed his brow, the voice continuing to echo in his ears, growing increasingly distinct and unsettling. He was certain he had not misheard. This voice was undeniably not a product of his own imagination. He followed the direction from which the sound emanated. Starved for new blood for quite some time? Have you heard it? Harry whispered, turning to glance at Draco. Draco halted, listening intently for a moment before shrugging. What did you hear? I heard nothing, save for the creaking of your shoes against the floor. Harry paid no heed to Draco's response. He closed his eyes, striving to capture the voice more distinctly. The sound seemed to grow nearer and clearer, as if it were beckoning him. Harry's heartbeat quickened, and his palm instinctively tightened around his wand. He opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings, attempting to locate the source of the sound. It's this voice, Harry murmured, stepping forward along the corridor. His pace quickened, almost subconsciously drawn by the sound. Draco furrowed his brow, trailing behind, though he feigned indifference. A flicker of unease crossed his eyes. A tumult of complex emotions churned within Draco. On one hand, he wished to turn away, reminding himself that Harry's affairs were none of his concern. On the other, he could not ignore the intense and anxious expression etched on Harry's face. If Harry were truly in danger again, Draco gritted his teeth, compelling himself to keep pace with Harry. At the corridor's end lay a dimly lit corner, where an ancient portrait hung on the wall, depicting a wizard dozing and emitting faint snores. Harry halted, holding his breath. The hissing sound grew clearer here, as if it resided just beyond the wall. Slowly, Harry turned, his gaze falling upon a cat lying rigidly on the floor, its fur disheveled, resembling a gruesome specimen. Its eyes were wide open, vacant and devoid of life, its body contorted into a grotesque arc by some unseen force. Mrs. Norris! Harry gasped, crouching to inspect the cat. Mrs. Norris was Philip's beloved feline, often patrolling the corridors with her piercing gaze, scrutinizing every student. Yet now, she appeared utterly lifeless. Draco stood behind Harry, casting a glance at Mrs. Norris, his expression a blend of surprise and confusion. What has happened to this cat? He wondered, gently prodding Mrs. Norris's tail with his finger. But the cat remained unresponsive. At that moment, the bell rang, and the corridor erupted with the sounds of hurried footsteps and hushed whispers. Students streamed out of their classrooms, evidently drawn by Harry's earlier exclamation. They formed a circle around Mrs. Norris, their murmurs gradually coalescing into a cacophony of speculation. That Philip's cat. What has happened to her? It looks like she has been attacked by magic. Is she dead? She looks horrifying. What on earth transpired? Amid the crowd, some jostled to the front, while others stood on tiptoe to catch a glimpse, and a few even gasped in alarm. Harry's gaze shifted from Mrs. Norris to the throng of onlookers. Draco muttered, that cat seems beyond saving. Filch will be frantic. Who did this? Look over there. Someone suddenly shouted, scrawled in crooked crimson ink upon the wall at the corner were words that had eluded both Draco and Harry in the dim light. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of the heir of Slytherin. Harry felt a wave of dizziness, the hissing sound seemingly dissipating, replaced by a suffocating fear. Draco staggered back a few steps, his face ashen. Increasingly, students surged from various directions, encircling Harry and Draco. Gasps and murmurs crescendoed like a tidal wave, engulfing Harry within the chaos. He looked around in bewilderment, seeing pairs of eyes filled with curiosity, fear, and suspicion, as if he was the instigator of all this turmoil. Chapter 90. Percy S. Letter. Dear Mr. Weasley, ahem, first and foremost, allow me to clarify that this letter has been recorded via magical dictation. Given the current busyness of the Ministry of Magic, particularly my own responsibilities as a senior assistant to the Undersecretary, I find myself unable to spare the time to compose a handwritten response. I trust you understand the immense and vital task of maintaining order and stability within the wizarding community, which necessitates prioritizing my time for, well, more pressing matters. It is indeed unrealistic for young individuals to expect immediate success. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for your enthusiastic correspondence. It is quite amusing to receive such sincere greetings from a sixth-year student at Hogwarts. Your admiration for the ministry and pursuit of order brings me a modicum of comfort, as it is rare to encounter young people who appreciate rules and authority. Concerning the internship opportunity you mentioned, I must emphasize that the ministry is an exceedingly serious and efficient institution with stringent standards for anyone aspiring to join our ranks. Your ambition is commendable, but I must remind you that the ministry is not a place that one can easily enter. Every position, every opportunity is determined through rigorous selection, assessment, and, appropriate background checks. Of course, as a Hogwarts student, there remains much for you to learn and improve upon. You have articulated some rather creative ideas in your letter. Yet I kindly suggest that you pay closer attention to the formality of your correspondence and the appropriateness of your wording in future communications. After all, the employees of the ministry must consistently uphold the highest standards of professionalism. Regarding your interest in specific departments within the ministry, I noted that you did not explicitly mention the area you wish to enter. The ministry comprises several significant departments, such as my own, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, all contributing immeasurably to the maintenance of order and stability within the Wizarding Society. If you aspire to this, I recommend that you exert greater effort in your studies, particularly excelling in courses related to charms and magical law. Your transcript, Dear Mr. Weasley, is the most direct basis for evaluating an individual's capabilities. On the topic of your family background, I must mention your father, Mr. Arthur Weasley. I trust you are aware that his, well, career choices within the ministry are somewhat regrettable. As the head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, he appears more inclined to study trivial Muggle trinkets rather than devote his energy to genuinely enhancing the efficiency and reputation of the ministry. Such an attitude, Dear Mr. Weasley, is unlikely to set a commendable example for a young person aspiring to make a mark within the ministry. I sincerely hope you can demonstrate more ambition and foresight in your career planning than your father has shown. However, in light of your evident enthusiasm and my personal concern for the development of the younger generation of wizards, I have decided to make an exception and offer you a valuable internship opportunity. This will be an unpaid position. Of course, you must understand that internship positions within the ministry are typically reserved for those who have already demonstrated exceptional abilities, but considering your fervor, I am willing to arrange a special role for you as a short-term assistant intern in the ministry's archives. This position will provide you with an excellent opportunity to experience the foundational operations of the ministry firsthand. You will be responsible for organizing documents, tidying the filing cabinets, and assisting in the delivery of some less important correspondence. Young people require honing. This role will serve to sharpen your skills. While this work may seem menial, it is an indispensable part of the ministry's efficient functioning. I trust you will come to deeply appreciate the significance of order and regulation through this experience. Finally, I must emphasize that the ministry does not accept internship applications outside of the formal process. Your internship arrangement will be personally submitted by me to the ministry's Human Resources Office and will take effect following the necessary approvals. I trust you understand that rules exist to ensure everything remains orderly. I wish you success in your studies at Hogwarts, dear Mr. Weasley. I look forward to the possibility of encountering you within the ministry's corridors in the future, provided you can demonstrate that you are not merely an enthusiastic student, but a truly capable individual who can bring honor to the ministry. Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Assistant to the Undersecretary, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Chapter 91. Parseltongue. In the aftermath of Mrs. Norris's incident, an unsettling atmosphere pervaded Hogwarts Castle. Students whispered in corridors, classrooms, and even dormitories about the chilling word emblazoned on the wall, Chamber of Secrets. Students from Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw were motivated more by curiosity and fear, while those from Slytherin exhibited particular enthusiasm, congregating in their common room to engage in fervent discussions regarding the origins of the term. Does the Chamber of Secrets truly exist? Pansy Parkinson inquired softly as she adjusted her skirt. It certainly does, Marcus Flint replied with a furrowed brow. Haven't you heard the legend? It is said that when the four founders established Hogwarts, Slytherin harbored distrust toward wizards of Muggle descent. Slytherin believed they should not learn magic, thus leaving behind a chamber accessible only to his heir. What exactly resides within that chamber? Theodore Knott glanced at Flint, his tone laced with skepticism. That is precisely the problem, Blaise shrugged. Rumor has it that a monster lies hidden within, controllable only by the heir. In other words, the one who can open the chamber, Pansy lowered her voice, winking, is the heir of Slytherin? Those unworthy of studying magic. You mean Muggle-born students? A timid first-year inquired. Of course. Another Slytherin student scoffed. Salazar Slytherin already asserted that Hogwarts should belong solely to pure-blood wizards. Those mudbloods are utterly unworthy of learning alongside us. Such discussions escalated within the Slytherin common room, with some even speculating about the nature of the chamber's monster. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the school grew increasingly bizarre. Students began discreetly debating who the heir of Slytherin might be. Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy emerged as the most prominent candidates, as both had been present during the attack on Mrs. Norris. In his infancy, Harry was able to vanquish the Dark Lord, while Draco appeared to embody the archetype of the Slytherin heir, given his illustrious family background. Amidst the fervent discussions among students regarding who was more likely to be the Slytherin heir, Harry found himself wandering the corridors of Hogwarts in solitude. His spirits were utterly despondent. The rumors surrounding him rendered him feel isolated and helpless, as numerous Muggle-born students began to deliberately shun his presence. Just as the whispers of the Chamber of Secrets grew ever more pervasive, Harry once again heard that cold, rasping voice, one that only he could perceive. This time, the voice seemed clearer and more imminent, instilling an unprecedented sense of dread within him. Suddenly, a deep and chilling sound penetrated his ears. As if emanating from the depths of the walls, tear, devour, kill. Harry abruptly halted, his heart racing. He surveyed his surroundings. The corridor was deserted, save for a few candles casting flickering shadows upon the walls. Who is there? He whispered, but only silence answered him. Not again, Harry muttered to himself, a dull ache pulsating from the scar on his forehead. He recognized this was no mere hallucination. He had heard the same chilling, malevolent whisper on the day that Mrs. Norris had been petrified. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the stillness of the corridor. Harry dashed forward, following the sound to a restroom on the first floor. He found a throng of students gathered, discussing something in a state of panic. Pushing through the crowd, he discovered a first-year boy, Colin Creevey, lying rigidly on the ground. His eyes wide open, a frozen expression of terror etched upon his face. His camera lay beside him, its lens shattered. He has been petrified. A Hufflepuff girl screamed. Just like Mrs. Norris. A chill coursed up Harry's spine. The dreadful news swiftly spread throughout the school. Colin Creevey, a first-year student from Gryffindor, had been petrified. When discovered, he clutched his camera tightly, his face frozen in a look of terror as if he had witnessed something extraordinarily horrific in his final moments. The entire school descended into a deeper panic, with students banding together in groups, fearful of becoming the next victim. The professors intensified their patrols, and even Peeves was instructed to refrain from causing mischief. Days later, the atmosphere at Hogwarts grew increasingly tense. In an effort to enhance the students' combat skills, Dumbledore announced the establishment of a dueling club under the guidance of Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. This decision thrilled many students, particularly those eager to witness Professor Snape besting Lockhart with his magic. Despite Lockhart's ostentatious demeanor eliciting derision from many, it was undeniable that his fame and purported adventures attracted a considerable number of admirers, especially among the younger students, who eagerly anticipated learning dazzling spells in the dueling club. However, for the older students and some professors, this decision became a source of amusement, particularly with the news that Severus Snape had been invited by Lockhart to serve as a dueling assistant. Students began to privately wager on how swiftly Snape would overwhelm Lockhart with his magic, as opportunities to witness Lockhart's humiliation were scarce. The inaugural meeting of the dueling club convened in the Great Hall, with students filling the space to capacity. Lockhart stood atop a makeshift table, striking what he believed to be a handsome pose. brandishing his wand while wearing his signature dazzling smile. Meanwhile, Snape stood to the side, arms crossed. His gaze so cold it seemed capable of freezing the entire hall. "Students," Lockhart proclaimed loudly, "today, we shall learn how to defend ourselves in a duel. As your instructor, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, 5-time recipient of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly, will personally demonstrate for you. Today, I will show you how to elegantly counter magical attacks while safeguarding yourself and your friends. Our assistant, Professor Snape, will assist me in this demonstration, of course. I trust he will endeavor not to be too thoroughly defeated by me." Standing at the edge of the crowd, Snape slowly approached the stage, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Certainly, Lockhart. I would be delighted to teach you some genuine magic." The students erupted in laughter, many whispering among themselves in anticipation of an enthralling duel. Harry felt a sense of unease in the crowd, noticing Draco standing nearby, intently observing Snape. "All right, students," Lockhart continued, undeterred by Snape's sardonic remarks. "Now, let us demonstrate a standard wizard duel. Pay close attention to my stance." No sooner had he finished speaking than a red light shot from Snape's wand, causing Lockhart's wand to fly out of his hand and tumble to the ground below. Lockhart paused momentarily, then awkwardly laughed. "Ha ha, well done, Severus. That was precisely the, standard disarming spell I wished to demonstrate." The hall erupted in laughter, and Harry heard Blaise mutter beside him, "I knew Snape would have him searching for his teeth." Now, Lockhart cleared his throat, striving to regain his composure. "Let us invite 2 students to the stage for a demonstration. Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. Come on, children, showcase your skills." Harry felt a tightening in his stomach. Yet he understood that refusal was not an option. He ascended the stage, facing Draco, whose lips were curled into a familiar cold smirk, his wand poised and ready for action. "Are you prepared, Potter?" Draco murmured, "I assure you, I shall show no mercy." "Likewise, Malfoy," Harry replied through clenched teeth. Raising his wand, "Begin," Lockhart exclaimed loudly. Draco swiftly brandished his wand, bellowing an incantation. A plume of black mist erupted from his wand, coalescing into a massive venomous serpent that hissed and lunged toward Harry. Gasps erupted from the crowd, with many students recoiling in fear. Harry stared at the serpent, his mind a blank canvas. At that moment, he found himself speaking involuntarily in a cold and unfamiliar tongue. "Stop." The snake abruptly ceased its movements. "Stop." Harry shouted at it again. The great hall fell into an eerie silence, with every gaze fixed intently upon him. The voice of Blaise, laced with astonishment, murmured, "He is conversing with the serpent." Draco's complexion turned pale as he took a step back, his eyes locked onto Harry. "Are you truly the heir?" In the ensuing chaos, the confrontation between Harry and Draco ended abruptly. Draco retreated a few paces, words caught in his throat, his wand hanging limply in his hand. The Slytherin students, who typically regarded Harry with disdain, now looked upon him with a mix of awe and reverence. On their youthful faces, often marked by arrogance or pallor, was an expression of astonishment and confusion, as if they were seeing Harry for the first time. An odd stillness pervaded the air, as if the chaotic and fleeting display of magic had drained all sound from the hall. Professor Snape, his face ashen, announced the end of the event in a voice colder than usual, as if he were suppressing something profound. Yet, scarcely anyone noticed his demeanor. All Slytherin eyes were riveted on Harry. Amidst the tumultuous crowd, Blaise pushed past 2 younger students to approach Harry swiftly. His face betrayed unabashed shock, his usually languid eyes now wide with disbelief. "Harry," he began, his voice slightly sharp with astonishment, "did you just speak Parseltongue?" As Harry grappled with the folly of conversing with a serpent, he was momentarily taken aback by Blaise's inquiry. "Huh?" He nodded, somewhat bewildered. To Harry, the ability to speak to snakes felt as natural as his untamed mop of black hair, not worthy of great astonishment. "Are you truly capable of speaking Parseltongue?" Blaise's voice rose in pitch, drawing the attention of the surrounding Slytherin students who had yet to disperse. Yes," Harry affirmed once more. "I don't know. I've always been able to." The moment his words concluded, a collective gasp resonated around him, the sound echoing sharply in the hushed great hall, laden with an unsettling significance. The whispers of the Slytherin students, which had been mere murmurs, now erupted like fireworks ignited by a spark. "Goodness, he admitted it," exclaimed a tall boy. "I knew it. I knew why that snake suddenly halted." Another girl shrieked, her expression a blend of exhilaration and terror. "Parseltongue," someone murmured, incredulity saturating their tone. "He truly is the heir of Slytherin." A voice suddenly rang out, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout the crowd. "Indeed, Only a descendant of Slytherin could speak Parseltongue. No wonder he was able to open the Chamber of Secrets. It must be him. He surely unleashed the monster. A tide of conjectures and assertions surged towards Harry, laden with an undeniable certainty. He found himself disoriented by the sudden uproar and accusations. Wait. Let me get a word in through this cacophony. He struggled to raise his voice. What are you talking about? What heir of Slytherin? He was utterly perplexed by the intense reaction from the Slytherin students, and the claim of being Slytherin's heir left him in a fog. Blaise observed Harry's bewildered expression, the astonishment on his face gradually shifting to a more intricate emotion. Harry, you don't know? He said slowly. Parseltongue is the most renowned ability of Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts and the founder of Slytherin House. Harry's heart sank abruptly. Salazar Slytherin, the founder who advocated for the admission of only pureblood students. The enigmatic figure rumored to have constructed the Chamber of Secrets within the castle. And he, Harry Potter, possessed abilities akin to those of Salazar? Thus, another Slytherin student. Pansy Parkinson inquired, aside from you, who else could unlock the chamber and unleash the monster within to attack others? Not me. Harry immediately retorted, his voice trembling with agitation. He recalled the petrified cat of Filch and the rigid form of Colin Creevey, an indescribable anguish gripping him. How could he possibly commit such acts? I haven't attacked anyone. I don't even know what the chamber is. Yet, Harry's protest seemed feeble in the unwavering gazes of the Slytherin students. Their looks were no longer merely filled with awe, but also tinged with a hint of fear and exhilaration, as if they were meeting Harry for the very first time. Chapter 92. Calm Draco stood between rows of bookshelves, his fingers gliding across the spines of the volumes, his brow furrowed, a flicker of impatience glimmering in his eyes. His purpose for being there was not to complete any assignment, but rather to resolve a vexing dilemma regarding Dobby. Considering Dobby's recent behavior, Draco noted that the house elf seemed utterly unfazed by the usual punishments, such as crashing into walls or burning his fingers, and persistently took risks to protect Potter. However, directly dismissing Dobby would not only reveal certain secrets of Malfoy Manor, but would also play into Dobby's hands. The elf had explicitly expressed a desire for freedom. Insane. Draco muttered to himself, acting on his own, protecting Potter? Absolutely mad. If Father knew that the Malfoy family's house elf had betrayed his master. He paused, recalling how Dobby had previously warned him about the Dark Lord's presence at Malfoy Manor, which tempered Draco's anger somewhat. There must be a way, he mused. Forcefully extracting a hefty tome on house elf contracts and restrictions from the shelf, flipping through its pages, convinced that some ancient magic could compel that filthy little creature to behave. Even if only temporarily. The library was not entirely silent. Whispers occasionally floated through the air, with Madame Pants occasionally admonishing them to cease their chatter. Among those murmurs were mentions of Harry Potter and the heir of Slytherin. The news of Harry Potter being a Parselmouth had long spread throughout Hogwarts, and the rumors regarding his status as the heir of Slytherin grew ever more fervent. The heir of Slytherin resides within Slytherin House. The heir of Slytherin possesses the ability to speak the language of snakes. The heir of Slytherin was able to vanquish the Dark Lord in infancy. All of this seemed plausible. Draco had initially dismissed these rumors as absurd, but after witnessing Harry converse with a snake at the dueling club, he found himself engulfed in confusion, for the ability to speak Parseltongue was exceedingly rare. At that moment, Draco's gaze inadvertently fell upon a familiar figure in the corner of the library, Percy Weasley. Draco noticed that an unremarkable black diary lay open beside Percy, who was currently bent over it, intensely focused, his quill racing across the parchment. His expression was peculiar, his eyes hollow and fervent, as though captivated by something unseen. Draco's heart skipped a beat. He recognized that diary. It was an item his father, Lucius, had brought to Hogwarts, a possession of the Dark Lord. He recalled that it had once been placed in his bedroom until it was brought to school only recently. What sent a chill down Draco's spine was the sudden recollection of the inexplicable nightmares he had experienced in his bedroom, which might very well be connected to this diary, as he had been sleeping soundly since arriving at Hogwarts. This realization caused him to set aside the book on house elf care. Draco squinted and approached Percy slowly. He resolved to temporarily set aside his worries about Dobby and ascertain the nature of this matter. His gaze fixated on the black diary, and Percy seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting his head with a flicker of alarm in his eyes. Draco noticed Percy's hand instinctively attempting to close the diary, though the motion appeared awkward and stiff. Long time no see, Draco initiated the conversation. How have you been? There was but a single line on the open page of the black diary, which Draco glanced at hastily. It was a disjointed sentence. You may bring some valuable gifts. This phrase seemed to serve as a response. Percy quickly snapped the diary shut. his complexion looking quite ill. "You appear a bit under the weather. Haven't been sleeping well lately?" Draco inquired, seeking to validate his suspicion that the nightmares plaguing him throughout the summer were indeed linked to this diary. Percy clearly did not anticipate Draco's query. His face turned awkwardly crimson as he attempted to mask his unease. "I haven't been sleeping particularly well, always plagued by strange dreams," Percy replied, his voice somewhat shrill, clearly feigning composure. "Perhaps you should consult Madame Pomfrey," Draco suggested. "She has remedies for such ailments." "I will," Percy replied, lowering his head as he resumed poring over other books on the table. "Are you planning to take all these books back to your dormitory?" Draco asked again. "Yes, I usually bring my notebook back with me," Percy answered, revealing that he had been carrying the diary with him everywhere. Draco's attention shifted to an open letter on the table, its envelope embossed with the Ministry of Magic's emblem, and the name inscribed boldly was Dolores Umbridge. Draco's brow furrowed slightly. Umbridge was notorious within the Ministry, and his father, Lucius, had often spoken of her, labeling her both foolish and dangerous. Why was Percy in contact with her? "Do I look that terrible?" Percy suddenly raised his head, his tone earnest. Draco hesitated for a moment before deciding to caution Percy. "I think so. You seem ill." "I have been experiencing bouts of brief amnesia lately," Percy replied. Draco hesitated to speak further. He had nearly confirmed that the diary was the source of the disturbances, yet he was uncertain about divulging too much information. He could only hint. "Have you encountered anything peculiar? Something out of the ordinary?" Percy's eyes flickered, as if he were grappling with the answer. "Recently, someone has taught me how to approach the Ministry, how to gain power. They instructed me on how to connect with those who truly matter, how to secure a place for myself in the future. Forgive me, but I saw that letter. Are you closely associated with Umbridge? Is that who you refer to as someone important?" Draco found it difficult to conceal his disdain. "In truth, I have sent numerous letters, but only a select few have responded. I find it exhilarating," Percy replied. "As for unusual encounters, I believe I have had some, but I received feedback." Draco spoke with an unusual gravity. "If I may advise you, steer clear of that woman, Umbridge. My father knows her. She is not someone you can handle." Percy suddenly rose to his feet, his face flushed with anger. "What right do you have to lecture me? I find her quite amiable." He clutched the diary tightly against his chest. "Who do you think you are? Merely riding on the coattails of your family's reputation. I do not need your guidance. I know what I am doing." Madame Pants, the librarian, noticed the commotion and stormed toward them, clearly prepared to expel Draco from the library as well. A thought flashed through Draco's mind. He lowered his voice and said to Percy, "But if you possess even a shred of reason, calm yourself first." Percy's face flashed with fury as he abruptly stood, grasping the diary and the letter tightly against his chest. "I am perfectly calm," he said through gritted teeth before turning and striding out of the library. "What is all this noise?" Madame Pants had reached them, ready to eject Draco from the library as well. Draco's lips twitched as he stood rooted in place, watching Percy's retreating figure. Although he was uncertain of the diary's magic, he sensed that this matter was far from over. The appearance of that diary, Percy's peculiar behavior, and Harry's ludicrous rumors all seemed to point toward a far greater conspiracy. Chapter 93, following in the early morning in the Gryffindor common room. Percy held a copy of the Ministry of Magic regulations, yet he hesitated to turn the pages. Yesterday's memories felt as though they had been clipped, leaving behind an unsettling void. "Percy, you're daydreaming again?" Ron called out as he hurried to breakfast, glancing at Percy. Percy snapped back to reality, clearing his throat in a feigned manner. "Just pondering a few matters," he replied dismissively, lowering his gaze as if engrossed in his book. Ron shrugged and walked away. Percy dared not confide in his brother that a few weeks prior, he had awakened to find his clothes smeared with feathers, as if he had just crawled out of a henhouse. Even worse, the previous morning, his fingers bore the remnants of wet paint, glaringly bright red, resembling blood. He had no recollection of how those stains had come to be. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the black diary on the table. The diary had informed Percy that he had the potential to become a pillar of the Ministry, guiding him to an unpaid internship in Umbridge's office. This instilled in Percy a complex sense of trust. It seemed capable of helping him realize his ambitions. For Percy, who had yet to truly enter the working environment, those impositions of power appeared through a veil of admiration. Yet doubt had begun to take root in the depths of Percy's mind. He had heard the whispers regarding the opening of the Chamber of Secrets, as well as the murmurs about the previous incidents. The feathers. The words on the wall, could it be him? Had he inadvertently opened the chamber? At the same time, within the vacant classroom of Hogwarts, Draco leaned against the wall, seemingly awaiting an event. Suddenly, the air erupted with a loud crack. and a diminutive figure materialized beside him. "Well, Dobby, you had better not have messed up again," Draco uttered with a hint of menace. "I was tracking Percy Weasley, just as you instructed, sir." Dobby's voice trembled, his large eyes blinking rapidly. "He occasionally behaves strangely, sir." He stops abruptly, as if he has fallen asleep, then resumes moving as though compelled by some unseen force. "Are you certain he hasn't noticed you?" Draco inquired in a hushed tone. "Dobby is being very cautious, sir. The house elf can become invisible. Percy Weasley has no idea." Dobby nodded vigorously. "Report any anomalies to me at once." With a sigh of relief, Draco instructed Dobby to continue his surveillance, urging him to rectify his previous missteps in managing the Quidditch practice. Internally, Draco grappled with conflicting emotions, the pride of the Malfoy lineage and his father's role as a Death Eater on one side, and a certain reluctance he was loath to admit on the other. Was it fear? Why did witnessing petrified students unsettle him so? A few evenings later, Percy ambled alone down the corridor leading to the library, clutching his diary. He resolved to seek clarity that night. He halted, opened the diary, and with trembling hands inscribed, "What is the meaning of those feathers and the paint? What do you know?" The ink spread across the page, revealing a line. "Percy, you need not concern yourself with these matters. You have a greater destiny, such as earning the favor of ministry officials. Trust me. I shall make you a legend within the ministry." Percy stared at the words, his heart racing. He yearned to believe it, yet an unsettling tide surged within him. "Reveal the truth to me," he wrote. "The truth?" The diary's tone bore a hint of mockery. "The truth is that you are too remarkable, Percy. So remarkable that you fear yourself. You should not doubt me." At that moment, a sound of footsteps echoed nearby. Percy abruptly looked up, but saw nothing. Unbeknownst to him, the invisible Dobby stood just a few paces away, his eyes wide with astonishment at the diary in Percy's hands. Simultaneously, Draco paced the empty classroom, his mind in turmoil over the news Dobby had brought, Percy's distraction, his murmurs, and his dialogue with the diary. Draco recalled the Dark Lord's cold smirk when he had entrusted the diary to him, and the trepidation that had enveloped his parents in the presence of the Dark Lord. He despised this inner conflict. "Dobby," he suddenly called out, and the house elf appeared instantly. "If Percy is indeed under the control of that thing, what do you think I should do?" Dobby hesitated, murmuring, "Dobby does not know, sir. But Dobby believes that there is goodness within you." "Silence!" Draco shouted, though his voice trembled. He turned away from Dobby, his back to the elf. "Goodness? Malfoys do not require goodness." Yet another voice within him struggled, faint yet distinct. "Save him, Draco." Chapter 94. Opened the door. Harry's eyes, fixed upon the Marauder's map, began to feel a slight strain. Yet, he dared not avert his gaze, fearful of missing any crucial clue, given that he seldom utilized the map during classes. It had been quite some time since he last opened it. The recent rumors surrounding the heir of Slytherin had prompted Harry to recall this invaluable tool gifted to him by Lupin. "I must prove that I am not the heir of Slytherin," he mused. Even within Slytherin, the ability to speak Parseltongue is not necessarily a mark of distinction. The individual who opened the Chamber of Secrets will undoubtedly resurface. Harry had grown accustomed to the skeptical gazes cast upon him by his classmates. Although the other students of Slytherin displayed a facade of increased respect, Harry could sense the underlying fear and curiosity lurking in their eyes. Harry took a deep breath, attempting to compose himself. Images of the recent petrification incidents surfaced in his mind, along with the locations where he had heard peculiar sounds, near the library, outside the Transfiguration classroom, and in the vicinity of Gryffindor Tower. Harry picked up a quill and circled a rough area on the map, murmuring to himself, "If I am to uncover a clue, I must keep a watchful eye on this spot." After several days of incessantly studying the active map, Harry finally identified a suspicious name, Percy Weasley. Percy's name consistently appeared within the confines he had delineated, particularly during moments when the surroundings were devoid of any other presence. However, accompanying Percy was a furtive Dobby. Wherever Percy ventured, Dobby seemed to follow, oblivious to Percy's unawareness of his presence. Harry furrowed his brow. Percy? He was the least likely person to engage in such behavior. As the prefect of Gryffindor, how could he possibly be aware of Slytherin's secret chamber? Furthermore, he would never violate school rules or partake in any audacious actions. Yet, Percy had indeed appeared somewhat unusual lately. Harry recalled Percy's haggard face from recent encounters. Why is Dobby following Percy? Harry pondered in astonishment. Shouldn't he be tracking me instead? Is he suspecting something, or is there another motive at play? As Percy Weasley's reappeared within the suspicious vicinity on the map, Harry straightened up. He observed that Percy's path was rather peculiar, leading toward the girls' lavatory. His heart raced, and he bit his lip. Why would Percy be loitering near the girls' lavatory? All the locations where petrifications had occurred were not far from that very restroom. Just as Harry contemplated his next course of action, another familiar name caught his eye on the map: Dobby. The little dot representing Dobby was cautiously trailing behind Percy at a safe distance. Dobby's dot followed Percy neither too closely nor too far, while Percy's dot lingered at the girls' lavatory for a moment before suddenly vanishing. Harry widened his eyes as he observed Dobby's dot move towards the nearby dot of Justin Finch Fletchley, only to vanish moments later. However, after a brief interval, Harry was astonished to find Dobby once again on the Marauders map, this time appearing beside Draco Malfoy's dot. Subsequently, Draco's dot raced frantically to Snape's office. Snape, accompanied by several professors, hurried to Justin's side. Justin Finch Fletchley had been petrified. Harry overheard exclamations nearby, announcing the latest news. It was near the second floor. He, too, was a student of Muggle descent. The heir of Slytherin had struck again. Hogwarts was once more engulfed in a climate of panic, and Harry found himself at a loss for words as he sat alone in the empty classroom, observing the Marauders map. With no one to attest to his absence from the scene, Harry was nearly certain that he had just witnessed the process of the Chamber of Secrets being opened. The involvement of Dobby and Draco added an element of incredulity to the situation. What truly unsettled Harry, however, was that Justin had already been sent to the hospital. Yet Percy's dot still had not appeared on the Marauders map. Could it be that Percy was in the chamber? Harry tightly clutched the yellowed Marauders map. After a moment of hesitation, he swiftly turned and dashed back to his dormitory, dragging a wooden chest from beneath his bed to retrieve his invisibility cloak. Draping the cloak over himself, Harry silently traversed the desolate corridor. All the students had returned to their dorms to await new instructions from the professors, and the atmosphere in Hogwarts was eerily quiet, with only the faint sound of his soles brushing against the stone floor allowing Harry to hear the rapid beating of his own heart. Harry felt an urgent need to rescue Percy, believing he might be the only one to have noticed Percy's disappearance, though he was utterly unaware of what lay ahead. The girls' restroom was just ahead. He quickened his pace, held his breath, and pushed open the creaking door. The sound of dripping faucets echoed in the empty space. However, before he could take a step, he froze in place. Two figures were already standing in the restroom, Snape and Draco. Snape was staring intently at a rusted faucet, his lips pressed tightly together. Beside him, Draco appeared visibly shaken. "You said what it saw was this faucet, correct?" Snape inquired. Draco nodded. "Yes, Professor. Dobby said Percy disappeared right here. After he spoke to it, a large hole appeared, and Percy disappeared inside." Without further questioning, Snape raised his wand and whispered a series of incantations directed at the faucet. A burst of light erupted from the tip of his wand, striking the faucet, yet only eliciting a few feeble sparks. The faucet remained unmoved. Snape's brow furrowed deeper as he attempted several more complex spells, but the faucet continued to show no response. At that moment, the floor beneath Harry trembled slightly. He had inadvertently stepped on a loose stone, producing a faint creak. In the stillness of the restroom, the sound was jarringly out of place. Snape whirled around abruptly, his gaze sweeping toward Harry's hiding spot, his wand now aimed directly at him. "Who is there?" Snape demanded sternly. "Come out." Harry realized that hiding any longer served no purpose. He took a deep breath and slowly lifted the invisibility cloak. Upon seeing him, Draco's eyes widened slightly, while a fleeting glimmer of surprise crossed Snape's face. "Go back, Potter," Snape said coldly, his tone tinged with disdain. "This is not a place for you to be." "It's Percy," Harry exclaimed urgently, disregarding Snape's command. "I have to save him." Neither Draco nor Snape displayed any sign of astonishment. They seemed to have already been informed of Percy's predicament. Harry surmised that Dobby must have relayed the details to them. "We are in the process of rescuing him," Snape articulated deliberately. "You do not have much time to waste. Return to your dormitory at once." Snape cast several spells at the water dragon, yet it remained unresponsive. He turned to Draco, his tone growing increasingly severe. "What did you just say about how Percy got in?" Draco replied. Dobby mentioned he did not understand what Percy had said. He cast a glance at Harry, his face pale. "Could it be Parseltongue?" Harry suddenly inquired, recalling the hissing voice that only he could decipher. Snape fell silent for a moment before turning to Harry, his dark eyes revealing a hint of complex emotion. "Potter," Snape began slowly, his voice almost a whisper, "try speaking to it in Parseltongue." Harry paused momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement. He approached the faucet, acutely aware of the penetrating gazes of Snape and Draco upon his back. Closing his eyes, he directed his words towards the faucet, uttering, "Open." At that moment, Snape brandished his wand, conjuring forth a genuine serpent. Harry gazed into the eyes of the serpent that emerged from the tip of his wand, finally able to invoke that peculiar language. As if it surged from the depths of his soul, he inhaled deeply and softly uttered a series of hissing syllables directed at the faucet. Open. In an instant, the faucet emitted a harsh metallic screech and began to slowly rotate. The floor trembled and parted, revealing a profound passageway from which darkness poured forth, resembling a gaping maw that threatened to consume all. Harry glanced back. Snape's face remained impassive, while Draco took a slight step back. A hint of fear etched upon his features. Back to the dormitory, Potter, Snape said coldly. Your task is complete. Chapter 95. The whale. A damp chill surged from the entrance of the chamber, mingled with a putrid stench. Snape cast a fleeting glance down the passage and declared, I will descend alone. I shall bring back Percy Weasley. He turned, his sharp gaze sweeping over Harry and Draco. You two return to the dormitory, Snape reiterated, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Harry stood rooted to the spot, as if his feet were nailed to the floor, not moving an inch. Snape's tone grew increasingly severe. I do not have the time to spare a hand to collect your corpses, especially yours, Potter. He fixed his gaze upon Harry, his dark eyes flashing with a glimmer of warning. Leave at once. Harry, meeting Snape's gaze, remarked, It is perilous ahead, since I can comprehend the creature's calls, which may be serpentine. Are you testing the head of Slytherin's familiarity with the legends of Slytherin? Snape, lips pressed into a straight line, replied, I am well aware that it is a basilisk. Or do you wish to leave your stone statue in the chamber? Professor, there may still be places within the chamber that require Parseltongue, Harry responded. At that moment, Draco interjected, looking at Snape and stating, That diary, its owner. He paused. I fear the owner of the diary is the Dark Lord, and he is still alive. What if the diary is connected to him? Would Snape, like his father, be implicated as a Death Eater? Though Harry remained present, Draco refrained from voicing this concern. Perhaps someone else would be better suited to address the matter of the chamber, yet they could not afford to waste any more time. Draco had already recounted the situation in Snape's office. As the custodian of the diary, he found it intolerable to accept the possibility that it could indeed lead to the death of students. Thus, after Dobby's investigation yielded results, Draco resolved to inform Snape, as he considered him the first reliable adult to consult in such a grave matter. Snape's expression grew icy. He understood Draco's apprehensions. After a moment, he inhaled deeply and turned to Harry. Very well, Potter, you shall follow me. Obey my commands. He then glanced at Draco, instructing, Draco, go inform Dumbledore. Relay the situation here. We require assistance. I shall find a way to contact Dumbledore immediately. Upon hearing this, Draco turned and departed, swiftly vanishing around the corner, leaving only the echo of his footsteps against the stone walls of the restroom. The passage was slick and frigid, and Harry trailed closely behind Snape. The tip of his wand emitted a faint glow, barely illuminating the path ahead. The air within the chamber was heavy and oppressive, with the walls adorned with moss and serpentine carvings, the hollow stone eyes of the snakes seemingly watching them. Snape led the way with steady strides, his flowing black robe trailing on the ground, soon becoming soiled with mud. Harry noticed that Snape was carrying a multitude of empty potion vials, evidently taken from his office, and a wave of perplexity washed over him. What purpose did these empty vials serve? Were they intended to be hurled at the basilisk during their confrontation? Was this truly the method employed by the potion's master in battle? Yet, Snape had appeared formidable when facing Lockhart in the dueling club. The ominous sounds of the monstrous basilisk grew increasingly closer, prompting Harry to instinctively grip the edge of Snape's long robe. In the dim light, he discerned a mass of enormous serpentine skins, resembling some ancient relic, coiling upon the damp, cold ground. The walls were constructed of rough-hewn stones, adorned with vine-like cracks that meandered across their surface. Scattered across the floor were the skeletal remains of small creatures, mice, birds, and even a few serpent carcasses. These bones glimmered with a ghastly pallor in the faint illumination. As they ventured further, they encountered a colossal stone wall, intricately carved with two entwined serpents, their eyes set with shimmering emeralds, cold and lifelike. Open it, just as we did before, Snape instructed softly to Harry. Once again, Harry commanded in Parseltongue, and the stone wall slowly parted, revealing the true visage of the chamber. The chamber was an immense subterranean hall, its vaulted ceiling soaring to a height that seemed to vanish into the abyss. Each stone pillar was adorned with intricate, coiling serpentine carvings. The heads of the snakes turned downward, flicking their tongues as if poised to spring to life. The floor was paved with glistening black marble, damp and reflecting a faint green luminescence. At the heart of the hall lay an elongated waterway, its surface imbued with a deep emerald hue. Occasionally, delicate ripples danced across the water, suggesting that something lurked beneath. Alongside the waterway were symmetrical platforms, at the far end of which stood a colossal statue of Salazar Slytherin. Draped in flowing robes, Slytherin's visage was gaunt and austere, his eyes sunken like dark caverns, a hint of haughty amusement gracing his lips. His beard cascaded down to his chest, winding like a serpent. Scattered at the base of the statue were fragments of stone and dust. "Be cautious, Potter." Snape suddenly halted upon hearing a sibilant sound, his voice lowered in warning. The basilisk's gaze can be lethal. Even through glass, it can turn you to stone. Harry remained in a state of trepidation, glancing around nervously. "Close your eyes," he instructed. "Do not open them until I remind you. Like this, cover your eyes. Leave this to me." No sooner had he spoken than Snape reached out, shielding Harry's eyes with his hand. Harry barely registered the icy sensation before he heard a low, hissing sound emanating from the depths ahead, the unmistakable growl of a serpent. How could he possibly vanquish the creature with his eyes shut? He pressed his palms tightly against his eyelids, his heart racing with anxiety. What if Snape were to fall victim to the serpent's gaze? Could Snape truly confront the beast alone? Snape turned to face the depths of the chamber, narrowing his eyes as he retrieved a collection of small potion vials. Harry heard Snape murmuring an incantation, and to his astonishment, he realized that he recognized the spell. It was a transformation charm taught by Professor McGonagall. The bottle twisted and morphed in midair, instantaneously transforming into a vibrant red-crowned rooster. Harry once again heard Snape softly utter another incantation, a brilliant light radiating forth that even penetrated the palms, shielding his eyes. Dawn had arrived. The roosters began to crow proudly, their piercing calls shattering the profound silence of the chamber. Suddenly, Harry recalled Hagrid's recently deceased rooster, a sworn enemy of the basilisk. Clearly, Snape had no intention of confronting the creature head-on. Instead, he opted for a more cunning approach. In the next moment, an enraged hiss echoed from the shadows. The immense form of the basilisk slithered forth from the statue, its scales glimmering with a lethal sheen in the dim light. Harry felt the ground tremble beneath him. The crowing of a rooster pierced the air like a dagger aimed at the basilisk, which writhed its massive form, emitting a series of agonized roars before crashing to the earth, transforming into a pool of lifeless remnants. Snape did not falter. He advanced swiftly, surveying the surroundings to ensure no further threats loomed. In the shadows of the Slytherin statue, Snape discovered a patch of dried blood on the ground, dark red in hue, as if it had been there for an eternity. Further away, in the corner, lay a collection of dilapidated objects, a shattered wand, a book rendered soggy by water, and several fragmented serpent scales. Snape turned his gaze toward the corner. There lay Percy Weasley, his face as pale as parchment, clutching a black diary tightly in his hand, the open pages revealing faint lines of text. With a flick of his wand, the diary was enveloped in a shroud of black mist before soaring through the air to Snape's side, who then lowered Harry's hand that shielded his eyes. Harry held his breath, astonished by the unfolding events. "Potter, it is safe here now. I must speak with Dumbledore in private. Take Percy Weasley outside." Snape's voice was low and urgent. He turned and added, "Once outside, tell everyone that this was your doing, Potter. You vanquished the basilisk, and you saved Percy. I was never here. I trust you have mastered the transformation spell." He paused, lowering his voice even further. Harry stammered, But I haven't done anything, Professor." "Without your pitiful boy, he would likely be dead by now," Snape curtly replied. "Only you can enter, even if it is merely to assist me. Just remember that I was never here, nor was Draco." With that, Snape said no more and turned to walk towards the exit. Chapter 96. Riddle. The immense body of the basilisk coiled in a corner, dark blood pooling on the ground. Harry gasped for breath, his gaze sweeping across the hall until it landed on a familiar figure, Percy Weasley, lurking in the shadows of the statue of Salazar Slytherin. Harry stepped forward, lifting the unconscious Percy, draping his arm over his shoulder. Percy's body felt heavy and cold, his disheveled red hair plastered against his forehead. Yet his chest rose and fell ever so slightly, indicating that he was still alive. Harry knelt down and gently shook Percy's shoulder. "Percy, wake up. It is I, Harry." Percy's eyelids fluttered before slowly opening. His gaze was unfocused, as if he were struggling to concentrate. Then, his lips stirred, producing a faint sound. Harry noted that his voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of anguish. "Where am I?" Percy's fingers instinctively grasped at the ground. Harry furrowed his brow and murmured, "You are in the chamber, Percy. Why am I here?" After a moment's pause, Percy seemed to awaken suddenly and said, "Is it truly me? Did I do all of this?" "I suspect you have been ensnared by dark magic," Harry replied. Percy lifted his gaze, a flicker of anguish crossing his features. I had a quarrel with the diary just before I was captured in the chamber. I told it that I would no longer be its pawn. I did not wish to be a marionette. Percy's voice trembled slightly. That diary, it knows everything about me. It sees through me. I was so foolish. Harry recalled the black diary that had been taken by Snape and asked, his voice tinged with urgency, "The diary? What did it do to you?" Percy spoke in fragmented sentences. Within that diary resided a soul named Tom Riddle. He recounted to me his tale, an orphan, abandoned in the Muggle world. Like me. He harbored ambition and desire. He made me feel that we were strikingly similar. Percy's voice gradually diminished, laced with a hint of guilt. I even began to feel sympathy for him, Harry. I thought perhaps he was merely a victim of fate, but I was mistaken. Percy continued, his eyes reflecting profound fear. He was a genius, Harry. A true Slytherin. He possessed the uncanny ability to make others believe in him, and his understanding of magic was profound. I believe he learned it better than I ever could. Initially, I perceived him as a trustworthy friend, but eventually, I discovered that he cared nothing for me. He sought only my soul, intending to transform me into his instrument. He clenched his jaw, tears streaming down his face. I shall never forget his arrogance, his indifference. I was a fool to entrust my soul to a monster, believing it to be the path to success. Harry's tone grew resolute. He did not defeat you, Percy. You are still here, alongside me. The diary has been taken away. He can no longer harm you. Percy was momentarily taken aback, wiping away his tears. His voice trembling yet tinged with a glimmer of hope. Do you truly believe I can escape him? He sighed, his voice laced with remorse. In the beginning, I genuinely thought we were alike. I was mistaken, Harry. I should not have allowed him to prevail. Percy's voice faltered, expressing that he could sense the weight of my loneliness and the feeling of being misunderstood. He covered his face, his shoulders shaking violently. For a fleeting moment, I felt he was right. An orphan striving to excel at Hogwarts, yearning for success. What distinguishes me from him? Of course, Harry replied with a grin. You are Percy Weasley, the one who constantly admonishes us to adhere to school rules. Do you truly believe you could be so easily vanquished by Tom Riddle? Percy inhaled deeply, seemingly striving to regain his composure. His fingers clutched his robes tightly, knuckles turning white. He knows my vulnerabilities. I have always sought to prove myself, Harry. As a child of the Weasley family, I yearn to be exceptional. I wish for everyone to remember my name. I desire a glorious future. And that diary saw through my ambitions. It promised me that it could aid in the realization of my dreams. Harry listened intently, fully aware of Percy's ambitions and his relentless pursuit of perfection at Hogwarts, both in his studies and as a prefect. However, he did not anticipate that these pressures and expectations would serve as a gateway for the diary. And then what? Harry inquired softly. When did you realize something was amiss? Percy offered a wry smile, tinged with self-mockery. I began to discern the strangeness of that diary when I frequently encountered lapses in my memory. And Tom Riddle's words grew increasingly extreme. He paused, a flicker of anguish crossing his gaze. But it was too powerful, Harry. It not only controlled my body, but also delved into my mind, unearthing my deepest fears and desires. Percy, Harry finally spoke, his tone resolute. This is not your fault. He is a deceiver, adept at exploiting others' vulnerabilities. This is dark magic. Percy raised his head, a glimmer of doubt in his eyes. But how could I have been so foolish? I should have been stronger. I should not have allowed him to control me. Strength does not equate to the absence of weaknesses, Harry interjected. Everyone harbors fears, and every individual possesses desires. Percy appeared momentarily taken aback before he nodded in understanding. A flicker of light seemed to return to his eyes. Yes, it secured me the internship with Umbridge. I believed it was my opportunity. The ministry responded to those sycophantic letters he had me write, which fostered my trust in the diary and sown seeds of doubt regarding the ministry. Then let us pursue it, Harry replied. The ministry may have sought exemplary students from the outset. Percy's lips twitched slightly, as if attempting to smile but unable to do so. His heart was tumultuous with guilt, shame, and a faint sense of relief. I nearly destroyed myself. Yet here I am, still alive, he remarked. Harry rose to his feet and extended his hand to help Percy up. We must go. There are others waiting for us above. At that moment, a dazzling golden light pierced through the darkness of the chamber, accompanied by a clear, melodious call. Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, soared gracefully into the room. It elegantly circled once before settling on Percy's shoulder. Fawkes lowered its head, gently touching its golden beak to Percy's forehead. And two crystalline tears fell from its eyes, landing softly on Percy's skin. Fawkes, Harry murmured, his gaze filled with awe. The phoenix let out a soft trill. as if responding to Harry, then turned its attention back to Percy. Taking a deep breath, Percy grasped Harry's hand and unsteadily rose to his feet. His legs were still somewhat shaky, but his eyes had regained a semblance of clarity. He cast a glance at the corpse of the basilisk, then looked up at the ceiling of the chamber, a wave of emotion washing over him. "How foolish I have been," Percy choked out. "I nearly caused great harm to many. I am unworthy of being a prefect." The rooster, transfigured by Snape, continued to meander leisurely in the chamber. Harry struggled to support Percy, whose height barely reached Harry's chest. "Let us head out first. You should also give your ministry internship a try," Harry suggested, recalling the name of Umbridge that had momentarily eluded him. "I worry whether I am the right person for the ministry." Percy was engulfed in deep self-reproach. "But if you do not approach them, your fantasies will remain just that," Harry replied. "You can choose to leave when the time comes. However, I believe that losing you would be a loss for the ministry. The letter Tom Riddle taught me to write was truly insipid," Percy remarked as he wiped the mud from his cheek. "I must apologize to my petrified classmates. That is the most important thing now." Chapter 97, Destruction. Several hours later, Harry was brought to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore sat in a high-backed chair, facing Snape. "Well, I shall take my leave," Snape said upon seeing Harry. "There is one last matter," Dumbledore interjected. Snape paused. "Harry, please take a seat," Dumbledore continued, his voice deep and steady. "Your performance tonight was truly impressive. Severus has informed me of the events that transpired in the chamber." Harry nodded. It seemed that Snape had already elucidated everything to Dumbledore. "Now that we have reached a consensus in our discussion, let us proceed to destroy the diary." Dumbledore gestured towards the diary. "Would you like to do it yourself?" he said, a smile dancing in his eyes as he regarded Snape. "Of course, we could also use the sword." Snape offered no reply, yet he returned to Dumbledore's desk, slowly drawing his wand. His gaze was fixed upon the diary, and as he began to chant an incantation, a blinding green light erupted from the tip of his wand, surging toward the diary with an aura of death. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, the light in the room consumed by this viridescent glow. The diary suddenly stirred, not moved by the wind, but writhing as if it were a living creature. It snapped open, its pages rustling violently, dark ink oozing from the paper, flowing like blood. The instant the green light struck it, a piercing, heart-wrenching wail erupted from the diary, the sound distorted and agonized, as if a soul were being torn asunder. Harry instinctively covered his ears, feeling a chill rise from the depths of his heart. Harry clutched his arms tightly, as the green light seemed to awaken some buried memory within him, leaving him in anguish. The cover of the diary began to distort, as if being crumpled by an unseen hand. "No," the diary roared, its voice reverberating throughout the room. "You cannot," before it could finish. The green light completely penetrated the diary, causing it to tremble violently, its pages tearing one after another, as if making a final stand. Ink oozed from the paper, dripping onto the table with a hissing, corrosive sound. A strong, acrid scent filled the air. The green light relentlessly consumed it, until a final, mournful wail echoed, and the diary fell limp, reduced to a heap of tattered pages and ashes, quietly resting on the table. It was over. Snape sheathed his wand, his black eyes inscrutable, and he raised his gaze, expressionless, towards Dumbledore. Very well," Dumbledore replied with a smile, patting Snape's shoulder gently. "Go and rest, Severus." Dumbledore watched as Snape departed, then turned his attention back to Harry. "Although Severus has made himself quite clear, I would like to hear your version. As far as I know, you did not discover the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets merely because Severus instructed you to," Dumbledore said to Harry. Harry sat in the chair, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He took a deep breath and began to recount the peculiar sounds that only he could comprehend, revealing his discovery of Parseltongue in the dueling club, the Marauder's map, the entrance to hidden passages, the basilisk, and how the diary had ensnared Percy Weasley, rendering him a mere puppet devoid of self. Dumbledore listened intently, his gaze occasionally drifting to the now-destroyed diary, his fingers gently tapping on its cover. Once they had finished speaking, a moment of silence ensued before he slowly remarked, "Well done, Harry. I believe you have provided Percy Weasley with considerable solace. Percy has also imparted some information regarding the diary to you." Harry took the diary that Dumbledore handed him and remarked, "So, this belongs to a boy named Tom Riddle?" He recalled Percy's words. As he opened the singed pages of the diary, the ink had long since blurred into a dark smear. Clearly, this was no ordinary diary. It possessed a certain power, an extraordinary magic, as Dumbledore noted. Harry nodded, his throat feeling somewhat parched. Percy remarked upon its strangeness, suggesting that the diary seemed to exert control over him. Furthermore, he mentioned that during the periods of control, he had no recollection of his actions. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking, his tone imbued with a weighty gravity. Tom Riddle, Harry, is not an ordinary name. He was once a student at Hogwarts, a remarkably gifted individual, yet shrouded in darkness. And now, as you are aware, he is more commonly known by another name. He paused, fixing his gaze intently upon Harry's eyes. Voldemort. Voldemort? Harry felt his heart begin to race. Are you saying that this Tom Riddle is Voldemort? Indeed, Dumbledore affirmed. That is the moniker he adopted for himself, having grown disenchanted with his original name. He nodded thoughtfully. Voldemort's ambition and insatiable thirst for power have transformed him. This diary is likely a relic he deliberately left behind, imbued with a fragment of his power or will. I am still uncertain as to how it operates, but it is undoubtedly complex. Harry was taken aback, the image of Percy's vacant gaze and the chilling atmosphere of the Chamber of Secrets flooding his mind. He whispered, "Then why would he do such a thing? Leave the diary at school?" Dumbledore sighed, his fingers interlaced across his chest. "I suspect Tom may have intended to influence others through it, perhaps even to control them. Percy is merely a victim. Had you not intervened in time, the consequences would have been dire. I knew Tom Riddle when he was still a student, an exceptionally bright boy, handsome and charming, yet possessed an unsettling detachment. He always harbored an insatiable desire for power, a yearning to surpass all others, even death itself. He asserted that the purity of the magical world belonged solely to pureblood wizards. He sought to cleanse this world, establishing his order through fear and control. I suspect he opened the chamber in his youth, only to frame Hagrid for the incident." Harry rose to his feet, his legs still somewhat unsteady. He walked towards the door but halted midway, turning to gaze at Dumbledore. "Professor, if this is Voldemort's possession, could he have other plans?" Dumbledore turned with a smile, his eyes resting upon Harry, though his expression bore a hint of concern. "Harry, Tom has always believed he can transcend all, even death. This diary was his attempt to realize that belief. Yet now, it lies in ruins, and that part of his will has perished. I suspect this is not the only remnant he has left behind. His ambitions are far too vast." Harry felt a dryness in his throat. "Why am I a Parselmouth?" Dumbledore smiled faintly, seemingly unperturbed by the inquiry. He leaned back in his chair, his fingers interlaced across his chest. "Ah, Parseltongue," he murmured, "an ancient and rare magical gift. Harry, do you understand what it signifies?" Harry shook his head, his brow furrowed in deep thought. "I am aware of it. Salazar Slytherin possessed this ability." Dumbledore nodded, his expression remaining serene, yet a flicker of complexity danced in his eyes. "Indeed, Harry, Parseltongue is often regarded as being linked to dark magic. As many formidable dark wizards throughout history, including Salazar Slytherin himself, have wielded this skill. However, the ability itself is devoid of any moral alignment. It is the wielder who determines its use. Tom Riddle, he too could speak Parseltongue." Dumbledore paused momentarily. "I have mentioned this before, he is Voldemort." Harry instinctively clenched his fists. "But Professor, why do I possess such an ability? I believe I am not a descendant of Slytherin." "Harry," Dumbledore turned to face him, his gaze unwavering. "Do you understand what transpired when Voldemort attempted to kill you while you were still an infant?" Harry nodded slightly, brushing his fingers against the lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead. He had fled, losing his strength. "Indeed," Dumbledore affirmed, yet that was not the entirety of the tale. On that fateful night, Voldemort's power sustained profound damage. His magic, his very essence, and even certain abilities underwent a form of transference. And you, Harry, may well become the vessel for this transference." Harry's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. "Are you suggesting that Parseltongue is Voldemort's gift to me? He bestowed this ability upon me?" Dumbledore nodded slowly, though his tone bore a hint of caution. "Indeed, Harry, certain qualities of Voldemort may have transferred to you through the magical connection forged that fateful night. Parseltongue could very well be one of them." "No," Harry whispered. Dumbledore's gaze softened further. "Harry, this is not your fault. You did not choose any of this. Moreover, this is merely a possibility, a conjecture I have yet to fully confirm. But do remember, even if this proves to be true, it does not imply that you are Voldemort. Nor does it mean you will become him. You are your own person, a brave and kind-hearted boy." Harry inquired, "So this is not an innate talent of mine?" Dumbledore nodded. "I believe it is an unexpected gift. How can I rid myself of it?" Harry expressed his reluctance towards the so-called gift, having grown weary of the peculiar stares from his classmates. A fleeting complexity crossed Dumbledore's gaze as he slowly shook his head. "Harry, there are certain things from which we cannot easily free ourselves, if they indeed exist. But please trust me, you do not need to rid yourself of it. You merely need to learn to master it and use it for the right purposes." Harry whispered, "I will remember." Severus and I have just conducted a thorough examination of the diary. There is no need for excessive concern, and I am also investigating Voldemort's whereabouts, Dumbledore remarked. Since you are here, let us discuss another matter. What issue? Harry straightened in his seat. I cannot help but notice that the reputation of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor seems rather unfavorable. Dumbledore raised his brow slightly. Indeed, that is the case. Harry instinctively moved his arms to ensure they were still intact. It appears I must contemplate the selection of a new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher for the school. Dumbledore replied. Chapter 98. Breakfast. The tales surrounding the Chamber of Secrets were stripped of many details. All that was known was that Harry Potter was indeed the protagonist, having slain the basilisk within the chamber and prevented the creature from further harming students. Before the door to the chamber could be sealed, several bold students stealthily ventured down the lavatory's passage to glimpse what lay within, discovering numerous roosters. George recounted his findings in the Gryffindor common room. The chamber was quite foul, yet I beheld the statue of Salazar Slytherin. Oh my goodness, you cannot possibly imagine what Salazar Slytherin's statue looks like. Picture this, a gargantuan Slytherin, so immense that one must tilt their head back to the brink of discomfort to catch a glimpse of its crown. The entire statue resembles a colossal, sinister serpent, encrusted with moss, as if it had just emerged from the depths of the earth, riddled with folds and cracks, appearing as though it had lived for a millennium without a bath. It was rather terrifying, more so than the unpaid intern position Percy recently discovered at the Ministry of Magic. Speaking of which, I cannot fathom why anyone would willingly engage in unpaid labor. Fred shrugged, taking up the conversation. What say you, Percy? Be quiet. Percy seemed to have regained some of his vigor. Do not touch that pile of gifts. They are intended for the hospital wing. With the cultivation of Mandrake, the petrified students gradually began to awaken. Yet, the question of who the heir of Slytherin truly was remained unresolved. Those students who had previously believed Harry to be Slytherin's heir were now decidedly more convinced of their judgments. That morning, Harry, with his disheveled black hair, stood fiercely at Draco's dormitory door. He had his hands on his hips, resembling an irate Hedwig. As Draco emerged from his room, he was met with an intense glare from Harry blocking the entrance. Potter? What time is it? What do you want? Draco, nearly still half asleep, stumbled back from Harry. Harry disregarded the torrent of nonsense and cut straight to the point. Did you instruct Dobby to follow Percy? He continued, since Dobby reports back to you. Draco, still groggy from just waking, unwittingly admitted the truth. Is Dobby your house elf? Harry pressed on. Yes, Draco replied, gazing at Harry with confusion. What of it? Don't play dumb with me. Harry stepped forward, nearly stepping on Draco's shoes. That day, he nearly smashed me with a bludger and said, Harry Potter must leave Hogwarts. What is going on? Draco's expression stiffened, his mouth twitching. He finally regained his senses, realizing the implications of his previous words, yet it was too late. Leaning against the doorframe, he feigned indifference. Oh, that Dobby, he might just be a bit overzealous. Who remembers such trivial matters? Overzealous? Harry's voice rose an octave. How long has he been following me? I can't shake him off. He barged into my home, blocked me in Diagon Alley. You tell me, is that what you call overzealous? Was this all you're doing? Draco's face paled. Not with the pride of a Slytherin, but rather with the ghastly hue of someone who had consumed expired potion and spent the night in distress. He scratched his head awkwardly. Well, Dobby might have lost his marbles, but this really has nothing to do with me, believe me. Nothing to do with you? Harry's eyes blazed with fury. Isn't this your command? Draco opened his mouth to protest, but found himself devoid of excuses, ultimately managing only a forced chuckle. Aha, Potter. Your imagination is quite vivid. But I genuinely did not do this. Vivid imagination? Harry's face flushed with anger. Draco Malfoy, you are a pervert. Did you deliberately have Dobby spy on me? Do you have a stalking obsession? The moment those words left his lips, the corridor fell silent. Even the caged owl seemed to pause, eavesdropping on their exchange. Draco's complexion shifted from green to red, then to white, finally settling into a state of stunned disbelief. He opened his mouth as if to refute the accusation, but found himself utterly speechless. At that moment, Crabbe stumbled out of the dormitory, clearly just awakened. His robe was askew, revealing a shoulder, and he wore only one shoe. Upon seeing Harry and Draco in confrontation, he immediately conjured an image of a Slytherin civil war and rushed forward, grasping Harry's arm with one hand and tugging at Draco's robe with the other. Don't fight. Don't fight. Let's talk this out. Who is fighting? Harry and Draco shouted in unison, shooting each other a glare before quickly averting their eyes. Crabbe stood frozen, hands still raised in the air, mumbling, not fighting? Then what are you shouting about? You scared me. I thought you were going to turn Draco into a slug. A slug? Draco nearly leapt up in indignation. Crab, what nonsense fills your head? How could I possibly transform into such a revolting creature? Harry let out a cold laugh, crossing his arms. Ah, yes, you are the illustrious Malfoy. Hence you can only send a house elf to tail me, right? Quite the achievement. Draco was momentarily speechless, glaring at Harry with a look that suggested he wished to devour him whole. Unfortunately, his bravado faltered within mere seconds, utterly crushed by Harry's next remark. Do you perhaps harbor some unspeakable secret? Harry arched an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. No, it is everyone's duty to protect the heir of Slytherin. The master of Parseltongue? Draco retorted, his voice sharp as that of a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Go sell your savior's autograph, Potter. The crowd gathering at the entrance of Draco's dormitory swelled, with even the usually indifferent Slytherins captivated by the unfolding scene. No worries, Blaise has taken Crabbe away. They've been bickering for days. Those who enjoy the spectacle may stay, while those uninterested can join me for breakfast. I am in the mood for some pumpkin juice. Who argues with him every day? Draco and Harry exclaimed in unison, then both huffed and turned away in opposite directions. Crabbe and Goyle stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances. Goyle scratched his head. Why do I feel like their squabble is a bit strange? Blaise muttered, don't ponder it. It's beyond our comprehension. Let us go have breakfast. Chapter 99, Christmas Eve, a reminiscence. The timeline reflects the 5th year of Sirius and Lupin. Hogwarts Christmas Eve lay blanketed under a thick layer of snow, the castle enveloped in a serene silence beneath the moonlight. Unbeknownst to anyone, for Gryffindor boys were stealthily sneaking out through a secret passage. James, Sirius, Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew had no intention of allowing the heavy snowfall to confine them within the school walls. Bundled in their warm garments, they braved the biting wind. Soaring on their broomsticks towards Harrods in London, their laughter muffled by the flurrying snowflakes. James, what prompted the sudden desire to visit a Muggle department store? Sirius inquired. I wanted to see if there's anything new and exciting, James replied, hastening the pace of his broomstick. Hogmeade has lost its charm. Number 12, Grimmauld Place was merely a short flight away from Harrods, which indeed appeared quite splendid. Sirius chuckled, but my mother looks down upon everything Muggle. We have Muggles walking past our window every day. It drives her mad. It is said that after its renovation, Harrods has installed a new Muggle invention, a lift. That contraption can transport people. Lupin sniffed, his hands growing somewhat numb from the cold. I've never been inside. We should give that contraption a try. Sirius suggested to Lupin. I see it. Peter Pettigrew exclaimed, having spotted the massive Muggle emporium. Harrods shone brilliantly on the winter night. Its windows adorned with golden bells and twinkling lights, casting a warm glow amidst the bustling crowd. James pushed open the heavy glass door, shaking off the snowflakes from his disheveled black hair, and smiled broadly with excitement. Goodness, this place makes the shops in Hogsmeade look like mere corner stores, he remarked, his light brown eyes sparkling behind his glasses as he eagerly surveyed the exquisite storefronts. The prices here were significantly higher than those in Hogsmeade, even after currency conversion. Small-statured Peter glanced at the price tags of the first shop near the entrance. Muggle luxury goods, he had seen a presentation about this in Muggle studies. He lagged behind, his tattered coat wrapped tightly around him. The moonlight had taken its toll on him days prior, yet James and Sirius had successfully mastered the enigmatic transformation this month. The full moon left him utterly exhausted, his hands and feet cold, and despite being bundled in layers, he still felt fatigued. Remus shivered slightly, burying his hands deeper into his pockets. Moonface, you're as cold as ice, Sirius said, brushing the snow off Remus with a frown. Inside is much better. Muggles have their own temperature-control devices, Remus replied. How about a drink? Look at that enormous Christmas tree. How do Muggles manage without magic? James exclaimed, marveling at the grand tree in the mall. Wait, I'll find you something warm, Sirius said as he plunged into the crowd. Moments later, James halted in front of a jewelry counter, captivated by a delicate necklace featuring a small ruby pendant that sparkled like a flame under the lights. What do you think? Mates, would Lily like this? He pondered, tousling his hair further in thought. It's beautiful and complements her red hair perfectly, Remus stated honestly. But I think her acceptance of gifts has little to do with what you choose to give. Then what should I do? James retorted, frustration evident in his tone. Come on, give me some useful advice. When I patrolled with Lily as prefect, I once inquired about her opinion of you, Remus said slowly. She might find you a bit too showy and impulsive at times. Snape is her good friend, and your rivalry with him will only make Lily dislike you more. Isn't it worse to favor dark magic? James fumed. Fighting in the corridors will only make her see you as frivolous and violent. And the four of us ganging up on one classmate is humiliating, Remus sighed. She secretly blames me for not keeping you three in check. And I really haven't done a good job. Enough, you old bat, he deserves it. He's always obsessing over developing new spells, Sirius chimed in. Returning with something in hand and smiling at Remus. Mulled wine. I remember you love butterbeer. This should be nice too. Remus accepted the hot beverage, his fingers recoiling from the heat, and he offered a faint, grateful smile. Thank you, Sirius. I actually feel much better. I think I should buy it, this necklace. James stated defiantly. Remus knew he wouldn't be able to change James's mind, but added, being a bit gentler and more polite might be more effective. James is already quite affectionate towards Lily, Peter pointed out. I mean, be gentler with others, Remus corrected. You should teach James one-on-one. Sirius laughed heartily. That would be too difficult for him. Peter soon purchased a plethora of items. My mom loves Muggle apple pie. She says it's the best dessert she's ever had. Even better than what she makes with magic. His small, watery eyes sparkled. She also likes Muggle plush toys. There's a special Christmas bear here with a little red scarf. If I take it home, she'll surely be delighted. Does she really like these so much, Peter? James stopped, intrigued. Your mother, I mean. She seems to get so excited over these little things. I thought pure-blood families wouldn't appreciate Muggle items? Sirius scoffed. While Virgo would rather curse a teddy bear than hug it. Oh, yes, she secretly loves them, Peter nodded. She especially enjoys sweet things, saying they remind her of her childhood before marrying my dad. Those bears she might knit little sweaters for and place on the mantle. She sounds quite lovely. Remus said softly, cradling his mulled wine. Perhaps we should buy her one, Peter, to make her Christmas a bit brighter. I'll pick one out later. Maybe the brown bear with a Santa hat. James's gaze drifted to the men's clothing section, where a gray suit caught his eye. Muggle clothing isn't bad either. The suit was impeccably tailored, with sharp lines and buttons glinting as if custom-made for nobility. Too constricting, Sirius glanced over. It would suit Regulus, that well-behaved child. Any clothing looks proper on him, but it wouldn't be right for you. He must be heading home for the Christmas holidays, right? James casually asked. Do I even need to guess? With him around, my dear mother would be less concerned about me running away, Sirius replied. Leaning against a pillar, Remus sipped slowly, his face regaining some color. His old clothes stood out starkly among the well-dressed Muggles, though he seemed oblivious to the gazes directed at him. Do you think Lily would like a Muggle handbag? James was drawn to another window display. Sirius shook his head as he watched him run off, a resigned smile on his face. He is hopelessly in love with her. When will he understand, Moonface? Remus took a sip of his drink, the corners of his eyes crinkling slightly. He will, just as we always manage to sneak back to the dormitory before the teachers catch us. Chapter 100, Graduation Day. A reminiscence. The timeline is set during Sirius and Remus's 7th year. The graduation banquet. The shadow of Voldemort loomed over everyone, with news of Death Eater atrocities and tragedies surfacing every few days. However, on this graduation day, nearly all the graduates of Hogwarts chose to seize this rare moment of respite, temporarily casting aside the uncertainties and dangers of the future to immerse themselves in a celebration that belonged to them. They sang and danced in the Great Hall, laughter and music intertwining, bidding a heartfelt farewell to their school days. Outside Hogwarts, the night deepened, the castle's lights reflecting upon the surface of the lake. The banquet had long since concluded, and the lavish feast had been cleared away, leaving only a few empty goblets and scattered gift wrappings on the tables. Yet, the hall remained spirited and lively. Graduates clustered around their house tables, conversing quietly, raising their goblets and drink, and dreaming of future plans. The graduates were reluctant to disperse, eager to prolong this moment of warmth and companionship, as if leaving the hall would mean the precious and tender times would be forever lost. At the Gryffindor table, Peter was helping James and Lily take couple photos for graduation. James, fix your hair. Sirius chuckled, watching them. There won't be another chance to take photos at school. No strong charm can tame his hair. Lily gently pressed down on James's unruly black hair, flashing a radiant smile at the camera. I was tasked with highlighting Lily's beauty. While James grinned widely, Sirius turned his head slightly, catching a fleeting glimpse of the sorrow and desolation etched on Lupin's face. Almost all known werewolves had openly declared their allegiance to Voldemort, who offered them terms of cooperation far superior to those provided by the Ministry of Magic. Though Lupin's identity as a werewolf remained concealed, as the day of parting approached, he appeared increasingly melancholic. Sirius abandoned the trio engaged in photography and approached Lupin, patting his shoulder. Before he could utter any comforting words, Lupin swiftly masked his expression, presenting Sirius with a smile. Congratulations on your graduation. How wonderful, Lupin spoke first. Sirius's lips curled into a slight smile. After years of friendship, he knew Lupin was undoubtedly heartbroken. However, Lupin's impeccable smile effectively stifled any words of comfort Sirius wished to express. Lupin was astute, determined not to grant Sirius the opportunity to unveil his sorrow. "Let us stay in touch, the five of us, just like before," Sirius blurted out, a blatant falsehood. Perhaps soon it would be James and Lily's wedding. "Yes, I know." Lupin resolved not to expose the lie. He lowered his gaze, avoiding Sirius's eyes. Sirius realized that when someone sought to conceal their eyes, true connection was forever unattainable. Parting ways was an inevitable outcome, signaling the end of their time together. 7 years was a long span. Sirius recalled Lupin in their first year, a timid, shy child transformed into the melancholic, gentle soul before him. Lupin was not striking at first glance. Much like the moon he feared, he often appeared shrouded in mist. Soft yet luminous. Most of the time, he exuded a placid demeanor, revealing his vulnerabilities only under prolonged and intimate scrutiny, exposing the pockmarked scars of psychological trauma wrought by years of misfortune. James, on the other hand, was often ensnared in trivial concerns, romance, quarrels, Quidditch mishaps, and punishments for school rule violations. With a harmonious family life, ample inheritance, athletic prowess, and an inherently cheerful disposition, he possessed nearly everything a happy child could desire. Yet, Sirius sensed the tumultuous emotions Lupin suppressed. The toxicity of familiar relationships and adverse life circumstances could reshape one's psyche. They both struggled to thrive in a distorted environment, akin to the stars and moon standing resolutely in the night sky. Sirius opened his mouth, uncertain of how to continue, feeling that any words would be futile. He merely draped an arm around Lupin's shoulder. Suddenly, a figure approached Sirius's side. Almost everyone at the Gryffindor table took a moment to gaze at the slightly shorter sibling. It was a face nearly as handsome as Sirius's. Upon seeing Regulus, Lupin discreetly stepped aside, allowing space for the brothers to converse, and moved to Peter's side to observe the magical camera's viewfinder. "What brings you here?" Sirius inquired, looking at Regulus. "A graduation gift from my mother. Creature has one too," Regulus said, gesturing to the 3 gift boxes he held. "Thank you," Sirius replied, tossing the boxes onto the table, seemingly engrossed in his fingernails, not lifting his gaze or continuing the conversation. Regulus studied Sirius, hesitating to leave. After a moment, Sirius, unable to endure the palpable tension, raised his head, only to find Regulus looking at him with a complex expression. "Brother, you haven't been home in a long time," Regulus remarked. "Oh, have you just noticed?" "Huh." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "Must you be like this?" Regulus's voice trembled slightly. Sirius detected a hint of resentment, which stirred his irritation. "The last time you spoke to me was years ago when I barged into your room. Now, no one bothers you shooting tea that make you happy. The wooden board can finally come down." "It was quite unsightly," Sirius said languidly. Regulus bit his lip. "You know that's not what I mean." "What else could it mean? You choose to stand with Voldemort?" "Coward," Sirius snarled, gripping Regulus's collar and rolling up his sleeve to reveal the stark black mark of the dark mark against his pale skin. "What do you want me to do? Run away like you?" Regulus's eyes welled with tears. "After you left, the Black family is only me now. Mother only has me. Is running far away not cowardly? Just kicking us aside? Is that what you want?" Lupin noticed Sirius's rising anger and rushed over to restrain him. "Indeed, the Black family is only you now. And that old fool Walburga has only you. You can lavishly kiss Voldemort's robes now," Sirius yelled, thwarted by Lupin's hold. "But you have only yourself. It's just a name, a mere word. Why live for them? Why exist under false expectations? Why adhere to their dictates? Enough. Let go of me, Remus," Sirius snapped. Lupin looked at Regulus, his eyes filled with pity. "I do not wish to converse with someone unable to discern right from wrong. Calm down. Stay composed." "He is still your brother," Lupin implored, exerting all his strength to keep Sirius at bay. Regulus began to weep. "What is right and what is wrong, brother? Bellatrix and Sissy are also on the Dark Lord's side. From our youth, we were indoctrinated with that foolish theory of pure-blood superiority. We were raised to feel superior. What right do you have to judge others as noble or base? What right do you have to decide who deserves to live or die?" Sirius gazed at his bewildered brother. "Get out. Leave. Come back when you've regained your senses." Sirius hurled a gift box at Regulus, exasperated by the countless lives lost. "You ask me which side is right or wrong. You cannot truly believe you are remarkable, just because Voldemort kills without hesitation? Do you think I wouldn't use the Cruciatus curse?" Regulus, sobbing uncontrollably, collapsed onto the ground, the gift boxes scattered at his feet. "Take your dark mark and your gifts and vanish." Think it over before returning to me. Otherwise, never come back. Sirius said coldly, departing the hall without a backward glance. Chapter 101. James and Lily's Wedding, a Recollection. The timeline follows James and Lily's wedding. Their ceremony transpired on a summer afternoon at a secluded countryside manor. Enveloped by lush, verdant woods, the Order of the Phoenix had meticulously arranged protective enchantments, momentarily shielding them from external threats. The looming shadow of Voldemort increasingly engulfed the wizarding world, and the ominous clouds of warfare imbued this wedding with heightened urgency and preciousness. Nevertheless, the atmosphere within the manor remained warm and vibrant. A makeshift altar adorned the lawn, its edges embellished with lilies, Lily's favorite flowers. While a gentle breeze carried a faint fragrance through the air, the guests were few, primarily members of the Phoenix Society and a handful of trusted friends. Under the tent, Lupin, Sirius, and Peter Pettigrew sat around a round table, each holding a goblet of mead, their gazes occasionally drifting towards the bride and groom. "They are truly beautiful, are they not?" Lupin remarked softly, taking a sip from his drink. "It is a miracle that they have the courage to marry at a time like this." The fantasies of youth had materialized. Sirius reclined against the back of his chair, his long black hair meticulously groomed, dressed in a sleek black suit with an open collar. He tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. James has never given up on Lily. Not even Voldemort could scare him off. Sirius paused, his expression softening. "However, I must say, they deserve this wedding. At least today, we can pretend that the world has tea completely crumbled." He hesitated, unconsciously rubbing the rim of his cup, murmuring, "Unlike Regulus, that boy has been missing for quite some time. Who knows where he has wandered off to? Probably involved with those Death Eater scoundrels again." Sirius's tone was feigned lightness, but a flicker of concern passed through his eyes before he quickly suppressed it. He raised his goblet and gulped down the contents as if to mask something. "At the last graduation party, I was rather harsh with him. Yelled at him not to act foolish. In retrospect, perhaps I was a bit too extreme." Lupin glanced at him gently. "You only wanted him to be more aware, Sirius. Regulus has his own choices. Do not be too hard on yourself." But Sirius merely shrugged, chuckling lightly. "Self-pity? I wouldn't waste my emotions on that little brat. He can do as he pleases." Yet, his hand tightened around the cup involuntarily. James stood upon the makeshift altar, clad in a flowing white robe. A rose pinned to his chest, appearing both anxious and exhilarated. Lily emerged from the manor, draped in a simple yet elegant white gown, her red hair shimmering like fire in the sunlight. Her emerald eyes sparkled with dreams of the future. With resolute steps and a radiant smile, Lily approached. Facing each other, James and Lily clasped hands and began to recite their vows. James spoke first, his voice quivering slightly. "Lily, I vow that regardless of whether the future is bright or dark, I will stand by your side, protecting you with my wand, my heart, and even my life. All I desire is for this family we create together to find everlasting happiness." Lily gazed at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice clear and resonant. "James, I vow that no matter how fierce the storms may be, I will stand beside you. I once believed love to be fragile, but you have shown me that it can be stronger than any magic. You have revealed to me that the true power of magic lies not in spells, but in the trust we share. I once thought love to be a mere fantasy outside the textbooks, but now I am willing to face this world with you, no matter how harsh it may become." The officiant raised his wand, casting a golden light over their heads, signifying that their vows were eternally etched by magic. The guests erupted in applause, filling the manor with a fleeting joy. Peter Pettigrew sat awkwardly to the side, his fingers nervously twisting around his cup, his eyes darting around as if seeking confirmation of something. His voice was high-pitched, tinged with a note of eagerness. "Yes, they are indeed brave. I sometimes find myself unsure of how to confront all of this. Do you think we can truly endure?" His tone trembled, as if probing for reassurance or perhaps seeking an excuse for himself. Lupin looked at him, offering a warm smile. "As long as we stand united, there is hope. Peter, do not dwell too much on it. Today is a day for celebration. Your mother only cares for you. Do not let her words weigh heavily on your heart." He patted Peter's shoulder, attempting to soothe his evident anxiety. Sirius, however, furrowed his brow, casting a sideways glance at Peter. "Don't be so pessimistic, Wormtail. Who isn't on edge at a time like this? Look, James and Lily are not frightened. We need not be either." He lowered his voice, a teasing lilt creeping in. "But if it comes to the crunch, don't you dare be the first to run." He laughed heartily, seemingly jesting, yet Peter's face stiffened slightly, his smile becoming forced. After the ceremony, Lupin, Sirius, and Peter remained at the table, watching as James and Lily shared their first dance on the lawn. Lupin's voice softened as he observed them. I am still contemplating Dumbledore's proposal to infiltrate the werewolf community. Perhaps it could prove beneficial. Sirius abruptly set down his goblet, his brow furrowed in concern as he interrupted. Don't be ridiculous, Remus. Have you lost your mind? Those individuals are hardly worth the risk of your life. His tone was urgent, almost harsh. Do you think you can persuade Greyback and his lunatics? They would only tear you apart. And don't forget the extremist Aurors. If they see you mingling among werewolves, chances are they'll treat you as the enemy, ready to cast an Avada Kedavra to finish you off. Who will explain that you are an undercover agent then? Sirius paused, taking a breath to temper his tone. You are already struggling with a normal life. Don't seek your own demise. Lupin chuckled lightly, though uncertainty flickered in his eyes. I know it's dangerous, but if we can gather more intelligence. Before he could finish, Sirius waved him off. Intelligence is crucial, but your life is far more important. That pack of werewolves is beyond saving. Do not make me argue with you about this again, all right? His voice carried an unusual seriousness, his gaze shifting elsewhere, as if he wished to conceal the worry lurking in his eyes. Peter suddenly interjected, his voice urgent and somewhat unnatural. I can do it too. I can help. You know I have always been loyal. My mother says I need to prove myself. She often says I'm too timid. His gaze flitted about, seemingly eager to validate himself, yet betraying an inner unease. Lupin nodded kindly. Of course, Peter. We all know you will do your best. Your mother simply wishes for you to be strong. Sirius merely supported his head with his hand, refraining from further comment. He turned his gaze back to the newlyweds, the smile fading from his lips. As Regulus's stubborn face and the memory of coldly casting him aside at graduation loomed in his mind. Let us dance. Come on, James called out, a carefree smile lighting up his face as he beckoned his three closest friends. Don't just sit there. Hurry up. As the sunset bathed the lawn in fiery hues of gold and crimson, James and Lily twirled, their movements causing Lily's flowing skirt to billow gracefully. They resembled two moths dancing around a candle, beautiful yet blissfully unaware of the searing flame that would inevitably consume them. Chapter 102, Before Dawn, a memoir. The timeline is set 3 days after James and Lily's demise. The musty tavern was filled with the scents of cheap liquor and damp wood. Lupin leaned against a corner table, clutching a grimy goblet, the dregs of its contents casting a faint yellow glow at the bottom. He emptied his mind. Fixating on the wine stain, the alcohol blurred his consciousness, rendering further thought unnecessary. Having just returned from a mission for the Order of the Phoenix, Lupin was utterly exhausted. Yet he could only numb himself with cheap spirits as night fell. He was painfully aware that even purchasing a decent birthday gift for young Harry was a challenge, whether it be a quality toy wand or an exquisite illustrated spellbook. Both were far from affordable for him. I am utterly useless, incapable of even this trivial task. James and Lily must find me laughable, Lupin mused bitterly, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. For most, bread and potatoes were the cheapest sustenance in times of poverty, but for Lupin, painkillers and alcohol provided the greatest relief. Once consumed, sensation dulled, suffering, hunger, and even the world itself faded away, far more effective than bread. How wonderful it would be if his body could numb and vanish like his consciousness and hunger. Reluctantly, Lupin acknowledged that this thought had lingered in his mind for quite some time. He had long lost touch with his old friends Sirius, James, Lily. Each recollection of them pierced his heart anew. He could not bear the thought of them witnessing his current state, ragged, weary, like a beggar crushed by life's burdens. What would they think of me? A destitute werewolf, lacking even the courage to stand tall. Lupin preferred to remain hidden in the shadows rather than face those concerned gazes. Even if those gazes had once been his warmest refuge. The tavern was filled with raucous voices, several drunken patrons engaged in loud arguments. Suddenly, a bald wizard's voice cut through the cacophony. He slammed his hand on the table, spitting as he shouted, Sirius Black, that traitor. He has hidden himself so deeply. He has betrayed us all. He deserves a fate worse than death. At the mention of the familiar name, Lupin's hand trembled, nearly dropping his glass. He lifted his head, the alcohol blurred his vision, yet the word traitor stabbed at his heart like a knife. Sirius? A traitor? Impossible. Lupin's thoughts spiraled into chaos. The alcohol intertwining with shock, nearly suffocating him. Frowning, he seized the collar of the unfamiliar bald wizard. Forcing out a curse he had never uttered before, what the hell are you talking about? To his surprise, he found himself adept at cursing. Something he had never done before. The bald wizard turned, glaring at him as if he had found a new outlet for his rage. Talking nonsense? Do you lack ears or brains? He pulled a crumpled copy of the Daily Prophet from his tattered robe and slammed it onto Lupin's table. Pointing at the headline as he roared, Look what that bastard Sirius has done. Lupin leaned down, straining to decipher the words illuminated by the dim tavern light. The headline struck him like a sledgehammer. Sirius Black betrays the Potters, kills muggles on the street, James and Lily dead, Dark Lord missing. Peter left only a finger. The accompanying article briefly mentioned an infant, Harry Potter, who had miraculously survived. Lupin's fingers clenched the newspaper, knuckles turning white. James and Lily dead. Sirius a traitor? Peter too? No, this cannot be true. For a moment, his heart seemed to stop, only to be engulfed by boundless fear and sorrow. The world around him felt as though it had come to a standstill. He scarcely heard the bald wizard continuing to rant. Fake news. It must be fake. Lupin's hands trembled as he flipped through the newspaper. How could they be gone? Just yesterday, he had contemplated visiting them once the mission was over. And now this tattered paper claimed they were lost. Fake, fake, he repeated incessantly, beginning to scratch at his cheek. No one had informed him. No one had told him his friends had perished overnight. Hey, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. You're provoking me. Let us duel. The bald wizard shouted impatiently. But he fell silent when he saw Lupin lift his head. The gaunt face was streaked with tears mingled with the remnants of alcohol, trickling down his cheeks and dripping onto the newspaper. Why are you crying? The bald wizard's voice softened. You were so tough just a moment ago. Lupin did not respond. His mind was a blank slate. He suddenly stood, stumbling through the crowd as he staggered out of the tavern. Outside, only the cold wind awaited him. The next morning, in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore stood by the window, gazing into the distance at the rising dawn. The door burst open, and Lupin entered, still clad in the same robe from the night before. Dumbledore, Lupin's voice was hoarse and urgent. I need to go undercover among the werewolves. I must leave now. Dumbledore turned, his blue eyes scrutinizing him through half-moon spectacles. Remus, you did not sleep well last night, did you? Do not concern yourself with whether I slept or not. I must go. Please, let me go. This is my only request. Lupin's emotions erupted suddenly, stepping closer and leaning on the desk. I cannot run away any longer. I must do something, even if it means sacrificing my life. I have hesitated too long, feeling cowardly and useless. Now, I fear nothing. I only wish to act, even if it leads to my demise. Remus, Dumbledore's voice resonated with sorrow. Please sit down. I believe you have seen the news. I am deeply sorry. I too am taken aback. Lupin paused, but ultimately sank into a chair, head bowed, hands clenched into fists, nails nearly piercing his flesh. Dumbledore approached, speaking softly. I understand your pain, Remus. I am fine. Lupin defiantly raised his head. I am not in pain. Dumbledore regarded him with pity. The scent of alcohol on his clothes and the redness in his eyes betrayed everything. Good lad. If you need help, do not hesitate to come to me, he offered. I do not need help. Lupin roared, bewildered by his sudden fury. I do not want it. Let me go. That is the only thing I can do. I am worthless. Young Harry is alive. He not only survived, but has rendered Voldemort weak. Perhaps peace is closer than we imagine, Dumbledore suddenly said. Lupin lifted his head, a glimmer of confusion flashing in his eyes. Harry? He is but a year old, having lost his parents at such a tender age, the child of James and Lily. I cannot even protect him. Sometimes, the smallest flicker of hope can illuminate the deepest darkness. Dumbledore's tone was resolute. You still have reasons to live, Remus. For Harry. For the days yet to come. Lupin remained silent for a long while. His shoulders trembled slightly, his heart feeling as though it were being torn in two. Live? For Harry? At this moment, he only wished for an end to his own suffering. Finally, Lupin whispered, Voldemort is gone. Peace is on the horizon. So there is no longer a need for a werewolf spy? I have nothing left, not even a noble reason to sacrifice myself. He truly felt he had lost everything. Chapter 103, Number 12, Grimmauld Place. A flashback set during Harry's 6th year. On a summer afternoon, sunlight filtered through scattered clouds, casting a warm glow on the tranquil street of Grimmauld Place, the air fragrant with the scent of freshly cut grass. Lupin stood at the corner, taking a deep breath, attempting to calm the anxiety within. He had made every effort to blend in as an ordinary muggle. Yet the numerous cartoon gift bags in his hands rendered him somewhat out of place in this tidy, middle-class, refined neighborhood. 6 years, Lupin murmured to himself, his gaze resting on the neatly kept house. The smiling faces of James and Lily, along with that small boy with the green eyes, Harry Potter, surfaced in his mind. He was aware that he perhaps should not be here, but during his recent correspondence with Dumbledore, he had been provided with the detailed address. Over the years, although many tales had circulated in the wizarding world about the boy who lived, no one knew where little Harry truly resided. Just days after Dumbledore revealed the address, Lupin decided to quietly come and see Harry. Lupin had never fully grasped whether he was living for the sake of little Harry. He had grown accustomed to despair from a young age, but at 11, he received an invitation to Hogwarts, which marked a significant turning point in his life. He was uncertain what hopes he still harbored after all these years. Perhaps to simply endure. After all, good things could happen, as they once had. Dumbledore had mentioned that Harry would leave his Muggle relatives upon reaching adulthood, and Lupin thought that if Harry needed assistance then, he would certainly be by his side. After a moment's hesitation, Lupin finally took a step forward, approaching the Dursleys' doorstep. He knocked gently, but after a long while, there was no response. Frowning, he knocked once more. Yet still no answer. Strange, Lupin murmured, turning to survey his surroundings. At that moment, he heard a rustling sound from the adjacent yard. A middle-aged woman in a floral dress was bending over to prune a rose bush. She glanced up at Lupin with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "Good day." "Madam," Lupin endeavored to keep his tone friendly and natural. "Might you know where the Dursleys have gone? I'm a distant relative here to visit them." The woman straightened, wiping the sweat from her brow with the back of her hand, scrutinizing Lupin with skepticism. "Distant relative? I've never heard Petunia mention any relatives." She squinted her eyes, her tone laced with suspicion. "But you truly couldn't have come at a worse time. The three of them have gone abroad for a holiday. I believe they are headed to Spain or somewhere, and they won't be back for several weeks." "On holiday?" Lupin was taken aback, a wave of disappointment washing over him. "What about Harry? I mean, their nephew, the little boy. Did he go with them?" "Harry?" The woman's tone became even more guarded. "Why do you ask about that peculiar child?" "Oh, I see. You're here for him, aren't you?" He isn't with them. He has been entrusted to Mrs. Fig's care. She lives in that old house at the end of the street. You can find your way there." She waved her hand dismissively, seemingly uninterested in further conversation, and returned to her rose pruning. "Thank you, madam." Lupin bowed slightly, feeling unsettled. He knew Harry's life was far from easy. Yet the notion that the Dursleys would leave him with someone else while on holiday filled him with a pang of sorrow. Lupin proceeded down the street towards the end. Spotting a somewhat dilapidated house from afar, its windows adorned with yellowed curtains, and the front steps cluttered with junk. Before he reached the door, a strong odor of cabbage wafted towards him, causing him to wrinkle his nose. He knocked gently, and the door creaked open to reveal a short, plump elderly woman, clad in a gaudy apron and holding a wooden spoon. Her face was lined with wrinkles, yet her gaze was sharp. "Who are you?" Mrs. Fig's voice was highly alert, her eyes scanning Lupin with undisguised suspicion. "I don't recall knowing anyone like you." Feeling a bit awkward, Lupin cleared his throat, attempting a friendly smile. "Good day, madam. I am, a friend of Harry's. I just wanted to check on him, to see how he is doing." "A friend? At your age?" Mrs. Fig squinted, her tone growing harsher. "You certainly don't appear to be just any ordinary friend. Speak up. Who exactly are you?" "Don't think I can't tell. You carry an unusual aura." She waved her wooden spoon, as if to shoo away an annoying fly. Lupin was momentarily taken aback, surprised by her insight. He hesitated, contemplating revealing his identity, but before he could speak, Mrs. Fig suddenly scoffed and murmured, "You're a wizard, aren't you?" "I'm not mistaken, am I?" Lupin was startled, instinctively taking a step back. "How do you know?" I'm not foolish." Mrs. Fig straightened her back, her voice brimming with pride. "I'm a squib. Do you know what that is? My brother is a wizard, and I've heard plenty of his strange tales during my childhood. So don't think you can put on a facade before me. I can see right through you." A complex expression crossed Lupin's face. He spoke softly. "In that case, madam, you should understand why I am here. I merely wish to see Harry, to ensure he is well. I knew his parents." Mrs. Fig's expression softened slightly, yet her wariness remained. After a moment of silence, she finally said, "That child is indeed here, but he is doing well. And you need to interfere. Do you have any notion of how special his circumstances are? Though I may not understand the wizarding matters, I know better than to meddle. If you truly care for him, you ought not to disrupt his life." Lupin felt a tightening in his throat. He replied quietly, "I understand, madam. I only wish to see him, even if just from a distance. I promise I won't disturb him." Mrs. Fig scrutinized Lupin for a considerable time, as if assessing his sincerity. Finally, she sighed and stepped aside. "Very well, but you may only take a glance. Don't think about speaking with him. That child is already unfortunate enough without knowing about all this nonsense." Lupin nodded gratefully, cautiously entering the house. Following Mrs. Fig's guidance, he approached the doorway to the living room and quietly peered inside. Harry sat on a tattered sofa, clad in oversized, worn-out clothing. His frail figure curled up in the corner, a book held in his hands. On his face rested a pair of somewhat comical large glasses. Yet his green eyes remained intently focused on the pages, seemingly immersed in another realm. Lupin's heart tightened abruptly, the shadow of Lily's eyes surfacing in his mind. Identical to his own. He is always like this, Mrs. Fig spoke softly, her tone carrying a reluctant tenderness, as quiet as a little cat, always cradling a book. I don't know where he gets those books. Perhaps they are old belongings from my attic. Mrs. Fig glanced at the pile of gift bags in Lupin's hands. Shaking her head. This won't do. It is quite unusual. I doubt he receives gifts at the Dursleys. If you don't want him to spend the entire day lost in thought, you should take them away. Lupin remained silent, simply gazing at Harry. Eventually, his hand involuntarily reached into one of the bags, retrieving a packet of sweets, ordinary candies he had purchased at a muggle shop, devoid of any magic, just pure sweetness. After a moment's hesitation, he whispered to Mrs. Fig, "Madam, could I trouble you to give this to him? Just say it is from your home." Mrs. Fig frowned, as if contemplating a refusal, but ultimately accepted the candy. "Very well, but do not expect me to tell him anything. Once you are done, leave promptly. Do not linger here too long." Lupin nodded, turned, and exited the room, gently closing the door behind him, the sound of Mrs. Fig's footsteps fading away. "Hey, kid," Mrs. Fig's voice called from within, tinged with a hint of impatience. "Here's a packet of sweets." Lupin stood outside the door, hearing Harry's small voice respond. "Thank you." It was the first time a wizard had come to see him, Mrs. Fig mused as she watched Harry happily pop a piece of candy into his mouth. Chapter 104. Little Clothes, Remembrance. The timeline is set after Harry's first year Halloween. Rita Skeeter's audacity in fabricating stories has grown increasingly brazen. She dared to concoct a tale in her latest report that Peter Pettigrew had appeared at Hogwarts, leaving behind an arm marked with the dark mark. Anything she writes, I wouldn't believe a word. Poor Mrs. Pettigrew, a wizard sighed, casting a distant glance at the ancestral home of Peter Pettigrew. His beard was somewhat disheveled, his gaze imbued with a trace of sympathy. She was a hero's mother. Who could have imagined she would end up like this? The witch seated opposite him nodded. Wrapped in a heavy green cloak, her hat askew, revealing a strand of gray-white hair, she continued, "Yes, when the ministry officials visited Mrs. Pettigrew, she thought her son had achieved something great, only to receive such news. They informed her that Peter had been killed by Sirius Black, and solemnly handed her a first-class Merlin medal and a finger." The wizard furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with anger. A finger? The ministry truly knows how to stage a show, not even providing her with a complete body, just that little token to dismiss her. He mused, as a mother. How could she endure this? It was Sirius's dark magic that left Peter Pettigrew's remains non-existent, the witch replied with a bitter smile. Since that day, she has gone mad. I heard that even now, she clings to a stuffed toy bear, treating it as Peter. She knits a plethora of little clothes for it, cradling and soothing it daily, as if trying to make amends for something. The witch paused for a moment, then softly added, "A few days ago, I happened to pass by her home and saw her sitting by the window, a ball of yarn in her hands, muttering something. It seemed she was saying, 'Peter, are you cold? Winter is here. Mother has magically knitted you a new sweater, blue, your favorite color.'" She shook her head. "I have heard that for all these years. She has scarcely stepped outside, guarding that bear." The wizard sighed and continued, "I have a friend who works at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. He said that over the years, many have tried to visit her, hoping to persuade her to seek treatment. But upon hearing this, she would go wild, screaming, 'You want to take my son away,' and chase them all off. She is convinced that the bear is Peter, and no one can change her mind. Who can blame her?" The witch said heavily, "How many lives has that scoundrel Sirius Black ruined? After he entered Azkaban, the mess he left behind is something others must clean up. Mrs. Pettigrew is merely one among many. Sirius's mother soon passed away as well." The two fell into silence for a moment, until the wizard finally spoke, his voice barely audible above the wind. If Peter were alive and saw his mother like this, what would he think? He would not. But we shall forever remember the hero. Peter Pettigrew was bewildered as to why someone suddenly used the revealing charm on him. He had grown accustomed to a life as a pet. At the Halloween feast, he transformed from a mouse back into a man, and, fortuitously, at almost the same moment, he found his master, the Dark Lord. Peter had always believed he was hiding well, but he had no time to ponder what had transpired. Before fleeing Hogwarts in haste, Peter caught a glimpse of Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes, those eyes unwaveringly fixed upon him through half-moon spectacles. Dumbledore could have captured him. Yet the former headmaster chose not to act. He merely watched him escape. After leaving the school with Voldemort, He was instructed to venture to Albania in search of a means to restore his physical form. Before departing, Peter returned to his childhood home, where he had spent a decade as a mouse. For those 10 years, he had diligently played the role of the Weasley family's pet. And now he suddenly felt compelled to revisit home, recalling Voldemort's promise not to harm his mother when he had been coerced into joining the Death Eaters. The exterior of the Pettigrew family home was long neglected, its plaster peeling and the windows covered with a thick layer of dust, as if abandoned for years. The garden, once a source of pride for Mrs. Pettigrew, had devolved into a patch of withered weeds. Peter dared not enter through the front door. Instead, he squeezed through a partially ajar window in the backyard, using his mouse form. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he was struck by the scene inside. Mother. He finally managed to utter a barely audible whisper, taking a step forward, only to step on a ball of yarn, producing a faint sound. The room was dimly lit, with only a flickering oil lamp in the corner. The floor was strewn with colorful balls of yarn, some entangled together. The corners were piled high with little clothes, red woolen hats, blue scarves, yellow vests, all so small they could only fit toys. In the center of the room, a rocking chair creaked, occupied by Mrs. Pettigrew. She was as thin as a shadow, her hair disheveled, clutching a worn stuffed bear, softly murmuring something. Peter Pettigrew recognized the bear. It was the Christmas gift he had bought for his mother many years ago at a Muggle store. Peter, today Mother knitted you new trousers. Look, how warm they are. Her voice was hoarse yet tender, her gaze hauntingly vacant. As she spoke, her trembling hand caressed the bear's head, as if it truly were her son. Peter stood frozen in the shadows, his throat constricted, unable to utter a sound as he watched her cradle the bear she believed to be her child. He had envisioned countless times the scene of returning home. Yet he never anticipated it would unfold this way. His mother, now so far gone, could not even recognize him. Upon hearing a sound, Mrs. Pettigrew abruptly lifted her head, a glimmer of wariness flashing in her eyes. She clutched the teddy bear tightly, turning to face Peter, and shrieked, "Who is there? Stay away. Do not attempt to take my Peter from me." Her voice trembled, sharp and piercing, as her fingers clenched the bear, as if guarding a cherished treasure. Peter stood frozen, his mouth agape, yearning to utter something, yet found himself utterly voiceless, gazing into his mother's eyes, filled with terror and madness. He suddenly comprehended that she no longer recognized him. In her world, the real Peter had long since perished, and the teddy bear in her arms was her sole source of solace. "Mother, it is I. I have returned." He attempted to take a step forward, his voice choked with emotion, but before he could advance, Mrs. Pettigrew screamed. She seized a ball of yarn nearby and hurled it at him, shouting, "Go away! Go away! You wicked man! Are you sent by Sirius? Do not dare harm my son again." The yarn struck Peter's chest, featherlight, yet he stumbled back, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. "Mother, I am not him," he choked out, but could say no more. The wind outside howled louder, causing the windows to creak. Mrs. Pettigrew curled up in her rocking chair, holding the teddy bear tightly, softly murmuring, "Do not be afraid, Peter. Mother is here. No one can hurt you." Her voice gradually calmed, reverting to that hollow gentleness. Peter stood rooted to the spot, tears blurring his vision. He slowly retreated, ultimately turning to flee back into the darkness. The oil lamp within the room continued to flicker, illuminating the deranged mother, the teddy bear she clutched, and the small garments that piled up like hills throughout the room. Chapter 105. Incarceration due to Harry spending most of his recent free time in quarrels with Draco. Many students curious about the tale of the Chamber of Secrets found themselves lacking the opportunity to seek clarity. The vague versions of the story had been embellished by students from various houses, gradually transforming into something utterly absurd. Last time in the corridor, Harry overheard someone assertively proclaiming that he had torn the basilisk apart with his bare hands and gouged out its eyes, claiming it had defied the commands of the heir of Slytherin. "No, I heard that Harry had commanded the basilisk to take its own life in Parseltongue." Without lifting a finger, he employed a formidable curse. 1,000 mouths would have 1,000 tales of Harry Potter. During breakfast that day, Harry, while preoccupied with a slice of toast generously slathered with jam, occasionally cast wary glances at Draco, who sat opposite him. A new day heralded fresh rivalry. Draco bore his customary smirk, leisurely tearing a piece from a pumpkin pasty and placing it delicately in his mouth, his actions executed with an elegance seemingly designed to provoke irritation. "Potter, I noticed you nearly blew up your cauldron in potions class yesterday," Draco drawled lazily. Showing no mercy towards Harry, even Professor Snape turned a shade of green. Harry took a hearty bite of toast, chewing vigorously before retorting, "At least I don't resemble a legless giant spider during flying lessons, Malfoy. Your posture is so elegant it makes one want to vomit." Upon hearing this, several Slytherin students, including Blaze and Pansy, could not suppress their laughter. Draco's face flushed slightly, but he quickly regained his haughty demeanor. He set down his pumpkin pasty and narrowed his eyes at Harry, declaring, "You'd best be cautious, Potter, or Professor Snape might decide that tossing you into the cauldron for a potion is more fitting." "Go ahead and try, Malfoy," Harry shot back defiantly. "I would relish the opportunity to see how long you can be arrogant under the professor's watchful gaze." The two exchanged barbs, their voices rising, drawing the attention of students around them. At that moment, an exaggerated cough echoed from the far end of the hall, followed by the arrival of a striking figure clad in brilliant purple descending from the staff table. It was Gilderoy Lockhart, his hair meticulously styled and his face adorned with that infuriating signature smile. Even during breakfast, he brandished an ostentatious quill, as if ready to bestow autographs at any moment. "Mr. Potter," Lockhart announced, pausing before the Slytherin table with a tone laced with pretentious authority, "it seems you were brimming with excess energy this morning. How about joining me in my office after dinner for a spot of quiet detention?" Harry was momentarily taken aback, nearly dropping his toast onto the plate. He stared incredulously at Lockhart and exclaimed, "What? Detention? Me? Why me?" "Malfoy." "Oh, pay no attention to Mr. Malfoy," Lockhart interjected, waving his hand dismissively without even glancing in Draco's direction. "He started it." Harry raised his voice. "And isn't the punishment of detention a bit excessive?" They didn't even lay a hand on each other. "I have particularly high expectations for you, the illustrious Harry Potter emerging from the mysterious Chamber of Secrets, after all. You are the renowned boy who lived," he paused, displaying a gleaming smile. "I wish to have a private conversation with you. My office is quite cozy, and I believe you will find it delightful." At this, the surrounding Slytherin students began to whisper among themselves. Pansy stifled a laugh while Theodore quietly remarked to Crabbe, "Looks like Harry's in for it again." Draco's face twitched slightly, clearly displeased at being ignored, yet he merely snorted and returned to tearing apart his pumpkin pasty, feigning indifference. Harry, however, was seething with anger, clenching his fists. He glared at Lockhart's smug face, wishing fervently to smear the jam from his plate all over it. After dinner, Harry trudged into Lockhart's office with heavy steps, his heart brimming with discontent. The room was suffused with the strong scent of his favorite lavender perfume, and the walls were adorned with Lockhart's self-portraits and photographs, each depicting him winking at the air, waving, or striking various poses he deemed charming. The desk was cluttered with pink stationery and envelopes, evidently filled with adoring letters from his fervent fans. Harry furrowed his brow and pulled a chair over to sit down, intending to voice his grievances when the door creaked open once more. Draco entered, hands shoved in his pockets, his face radiating impatience. He cast a glance at Harry with his gray eyes and coldly stated, "Don't ask me why I'm here, Potter. I don't want to be here either." "Malfoy?" Harry frowned. "Don't ask me." Draco interrupted, irritation evident in his tone. "That lunatic found me at dinner, insisting that I'm fortunate to accompany you for detention. I'd rather help Hagrid with his acromantula nest than endure the scent of his perfume in here." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lockhart poked his head out from behind the desk, a stack of pink stationery in hand, grinning like a cat that had just caught a mouse. "Ah, Mr. Malfoy, since you're here, do assist me in responding to some fan mail. I suddenly remembered I desperately need help with these enthusiastic letters, and since your performance in my recent practical was rather lacking, this would be a splendid opportunity for you to reinforce your memory." Draco rolled his eyes dramatically at this. Lockhart thrust the stationery and a quill into Draco's hands, utterly disregarding the instant frown that crossed the latter's face. "My admirers are always so enthusiastic. I must provide them with a response. When you reply, be as polite as I am. And you, Potter," he turned toward Harry, a peculiar glint in his eyes, "we have some special matters to discuss." Harry reluctantly leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, fixating on Lockhart, awaiting his cue to speak. All right. Lockhart waved his hand dismissively, his tone light-hearted to the point of irritation. "Potter, I find you far more intriguing. Come, enlighten me about the Chamber of Secrets." He settled back into his chair, fingers interlaced upon the table, wearing that disconcerting smile. Draco, sitting nearby, became wary. According to the public narrative Harry had shared, neither he nor Snape had been present. Suddenly, Draco grew anxious about Harry's ability to weave a compelling tale. He picked up a quill, gnashing his teeth as he inscribed a letter addressed to Dear Madam, expressing gratitude for her support. All the while his ears pricked up attentively. Where is the chamber? How does one unlock it? What does Parseltongue sound like? What lies within? What is the room like? Are there any remarkable features? Besides the basilisk, are there other creatures? How did you vanquish the basilisk? Lockhart cheerfully unleashed a barrage of inquiries. Harry furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily before speaking. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is located in the second-floor girls' restroom, where the pipe requires the speaking of Parseltongue to unlock. Inside, it is shrouded in darkness and dampness, with the floor covered in puddles, and one can still hear the sound of dripping water upon entering. At the end of the passage lies a grand hall, surrounded by numerous stone pillars adorned with serpent motifs, alongside a colossal statue of Salazar Slytherin. The basilisk measures several meters in length, its gaze lethal. I employ transfiguration to conjure a rooster, which I use to vanquish it. As for who opened the chamber, he paused for a moment before whispering, I am unsure. Lockhart's eyes sparkled with excitement as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table, seemingly eager to capture every word. Occasionally, he nodded in agreement, emitting soft exclamations of awe, such as, "Oh, splendid." Draco, sitting nearby, ceased his writing momentarily to cast an annoyed glance at Lockhart before dutifully returning to his letter. Harry responded with remarkable fluency, and Draco exhaled in relief. The tale seemed devoid of flaws. Are you the only one privy to this? Lockhart inquired astutely. Indeed, Harry replied swiftly. Another splendid story. Lockhart exclaimed suddenly, rising to his feet, his voice imbued with an uncanny excitement. Harry found himself shivering at Gilderoy Lockhart's excessive enthusiasm, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Yet again? Another delightful tale? Draco paused his writing, sensing the peculiarity of the statement. The letter he was responding to came from a wizard, a fan who implored Lockhart to resign from Hogwarts immediately and marry him. Draco was tempted to accept this proposal on Lockhart's behalf and promptly urge him to leave. I already have a splendid idea, Lockhart declared, retrieving his wand from within his robes, twirling it in his hand, and displaying an exceedingly smug smile. Do you know? The stories I penned about those female ghosts, trolls, vampires, and werewolves were not drawn from my own experiences. I merely borrowed the memories of others. Harry's eyes widened as Draco's pen clattered onto the desk, ink splattering a small portion of the parchment. What did you say? Harry's voice was filled with astonishment, his body instinctively leaning forward. How would one borrow it, Professor? Draco inquired with a smirk, his hand subconsciously reaching for his wand nestled in his pocket. Quite simply. Lockhart replied with a self-satisfied smile, his wand twirling deftly between his fingers. I seek out those who have truly ventured into peril, heroes who have vanquished trolls, tamed werewolves, and banished banshees. I listened to their tales, and then Lockhart waved his wand, mimicking the gesture of casting a spell, the Obliviate charm. Their memories become mine, pristine and unblemished, ensuring that no one recalls the truth. My mastery of the Obliviate charm is unparalleled. Potter, Malfoy, you will feel not a shred of discomfort. Are you out of your mind? Upon hearing his words, Harry sprang to his feet, fury surging within him, his voice nearly a roar. You would erase others' memories just like that? How can you? Oh, do not be so agitated, Potter. Lockhart chuckled lightly, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. It is merely a trivial tactic to present the world with more captivating narratives. The tale of the Chamber of Secrets is too exquisite to squander on you. A dashing professor and the story of the chamber, it suits me perfectly. Thus, my dear pupils, I must apologize. The protagonists of the chamber's tale shall be none other than myself and Potter. As for you two, you shall forget everything I have just uttered. Lockhart raised his wand. The tip aimed first at Draco as he began to chant the incantation, Obliviate. At that moment, a spell taught to him by Lupin flashed through Harry's mind, the disarming charm, which Lupin had patiently instructed him in, saying it was a precautionary measure. Harry swiftly drew his wand, instinctively exclaiming, Expelliarmus. Simultaneously, Draco brandished his wand and cast a spell towards Lockhart. A brilliant red beam erupted from Harry's wand, striking Lockhart's wrist. His wand flew out of his grasp, colliding with a cell portrait on the wall, where the painted Lockhart emitted an exaggerated gasp. Almost immediately, the memory charm Lockhart had just conjured rebounded upon him. He stood there, dazed, his gaze gradually becoming vacant, his body swaying slightly before he collapsed onto the ground, mumbling, Where am I? Who are you? He had fallen victim to his own spell. I had initially intended to bind him with a spell first, but this outcome sufficed. Draco, witnessing the scene, could not suppress a chuckle, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. He deserved it. Had he not lost his memory, he might have faced imprisonment in Azkaban for breaching wizarding law. The game had reached its conclusion. Draco rose, approached Lockhart's wand, gave it a kick, and turned back to Harry, saying, Well done, Potter. I thought you only had a talent for blowing up cauldrons. Harry had yet to recover from his astonishment as he gazed down at the bewildered Lockhart. The once mighty professor now resembled a lost child, sitting on the ground, absent-mindedly stroking his hair while murmuring, "Am I supposed to attend a signing event?" I recall there was a signing event. Draco crouched down. Addressing the amnesiac Lockhart in a leisurely tone, "Listen, Lockhart, your current task is to return the money earned from those books. Fans do not take kindly to a charlatan. You would do well to commence this promptly. Otherwise, the Wizarding Court may come knocking at your door." He paused, a smirk playing on his lips, "Of course. This is contingent upon your ability to recall your Gringotts bank account. Go hold a press conference and confess your wrongdoings." Lockhart, in a dazed manner, nodded foolishly. His gaze vacant as he repeated, "Confess. Yes, I must return the money." He clumsily rose to his feet and stumbled over to the desk, beginning to rummage through the pink stationery as if eager to execute this new assignment at once. Harry and Draco exchanged a glance, sensing an unspoken understanding between them. Harry rubbed his forehead and murmured, "I initially believed him to be merely a charlatan, yet he has proven to be far worse than I could have imagined. A deceiver is the most despicable of all. He has robbed many wizards of their lives, trading their destinies for his own fame and fortune. At least he is silent now." Draco shrugged and turned towards the door. "Come on, Potter. I have no desire to linger here a moment longer. The scent of lavender is giving me a headache. What do we do now? Is he really all right?" This was Harry's first experience wielding a spell with tangible consequences. "If you don't retaliate, you'll be the one sitting on the floor, looking foolish and having forgotten everything," Draco remarked. "Moreover, the readers have the right to know the truth. I believe I shall write a letter to his publisher. What about our defense against the dark arts class?" Harry still felt apprehensive. He taught us nothing of substance when he was coherent. Draco had to remind Harry of this fact. The two departed the office side by side. As Gilderoy Lockhart's indistinct mumblings trailed behind them, "Should I refund the signatures? Perhaps I ought to write a book." The self-portrait of Lockhart in the room continued to toss flirtatious glances and wave, as if oblivious to the events that had transpired. "Responses can be quite tedious," Draco said as they were about to part ways. "If you find yourself inundated with letters from your countless fans, you might consider hiring me at a premium to craft your replies, perhaps to deftly decline proposals from ardent admirers or to tactfully dissuade persistent fanatics. I believe I could excel at that." Harry scoffed, replying, "Even if you offered me a fortune, I would never employ you." Draco blinked, adding, "If you require a ghostwriter, I can provide a discount for your nemesis." Chapter 106, The Locket Box. As the renovations of number 12, Grimmauld Place progressed, the relationship between Creature and Sirius gradually became less fraught than before. In the attic's nooks and crannies, Sirius unearthed numerous long-lost items. A wooden model of a flying broom he and his brother Regulus had played with as children, inscribed with crooked handwriting. A pearl-encrusted button that had fallen from their mother Walburga, its edges smoothed by wear, and a rusty music box that emitted a creaking waltz of pure blood nobility when wound. The old house, like a vast sponge, absorbed too many generations of Black family memories. Its rough walls and moldy corners resembled countless tiny pores, greedily soaking up the joys and sorrows of each generation. Laughter, tears, arguments, and reconciliations seeped through its beams, leaving indelible imprints. The human mind is fragile. As the trivial fragments of daily life seldom find a place in memory, yet the old house serves as a vessel of Black family history and time, accepting both the good and the bad, hidden away in dark corners and crevices. "Look at this, Remus," Sirius exclaimed, pulling an old drum from a cobweb-covered box, which produced a faint jingling sound when shaken. "Regulus and I used to fight over this. One time, he was so angry he threw it into the fireplace, and I ended up being punished by Walburga for the entire afternoon." Lupin took the drum, smiling. "It seems you two have always been quite the ruckus. There are indeed many items in this house. It's no wonder Creature is reluctant to part with them." Mentioning Creature made Sirius's expression darken slightly, though his tone was no longer as sharp as before. As the renovations continued, his relationship with Creature had indeed softened considerably. The house elf no longer muttered about betraying the family at every encounter, and Sirius had learned to ignore its incessant complaints. Sirius even took Lupin's advice and gifted Creature the decorations related to the old lady and Regulus. Creature was ecstatic, adorning its basement cupboard to resemble an eclectic yet charming shop. One day, Sirius discovered an exquisite locket box in Creature's collection. The box, deep green and adorned with silver serpentine patterns, emanated an eerie glow under the dim light. A prominent S crest was etched on the lid, surrounded by intricate vine motifs. Sirius frowned, lifting it to feel its icy, chilling surface. "Creature, what is this?" Sirius called out, his voice tinged with curiosity. He had never seen such an object before. Creature approached with heavy steps, and upon seeing the locket box, its wrinkled face contorted in distress. It must be destroyed. It shrieked, trembling fingers reaching for the box. Creature has tried, burning it, cutting it, but it cannot be destroyed. Tears welled in its eyes as it began to sob softly. Lupin descended the stairs, peering closely. Wait. This locket box appears quite exquisite, he remarked, carefully taking the box to examine its ornate patterns. Such intricate craftsmanship suggests it is valuable, perhaps a family heirloom. Are you certain you wish to destroy it? An heirloom? Sirius frowned, pointing to the S crest on the lid. This bears the emblem of Slytherin, not the Black family. Creature, where did you acquire this? Creature did not respond immediately, merely lowering its head and sobbing, its small hands wringing together, its frail body trembling. Lupin knelt down, speaking gently to console it. Do not cry, Creature. Please tell us, what significance does this item hold for you? It belongs to my master, Creature choked out, its voice barely audible. Young Master Regulus commanded Creature to destroy it, but Creature failed him. Suddenly, it raised its head, tears streaming down its cheeks, its voice becoming sharp and desperate. Sirius was taken aback. Regulus? He repeated his brother's name softly, a complex expression crossing his face. Are you saying this item was given to you by Regulus? Creature nodded, beginning to recount. Young Master Regulus changed. He said he discovered a secret, a dreadful secret. He insisted this locket box was dangerous and must be destroyed. He ordered Creature to take it away and obliterate it, yet Creature tried every method a house elf could conceive. And it remains intact. It covered its face with its hands, its voice trembling. Creature failed, Master left, but Creature did not fulfill his command. Wait, Sirius interrupted, frowning. What was Regulus doing? Explain from the beginning, what is the story behind this locket box? Creature wiped its tears and took a deep breath. The first time the Dark Lord brought Creature there. It was long ago. The Dark Lord came seeking a house elf. Young Master Regulus's master permitted it, believing lending a house elf to the Dark Lord was an honor, thus he lent Creature to him. Lupin frowned. The Dark Lord? You mean Voldemort? Creature flinched, whispering, yes. He took Creature to a cave, a dark and cold place filled with water, many waters, dark and murky. The Dark Lord rowed a small boat, taking Creature across to a stone platform where there was a basin filled with green liquid, like poison. The Dark Lord commanded Creature to drink it. Sirius asked, He made you drink that potion? Yes, Creature's voice trembled even more. Creature drank it and felt dizzy, a burning pain in my stomach. Creature saw many dreadful things, the faces of deceased masters, screaming. Creature begged for mercy, but the Dark Lord merely laughed. Then he placed the box into the basin, and the water refilled. The Dark Lord departed, leaving Creature behind. Lupin looked at Sirius in shock. He left you there? How did you return? I am a house elf. It murmured. When my master called Creature back, Creature disapparated away. Creature thought he would die, yet Creature survived. The Dark Lord did not understand house elf magic. Sirius clenched his jaw, his fists cracking with tension. That bastard. What about the locket box? You didn't retrieve it? No, Creature shook its head. That was the first time. The second time was when young Master Regulus took Creature back. Regulus? Sirius's voice trembled slightly. When did he go? What was his purpose? Not long after, Creature replied softly. Young Master changed. He was no longer so proud. He secretly asked Creature what the Dark Lord had done. Creature recounted the cave incident. And young Master listened in silence for a long time. Then one day, he found Creature and said, Creature, we must go to that place. He took you back? Lupin inquired quietly. Yes. Creature's voice was nearly choked with emotion. Young Master took Creature back to that cave. The same boat, the same lake, the same basin filled with potion. Young Master declared he would retrieve the locket box. He spoke of the Dark Lord hiding something within, something profoundly malevolent, and he could not allow the Dark Lord to prevail. The young Master declared his intention to thwart him. What happened next? Did he obtain it? Indeed, Creature whispered, as the young Master instructed him to stand aside while he drank from the basin. Creature pleaded for him not to drink, but the young Master insisted that someone had to consume it, else the locket box would remain unattainable. He drank, and then collapsed, crying out in agony, calling for his mother, as grotesque entities emerged from the water, grasping and pulling at him. Creature covered his face, weeping inconsolably. He yearned to save the young Master. Yet the young Master commanded Creature to depart. He said, Creature, take the locket box, destroy it, and then leave. Creature could not defy the order. He seized the locket box, and in a flash, he returned, But the young master did not come back. The room fell into an eerie silence, with only Creature's sobs echoing. Sirius fixed his gaze upon the locket box, his expression a tumult of anger, sorrow, and shock. Why was his throat constricted, rendering him speechless? Remus spoke gravely. So this box is where Voldemort concealed his treasures. Regulus sacrificed himself to destroy it. But Creature is useless. Creature cried out. I tried every method, fire, water, smashing it, but I could not destroy it. I have failed the young master. Sirius inhaled deeply and waved his wand. Well then, let me attempt it. He uttered several incantations, the spells casting flickering lights in the room, yet the locket box remained intact. This object is indeed sinister, Sirius muttered, tossing the box onto the table. Remus, come take a look. Remus took the locket box, squinting as he examined it. It bears a strong aura of dark magic, he murmured. I suspect Voldemort has fortified it with powerful enchantments. Sirius declared, this is something Regulus obtained at the cost of his life. We must destroy it. Is there a method? Remus pondered for a moment. Ordinary magic will not suffice. Regulus may not have known how to destroy it, but he understood it could not remain. Moreover, we are unaware of what it truly is. Creature lifted his head, his tear-filled eyes gazing at them. Can you destroy it? Help the young master fulfill his last wish. Sirius looked at Creature, his tone earnest. I do not know what Regulus intended, but he accomplished something I could not. If this is his final wish, I shall help him fulfill it. Remus nodded. We must proceed with caution, for none can predict the troubles it may bring. Take me to that cave, Sirius commanded Creature. I wish to go. Chapter 107, The Prolonged Return. The appointed time for contact had arrived once more, and the two-way mirror reflected Remus's face. Harry noticed something peculiar behind Lupin. He seemed to be standing before a jagged rock formation, with the wind howling past and the distant sound of waves crashing. Good evening. Harry leaned closer to the two-way mirror and inquired, Where's Sirius? Why hasn't he been in touch with me lately? Lupin sighed, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation and even a touch of anger. Harry, to be honest, I have never been able to rein him in. You know his temperament. It is more unruly than an unchained dragon. Harry furrowed his brow, gazing at Lupin's reflection in the mirror. The backdrop resembled a cave. Where are you, Lupin? It certainly does not appear to be number 12, Grimmauld Place. Lupin's eyes flickered momentarily. Do not concern yourself with that, Harry. We have merely stepped out to attend to some matters. He paused, his tone shifting to one of gravity. By the way, you should return to number 12. Grimmauld Place during the summer break. What? Harry straightened abruptly. Why? I have already informed my friends that I won't be staying at school for the holidays. We are not at home right now. I must keep an eye on your godfather. It is quite perilous here. Lupin interjected. I have some important matters to discuss with Sirius. You will be far safer remaining at Hogwarts. Trust me. Harry opened his mouth, intending to retort. Yet the undeniable gaze of Lupin compelled him to swallow his words. Reluctantly, he nodded and inquired, What exactly are you all doing? You'll find out in due time. Worry not. Lupin hastily concluded the conversation. A few days before the end of their second year, Sirius reappeared in the two-way mirror, his countenance bearing an exhilarating yet somber expression. Harry noticed that Sirius appeared even more gaunt and haggard than before. With the summer break approaching, he mentioned to Sirius that he and Lupin would be at the station to await his arrival. Sirius, mustering his spirits, replied that the station was in close proximity to number 12, Grimmauld Place, and he could return there on his own. Harry responded that there might be some new developments at home, to which Sirius hesitated, expressing a hope that it would not frighten him. At long last, the summer vacation of his second year had arrived. Harry emerged from King's Cross Station, hurriedly dragging his suitcase as he traversed the streets of London, finally arriving at number 12, Grimmauld Place. The moment Harry pushed open the door, he could scarcely believe his eyes. The once dreary and dilapidated old mansion had undergone a remarkable transformation. The mold-stained walls were impeccably cleaned, the heavy curtains replaced with sumptuous new fabric of deep green, and the floor polished to a brilliant shine. Of course, many of the ancient adornments remained intact, such as the tapestry of the Black family lineage that hung on the wall. All the decorations of the Black family had been meticulously arranged within a large transparent cabinet. As Harry entered the dining room, he assumed that the new additions Sirius had mentioned were merely the recent renovations, until he caught sight of something at the table's edge. Seated beside the table was a figure, pallid and rigid, its skin marred by ashen gray patterns. It was a corpse, clad in a pristine robe, which lent it an eerie yet somewhat noble air. However, its visage sent a familiar chill coursing through Harry, for it bore an unsettling resemblance to Sirius. He recognized it as Regulus Black, Sirius's brother. Despite being ravaged by dark magic, Regulus's pronounced nose remained exquisite, and his sunken eyes, though hollow, retained their distinct contours. Harry's voice trembled as he instinctively took a step back. What was happening? It had taken me months alongside Creature to uncover his whereabouts. A familiar voice resonated from the staircase. Sirius Black leaned against the railing, garbed in a dark robe, appearing significantly more gaunt than Harry remembered, with complex emotions swirling in his black eyes. "Welcome back, Harry." "Sirius," Harry exclaimed, dropping his luggage and rushing over. "Where have you been these past months?" "Lupin said you. Lupin is near mad with worry over you." "I know. After acquiring the fake locket, he hardly spoke to me for days." Sirius descended the stairs and patted Harry's shoulder. "Is this thing still alive?" Harry struggled to reconcile the presence of the corpse at the table, gesturing towards Regulus. The corpse was devoid of life, soul, and thought. Lupin emerged from the side, not even casting a glance at Sirius. However, dark magic can compel them to move. Lupin took Harry's luggage and led him back to his room, and Harry suddenly noticed something amiss within the house. The portrait of Mrs. Black had not been asleep a moment ago, yet she remained silent, uttering not a single curse. The old woman's demeanor seemed to have inexplicably softened. "Do you fancy the new look of the house?" Lupin inquired, appearing to steer the conversation towards a mundane topic, clearly reluctant to discuss the origins of Regulus's corpse. Harry glanced around and nodded. "Quite nice. But where is Creature? I seem to have not seen him." Lupin's smile faltered momentarily. "Creature is resting. He has not been well lately." "Not well?" Harry sensed a peculiar tone in Lupin's voice. "What is the matter?" At that moment, a hoarse voice emanated from the doorway. "Creature has done what is required for his master." Harry turned to see the house elf Creature tottering into the room. He appeared weaker than ever, with sunken eyes and skin as shriveled as dried bark, barely able to stand. "Creature," Harry murmured. "Are you all right?" "Creature is fine," he whispered. Though his gaze remained fixed on Sirius, the young master has brought back Master Regulus. Creature is pleased. Creature has dressed the young master in new clothes. "He has taken Voldemort's poison 3 times, Lupin interjected bluntly. "Creature's health is in a dire state now. I fear he may not last long. He returned solely through the strength of a house elf's magic." Harry's heart raced. "Are you referring to Voldemort?" "After bringing Regulus home, I believe my mother and Creature have come to an accord on certain matters," Sirius said coldly. "Compared to my foolish brother, there is indeed another culprit. We may have uncovered some clues regarding Voldemort," Lupin remarked, "but Creature's current state is unlikely to endure for much longer. We may need to resort to the potion I have concocted." Chapter 108. Regulus, Zombie Version. Harry found himself quickly acclimating to the presence of Regulus, the zombie version. Creature dutifully dressed Regulus in a splendid new outfit each day, as though he regarded him as a life-size doll, a creature manipulated solely by dark magic. Incapable of independent action once under human control, most of the time, Regulus, the zombie version, sat quietly at the dining table, only revealing signs of fear and withdrawal when confronted with candlelight or bright illumination. Since Harry's return, the Cold War between Lupin and Sirius had persisted. Sirius had been insistent on venturing into that perilous cave, while Lupin deemed it a futile escapade, believing, based on Creature's words, that the treasures within the cave were mere fakes, and that Sirius could very well meet his demise as a result. Lupin did not prevent Sirius from repeatedly cutting his skin to enter the cave, nor did he stop Creature from foolishly consuming a large basin of poison to bring back the counterfeit locket. Had we not entered the cave, we would not have discovered the note, nor would we have learned that Voldemort had created Horcruxes, albeit we still did not understand what a Horcrux was. Sirius grasped Lupin's arm, seemingly imploring him to reason with him. He produced the note contained within the locket, wishing to convey to Lupin that everything held significance. Harry took the note and read its contents softly. "Dark Lord, by the time you see this note, I shall have long departed from this world. However, I must make it clear that I have uncovered your unspeakable secret. The true Horcrux has been successfully stolen from you, and I shall soon obliterate it entirely. I fear not death. I only hope you encounter an adversary capable of utterly defeating you. R.A.B." This was evidently the note left by Regulus after he had executed the switch. Horcrux. Harry echoed the term. "I do not believe I have ever learned of such a thing. It certainly isn't something one would find in textbooks." Lupin brushed aside Sirius's arm. "I suspect it is a form of exceedingly malevolent dark magic. We shall find the answers." Sirius carefully tucked the note away, while the fake locket had already been donned around Creature's neck. Lupin administered the potion he had prepared for Creature, as the dosage for animals far exceeded that for plants. The potion exhibited similar effects on Creature, accompanied by comparable side effects. Creature's withered skin gradually became taut, and his hunched back straightened slightly. Yet, at the same time, Creature grew more fragile, with even ordinary furniture capable of lacerating his skin, causing prolonged bleeding. This potion is still far from perfect. Lupin futilely cast spells to heal Creature's wounds. The resilience and self-healing capabilities of Creature's body had been severely diminished by the potion. To live another day is a blessing. Feeling a resurgence of vitality, a fleeting spark of long-lost light flickered in Creature's eyes. I have yet to witness the demise of the young Master's enemies. In the past, aged house elves would have their heads severed by the Black family to serve as trophies. Creature considered this the highest honor, a testament to a house elf's unwavering loyalty throughout their life. Yet now, all he desires is to continue living. Creature even felt a sense of gratitude for the pain that arose from his frailty, a proof that he was still alive and struggling. Dumbledore has invited me to teach at Hogwarts next semester, Lupin mentioned casually. Oh, Harry looked at Lupin, astonished. Really? I have accepted his offer. The defense against the dark arts professor, Lupin smiled at Harry. Sirius, not far away, cast a visibly incredulous glance at the two. I can accompany you to school, Lupin said. Who agreed to that? Sirius, clearly unaware of Lupin's mention of this matter, hurried over and exclaimed, Who agreed to that? What about me? You can go wherever you please, no one will stop you. This was the first thing Lupin had said to Sirius in days. You want to leave me here alone? Sirius raised his voice. Now that you all are gathered together, Lupin replied, raising his eyes to look at Sirius. You have the inclination to dash off to any place to dredge up corpses or whatever. I no longer care. I am done. How can you be like this? Sirius questioned. You can do whatever you wish. Lupin answered calmly. And I came here for Harry. Sirius appeared momentarily speechless, unsure of how to counter. If I go to Hogwarts, I can peruse the restricted section for information. I might even consult Snape about potion matters, if he no longer harbors such hatred towards us. Lupin continued in one breath. Finding Dumbledore would also be convenient, and I could tutor Harry in the essential magic he requires. Lupin then shot a glare at Sirius, stating that he found no purpose in remaining here. I will stay with Harry until school begins. With that, Lupin turned and returned to the room, slamming the door shut behind him. Harry stood in a state of mixed emotions, unsure of how to initiate a conversation with Sirius. He sensed that Remus, after spending considerable time with Sirius, seemed to be adopting traits reminiscent of the Black family. At that moment, Walburga, who had been silently observing, finally spoke up. Harry had never before heard the portrait speak in a civil manner. Now, devoid of her usual shrieks and curses, he noticed her accent was quite distinctive. You are incapable of doing anything right. Even your romantic endeavors are a complete mess. Walburga cast a glance in the direction Remus had departed, launching her verbal assault on Sirius. In response, Sirius rolled his eyes at the air and retorted, It is not your place to dictate whom I choose to date. Walburga, perched with her legs crossed in the portrait, replied, I am not criticizing your love interest. He seems quite amiable. I am speaking of you. What about me? Sirius shot a look at Walburga's portrait, noting that the frame was a recent acquisition. At least you have someone interested in you, despite your atrocious temperament, Walburga responded. Sirius swiftly raised his wand towards the portrait. Walburga raised an eyebrow. Covering my portrait will not alter the fact that you remain unattached. I overheard him planning to leave. Aren't you afraid I might accidentally set your portrait ablaze? Sirius threatened through gritted teeth. At least you can still gaze upon your beloved youngest son. I've been trying for so long. Had you heeded my counsel sooner, perhaps we could have all lived harmoniously together. Walburga's expression darkened. I have more pressing matters at hand. I am not here to bicker with you. I know you are heartbroken. Sirius lowered his wand. Walburga fell silent. Your enemy, Pettigrew? He sounds rather unremarkable. I can hardly recall where I have portraits left. If he belonged to a pure-blood family, I might have been able to assist you. Chapter 109. Excellent education, not enough vegetables. It's all meat. Walburga exclaimed, scrutinizing the dining table. We lack adequate potions to ensure a child grows up with proper height, teeth, skin, and intellect. This is unacceptable. Ever since the relationship between Sirius and Walburga had softened, her chatter had become incessant, bordering on annoying. Sirius, Remus, do you two even know how to raise a child? Walburga's voice was sharp as she surveyed Harry's meager lunch, consisting of a paltry serving of scrambled eggs and sausage, devoid of any nutritional balance. Sirius set down his coffee cup and replied lazily, "Harry is bright and lively. He doesn't require your concern regarding his plate. You and your brother were taller than him at his age," Walburga pointed out bluntly. "This is a critical period for a child's development. There can be no room for negligence." Remus, listening to their exchange, nodded as he headed to the kitchen, addressing Walburga. "You are right. We have been remiss. I shall ask Creature to revise the menu. Since when did you become a childcare expert?" Sirius teased his mother's portrait. "I ensured your bones grew strong. Do you not think your height is a result of my careful nurturing?" Walburga's voice rose sharply. "You have yet to learn obedience in your lifetime. And do not pass this flaw on to Harry." Yes, Sirius replied dismissively. "I am a terrible son. A drop of growth potion daily is sufficient. Starting at 13 is already rather late." Walburga continued her tirade. "Only through elegant and refined education can one raise an elegant and refined child." Yes, Sirius said. Wolfing down the last piece of beef, addressing the portrait, "I'll activate my potion cauldron immediately. Harry is truly unfortunate to fall under your care." Walburga continued to point and criticize. The night before the third-year school term commenced, Remus awoke in the middle of the night, struggling to breathe. He felt as though his ribs were being tightly constricted. As he drowsily opened his eyes, he realized Sirius's nose was pressed against his cheek, warm breath wafting over his neck. "Let go," Remus murmured, feeling uncomfortable as he gently patted the intruding Sirius. Throughout the summer, Remus had largely ignored Sirius, speaking only when it was necessary concerning Harry. It was not that he completely wished to avoid Sirius. Rather, he found himself at a loss on how to genuinely discipline Sirius for his impulsive behavior. "Are you still angry?" Sirius asked, his voice sticky with emotion. "No." Remus felt a soft, upward touch near his neck. "Still ignoring me? We're about to leave. We never let arguments linger overnight." Sirius extended his tongue and pulled the reluctant Remus back into his embrace. "Right, not overnight. You think so little of me. Under the cloak of night." Sirius observed the resigned expression on Remus's face. He chuckled softly, leaning down. "I never said you looked unaccomplished. Move aside. Do you want me to start the school year with a suspicious mark on my neck in front of the students?" Remus pushed away the fidgeting Sirius. "Then let us find a place where the students want TC." Sirius licked his lips, lifting the hem of Remus's shirt. "You will undoubtedly be a wonderful teacher. It's a pity I cannot sit in the audience to hear your lectures. Who wants to teach you?" Remus dodged Sirius's restless fingers. "People like you should be confined from the beginning of the term to the end. You won't be bullied by misbehaving students, will you? I'm so worried." "Who are you scaring with that?" Sirius said half jokingly, half seriously. "Do you think everyone is like you?" Remus felt both embarrassed and irritated, wanting to cover his face. But his arms were already pinned down. "The only one who sees you in such a pitiable state is me," Sirius said, narrowing his eyes to admire Remus's nearly uncontrollable expression. "You must contact me daily using the two-way mirror." "Understood. Pamper me a little more," Sirius said, stroking Remus's soft hair. Repeating, "Just a bit more." Chapter 110. He is a wolf. Harry, carrying Hedwig's cage, followed closely behind Lupin as they navigated through the bustling crowd of the station. Lupin assisted Harry with his suitcase, the weariness in his eyes unmistakable. He had scarcely closed them the previous night. After boarding the Hogwarts Express, Harry retrieved a small, double-sided mirror from his pocket and handed it to Lupin. "If you wish to contact Sirius, you can use this. I can always come to your office to see you, considering you are the defense against the dark arts professor this year." Lupin accepted the mirror, glanced down at it, and smiled gently. "Thank you, Harry. It's quite all right for you to keep it." Harry shrugged and smiled broadly. "Wolberg said you two are in a romantic relationship. This makes things a bit easier." Lupin stared in astonishment, a hint of a suspicious blush crossing his face, as he pondered when Wolberg had betrayed their secret. "I am truly delighted about the two of you," Harry remarked with a cheerful grin at the bewildered Lupin. "I hope you reconcile soon." Harry evidently believed that Lupin and Sirius were still at odds. "Very well." Lupin pressed his lips together, accepting the two-way mirror. "This semester, I can tutor you in practical magic in my office. Once you leave school, you won't be able to use your wand. Hogwarts presents a splendid opportunity." Harry rubbed his hands together in anticipation. He had scarcely learned anything of value in the previous 2 semesters of defense against the dark arts. The Hogwarts train began its journey, and Lupin leaned against the window frame, his head gently resting on the glass. Before long, he succumbed to slumber. his brown hair cascading over his forehead, sleeping as peacefully as a babe. Harry discovered that something had slipped from the open pocket of Lupin's coat. It was the Slytherin locket. He recalled Lupin mentioning that he intended to show this object to Dumbledore. Both Sirius and Lupin had been acutely aware of the detrimental effects the locket had on those who approached it, which is why they had never permitted Harry to touch it. As Harry sought to assist Lupin in returning the locket box to his pocket, the moment he grasped it, the frigid metallic sensation coursed through his fingertips, evoking an extraordinary sense of familiarity within him, as if this object harbored some clandestine connection to his very being. Harry hesitated for a moment, seizing the opportunity to scrutinize the pendant box intently. It was entirely silver, adorned with intricate serpentine patterns, and bore the letters, which emitted a faint, ethereal glow under the dim light of the carriage. Harry was intently examining the pendant box when the sliding door of the compartment was abruptly flung open, and a throng of Slytherin students poured in. "Oh, Harry, it's you!" Pansy Parkinson exclaimed shrilly, pointing a finger at the pendant box in Harry's hands, her eyes widening in astonishment. "What treasure are you toying with?" Harry hesitated, contemplating whether to respond, when Pansy, with keen eyes, identified the emblem of Slytherin. "Wait, is that a Slytherin artifact? Just look at the serpentine insignia on it." "Merlin." Bruce leaned in for a closer inspection. "You can't possibly be the heir of Slytherin, can you? We certainly haven't forgotten about the chamber from last semester. So exquisite." Pansy gasped in astonishment. Harry furrowed his brow, his grip on the pendant box tightening. He could not disclose the origins of this box, as it was intricately linked to both Sirius and the secrets of Voldemort. As Harry was about to retort, a familiar voice interjected. "Enough with the wild speculations." Draco pushed through the crowd, making his way to the center of the compartment. His pale golden hair glimmered under the light, and his gray eyes first settled on the slumbering Lupin, pausing momentarily before shifting to Harry. Draco's gaze fixated on the pendant box in Harry's hand, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his features. "Malfoy, what brings you here to stir up trouble?" Harry replied tersely, slipping the pendant box back into his pocket, his tone laced with a hint of caution. Draco let out a soft huff, his hands buried in the pockets of his robes, feigning indifference. "I was merely passing by. Yet here you are, Potter, attracting an entire crowd to gawk at you." Draco's voice was frosty, though his eyes lingered on Harry's face for an extra moment. "Who is he?" Blaise gestured discreetly towards Lupin. "He doesn't seem to be a student." Harry replied, "Our new defense against the dark arts professor is rather impressive. He appears much more competent than Lockhart," Blaise sincerely remarked. Draco's gaze flickered momentarily, his eyes sweeping over Lupin's peacefully slumbering face. A year prior during the summer, Draco had encountered Lupin in Diagon Alley, where he stood beside Harry, exuding a modest smile that belied any notion of danger. A thought surfaced in Draco's mind, recalling what Dobby had once mentioned about a werewolf residing at Potter's home. Yet now, observing Lupin's unguarded repose, a sense of doubt crept into Draco's heart. A werewolf? Surely not. A werewolf as a teacher? That seemed even more absurd. Draco stifled his excessive expressions, deep in contemplation. "Malfoy, what are you doing standing there?" Several Slytherin students had shifted their attention from the pendant box to other matters, evidently planning to find a compartment. Pansy urged, hands on her hips, "Come on. We do not intend to share a compartment with the professor. Let us go." Draco cast a cold glance at the compartment before turning away, leading a group of Slytherins down the corridor, leaving Pansy's disgruntled murmurs behind. The compartment fell into silence for a moment until the sliding door was pushed open once more. This time, it was Percy, his prefect badge pinned proudly on his chest, his meticulously groomed red hair in stark contrast to the heavy weariness etched across his face. More burdensome than after the Chamber of Secrets incident. Upon entering, he glanced at Harry and then at the sleeping Lupin, letting out a long sigh before collapsing into the seat opposite, his shoulders slumped as if bearing the weight of a mountain. "You look as though you've just emerged from the Chamber of Secrets," Harry could not help but tease. "I heard you've been elected as the Boys' Student Council president. Aren't you pleased?" Percy managed a wry smile, rubbing his temples, leaving a reddened mark on his forehead. "It's worse than that. I interned at the ministry over the summer, courtesy of Umbridge, and it was unpaid. The people under her are an absolute nightmare. They superficially assign you tasks while having no intention of allowing you to learn anything. They fear being replaced by youth, preferring to treat you as a mere errand runner rather than imparting any valuable knowledge. My days consisted of serving tea, organizing documents, and taking the blame for their shoddy work, all while enduring their incessant inquiries and idle gossip. Harry responded with sympathy. It sounds quite different from the professors at Hogwarts. Indeed, it is entirely dissimilar. Percy's voice sank, tinged with a rare sense of disappointment. At school, the teachers genuinely wish for your improvement. Even someone as temperamental as Snape would only push you to excel in potion making. His notes were far superior to the textbooks. However, in the professional realm, the relationship between middle-aged individuals and the youth is one of rivalry. They would prefer you remain stagnant, never advancing or excelling. On one occasion, I inadvertently overheard them conversing, remarking that it is not advantageous for the youth to be too intelligent. Sooner or later, they must be suppressed. Such malice had never crossed my mind before. Harry was utterly oblivious to the work environment, merely listening with a sense of bewilderment as Percy voiced his grievances. Nevertheless, I aspire to secure a genuine position at the Ministry of Magic, Percy asserted with unwavering conviction. Even though I am aware that this job is far from the flawless ideal I once envisioned. You can do it, Harry promptly responded. Of course, you are capable. A moment of silence enveloped the compartment as the scenery outside transitioned from urban landscapes to rolling fields, with the distant silhouette of mountains gradually emerging. Percy, preoccupied with fiddling with the buttons on his robe, suddenly lifted his gaze and murmured, having conversed extensively with Tom Riddle in the diary. I must admit that some of his assertions bear a semblance of truth. Upon hearing the name Voldemort, Harry's interest was piqued. Percy remained unaware that Tom Riddle was indeed Voldemort. Percy cast a complex look at Harry and continued, I recognize that Tom is a charlatan. However, we discussed myriad other topics, his preferences and aversions, what he cherishes and what he scorns. After a brief pause, Percy spoke again, his voice barely audible over the clamor of the train. Some of Tom's notions are quite dark, yet they are not necessarily erroneous. For instance, he posited that power is perpetually held by a select few, and those individuals are unlikely to relinquish it easily. I once thought he was merely trying to seduce me with his rhetoric, but reflecting on the people within the ministry, there appears to be a striking resemblance to what he described. They wear smiles on their faces, yet secretly harbor thoughts solely focused on preserving their own positions. Forgive me. Percy snapped back to reality, realizing that Harry, due to his age, could hardly grasp these complexities. I should not have rambled on for so long. In any case, diligent effort at school will undoubtedly yield positive results, but in the professional realm, the outcome is far less certain. I must prepare myself for that reality. Harry's gaze fell upon the fleeting scenery outside the window, and though he could only partially comprehend the murmurs around him, he offered Percy an encouraging smile. I must go on my rounds now, Percy stated, adjusting his robes. He waved goodbye to Harry as he exited the compartment. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. This is my final term at the school. In his slumber, Lupin stirred slightly, mumbling something unintelligible. Harry leaned closer and discerned that he was speaking of Sirius, his tone laced with a mixture of exasperation and fondness. Chapter 111. In the name of the sword in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Dumbledore had just introduced the new defense against the dark arts professor. Lupin was being warmly welcomed by the other teachers across the long table, the atmosphere vibrant, as if greeting an old friend long missed. Professor McGonagall wore a rare smile. Her gaze softened behind her glasses. Welcome back, she said. Professor Flitwick nodded in agreement, evidently recalling the obedient student Lupin from their quartet. Indeed. I still have one of your essays, the one on defensive spells. Your insights on spell modifications were remarkable. Even Professor Sprout chimed in cheerfully. The children will adore you. I wager. Lupin, seated at one end of the long table, wore a gentle smile as he replied softly. Thank you, esteemed professors. I am also delighted to be back. It is my honor. However, there was an exception. Snape, seated directly to Lupin's right, bore an expression as dark as storm clouds before a tempest, casting occasional glances at Lupin brimming with undisguised disdain. Recognizing the animosity, Lupin turned towards Snape and offered a radiant smile. Severus, it has been quite some time, he said softly. Lupin had a penchant for addressing everyone by their titles, and the way he pronounced Severus imbued a sense of mysterious familiarity that rendered Snape unable to publicly express his ire. Snape had repeatedly petitioned Dumbledore for a position change, aspiring to teach defense against the dark arts, but his requests had been consistently denied. Their adversarial history from their school days left both Snape and Lupin aware of their mutual interest in the dark arts. With a disdainful huff, Snape turned away, fixating on the plate before him as he muttered under his breath, I would rather not have seen you." From a distance, Harry observed the scene, unable to suppress a smile as he looked down at his plate. When Dumbledore invited Lupin, he mentioned that Snape would provide an unlimited supply of Wolf's Bane potion. Although Lupin had already procured ample quantities, he graciously accepted the offer. In truth, Lupin harbored regrets about his school days, and he genuinely desired to engage in further dialogue with Snape. Lupin and Harry agreed to seek out Dumbledore after the start of term feast. Following dinner, Harry accompanied Lupin to the headmaster's office. The statue door slowly closed behind them, and a faint scent of lemon drops wafted through the room. Dumbledore sat in a high-backed chair, his desk cluttered with layers of parchment and an open, thick book. The flames in the fireplace danced, casting a soft glow on his silver beard. "Remus, Harry, please take a seat." Dumbledore lifted his gaze, his cerulean eyes peering through half-moon spectacles, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I presume you have brought something intriguing?" Lupin retrieved a silver locket from his robe, its surface prominently adorned with the serpent emblem of Slytherin, glimmering subtly. He placed it on the table and said, "We found this at number 12, Grimmauld Place," along with a note. He paused, opened the locket, and handed the crumpled note to Dumbledore. Lupin omitted the details of Sirius and Creature's reckless escapades and their perilous search for corpses in the cave. Dumbledore accepted the note and read aloud, "To the Dark Lord. I know that by the time you read this, I will be dead. Regulus Black." He lifted his gaze, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "A Horcrux? I had assumed the Black brothers were irreconcilable foes. It is astonishing that Regulus took such a step." He folded the note, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Lupin glanced at him before turning to Dumbledore. "Professor, are you familiar with Horcruxes?" Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, his fingers gently tapping the surface of the desk. "I have a basic understanding." He began cautiously. A Horcrux is a dark magic that involves splitting one's soul and concealing it within an object. To create one must commit murder to rip apart the soul, then seal the fragment within a chosen vessel. It is exceedingly malevolent and perilous. "And this locket?" Harry pointed at the object on the table, a hint of unease in his voice. "Indeed, Harry," Dumbledore nodded, his gaze fixed on the locket. "It is highly probable that it is a Horcrux. Tom Riddle, also known as Voldemort, evidently believes it holds significant sentimental value, akin to last semester's diary. Regulus must have recognized its importance, which is why he chose to take it. Is the diary also a Horcrux?" Harry's eyes widened as he recalled the unassuming black diary from the previous year. Dumbledore offered a slight smile, though his tone grew grave. "Severus and I later confirmed that the diary contained powerful dark magic capable of controlling those who came into contact with it, even attempting to resurrect a fragment of Tom's soul. Destroying it was no simple task. We employed an unforgivable curse. Severus and I had not fully ascertained the diary's specific function, but now Regulus's note corroborates that. A Horcrux is an exceedingly wicked form of dark magic. Perhaps this is why Voldemort increasingly resembles a monster. His soul is shattered." Lupin furrowed his brow, speaking softly. "So, Voldemort may have created more than one Horcrux?" "Alas, it is likely," Dumbledore sighed, continuing, "Voldemort is an arrogant individual. He would not be satisfied with merely splitting his soul into two parts. He likely created several more as assurances of his immortality. To defeat him, we must locate all the Horcruxes. But how will we determine what they are?" Harry could not contain his inquiry. Dumbledore replied, "To uncover that, we may need to confront Voldemort himself, but that poses great danger. His dark magic can easily dominate those who approach him, even warp their wills." "Percy." Harry recalled Percy mentioning that he had spoken with Tom Riddle extensively. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to the locket. "However, we must address this Horcrux immediately. How do we dispose of it?" Lupin inquired, frowning. Dumbledore paused for a moment, retrieving the sorting hat, which he had just used for the new students. He placed the hat on the table and said to Lupin, "Remus, as a Gryffindor, you can summon the Sword of Gryffindor." "The sword?" Harry exclaimed, looking at Lupin in astonishment. "You mean Godric Gryffindor's sword?" "Indeed," Dumbledore confirmed. "That sword is a masterpiece forged by goblins, capable of absorbing the power of the objects it touches. Severus borrowed it when he collected basilisk venom in the Chamber of Secrets. It remains in his office. I believe it has absorbed the basilisk's power and can destroy the locket. Remus, would you be willing to give it a try? I have not attempted it yet." Lupin took a deep breath and accepted the sorting hat. "Voldemort's werewolf minion, Greyback, altered your life without your consent. Voldemort himself murdered your closest friend. I believe no one is more qualified to destroy a part of Voldemort than you, Dumbledore said softly. I think you would prefer not to use the unforgivable curse. If you require it, the sword will appear. It stands beside those who embody justice and courage. Lupin donned the sorting hat. Soon, the hat trembled slightly, its brim opening, and a gleaming silver sword slid forth, its hilt adorned with rubies, radiating a warm glow. Lupin grasped the sword and approached the locket, hesitating for a moment before looking at Dumbledore. Do I simply stab it? Yes, Dumbledore nodded. Be cautious, it may resist. Lupin nodded, gripping the hilt tightly, raising it high. Just as the tip of the sword was about to touch the locket, the box emitted a piercing shriek, and a black mist surged forth, coalescing into a vague figure. The figure roared, "You cannot destroy me. Despicable, wretched creature, you will never live as a normal wizard. You do not deserve to exist." It was Voldemort's voice, Harry thought, involuntarily stepping forward. Ignore it, Remus, quickly, Dumbledore commanded. Gritting his teeth, Lupin plunged the sword down fiercely. The moment the blade pierced the locket, the black mist erupted violently, a chilling scream resonating throughout the room. The locket shattered into two pieces, its glow swiftly dimming until only a mass of twisted shards remained. Silence enveloped the room. Lupin lowered the sword and turned to Dumbledore. It is done. Dumbledore approached, examining the fragments, nodding in approval. Excellent. Another Horcrux has been destroyed. He looked at Lupin, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Remus. Voldemort is exceedingly proud. He would not casually place his soul within just any vessel, Dumbledore added. It must be something he deems deeply significant or precious, worthy of his own essence. We must act swiftly. Lupin nodded. Voldemort is surely devising a way to regain his strength, since he will not truly die. Dumbledore smiled slightly. I intend to investigate the life of Tom Riddle, his childhood, his years at Hogwarts. Perhaps there will be some clues. As they exited the headmaster's office, the night had grown deep. Harry recalled Snape's disdainful expression and turned to Lupin, asking, "Why does Snape dislike you so much?" After a brief silence, Lupin replied softly, "Some incidents occurred during our school years. He believes I am untrustworthy. I truly did not perform well, and I wish I could amend some of my youthful mistakes. He had always scrutinized me, as if I owed him something," Harry murmured. "Perhaps it is because you resemble your father too closely," Lupin responded with a smile. James always had a knack for driving Severus to madness. Chapter 112. The four founders. Marcus scrutinized Draco as though he were some burgeoning crop. Draco, being of a lean physique, faced a lengthy journey towards muscular development. Fortunately, by the third year, his height had visibly increased. After practice one day, Marcus stood before Draco, gesturing towards the top of his head, seemingly measuring how much Draco had grown. He paid little heed to Harry's height or build, as long as the seeker was agile. Persevere, Marcus advised Draco, rolling up his sleeves and tapping his fist against his arm, his muscles appearing as hard as stone. This year marks the final one for myself and a few teammates at Hogwarts, Marcus Flint declared before the Quidditch practice concluded. But I shall not relax my training and management of the team. We must endure until the very last moment to avoid regrets. Next week will be our first match of the semester against Ravenclaw. Everyone should prepare diligently. After Lupin arrived at Hogwarts, Harry found that his free time had significantly increased this semester, as Lupin could now personally access the restricted section of the library, relieving Harry from spending all his time there. Harry also acquired a Hogsmeade pass confirmed by Sirius, greatly enriching his weekend life. Percy was dedicating himself wholeheartedly to preparing for the NEWT, laying a solid foundation for his future employment. Before he became too engrossed in his studies, Harry invited him to a restaurant in Hogsmeade to discuss more details regarding the diary. Tom Riddle has a keen interest in the four founders. Although he considers Slytherin to be the most noble house, Percy remarked, I believe he harbors a special affection for Hogwarts. After all, he regarded it as his first home. Detesting the orphanage, Percy recalled the diary's narrative. Someone who views the school as a home must possess a unique sentiment towards its founders, even if such feelings may be quite extreme. The four founders? Harry's knowledge of them was limited to the songs sung by the Sorting Hat at the beginning of each school year. Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw. Tom was quite intrigued by the legends surrounding these ancient wizards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been aware of the Chamber of Secrets. Ordinary students do not delve into such matters, Percy shrugged. What else did he enjoy? Harry noted this and continued to inquire. He craved power, sought recognition. Tom Riddle remembered every compliment from his teachers, considering himself exceptional. Oh, and he had a penchant for collecting. He was fascinated by exquisite items. He could recount details about the collections at Borgin and Burke's. I believe he epitomizes a standard Slytherin, much like the Malfoy family, who surely relishes gathering rare and beautiful possessions. My father always suspected they had places to hide those forbidden items. Many Slytherins, Percy analogized, resembled certain birds, collecting shiny objects from various locations to adorn their nests, even if such actions were perilous or illegal. Harry nodded. For Percy's words had resonated with the pendant box of Slytherin. The box was exquisitely crafted and exceedingly rare in the haughty eyes of Voldemort. Such treasures were undoubtedly worthy of his own soul. Harry pondered where he might uncover further information regarding the four founders. The Marauder's map indicated numerous mysterious chambers and corridors within Hogwarts, and since the founders were the architects of the school, it was plausible that secrets pertaining to them lay hidden in certain corners of the institution. Some of the rumors circulating among wizards were quite intriguing. Percy remarked that renowned wizards had biographies, which could serve as delightful reading when leisure permitted. The Chocolate Frogs contained only abbreviated versions, while substantial tomes were necessary to adequately chronicle their remarkable lives. Chapter 113. The fluttering of butterflies. Quidditch is a sport renowned for its spectacle, partly due to the players themselves, who are often strikingly attractive, with each house team boasting its fair share of handsome athletes. It was yet another rainy day for practice, and the inclement weather rendered many players' performances erratic, as the rain-soaked broomsticks compromised their grip. Draco missed several swings with his bat today, and on one occasion, he was even tripped by the tail of another player's broom, tumbling into the grass and splattering himself with mud. The rain was intensifying. If anyone gets injured, head straight to the hospital wing. Marcus called out to Draco amidst the downpour. Draco struggled to rise, his light blonde hair now speckled with mud, and his Quidditch uniform clung to him, drenched. He frowned and shook his hands in an attempt to brush off the grime from his robes, but only succeeded in embedding the muck deeper into the fabric. "I'm fine," Draco replied as he grasped his broom, preparing to soar back into the sky. "You've already practiced enough today. Moreover, the weather is atrocious. Chasers should practice a few rounds with the keeper. Draco, you may as well change your clothes," Marcus shouted from the ground. Hearing Marcus's response, Draco acquiesced and made his way directly to the changing room. Harry was futilely squinting in the rain, as the visibility was exceedingly poor. Marcus refrained from unleashing the golden snitch today, fearing it would be impossible to retrieve. "Pay attention to your swing," he bellowed at the goalkeeper, nearly colliding with Harry. "Apologies," Harry quickly sidestepped. "Harry, you should also take your leave. The match should be suspended in such weather." Marcus insisted that Harry withdraw as well. "All right." Harry felt the torrential rain pelting down upon him, and despite the protection of the waterproof charm on his glasses, he still struggled to discern the situation on the field. As Harry descended to the ground and pushed open the door to the changing room, his steps faltered at the threshold. Draco stood to one side, shedding his mud-stained robe. Harry intended to stride directly towards his locker, yet his gaze caught and held. Draco, with his back to Harry, had carelessly tossed his robe onto a nearby wooden bench, revealing the training attire underneath. The garment, drenched in sweat and muck, clung to his slender yet well-defined physique, accentuating every contour. Harry's breath involuntarily slowed as he found himself observing Draco from a proximity he hadn't experienced in quite some time since the dormitory had been rearranged. He was aware that Marcus had been intently watching Draco as he engaged in physical training, and at that moment, it was evident that Draco's efforts were beginning to bear fruit. Unbeknownst to Harry, Draco commenced unfastening the buttons of his training attire, revealing his chest, before casually shedding the mud-stained garment. Draco's skin was astonishingly pale, reminiscent of untouched snow in the heart of winter. The fair complexion shimmered softly under the lights. Typically, team members only changed their outerwear in the locker room, leaving Harry uncertain if he should retreat back into the pouring rain. Caught between the choice of braving the downpour or confronting a quarrel, Harry opted to silently approach his locker. The team uniform clung to him, leaving him feeling both heavy and cold. Harry cast another glance at Draco's silhouette. Draco's shoulders, though not broad, were perfectly toned, with his shoulder blades gently protruding, resembling delicate wings. The strikingly fair skin accentuated the contours of his shoulder blades, and his back possessed a fluidity and elegance that evoked the image of butterfly wings, pale yet imbued with a subtle texture, as if a mere touch would leave an indelible mark. Draco's youthful waist was so slender that one could almost encircle it with a single hand, while beads of sweat or rain cascaded down the nape of his neck, tracing a luminous path across his skin. This glistening trail meandered along the gentle curve of his spine, reminiscent of a winding stream flowing through pristine snow. Harry opened his cupboard. The creaking sound finally caught Draco's attention. "Potter, what are you doing there?" Draco's voice suddenly rang out, startling him, with a hint of barely perceptible tremor. He had already removed the upper half of his clothing and was holding a clean shirt, turning just in time to meet Harry's gaze. On his nearly translucent white face was a streak of mud, and his light golden hair clung damply to his forehead. Upon realizing it was Harry, a flicker of panic crossed Draco's eyes, swiftly masked by a facade of indifference. "My cupboard is right here," Harry replied. "The rain is too heavy, and Marcus told me to leave." Draco narrowed his eyes. "Then why are you staring at me, Potter?" His tone was urgent, yet his fingers unconsciously tightened around the shirt. "Shall I talk to the cupboard while I look at you?" Harry hurriedly averted his gaze, flustered as he reached for his broom, accidentally kicking a nearby wooden stool, which emitted a dull thud. "I wasn't staring at you," Harry retorted, as if recalling something, his voice rising to an almost uncontrollable pitch. "I just wanted to see how you fell." He bowed his head, pretending to organize his broom, attempting to suppress the heat rising to his cheeks. Draco's heart raced. He could feel Harry's gaze had seared through him, igniting a warmth throughout his body. He loathed this sense of loss of control, yet found himself yearning to utter a few more words. "Oh, concerned for me?" Draco raised an eyebrow, striving to maintain a semblance of normalcy in his voice. "I'm not so injured that I require your inspection." He paused, feigning indifference as he turned away to continue changing, though his movements were significantly slower than usual. His fingers brushed against his arm, the skin still damp from the rain. "You still have mud on your face," Harry suddenly remarked, his voice barely above a whisper. He was uncertain why he felt compelled to say this, yet he could not resist the urge to add another comment. Draco froze for a moment, turning back, his fingers instinctively reaching for his cheek, where his fingertips encountered a smudge of dirt. He frowned, his tone sharpening. "So what? I don't need you to remind me, Potter." Harry pressed his lips together, falling silent. The sound of rain echoed in the air, and the wind occasionally whipped up a swirl of mist that seeped through the cracks of the changing room's window. The atmosphere felt heavy and clammy, as though one could wring water from it, each breath laden with a damp sense of oppression. The distant clamor of the pitch was drowned out by the rain, leaving only the muffled stillness of the changing room and the occasional drip from the eaves. The chatter of Marcus and the other players gradually drew nearer, signaling that the remaining teammates had concluded their training. Draco, having changed, seized his soiled team uniform and dashed out of the changing room. Chapter 114. Matters of secrecy. The students of Hogwarts quickly recognized that Lupin was an excellent teacher. They could discern when an instructor had prepared diligently, was responsive to inquiries, and possessed a wealth of knowledge. Besides providing practical lessons, Lupin assigned light homework, never imposing lengthy essays merely to torment his pupils. On this day, Lupin stood in the center of the classroom, facing a rickety old wardrobe from which a low thumping emanated, as if something within was restlessly stirring. Today's practical lesson centered on the boggart, a shape-shifting creature that feeds on human fear. The boggart lacks a fixed form. Lupin's voice was gentle yet clear, imbued with a reassuring strength. It has the ability to see into one's soul and transform into their most dreaded fears, thriving in dark, confined spaces. The incantation to confront it is ridiculous, with the key being to focus one's attention and turn fear into humor. "Who would like to be the first to try?" Lupin inquired. The students exchanged curious whispers below. "Draco, you shall go." Lupin casually pointed towards Draco. Draco was taken aback for a moment, then rose, shaking off his robes, and obediently stepped forward. He tightened his grip on his wand, fixating on the wardrobe as Lupin waved his wand, causing the doors to tremble and slowly creak open. A gust of cold wind swept through the room, causing the flames to flicker, and the students held their breath. The sight before Harry made his heart sink. Harry exchanged a swift glance with Lupin. Draco felt the last vestige of color drain from his face as he beheld the boggart. Emerging unsteadily from the shadows was Quirrell, the Quirrell of their first year. His face was as pale as that of a corpse, wrapped in a tattered purple turban. The boggart faced the students, and aside from Lupin and Harry, who stood at the edge, most were oblivious to the grotesque visage affixed to the back of his head. A few snickers and hushed exclamations echoed in the classroom. The majority regarded Quirrell as merely a bizarre figure who had vanished after a certain Halloween. Unaware of the true significance of the face hidden behind him, Quirrell's eyes bulged with a murky madness as he lunged at Draco, rasping, "I will kill Dobby for more unicorn blood. After Christmas, I shall depart for Albania to kneel and kiss my robes." Draco felt a tightness in his throat and a tremor in his fingers. He recalled that Halloween when Quirrell had stormed into Malfoy Manor after fleeing Hogwarts. Welcomed by his parents, Dobby cowered in a corner, clutching his injured ear, too terrified to make a sound. It was merely a boggart, conjuring a comical image of him. Lupin furrowed his brow in anxiety, hesitating whether to intervene. He clearly hadn't anticipated encountering Quirrell again. How ludicrous! Draco gritted his teeth, attempting to envision Quirrell clad in a clown costume with a red nose. Yet the tip of his wand only emitted a feeble spark, and Quirrell's figure wavered without transformation. Draco's face paled further, cold sweat trickling down his brow, his legs nearly buckling beneath him. He heard laughter behind him. "I will kill your parents too. How dare you defy the Master's will?" Quirrell screamed frantically. "Draco, step back." Lupin strode forward, wand raised, and with a flick, uttered, "How ludicrous." Quirrell's form twisted, transforming into a luminous orb that floated serenely in the air, radiating a gentle glow. The classroom fell silent for a moment before erupting into a cacophony of excitement, as everyone seemed eager to participate. "Apologies, I should have explained better," Lupin said, patting Draco's shoulder in reassurance. Draco retreated, breathing heavily, his heart racing. He stared at the floor, unwilling to meet anyone's gaze. The image of Quirrell and the face clinging to the back of his head left him with a profound sense of nausea. Lupin soon recaptured everyone's attention, elaborating on the methods to confront the boggart. He called Neville forward to give it a try. Neville's boggart successfully morphed into Professor Snape, clad in a floral dress, stumbling about with a pink parasol, prompting uproarious laughter from the students. Even Hermione couldn't stifle a giggle, while Ron enthusiastically clapped the table, exclaiming, "Neville, you're brilliant." Draco stood in bewilderment as he watched the other students take turns. The boggart transformed into spiders, snakes, and various other entities. Pansy's boggart morphed into a gigantic green caterpillar, which she shrieked at before casting a spell to transmute it into a plush toy adorned with a bow. Blaze's boggart was a flurry of chaotic exam papers, ultimately becoming a swarm of paper airplanes that scattered throughout the classroom. The lesson concluded amidst laughter and merriment, and Lupin did not call Draco to the front again. As the bell rang, students quickly dispersed, leaving Draco standing in a daze. "Hey!" A voice sounded beside him. Draco looked up sharply to find Lupin standing there, offering him a piece of chocolate. There was no hint of mockery in his eyes. Draco noted that Harry too was not called upon to demonstrate. "Eat this. It will make you feel better," Lupin said softly, as if comforting a frightened creature. Draco studied Lupin's face, feeling an odd surge of emotion. He had indeed seen the boggart transform into a full moon. "Thank you," Draco replied, accepting the chocolate. Lupin paused, then added quietly, "I have failed before. It's nothing to be ashamed of." Draco swallowed the chocolate and nodded without speaking. He wished to avoid recalling those moments, yet Lupin's gaze suggested he knew something deeper. With a smile, Lupin gathered his bag and trunk and exited the classroom. Draco then noticed another figure standing beside him. Startled, he looked up to meet Harry's gaze. In that moment, his heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. "You're in Albania?" Harry whispered, his eyes fixed on Draco. Harry's gaze was profoundly revealing. Draco discerned numerous implications within that look. For instance, Harry was aware of the peculiarities residing at the back of Quirrell's head. He had grasped the reasons behind Quirrell's drastic change in demeanor towards him around Halloween. He understood the stance of himself and his family, and he comprehended why Dobby had suddenly rushed to his side, repeatedly warning him of impending danger. Draco lowered his gaze, fixating on the chocolate wrapper in his hand, his fingertips unconsciously crumpling it into a ball. Harry seemed to be awaiting Draco's response. It had been a long time since he had last spoken those words as he departed. Draco felt a dryness in his throat, avoiding Harry's gaze. He was uncertain of Harry's current thoughts or whereabouts. In a flurry, Draco hastily gathered his books, eager to escape the moment. Suddenly, he felt Harry grasping at his sleeve. "And what about you? What do you think?" Harry's question anchored Draco in place. "Why did you allow Dobby to seek me out? Why did you not stop him?" "I don't know." Draco gazed painfully at Harry, observing the way those beautiful eyes blinked slowly and heavily. "Do you not wish to end my life?" Harry continued to press. Draco shook his head, nearly breaking free from Harry's grip on his sleeve. If only he could regard the events of Halloween as mere pranks or trivial interludes like everyone else. But alas, there are no ifs. Chapter 115. The forest. Harry hurriedly traversed the corridors of Hogwarts. Today marked the day he was to connect with Sirius. He finally arrived at the door of Lupin's office and gently rapped on it. However, before he could receive a response from within, an angry voice emanated through the crack of the door. Harry discerned that it was the voice of Snape. Harry hesitated for a moment before gently pushing the door open and peering inside. In the office, Lupin stood by the fireplace, while Snape loomed at the desk, his black robes trembling slightly with his furious gestures. His countenance was ominously dark, lips pressed into a thin line, his eyes fixed intently on Lupin. The news had spread throughout the school. That brainless fool, Longbottom. Snape's voice was laced with fury, almost forcing its way out through clenched teeth. He transformed the boggart into me, donning a ludicrous pink dress adorned with lace. Lupin, is this the kind of student you have nurtured? Lupin raised his head, a gentle smile lingering on his face, seemingly accustomed to Snape's wrath. Approaching the desk, he spoke. Severus, you must understand Neville. He is a good boy, merely lacking in confidence. His primary influence is his grandmother, a rather domineering woman, as you know. Thus, his imagination naturally gravitates towards familiar fears, transforming them into something recognizable. Is this not what you have taught him? Snape appeared infuriated. You taught him that. Neville fears you most, therefore the boggart assumes your form. Consequently, he must learn to counter the boggart in your guise. A wry smile flickered across Lupin's face. Teaching defense against the dark arts is far simpler than potions. Accidents in potions can have dire consequences. I believe it is only natural for you to be strict with them. They understand your good intentions. I cannot fathom how something so clearly articulated can still be misunderstood by some imbeciles, Snape hissed, his teeth gritted. And to produce such rubbish that fills the entire classroom. Had they a different teacher, they would have been condemned to the depths of despair long ago. Lupin nodded, offering consolation. This is not a reflection on you. Nor is everyone endowed with your exceptional intellect, Severus. Intelligent individuals are always rare, and not everyone possesses such innate talent. You need not impose your lofty standards upon your students. Do not presume that a few kind words will earn my forgiveness, Snape snorted derisively, his nostrils flaring slightly, as if to scoff at the explanation. Snape's fingers stirred within his robes, producing a small glass vial. Harry recognized the liquid within as wolfsbane potion. Snape slammed it onto the desk with such force that the parchment quivered slightly, causing a quill to tumble to the edge. Do not waste my time with your nonsense. Lupin, this is your potion for the month. Do not expect me to squander another second listening to your justifications. I have no time to coddle those ineffectual students. Lupin glanced at the vial, a faint smile gracing his lips, revealing genuine gratitude. Thank you, Severus. You know how significant this is for me. Snape rolled his eyes, arms crossed over his chest, his tone dripping with sarcasm. By the way, when is the next full moon? Perhaps I should prepare a lunar calendar for you, lest you forget to lock yourself away one night. Lupin chuckled softly, his voice calm as water, even tinged with self-deprecation. The next full moon is next week. I will take my potion on time. I will ensure the door is securely locked. Lupin paused, his tone becoming more earnest, as if genuinely seeking advice. If you do not mind, I would appreciate your insights. I could detail my experiences after taking the potion, such as the extent of dizziness and duration of muscle spasms. Perhaps there is room for improvement in the potion. After all, you are the expert in this field. Snape's brow furrowed slightly, and after a moment of silence, he replied coldly, suit yourself. At that moment, Snape's gaze inadvertently swept over Lupin's desk, landing on several open books. The covers were worn and faded, revealing titles such as Advanced Dark Magic Unveiled and Forbidden Potion Formulas. Scattered nearby were handwritten notes densely filled with text. Snape's eyes narrowed sharply, akin to a hawk spotting its prey. He strode over briskly, seizing one of the books and flipping to a page, his tone revealing unmasked suspicion and inquiry. What is this, Lupin? Are you delving into dark magic? He glanced down at the page, his expression darkening. This is no ordinary book on defense against the dark arts. The forbidden ritual of soul splitting? What on earth are you up to? Lupin replied, Severus, do not misconstrue this. It pertains to Horcruxes. You helped Dumbledore destroy one, did you not? The diary. Snape paused, momentarily taken aback. He had a modicum of understanding regarding Horcruxes. The diary was evidently linked to Voldemort. Lupin shrugged, his tone light. regarding my classroom incident as a means of atonement. How about I take you out for dinner after the next full moon? There is a Muggle restaurant I have long wished to try, and I have some questions I would like to ask you." He smiled subtly, attempting to shift the subject. "There is a rather intriguing potion discovery I wish to discuss with you." The chef, well, he is a bit different. Snape abruptly raised his head, a flicker of skepticism in his eyes. He snorted, tossing advanced dark magic unveiled back onto the desk with a dull thud as the pages flopped open. "I may not be available." Snape seized a handful of flue powder and stepped into the fireplace, preparing to return to his office. "Trust me, Severus. You will not be disappointed," Lupin called after Snape's retreating figure. Only after Snape had finally departed did Harry slip into Lupin's office. "You were late. Sirius has finally connected the two-way mirror. Did you encounter some urgent matter?" Just inviting Severus to join me at Hugo's restaurant," Lupin replied. Harry observed a flicker of menace in Sirius's eyes. "Who?" Sirius inquired, bewildered. "If we could refine that potion, Creature wouldn't have to be as frail as an infant," Lupin remarked. "Indeed, Creature has been bleeding all morning," Sirius replied. "But the question remains, when have you ever treated me to a meal? And you still extend invitations to him? When will you ever appear nonchalantly on the street?" Lupin retorted. "Does that really matter? I could use the disillusionment charm." Sirius's voice rose significantly, revealing his palpable jealousy. Harry promptly interrupted the topic. "It seems we unexpectedly discovered that Voldemort had been to Albania after Halloween of the first year. It appears Bellatrix's husband has a house there," said Sirius. "Her emotionless yet married spouse. I have a lingering feeling that I have encountered the name Albania somewhere." "Perhaps in a book," Lupin remarked. "Albania's forests are frequented by many researchers. They host a plethora of unique flora and fauna, alongside some mysterious phenomena. I believe my father also visited." Chapter 116, Significance. "Is this the new demonstration material for your dark arts defense class?" Snape settled at the table and inquired of Lupin, his gaze instantly landing on a vampire that appeared slightly different from a muggle. It seemed a touch more intriguing than a boggart. Hugo was approaching them, his appearance striking enough to leave a lasting impression, with skin shimmering faintly silver, as if solidified moonlight, exuding an otherworldly beauty. His hair, a deep wine red, curled softly like silk cascading over his shoulders, the tips slightly tousled, with a hint of defiance. "No, I am not acquainted with him merely for the sake of class. Despite him indeed being a vampire," Lupin stated, "but your suggestion is rather interesting. I suddenly thought of proposing to Dumbledore to invite him to Hogwarts to show the children what a true vampire looks like, as it is absent from our textbooks." Snape coldly remarked, "A rather extensive social circle. It is only natural for dark creatures to associate with one another." Lupin joked in response. Snape himself was perplexed as to why he had inexplicably agreed to Lupin's invitation. He indeed harbored a measure of curiosity regarding the mysterious potion Lupin mentioned. Typically, he was not fond of socializing. Even during his student years, his friends in Slytherin were primarily a few associated with Lucius. Now, he found himself seated in a seemingly exquisite restaurant, dining with one of his most detested former acquaintances, Lupin. The window was adorned with tassel curtains, through which the blurred glow of street lamps could be glimpsed. It was now nighttime, and a gentle rain fell. "Remus, it has been a while. Your friends always possess such a distinctive aura," Hugo remarked, lazily leaning against the counter after setting down a silver coffee pot. Having heard that Lupin was bringing friends, Hugo had swapped shifts with a colleague to accompany them for dinner. His gaze swept over Snape, landing on his overcoat. "That coat is quite fine. Where did you acquire it?" Snape's eyes lingered for a moment on Hugo's silver skin and his meticulously tailored attire before replying. "It has been some years. I cannot recall. I do not wear these often." As Lupin had indicated, it was a Muggle restaurant. Snape had donned a black Muggle overcoat today, its collar slightly turned up, creating a curious contrast to his typically somber demeanor. "Severus Snape," Lupin introduced with a smile, "my colleague. Severus, this is Hugo, my friend." The three gathered around a round table by the window, where the ambience was indeed delightful, with petite crystal chandeliers, deep crimson velvet drapes partitioning the tables, and vintage ornately framed mirrors adorning the walls, along with an old piano nestled in the corner, the air fragrant with the scent of toasted bread. Lupin sipped his tea and initiated the conversation. "The primary reason for our visit today is to discuss that potion capable of reversing aging." Upon hearing this, Snape straightened up. Hugo, having surpassed a century in age, possessed a unique ability to remain perpetually youthful, thanks to the infusion of umbilical cord blood. Lupin briefly described the method and process of potion creation. Snape's mouth slightly parted, revealing a hint of surprise. If true, that would indeed be a groundbreaking discovery. Snape spoke slowly after Lupin finished. The realm of potions has yet to see such a result. Indeed, it is true. Hugo languidly reclined against his chair, tapping his fingers on the table, while the other hand absently caressed the glass. Last time Lupin mentioned it, the potion was already capable of rejuvenating plants. So, has there been a new breakthrough? There are significant side effects, Lupin said with a wry smile. I attempted to use a bit on a house elf. While it did become younger, it was as fragile as an infant, on the brink of death, exceedingly susceptible to injury. Snape raised an eyebrow. You actually experimented on a house elf? That elf is on the verge of death and quite aged. We had no other options. But at least it proves the potion's direction is correct, Lupin replied. I now wish to sustain that house elf's life, he continued. But I may not be able to make further progress alone, hence my inquiry to you. Resolving the side effects? Snape quickly grasped Lupin's intent. I have considerable funds available from investors. Lupin nodded. I can provide it at any time if needed. Since his student days, Snape had a penchant for creating spells and modifying textbook formulas. Even without financial backing, this new potion discovery held a strong allure for him. He was invariably driven by the unknown challenges that lay ahead. Developing new spells or potions required not only knowledge and skill, but also an almost obsessive focus. After listening to Lupin and Hugo discuss the potion's formula and details, he began to mentally simulate each step, calculating the balance of efficacy, even foreseeing potential failures. Yet, this only served as an irresistible temptation for him. The process of transforming chaos into order, of extracting hope for success from failure, was more precious to Snape than any amount of galleons. Snape set down his teacup, casting a cold glance at Lupin, the buttons of his overcoat glimmering faintly in the candlelight. Why should I assist you? As if I don't have enough time this semester already spent brewing wolfsbane. Your wolfsbane potion has already saved my life, Lupin remarked with a smile. If you could also save this centenarian who has lost the will to live, that would be even better. What do you mean by lost the will to live? Snape frowned as Lupin pointed at Hugo, who suddenly interjected, his voice deepening. What is the point of living? Honor? Love? Career? Accumulating wealth? Raising offspring only to die and have them repeat the cycle? Snape replied, having lived for a century, you should have a clearer answer than we do. Hugo paused, then self-deprecatingly chuckled. An answer? If I knew, I wouldn't be here as a chef. Living too long makes everything seem rather dull. Each day I awaken, pondering what freshness today might bring. And then I begin shopping. At least it gives me something to do, even if many items I buy remain unopened. Hugo shrugged. One must find some amusement in life, otherwise. What difference is there from being dead? Snape fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. Do you believe this potion could leave you with something? Hugo froze, fiddling with the teaspoon in his hand before finally replying after a long pause. Perhaps it might. Immortality sounds appealing, yet at times it resembles a curse. If I can make a difference in this world because of my existence, that might be the mark I leave behind. The atmosphere fell quiet for a moment before Lupin broke the silence. Severus, what about you? Why do you think we live? Snape scoffed. To accomplish what must be done. And nothing more. Hugo lifted his gaze and inquired. But everyone will perish. Everyone will turn to ashes. Do the so-called necessary tasks not also seem like a waste of time? A century hence, will these tasks still exist? Will they hold any significance? As long as I remember them, they possess meaning, replied Snape, taking the small vial of deep crimson liquid and placing it into his pocket. His eyes scanned the dishes laid out on the table as he asked, Did you prepare all of this? It is a new recipe I developed. I wanted to see if it suits your palate. Hugo chuckled, revealing his sharp teeth. Then I shall send my blood samples to your school from now on. Chapter 117. The Crown, Part 1. Harry stood amidst a circle of teammates, clutching a brand new firebolt, the surface of the broomstick gleaming with a chilling brilliance under the sunlight. This was the latest gift from Sirius, the package accompanied by a note bearing his characteristically hasty handwriting. Harry, I saw this latest model in the newspaper and thought you would appreciate it. This marked the third broom Harry had acquired in 3 years, transitioning from the Nimbus 2000 to the Nimbus 2001, and now to the Firebolt, rendering him a veritable collector of brooms within the team. Marcus took hold of the Firebolt and couldn't help but whistle in admiration. Changing brooms every year. Harry, you're destined for the history books. He mounted the broom and glided low across the pitch, eliciting a chorus of gasps. This speed left the Nimbus 2001 far behind. Harry beamed widely as he reclaimed the firebolt, his fingers gently tracing the engravings on the broomstick's handle, where Sirius had specially crafted his initials. The wood grain of the firebolt flowed naturally, its elongated, aerodynamic shape embodying both lightness and resilience. The tail's branches were straight and uniform, and the transition between the metal components and the wooden parts was seamless, presenting an appearance devoid of any imperfection. Draco recognized the firebolt. It was one of the internal products he had seen at the development conference, the very broom that Lucius had deemed too fast for mass production. He could hardly believe that a madman had actually manufactured such a swift broom, not only bringing it to market, but also finding enthusiastic buyers. Indeed, the crazed buyers had even brought it to the competition. Marcus, with his eyes wide in astonishment, clapped Harry on the shoulder, exclaiming boisterously, "You actually spent a fortune on such an extravagant broom for the match. That alone is enough to intimidate our rivals. Just imagine, in the next match, we'll ride the firebolt and trample those Ravenclaw bookworms underfoot. How exhilarating." "Indeed," chimed in a teammate, his tone tinged with envy, particularly from the likes of Cho Chang, who had nearly caused Harry to falter in the last match. "With the firebolt in hand, let us see how she tries to outmaneuver you this time." "Next time, there will be no such issues." Marcus waved his hand confidently, his face radiating assurance. "With this broom, even Ravenclaw's cleverness will have to concede defeat." However, the Quidditch match a few days later dashed Slytherin's hopes. The day dawned with a clear blue sky and a gentle breeze wafting over the pitch, where the stands were filled with fervent spectators. As the match commenced, Cho displayed her strategy. Rather than pursuing the golden snitch directly, she flew along the edge of the field, repeatedly cutting into Harry's path without engaging him head-on. Whenever Harry dove, she would suddenly accelerate, skimming past him, forcing him to veer aside, and as he pulled up, she would decelerate, feigning a change of direction, leading Harry to believe she had spotted the snitch. The golden snitch appeared early in the match, yet Cho's movements confounded Harry. What was she doing? He clenched his teeth, lowering his broom in pursuit of the snitch. But a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. The snitch was clearly ahead, yet Cho's actions were so fluid, her gaze radiating certainty as if she had truly locked onto her target. He hesitated for a moment, allowing his gaze to slightly shift in her direction, attempting to discern her intentions. This shift became his folly. A slight smile graced Cho's lips as she abruptly pulled up her broom, executing a sharp turn back to her original altitude. By the time Harry realized what was happening, the golden snitch had darted to the other side of the field. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, Cho did not chase the snitch directly. Instead, she cut back into Harry's path, forming an invisible barrier with her body and broom, compelling him to slow down and navigate around her. Though her speed paled in comparison to the firebolt, she always seemed to appear precisely where Harry needed to accelerate. Like a cat toying with its prey. "I see the snitch," shouted commentator Lee Jordan. "He is diving. Oh no, Cho Chang has intercepted him." As the match intensified, the snitch paused momentarily near the Ravenclaw goalpost. Harry gritted his teeth and surged toward it, his fingers nearly brushing against the snitch's wings. But Cho emerged from the side, deliberately slowing down to obscure Harry's line of sight. It sprang upward suddenly, brushing past Harry's fingertips as it soared away. Seizing the moment, Cho executed a roll and dove, her body nearly merging with the broom, arms extended perfectly, and she grasped the golden snitch firmly in her hands. The bell rang, and the Ravenclaw stands erupted in deafening cheers. "Cho Chang has captured the golden snitch," Lee Jordan announced triumphantly. "Ravenclaw wins, 150-70. This is a textbook victory." Harry hovered in midair, panting heavily, gazing down at his empty hands before turning his gaze to Cho. She was gracefully descending to the ground, holding the golden snitch aloft with a faint smile adorning her face. Marcus, fuming, nearly dropped his bat, muttering under his breath, "Damn Ravenclaw, they really know how to strategize. I thought the firebolt would secure our victory." "Harry, you need not be so chivalrous." "It was my hesitation," Harry admitted with a hint of frustration. For him, Cho Chang's interference was far more challenging to contend with than the blundering bludgers. After all, Draco could easily knock away the errant bludgers. But when faced with the opposing seeker, Harry was left with no choice but to evade. As Harry stepped out of the changing room, still feeling somewhat vexed, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Luna Lovegood. She, too, was emerging from the stands, a quill in hand, sketching peculiar symbols in her notebook while humming an off-key melody. Harry approached and casually remarked, "Luna, did you watch the recent match? Cho Chang was quite a formidable opponent. She constantly used feints to confuse me. I could hardly decipher her intentions." Luna looked up, her expression radiating joy for her senior. "Oh, indeed, we triumphed. Cho Chang is astute. akin to an eagle amidst the mist, always aware of the opportune moment to strike. She paused, tilting her head to add, "She has been observing you. Each time you dashed toward the snitch, she devised a way to thwart you. Ravenclaw's strategy relies more on intellect than brute force. Don't you find she bears a resemblance to a sprite?" "A sprite?" Harry settled onto the bench beside her, rubbing the scar on his forehead. "Perhaps. She always appears in my flight path. Your speed is too swift." Ravenclaw employs a different tactic against Hufflepuff, yet in the last match, Cho Chang also bested Cedric. Luna chuckled. "Your broom is splendid. Ravenclaw still uses the Comet series." "Oh," Harry replied tersely, feeling a twinge of disappointment at not securing victory in his debut with the Firebolt. In a direct confrontation, it is challenging for Ravenclaw to gain an advantage, particularly since Slytherin players excel in prolonged battles. However, we can also strategize with our minds, for unparalleled wisdom is humanity's greatest asset. That is quite a profound statement. Harry acknowledged. Luna continued, "Profound? That is a quote from Rowena Ravenlaw. The texts describe her as beautiful as a shadow in the mist, clever enough to unravel any enigma. That sounds far more appealing than the legends of Slytherin's chamber," Harry remarked, wrinkling his nose. Luna nodded, adding, "She even crafted a diadem that enhances intellect." "That sounds far superior to Slytherin's affinity for peculiar serpents," Harry retorted, scrunching his nose once more. "Has anyone ever used this diadem? Perhaps before an examination?" Luna's gaze grew distant. "Ah, the diadem of Ravenlaw. I've heard tales. It is said to harbor her wisdom, yet it was lost. Her daughter, Helena, stole it. And it has since vanished." She paused, whispering, "The diadem of Ravenclaw." The mention of this artifact made Harry furrow his brow. As Percy's words echoed in his mind, Voldemort harbors a peculiar affection for Hogwarts and possesses an obsession with the four founders. "Is it a rare object?" Harry inquired. "It exists within the realm of legend," Luna replied. "Where might one discover its tale?" Harry's voice quickened with urgency. Luna blinked and said, "The ghost of Ravenclaw, Helena's specter. You might give it a try, although she isn't particularly fond of discussing the diadem. She once mentioned that too many students seek shortcuts to obtain it. And that is one of the reasons for her tragedy. Do you think I could extract any information from Helena?" Chapter 118. Tea Leaf Divination. Harry pushed open a heavy wooden door near the Ravenlaw Tower, and the air was suffused with the scent of aged parchment and damp moss. He squinted his eyes, acclimating to the dim light, and finally at the end of the corridor, he beheld the ethereal figure of Helena. She hovered in midair, her silvery gown gently swaying as if stirred by an invisible breeze. Her expression was aloof and distant as Helena gazed into the far distance. Harry took a deep breath, summoning his courage as he stepped forward. "Are you Lady Helena Ravenclaw?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly, reverberating through the empty corridor. "I am Harry Potter. I have heard tales of the diadem." "The diadem? Yet another inquiry about the diadem?" Helena interrupted, slowly turning to face him, her gaze sharp as it fixed upon Harry's face. "Indeed, I have heard whispers regarding your mother's diadem. It is said to be a treasure of Ravenclaw, bestowing wisdom upon its possessor. I merely wish to learn its story and its current whereabouts." Helena's expression abruptly hardened, and she floated a little higher, looking down at him as if scrutinizing an intruder in a forbidden realm. "Wisdom?" She echoed the word with a tone laced with derision. Once again, the same tale. "Time and again, people come to me with the same pretense. Do you believe I would trust you to be different from the rest? You are merely another child seeking to reap rewards without effort." Harry furrowed his brow, attempting to justify himself. "No, I am not doing this for my own sake." "Enough," Helena interjected, waving her translucent hand through the air, tracing an arc. "I have heard far too many such lies, not for myself, merely curious, for a greater purpose. And what has it led to? Just a desire to fulfill one's own selfish whims with my mother's crown. Do you have any idea how many have coveted it? How many have sought to extract its whereabouts from me? I truly am not that kind of person." Harry raised his voice, urgency lacing his tone. "I'm merely in search of some answers." Helena's brow slightly furrowed, but she quickly regained her indifference. "Regardless of whom you are seeking it for, or what your intentions might be, I shall not divulge anything. My past mistakes have already wrought too much tragedy. I will not allow the crown to fall into the hands of another avaricious soul." Harry was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with thoughts. He opened his mouth, intending to articulate something further, yet found himself at a loss for appropriate words. Helena's gaze rendered him feeling insignificant and absurd. Rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment, Harry murmured, "I never intended to steal it, nor did I wish to employ it for any nefarious purpose. I merely thought that if it truly holds such significance, perhaps I could be of some assistance." "Assistance?" Helena scoffed. You have yet to grasp the reason for your visit. Yet you presume to offer assistance? Do you perceive the crown as merely a plaything to be trifled with? Or as a misguided instrument of justice? I see you are no different from the others, self-righteous, reckless, and full of empty rhetoric. Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment at her words, his cheeks slightly flushed. He lowered his gaze to his shoelaces and murmured, I merely wish to give it a try. Give it a try? Helena's voice suddenly escalated, tinged with anger. My mother's legacy is not a mere tool for your experiments. I have already paid the price for trusting others. I will not repeat the same mistake. Leave now. And do not squander my time any further. Harry lifted his head, yearning for another chance, only to find Helena had already turned away, presenting her back to him. Her figure gradually blurred in the dim light, as if she were merging with the wall. Wait, Harry shouted, his voice echoing through the corridor. I am truly not what you perceive me to be. I have had enough. Helena's voice had faded into the distance. I have nothing to convey to you. Harry trudged away from Ravenclaw Tower, the weight of Helena's indifferent words still echoing in his mind. Harry muttered softly to himself, what a waste of effort. Realizing that it was getting late, he suddenly recalled that Trelawney's divination class was about to commence, prompting him to rush towards the North Tower. The wind at the staircase corner tousled his hair, and his robes billowed behind him as he ran, attempting to organize his thoughts. Helena's demeanor left him somewhat disheartened. Yet Luna was right. Helena despised this subject, and Harry felt he had acted rather impulsively. Harry's backpack still contained a biography about the four founders, which he had borrowed from the library after chatting with Percy, yet he had not read a single word of it to this day. Harry resolved to peruse the biography during divination class. As he pushed open the door to the classroom, he was already several minutes late. The air was thick with the scent of spices and inadequately burnt wood, and Professor Trelawney stood atop the trapezoidal podium, swathed in a kaleidoscope of shawls, gesturing animatedly as she spoke of omens of fate. The students were gathered in small clusters around their circular tables, engaged in hushed conversations. A cursory glance revealed that there was hardly any available space in the room save for one solitary spot. Draco sat alone at a table by the window, his elbows resting on the surface, clearly disinterested in Trelawney's discourse. His gray eyes were half-closed, with long, thick lashes casting a delicate shadow beneath them. Harry furrowed his brow. But he had no alternative but to muster the courage to approach. Malfoy, he said, striving to keep his tone neutral as he set down his satchel and inquired, Is this seat taken? Since the incident with the boggart, their quarrels had gradually subsided, and they mostly pretended not to see one another. Draco lifted his gaze, his gray eyes lingering on Harry's face for a brief moment, the corners of his mouth lifting ever so slightly, hinting at a smirk. Take a seat. Don't say I didn't save you a spot. Off to procure more signed photographs, are we? Draco remarked, pausing momentarily before lazily reclining back, making room for Harry to sit. Harry let out a grunt as he pulled out a chair and sat down. He had intended to retort a few words, but the voice of Trelawney resonated through the classroom. Today, we shall interpret the omens of tea leaves. Pair up swiftly and commence. Harry sighed, resigned to the fact that he had to partner with Draco. He retrieved a copy of Parting the Mists to See the Future from his backpack and placed it atop a volume titled The Secret History of the Four Founders of Hogwarts. Intending to feign attentiveness in class while discreetly turning a few pages, hoping to uncover some clues regarding the story of the crown, Draco cast a glance at the book and remarked, You truly cannot sit still, even bringing leisure reading to divination class? Better than staring vacantly at tea leaves. Harry retorted without lifting his gaze, his fingers swiftly flicking through the pages. 2 steaming teacups floated over, their clinking beads creating a jarring sound. After finishing the tea, they inverted the leaves onto their plates as they began interpreting the esoteric utterances of Trelawney. Harry lifted his cup and took a sip, the bitter taste of the tea causing him to frown. Draco discreetly used his wand to empty the cup, then decisively turned it upside down on the plate. Interpret that, he said. Draco then slid the plate towards Harry. Harry continued to sip his tea, his gaze drawn to Draco by the sound of his voice. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon Draco's nose, outlining a perfect arc that gracefully descended along his jawline, enveloping him in a soft halo of light. Harry found himself captivated by this interplay of light and shadow, lost in thought until Draco's voice jolted him back to reality. Potter, do you intend to watch me drink until class is over? Draco squinted, recalling how Harry had looked at him with the same gaze in the locker room. Harry felt his face flush and quickly lowered his head to finish the remaining tea, attempting to conceal his embarrassment. He pushed the cup to the center of the table, feigning intense concentration on the patterns at the bottom of the cup. Draco chuckled softly, leaning in closer to share the moment, both of them gazing at the murky remnants of tea leaves. Harry noticed Draco's light golden strands of hair cascading down, gently brushing against his forehead, exuding a subtle fragrance. It resembled the shape of spectacles, foretelling nearsightedness. Draco swiftly completed an interpretation and inscribed a whimsical prophecy on a piece of parchment. Quite imaginative. Harry rolled his eyes, but could not suppress a smile. And what about you? Does your tea resemble a snake? Foretelling your demise by your own poison? Draco began to theatrically decipher the future from the swirling leaves, proclaiming, a snake may signify danger and adversaries. In many cultures, it is perceived as a symbol of cunning, threat, or potential peril. It may also represent transformation and rebirth. The snake's ability to shed its skin symbolizes change, renewal, or resurrection, indicating the conclusion of an old phase and the inception of a new one. Additionally, the snake embodies inner strength or temptation, representing hidden power, wisdom, or a cautionary allure. Not too shabby, Harry quickly filled half a page with notes. At some point, Trelawney had materialized beside them, seizing Draco's plate. Squinting at it for an extended moment, she suddenly gasped, a flying snake. Oh my, this is a rare omen. The snake symbolizes cunning and rebirth, while flight suggests it will break free from constraints, heralding perilous transformations. Dear Malfoy, you shall encounter danger. Trelawney lowered her voice, as if fearful of being overheard. You will undergo an unexpected metamorphosis. What an honor, Draco replied, maintaining a stoic expression. I can hardly wait for my transformation. They soon embarked on a second round of tea leaf interpretations. What does this resemble? Draco tilted his head, absent-mindedly tapping his fingers on the table. I see a broken broomstick, foretelling you will tumble from the sky. Impossible, Harry retorted. Do not question my flying skills. Still a possibility, Draco elaborated, scribbling down the divination. Potter may encounter calamity related to flying broomsticks. Next time your gaze lingers too long on Autumnjong, the firebolt's velocity could launch you into a graceful arc of descent. I didn't. She kept interfering with me, Harry exclaimed, raising his voice indignantly. She is rather beautiful, isn't she? Draco remarked, continuing to write at a rapid pace. Harry was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Autumnjong was remarkably beautiful. However, Draco's nonchalant tone suggested that the matter was far from straightforward. If we lose this competition, it is my fault, Harry remarked, furrowing his brow. If you wish to blame me, feel free to do so directly during training. Draco shrugged, his tone dismissive. I misinterpreted that remark. I believe it signifies that your eyes are perpetually revealing your true emotions. Harry found himself once again glaring at Draco. I was merely praising the beauty of Cho Chang. Why are you upset? Draco's gaze lingered on Harry's face for a fleeting moment before shifting away. Observing Harry's choked reaction, a faint smirk crept across Draco's lips. Adjust your glasses to see the future, Scarhead. Chapter 119, The Crown Part 2. Inside Hagrid's hut, the fire blazed warmly, and on the wooden table rested a steaming teapot alongside a plate of hard rock cakes. Harry sat in a wooden chair by the window, still holding the tome The Secret History of the Four Founders of Hogwarts. Luna was seated opposite him, cradling a cup of tea, her gaze drifting towards the forbidden forest outside. Hagrid busied himself adding logs to the fire, his immense figure nearly obstructing half the room. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, bestowing a touch of warmth upon the humble dwelling. What a dismal love story, Harry remarked as he flipped through the pages of the book. Hagrid turned around, a thick log in hand, and boomed, Who? What love story? The tale of the Bloody Baron and Helena, Harry replied. You mean that ghost of Slytherin, bound in chains and blood, and the ghost of Ravenclaw? The Bloody Baron actually killed Helena? Harry shook his head, incredulity lacing his voice. Just because he faced repeated rejection, Helena fled with her mother's diadem from Ravenclaw. And he ultimately found her in the forest of Albania, only to stab her and then take his own life? Luna set her teacup down, tilting her head. Helena desired her mother's wisdom, yet in the end, it led to her ruin. The Bloody Baron must have been driven mad to act thus. Helena never truly loved the Bloody Baron, Hagrid grunted. If this can even be considered a love story. I've heard a bit about it, he continued. Isn't the diadem of Ravenclaw supposed to make one clever? Why would she steal it? Rowena Ravenclaw was so formidable. Surely she wouldn't be so stingy as to deny her daughter its use? It was not stinginess, but jealousy, Harry murmured, opening the book to point at a passage. The text states that Helena envied her mother's talents and the diadem's power, which compelled her to steal it. As a result, Rowena sent the Bloody Baron to find her, leading to such tragic events. Indeed, it is a lamentable tale. What has piqued your interest in the Four Founders all of a sudden? Hagrid inquired. Harry opened his mouth, uncertain whether to divulge the matter of the Horcruxes to them. Perhaps it was due to the Chamber of Secrets? I had only emerged from the chamber last semester. There are numerous tales surrounding the four founders, are there not? The chamber. At the mention of this word, Hagrid slammed his hand on the table with a grunt. It was the chamber that led to my expulsion. And my wand was shattered as well. Tom Riddle exploited his influence at the school to mislead everyone into believing I was the culprit. I merely kept a pet. How could I possibly unleash the basilisk to commit murder? Harry was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Hagrid had a story intertwined with the Chamber of Secrets. Do you know Tom Riddle? The very same who became Voldemort? Hagrid shuddered at the mention of the name. In truth, we were classmates. Classmates? Harry was astonished. Then you must have some recollection of him. He was always a well-liked and exemplary student. Most teachers and peers admired him. Yet, I cannot fathom why he chose to slander me, Hagrid lamented. Because he was the one who opened the chamber. He required a scapegoat, Harry retorted. He even sought ways to reopen it. Hagrid, you were Tom's classmate, correct? Did he ever mention anything about the four founders? Hagrid paused, nearly dropping the firewood he was holding. He set the logs down and settled into a chair, which creaked under his weight, and his voice grew contemplative. Yes, we were in the same year. That fellow was quite remarkable, with a silver tongue that could charm anyone into a stupor. If I must speak of the four founders, I recall a time when he frequently conversed with Helena. Their discussions would last for ages, and I have no idea what they spoke about. You know, Helena has always despised boys who pester her, yet she was different with Tom. Really? Harry sat up straight, his eyes sparkling. He truly inquired about the diadem? It's hard to say. Our relationship was not particularly close. However, he was aware of my fondness for pets. Before my expulsion, he engaged me in a conversation about which was a better pet, spiders or snakes. Hagrid furrowed his brow in recollection. He never directly stated it, but I recall him mentioning terms like the legacy of Ravenclaw and asking if I knew about any secret passages within the school. At that time, I was rather naive and ended up divulging some information about the Forbidden Forest. Harry remarked, Tom Riddle is quite the deceiver. Perhaps he has extracted something from Helena. I believe this is no mere coincidence. Hagrid's eyes widened in disbelief. Harry, what are you saying? Why do you insist on involving yourself in his affairs? With a grave tone, Harry responded, because Voldemort has not entirely vanished. The remnants he left behind nearly destroyed the school. I suspect he has an interest in the diadem, and I must locate it. Harrington paused for a moment before turning to another page, adding that there was an intriguing aspect. The book mentioned that most of the peculiar mechanisms and mysterious passages in Hogwarts were designed by Rowena Ravenclaw, such as the moving staircases and the shifting rooms, all of which were her ingenious concepts. What? Hagrid exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. You mean those dizzying staircases were her doing? I keep falling down. I can't be blamed for my clumsiness. Luna chuckled softly. She was exceptionally clever. Those designs function like puzzles, accessible only to those who truly understand them. Isn't that fascinating? Hagrid's voice was laced with concern. Goodness, Harry. Why do you always get embroiled in these terrifying matters? What do you intend to do? Go straight after the diadem? I tried asking Helena, Harry sighed, thinking she might know something. But she interrupted me immediately, saying I was just like those foolish ones seeking shortcuts, not allowing me to finish a single sentence. Luna smiled gently. She is proud, yet deeply saddened. The way you approached her would surely upset her. Hagrid remarked that Tom Riddle could charm her, suggesting that Harry should learn his flowery words. Learn from him? Hagrid scoffed. Insanity. I don't believe Helena would be deceived a second time. Harry shook his head. There is no choice. I must rely on the book for now. He reopened the secret history of the four founders of Hogwarts, his gaze settling on the chapter about Rowena Ravenclaw. The text revealed that Rowena's later years were shrouded in sorrow. Her daughter, Helena Ravenclaw, consumed by jealousy of her mother's intellect and the diadem's power, stole the diadem and fled from home. Helena's betrayal pierced Rowena's heart deeply, leading to her gradual physical and mental decline. Nevertheless, she never relinquished her quest for knowledge, persisting in reading and research even while bedridden. In the twilight of her life, Rowena entrusted a loyal follower, later known as the Baron, to retrieve her daughter. However, this pursuit ended in tragedy. The Baron, in a fit of rage, killed Helena and subsequently took his own life. Upon hearing this devastating news, Rowena's heart shattered, leading to her demise. Harry closed the book, staring vacantly at the flames, his mind racing with thoughts. The bloody Baron murmured to himself. He had slain Helena and subsequently joined her as a ghost. Perhaps he was aware of the whereabouts of the diadem. The bloody Baron? Hagrid furrowed his brow. That fellow clad in chains? He is not to be trifled with. Did you not witness how he dealt with Peeves? That little rascal did not dare to utter a sound in his presence. Indeed, Harry nodded, his eyes brightening. As a ghost, he lacks a physical form, yet can subdue Peeves, indicating his considerable authority. If only I could persuade him to divulge some information. But why does he possess such influence? Hagrid scratched his head. Isn't he merely a deceased baron? Harry whispered, perhaps it is due to his formidable nature. He murdered Helena and then shackled himself, as if to punish his own soul. The text suggests that he was a follower of Rowena during his lifetime. Undoubtedly a learned individual. Even in death, he can subdue Peeves, likely owing to his fierce temperament that even ghosts dare not provoke. Hagrid muttered, indeed, Peeves is typically insufferable. But upon seeing him, he scurries away like a mouse confronted by a cat. His reputation is formidable, but how does one engage with the likes of Bloodstained Barrow? Convincing him will not be a simple task. Frowning, Harry replied, I must devise a strategy. Direct inquiry would be futile. He surely detests discussions about the diadem. Luna took a sip of her tea and softly suggested, you might consider speaking to him about Helena. He loved her yet took her life. He must harbor deep regret. If you can convince him that your intentions are to assist Helena rather than to seize the diadem, he may be more forthcoming. Discussing Helena? Harry pondered, realizing that Tom Riddle was able to elicit words from Helena, perhaps by exploiting her vulnerabilities. I need to discover Bloodstained Barrow's weakness, his remorse. Hagrid shot him a skeptical glance, his voice heavy with doubt. Remorse? Harry, that fellow is bound in chains, appearing quite menacing. Are you certain he will bare his soul to you? How will I know unless I try? Harry clenched his fists, his tone resolute. The circumstances surrounding him and Helena are too peculiar. If the diadem is indeed linked to Voldemort's plans, I cannot remain passive. Sighing, Hagrid patted Harry's shoulder with such force that he nearly toppled over. Very well, Harry. But exercise caution. Do not put yourself in peril. I would rather not have to explain to Dumbledore that you were lost to a ghost. Chapter 120. The guest Harry clutched a somewhat worn quill. His brow furrowed in deep contemplation as he grappled with the challenge of communicating with the morose and peculiar blood wizard, Barrow. After the mishap during his last conversation with the Ravenclaw ghost, Helena, where his eagerness and bluntness had driven her away with a frigid, I have nothing to tell you. He resolved not to repeat such a blunder. He required a flawless outline for their dialogue, a strategy capable of coaxing the reticent Barrow into speech. The dilemma lay in Harry's conviction that he was utterly inept in such matters. He longed for an eloquent and articulate guide, someone who could, akin to Tom Riddle, ensnare others with mere phrases and leave them in a daze. Yet, as he surveyed those around him, each potential candidate seemed increasingly untrustworthy. The entire Black family was devoid of persuasive talent. Sirius's rebellious visage sprang to mind first. His reliable roommate, Ron, was likely asleep. Professor Snape could strip away all points in a single lesson. Conversations with Luna often left him feeling as if his thoughts were adrift in the ether. As for Crabbe and Goyle, Harry merely shook his head. It was a triumph if they could express themselves coherently at all. Harry rolled his eyes, recalling Draco Malfoy, the incessant adversary who always seemed to be at odds with him, though Malfoy might utter a few agreeable words. It was a pity that he only utilized his mouth to provoke him. Harry sighed, casting his feather quill onto the table, and leaned back in his chair, cradling his head in his hands. He gazed at the ominous ceiling of the common room, where the shimmering shadows of the green lake danced above. At that moment, a name suddenly sprang to his mind, Lupin. Unlike Sirius, who was often emotionally unstable, or Snape, who wielded sarcasm with biting precision, Lupin possessed a calm and persuasive manner that clarified matters. Though not one for flowery language, Harry considered that perhaps Lupin could help him untangle his thoughts. Thus, he seized the densely written parchment and resolved to seek out Lupin after the afternoon's Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Afternoon. Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson. Wow, what a handsome vampire. Parvati Patil's voice rang out from the front row, sharp enough to nearly drown out the whispers of her classmates. Today, Lupin had brought a special guest to class, the vampire Hugo. Standing at the center of the podium, Hugo wore a well-tailored black robe, his rich burgundy hair cascading casually over his shoulders, accentuating his striking silver skin. His sharp fangs peeked out from his thin lips, and his tall, elegant stature exuded an air of grace. The students gaped, taking in every detail from his wine-colored hair to his silvery complexion, from his fangs to his long fingers, and even the hints of boots visible beneath his black robe. Lavender Brown even whispered to Parvati, his hair is more beautiful than what I can achieve with spells. It's so unfair. Professor, he really won T-Bite. Will he? Dean Thomas raised his hand, his voice tinged with nervousness. Lupin smiled gently. Don't worry, Dean. Hugo is our friend. Right, Hugo? Hugo smiled faintly. I can survive on the same food as you. If you're concerned, Simply draw the curtains, and you can kill me. Laughter erupted in the classroom, the tense atmosphere dissipating considerably. Lupin clapped his hands to regain order. All right. Hugo is here to assist us in our learning. Who would like to ask a question? I do. Lavender Brown immediately raised her hand, her eyes alight with excitement. Why does your skin look so special? Hugo stroked his chin, his silver skin glimmering. This is one of the characteristics of vampires. Once the blood ceases to flow, the skin transforms in this manner. Unfortunately, there is no secret formula to share, unless you wish to become like me. He spread his hands, feigning innocence. Sitting in the middle, Seamus Finnegan raised his hand, curiosity evident in his tone. Can you turn into a bat? Just like in the storybooks? I've heard vampires can fly. That is an intriguing question. However, I regret to inform you that it is merely a myth. I cannot transform into a bat nor can I fly, but my speed should compensate for that. Would you like to see? Before Seamus could respond, Hugo shrugged. And in the blink of an eye, he stood at the other end of the classroom, his burgundy hair creating a fleeting shadow in the air. Moving so swiftly it seemed as though he had torn through the atmosphere. The students gasped in unison, and Parvati even began to clap. So cool. Seamus exclaimed in awe. Okay, that's cooler than flying. In the back row, Theodore lazily raised his hand, a hint of provocation in his tone. Have you witnessed a muggle war? They say vampires take advantage of the chaos to feed. Is that true? Hugo's expression darkened slightly, yet his tone remained gentle. I have seen many wars, both muggle and wizardy. As for feeding, well, some of my kind do indeed indulge during turmoil, but war is far too brutal. I tend to avoid it. Theodore scoffed, seemingly dissatisfied with this response. Finally, Blaze raised his hand, cautiously inquiring, do you fear garlic? And what about crosses and sunlight? Are those true? Hugo burst into laughter. Garlic? It merely has a rather unpleasant smell. I am not afraid of it. In fact, I incorporate such ingredients into my meals. Crosses are ineffective. That is merely a muggle superstition. As for sunlight, I truly cannot endure prolonged exposure to it. Laughter echoed through the classroom once more. Harry sat in the back row, propping his chin on his hand, ostensibly focused on Hugo, while his mind was preoccupied with how to broach the subject with Lupin after class. Throughout the lesson, Hugo answered a myriad of questions, and the bell rang swiftly. The students began to discuss Hugo while packing their belongings to leave. Harry deliberately lingered, rising slowly only after most had departed. At that moment, he noticed Hugo heading towards the door, his auburn hair fluttering slightly behind him. Severus Snape happened to pass by in the corridor. Severus, how is your potion coming along? Hugo paused, his silver fingers lightly brushing the edge of his robe, inquiring casually. I can provide more blood, should you require it. Snape appeared momentarily startled by his presence, but soon regained his composure. The more, the better, Snape replied. Hugo rolled up his robe to reveal his forearm. Proceed to my office, Snape instructed, making his way towards his office. The students here are quite endearing, Hugo remarked, following in Snape's footsteps. Teaching must bring you great joy. I entirely disagree, Snape replied, enunciating each word. Chapter 121, Halt. How much blood is within your tolerance? Snape inquired. I will call for a stop, Hugo replied, observing Snape as he used his wand to make a small incision in his skin. Deep crimson blood arcing gracefully through the air, settling steadily into the potion vial. Snape's office was lined with shelves brimming with jars containing desiccated roots and liquids of varying hues. In one corner, a jar floated with a complete dragon heart, alongside a pile of skin toads. A large cauldron in the corner bubbled ominously, emitting a ghostly green vapor. Hugo surveyed his surroundings with keen interest, freeing one hand to pick up a small vial labeled basilisk venom, gently shaking it, watching as the green liquid rippled. Snape coldly interjected, that is highly toxic. You would be wise not to tamper with the items here. Hugo obediently set the vial down. I believe that should suffice. Before Hugo could call for a halt, Snape waved his wand, healing the incision. What progress have you made? Hugo leaned against the desk, arms crossed, attentively watching Snape at work. Snape spoke in a tone as flat as if reading from a textbook. I require some African tree snake skin. I intend to use it as a stabilizer in the potion. Hugo watched as Snape skillfully ground a dark mass of herbs and added a few dried leaves to the cauldron, which emitted a faint purple smoke. He could not resist asking, I have always wondered, Severus, when a wizard concocts a new potion, how do they test its efficacy? A chef can simply invite someone to taste their dish. Without lifting his gaze, Snape replied quietly, for ordinary potions or spells, I test them myself. A flicker of surprise crossed Hugo's eyes. You test them yourself? Most of the time. Certain ingredients yield predictable effects, Snape explained, pausing his work. The effects of new potions are unknown. No one knows what might occur. I refuse to gamble with another's life. Especially those imbeciles who lack even a basic understanding of potions. They cannot even clean a cauldron properly, let alone discern toxicity. Have you tried this one? Hugo pressed on. Once my new materials are ready, if the house elf Lupin mentioned responds positively, I believe I shall test it, Snape replied. I thought you might delve into discussions of life's meaning or the like. The students at Hogwarts recently inquired whether vampires have distinctions between pure and non-pure blood, Hugo recalled. It seems your house places particular importance on that matter? Snape snorted softly, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. As headmaster, my mother was a witch. And my father a muggle. Was the last wizarding war ignited by this very issue? The slaughter over pure blood versus non-pure? Hugo continued to inquire. Indeed, Snape affirmed. We originally only needed air, water, and food to survive, yet reality dictates that various standards divide us into factions, creating a plethora of complex concepts. Leading those in different factions to attack one another, Hugo elaborated. Even in a world abundant with air, food, and water for all, we still engage in mutual hostility. As all my human friends gradually age and pass away, how do I confront the endless solitude? Is time a gift or a curse for me? To survive, I must consume blood. Is there a way to escape this nature and find inner peace? I constantly question the purpose of my existence. Is it merely to survive? Or is there a loftier goal? Should I strive to leave some legacy, even if the world ultimately forgets me? Vampires typically conceal themselves from human society. I frequently ponder my connection to this world. Am I a predator, an observer, or merely a pawn on a grander chessboard of fate? Hugo poured forth his inquiries. Snape turned to continue stirring the potion in the cauldron, coldly questioning, after living so long, do you roll these thoughts through your mind daily? Pretty much, Hugo chuckled awkwardly. I think while cooking. Your energy and intellect seem quite robust, Snape remarked, grasping Hugo's wrist. Perhaps we should take a bit more blood. The previous amount was somewhat lacking. Forgive me, have I spoken too much? Hugo nervously regarded Snape's actions, pondering the consequences of drawing too much blood. You did not call for a halt, Snape replied. Have my words incited murderous intent in you? Hugo warily extended his wrist. If I wished to harm someone, it would not require such elaborate measures. Should you continue to prattle, I would not hesitate to use you as a test subject for this freshly concocted dissection potion to see if a vampire could be reduced to mere bones. Would you care for that? Snape brandished a gleaming vial. No, please, do not torment the elderly, Hugo replied sheepishly. Harry, you haven't left yet? Lupin inquired gently. Approaching Harry with a textbook in hand, evidently just having tidied the lectern. Harry quickly regained his composure and handed over the parchment. I have a matter I wish to inquire about. Lupin took the parchment, glanced at the outline inscribed upon it, and raised an eyebrow slightly. Quite methodical. You have structured an opening statement, articulated your purpose, and devised a plan for addressing potential rejections. What is of such significance? I wish to converse with the Bloody Baron. After speaking with Percy and Hagrid, I have come to believe that Voldemort may harbor an interest in Ravenclaw's diadem. I am currently in search of it, Harry whispered. His voice lowered as he anxiously clutched the parchment. However, the Bloody Baron is rather formidable. The last time I spoke with Helena, I faltered. She found me rather bothersome. So I want to be better prepared this time. Yet, I am uncertain how to initiate the conversation. The Bloody Baron? Lupin's face registered a flicker of surprise. His temperament is not particularly amiable. Thus, I feel I require some finesse in my words, Harry replied uncertainly. Lupin fell silent for a moment, his expression softening. Why do you believe you need to employ such eloquence? Harry scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, because Voldemort is quite the orator, isn't he? He can persuade anyone to listen to him. Even Dumbledore has acknowledged his charm. I wish to learn that kind of skill to coax the blood traitor, Barlow, into speaking. Lupin returned the parchment to him, speaking softly. Indeed, Voldemort possesses a remarkable ability to manipulate hearts, but he does so not through sincerity, but through fear and deceit. You need not emulate him, Harry. Barlow is a complex specter, having endured impulses and suffering. Flowery rhetoric may only serve to alienate him further. He is far more likely to be moved by genuine intention. So what should I do? Harry asked eagerly, his eyes wide with anticipation. Lupin chuckled softly, patting his shoulder. Tell him why you seek the diadem. Speak honestly about your desire to thwart Voldemort's potential schemes, to protect everyone. Avoid circumlocution, and do not attempt to ingratiate yourself. If he senses your resolve, he may be inclined to assist you. Harry paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow in contemplation before nodding. All right, I shall give it a try. However, what if he loses his temper? He seems as though he could unleash his chains upon someone at any moment. Lupin chuckled softly. In that case, remain calm and do not confront him head-on. His chains likely feel as chilling as a deluge of icy water. He is akin to a phantom. Harry smiled broadly, a glimmer of confidence igniting within him. No need to be formal, Lupin said gently, but do not harbor excessive hopes. At that moment, a voice emanated from the two-way mirror nestled in Lupin's pocket. Frowning, he retrieved the mirror, its surface illuminating to reveal the familiar face of Sirius Black. Lupin, where are you? Sirius's voice carried a sense of urgency, the background appearing both familiar and strange, filled with shelves brimming with items. Lupin glanced around the empty classroom. Just vacated after a lesson. What is the matter? I'm in the room of requirement, Sirius replied. Chapter 122 traces a wave of unease surge within Lupin. He hurried to the familiar wall on the 8th floor, a place where the four of them had stumbled upon during their school days. Entering the room of requirement, he immediately spotted Sirius standing at the center, back turned to the cluttered shelves, clutching a wand. The uneven shelves were haphazardly crammed with an array of objects amassed by students over the years, worn textbooks, a three-legged chair, a crumpled pointed hat, and even a broomstick split in two. In one corner, a rusty birdcage overflowed with dried quills, alongside a heap of parchment scrawled with words. Have you lost your mind? Sirius? Lupin whispered, his voice laden with anger. He strode forward, grasping Sirius's arm and turning him around. You should be at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Do you realize how perilous your situation is? If you are discovered, that's why I came to find you. I rushed here, knowing you would be angry, Sirius interrupted. Shaking off Lupin's grip, his eyes ablaze with fury. I've had enough of that old house. Do you know what I discovered today? Walburga's portrait told me something. Though she is still as nagging as ever, she didn't scold me this time. She mentioned someone is at the Lestrange house in Albania. Lupin froze, his throat constricted. After a pause, he managed to squeeze out. Are you certain it was Walburga who said that? She did not deceive you? Why would she lie to me? Sirius replied with a bitter laugh, kicking a nearby decrepit wooden box that rolled out rusty gears. Ever since I brought Regulus back and had a few civil conversations with her, she has been less hostile. This time, she genuinely wants to help me. I heard it clearly. Voldemort and Peter are there. I must go and deal with him. Calm down, Sirius. Lupin raised his voice sharply, gripping his shoulders tightly. You cannot act so rashly. Listen to me, the Lestrange residence is likely heavily guarded. You may not even get in. Not get in? Their whole family should be in Azkaban, Sirius sneered, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. I do not care. I can set the Albanian forest ablaze. I want Peter to pay for what he has done. He ruined everything, James, Lily, in the years I spent in Azkaban. Enough. Creature cannot help you now. Lupin interjected, his voice trembling slightly. Do you think I do not want him to pay? I hate him more than anyone. But if you go out there to kill, it will not solve anything. It will only lead you to your own demise. You have not yet cleared your name. You need to face a trial. A trial? Sirius scoffed, a flicker of weariness in his eyes. What sort of trial would the ministry offer me? They would merely throw me back in. Or give me a Dominus kiss. I cannot wait any longer. As long as Peter is alive, I risk losing my sanity. Lupin stared at him, his chest heaving. He could feel the fury and pain radiating from Sirius, an emotion as fierce as a blazing fire, nearly consuming him. Taking a deep breath, he aimed for steadiness in his voice. Listen, Sirius, I know how much you have suffered, but you cannot act recklessly. We need to devise a plan, a clever one. We can seek out Dumbledore. He will believe you. Dumbledore? Sirius interrupted coldly. He cannot help me. This is my matter with Peter, and I must resolve it myself. With that, he turned to leave. Lupin seized him, growling, If you go out now, I swear I will tie you up myself. Sirius, you cannot destroy yourself like this. Sirius halted, his back to Lupin. His shoulders trembled slightly, as if suppressing something. After a moment, he murmured, Then tell me, what else can I do? Wait for Peter to continue evading justice, allowing him to cause more harm? Lupin released his grip, falling into silence for a moment. His voice became low and weary. I do not know, but I do know that if you die, or are captured again, I will truly have nothing left. Give me some time. Let us find a solution together, shall we? Since Walburga is willing to assist you, perhaps she can provide additional clues. The room fell into a profound silence. Sirius did not turn back, yet his fist gradually unclenched. After a pause, he muttered, All right, but I will not wait too long. Lupin hesitated, then suddenly extended his hand. Softly muttering, Expelliarmus. Sirius's wand flew from his grasp, landing securely in Lupin's hand. Startled, Sirius exclaimed, Remus, what are you doing? I cannot let you run amok. Lupin insisted, gripping the wand tightly, a note of pleading in his voice. Stay here. The room of requirement is safe, and no one will find you. I will come by when I can. We will devise a plan against Peter together. But you must promise me not to act impulsively." Sirius glared at him, fist clenched. And after a moment, coldly replied, "So you intend to imprison me here?" Lupin lowered his voice, his gaze falling on a scattered pile of parchment at their feet. "I merely wish to keep you safe, Sirius. Give me some time." The room sank into silence. Leaning against the shelves, Sirius faced away from Lupin, his shoulders quivering slightly. A rickety kettle perched precariously on one of the shelves finally toppled to the ground with a clatter. After a while, he whispered, "Fine. But I will wait no more than 7 days, Remus. After 7 days, if there is still no plan, I will seek out Peter, regardless of your wishes." Lupin exhaled in relief, nodding. 7 days will suffice. I will be here. He turned towards the exit, pausing to softly say, "Do not do anything foolish, Sirius." Chapter 123, The Crown of Desire, Part 1. As Harry searched for the location of the blood trader, Peter Pettigrew, on the Marauder's map, he caught sight of the name of Sirius Black. Harry thought he must be imagining things, yet it was indeed the name of his godfather. Sirius was on the 8th floor. To Harry's knowledge, the 8th floor housed only Dumbledore's office, a place he had visited several times. Clearly, Sirius was not in the same room as Dumbledore. Harry thought no more of it as he found the Blood Baron at a staircase. The ghost hovered in midair, the silver stains on his chest glimmering in the dim light. The Blood Baron's face was pallid, and his gaze was somber, as if he had grown weary of everything. "Mr. Baron," Harry mustered his courage to speak, his voice echoing in the empty corridor. "May I speak with you?" "About the diadem of Ravenclaw." The Blood Baron slowly turned to face him, regarding Harry with a cold snort, revealing a hint of a scornful smile. "You?" Harry did not falter. He lifted his gaze and met the fathomless eyes of the Bloodman Barrow. Taking a deep breath, he began to narrate as Lupin had advised. He spoke of the cupboard under the stairs at the Dursleys, the letter from Hogwarts, the dark presence of Voldemort lurking behind Quirrell's scarf, the hiss of the giant serpent, and the shadows of the Chamber of Secrets. His voice was calm and sincere, devoid of exaggeration or concealment. "It is highly probable that Voldemort has set his sights on the legacy of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. It is said that the diadem of Ravenclaw bestows wisdom upon its possessor, yet I have no desire for its power. I wish to ascertain whether it is a Horcrux. If it is, I shall destroy it. If it is not, I vow to return it to its rightful owner." Upon hearing this, the Bloodman Barrow fell silent for a moment. His expression remained indifferent, yet the mockery at the corners of his lips seemed to wane slightly. "Horcrux?" he murmured, a trace of curiosity lacing his tone. "You seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge. What makes you believe I should trust you?" Harry paused for a moment and retorted, "Then why did you not simply float away? You could have easily departed like Lady Helena. Yet you remain here to listen to me." A flicker of anguish crossed the face of Bloodman Barrow, as though he had been struck at a tender spot. He chuckled softly, tinged with self-mockery. "Helena," he murmured, "like me, she is a loser. She sought wisdom and freedom, while I yearned for love, yet we both have faltered. She, like myself, is ensnared in these stains of blood and regret. What is it that you truly wish to know?" Harry's heartbeat quickened. "The diadem," he said urgently. "You know about it, don't you?" "Madame Helena refused to tell me, but I am aware that you are connected with her." "Have you seen it?" The Blood Baron replied, "Indeed, I have. When I found her, I witnessed Helena conceal it within a hollow tree in Albania. That was her final act of defiance. Helena was reluctant to admit that she had stolen the diadem, yet she never anticipated such an eventuality." The Blood Baron continued, "I refrained from informing anyone, as I wished to keep it away from greedy hands. However, as your friend noted, I too witnessed Tom Riddle conversing with Helena." The Blood Baron paused, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. "That boy is as slippery as an eel, sweet-tongued to the point of nausea, yet his eyes are filled with venom." "Tom Riddle?" Harry frowned. "You mean Voldemort? He truly took the diadem?" The Blood Baron scoffed, his tone rife with disdain. "I know not how he deceived Helena, but she never spoke of the diadem thereafter." He paused, his gaze drifting into the distance, as if recalling a loathsome yet intricate tableau. "Tom Riddle was quite courteous to me. Do you know why, Potter?" Harry shook his head in confusion and inquired, "Why?" The bloodstained Barrow's lips curled slightly, revealing a chilling smile. "Because I have taken lives, like him. I am a villain." My voice bears a hint of self-deprecation. Tom perceived the blood on my hands. He relished this knowledge. Upon his graduation, he returned to Hogwarts, brandishing that diadem, and spoke to me. "He sought you out?" Harry exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. "What did he say?" A hint of disdain colored bloodstained Barrow's tone. He remarked, "Barrow, you and I are of the same ilk. We both comprehend the essence of death, I shall return to teach those fools the true art of magic. Bloodstained Barrow let out a cold laugh, clutching the diadem as though he were a hunter flaunting his spoils. I paid him no heed, my interest in his ambitions having waned. Yet he continued, have you lingered here for centuries without feeling ennui? I intend to apply for the position of defense against the dark arts under Dumbledore. He actually aspires to be a teacher? Harry queried in disbelief. Huh. He made the attempt, Bloodstained Barrow retorted scornfully. That very day, he approached Dumbledore. And the outcome? Harry pressed. Bloodstained Barrow cast a frosty glance in his direction. His tone sharp. The result? Dumbledore afforded him no opportunity. I witnessed him descend from the 8th floor, empty-handed. The 8th floor? Harry asked eagerly. Bloodstained Barrow refrained from answering directly. Do not pose such obvious questions, Potter. I shall only share what I observed. He returned with the diadem, uttered those words to me, and then descended from the 8th floor empty-handed. Dumbledore rebuffed him, and he was livid. Harry furrowed his brow, his mind a tumult of confusion. Do you believe the crown still resides within the school, or has it been concealed? Bloodman Barlow shrugged, the silver streaks of blood quivering slightly, and his tone reverted to its usual sharpness. How should I know? Harry bit his lip and murmured, I don't know, but I must attempt to find it. Attempt? Sneered Blood Purifier Barrow. Then I wish you good luck, Potter. Do try not to perish too soon. Ever since he failed to secure the position, not a single defense against the dark arts teacher has lasted. With that, Blood Purifier Barrow turned and glided into the wall, leaving Harry alone in the dimly lit stairwell. It became apparent to Harry that there was yet another reason why no one wished to teach defense against the dark arts. He muttered to himself, pondering why Voldemort coveted the position. Yet, what could possibly draw him to the role of defense against the dark arts instructor? Chapter 124, The Crown of Desire, Part 2. Sirius swept aside layers of clutter on the shelf, his fingers dusted with a fine layer of grime. Though Lupin had confiscated his wand, the Room of Requirement was generous. Should Sirius wish for it, the room might promptly provide him with a wand of suitable quality. However, Sirius chose not to pursue this option. He believed Lupin to be a man of his word, and when the time came, he would reclaim his wand to seek vengeance. The agony of loathing oneself for a suddenly decayed friend was far more profound than any hatred directed towards Voldemort. Having Lupin by his side was indeed a stroke of fortune. Together they had tasted the bitterness of this world, acutely aware that malevolence lurked closely, trampling all in its path. Sirius never viewed himself as an embodiment of justice, nor did he possess a lofty moral sense. He simply refused to bow down to a world that offered little worth revering. Harry had been telling himself for 2 days that the diadem of Ravenclaw might be hidden here. And the three of them had spent those 2 days rummaging through this room cluttered with various bizarre and abandoned items. Now, while Lupin and Harry attended class, Sirius continued to sift through the sea of discarded belongings, searching for any trace of the diadem's existence. He paused beside a crooked wooden table, which was scattered with an assortment of peculiar objects. Among them lay a potions textbook with singed edges, the name on the cover smudged beyond recognition by ink. As he flipped through the pages, he discovered a hand-drawn cartoon, a young Severus Snape, exaggeratedly depicted in a comical manner, accompanied by a hasty note that read, "The teacher is so fierce." Nearby rested a worn Quidditch wrist guard, its leather marred by countless scratches, clearly having endured numerous fierce matches. The inside bore an unfamiliar name, etched in a crooked manner. Sirius gazed at it, envisioning a player sweating profusely on the field. There was also a letter, evidently unfinished. The ink smudged as if water had accidentally splashed on it. It contained only the words, "I don't know how to tell you, but I really," followed by a blank space. Hogwarts was always teeming with youthful spirits, generations growing up over 7 years, akin to a lengthy, serialized narrative. They attended classes, fought, took exams, celebrated Christmas, brewed dreadful potions, or found themselves in a frenzy the night before paper submissions. Then, as the 7 years culminated, those carefree and chaotic times abruptly ceased. Some donned the attire of adulthood and seamlessly transformed into mature individuals, while others remained behind, blissfully unaware. If one were to categorize Sirius, he belonged to the latter group. But Peter's betrayal had negated both him and the precious memories accumulated over those 7 years. The friendship forged in those years was proven to be fragile, while James's love became a casualty of failed camaraderie. On the day Sirius confronted Peter Pettigrew in the street, a blinding spell engulfed him, overwhelming him like a tidal wave. Sirius tossed the crooked wooden table into the pile of examined items and continued to sift through the other belongings on the shelves. This place, much like the shed skin of the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, bore remnants of countless items discarded by individuals before they hurriedly transitioned into adulthood. Many reminisce about their student days, not for the robust physique of youth, but for the state of knowing little yet brimming with anticipation. Hope and expectation are the most precious treasures. As they mature, the accumulation of experiences provides optimal solutions and standard answers. While judgments of right and wrong extinguish the fervor and joy of immersing oneself in endeavors, friendships, love, beautiful yet useless collections, hobbies, and dreams gradually yield to the pragmatic considerations of reality. Sirius passed by a vanishing cabinet standing in the corner of the room of requirement. The cabinet towered at least 2 men high, wide enough to accommodate an adult standing within. Its rough-hewn wood was slightly warped, and a noticeable scratch marred its surface, slanting from the upper left to the lower right, as if it had been scraped by something sharp. There was no handle on the door, only a small, rusted metal keyhole, exuding an air of abandonment, appearing as though it were broken. Suddenly, a glimmer from the shelf to the right of the vanishing cabinet stirred something within Sirius. Instinctively, he reached out toward the corner. The diadem was silver, with elegant and simple lines, its center featuring a peculiar gem resembling a droplet of frozen tears. Sirius held his breath as he studied it. Time slipped away unnoticed until a commotion at the entrance broke the silence. "Let's keep searching," Lupin said as he returned from class with Harry. Suddenly, Sirius emerged from the side, gently placing the diadem upon Lupin's head. He then stepped back to admire Lupin adorned with the diadem. Like the locket, prolonged contact with it could evoke negative emotions. Sirius paused and continued, "But wait, an idea for modifying that potion recipe just flashed into my mind." Lupin, steadying the diadem, gasped, "But it looks magnificent on you." Sirius chuckled, finishing his thought, "You look like a prince, a werewolf prince, or perhaps a princess would suit you as well. It truly is beautiful. I believe I've actually come up with some materials and steps." Lupin stammered. "Yes, it indeed sharpens the mind," Sirius remarked, "so I suggest you return my wand." "What?" Lupin was taken aback. "It reminded me that perhaps there's another way to greet our old friend." Sirius carefully removed the diadem, extending his hand to indicate that Lupin should join him in leaving. Chapter 125, The Crown of Desire, Part 2. The fire at Peter Pettigrew's home had been raging for an indeterminate time, but it had burned long enough to create a compelling headline. A simple method to determine whether a day is fortunate is to glance at the daily news reports. If the front page is filled with gossip about various wizarding singers or eccentric bands, or complaints from Gilderoy Lockhart's fans, none involving murder or turmoil, merely trivialities for casual conversation, then it is likely a good day. Today, however, the front page of the Daily Prophet blared a shocking headline: "Heroic Mother Presumed Lost in Flames. The Final Glory of the Pettigrew Family Extinguished." Wizards had already heard the tale of a heroic mother driven mad by grief. Yet today they witnessed the news of Peter Pettigrew's home ultimately consumed by fire. When the first wizard arrived at the scene, flames had already painted the night sky crimson, thick smoke billowing into the air. No one knew how the fire had ignited. Some speculated it was due to an old magical fireplace malfunctioning, while others whispered that Mrs. Pettigrew herself had set it all ablaze. After all, since her descent into madness, her actions had become erratic, like a ghost trapped within her own memories. Wizards remembered Peter Pettigrew, the diminutive man lauded as a hero, who supposedly sacrificed himself to thwart Sirius Black's plot. This tale had become legendary in the wizarding world. The cowardly Peter Pettigrew, stepping up at a critical moment, trading his life for the victory of justice. Mrs. Pettigrew would scream her son's name in the dead of night, convinced that Peter was merely outplaying and would soon return. Initially, wizards attempted to comfort her, but her gaze was vacant, like an abyss, and no words could reach her heart. Eventually, they gave up. No one pressed Mrs. Pettigrew to seek treatment at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies, for it was understood among them that, rather than confronting the anguish of losing her son, allowing her to remain immersed in a delusional fantasy might be the kinder option. With Christmas just days away, the first mourners arrived as snow began to fall from the sky. The ruins still bore the remnants of charred wood and molten metal, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke. A young witch laid a bouquet of flowers at the site, murmuring softly, "May your soul rest in peace, madam." An increasing number of wizards gathered, drawn either by their admiration for Peter's heroic deeds or by a simple sympathy for the unfortunate woman. The snow fell more heavily, swallowing the last vestiges of the dim yellow twilight beneath the weight of thick clouds, leaving a somber dusk enveloping the ruins of the Pettigrew home. The mourning wizards had dispersed, their footsteps fading into the muddy path, and the ruins appeared even more desolate in the darkness, with broken beams exposed like skeletal remains. In this moment of neglect, a mouse emerged from the nearby thicket, its damp fur clinging to its body, its gray-brown coat speckled with mud, and its small eyes gleaming with vigilance. It had arrived long before the mourners, concealing itself in the depths of the woods, awaiting the crowd's departure. Now, it had returned to this familiar yet fearsome place. Peter's tiny paws scampered across the charred ground, his slender tail trailing behind, leaving a faint mark. He navigated around a pile of collapsed bricks and burrowed into the remnants of a burnt living room, his nose twitching as he sniffed the air, seemingly searching for something. His movements were frantic and urgent as he clamped his sharp teeth onto a splintered board, attempting to pry it open. The image of his mother, the mad Mrs. Pettigrew, flickered in his mind. She was always seated in her rocking chair. Peter was unaware of what he was truly seeking. Just as he delved beneath a heap of fallen bricks, clawing through a charred piece of fabric, he heard an almost imperceptible footfall behind him. His small ears perked up. But before he could turn, he was suddenly lifted into the air, a hand emerging from the darkness, grasping his tail with precision. The hand was small yet strong, pulling him unhesitatingly from the ruins. Peter struggled in a panic, his tiny paws flailing in the air, but an overwhelming surge of magic coursed through him in an instant. He felt dizzy, his bones stretching, his fur rapidly retreating. Within mere seconds, his mouse form vanished, replaced by that of a short, stout man. Little Peter collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. His clothes were soaked, the gray robe clinging to his skin. Melted snow and ash mingled, dripping from his sparse hair onto the charred earth, producing a faint patter. His palm pressed against the ashes, black grime filling the crevices beneath his nails. And he looked up in terror. The one who had seized him was a boy, clad in an oversized black robe, the edges fluttering gently in the wind. Disheveled black hair cascading over his forehead, obscuring half of his brow. In his hand, he wielded a wand, its tip faintly glowing. Behind round glasses, his clear, deep green eyes fixed intently on Peter. Lily? Peter trembled, his voice laced with shock and fear, as if he had seen a ghost rising from the grave. The boy did not respond immediately, merely furrowing his brow slightly. His expression bore an unsettling calmness beyond his years, lips pressed into a straight line. As if scrutinizing the man before him, Peter's throat went dry, his heart pounding so fiercely it felt as though it might burst from his chest. He did not know why he had blurted out Lily's name. Perhaps it was because those eyes resembled hers, imbued with the same warmth and determination. Or perhaps it was the tide of guilt that surged within him, rendering escape impossible. James. Peter stammered, recognizing the boy's face. He attempted to rise from the ground, but his legs felt as weak as cotton, utterly devoid of strength, forcing him to kneel while supporting his body. Stealing a glance at the boy's wand, he secretly contemplated the possibility of escape. He could transform into a mouse again, slipping through the crevices of the ruins, just as he had countless times before. The boy finally spoke. "I know who you are, Peter." His tone bore neither anger nor disdain, only a chilling certainty. "I know what you have done." Peter's heart sank, his lips quivering as he parted them, yearning to justify himself, to concoct a lie as he had done for years. He could claim he was coerced, that he too was a victim, but under the gaze of those eyes, all falsehoods felt utterly impotent. His hands involuntarily clenched, nails digging into his palm, drawing forth a trickle of blood. The wind around the ruins ceased, and the heavy snow fell almost soundlessly to the ground. A peculiar silence enveloped the air. "What do you want?" Peter's voice was nearly a plea, his gaze flitting uncertainly, ultimately landing on the boy's wand. "Enough," a voice rang out. And another man waved his wand, transforming little Peter back into a mouse, then clutching him tightly in his hand. "Your heart is pounding in my grip." "Do mice have hearts?" Sirius remarked, "Perhaps only as large as my fingernail." Peter struggled desperately within Sirius's palm, catching sight of a light igniting across the room. His mother was being supported by Lupin, a crown upon her head. Mrs. Pettigrew's eyes appeared strikingly lucid, and soon tears streamed down her wrinkled face. "This should be the last time you see your mother." Sirius spoke slowly to the mouse in his palm. "The charade of heroism is over." Chapter 126. The blood-soaked fountain in the Ministry of Magic S Hall, nearing the end of the workday, a front desk which languidly leaned against her wooden desk, idly twirling a quill in her hand. She had already envisioned her dinner menu, perhaps a steaming bowl of pumpkin soup or hot cocoa, accompanied by a slice of freshly baked cream bread. She could almost picture herself nestled comfortably at home, with less than half an hour remaining until closing. She could nearly hear the bells of freedom ringing in her ears. At that moment, a colleague nearby suddenly gasped. The front desk which jolted upright, her quill clattering to the desk, splattering ink in a small arc. Her eyes widened, mouth agape, utterly forgetting to close it. What lay before her was utterly astonishing. A group of people had appeared in the center of the hall. A boy stood at the forefront, his black hair tousled against his forehead. A pair of round glasses askew on his nose. The witch recognized him immediately. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, a legendary figure known throughout the magical world. Beside him, an elderly woman sat on the ground, hands covering her face, wailing heart-wrenchingly. Her gray-white hair was disheveled, as if she had just escaped a storm. Her cries were intermittent, mingled with incoherent murmurs. "My son, my little Peter." Behind the elderly woman stood a dark-haired man, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, his deep-set eyes radiating an indescribable fury. Beside him was a man with brown hair, gentle in demeanor yet bearing a hint of sickly pallor. They tightly restrained another individual. The hall fell silent. The only sound echoing was the elderly woman's cries. "We demand a retrial of the case from 13 years ago," Lupin addressed the ministry employee. "Concerning little Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black." The elderly woman's sobs gradually subsided as she lifted her head, trembling hands brushing away her tears. "My Peter," she murmured, her gaze settling upon the diminutive man. "You are alive. Why did you not return to me?" Little Peter Pettigrew flinched as if scalded by the words, retracting his neck abruptly. The wizards in the hall, who were preparing to leave for the day, halted in their tracks, their attention drawn to this unexpected assembly. Some recognized Mrs. Pettigrew, recently mentioned in the Daily Prophet as having perished in a blaze, hailed as a heroic mother. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd, a blend of astonishment and confusion. "Isn't that Sirius Black? Isn't he supposed to be in Azkaban?" A trembling voice murmured. "Wait. Could it be that he really escaped?" Another witch screamed, nearly dropping her briefcase. "Oh my, that's Peter Pettigrew." Sirius's fingers dug deeply into Peter's shoulder, having already disarmed him. Peter's pale visage contorted in terror as he struggled, but Sirius's strength far surpassed his ability to resist. Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office, rushed to the scene. However, upon surveying the spectacle before him, a flicker of shock crossed his scarred face. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the group. "A murderer? A deceased hero?" Scrimgeour raised his voice, akin to a lion scenting its prey. 13 years ago, the verdict in Sirius's case was a miscarriage of justice, Lupin quickly interjected. Taking a deep breath, he turned to face Peter. His voice was low and steady, laced with an undeniable sorrow. "I do not comprehend your motives, Peter. It is unfortunate that you possess only one life. Otherwise, I would have relished the opportunity to end it multiple times." Sirius interrupted Lupin, casting a cold sneer at Peter, his tone dripping with hatred. Very well, very well." Scrimgeour glared icily at everyone present. Addressing Lupin, who was pointing his wand at Peter, he commanded, "Lower your wand. There is no possibility of apparition here. You have no escape." At that moment, Peter's emotions unraveled completely. He began to mumble incoherently to himself, his voice trembling to the point of being barely audible. "I'm going to die. I don't want to die." His eyes bulging as if he might faint at any moment. Just then, several Aurors charged in from the opposite side of the hall, wands raised, ready to regain control of the situation. Both Sirius and Peter were targeted by their wands, yet Lupin looked once more at Peter, his tone softening. "But perhaps you still have an opportunity for redemption. Maybe you did not wish for this." These words seemed to ignite the last flicker of madness within Peter. With a sudden burst of energy, he unexpectedly broke free from Sirius's grasp. Seizing the moment while everyone was still processing the turn of events, he lunged at Scrimgeour with astonishing speed, snatching the wand from his hand. Scrimgeour, taken aback, clearly did not anticipate such explosive defiance from the seemingly cowardly little man. Peter's hand trembled as he clutched the wand, his gaze wild as he glared at Lupin and Sirius, his mouth twitching into a grotesque smile. "You think you're the kindest? The noblest? Was it not you who severed my arm that night at Hogwarts? It was you who cast the counter curse on me." Lupin's voice rang out sharply. "There is no position for a werewolf here. It was you who desired my demise." He nearly roared, his expression twisted into one of near savagery. In the split second before Scrimgeour could reclaim his wand, Peter swung it, unleashing a blinding red light that struck Lupin squarely in the abdomen. With a dull explosion, Lupin's body was violently hurled backward, colliding with the magical fountain at the center of the hall. A gaping, bloody wound erupted from his abdomen, blood gushing forth and staining his robes. The fountain featured statues, including a wizard pointing a wand skyward, a witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf. The impact of Lupin's body caused the statues to shudder slightly, the bloody wound aligning with the wizard's hand that gripped the wand. Blood flowed down the fountain, rapidly turning the water a grotesque shade of pink. No. Harry let out a heart-wrenching cry, dashing toward the fountain, the heavy scent of blood almost suffocating him. Mrs. Pettigrew emitted a piercing wail. Peter, my child, what are you doing? Seeking death. Scrimgeour bellowed, his face flushed with rage. He reclaimed his wand and swiftly bound both Sirius and Peter. These two must both be imprisoned. Were it not for my professional ethics, I would have relished sending you two wretches directly to your demise. The Aurors quickly advanced, subduing both Sirius and Peter. Peter had already collapsed to the ground, still murmuring, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Harry knelt beside Lupin, his hands trembling as he attempted to cover the gaping wound. Yet his efforts proved futile. Blood seeped through his fingers, staining his hands crimson. He looked up at Scrimgeour, his voice hoarse as he implored, Save him. Please, save him. Scrimgeour clenched his jaw and gestured to an Auror, immediately head to St. Mungo's. A young female Auror rushed forward, grasping Lupin's arm. Harry remained frozen in place, his hands still warm with blood. He cast his gaze down at the water now tinged pink. The echoes of Lupin's final words resonating in his ears, you may still have a chance for redemption. Harry watched as the gentle light in Lupin's eyes gradually dimmed. Chapter 127, Letters and the Snargaluff. Harry had been absent from class for several consecutive days, and rumors about him scurried about like rats in a cellar. Professor Lupin was also missing, and now Severus Snape was substituting for the defense against the dark arts class. Enough. Silence. Snape commanded from the podium, his black cloak swirling dramatically, bringing immediate stillness to the classroom. He held a textbook in his hand. Since your regular professor is temporarily unavailable, I shall begrudgingly impart some useful knowledge. Turn to page 77. Today we shall discuss the defenses against the Red Cap. A student raised her hand, her voice tinged with urgency. Professor, when will Professor Lupin return? And Harry, Snape interrupted her sharply, his impatience evident. I am not your informant. The matter concerning Professor Lupin is of no concern to you. Now, stow your curiosity and pay attention. That day, various stories circulated about the happenings in the Ministry of Magic, yet the true events concerning Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew had not graced the pages of any newspaper. Draco felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Correspondence from Malfoy Manor had ceased once again. It was time for Snape's tutoring session on the art of mental occlusion. Draco, Snape said slowly, you have studied long enough. Now, let us see if you can truly guard your thoughts. Lie to me. Any lie will do. But try not to let me see through it. Snape narrowed his eyes slightly. Draco felt a tightening in his throat as he attempted to mask his inner tension. He inhaled deeply, swiftly weaving a lie in his mind while striving to seal away his true emotions and memories behind an invisible wall. The lie had to be credible, but not overly complex, lest he reveal himself. He began, deliberately slowing his speech. Last night, I received a letter from home. My mother, Narcissa, informed me that she recently redecorated the garden, planting a plethora of rare moonlit flowers. She also mentioned that when I return for the holidays, she wishes to show me how they glow at night. A heavy silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the faint crackling of the fireplace. Snape stepped forward, the hem of his robe trailing ominously on the ground. His gaze was icy, probing into Draco's consciousness. Draco sensed an intangible pressure in his mind, yet he clenched his jaw, forcing himself to concentrate on his fabricated tale. He envisioned his mother, Narcissa, in the Malfoy Manor garden, draped in a silver gown, delicately tapping the flowerbed with her wand as the moonlit flowers blossomed in ethereal radiance. He imagined her seated in the study, wielding a quill to write a letter. Even picturing an owl flapping its wings as it arrived, everything felt so vividly real. Narcissa? Snape circled Draco slowly, as if searching for cracks in his fade. Would she personally tend to the flowers? I recall your mother preferred to delegate such tasks to house elves rather than engage in them herself. Draco's heart raced, but he quickly adjusted his expression, forcing a smirk of disdain. Professor, you know so little of my mother. She has recently taken a keen interest in gardening, claiming she is bored and must find something to occupy her time. Snape halted before him, his dark eyes fixed intently on Draco, seemingly searching for any sign of faltering. A bead of cold sweat formed on Draco's brow, yet he compelled himself to remain composed, lifting his chin in a proud manner to meet Snape's gaze. In his mind, the invisible wall held firm, shielding him from all genuine memories, the anxiety of not receiving letters from home and the unease regarding his family's current affairs. Seconds stretched on, feeling like an eternity. At last, Snape stepped back and nodded slightly, a trace of reluctant acknowledgement in his voice. Very well, I found no cracks. Your mental occlusion is satisfactory. There is no need to seek me out again. Snape lowered his wand, addressing Draco. Practice on your own. Draco raised his head, momentarily surprised, but quickly resumed his usual aloof demeanor. Understood, Professor. Outside Hagrid's hut, sunlight filtered through the treetops of the Forbidden Forest, casting dappled shadows as the care of magical creatures class descended into chaos. The air was thick with the scent of something burning. Today's subject was the blast-ended Scroot, with some newly hatched resembling shell-less lobsters, pale and sticky. Others had developed armored exoskeletons, appearing as a bizarre cross between giant scorpions and elongated crabs. With numerous legs protruding haphazardly and a dangerous, explosive tail trailing behind them. The Scroots scuttled across the ground, emitting hissing sounds and occasionally flicking their tails, sending showers of sparks that elicited gasps from the students. Draco stood beside a pile of Scroots, holding a bloody piece of raw meat, frowning as he reluctantly tossed it to the writhing creatures. The moment the meat hit the ground, one Scroot lunged at it, its tail whipping violently and erupting in a burst of flames that singed the grass nearby. Not far off, Hagrid's booming voice resonated across the clearing. All right, children. Don't be afraid. These little fellows are quite clever. If you feed them properly, they won't explode indiscriminately. Come, take some meat, approach slowly, and don't rush. Hagrid stood beside a stack of wooden crates, holding a wriggling Scroot with an excited grin plastered across his face. The creature twisted in his grasp, its tail sending sparks that nearly singed his unruly beard. Hagrid laughed heartily. Look at them, full of energy. A bit of meat will calm them down. Calm. Draco muttered under his breath. I think they want to blow us all to smithereens. Hey, Draco, you look like you've eaten a rancid sock. A familiar voice called out, and Draco turned to see Blaise standing nearby, arms crossed. What's wrong? Afraid these little cuties will scorch your pretty robes? Be quiet, Blaise. It's obvious you're quite fond of these creatures, Draco retorted irritably, tossing another piece of meat, but missing his target. The meat struck a Scroot's shell. The creature exploded in a shower of sparks, causing Neville Longbottom to yelp and leap back, nearly toppling into Hagrid's pumpkin patch. Blaise stifled a laugh, taking a few steps closer. All right, enough complaining. Why hasn't Harry shown up for class these past few days? What is going on? Draco fell silent for a moment, kicking at the dirt by his feet, his voice barely audible. I haven't received any letters from home. I don't know what they're busy with. Theodore keeps saying something big has happened at the ministry, but there's nothing in the papers. Have you heard anything? I have no insider information, Blaise replied. Everyone is just saying that a murderer has returned. Theodore chimed in from the side. The infamous traitor, Peter Pettigrew, has returned. He claims he is willing to divulge everything he knows to the ministry in hopes of avoiding the Dementor's kiss. Chapter 128. The despairing Sunflower Harry sat on the rigid wooden chair in the hospital room, his hands tightly gripping his knees as he gazed at Lupin's pale face. He felt like a desolate sunflower, yearning for the sun to awaken, even if just to stir slightly. The room was eerily silent, save for Lupin's shallow breaths and the occasional footsteps echoing down the distant corridor. Harry sensed that he was ensnared within a colossal glass dome, where everything outside remained obscured, and he could only remain in this confined space, repeatedly counting Lupin's breaths, reassuring himself that the faint rise and fall persisted. Harry had always found solace in two things: the voracious appetite of Sirius and the serene slumber of Lupin. Sirius's meals were always a source of delight, provoking laughter from Harry, while Lupin's peaceful repose, with the corners of his mouth gently upturned and his brow relaxed, instilled a profound sense of calm. However, now both of these comforts felt distant. Harry remained unaware of the current status of Sirius's trial, and as he gazed upon Lupin, the gaping wound created by Peter Pettigrew's treachery loomed ominously, a stark reminder that all that is vibrant and alive can be lost in an instant. In recent days, Harry has not truly succumbed to slumber. His heart races as if pursued by an unseen force. He finds himself engulfed in profound terror, fearing that should he close his eyes and drift into sleep, he would awaken to a grim and imposing death notice awaiting him. Harry extended his hand and gently touched Lupin's wrist. The dry yet warm sensation allowed him to exhale slightly in relief. Like a nervous sentinel, he repeatedly confirmed that Lupin's heartbeat persisted and his breath continued. The warmth was not fervent, yet it was sufficient to assure him that the world had not completely unraveled. If only Sirius were here, Harry murmured, his voice barely audible. He recalled Sirius's vehement declaration that if Pettigrew had 100 lives, he would unhesitatingly take each one of them himself. Harry now found himself in a similar state of mind. If given the chance, he would gladly accept 50 from Sirius. His hatred for Peter surged forth, accompanied by a swell of resentment towards the entire world. Why had so many illustrious wizards concocted numerous healing potions? Yet no one could instantly mend the gaping wound in Lupin's chest? Why must those he cherished be repeatedly thrust to the brink of peril? He cast a glance at Lupin's serene face, recalling the excruciating pain he had endured when consuming the bone regrowth potion. It had heightened Harry's sensitivity to pain. But what of Lupin? Consuming wolfsbane every month must surely be a far more dreadful experience. Yet he always managed to smile with such composure, as if nothing had transpired. An overwhelming curiosity gripped him. Did Lupin also fear pain? Had he ever silently cursed the forces that inflicted suffering upon him? Yet, he dared not inquire, fearing that the answer would only deepen his anguish. If he were to inform Lupin's parents, Harry hesitated, then shook his head. Lupin had always been one to share only good news, never the bad. Were Lupin's parents to discover that their son lay here, they would undoubtedly rush over in a frenzy. Harry wished to spare them the worry and did not want Lupin to blame him for speaking out of turn upon awakening. He sighed, suppressing the thought. Suddenly, the door to the infirmary creaked open, and Harry looked up sharply to see the Auror who had brought Lupin to the hospital entering. She had introduced herself as Tonks, and had mentioned that she was Sirius's cousin. Tonks's mother, Andromeda Tonks, was a cousin of Sirius Black, and had been disowned by the Black family for marrying a Muggle-born wizard named Ted. Her shock of pink hair stood out vividly in the dim light, and her face appeared somewhat sharper than the last time he had seen her. Harry blinked, recalling that her hair had been blue during her previous visit, and that her nose had a slightly different shape. Tonks glanced at Lupin on the bed, her brow furrowing slightly, before turning her attention to Harry. It was evident that he had not been sleeping well. She managed a reassuring smile. It's merely a scratch, don't fret. Aurors often come away with a few bruises or cuts. I assure you, based on my extensive experience, he will be fine. Harry nodded slightly, yet remained silent. He understood that Tonks meant well, but her words did little to assuage his unease. The immense wound was starkly visible, dark and grotesquely embedded in Lupin's chest. In a hushed tone, Harry inquired, "When will he awaken?" "It's hard to say," Tonks shrugged, attempting to maintain a light-hearted demeanor. "But he's incredibly resilient. Having endured so many full moons, this minor injury is hardly significant. A couple of nights ago had been a full moon, and Harry had administered some wolfsbane potion to Lupin, watching as he transformed into a wolf and back into a man while in his unconscious state. She approached the bedside, gazing down at Lupin before turning to lean against the wall, arms crossed. Scrimgeour's team had thoroughly sifted through the memories of Sirius and Pettigrew, employing truth serum, legilimency, and various other interrogation techniques, everything at their disposal. If he were to regain consciousness, he would likely be subjected to an examination and memory verification. Harry abruptly lifted his head, his eyes wide with astonishment. What have they discovered? The likes of Fudge and Umbridge remained obstinate, unwilling to disclose that Voldemort still existed. Tonks spoke with a hint of derision, noting their refusal to acknowledge that the object affixed to Quirrell's skull was indeed Voldemort. They claimed the evidence was insufficiently compelling and continued to stall for time. However, once the magical court was officially in session, their verbal gymnastics would no longer hold sway. It was true that Sirius had killed a Death Eater who had been sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban, and he was also an illegal animagus. Nevertheless, the hardliners like Scrimgeour harbored a certain admiration for him as a result. Tonks added, "We have specially crafted cages for him and Pettigrew, sized for their animal forms." Harry clenched his fists, a surge of fury bubbling within him. He had always known that Fudge was a coward, but he never anticipated that he would continue to feign ignorance at this juncture. Tonks paused momentarily, then suddenly broke into a wide grin, revealing a row of perfectly aligned teeth. However, during the memory examination, we happened to peruse the love story of Sirius and Lupin as well. What? Harry's mouth fell agape, nearly causing him to slip from his seat. "Oh, don't be so astonished," Tonks chuckled with increasing delight, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. They both looked rather charming. Most of us found it quite captivating, akin to reading a romantic novel. Harry felt that his mind was a chaotic whirlwind. He knew that Sirius and Lupin had not been together for long, yet now one was imprisoned in Azkaban while the other lay in a hospital bed. He suddenly sensed that fate was remarkably unjust. Harry clenched his teeth and silently resolved that once they all recovered, he would compel them to marry, to prevent any further complications. "I am truly envious of Sirius," Tonks suddenly sighed, her tone imbued with seriousness. The men in the Auror squad were either alarmingly self-assured or fierce as lions. My mentor is Mad-Eye Moody. You might have heard of his temperament. Yet, I had never encountered someone like Lupin, who was somewhat meek and self-deprecating, with a gentle elegance and an air of mystery. She paused, tilting her head to regard Harry, a faint smile gracing her lips. I believe Sirius and I share a similar taste. In my opinion, my cousin sometimes has the most outrageous luck, and at other times, he is remarkably fortunate. Wouldn't you agree? Tonks patted Harry on the shoulder, preparing to depart. Scrimgeour may come by after Lupin awakens. Chapter 129, Diverging Paths, Malfoy Manor. Lucius stood before the fireplace, the dark mark upon his arm burning like fire against his skin, causing him to furrow his brow. The Dark Lord is summoning me, Lucius murmured, the burning sensation intensifying. He was either suspecting the delay of Wormtail's return or had already learned of our betrayal. Narcissa sat on the velvet sofa opposite him, her hands tightly clasped. She suddenly lifted her gaze, a flicker of panic in her eyes. A friend from the ministry relayed a message this morning, she whispered. The Auror Patrol is prepared to take action. Lucius, they may arrive today. Lucius turned, his expression particularly somber in the candlelight. He approached Narcissa, resting one hand on the back of the sofa as he gazed down at her. That coward, Wormtail, has divulged everything. The Dark Lord's hiding in Albania. Our financing of Quirrell, even the flow of galleons has been laid bare. The ministry will not let this opportunity slip by. Do not go to Azkaban, Narcissa suddenly implored, her voice trembling almost to the point of breaking. Lucius, you know what that place is. Few emerge with their sanity intact. We cannot take that risk. Lucius remained silent for a moment, his gaze drifting to the window. He inhaled deeply before replying. We have little choice left, Narcissa. We can either seek refuge with the Dark Lord or, like Peter, betray our allegiance once more and submit to the ministry. Narcissa rose, her tone tinged with bitterness. Submit to the ministry? Will they even accept us? After the First War, we publicly distanced ourselves from the Dark Lord. With Wormtail's testimony now exposed, the ministry will no longer trust us. The Aurors might even kill us in retaliation. Lucius scoffed lightly, his fingers absent-mindedly caressing the serpent engraving on his wand. The Dark Lord needs followers. Peter's betrayal cost him a servant, and he has not yet regained his strength. He will make use of us, at least for the time being. And the ministry? Narcissa furrowed her brow. Fudge will not publicly acknowledge Voldemort's return. He fears inciting panic. However, he could apprehend us on other charges, such as financing Quirrell or fabricating evidence. Indeed, Lucius nodded. Draco may escape unscathed, but you are not so fortunate. I do not wish for you to join the Death Eaters. Is there no other way? Narcissa inquired. Remaining here will only result in the Aurors taking me away. Or should I hide alone, evading capture? Perhaps you could try that, Lucius suggested softly, presenting an idea. They would not suspect a child. If it proves effective, it is certainly preferable to facing the Dark Lord or Azkaban. Narcissa was taken aback, staring at Lucius as if attempting to comprehend his decision. Are you saying you truly intend to leave alone? You mean to abandon Draco and me? Lucius stepped closer, resting his hands gently upon her shoulders. I have no choice. If I remain here, the Aurors will seize us all. If I return to his side, at least I can bargain for some time with the Dark Lord, ensuring you're in Draco's safety from their assaults. Narcissa, listen to me, Lucius said earnestly. I will negotiate terms with him. I shall inform him that I am willing to serve, but only on the condition that he spares you and Draco. He requires loyal followers, and I can prove my worth. A few hours later, a squad of Aurors arrived at Malfoy Manor. To their astonishment, the doors stood wide open, and the protective enchantments had been lifted. The leading Auror captain surveyed the empty hall with a furrowed brow. Where is everyone? They could not have fled this quickly. Search, he commanded his subordinates. Every room, every corner, turn it all inside out. The Aurors swiftly dispersed, their footsteps echoing through the manor's corridors. They burst into the study, rifling through drawers, stormed into the bedrooms, appending beds, and even the barrels in the cellar were not spared. Yet, the manor remained devoid of life. Not even a house elf in sight. Captain, there is no one here, a young Auror panted as he returned to the hall. Not even dust on the furniture. It seems they left long ago. The captain narrowed his eyes, his wand faintly glowing. Impossible. Wormtail's memories were verified with Veritasrum. They should not have known we would come. Just then, an Auror rushed in from outside, exclaiming, Captain, we found a little girl near the woods, injured. A girl? The captain frowned. Take me to her. On the edge of the woods outside the manor, a girl of 5 or 6 sat upon a stone, with long hair and a demeanor that belied her age. She had a deep, visible wound on her calf, appearing severe, with blood staining her dress. Yet, she clutched a wand in her hand, reciting a healing spell in a low voice. Who are you? The captain approached, attempting to soften his tone. Little one, why are you here alone? The girl glanced up at him, offering no reply. She continued to murmur the incantation, yet her wound showed no sign of healing. The captain frowned, scrutinizing the girl closely. There was something odd about her demeanor, though he could not pinpoint what it was. Enough of this. She is hurt. He raised his wand, softly uttering, healing as before. A gentle light enveloped the girl's injury, but another aura urged, we have more pressing matters to attend to. Let us return and report to the ministry. The aurors turned to leave, their footsteps gradually receding. The girl stood, dragging her injured leg, limping into the depths of the woods. Not a single auror noticed that the healing spell had failed to take effect simultaneously. A witch of such tender age should not possess a wand. She ought to have been accompanied by a trace. Narcissa used her wand to clean the blood from her dress, only for it to be soaked once again by the blood flowing from her wound. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of Albania, Lucius knelt before a swirl of dark mist, murmuring, My lord, I have returned. Recently, I noticed that a friend signed up for my book in that interactive lottery event, but I couldn't see who it was. So, I decided to like all the comments, wishing everyone good luck. Chapter 130. The last message once again. It was a tedious class on protecting magical creatures. The biting cold wind cut through the air as Draco stood rigidly in the snow near the forbidden forest of Hogwarts, his fingertips nearly losing sensation in the frigid air. He squinted at a nearby blast-ended scrut, which had grown considerably since the last lesson, wriggling its comical body while its tail occasionally emitted a dazzling shower of sparks. Tomorrow was Christmas, yet Draco felt no warmth of the holiday spirit. Not a single letter had come in response to the one he sent back to Malfoy Manor. At that moment, he sensed a pair of eyes watching him from the depths of the forest. The gaze was familiar yet cautious, causing him to furrow his brow. He turned around and spotted a small figure, Dobby, huddled by the roots of a tree, staring at him with his lantern-like eyes, his tattered pillowcase fluttering slightly in the wind. Dobby. Draco set down the piece of raw meat and, while his classmates and Hagrid were distracted, raced towards the woods. Why did you come out again? Dobby shivered and replied softly. Dobby has been dismissed by the masters, sir. Dobby has received clothing. He lifted his head, his voice trembling but imbued with a strange joy. Dobby is free. Draco stood frozen, his mind blank. Dismissed? His father had actually released a house elf? This was entirely uncharacteristic of Lucius Malfoy. House elves were knowledgeable and capable. Dobby rubbed his hands together, looking down at his toes, and said quietly, Dobby remembers the last command from the master. The master said to tell the young master that he does not know about the Dark Lord's visit to the house, and the young master must stay at school and protect himself. Dobby only wanted to fulfill this command, and then Dobby would be truly free. Draco's heart sank. He stared at Dobby, trying to decipher something from its flickering gaze. The master does not know about the Dark Lord's visit? What kind of command was this? A warning or a cover-up? Where are father and mother? Do they no longer need a house elf? He finally asked, his voice trembling slightly. A quiver he did not even realize was present. Dobby shook his head. Dobby does not know, sir. When Dobby left, the master was already gone. And the mistress was missing as well. Dobby only saw the mistress take out a small vial, and then she disappeared. They left in a hurry. Draco's breath momentarily halted. A vial? A potion? Narcissa usually did not take potions. He wanted to ask more, but at that moment, hurried footsteps approached from behind. He turned abruptly to see several dark figures moving towards him, their cloaks billowing in the wind. The Aura Patrol. He recognized the distinctive uniforms at a glance. Leading them was Delirious, the Auror who had once taught a class in his first year. We're looking for Draco Malfoy. Is this student in your class? Delirious addressed Hagrid, his voice firm. We need to talk. Draco shot a glance at Dobby and whispered, Go, I understand. Dobby nodded and stumbled deeper into the woods, vanishing into the snow and wind. Taking a deep breath, Draco quickly emerged from the forest, blending into the crowd of students before trailing behind Delirious. Delirious borrowed an empty office, and as the door closed, only the faint glow of the fireplace and the howling wind outside remained. Draco stood at the entrance, hands tucked in his robes, calmly scrutinizing the man. Delirious approached the desk, picked up a water jug, and leisurely poured 2 cups. He turned his back to Draco, and with a slight flick of his fingers, a few drops of a clear liquid dripped from a small vial into one of the cups. The motion was so swift it was nearly imperceptible, yet Draco's keen eyes caught it. "Sit down, Draco," Delirious turned, offering the spiked cup. "Have a drink to warm yourself." Draco accepted the cup, his gaze sweeping over the slightly rippling liquid. He knew precisely what those few drops were, most likely a truth serum or something far worse. His mind raced with strategies, yet he donned a polite smile. Affecting nonchalance, he raised the cup, his lips barely grazing the rim, but he did not drink. Seizing the moment when Delirious turned to retrieve some documents, he swiftly concealed his wand in his sleeve, murmuring an incantation. The liquid in the cup vanished without a sound. He pretended to take a large sip and then set the empty cup back on the desk, his palm damp with cold sweat. Delirious turned back, his gaze landing on the empty cup, nodding in satisfaction. "Very well. Now, let us discuss serious matters. You are aware of your parents' support for Coral, yes? And their connection to the Dark Lord?" His tone was calm, yet direct. Draco leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, forcing himself to maintain composure. "I have no idea what you are talking about," he replied slowly, his voice steady, as if discussing the weather. "I am merely a student, busy dealing with blast-ended scripts and writing those pointless essays. I do not concern myself with my parents' affairs, nor am I interested." Delirious narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Draco for several seconds as if attempting to discern the truth in his words. "Is that so?" He slowly walked to the fireplace. "Then you may not know that Peter Pettigrew has been captured." He revealed quite a bit, including how your father, Lucius, pledged loyalty to Voldemort and funded Quirrell's activities. Now, Malfoy Manor is deserted. Draco's fingers clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palm, the pain barely keeping him alert. His parents had vanished? He suppressed the tumult of emotions surging within him, maintaining his calm tone. "I told you, I know nothing. I've been at school." "They left?" Delirious fixed his gaze on Draco's eyes. "I will ask you again. Do you know where your parents have gone? Have they aided Voldemort or Quirrell recently?" He paused, the threat in his tone intensifying. Peter Pettigrew divulged much. Lucius and Narcissa may be headed for Azkaban. Think carefully, if you know anything. It would be wise to tell me now. Otherwise, when the truth comes to light, you may regret it. Draco raised his head, his eyes icy. "I have nothing to say. If you wish to arrest me, then do so. However, I suspect you have no evidence. Otherwise, you would have dragged me to Azkaban already instead of wasting time here." Delirious fell silent for a moment, seemingly persuading himself of the truth serum's efficacy. After a while, he finally abandoned his questioning. "Very well, it seems you are not currently involved in these matters." Delirious turned towards the door, pausing without looking back. "Your parents have disappeared. We are considering issuing a warrant for their arrest, but the evidence is not yet conclusive, as it is based solely on Peter Pettigrew's testimony." Chapter 131. The Alley of Spiders. The night in the Alley of Spiders was cold and damp. Snape stood before a door, the hem of his black robe swaying lightly in the wind. He had not returned home in quite some time, drawn here by a letter. He furrowed his brow, observing the small figure before him, taking a few minutes to discern her identity amidst her half-yellow, half-black hair and habitual haughty demeanor, Narcissa Malfoy. Though the little girl before him now appeared no older than 5 or 6, dressed in a long gown. Her eyes and slightly raised chin still bore the signature arrogance she possessed. "Narcissa?" Snape's voice was imbued with perplexity as he crouched down, attempting to scrutinize her more closely. "Is it you?" The little girl lifted her head, her gaze sharp and incongruous with her tender age. "Do not employ that tone of skepticism, Severus," she replied, her voice crisp. "It is indeed me." Snape's brow furrowed even deeper. He was acutely aware of the recent news that Peter Pettigrew had been apprehended, a development that had swept through the wizarding world. During his interrogation, Pettigrew had divulged every secret he possessed, including rumors of Lucius and Narcissa's allegiance to the Dark Lord. The Ministry's Aurors were fervently scouring every corner, hunting down anyone associated with the Dark Lord. He stood up, pushed open the creaking door, and gestured for Narcissa to enter. "Let us discuss this inside. This is not a place for conversation." Narcissa stood on the worn carpet, turning to face Snape. "I have ingested potions," she stated bluntly. "It was an accident. Pettigrew's betrayal merely expedited our plans." Snape inquired, "Do you intend to hide?" Narcissa scoffed lightly. "Hide? No, Severus. How many of those pompous officials in the ministry did we grease the wheels for with considerable sums? Do you think they would allow us to stand trial in their courts? They have no desire to relinquish the funds and gifts we provide. Should we be imprisoned in Azkaban, they would lose these advantages, and they have already tipped us off. She continued, Pettigrew's appearance is significant news, but it is merely that, news. The public's attention will swiftly shift elsewhere. As long as we remain unrecorded, they will not find us. Snape was silent for a moment. You mean, wait for a while? Until the storm passes? Of course, Narcissa replied without hesitation. In a few months, everyone will gradually forget this incident. You are well aware of the ministry's inefficiency. And as for Lucius and myself, she trailed off, we shall return. This potion, Snape slowly began, from where did you acquire it? I notice your leg still seems to bleed. Lucius invested in numerous projects at the research conference, and this is one of them. We have access to samples from all stages. The one I used is the latest finished product sent to us last time. She glanced at her small palm, seeming somewhat unaccustomed to its appearance. The side effects persist. When I attempted to apparate, my skin tore. How fortuitous. As I am also involved in the research of that potion. Snape's gaze lingered on her scar for a moment before he lifted his head and asked, Lucius has gone to the Dark Lord, correct? What about you? Do you plan to run about with this face? A flicker of darkness crossed Narcissa's eyes, but she quickly masked it. Lucius has his choices, and I have mine. I will not seek him out, not now at least. She inhaled deeply, her tone turning grave. Severus, I did not come to you for idle chatter. I require your assistance. Snape raised an eyebrow. Assist you? Not for me. Narcissa interrupted, her voice tinged with urgency. But for Draco. She stepped forward, though her height barely reached Snape's waist. Her presence was formidable. He is at Hogwarts, and it is only a matter of time before they come for him. He knows nothing, Severus. I implore you to protect him. I have been watching over him, Narcissa. I have never doubted that the wavering between sides offers choices. There are always options, and neither side need be offended. Her voice softened. So what now? Snape's eyes were inscrutable. I am somewhat unsettled. This approach renders us quite vulnerable. Narcissa raised her voice. Everyone has their choices. Snape spoke softly. Which ship to board entails consequences you thought you had anticipated. Generally, by the time one regrets, it is too late. I shall keep watch over Draco until your return. Chapter 132. A Christmas Night Out, Part 1. Draco sat alone at a long table, scattered with a few open books and a small stack of parchment. A hint of confusion shadowed his gray eyes. The Slytherin common room was enveloped in silence during Christmas. Nearly all the Slytherin students had returned home to be with their families. Yet, Draco, who seldom remained at school, had chosen to stay behind. Lucius and Narcissa were nowhere to be found. No letters, no news, as if they had evaporated from his world entirely. As dinner concluded, Snape handed him a beautifully wrapped Christmas gift, a small box accompanied by a festive card. Draco did not open it. Instead, he stuffed it into the pocket of his robe. At that moment, a dull thud echoed from the entrance of the Slytherin common room. Draco looked up to see Harry storming in, snow still clinging to his robes, his brow furrowed in apparent fury. The ministry's recent delays had nearly driven Harry to the brink. Sirius's trial had been postponed repeatedly, with the latest news indicating it would not commence for another month. He had angrily confronted a ministry official, who lazily retorted, some debt claims take 10 years to settle. What's the fuss? Our magical legal system operates this way. Harry nearly drew his wand in frustration, but he understood the futility of such actions. To make matters worse, Harry had recently dared to venture near the waters surrounding Azkaban. Standing on the icy shore, he had witnessed the Dementors for the first time, those dark shadows floating in the mist, evoking a suffocating despair. The sea was an unfathomable shade of inky gray, the waves tumultuous yet eerily silent, devoid of the calls of seagulls or the usual howling winds. Only a low, almost inaudible wailing filled the air. The foreboding triangular fortress of Azkaban loomed, its black spires piercing the sky like a forgotten dagger thrust into the heart of the sea. The presence of Dementors rendered the atmosphere oppressive, leading Harry's thoughts inexorably toward his darkest memories. Harry even fainted upon the rocks. When he regained consciousness, he found it increasingly unbearable that Sirius had to endure such a prolonged delay after innocently spending 10 years in prison. At St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, although Remus's body was slowly recovering, he remained in a deep coma. The rotating Auror advised him, Potter, you should return to school and get a good night's sleep. Lingering by the bedside every day is not a solution. Yet, Harry was utterly unresponsive to this suggestion. He felt compelled to take action, even if it was merely to vent his frustrations. Draco lifted his head, and their gazes collided with perfect alignment. It was as if the air had solidified in that moment. Harry initially intended to traverse the common room directly back to his dormitory, but halfway there, he halted his steps and instead approached Draco. Harry's emerald eyes appeared as though they might burst into flames. "You have returned?" Draco inquired softly. Harry seized the book from Draco's hands, though Draco had not been reading it. He merely held it, lost in thought, before slamming it onto the table. "The Death Eaters deserve to perish." Harry's voice was low and venomous, as if he were speaking through clenched teeth. "Those who choose to walk a dark path should meet their doom. Why must the innocent suffer daily at the hands of dementors? Those who are irredeemable, how can you still stand with them?" Draco's complexion paled further, his lips quivered slightly, yet his striking gray eyes remained fixed on Harry, as if he wished to articulate something profound but found himself at a loss for words. Harry was utterly oblivious to Draco's peculiar demeanor. His emotions teetered on the brink of collapse. He seized Draco by the collar, forcefully yanking him from the chair. "Calm down." Draco's breath was somewhat erratic as he reached out to grasp Harry's wrist, attempting to pry it loose, but his grip was feeble, his fingers icy. "Let us duel. We shall duel now." Harry nearly roared, consumed by a desire to engage in a fierce confrontation, indifferent to the prospect of detention or expulsion. Lupin remained unconscious. Sirius continued to suffer, and he felt himself on the verge of madness. "Calm down. Just wait a little longer. It will be all right." Draco, not entirely aware of Harry's plight, could only perceive the profound sorrow etched upon Harry's face. "Disgusting. Voldemort's lapdog." In a sudden motion, Harry flung Draco's hand away. At that very moment, Draco's body swayed unexpectedly, as though his strength had been instantaneously drained, causing him to topple directly towards Harry. Harry's glasses were knocked askew by Draco's nose, and Draco's cheek brushed against his own, leaving a lingering sensation of softness. Harry paused for a moment, instinctively pushing him away. Draco collapsed weakly onto the ground, producing a faint thud. His eyes were tightly shut, long eyelashes casting shadows upon his pale face, giving the impression that he was asleep. "What's wrong?" "Hey!" A hint of panic finally crept into Harry's voice. He crouched down and reached out to touch Draco's hand. Having just come in from the frigid outdoor air, his fingers still bore a chill, yet Draco's skin felt even colder than his own. Harry lifted Draco's body, his head limply resting on Harry's shoulder, his breath so faint it was nearly inaudible. The common room was eerily silent as Harry gazed at Draco's unconscious face. Realizing something was amiss, "You had better wake up. You can't be in trouble too," Harry murmured, his tone laced with a complexity of emotions he himself was unaware of. "I certainly do not wish to owe you anything, Malfoy." Harry swiftly stuffed the fallen gift box back into Draco's pocket and hurriedly carried him toward the infirmary. Chapter 133. Traces of falling snow. He had not eaten in quite some time, perhaps several days. Madame Pomfrey quickly diagnosed the cause of Draco's fainting. A few simple spells revealed a glimmer of revival in Draco as he lay upon the hospital bed. Harry let out a sigh. Collapsing onto the edge of the hospital bed, he regarded Draco with a mix of frustration and confusion. Running through the snow had left Harry drenched in sweat, and now, as he came to a standstill, he began to feel the chill. His damp clothes clung uncomfortably to his skin. He loathed the hospital room, having just endured countless days by Lupin's bedside, only to find himself in another ward so soon. Draco's eyelashes fluttered, and his tightly pressed lips unconsciously released a few breaths, lending a touch of life to his pale, wan face. Typically, a proper meal would suffice for recovery. However, had he been brought in for treatment any later, the outcome might have been dire. Pomfrey insisted that Draco drink a large cup of honey water before he was fully coherent. Shortly thereafter, she returned with an ample platter of confectionaries and cakes, accompanied by a steaming jug of sweet milk. "Consume everything," she instructed. "No need for hospitalization. But you must maintain a regular eating schedule. Otherwise, you may not be so fortunate next time." With that, Madame Pomfrey placed the plate down and departed. Since being dragged into fitness by Marcus, Draco had not indulged in such sweets for quite some time. He picked up a piece of cream cake with his fingers, finding it oddly unfamiliar. "Why haven't you been eating?" Harry inquired sharply. "I forgot," Draco replied, his gaze lowered. "You forgot for several days?" Harry raised his voice, incredulous. "I shouldn't have come back today," Draco said abruptly, his tone heavy. "If I had stayed away a bit longer, you could have merely collected my remains, a rather unique demise. I suppose. Perhaps you could even replace the Bloody Baron as the new ghost of Slytherin. That wouldn't be too shabby. Then you would never have to eat again." Draco, who had already possessed little appetite, turned to look at Harry, his hands falling limply at his sides. Harry finally discerned Draco's countenance upon his return. He was overwhelmed with a myriad of thoughts and a tempest of anger, naturally overlooking the melancholy that lay behind the seemingly placid and indifferent facade. Harry noticed that Draco's dark circles had deepened, and the usual haughty demeanor he once possessed had entirely vanished. For a moment, silence enveloped the room. The warm steam from the sweet milk swirled in front of Draco. The stillness, accompanied by the rising warmth, filled the infirmary. You should eat, unless you truly wish to become a ghost. Even as a ghost, you would be the kind tormented by peeves, Harry urged, his impatience unabated. Though scolding a patient seemed somewhat inappropriate, Draco remained unmoved, merely gazing at Harry with eyes that mirrored the somber shade of gray in his irises. Throughout these days, he had continued to appear at the dining table, yet no one had noticed that he had not consumed a single drop of water. The sight of food made him feel nauseous. Harry and he were locked in a stalemate for several minutes, after which he spoke. If you refuse to listen, then I shall take my leave. Do as you wish. Just as he was about to stride away, Draco suddenly reached out and grasped him. Draco's fingers were still icy, devoid of any strength. Harry lowered his head and glared fiercely at the son of the Death Eater. He observed as Draco finally began to eat. Draco reluctantly lifted the piece of cake to his mouth, his movements slow and deliberate, akin to a scene captured in slow motion. It was a profoundly painful act of chewing. His jaw quivered slightly, imbued with a mechanical stiffness, as if the very act of swallowing demanded the utmost exertion of his strength. Harry watched as Draco devoured the cake with a fervor akin to that of a drug addict, and he swiftly pressed a biscuit into Draco's hand. I fail to comprehend what grievance you harbor. Observing the scene before him, Harry felt it was a torment for both the eater and the spectator alike. Let us dine together. Draco licked the cream from the corner of his mouth and picked the largest piece from the plate, offering it to Harry. This is your portion. Otherwise, I would not have come here. Harry pushed his hand away, noticing that Draco still had no appetite. The slightly tormented expression on his face was surprisingly beautiful. Harry pondered sorrowfully. What is this awkward sensation that envelopes me? Harry stirred, prompting Draco to instinctively grasp his hand. I do not wish to remain in this infirmary. Please, save me. I have been confined here day after day, Harry lamented wearily. I have had enough. Surely you must eat. Perhaps you should summon your parents to instruct you. If he truly wished to linger in the infirmary, he might as well return to await Lupin's awakening. Draco let out a dry heave, the redness around his eyes intensifying. I shall finish my meal promptly. Let us depart together, Draco uttered softly. Harry fell silent, taking a seat beside the milk jug, watching the billowing white steam escape from it. The school hospital during the holiday was eerily quiet, the rolling steam producing faint sounds. Draco painstakingly finished an entire plate of food, even though the process felt torturous, akin to punishment. Afterward, Harry poured Draco a glass of milk, observing him drink it down, and added, "Take care to eat well. If you were to die foolishly, leaving behind the soul of a filthy Death Eater descendant, would you not care?" Draco disregarded Harry's sarcastic tone. He stood up and removed his scarf, draping it around Harry's neck. Let us go. Outside the hospital, snow fell heavily, enveloping vast stretches of darkness. The scene rendered Hogwarts neither purely white nor black, but a muddled shade caught between the two. Amidst the chaotic snowstorm sweeping across the sky, Harry suddenly lost interest in continuing onward. He halted at the entrance. Draco's teeth chattered slightly. He unexpectedly inquired, "Are you close with Professor Lupin?" I know. He is a werewolf. His boggart is the full moon. He is my family. So what if he is a werewolf? He is far better than you all." Harry replied stiffly. "Sirius Black is also my family," he added. "They are the most important people to me." "The most important people," Draco echoed with a nod. "He want to die, they want to leave me." Harry glared at the falling snow, as if blaming it for everything. "No, they want to." Draco lowered his gaze. "Why are you repeating my words?" Harry asked, looking up at Draco, who now stood half a head taller. "Why didn't you go home for Christmas? Torturing yourself here and tormenting me? Aren't your parents always on your lips?" "They aren't home." Draco paused, attempting to articulate more precisely, his lips twitching. "Not at home." There was no further expression on Draco's face. "I don't know where they are. Misfortune is fair. It presents itself in its own manner to everyone." He felt utterly alone. He was utterly alone. Most Slytherins maintained a cordial demeanor, embodying noble restraint, expertly managing the distance of friendship. neither too close nor too far, always available for a step further or a retreat. True friends were exceedingly rare. The cold wind reddened Harry's nose, and he suddenly felt a wave of emotion crashing down, squatting down in despair. A few suppressed sobs reached his ears. Draco moved closer to Harry, offering him a shoulder, silently sharing in his tears, his burning hot tears, his overwhelming sense of grievance. Their initial encounters filled with loud arguments. Harsh words, misunderstandings, mutual indifference, now seemed to account for everything, accumulating like snowflakes only to vanish like melting snow. Draco pondered whether the earth would bear the marks of the snow. It will be all right. Draco felt the emptiness of those words, adding, I will be with you if you need me. I will also protect you. This last sentiment remained unspoken. Snape had taught him to be the master of his own mind. Draco recalled Lucius's words, buried deep within his mind. He possessed meadows, streams, and moonlight. He envisioned the boy standing beside him beneath the moonlight. Chapter 134, Christmas Eve Stroll, Part 2. The snow ceased falling at some point, leaving behind a pristine white ground. Draco tilted his head to glance at Harry. Aside from the slight redness on his face and the back of his hands, Harry appeared much calmer now. In his hands, Harry held his handkerchief, adorned with initials embroidered by Narcissa's magic. Thank you. Harry seemed somewhat embarrassed by his earlier breakdown, evidenced by the damp patch on Draco's shoulder. Let us head back. Draco brushed away the snowflakes clinging to Harry's forehead, taking a step forward, listening to the soft, crisp sound of his shoes crunching on the snow. Once again, in this snowy expanse, Draco recalled how he had approached Malfoy Manor with trepidation during his first-year Christmas, where the Dark Lord awaited him. He was still tormented by the same questions. Yet his mindset had shifted. More importantly, he suddenly felt the need to confront these issues alone. Growing up seemed to occur silently and unnoticed. The heavy snow concealed all impurities, bestowing Hogwarts with a fresh visage as Draco and Harry trudged toward the castle, one deep step followed by a shallow one. You just mentioned you've been in the hospital. How is Professor Lupin? Draco broke the silence, his tone softer than usual. Would you like me to accompany you to St. Mungo's to see him? Harry's voice was hoarse. He is injured and still has not awakened. The Auror assured that he would notify me by owl as soon as he comes to. Draco nodded slightly, remaining silent for a moment. I have never betrayed you, nor shall I ever do so. Since you suspect me of being the son of a Death Eater or something else entirely. Harry lifted his head, gazing at him in astonishment. Draco's gray eyes appeared particularly bright under the light, devoid of any mockery. Harry had not anticipated that he would suddenly broach this subject. Harry found himself at a loss for words. Sirius's experiences had taught him that one's origins do not necessarily dictate their stance. For the Slytherins, who pursued their own interests, the support of pureblood ideology was entirely commonplace. Voldemort merely wielded the innermost thoughts of many as a bold instrument to attract followers. Whether out of genuine allegiance, self-serving motives, or sheer fear, once one became a Death Eater, few could escape unscathed. Harry opened his mouth, poised to speak, but his stomach preemptively emitted a rumbling sound. The snow had been falling for an indeterminate duration. Perhaps expressing anger was indeed a demanding endeavor. Harry felt a genuine pang of hunger. Draco had evidently caught the sound, and a smile blossomed on his usually serious face, his voice tinged with a playful amusement. I have no more cupcakes in hand. Do you recall how vehemently you turned me down? Quite ferociously, if I may add. Harry retorted, unfazed. It seems I just saved your life. The ghost of Slytherin might one day bestow upon you the dubious title of the starving Baron Malfoy. So, who will come to the rescue of the famished Scarhead? Draco grinned widely, revealing his pearly white teeth. The great savior is in need of sustenance. A freshly formed snowball struck Draco with a resounding thud. When Harry and Draco engaged in their mischievous banter, neither held back, each adept at weaving both delicate and grandiose insults. Why engage in a skirmish when hunger strikes? Draco brushed the snow off his robes, bending down to gather more snowflakes, swiftly molding them into projectiles. Snowballs flew in rapid succession, with Harry dodging and weaving. Suddenly, Draco feigned a move, outsmarting Harry, and seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The snowball hit Harry squarely in the face, icy flakes cascading down his scarf and slipping into his collar, eliciting an involuntary shiver. Do not challenge the batter, Draco paused, gesturing with a smirk. You cannot best me. Not a chance, Harry shouted as he lunged forward, seizing a hefty handful of snow and hurling it directly at Draco. Caught off guard, Draco was half buried in snow, with flakes clinging to his hair, rendering him a pitiful sight. Harry stumbled and fell into Draco's embrace. Marking the second time today, he found himself so close to him. Their breaths mingled in the frigid air, forming a single wisp of white mist. This time, Harry did not push Draco away. He caught a whiff of that scent which could only be discerned up close, and to his surprise, he found himself not entirely averse to Draco's embrace. The aroma made him oblivious to the melting snow water trickling down his neck. Surrender, perhaps? Draco's eyes sparkled with mirth, and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile as he leaned down to gaze at Harry. Harry's stomach grumbled once more, a disconcerting sound. "Don't act as if I am tormenting you," Draco remarked, beginning to brush away the untouched snowflakes from Harry's shoulders and scarf. His movements were deliberate, as though he wished to prevent the melting snow from seeping into Harry's clothing, further chilling him. Occasionally, his fingers grazed Harry's neck, the warmth eliciting a slight shiver from him. "When have you not bullied me?" Harry enunciated clearly, his gaze fixed on Draco's face, which was subtly flushed from the cold, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his mouth. "You always initiate our quarrels." "My fault," Draco conceded, raising both hands in surrender. "Oh, is it?" Harry arched an eyebrow, suddenly bending down to scoop up a handful of snow, seizing the opportunity to shove it down Draco's collar while he was distracted. Draco let out an exaggerated yelp, leaping up and quickly turning to lunge at Harry, exclaiming, "Just you wait." Harry laughed and took a step back. But before he could escape, Draco caught him, and they both tumbled into a heap of snow. Harry struggled to rise, yet was restrained by Draco, who held his shoulder firmly, rendering him immobile. "You have already forfeited your chance to surrender," Draco proclaimed, clutching a handful of snow, poised to smear it across Harry's face. Harry stared at him, unable to suppress a laugh. "You resemble a yeti in your current state." "A yeti?" Draco feigned indignation, playfully smacking the snow from his hands onto Harry's hair. He then rose swiftly, brushing the snow from his robe while striking a haughty pose. "Then you are the fool vanquished by the yeti, the famished scarhead." He extended his hand, pretending to be reluctant as he helped Harry to his feet, muttering under his breath, "Should you dare to stuff snow down my clothes again, you shall face dire consequences." Harry grasped his hand and rose, shaking off the snow that clung to him, laughing breathlessly. "That depends on your ability to catch me." The two stood in the snow, glaring at each other before bursting into laughter once more. "Shall we find something to eat?" Draco suggested, though he added, "I have not been in the habit of snacking lately." "I believe I know a place," Harry replied. Chapter 135, Christmas Night Out, Part 2. "Where exactly are you taking me?" Draco could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. He quickened his pace to keep up with Harry, the hem of his robe creating a faint rustling sound against the cobblestones. He recognized that they were headed in the direction of the Slytherin dormitory. "I need to go back to fetch something," Harry responded, "before we can find something to eat." Upon entering the dormitory, Harry immediately dove into his trunk, retrieving a rolled-up parchment and a shimmering silver cloak. Draco stood by, watching Harry, recalling that this dormitory had once been his as well. Harry unfurled the parchment and whispered, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Instantly, ink began to materialize on the surface of the paper, as if it possessed a life of its own, intricately outlining every corridor and chamber of Hogwarts Castle, even depicting moving little dots that marked the names and locations of each individual. Draco stood nearby, leaning against the bedpost, his gray eyes widening in astonishment. "What is this?" Harry glanced back at him and replied, "I need this to locate that place. I seem to have forgotten." Draco took a few steps closer, leaning over the map with astonishment in his voice. "A map? And it bears names? I see Professor Snape on it." He extended his hand, his fingertips gently brushing against the edge of the map. "This is the Marauder's map. I spotted Percy on it last semester." Harry shook the parchment. "Professor Lupin left this for me. It reveals the whereabouts of everyone within the castle." As for this, he unfolded the invisibility cloak, draping it over himself, causing half of his body to vanish into thin air, leaving only his green eyes and a hint of a smile suspended in the air. "It seems you have encountered it before." However, Draco's gaze involuntarily shifted to the cloak. The fabric was as light as air, feeling like flowing strands of silver, astonishingly soft yet imbued with an unusual sense of weight. Suddenly, Draco recalled the day that quarreled in their first year, standing at the dormitory door. Harry had not been there initially, yet had unexpectedly collided with him. And on the day of the Chamber of Secrets, Harry had seemingly emerged from thin air, all due to this very invisibility cloak. Draco stood frozen, his fingertips lingering on the edge of the cloak, its texture cool and smooth, akin to caressing a wisp of flowing moonlight. He swallowed hard and murmured, I have heard of invisibility cloaks. This one of yours, does it provide complete and utter invisibility? And is this effect permanent? Draco inquired. Harry nodded. As long as he donned this cloak, he would remain in a state of invisibility, impervious to any spell that might attempt to unveil its hidden properties. Draco gaped, pressing further with his inquiry. I believe so, Harry replied, perplexed by Draco's astonishment. Draco's voice gradually lowered, as if he were ensnared in a distant memory. My father spoke of a legend concerning the Deathly Hallows. Have you ever heard of it? Harry removed the invisibility cloak, furrowing his brow, his green eyes brimming with curiosity. The lightning-shaped scar on his forehead flickered in the dormitory light. Deathly Hallows? I've never heard of it. What is it? I believe your cloak perfectly fits the description, Draco said with a hint of reverence. I always thought this was merely a tale to amuse children, but this cloak feels as though it embodies the legends. What kind of children's story? Harry inquired with wide-eyed intrigue. Draco settled on the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed upon Harry. Legend speaks of 3 brothers who encountered death by a treacherous river. They conjured a bridge to deceive him. Death feigned congratulations and bestowed upon them 3 gifts. Antioch requested an unbeatable wand, the Elder Wand, capable of vanquishing any adversary. Cadmus sought a resurrection stone to summon the souls of the deceased. Ignatius desired an invisibility cloak to evade death's pursuit. It is said that possessing these 3 relics grants one mastery over death. Draco paused, his voice dropping to a near whisper, yet, all gifts come with a price. Antioch wielded the Elder Wand to slay an enemy, but while boasting in a tavern, he was ambushed and murdered, and the wand was stolen. Cadmus used the resurrection stone to bring back his lost love, only to find she was but a cold shadow, belonging not to this world. And he could not endure the torment, ultimately taking his own life. Only Ignatius, with his invisibility cloak, evaded death, lived a long life, and eventually passed the cloak to his descendants. His gaze lingered on the cloak in Harry's hands, an intricate mix of emotions swirling within him. I thought invisibility cloaks were quite common in the wizarding world, Harry mused, glancing down at the cloak, his fingers unconsciously caressing its soft fabric, his brow slightly furrowing. No, not at all. I've never seen one, Draco replied. Do the Elder Wand and Resurrection Stone also exist? Harry pressed on. The Elder Wand has had 10 different masters. The current possessor might be Grindelwald, Draco said, uncertainty lacing his tone. I had always believed that invisibility cloaks and resurrection stones were mere figments until today. Can the resurrection stone truly bring people back? Harry, though not particularly interested in the Elder Wand, felt a surge of curiosity regarding the resurrection stone's description. I cannot fathom it. I am beginning to doubt it myself. If it were true, you would be a 3rd master of death. Draco attempted to squeeze beneath the invisibility cloak with Harry, realizing his body indeed vanished from sight. Draco tried to tuck his feet away, now acutely aware of Harry's breath near his ear. The corridor was eerily silent as Harry squinted at the Marauder's map, searching for the location of Hogwarts kitchens. Sirius had mentioned this place in conversation, reminiscing joyfully about indulgent feasts there. You possess such delightful treasures. Do you often sneak out? Draco leaned in closely, his breath teasing Harry's ear, causing a slight tickle. Lower your voice. Harry tilted his head, striving to evade Draco's proximity, unaccustomed to someone being so close. I certainly don't wish to be caught by Filch during the Christmas holidays. My parents were once caught by him on a date when my father was still a prefect. Draco elongated his tone, and the outcome? As they moved cautiously, Harry replied. What happened next? After they were caught, their relationship blossomed. They became engaged before graduating from school. Draco chuckled softly, struggling to envision Lucius in such a predicament. Even as the sudden disappearance of his parents cast a shadow over his mood these past few days. Then they had a child with a mouth like poison, Harry quipped. Feeling Draco naturally drape an arm over his shoulder as they descended the stairs. I am merely occasionally wicked, Draco whispered back. Harry rolled his eyes. I am indeed that occasional occurrence, am I not? Encountering me transforms the infrequent into the frequent. Chapter 136, A Christmas Night as Stroll, Finale. Since confirming with Snape that he could completely conceal his thoughts, Draco felt an unprecedented sense of ease. The ultimate authority over his actions had finally returned to him. Long ago, Draco had learned the art of capturing the gaze of others during conversation, penetrating the depths of eyes that were sometimes wise, sometimes clever, and sometimes cunning, much like a prospector searching for genuine gold amidst the silt, diligently seeking the elusive glimmer of precious light. The eyes are the abode of the soul, capable of revealing one's character in advance. This method allowed Draco to emulate Lucius, appearing both discerning and magnanimous, always seeming to stand aloof, observing everything with a detached demeanor. He could graciously accommodate all topics introduced by guests, discreetly noting valuable information while navigating through various social circles. This was the survival wisdom of the Malfoy lineage. Yet, Draco never anticipated that one day, a pair of eyes would unsettle his heart, for within Harry's gaze, he found himself harboring a multitude of unwarranted thoughts. Draco stood behind Harry, observing as he leaned closely over the map, scrutinizing the tiny dots upon it. Following the map's guidance, Harry traversed dimly lit corridors, skillfully evading Filch and his feline companion, ultimately arriving before a painting of a fruit basket. He extended his hand and gently scratched the pear depicted in the painting. The pear chuckled softly and transformed into a green doorknob. "This must be the place," Harry remarked, as he pushed the door open. The expansive kitchen of Hogwarts came into view. The spacious room was bustling with hundreds of little house elves, their petite figures nimbly darting between the long wooden tables, deftly handling an array of ingredients. The air was infused with the tantalizing aroma of freshly baked bread, alongside the rich scent emanating from bubbling pots of stew. Adjacent to the kitchen, a row of ovens was busy baking golden, crispy pumpkin pasties and fragrant meat pies. The crackling of the fire echoed, casting flickering light upon the elves' industrious faces as they stirred with tiny wooden spoons. Enchanted knives chopped vegetables autonomously, and they scurried about, balancing plates larger than themselves. Upon noticing someone at the entrance, a group of eager house elves immediately approached, enthusiastically presenting an assortment of food. "What can we get for you, sir?" "We have just baked pumpkin pasties. Would you like some warm pumpkin juice?" The elf chattered excitedly, their voices a delightful cacophony. As Harry was about to speak, a sudden exclamation from behind caught his attention. "Dobby?" He turned to see Draco standing in the doorway, his gray eyes wide with astonishment. Draco opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by a familiar voice. "Master Draco." Dobby leaped in front of him, his large eyes sparkling, a slice of cream-covered bread in hand. "Dobby is working here. Professor Dumbledore has given Dobby a job, with pay, 1 galleon a week, and holidays." Draco stared at Dobby, momentarily taken aback. "How long has it been since my father dismissed you, and you've already found employment here?" His tone was laden with disbelief. Dobby had even taught the house elves here to prepare the dishes from the Malfoy Manor menu. His voice rang with joy, sounding almost melodic. Draco finally comprehended why. Just days earlier, he had frequently encountered his parents' favorite dishes at the Hogwarts dining table. Such delicacies had never been served before. "I thought you didn't want to work. You seem to enjoy it now," Draco remarked dryly, gazing down at Dobby's small head. "Is Hogwarts much better than our home?" Dobby yearned for freedom, for pay, for holidays. Here, there were many fellow house elves, and the environment was splendid. Dobby twirled around, pointing at the wall lined with freshly harvested vegetables and fruits, their vibrant colors glistening enticingly under the magical lights. Some house elves shouted orders, while others hurriedly gathered fallen apples, eliciting a chorus of cheerful laughter. The clattering of pots and pans, the sizzling of ingredients, and the chatter of the elves blended together, creating an atmosphere as lively as a grand festival. "Are you no longer a house elf for the Malfoys?" Harry inquired upon witnessing the scene. "Not anymore," Draco replied, repeatedly thanking a throng of house elves who offered cakes, which he promptly thrust into Harry's hands, having already indulged sufficiently that day. "Why?" Harry asked, his curiosity piqued. Draco shook his head in uncertainty. However, recalling the manner in which the Dark Lord had visited Malfoy Manor last time, it was evident that Dobby did not enjoy the Dark Lord's trust. It seemed Lucius had his reasons for not taking Dobby along when he left. "If Master needs Dobby, Dobby will help," Dobby exclaimed, his eyes dancing with glee. "Dobby is a free elf, and Dobby only does what he wishes to do." At that moment, a wave of laughter erupted from the other end of the kitchen. Harry turned his head and was surprised to discover that there were indeed others present. Standing at the far end were the 2 red-haired boys, the Weasley twins. Fred and George were directing a house elf to fill a sack with provisions. Upon noticing Harry, George beamed and exclaimed, "Ah, the Slytherin savior." As he strolled down the corridor past the kitchen, George remarked to Harry, "You saved that great fool Percy in his 2nd year. We owe you a favor." He only told us later. Besides, the internship at the ministry has dealt him quite a blow. "I must say, you've aided him immensely. He hardly heeds our advice." Fred soon joined him, chuckling. "Indeed, That fellow Percy is always rambling on about rules and responsibilities. Thanks to you, Harry. He would have been devoured by the basilisk long ago. Draco, standing nearby, blinked nervously. He was aware that the diary Percy had received was planted by Lucius. Harry scratched his head, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his green eyes, and a subtle smile graced his lips. It's nothing serious. Are you all hungry as well? This is our first time in the kitchen. George patted the sack, declaring, we often come here to gather some food supplies for our experiments. We're concocting some intriguing products to rescue the students of Hogwarts from the drudgery of their monotonous classes. Fred wore an expression of rapturous delight, adding, it would be splendid to earn a fortune in galleons. What is it? Harry inquired, his curiosity piqued. It's still under wraps, George replied, but we plan to return to the Gryffindor common room soon. We can offer you a discounted price then. He turned to the house elves and waved, expressing his gratitude. Thank you all. Harry's hands were swiftly filled with food by the house elf. Draco recalled the Christmas gift box from Snape still nestled in his pocket. He slowly opened the gift while politely declining the enthusiastic house elf's offerings. Inside the gift box from Snape was a small vial of potion, its color as vibrant as molten gold, with droplets of liquid joyfully leaping at the surface. There was also a note which read that all was well, and there was no need for concern. A small dose of Felix Felicis to be used when needed. Happy holidays. Preview. I plan to alter the rules for the Triwizard Tournament. The previously mentioned reversal potion was actually intended for GG-AD. Chapter 137. Justice and Bargain in the Interrogation Room. The four walls were constructed of cold gray stone, with the lone window reaching almost to the ceiling. In the center of the room, a rough wooden table lay across, and Sirius was brought in, his hands bound by magical chains. Upon entering, the chains were swiftly anchored to the floor by an oar, producing a faint clinking sound. Only a few scattered interrogators awaited him today. He had been retrieved once again from his specially designed cell in Azkaban. Sirius sat in the chair previously occupied by suspects of illicit potion trades, vault robbers, abusers of the unforgivable curses, intruders in Muggle homes, and various Death Eaters. For decades, countless interrogated criminals had left their marks on this old chair, giving it a suspicious hue, adorned with deep and shallow scratches, remnants of desperate minds grappling with how to argue and resist. Sirius noticed that, after numerous rounds of questioning, the Auror's demeanor towards him was gradually softening. How is Remus? Before the Aurors could offer him a cup of an unidentifiable drink and commence their relentless questioning, Sirius interjected, his eyes bloodshot and his voice hoarse. He's awake, Scrimgeour replied succinctly. Sirius immediately rose from his chair, eager to see Lupin. The last image he had of him was the bloodied figure after being blasted by Wormtail. He was quickly met with the pointed tips of wands from the Aurors surrounding him. One Auror pressed him back into his seat. What more is there to ask? Sirius downed the Veritaserum in one gulp. Every corner of his brief memory had been thoroughly interrogated. Scrimgeour waved his hand, signaling the Auror to step back. Standing tall like a poised lion, Scrimgeour leaned over the table, scrutinizing Sirius. Black, he began, his voice deep and steady. You are acutely aware of your predicament. Early escape. Illegal animagus, killing all Death Eaters on your level in Azkaban. These grave charges could confine you there for decades. Sirius lifted his head, a slight smirk playing on his lips, revealing a hint of mockery. Decades? Life imprisonment? Sounds like a tired refrain, Scrimgeour. I've already spent 10 years in that hellhole. Do you think adding time will intimidate me? At least this time there's an interrogation. Last time, you skipped straight to life imprisonment. You truly are the embodiment of justice. I'm nearly brought to tears. Scrimgeour did not respond immediately. He straightened up, slowly circumnavigating to the other side of the table, pausing with his back to Sirius, his tone laden with significance. However, it is not that simple, he continued. Killing Death Eaters in prison has never happened before. No precedent means the direction of the judgment remains unclear. The jury may perceive you as a hero. After all, they are Death Eaters. Nobody weeps for them. Sirius narrowed his eyes, staring at Scrimgeour's silhouette. Are you suggesting I still have hope? Scrimgeour turned around, a barely perceptible smile gracing his face. Hope? Certainly. You captured Peter Pettigrew, returned him to the Ministry, and proved him to be the murderer. The Daily Prophet has sensationalized your story, and the majority of the wizarding community now considers you a wronged hero. The jury is not blind. They will take public opinion into account. Public opinion? Sirius scoffed. It sounds as if I must rely on the pity of others to escape. But I remember that when I was thrown into Azkaban, no one cared about public opinion or truth. Your recent photographs from Azkaban are quite striking, after being featured like a fashion spread. Some have even dubbed you the most handsome prisoner. The fraud Gilderoy Lockhart has fans. Surely you can too. Those drawn to the newspapers have begun organizing support for you. Scrimgeour remarked, half in jest, half earnestly. Tonks snickered softly from the side. During the war, everything was chaotic. That S in the past, Scrimgeour replied calmly, resuming his seat with arms crossed. Now it's different. Voldemort has fallen, and Death Eaters are now the most reviled. Your deeds have become the talk of the wizarding community. You have a chance, Black, but I can amplify that opportunity. Sirius furrowed his brow, the chains rattling slightly with his movement. You speak in riddles, Scrimgeour. Just say what you want. Scrimgeour leaned back in his chair, fixing his gaze on Sirius. Lowering his voice, I need your assistance, Black. Publicly support the Aurors and oppose the remnants of Voldemort's forces. Sirius was taken aback for a moment, then erupted into a hoarse laughter that echoed in the cramped interrogation room. Oppose Voldemort? Have you just awakened? I've been doing that since I was a teenager. My closest friends died in this war, and now you want me to endorse it publicly? I am aware of your past. Scrimgeour remained unfazed, his tone still stern. But I am not speaking of your private beliefs. I need you to stand up and fight alongside the Aurors, helping us establish a stronger image. Fudge and his lot are weak and ineffectual. The wizarding world needs a symbol, a representation of justice still existing. Sirius's laughter gradually faded, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Scrimgeour. You wish to use me as a figurehead to bolster your department's image? That's one way to put it. Scrimgeour admitted candidly, but it would not be detrimental to you. You desire freedom. I can help you secure a lighter sentence, even an acquittal. The jury will heed my cues, and public opinion will speak on your behalf. You merely need to align with us. A brief silence enveloped the interrogation room as Sirius stared at the chains on his hands, his fingers slowly tightening. He recognized Scrimgeour spoke the truth. Freedom was within reach, but at the cost of becoming a pawn in Scrimgeour's game. He raised his head, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. I suspect you are quite eager to see Remus Lupin, Scrimgeour added softly. Do you want him to wait for decades? You are quite the negotiator, Scrimgeour, Sirius murmured. Very well, I agree. But do not expect me to bow and scrape to your whims. I will assist you for my own sake. Scrimgeour nodded, satisfaction flickering across his face. I did not expect you to comply obediently, Black. As long as you stand with me, that is sufficient. When the jury faces a choice between reason and emotion, emotion will always prevail. The rest, we shall leave to the magical court. Chapter 138. To Hermione's Harry stood in the clearing beside Hagrid's hut, surrounded by the hushed whispers of his classmates and the occasional low rumble from the hippogriff. The magnificent creature stood on the grass, its feathers glistening softly in the sunlight, its eagle-like head held high, sharp eyes surveying the crowd. Every so often, it would shake its wings, stirring a breeze that caused the blades of grass beneath to quiver gently. Harry listened somewhat absent-mindedly to Hagrid's introduction. Hagrid stood beside the majestic creature with the body of a horse and the head of an eagle, booming. All right, children. Today we shall learn how to interact with these magnificent beings. They are not mere magical creatures. One must approach them with a modicum of respect. He raised a finger, his voice resonant. The first step is to bow. Do not rush towards them. They detest rudeness. Lower your head, approach slowly, and only when they reciprocate your gesture may you reach out to touch them. Who wishes to give it a try? The students exchanged glances, most of them withdrawing slightly, clearly hesitant to approach the imposing half-horse, half-eagle creature. Harry gazed down at the grass beneath his feet, unwilling to be the first to step forward. The creature seemed to favor girls. Hagrid scratched his head and invited Hermione to take a turn. Clearing her throat, Hermione walked towards the creature, her steps exuding a feigned nonchalance. Standing before the beast, she tentatively bowed. The creature turned its head, its sharp gaze fixated upon her, emitting a low, rumbling hiss as if to warn her. Hagrid strode over, grinning widely. Well done, showing some courage. But remember to bow first. Do not stare directly at it. They appreciate politeness, understand? Hermione complied, slightly bending at the waist and lowering her head, doing her utmost to appear natural. The creature tilted its head, seemingly assessing her. And after a few moments, it gradually lowered its head in return. Hermione exhaled in relief, a smile blossoming on her face as she straightened up. Hagrid laughed heartily, clapping his hands. Well done, Hermione. You may now approach it for a closer look. Now, who else would like to try? Do not be afraid. They are far more manageable than other creatures. Just remember to bow first. Wait for them to nod, and then you may draw near. Go on, do not be shy. Harry hesitated, contemplating whether to advance, when suddenly a gray owl swooped down from the sky, its wings flapping vigorously, clutching a letter in its talons. It circled the crowd once before gracefully landing on the grass before Harry, tilting its head to gaze intently at him. Harry knelt down, unfastened the envelope, and tore open the seal. The hasty scrawl on the parchment caught his eye. Harry, Lupin has awakened. A message just arrived from St. Mungo's. His condition is stable. Tonks. Harry's hand trembled, and the letter nearly slipped away into the wind. He abruptly lifted his head, his heart racing, consumed by a singular thought. Lupin is all right. He turned to Hagrid, who was holding another hippogriff, and spoke with urgency. Hagrid, I must go to St. Mungo's. Professor Lupin has awakened. I need to see him. If that's permissible? Hagrid turned towards him and nodded. Go ahead, Harry. Do not fret about the classes here. Professor Lupin is far more significant than these creatures. Harry let out a sigh of relief, rising to his feet, ready to turn and depart, only to find Draco had returned to his side. Those gray eyes were fixed upon him, revealing a hint of concern within. Harry felt a tightening in his chest, biting his lower lip. He hesitated for a moment before softly inquiring, Would you like to join me? Draco raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement. If you don't mind, I would very much like to see how Professor Lupin is faring. Harry gazed at him for 2 seconds, his heart racing in disarray. He nodded slightly. Then let us go? However, as he turned and took a step forward, his mind erupted in a cacophony of thoughts. He was perplexed as to why he had so readily agreed to bring Draco along. Indeed, after Christmas, their relationship had shifted in subtle ways. Yet Harry was uncertain about the roots of his trust in him. Was it the inexplicable protection he had offered during their second year that led him to believe Draco wasn't entirely malevolent? Or perhaps it was the fact that Draco's initially haughty demeanor had not elicited disdain in him. Alternatively, was it the peculiar and contradictory nature of their interactions that left Harry bewildered about his own feelings towards him? While Lupin and Sirius provided Harry with familial support, he recognized a profound need for camaraderie among his peers. What are you pondering? Draco's voice cut through Harry's reverie, laced with a hint of mockery. Are you regretting bringing me along? Harry glanced up at him, concealing the turmoil within his heart. No, it's nothing. I've changed my mind. He quickened his pace, intent on hiding his inner conflict from Draco. The two walked briskly along the gravel path leading to Hogwarts, the wind rustling through the air, infused with the scent of earth and grass. Harry kept his head down, his thoughts a tangled mess. Stealing a glance at Draco, he noted that the latter had his hands shoved in his pockets, matching his stride effortlessly, utterly oblivious to Harry's anxiety. As they approached the castle entrance, a familiar figure suddenly darted past. Hermione, clutching a hefty stack of books, was hurrying in the opposite direction. Harry halted, furrowing his brow, his mind buzzing. Hermione? Hearing the commotion, Hermione abruptly turned, and upon spotting Harry and Draco together, a flicker of panic crossed her face, akin to a thief caught in the act. Harry? Draco? What are you doing here? I was just about to ask you the same. Harry replied, brows knitted in confusion. Weren't you just calming that Sphinx at Hagrid's? How did you end up here? His mind raced, attempting to unravel the mystery of this bizarre encounter. Hermione opened her mouth, seemingly poised to explain, but eventually stammered. I have to go to class. Then, like a startled rabbit, she dashed into the nearby classroom, the door slamming shut behind her, leaving Harry and Draco exchanging bewildered glances. Draco squinted, casting a glance towards Hagrid's hut, and murmured, I can't be mistaken, can I? That Hermione was still at Hagrid's feeding that Sphinx. Harry turned his head and, indeed, in the distance, he could see Hermione's figure bustling beside the cottage, attempting to communicate with the hippogriff. Harry rubbed his eyes, his heart racing, murmuring to himself, Two Hermiones? What on earth is happening? His mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Was it an illusion or some form of magic? Let's move on. We should first visit Professor Lupin at St. Mungo's, Draco advised. If you're still curious, we can always inquire with her later. Chapter 139. When you awaken, Harry and Draco sat in the chairs by the window, their gazes fixed upon the tightly shut door of the hospital room. They had been waiting for nearly an hour. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. Harry clasped his hands together, feeling a slight perspiration in his palms. His heart a tumultuous blend of anticipation and fear. He was uncertain about Remus's condition, Did waking up truly signify that all was well? The letter had stated that the situation was stable, yet those few words echoed incessantly in his mind, refusing to settle. Draco leaned back against the chair, a hint of curiosity evident on his face. Who, indeed, was inside? Harry remained silent, fixated on the tips of his shoes, his mind consumed by the image of Lupin's pale face in unconsciousness. He yearned for the door to swing open swiftly, yet simultaneously dreaded the sight of Lupin's frail form. At last, the door creaked open, and the head of the Auror office, Scrimgeour, emerged, casting not a glance in their direction as he strode away with purpose. Lupin leaned against the headboard, his complexion as pallid as parchment, yet upon seeing Harry and Draco, a faint smile graced his lips. Harry hurried over, his voice tinged with unmistakable concern. You're finally awake. Does it hurt? Lupin shook his head, his voice hoarse yet gentle. Not at all, Harry. Please don't worry. He paused for a moment and smiled at Draco as well. I am truly delighted that you both came to see me. Harry bit his lip and murmured. When you were unconscious, I thought. Lupin reached out and gently patted Harry's hand. I'm not so easily brought down. A flicker of regret passed through his eyes. I apologize for causing you worry. I promise to be more cautious next time. Next time? Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. You still wish for there to be a next time? Lupin paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. Thank you, Harry. How has everyone been while I've been away from school? Professor Snape has been substituting for you, Draco replied. Everyone misses you dearly, Harry added. Lupin turned to Draco, his gaze softening. During my unconsciousness, did Severus have a difficult time? I feel as though I must have caused him considerable trouble. Draco shrugged. He never complained. Harry pulled out a chair and sat down, furrowing his brow as he inquired, What did Scrimgeour just say to you? He gazed intently into Lupin's eyes, harboring a vague sense that the Ministry of Magic would not easily relinquish Sirius. After a moment of silence, Lupin shook his head and replied, Nothing of particular significance. He merely discussed the Ministry's potential sentencing of Peter Pettigrew. The Ministry has consistently been lenient in its sentencing of dark wizards, as you are aware. Just like Sirius, who was believed to have annihilated an entire street of muggles over a decade ago, ultimately received a life sentence rather than facing the Dementor's kiss. Harry furrowed his brow, a surge of anger welling up within him. But Sirius is undeniably innocent. Indeed, at present, Pettigrew is cooperating fully with the Ministry of Magic's investigation, and there is a strong likelihood that he will not face a punishment as severe as Sirius's. Lupin sighed, acknowledging that the Ministry's logic is not something we can easily alter. Draco leaned against the wall, hands tucked into his pockets, and murmured, It sounds like they're lenient towards everyone. They favor stability. The Ministry's aim is to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Lupin offered a wry smile. What shall we do then? Sirius is tormented daily by the Dementors. I cannot endure even a moment of that chilling sensation, that constant engulfment by agonizing memories. Harry frowned and inquired. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, he cannot bear the thought of Pettigrew escaping retribution through treachery once more. How could you possibly know what it feels like to face a Dementor? Lupin's voice carried an unusual tone. Harry replied, During those days when you were unconscious, I once ventured alone to the waters surrounding Azkaban, and I beheld them. Do you have any idea how perilous that was? How could you possibly go there by yourself? Lupin raised an eyebrow. I wanted to find out where Sirius was, and there, under the influence of the Dementors, I heard my parents' voices for the first time. Harry lowered his head. What? Lupin inquired. When the Dementors affected me, I heard my father's voice. It felt as though I had reclaimed memories from my childhood. I heard the screams of my parents before their demise, Harry murmured softly, reflecting on his singular desire to thwart Voldemort, so that his mother might have a chance to escape. Was it then? James's voice. Lupin exhibited a mixture of astonishment and anguish. Harry nodded, saying, I heard him say, Lily, take Harry and run. Voldemort is coming. I will hold him off. Then came his mother's voice, and Harry felt the world around him blur again as she pleaded. Don't touch Harry. Please, do anything you must. Draco noticed the redness in Lupin's eyes as well. They could have possibly survived if they abandoned me, couldn't they? They could escape. Harry covered his eyes with his hand. Lupin remained silent for a moment before gently patting Harry's shoulder. Harry, it was not your fault. You know that, don't you? I know, Harry replied softly, his voice laced with bitterness. But I can't help but think, if I hadn't been there, would they have had a chance to live? His mind was filled with hypotheticals. If he had never been born, if he had not been chosen, if he were not the wretched chosen one, perhaps everything would be different. Yet these ifs knotted him like venomous snakes, making even the act of breathing painful. Do not torment yourself like this, Lupin said. Your parents sacrificed themselves to protect you. That was their choice, their love. What you can do now is to live, to give meaning to their sacrifice. And you still have me and Sirius, don't you? Harry nodded, recalling the emotional breakdown he had experienced before Draco just days earlier. Yet, now, in the presence of Lupin, who felt like family, he found himself once again haunted by painful memories, as if a part of his heart had been hollowed out. Harry? Lupin's voice floated from behind, laced with concern. I'm fine, Harry turned to respond. Draco gently patted Harry's back, and Harry managed to muster a smile in return. The Dementors are not as formidable as they seem. Once I am discharged from the hospital, I shall teach you how to confront them, Lupin reassured him, his tone soothing. True strength lies in maintaining composure in the face of the direst circumstances. Draco leaned forward to adjust the position of Lupin's pillow, having brought him some delicacies crafted from raw meat. Lupin cast a glance at Draco and smiled faintly. You're aware of what werewolves enjoy. You are quite astute. Have you deduced it as a boggart? Draco nodded silently. When I was 16, the boggart was not the moon. At that time, 3 foolish friends had gone to great lengths to master enigmatic transformations, solely to accompany me through those harrowing full moon nights. Lupin bit his lip and continued. It was only after those 3 fools departed from me due to Voldemort that I began to fear the moon once more. As he adjusted the pillow, Draco felt Lupin's faint heartbeat, struggling to recover beneath the hospital gown. He thought to himself, as a fellow fragile human, that must be a heart of immense strength, continuously pumping forth overflowing kindness into the world despite enduring repeated adversities. Chapter 140. The Brilliant Time Turner. I do not wish to miss any classes. I have selected 7 elective courses. With this, I can ensure I do not fall behind, Hermione declared earnestly. She produced a delicate golden hourglass from her robe, its slender chain shimmering softly, with fine sand trickling steadily within. Biting her lip in hesitation for several moments, she finally whispered, "It is called a time turner." Harry held an apple, his mouth agape in astonishment. On their way back to Hogwarts, he and Draco encountered Hermione once again, who brought up her peculiar circumstance of being in 2 places at once. Draco raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Isn't 3 elective courses sufficient? Are you deliberately seeking out hardship? Or do you believe you must exhaust yourself to find satisfaction? Initially, my schedule, crammed with 5 elective subjects, seemed manageable. Yet Muggle studies proved to be quite fascinating as well. Hermione lifted her gaze, her brown eyes sparkling with enthusiasm for knowledge. Did you know they explained how Muggles use electricity in place of magic? And the principles behind their modes of transportation, such as cars and trains? I even composed a paper on Muggle science and technology. Draco, exasperated, interrupted her. Aren't you already well-versed in Muggle knowledge? As a child from a Muggle family, must you still study their lore? Magical knowledge and Muggle knowledge are not mutually exclusive, Hermione replied, her chin held high with pride. Indeed, Hermione's academic performance was exceptional. No pureblood student in her year could surpass her. Last semester, while assisting Lupin in the library, Harry frequently spotted Hermione immersed in her studies. The individuals Harry encountered most often in the library were likely Percy and Hermione. Many people are overly enamored with talent, yet the majority have not exerted themselves to the point where innate ability becomes a necessity. To achieve high marks in standard courses, consistent practice yields remarkable results. If time is truly constrained, courses like divination can be skipped, Draco suggested. Hermione furrowed her brow, about to respond to Draco when Harry cautiously interjected, Hermione, you look rather fatigued. Choosing 7 elective courses certainly warranted such fatigue, Draco scoffed. With the compulsory subjects, I feel as though these assignments will take a century to complete, and the final exams will all converge at once. So, this device allows you to be in multiple places at the same time? Harry inquired, his gaze fixed on the time turner. As long as you turn it backward, you can return to a previous moment, allowing me to attend several classes simultaneously. Do you understand? Hermione succinctly explained. Wow, where did you acquire that hourglass? Draco asked, realizing that such a powerful tool could not be casually possessed by a student. Even within the Ministry of Magic, devices capable of time manipulation would be classified at a high level of confidentiality. On the first day of term, I obtained this from Professor McGonagall. This entire year, it has enabled me to attend all my classes. Professor McGonagall wrote numerous letters to the Ministry on my behalf, convincing them that I am a diligent student who would never misuse it for purposes outside of my studies. Hermione paused, rubbing her forehead as her voice softened. I had promised to keep this a secret for Professor McGonagall. This time, it was my fault. Moreover, the time turner indeed leaves me quite exhausted. Harry furrowed his brow, concern evident in his emerald eyes. Are you tired? You appear as though you haven't slept in days, Hermione. There are dark circles beneath your eyes. Indeed, Hermione replied with a wry smile, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Sometimes I have to navigate through 2 or 3 different timelines in a single day, keeping track of what I've said and done while pretending everything is normal. Just yesterday in potions class, I nearly dozed off. Snape glared at me for what felt like an eternity and ultimately deducted 5 points from Gryffindor, claiming my lack of focus was an affront to the art of potion making. Draco scoffed, I can see you're swaying even while walking. Hermione shot him a glare, yet lacked the energy to retort. She gazed down at the time turner in her hand, her fingers gently caressing its edges. After a moment of silence, she spoke. After you discovered my secret, I have made my decision. I shall return the time turner to the Ministry of Magic. I have already spoken with Professor McGonagall. I fear that unforeseen complications may arise, and I can acquire ample knowledge from reading on my own. Harry and Draco were taken aback simultaneously. Harry set down the apple core in his hand and inquired, Did you not claim that it aided you immensely? What will you do without it? It indeed assisted me, Hermione sighed, her voice laden with fatigue. Yet it also made me feel like a spinning top, perpetually unable to halt. I must concede that I overestimated my own capabilities. I believed I could manage. But now all I desire is to sleep for an entire day, free from the anxiety of missing a single class. Furthermore, this item is quite valuable. It would be unwise to send it via Owl Post. I have yet to visit the Ministry of Magic and am uncertain how to return it. Draco replied, You may enter the Ministry through the guest passage. Those geniuses at the Ministry have cleverly concealed the entrance within a toilet. Suddenly, a thought struck Harry, and his eyes brightened as he spoke. Next week, Professor Lupin and I are going to the Ministry of Magic to testify on behalf of Sirius. Hermione, you could hand the time turner to Professor Lupin and let him take it with him. Hermione looked up abruptly, a flicker of surprise illuminating her brown eyes. Really? Will Professor Lupin agree? Are you certain he won't find it troublesome? If that's the case, I won't need to take a leave of absence, which would make me miss half a day's lessons. The Ministry is closed on weekends, and its working hours clash with my schedule. He certainly will, Harry chuckled, his tone imbued with unwavering trust in Lupin. He had always been reliable. Moreover, he should know how to navigate the Ministry's bureaucracy efficiently, ensuring you won't waste time on unnecessary errands. Hermione sighed in relief, gently placing the time turner back on the table, leaning back in her chair. A hint of a relaxed smile graced her face. That's wonderful. I've always found Professor Lupin to be incredibly trustworthy. He has a way of instilling confidence during his lessons. This way, I won't have to deal with the tedious procedures myself. Thank you, Harry. I'll ask Professor Lupin about it later. Chapter 141. The ambitious Lupin had resumed his position at the lectern. He had been quite busy over the past few days, leaving immediately after class. Harry speculated that Lupin was making final preparations for the trial of Sirius and Peter Pettigrew. Throughout the week, Harry anxiously prayed for a favorable verdict for Sirius, even going so far as to meticulously follow Trelawney's cryptic instructions in divination class to predict the outcome of the trial. The crystal ball, with remarkable clarity, assured Harry that a positive result awaited him. As Harry and Draco were leaving their divination class, they encountered Percy. Harry, Draco, you won't believe this. Percy's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. I have just received a job offer from the Department of International Magical Cooperation at the Ministry of Magic. I secured it before graduation. It's truly unbelievable. Harry lifted his head and smiled at Percy. Congratulations, Percy. That's truly impressive. I believe my internship has been of some assistance. I've become quite familiar with the place. Although I spent the majority of my time in the archives, I also served as a temporary court reporter, which kept me exceedingly busy, yet I learned a great deal. Percy replied, Of course, my transcript is commendable as well. A court reporter? Is that a position within the wizarding court? Harry seized upon the term, furrowing his brow. How does a wizarding court operate? I've never quite understood. Percy's eyes lit up, clearly eager to display his knowledge. Oh, it's quite simple. The heart of the magical judiciary is the Wizengamot, an organization older than the Ministry of Magic itself, serving both as a court and a council. The Wizengamot comprises approximately 50 members, with the highest-ranking official known as the Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Dumbledore currently holds that esteemed position. As he spoke, Percy gestured to the badges pinned to his robe, denoting his roles as a prefect and president of the male student council. They all donned deep crimson robes, adorned with a silver one the left breast, exquisitely crafted. The Wisengamot not only oversees trials, but also has the authority to bestow the Order of Merlin, effectively merging legislative and judicial functions. Harry's troubled expression grew distinctly grave as he considered the impending confrontation with the Wisengamot. He nodded, envisioning a council of robed wizards seated high above, ready to pass judgment. And what of the notorious Azkaban prison? Did the Dementors heed the Ministry of Magic's commands? Percy lowered his voice, as if divulging a clandestine secret. Azkaban is guarded by Dementors. They not only oversee the prison, but also inter the deceased inmates, and even deliver meals to the living. Can you fathom that? These creatures are capable of such physical labor. The Ministry seldom actually sentences a dark wizard to the Dementor's kiss. Is that correct? Harry inquired. Percy pondered for a moment, seemingly lost in recollection. Oh, I have only witnessed the Wisengamot's verdict a few times. After reaching a decision, the Wisengamot dispatches messages via paper airplanes to the relevant offices responsible for Azkaban, notifying the Dementors of the sentence, such as the duration of imprisonment, which is far more efficient than using owls. My father mentioned that initially they relied on owls for delivering important documents, resulting in offices littered with owl droppings. Eventually, they transitioned to enchanted paper airplanes. Percy endeavored to elaborate further. These paper airplanes are a soft lavender hue, stamped with Wisengamot or Ministry of Magic on the wings, capable of navigating the lifts to find their designated offices. During my internship, I witnessed them fluttering about daily. It was quite a spectacle. Harry inquired, will they not collide? Not at all, Percy replied, shaking his head. The Ministry's elevators and the paper airplanes are magically guided, operating in perfect harmony. Every day, hundreds of paper airplanes soar into various offices. Draco asked Percy, is your superior Crouch? Percy puffed out his chest, resembling a proud peacock. Indeed, my future superior is Mr. Crouch. You are aware of him, I presume? He is quite a prominent figure, capable of speaking 200 languages. Merfolk, sea monsters, and even the language of turkeys. It's simply astonishing. Harry struggled to refrain from contemplating the potential utility of the turkey language. Percy broke into a grin, proclaiming that Bartemius Crouch was an extraordinary wizard. Possessing formidable magical prowess and a staunch demeanor, he was, however, not to be misconstrued as a supporter of the Dark Lord. Noticing a flicker of confusion on Harry's face, Percy waved his hand dismissively, asserting that Mr. Crouch had always been a vocal opponent of dark magic, unwavering in his stance. Draco furrowed his brow and interjected, calling him a hardliner who ultimately fell short. He had once held the opportunity to ascend to the position of Minister of Magic. Had misfortune not befallen him, Fudge would never have taken his place. Indeed, it is a regrettable circumstance. Percy sighed, recalling that during the reign of terror instigated by Voldemort, Mr. Crouch was thrust into a position of urgency, swiftly rising to a prominent role through his exceptional abilities and audacious decisions. In the face of the heinous actions perpetrated by the Dark Lord's followers, he implemented stringent measures. He conferred special powers upon the Aurors, permitting them to decisively employ the unforgivable curses when deemed necessary, leading many criminals to be incarcerated without the formality of a trial. Mr. Crouch sought to combat violence with violence, aiming to dismantle Voldemort's influence at its roots. His actions were not born of cruelty, but rather a profound desire to shield countless innocents and uphold peace and justice within the magical realm. Sirius's imprisonment without trial had its reasons as well. Harry's countenance darkened. Percy cleared his throat, adopting a more solemn tone, yet he acknowledged that there was a degree of rationale behind Mr. Crouch's measures. Reflecting on the zenith of the Dark Lord's power, the magical community lived in constant trepidation. It was impossible to distinguish between Death Eaters and the virtuous. He could manipulate individuals into committing atrocities, leaving everyone in fear for their own lives and those of their loved ones. Each week brought dire news of deaths, disappearances, or tortures. The Ministry of Magic was in disarray, struggling against the Dark Lord while concealing the truth from Muggles, who were also perishing in increasing numbers. Fear, tension, and chaos permeated the air. In such dire circumstances, striking back with force may not necessarily be deemed a malevolent act. Harry whispered, it sounds like a nightmare. Draco interjected, but he entrusted his son to the Dementors. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. Did he truly go through with it? Indeed, Percy nodded, referring to his son, Barty Crouch Jr. His son? Harry inquired, astonished. A Death Eater? Percy shrugged, lamenting that he had disappointed his father's expectations by associating with a band of Death Eaters. Harry inquired, did Mr. Crouch not attempt to exonerate his son? Percy raised his chin, speaking with an air of superiority, because Mr. Crouch is just standing firmly on the side of righteousness. That is precisely what I admire about him. I am delighted to have such a leader. I believe he is certainly far better than Umbridge. With that, Percy adjusted his robes and departed. Draco sneered, asserting that Crouch acted thusly solely for his own political aspirations. When his son's scandal erupted, Crouch's reputation plummeted, and his plans to run for minister were dashed, hence his desperate attempts to disassociate himself from his Death Eater son. He foolishly believed that this would restore his standing. For the sake of his career? Harry's voice was barely audible. Indeed, Draco replied, a hint of gravity in his tone. Perhaps the best course for Crouch. Having a Death Eater in the family is to distance himself as much as possible. Chapter 142, A Wish List. The surface of the two-way mirror shimmered, and Sirius's voice emerged, tinged with urgency. Remus? Remus, are you there? At his desk, Lupin stirred from his rest, slowly opening his eyes to see the familiar mirror on the small table beside him. Struggling to sit up, he grasped the mirror and saw Sirius's face, which had begun to look increasingly gaunt. He paused momentarily, then exclaimed in surprise, Sirius? How can you use this under the Dementor's control? Sirius smiled wryly from the mirror. It is indeed no easy feat. The moment I see you, I feel such joy. As you know, Dementors thrive on the essence of happiness, and had I been in my cell, I might have been drained by one. However, I am currently on my way back after being interrogated by an Auror and borrowed the Ministry's restroom. Lupin frowned, his tone carrying a note of reproach. Do not take it so lightly. That is not a place for jest. Sirius's gaze softened, and he murmured, I miss you. I truly miss you. Adjusting the angle of the mirror, he sought to see Lupin's face more clearly. I can keep the Auror waiting. Although this place is far from ideal, at least the mirror makes me feel a little closer to you. Lupin gazed into the mirror, softly saying, in a few days, we will be able to meet at the trial. Just hold on a little longer. It will be soon. Sirius's smile faded somewhat as he fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. You know, Remus, your compassion towards Peter Pettigrew has granted him the opportunity to kill you. If it were not for the fact that Scrimgeour's wand does not completely obey him, the spell he cast upon you would have been fatal. His voice dropped, laced with an almost imperceptible tremor. I almost lost you. Lupin lowered his eyes, remaining silent. He knew Sirius spoke the truth. Yet he also recognized that he could not easily sever his feelings for friends, even if that trust had been shattered by betrayal. Lupin tightened his grip on the mirror, eventually murmuring, I am fine now, do not worry. However, some students have learned of my identity as a werewolf. To spare Dumbledore from potential liability, I believe it would be best for me to resign after this semester. Sirius sighed, fully understanding Lupin and his heart that constantly sought to accommodate everything. You are a werewolf and more than capable compared to most teachers, he remarked. Once you are out, I will dedicate myself to being with you. That would be splendid. Lupin reassured him. Knowing he could not sway Lupin, Sirius paused, shifting his tone to lighten the mood. Since you say you will accompany me, I actually have a lengthy wish list yet to fulfill, Remus. You must help me complete it. Otherwise, I refuse to be trapped in this wretched place. Wasting so many years. Lupin lifted his gaze, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as though Sirius's enthusiasm amused him. Very well, what does it contain? Sirius's eyes lit up, reminiscent of a child revealing a cherished toy. I want to go to Hogwarts to watch Harry play Quidditch, to see whether he or James flies better. I wager Harry has surely inherited James's talent, soaring like a gust of wind. Lupin nodded, his smile deepening, agreed. Sirius continued, his voice brimming with anticipation. Also, I wish to take Harry to see the World Cup. It occurs every 4 years, and I missed several while in prison. Harry will certainly love it. I want to wager with him to see if he supports the same team as I do. Lupin replied, agreed. Sirius quickened his pace. Furthermore, we must enjoy those thrilling Muggle games together, soaring in hot air balloons, skydiving from the heights, flying in helicopters, skiing down slopes, and riding roller coasters. Which surely cannot be worse than my motorcycle. It must be exhilarating. I have heard Muggles invented something called bungee jumping, where you jump down with a rope tied, Remus. Would you dare to try? Lupin answered, agreed. He paused and added, your wish list resembles that of a child, filled with playful pursuits. Lupin chuckled, feeling as if he were conversing with a big child in his 20s. Sirius hesitated, his voice lowering. As if he had pondered this for some time, I just remembered I have one more wish. Lupin quietly waited for him to speak. The atmosphere in the mirror seeming to grow tense for a moment. Sirius began, his tone becoming serious, almost shy. My relationship with Walburga has improved recently. She and Creature have shared much about the family, and she asked me not to bring shame upon the Black name. Lupin replied softly. Sirius continued, his tone carrying a hint of tentativeness. You know that the Black family has always placed great importance on family. Those old traditions are dreadfully cumbersome, yet she often mentions them. Lupin acknowledged with a quiet. Sirius took a deep breath, as if resolute. Walburga surely hopes I settle down soon. She mentioned I'm not getting any younger and should find a place to belong. Lupin's fingers tightened slightly, his heartbeat quickening, an undercurrent of tension flickering in his eyes. He remained silent, merely watching Sirius in the mirror, waiting for his next words. Sirius looked up, his gaze piercing through the mirror, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. I have been to Azkaban twice. My reputation is tarnished. I doubt anyone would want me. Lupin unconsciously began to fidget with the mirror's frame. Would you consider taking me in, granting me a place? Otherwise, the last wish on my list may remain unfulfilled. Lupin was taken aback, as Sirius's bright gray eyes in the mirror sparkled, seemingly awaiting an answer. He remained silent for a moment, then slowly curved his lips into a smile, his voice low yet gentle. Are you proposing to me, Sirius? Using a two-way mirror in the ministry's restroom? Because I have just realized this is my greatest desire of late. Sirius grinned widely. Since you criticize me for being childlike, this wish is anything but childish. How wonderfully romantic, beautiful, and well-prepared for a proposal. Lupin bit his lip, questioning. Do you think I would agree regardless? Even if it sounds so sudden and hasty? Forgive me, did I frighten you again? Sirius squinted at Lupin's expression. You mean to say, proposing at this opportune moment, using this splendid method in this ideal location, would not startle anyone? Lupin spoke slowly. Sirius bit his finger. I thought I had grown accustomed to the eccentric ways of charming lunatics. Lupin astutely interrupted him. Silence lingered on the other side of the mirror for half a minute. Remus, cast a forgetting charm upon yourself, Sirius said, covering his face. After I am released from prison, I will spend a year meticulously planning a grand proposal ceremony. You must devise a way to return to a state of ignorance regarding the identity of your future partner. Return to a state of ignorance about my future partner? Lupin chuckled. That seems rather challenging. Grant me another chance. I shall surely excel. Hearing the Aurors urging him, Sirius pleaded pitifully. The person I envision spending my life with, since our student days, has always been you and no one else. Lupin lamented. Where does one begin with a forgetting charm? He made a face at the stunned Sirius and abruptly severed the connection of the two-way mirror. Chapter 143. Where do paper airplanes fly? Part 1. On the day of the trial, outside the Ministry of Magic's courtroom, Harry stood beside Lupin, stretching his neck to gaze into the distance, where Sirius was being escorted by two Aurors, the clinking of his shackles echoing in the air. As they passed, Sirius lifted his head, his eyes scanning the crowd until they paused briefly on Lupin. Lupin nodded in acknowledgement, and at that moment of connection, the corners of Sirius's mouth seemed to curl slightly. Soon, Sirius was led into the courtroom by the Aurors, taking the lead. We will wait a moment before entering. They will summon the witnesses shortly. And the trial is about to commence, Lupin reassured Harry, patting him on the shoulder. Do not be anxious, Harry. Simply speak the truth. I understand, Harry replied, taking a deep breath. In a hushed tone, Lupin continued. Hermione asked me to bring a sealed envelope and a letter back to the ministry. But the proceedings here start early. We shall attend to her request after our trial concludes. Harry, if I happen to forget to go to the Department of Mysteries on the 9th floor after the trial, please remind me. Harry nodded slightly, casting a fleeting glance at the bulging pockets of Lupin's robe, remaining silent. He was aware of the shimmering time-turner concealed within, and resolved to safeguard Hermione's secret. According to the Charter of Rights from the Wisengamot, the accused is entitled to summon witnesses to testify on their behalf. Following an extensive recitation, Harry found himself being ushered into the courtroom. Inside, the vast circular chamber was illuminated as brightly as day by enchanted lights, while torches on the walls cast flickering shadows. At the center stood the dock, where two cold, black oak chairs awaited, occupied by Sirius and Peter Pettigrew, their iron shackles glinting with a chilling radiance under the illumination. Harry felt an immense sense of oppression enveloping him within the room. He lowered his gaze, searching the crowd for familiar faces. On the elevated platform surrounding him, nearly 50 jury members whispered among themselves. At first glance, Harry spotted Dumbledore, whose white hair and beard made him conspicuously stand out amidst the throng. Situated centrally within the jury, directly ahead, Cornelius Fudge sat, his pudgy fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. To his left was Dolores Umbridge, the pink quill scratching noisily against the parchment, her lips curling into a saccharine, insincere smile. To his right sat Barty Crouch, his gaze icy and penetrating. Scrimgeour stood nearby, tall and imposing, his lion-like mane swaying slightly. "Silence," Fudge declared, striking the table with a resounding thud, his voice echoing through the hall, betraying a hint of tremor. "The Ministry of Magic's Special Court is now in session to adjudicate the cases concerning Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. Clerk, please read the charges." A gaunt wizard, resembling a reed, rose, clutching a scroll of parchment, and emotionlessly recited, "Sirius Black is charged with the unlawful murder of 13 muggles 13 years ago and for aiding the Dark Lord. He subsequently escaped from Azkaban, resulting in the death of fellow inmates, and failed to register his enigmatic identity, allegedly breaching the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, the Muggle Protection Act, and the Enigmagus Registration Act. Peter Pettigrew is charged with the murder of muggles 13 years ago and for faking his own death, suspected of serving the Dark Lord and breaching the same statutes. The purpose of the trial, to ascertain the truth and render a verdict on the crimes." "Very well." Fudge cleared his throat, puffing out his chest. "First, we shall verify the truth of the Muggle murders from 13 years ago." With the Aurors announcing the results of the investigation, 2 Aurors strode forward, their black robes rustling against the stone floor. They waved their wands at Sirius and Peter, and silvery strands of memory floated from their foreheads, entwining like mist and coalescing into a suspended vessel. The scene unfolded like a dream. On a Muggle street, Peter, cornered by Sirius, frantically waved his wand. With a deafening explosion, buildings along the street shattered, and Muggle screams erupted in a cacophony. Peter transformed into a dull gray rat, scurrying into a sewer, while Sirius remained rooted in place, his face contorted with rage. As the jury observed the corroborating memory evidence, murmurs began to circulate. Peter Pettigrew, 13 years ago, knowingly engaged in malevolent acts within a Muggle residential area. He murdered 13 Muggles, resulting in the destruction of Muggle property. Actions that clearly contravene Article 14 of the International Confederation of Wizards Statute of Secrecy and Article 5 of the Muggle Protection Act, stated the Auror in charge of verification. Peter squeaked in protest, his voice high-pitched like a rat with its tail stepped on. "I acted in desperation. He forced me." He pointed a spindly finger, resembling a withered twig, at Sirius. "Sirius Black has had tendencies toward violence since he was 16. He suffers from mania." Sirius leapt to his feet, chains clattering as if he were about to break free and charge forward. "You coward. If I had wanted you dead, you would have been long gone. Though, I must admit, I indeed wish to kill you now." 2 Aurors immediately waved their wands, conjuring an invisible magical chain that forced him back into his seat. Sirius clenched his jaw, his chest heaving violently, like a trapped beast. "Silence." Fudge's face flushed crimson as he struck the table once more, his palms reddening. Peter Pettigrew is accused of being a Death Eater, having betrayed James Potter and Lily Evans 13 years ago. Witness, Remus Lupin, please take the stand. Lupin approached the witness stand, his voice steady as he spoke. Peter served as James and Lily's secret keeper and disclosed the precise location of the Potter family to Voldemort. "We were 5 friends during our time at Hogwarts. It was Sirius pursuing Peter that caused the ensuing chaos. Peter is the true culprit. Can you trust a werewolf? He has no idea who the secret keeper is." Peter interjected sharply. "Think about it, jurors. How dangerous are werewolves? He is undoubtedly biased in favor of Black. Just ask Lupin. All werewolves have sided with the Dark Lord." "Silence, Peter." Sirius roared, his voice reverberating through the hall. "How dare you speak of trust? Who betrayed James and Lily? Enough. How do we prove that Peter Pettigrew is a member of the Death Eaters?" Barty Crouch coldly interrupted the squabble, his gaze slicing through Peter like a knife. "We require more evidence." Harry lifted his gaze towards the jury, inhaling deeply before speaking. After Peter fled, he lived as a pet with a wizarding family. On Halloween of his first year, he left behind an arm at Hogwarts, marked with the Dark Mark. That was Peter S. At this moment, Dumbledore turned to the jury and stated, "I was present. I can attest to the truth of this." A stir rippled through the jury. Fudge furrowed his brow, murmuring, "This is insufficient to prove he is a Death Eater. Or, administer the Veritasrum." "What? No. I do not require such a substance." Peter cried out, his voice laced with terror. Yet, an Auror approached with a small vial of clear liquid, forcibly administering it to his mouth. Peter coughed several times, his expression growing vacant, and then he began to solemnly divulge the truth. Yes, I joined the Death Eaters. I served the Dark Lord. I killed those muggles. I also provided new leads to the Ministry. The Malfoy family has quietly supported the Dark Lord post-war to aid his return, and there are others. I could receive a reduced sentence, correct? Malfoy? One jury member, clearly a friend of Lucius Malfoy, sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Nonsense. The Dark Lord has long since fallen. Everything is under Minister Fudge's leadership. Where could remnants of the Death Eaters possibly be?" Peter, still speaking in a low tone, replied, "The Malfoy family harbored the Dark Lord after he fled Hogwarts. His memory reveals it was Professor Quirrell, not the Dark Lord." One of the Aurors responsible for the trial interjected, "Indeed." Fudge nodded vigorously. "Peter, your fabrications deceive no one." Umbridge sweetly chimed in, "Peter, do not weave tales here to sway the hearts of the people. The Ministry is stable. These so-called leads are merely figments of your imagination. Are they not?" As the first phase concluded, before Peter could utter another word, Fudge promptly declared, waving his hand dismissively as if shooing away flies. "Please express your opinions regarding the charges against Peter Pettigrew. Those in favor, please raise your hands." Fudge raised his voice. Harry's heart raced, and he instinctively lifted his head. A multitude of hands were raised, a considerable number exceeding half. Harry felt his breath quicken, his chest heaving with urgency as he desperately attempted to count the hands. However, before he could ascertain their number, Fudge's authoritative voice resonated once more. "Now, please express your views on the verdict of not guilty. Those in favor, please raise your hands." The jury recorded the conclusion. Peter Pettigrew was confirmed as the true culprit behind the Muggle murder 13 years ago, affirming his status as a Death Eater. Fudge cleared his throat and continued, "The second phase will address the charges against Sirius Black for his transformation and prison escape, as well as the murder accusation." Scrimgeour, do you have something to say? Scrimgeour strode forward, his boots thudding against the floor, his voice resonating powerfully. Sirius was wrongfully imprisoned 10 years ago. Had he not escaped, he would have languished in Azkaban, unjustly condemned for life. Those Death Eaters, on the other hand, have committed heinous acts of robbery, murder, and the torment of the innocent. At that time, Aurors had the authority to deal with them using the unforgivable curses. He committed murder, Barty Crouch interjected. Scrimgeour turned to Crouch, his hair shaking like a lion's mane. "Did you not also order the execution of Death Eaters back then?" Crouch nodded slightly, a stiff smile crossing his lips, acknowledging the truth. "Those individuals deserved their fate. I personally adjudicated some of their cases, but he killed an entire level of prisoners." Umbridge interjected sharply, her bias unmistakable. "Who knows if he will reoffend? As an illegal animagus, he brazenly lived for 2 years after his escape. The Ministry can monitor him." "Peter Pettigrew could easily be subjected to the Dementor's kiss," Scrimgeour countered, his voice reverberating through the hall. "Sirius could have his magical abilities restricted and be required to report regularly. He should not return to Azkaban. He has suffered unjustly for 10 years. According to the operational regulations for Aurors back then, those Death Eaters should have long been executed." "Such eloquence," Umbridge sneered, her pink feather quill suspended in midair. "After killing so many, mere regulation is sufficient? Minister Fudge, what is your perspective?" Fudge rubbed his temples, murmuring, "Indeed, this presents a complex dilemma." Sirius raised his head, returning Umbridge's sneer. "I killed those Death Eaters because they deserved to die." "Arrogance." Umbridge's features contorted with disdain. "Minister, his attitude, enough." Scrimgeour interrupted, casting a glare at her. "Jury, you have heard. Sirius is not a danger. He is a victim, and he has not harmed the innocent. It is those Death Eaters who pose a threat to the wizarding world." One of them blew off Mad-Eye Moody's leg, and several others murdered key members of the Aurors squad. "We Aurors risked our lives to capture them." Fudge waved his hand in annoyance, deciding to leave the matter to the jury. "Jury, please deliberate and cast your votes. The representatives of Wizengamot will provide the final ruling." The jury retreated to the side, engaging in hushed discussions for an extended period. Harry sat in the witness stand, silently awaiting the verdict. What would he do if Sirius were sentenced back to Azkaban? And what if Peter Pettigrew, that despicable traitor, was a life sentence truly sufficient? He was responsible for the deaths of Harry's parents and had unjustly imprisoned Sirius for a decade. Harry observed Sirius's tense profile before casting a glance at Peter's panicked face. At last, the representative from the Wizengamot stood up, his voice monotonous as if reading from a textbook. "We unanimously find Peter Pettigrew guilty of murder, sentencing him to a life imprisonment in Azkaban." Sirius Black. guilty of escape and murder, but in light of the wrongful judgment and the victim's identity, shall be sentenced to 3 years of magical restriction. The restricted wizard may only utilize basic, essential magic for daily living during this period. They must regularly report their whereabouts and activities to a designated official or agency of the Ministry of Magic, accurately detailing their activities, including any use of magic, its purpose. In specific circumstances, should there be a need to leave the designated area for any special reason, prior application to the Ministry of Magic must be made, accompanied by an explanation, and approval must be obtained before departure. Participation in magical law courses will be mandatory, so it was decided. Fudge swiftly signed the verdict, his hand trembling so much that he nearly spilled the ink, the paper transforming into a crooked paper airplane that flew toward the Azkaban office. Court is adjourned. Scrimgeour scoffed softly, turning away and being the first to exit the courtroom. Sirius glared at Peter, as if he wished to slay him with nothing but a look before he departed. Harry clenched his fists, a heavy weight pressing upon his chest, for he believed that Peter ought to bear greater consequences. He fixated on the loathsome visage of Wormtail, his mind replaying the deceitful expressions that accompanied his justifications. The tremors of his admission under the influence of the truth serum, and the sinister grin he wore when nearly taking Lupin's life. A life sentence in Azkaban merely allowed him to exist in a state of misery. Perhaps he was unworthy of such an end. Harry's hand instinctively clenched, and he suddenly recalled the time turner nestled within Lupin's pocket, as well as the method Hermione had taught him for its use. A bold idea gradually took shape in his mind. What if he could alter the verdict? Harry glanced down and caught sight of the corner of an envelope peeking out from Lupin's pocket. Harry's gaze fell upon Fudge's paper airplane, which bore the weight of judgment as it slowly glided towards the exit. His heart raced. He knew he had to act. He feigned discomfort, whispering to Lupin, "I feel a bit unwell. I need to visit the restroom." Lupin appeared somewhat concerned but nodded in acquiescence. Harry swiftly departed from the courtroom, his mind already formulating a plan. He needed to acquire the time turner and return to the moment the verdict was announced, ensuring that the paper airplane fell into his grasp. "Go on. I shall await your return." Lupin's eyes flickered with unease, yet he refrained from further inquiry. In the restroom, Harry retrieved the envelope containing the time turner, his hands trembling slightly. What if he could alter the outcome? What if he could ensure that Peter received his rightful retribution? Recalling Hermione's instructions, Harry grasped the hourglass and cautiously turned it over. The sand within began to flow, and after several rotations, time commenced its reverse journey. A wave of disorientation washed over him as he realized that the once empty restroom was now filled with sounds. The trial for Sirius is about to begin. A voice from a nearby wizard announced, "We must act swiftly. We should enter the courtroom before the accused," another wizard replied. Harry pressed his hand against his chest, fully aware that he had succeeded. Time rewound to a few hours prior, as he found himself at the very moment the trial commenced. He cautiously peeked out from the restroom door, observing his former self standing beside Lupin. This was purely an impulsive decision, prompted by Harry's sight of Fudge. Just as Percy had described, issuing the verdict through a paper airplane, a spontaneous resolution. Harry stood cautiously outside the courtroom, listening to Sirius vehemently countering the accusations as the jury commenced their deliberation. Suddenly, he caught sight of a stamped paper airplane soaring out of the chamber. With a swift motion, Harry drew his wand and whispered the summoning charm. The paper airplane abruptly changed direction and landed in his hands. Trembling, Harry unfolded it to reveal the words, "Peter Pettigrew, life imprisonment," accompanied by an unchecked option, "Dementor's immediate execution." At the bottom, Fudge's signature was already inscribed. Harry hesitated, his fingers grazing the paper, his heartbeat echoing in his ears. Who can truly claim to be a friend of justice? Who has the authority to unilaterally determine the fate of another? Harry felt his heart soften once more. He wished to release the damp paper he had been clutching tightly in his hand. The courtroom was filled with a cacophony of voices as people discussed their departure. A moment of opportunity was swiftly transforming into one of misfortune. "Potter, what are you doing?" Scrimgeour's voice rang out from behind. He was the first to emerge from the courtroom, striding towards Harry with purpose. Upon noticing the paper in Harry's grasp, his eyes flickered with understanding, and in mere seconds, he discerned its significance. Harry swallowed hard, his throat parched. "I believe Peter should not merely face imprisonment. He must bear a far greater consequence. Yet, I feel I ought not to." Scrimgeour abruptly snatched the paper from Harry's hands, unhesitatingly marking a decisive check beside the Dementor's immediate execution. He gripped it with such force it seemed as though he might tear it apart. Then, with a swift motion reminiscent of casting a spell, He released the paper airplane into the air. Fudge is an irredeemable fool, isn't he? He tossed this remark over his shoulder, turning to leave, only to pause, pivot, and fix Harry with a gaze as sharp as a hawk's. Harry whispered, "Why?" Scrimgeour snorted, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Because I have promised to assist your godfather. I have always been one to see things through. Justice is not something that can be bestowed by the rotund visage of Fudge, Potter. Scum like Pettigrew only serve to taint the air. If you have the courage to obtain this," he gestured to the paper airplane, "it signifies your understanding that some matters must be addressed personally. And what of Sirius?" Harry summoned his courage, his voice trembling slightly. "Will you truly keep him in check?" Scrimgeour narrowed his eyes, remaining silent for a moment before quietly responding. "Black is a tough nut to crack. I have a modicum of respect for him. Regulation is the rule, but as long as he does not cause me trouble, the Ministry will not treat him like a dog on a leash. I suspect he would not relish being tethered either." Chapter 145, The Veil, Part 1. Harry stumbled as he pushed open the heavy oak door of the courtroom once more, his heart racing in a tumultuous rhythm. He had just intercepted that crucial paper airplane with the time-turner, the very one that would have sealed the fate of Pettigrew, condemning him to a life of imprisonment. The authoritative voice of Scrimgeour still echoed in Harry's ears. He had become Harry's accomplice. Altering the verdict against Pettigrew, the fate awaiting the traitor was no longer confinement in Azkaban, but rather the ultimate execution by Dementors. Harry hastily returned the time-turner to its envelope, his palms slick with cold sweat. On the stand, Peter Pettigrew, under the control of the Aurors, was still alive, oblivious to the fate that awaited him, while all the judges present remained unaware that the ultimate decision they were about to render had been surreptitiously altered. Most of the people in the courtroom had already dispersed, and Sirius leaped down from the stand, his steps light as he strode directly towards Lupin, the fabric of his black robe billowing behind him. Harry observed the uncontainable joy illuminating Sirius's face. The effects of the Dementors were astounding. After nearly 3 years of gradually reclaiming his spirit and vitality following his escape, it all swiftly faded once again upon his return to Azkaban. His cheeks were now gaunt. Yet thankfully, those eyes remained distinctly his. Most prisoners possessed a pair of similar vacant, dull eyes, as if they had long since perished. The luster long vanished from their gazes. However, the glimmer of thought and a flicker of hope in Sirius's eyes kept them alive. Amidst the chaos, Harry discreetly slipped the envelope back into Lupin's pocket. Lupin stood at the periphery of the crowd, his slender frame enveloped in a gray cloak, a rare, relaxed smile gracing his face. His entire attention was fixated on Sirius, oblivious to Harry's subtle gesture. "No, no, not here," Lupin whispered, as Sirius eagerly leaned in to kiss him, prompting Lupin to hurriedly press his hand against Sirius's approaching cheek. Unfazed, Sirius waved his hand dismissively, enveloping Lupin in a tight embrace, as if to gather all the years of separation and suffering within that single gesture. Life in Azkaban had been a torment, a near-death experience, one where large canines ultimately withered into mere bones, traversing a vast ocean laden with overwhelming hatred. The hunger, the suffering, the struggle for survival. Eventually, these would transform into a silvery memory. "Harry." Sirius then turned to grasp Harry's shoulders, his voice exuberant enough to nearly drown out all other sounds in the room. He beamed widely, revealing a set of even teeth, and Harry felt himself quickly enveloped by the brilliance of Sirius's gaze. I am free, Harry. Though I have no idea which spells are deemed essential for life. What does it matter?" Harry beamed at Sirius, who mistakenly interpreted the recent look of panic and distraction on Harry's face as joy. Harry pondered how to articulate his thoughts. He felt a twinge of unease for having indirectly altered the fate of Wormtail Peter, while simultaneously sensing a shadowy corner of his psyche beginning to stir. He endeavored to suppress these thoughts, reminding himself that he ought to master such emotions. As if a dark imp whispered within his mind, "Do you not also wish to witness the moment when the Dementors ultimately execute Wormtail Peter?" Harry said to himself that the survival of Peter Pettigrew would merely aid Voldemort in his resurgence, ultimately leading to the misfortune of many, for one who would never repent. A heart of stone was the only appropriate response. In the magical realm, there were no dramatic bolts of lightning descending from the heavens to smite the wicked. Thus, he had to take matters into his own hands. Harry felt as though a dark entity, long dormant within him for over a decade, was now awakening, slithering like a serpent. The moment the dark figure beheld the smiles of his godfather and Lupin, it seemed to flourish with unrestrained vigor, reminiscent of an infant luxuriating in the warmth of amniotic fluid. We must celebrate this occasion. Sirius suddenly realized that he was no longer required to remain at number 12. Grimmauld Place, day in and day out. Lupin gently patted his back and remarked, "I must make a trip to the Department of Mysteries. I still have something that a student entrusted to me, and I need to return it." The Department of Mysteries? Sirius tilted his head, regarding the matter with keen curiosity.